In the in-game melody, the veteran player Lorren finds himself transported into the game, arriving in a frenzied world teeming with malevolent deities and aberrations. Initially intending to adopt a carefree attitude, he is taken aback to discover that the two children he casually took in are, in fact, witches scorned by society. Given this reality, he muses, "It is not I who am at fault, but this world. If the righteous gods refuse to bestow their blessings upon me, then I shall sacrifice their own divine offspring to the outer gods. Let them converse with the outer gods if they wish. Regardless of whether they are righteous, wicked, or outer gods, any that can provide me with benefits are deemed good deities." Offending a dandy means one must eliminate his entire family. Such is the intricacy of human relationships. Unbeknownst to Lorren, the witches are gradually beginning to perceive him in a new light. Chapter 1. The Young Witch. This Christmas, the snow falls more heavily than usual. Yet thanks to the mages from the church paving the way ahead, the cold is somewhat alleviated under the veil of magic. Master, the girl in the black dress behind Lorren, suddenly clutches at his garment, her golden eyes filled with trepidation as she furtively glances at the church members surrounding them. The girl is adorned in a flowing black gown, her ankles encased in black stockings, her silvery hair cascading in soft waves, nearly concealing her back entirely. Though wearing high heels, she stands only slightly shorter than Lorren. "Fear not, for I am here," Lorren reassures her, his warmth transferring through his grasp, gradually calming her anxious heart. The girl's name is Nicholas, a witch who, 12 years prior at the tender age of 8, was taken in by the recently arrived Lorren. Her fear is quite understandable, as the church's animosity towards witches surpasses even that towards demons, and their current objective is indeed the church. Today marks the day of the Abundance Festival, an event held once every 12 years by the Church of Abundance, the grandest of their ceremonies, compelling all to attend. This is precisely why Lorren dares to bring the witch along despite the risks involved. Witches could be described as the epitome of perfection. Each possesses an unparalleled beauty and formidable talents, while remaining eternally youthful. Were it not for Lorren's high status, her witchhood could easily be unveiled due to her appearance. The festival's proceedings are rather straightforward. Amidst hymns, the chosen sacrificial offerings are to bear countless twisted offspring for the god of abundance. Indeed, it is several tens of thousands. The god of abundance is more warped than many evil deities, a grim truth of this world where neither righteous, wicked, nor outer gods are considered normal. This year also marks Lorren's 12th year in this world, a realm derived from a game titled The In-Game Melody, of which he's been a devoted player, even contributing lyrics and covers for several songs. Upon his initial arrival 12 years ago, Lorren possessed nothing, his attributes at their nadir, and he had no means of leveling up. However, this festival presents the most opportune moment. The swiftest path to acquiring power is through sacrifice, particularly to the outer gods, and the offspring of the god of abundance undoubtedly make the finest offerings. This is the very reason he is willing to partake in this festival, having already tampered with the altar in advance. Within the game exists a master, a learned figure who can assist novices, yet when Lorren sought her out, he discovered that he had arrived in the incorrect timeline. She was not yet present. Ultimately, Lorren had no choice but to survive by performing songs, earning a fair amount by transcribing lyrics. He even took on the role of a music teacher, utilizing his extensive game knowledge to answer others' queries, until he noticed many addressing him as master, at which point he realized he had inadvertently become the game's mentor. As for the true mentor, she now serves as a maid in Lorren's household. Over the years, with his familiarity with the game's plot and mechanics, it is inconceivable that Lorren has accomplished nothing. Today is the day to change all that. "Master, I am hungry," she states. Suddenly, a delicate hand grasps Lorren's other arm, shaking it insistently. The girl's pink twin tails sway in unison. Dressed in a gothic gown, her small calves are encased in white stockings, her cherubic face flushed with a hint of baby fat, her sparkling pink eyes fixed upon Lorren, to which he has long since grown accustomed. "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. Can't you show a little common sense? Snacks? Where are the snacks?" Looking at the girl's adorably naive expression, Lorren could not help but lightly rap her on the head. Lorren finds it hard to envision that she will ultimately become the gluttonous witch, one of the game's most formidable bosses, yet he can understand, as she was rescued by Nicholas when she was still an infant. Together, they sought refuge at Lorren's doorstep one snowy night, the girl still nameless. The name Anna was a spontaneous choice by Lorren, and it was only as she grew that he recognized her true identity. The reason she is dubbed the gluttonous, which is quite simple. She delights in consuming food, but even more so in the act of killing. To her, murder is akin to dining, a means to satiate her desires, and her appetite only continues to grow. However, Anna has only tasted the bitter sting of black coffee thus far. Her experience is vastly divergent from those in the game, and the root of her dark transformation lies in her sister's murder. Remarkably, her sister currently thrives under Lorren's care. Witches possess long lifespans, yet harbor simple hearts, valuing emotions and loyalty. Had they not endured such profound suffering, they would not have succumbed to darkness. Yet this maddening world indiscriminately consumes all. Just how innocent are these witches? The lust demon, one of the 7 sins, is akin to a blank canvas, inherently endowed with several blessings, one of which renders it impossible for anyone to harbor wicked thoughts towards them. However, at this juncture, one might inquire how it is plausible for witches to possess such longevity, such beauty, and such innocence, as it seems somewhat implausible. You are correct. The existence of time travel is genuine, magic is real, deities are tangible, yet pure love remains a mere illusion. We have arrived. Esteemed mentor, please preside over the ceremony. The clergy of the church, adorned with straw, sprouts of new growth obscuring his visage, exemplify a method of drawing closer to the divine, capable of providing greater faith to the deity, who in turn bestows upon them more power. Thus, these individuals are also referred to as scarecrows, guardians of the wheat fields and messengers of the god of abundance. The congregation did not enter the church. The multitude participating in the rite was so vast that the edifice could not accommodate them, necessitating the establishment of an altar outside, where throngs gathered around. Yet even then, a pathway was left for Lorren. From beginning to end, Lorren's presence was remarkably grand. Not only did members of the clergy make a special trip to his home to escort him, but even the closest position to the altar was deliberately reserved for Lorren along with instruments, as he was to preside over the entire ceremony. After all, it was Lorren who had provided them with more compelling hymns, elevating his status within the church to a level comparable to that of a bishop. Let us commence, esteemed mentor. The youth in white upon the altar, barefoot upon the runes etched into the ground, adjusted his garments and bowed to Lorren. He was the sacrifice for this occasion. No one noticed the anomaly among the runes on the altar, save for Lorren, who with his rank could effortlessly orchestrate such matters. The youth was acutely aware of his fate. The vast majority present understood well what was to transpire next, yet they had grown accustomed to it. It was Lorren's thoughts that struck them as peculiar. It is difficult to counsel the damned. Lorren had no intention of rescuing them and indulging in self-pity. Standing at the center, Lorren grasped his conductor's baton, and under his guidance, a solemn hymn began to resonate, with hundreds of thousands singing in unison as if mechanized, while the youth clad in white danced gracefully upon the altar. As the melody progressed, the youth's movements became increasingly awkward. Roots began to sprout from his pores, intertwining with the altar and ultimately anchoring him in place. Branches of flesh coalesced, tearing through the youth's scalp, growing at an alarming rate, swiftly reaching a girth comparable to that of a bull, the surface pockmarked. As it continued to grow, the depressions expanded, revealing the distinct features of human faces. The branches ultimately burgeoned into a towering tree, with a multitude of faces becoming ever clearer, their features emerging, the trunk, branches, and leaves all bearing an uncanny resemblance to human visages. The eyes of those faces were void of pupils. They struggled to open their mouths, tearing apart the connected lips to commence their hymn. Thousands of mouths synchronously producing a hauntingly loud chorus, sending vibrations through Lorren's very mind. Each face represented a devout believer. This monstrous tree of flesh symbolized nearly 100,000 worshippers, capable of providing a vast reservoir of faith for the deity. The god of abundance lacked no followers and thus remained indifferent to how many believers perished. In his eyes, a living farmer held equal worth to a single face upon the fleshly tree. As the ritual reached its zenith, the blood-red moon cast an eerie glow over the world, obscuring the blood that flowed from the youth's orifices. The moment had arrived, Lorren's countenance concealed within the hood of his dark robe, murmuring incantations. O god of greed, abyss of devouring, Pluto, I offer all the faithful upon this altar to you. Please grant me mana and the blessing of breaking illusions. As Lorren uttered the name of the outer deity, the previously hidden runes upon the altar emitted a faint luminescence, the starlight transforming in an instant into a dazzling brilliance, washing away the blood-red moonlight. Chapter 2. The Divine Being's Parsimony. I sacrifice directly to the outer god. If the requirements are not overly complex, the rituals for the outer gods are remarkably straightforward, necessitating only the recitation of their true names and a hastily constructed altar. The most uncomplicated deity of pleasure, for instance, merely requires the utterance of a name. Previously, he had even treated the ritual for the god of pleasure, Cashin, as if it were an instant spell. Simultaneously, this practice is fraught with peril. Mere mortals run the risk of contamination simply by whispering the name of an outer god. Even the most exalted angels beneath the true gods are not exempt from this danger. Fortunately, Lorren, as a high-ranking player, retains his status and has little to fear from the outer gods. The contamination would at most inflict a debuff upon him, but it is unlikely to drive a player into madness. The ritual demands a sacrifice that cannot resist, and the colossal, bloodied tree upon the altar embodies this characteristic well. Thus, they were directly consumed by starlight, appearing to the onlookers as if devoured piece by an invisible monster. The hymn was abruptly interrupted, plunging the congregation into a state of panic until the scarecrow stepped forward to restore order. The ritual is faltering. Protect the esteemed mentor. The scarecrows, concealed in the shadows, swiftly encircled Lorren, and in an instant, the ritual had been completed. Lorren achieved his desired outcome, yet for the sake of performance. He instinctively shielded the two witches in his embrace, casting a vigilant gaze around him. At this moment, Lorren realized that Nacalus had already gone rigid. Having frozen the moment, the ritual commenced. Although Nacalus bore an alluring demeanor, her courage was quite frail. As a child, she could only sleep soundly beside Lorren. Lorren overlooked one crucial fact. The content of the ritual was indeed terrifying. The populace of this world had long since become desensitized, and Lorren, operating with a player's mentality, remained indifferent to such horrors. However, Nacalus had seldom encountered the grim realities of this world. Her worldview remained relatively intact, and she was naturally frightened by such a scene. "Do not be afraid," Lorren urged, pressing Nacalus's face against his chest, enveloping her in warmth. Gradually, she began to regain her composure, tears welling in her eyes. In contrast, Anna remained remarkably composed. She clung tightly to Lorren, unafraid, simply wishing to be close to him. Embracing the two witches, Lorren began to sense the changes within himself and opened his status panel. The level of the endgame was more akin to a soul wanderer. Leveling up would yield only a few attribute points, resulting in minimal enhancement of combat prowess. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, Lorren chose to exercise restraint, refraining from actively hunting monsters for experience and instead opting to conceal himself and gradually plot his course. Today marked the commencement of Lorren's strategic maneuvers. Name: Lorren. Level 2. Strength: 7. Stamina: 8. Agility: 10. Intelligence: 14. Mana: 5 Accessories: none. Blessing: breaking illusions. The attributes of an average adult are typically 5 points. Over the years, Lorren had encountered few opportunities for leveling up, and through diligent training, achieving such growth was commendable. Mana is the most precious attribute in this game. Apart from gaining it through level-ups, it can only be acquired through equipment and accessories. As one progresses, leveling becomes increasingly arduous. Compared to directly wishing for combat power, acquiring mana is a far more strategic choice. This time, he received a staggering 5,000 points of mana. For reference, even a superlative spell capable of annihilating a city requires merely over 1,000 points of mana. Nevertheless, in the past, Lorren had needed numerous temporary mana-boosting items to cast successfully. As for the Breaking Illusions blessing, its effect merely allows him to strike certain ephemeral entities, something only the pragmatic god of greed could provide. While it may seem of little use, it also facilitates the defeat of a side boss that could otherwise only be tackled in the late game. With this blessing, it becomes significantly easier, and the boss's drops are formidable, serving as a tactic for Lorren to expedite his progress. This is an outer god. Quickly, pray to the god of abundance. Lorren timely offered a solution, primarily for his own benefit. The god of greed, Pluto, would hardly be so generous as to bestow upon Lorren enough mana to surpass an angel, even after he had sacrificed nearly 100,000 people to him. A beam of starlight shone down upon Lorren, yet before his mana could be reclaimed, the synchronized prayers that erupted around him made the blood-red moon shine even more brilliantly, ultimately engulfing the starlight. There are benefits to madness. Amidst such chaos, the fervent worshippers could quickly reorganize and commence their prayers in an orderly fashion, successfully obtaining the aid of the god of abundance. Lorren glanced skyward, noting the stars' brilliance. Familiar with the narrative, he understood that these so-called stars were, in truth, the eyes of the outer gods, while the crimson moon symbolized the true gods. Esteemed mentor, are we safe? With the situation stabilizing, a nearby scarecrow inquired. Only after Lorren nodded did it exhale in relief. The power of the outer gods is far more terrifying than that of the true gods. Yet the outer gods are bound by the rules of the world and face numerous limitations. Unless someone provides coordinates, as Lorren had just done, The outer gods cannot interfere with this realm, which is precisely why the true gods can suppress them. The ritual had already failed. Remaining here served no purpose and could indeed pose a danger, as those fanatical worshippers of the outer gods would stop at nothing. Everyone return. The merciful God of abundance will not hold us accountable. Such is the advantage of high status. No one would suspect Lorren, and with a few words, he could disperse the crowd. Even if an investigation were to ensue, it would be a matter of him scrutinizing himself. Moreover, these scarecrows, acting as divine messengers, would escort Lorren, the instigator, home. Throughout the journey, Nicholas clutched Lorren's hand tightly, unable to face the scarecrows escorting them. She fixated on Lorren's hand, closely trailing in his footsteps, fearful of falling behind. Upon returning home, Anna collapsed onto the sofa, carelessly tossing her removed white thigh-high stockings onto the floor. It wasn't until Lorren lightly tapped her head that she began to tidy up. In contrast to Anna, Nicholas exhibited far more grace. Her act of removing her stockings was executed with elegance, unlike Anna, who yanked them off by the toes and left them in a heap. At that moment, Lorren did not see the maid's presence. It was only when he entered the restroom, relieved that this world had toilets, that he discovered his maid, Kyoko, kneeling before the toilet, her expression cold as she extended her tongue, awaiting Lorren's next move. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Lorren could only awkwardly shut the door and retreat. Kyoko, clad in a black robe and wearing her hair to obscure one eye, revealing only a single crimson orb, had always appeared aloof in the game. Players believed her to be an exceedingly cold character. However, once she became Lorren's maid, he truly recognized her nature. She was exceptionally reserved, yet often engaged in peculiar antics, while maintaining her icy demeanor, her curiosity bordering on the bizarre, to the point of rendering Lorren uninterested in the recent events. Esteemed mentor, I am hungry. Anna once again seized Lorren's hand, shaking it whimsically and indulging in playful affection. Now that they were at home without outsiders. If Kyoko is in the restroom, let her prepare dinner once she's finished. Just remember to inform her that I won't be using it. Lorren casually dismissed Anna, turning his thoughts to his next plan. His recent sacrifice to the god of greed. Pluto may have eluded the vigilance of the Abundance Church, but it would not escape the notice of Pluto's followers, who would undoubtedly trace his scent back to him. Lorren was aware of numerous solutions to this dilemma, yet it aligned with his intentions. The side boss he intended to eliminate was indeed a follower of Pluto. Although he now possessed mana, he had yet to master any formidable spells. Yet this was of little consequence. Lorren reached beneath the table, and when he withdrew his hand, a shotgun appeared in his grasp. This world is not solely governed by magic. It is also a realm where martial prowess and firearms coexist. While firearms may falter in high-stakes confrontations, not all individuals are angels, and the majority of mages are mere mortals, unable to withstand a single bullet. Chapter 3. Tarot Card, The Tower. Good morning, Master. At the break of dawn, Lorren was roused by the commotion caused by Kyoko. Upon being discovered, she greeted Lorren with an icy demeanor, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Lorren had grown accustomed to this behavior. He gently withdrew his hand from Nicholas's embrace, wiping the drool from his arm against his clothing. The events of the previous day had frightened Nicholas, prompting her to request to sleep alongside Lorren once more. Just as they had before, Lorren could hardly refuse. After all, she was a child he had raised. Breakfast is ready, please enjoy. What about Anna? After dressing, Lorren stepped out of the bedroom, where an opulent spread awaited him at the table, no fewer than 5 or 6 varieties of breakfast. Observing the pink-haired lowly devouring her meal with fervor, Lorren did not perceive Kyoko's culinary endeavors as excessive. Upon taking his seat, Anna, with her mouth stuffed full of food, excitedly greeted Lorren. However, the result was a spray of crumbs that splattered across his face. Lorren could only cover her mouth while accepting the handkerchief Kyoko offered. Setting aside Kyoko's peculiar predilections, she indeed proved to be a competent maid, though regrettably, she was not without her quirks. Lorren had just checked and discovered that the handkerchief she handed him was, in fact, her undergarment. Ultimately, he resorted to using a paper towel from the table. Before beginning his meal, Lorren inspected his bowl to ensure it contained no peculiar additives, and only then did he commence eating. Good morning, esteemed mentor. At that moment, Nicholas finally awakened, her face slightly flushed, perhaps realizing the pool of drool on the sheets was her doing, and that at her age, she still required someone to sleep beside her, unfazed even by the presence of 12-year-old Anna. Freshen up and join me for breakfast. Nicholas nodded and soon took her place at the table, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious, filling Lorren with a sense of happiness. In truth, he felt immensely content with such a life, engaged in a cherished profession, respected by others, financially secure, and surrounded by those who loved him. It seemed he lacked for nothing. Yet Lorren was acutely aware that the more he cherished this tranquil and beautiful existence, the more he needed to elevate his own strength. He understood deeply the essence of this world. Setting aside the church's animosity towards witches, the impending divine war posed a significant threat. The nation in which Lorren resided would likely face annihilation shortly after the conflict erupted. He recalled that the god of abundance would emerge victorious in the divine war. But what relevance did that hold for ordinary people? In the face of such a battle, even kings were mere cannon fodder. The looming divine war hung over Lorren like the sword of Damocles, urging him to grow stronger. Sacrificing the children of the god of abundance was merely the first step. Just as this war moment unfolded, an untimely knock echoed from outside the door. As Nacris rose, Lorren gestured for her to remain seated. "I shall answer the door." Though many sought Lorren's company, at this critical juncture, whether or not they were acolytes of Pluto, it was prudent to exercise caution against the church's higher-ups. "Greetings, esteemed mentor." Standing outside was a well-mannered gentleman, adorned in opulent attire, likely with buttons worth a king's ransom. Lorren recognized him. He was the side boss he had long contemplated. A noble of the realm, in addition to being a devotee of Pluto. Greedily insatiable, this man, already possessing wealth and status, became obsessed with power and longevity, ultimately becoming a fervent follower of Pluto. "What brings you here?" Lorren feigned ignorance, simultaneously retreating to increase the distance between them, positioning himself before the dining table. "I sense the essence of my lord Pluto emanating from you, so I presumed you too were one of his followers. I have come to invite you to join our ranks." This exemplified the distinction between the true gods and the outer gods. The names of true gods were taboo, and uttering them could result in immediate death, whereas outer gods preferred to be addressed by their true names, to showcase his prowess and exert intimidation. The man gently closed the door, but upon releasing the doorknob, it shattered into fragments. "As long as you do not harm my child, I am amenable to anything." Lorren positioned himself protectively in front of Nacris, adopting the guise of a threatened spouse, while his hand stealthily gripped the handle of a shotgun. "Esteemed mentor." Nacris attempted to rise and confront the man, but Lorren swiftly pressed her shoulder down, and Anna, understanding the unspoken cue, remained still. "Then let us converse," the man began. But before he could finish, gunfire rang out. In that instant, he instinctively began to evade. Nevertheless, several pellets struck his shoulder. "It seems you remain unaware of the disparity in our strengths." The man did not express anger at Lorren's sudden assault. Instead, he tore open his shirt, revealing his shoulder, where the pellets had been halted by his muscle. "If you join us, you too could possess such power." Yet Lorren, undeterred, fired again, this time missing the man entirely. Just as the bullet was about to meet him, the man's form became slightly ethereal, allowing the bullet to pass through him and leave a multitude of holes in the door. "It appears you still do not comprehend." With the third shot, the man fell silent, the bullet striking his head, blood gushing from countless wounds upon his visage. Bang! The fourth shot obliterated the man's skull, and he collapsed. Knowing the importance of inflicting finishing blows, Lorren ensured the corpse was rendered unrecognizable before resuming his speech. "The blessings of breaking delusion and enchanted bullets, young man. Next time, avoid being so obstinate." In preparation for this encounter, Lorren had devised a meticulous strategy, feigning weakness to lure the man into overconfidence and equipping himself with breaking delusion and enchanted bullets, ultimately leading to the effortless demise of this notoriously repugnant side boss. After dispatching the man, Lorren swiftly began to laboriously slice open his abdomen with a dining knife, designed for steak, equipped with fine serrations, making it suitable for the man's tough skin. "Esteemed mentor." The sudden turn of events left Nacris bewildered. An unfamiliar stranger had appeared, only to be slain by Lorren, who then commenced to rummage through his entrails. Yet Nacris remained steadfast in her belief that Lorren's actions were justified, only releasing her grip on the other gun concealed beneath the table once she confirmed the man's demise. Anna, upon realizing Lorren's safety, relaxed her grip on the knife and continued her meal, undeterred by the gruesome scene. The horrific corpse did not diminish her appetite. Kyoko, on the other hand, busied herself retrieving tools to clean the bloodstains. "I found it." From within the man's belly, Lorren extracted a golden card. Only once the blood had drained away could he discern its true nature. It was a tarot card, adorned with the image of a precarious tower, beneath which lay an endless sea of corpses. The description of this tarot card flashed through Lorren's mind instantaneously. Tarot card, the tower. Effect, induces a state of illusion, rendering the user impervious to external interference. While the outside world cannot affect the user, During this state, the five senses are lost. Note, alas, you are high above, blind to what is below, deaf to the sound around you. To put it plainly, this item is akin to a divine authority, albeit with a slightly higher mana cost. Yet Lorren had no shortage of mana. Moreover, if activated momentarily before shutting down, it could sufficiently withstand attacks without depleting too much mana, rendering Lorren, an adept player, nearly invincible with this tarot card in hand. Chapter 4. The Weeping Blood Wedding Ring. The situation is as follows. My extensive knowledge of the outer gods has rendered me a target in the eyes of their fervent followers, prompting them to resort to assassination attempts against me. I have no doubt this will not be the last such incident. Shortly after Lorren acquired the tarot cards, members of the church arrived, and Lorren promptly informed the church's puppet of the circumstances. The followers of Pluto are aware of Lorren's secret, yet they possess no tangible evidence. How could a group of outer god cultists successfully accuse Lorren, a high-ranking member of the church, in front of its officials? It is futile, especially when Lorren can simply inquire, who among you dares to accuse this officer? Thus, Lorren has no reason to fear the church. In fact, they serve as his greatest allies. Rest assured, dear mentor, we shall protect you well. May the God of Abundance bless you. The puppet made a few gestures across its chest, symbolizing the growth of crops, an emblematic sign of the God of Abundance. Indeed, may the God of Abundance bestow his blessings upon you. Lorren reciprocated with a few gestures of his own. Subsequently, the puppet waved its hand, and the corpses in the living room were wrapped in straw, carried away by the puppet as it exited Lorren's residence. Soon, the vast two-story house was once again devoid of life, leaving only Lorren and his companions. Mentor, what has transpired? After a moment's pause, Nicholas inquired, her curiosity mirrored by Anna, while Jingxin maintained a stoic expression, betraying none of her internal thoughts. It is nothing of great import. I was the one who performed the sacrifice during the festival, offering the child of the God of Abundance to the God of Greed in exchange for power. However, this has drawn the attention of the God of Greed's followers, and it is one of them who has come to attack us. With nothing to conceal from the child he had raised since infancy, Lorren revealed the truth for the sake of their safety, albeit omitting the true name of the God of Greed. So it was you. What did you gain from this? Surely, sacrifices to the outer gods yield great rewards? Anna's excitement was palpable. She cared not for right or wrong, as long as Lorren was the beneficiary. This information was exclusive to Lorren, known only to the followers of the outer gods and a few witches, while the followers of the righteous gods remained oblivious. The followers of the righteous gods dedicate everything to their deities, receiving only a word of praise from the church in return, whereas with the outer gods, one need only offer a sacrifice to reap rewards. Such practicality is evident to any rational being, hence the ongoing conflict between the righteous gods' church and the followers of the outer gods. Of course, this does not imply that the outer gods are benevolent. Their true aim is to consume this world. If not for the resistance from the righteous gods, the outer gods would have obliterated it long ago. Each sacrifice made to the outer gods incrementally propels one's world toward destruction. But what relevance does this hold for Lorren? The righteous gods have been resisting the outer gods for millennia. His few sacrifices matter little, especially since many high-ranking church officials also engage in such practices. Lorren embodies a double standard. Whatever he enjoys is deemed right, while anything he abhors is wrong. The righteous gods have persecuted witches for ages. He merely collects a modicum of interest. Moreover, the righteous gods are hardly paragons of virtue. The outer gods' discovery of this place is a consequence of the righteous gods devouring the world's essence in their pursuit of power. I have gained a considerable amount of magical power, but now is not the time to discuss this. Acquiring the tarot cards, the tower is merely the first step in Lorren's grand design. There remains a lengthy journey before the narrative unfolds, with numerous opportunities awaiting Lorren's embrace. After consuming a few bites, Lorren retreated to his bedroom under Nicholas's watchful gaze, arranging bullets upon a meticulously prepared magical array on the table. As Lorren softly intoned an incantation, the enchanted tome before him began to stir, and the inscriptions within took flight, ultimately settling upon the bullets, which then radiated an extraordinary glow. Continue. This time, Lorren intended to enchant the bullets himself. Ordinary bullets are readily available, and he is not lacking in funds. Yet enchanted bullets are a rarity. Few would squander resources in such a manner. Enchantments are typically reserved for swords and blades, and only Lorren possesses sufficient magical energy to bestow enchantments upon bullets. Furthermore, enchanted bullets pose a genuine threat to the aristocrats, whose bodyguards are merely capable of deflecting standard ammunition. Lorren remained in his bedroom for an entire day, afflicted by severe fear of insufficient firepower. He would not dare venture outside without a stockpile of several hundred rounds. Numerous church members patrolled the vicinity of Lorren's residence, while Anna curiously observed them through the window, the first witch to adopt such an attitude towards the church. Even now, Nicholas felt a twinge of unease upon encountering the puppet, having once been pursued in earnest. Unlike Anna, who had been cared for by Lorren since infancy, the church members exhibited profound respect for Lorren, silently safeguarding him. It was not until evening that a knock echoed upon Lorren's door once again. Before he could reach the door, the newcomer was subdued by a host of puppets. "I am from the Falling Star Commerce, and I have procured what you requested, dear mentor." With mere words insufficient, the church naturally did not trust the man's claims. By the time Lorren emerged, they had already begun to strip him of his garments. "Release him. He has indeed come to see me." Lorren assessed the man's appearance. His complexion was ashen, thick bandages wrapped around his hands, for which blood seeped despite the wrappings. His pallor was a testament to his significant blood loss. "Very well, dear mentor." The church members exhibited unwavering obedience to Lorren. Since their charge had spoken, they could do naught but comply. "Apologies, please come in and have a seat." Lorren assisted the man, who appeared winded with the slightest movement. Once Lorren had closed the door, the man eagerly presented the box in his hands. "This is what you requested. We acquired it for just a copper, but the commission amounts to 20 gold. You have no objections, I trust?" "No. This is your rightful due." Lorren handed the man a check, fully aware of the value of the box's contents, and recognizing that the commerce's expenditure warranted the price. 100 coppers equate to 1 silver, and 100 silvers to 1 gold. The monetary system here bears resemblance to that of Terraria, though not entirely identical. Here, gold is merely a colloquial term, and the purchasing power of 1 copper is akin to that of 1 currency unit in the real world. Upon opening the box, Lorren revealed a ring crafted from gold, adorned with a cracked diamond atop it. "Cursed blood wedding ring. The wearer's body shall never heal, growing increasingly frail. Their stamina depleting drastically, becoming progressively ugly and perpetually cursed with misfortune. Once donned, the curse binds them for life, unless the ring is transferred to another with their knowledge." The merchant's description startled Nicholas. Such an item is universally shunned, yet Lorren saw it as a tool of great utility. He knew of a tarot card capable of reversing curses, and should he possess both items simultaneously, an assassin could instantly transform into a tank. The opportunity to acquire that tarot card has recently arisen. Chapter 5. Preparations. We found this ring in the territory of the god of confusion, where it was held by a man who believed his girlfriend's assertion that accepting the ring would prove his love. Ultimately, he fell victim to its curse. The girlfriend, originally a noble's maid, received the ring as a token of affection after a night of passion. At this juncture, the merchant was abruptly interrupted by Nicholas. "But isn't it true that the curse can only be transferred if the recipient is aware? This reflects the tragic nature of humanity. That young lady received nothing from the nobility, yet devoted herself wholeheartedly to them, offering her unreserved affections without bounds, only to turn around and incessantly demand from her loving boyfriend. After accepting a ring from him, she promptly ended their relationship. By the time we retrieved the ring, she had already entered into matrimony, and we acquired it for a mere copper coin. The man was eager to part with the ring, yet the merchant guild still paid a copper coin for it. The Celestial Star Merchant Guild adheres to oaths and the patronage of the wind god, under divine protection. Any transaction automatically establishes a vow, and those who breach it shall face a curse. Simultaneously, the blessings of the deity enable them to traverse the world. Yet even they exerted considerable effort to reclaim this ring. Lacking the ability to heal completely, one could easily be rendered a bloody mess by their garments. The guild dispatched numerous individuals in shifts to deliver it, as a single person would likely perish on the journey. Once the transaction was concluded, the merchant departed, in urgent need of rest, feeling somewhat intimidated by the followers of the god of abundance surrounding him. The relationships among the deities are far from harmonious. Should an opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to tear each other apart. "Jingxin, you take this for now, but do not move it about recklessly. If you feel unwell, hand the ring to Nicholas." "I refuse." Jingxin accepted the ring with evident disdain, tossing it casually onto the table. Although she verbally declined, Lorren felt a wave of relief sweep through him, undoubtedly a result of the curse being lifted. The transfer of the curse and the words exchanged between them held little significance. As long as there was inner agreement, the curse would shift. Thus, Jingxin did not truly reject Lorren. Since their encounter a decade ago, she had never once defied his commands, genuinely considering herself his possession. Jingxin, too, is not human. She is some extraordinary being of which Lorren remains uncertain. Possessing formidable regenerative abilities, summoned during one of Lorren's experiments with a ritual. What mischief are you up to now? In response to Lorren's inquiry, Jingxin appeared quite relaxed. Seated at the dining table, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, crossing her legs, with one high heel half off, her toes encased in black stockings, playfully hooking the heel to prevent it from falling. First, the merchant stated that you must do something for me to relinquish the ring. Secondly, this is secondhand. If you wish to present me with a wedding ring, it would be best to prepare one yourself. Even a pull tab would suffice. Lorren found himself at a loss for words, and Jingxin interpreted his silence as acquiescence. Regardless of Jingxin's antics, she would not truly disrupt Lorren's plans, and thus he felt indifferent. After ensuring everyone was settled, Lorren intended to return to his room to prepare ammunition. The followers of the Outer Gods conceal themselves well, with many receiving official backing. It would be challenging for the church to locate them. However, Lorren remembered their precise locations. Like many other travelers, his memory had improved significantly after his transition. The memories of the past remained vivid, enabling him to replicate songs, although he altered the lyrics himself, as the melody can be adapted. But the words cannot simply be forced. Therefore, Lorren still recalls every stronghold of the Outer God followers, yet having lived here for so long, he understands the subtle machinations of the nobility and would not genuinely threaten the foundations of the Outer God followers, as many nobles still require their services. There exists something of little use to players, but possesses great allure for the nobility, longevity, which Pluto can bestow upon his followers. Rarely does one hear of a great noble passing away and a grand funeral being held. Such events present a lucrative opportunity, and these avaricious nobles cannot forego a funeral. These tacit understandings are well known, and Lorren certainly would not expose them. His aim is to eliminate all nearby strongholds that pose a threat to him. The remaining matters are of no concern to him. The church cannot be unaware of these issues, but it is through the presence of threats that the followers recognize the church's significance, fostering a more devout faith that benefits both parties. As night fell, Lorren barely had time for dinner, with Jingxin bringing it to his room. He intended to exhaust his magical energy in one go, but his mana pool was extensive, and it took until late at night to deplete it. It was then that a knock echoed from the door. "Come Nakalis." How did you know it was me? Nakalis entered, adorned in a black sheer nightgown that clearly revealed her undergarments. Lorren glanced up, noting the black lace lingerie he had purchased, child-sized. After all, Anna and Jingxin would not bother to knock. Nakalis did not anticipate this reason, and after a moment of silence, during which Lorren busily enchanted his bullets, she sensed that he was indifferent to her arrival. "Are you planning something significant soon?" Upon entering the room, Nakalis glanced around, wishing to sit beside Lorren, yet the only chair available was occupied, leaving her with no choice but to stand. "Yes, I intend to lead the church in exterminating the followers of the god of greed. You all should remain at home and behave." Lorren shared this information with Nakalis without reservation, but he soon recognized something, rising to his feet. He stood before Nakalis, who was about 1.7 meters tall. With a slight inclination of his head, he could behold her flawless visage, their golden-eyed gazes locking. He gently placed his hand upon her head. "Be good. Stay at home tomorrow. I will be fine." Nakali's hair felt incredibly soft, the delightful sensation prompting Lorren to stroke it a few more times. As she felt the touch upon her head, Nakalis bit her lip. From the beginning until now, Lorren had always treated her in such a manner, like a child. She wished for his feelings toward her to evolve, but feared losing this most sincere affection. Ultimately, Nakalis lowered her head, unclenching her fists. Observing Nakali's lingering anxiety, Lorren decided to demonstrate the tarot card, the Tower, explaining its effects to her. With this, even if he were truly ensnared, Lorren would be capable of escape. The ability to phase out is akin to that of a supermodel. After reassuring Nakalis, Lorren returned to his seat to continue enchanting bullets. After some time, seeing that Nakalis showed no intention of leaving, Lorren finally spoke again. "Would you like to sleep with me tonight?" Nakalis subdued her inner joy, responding softly. Chapter 6. Night Conversations. "You should go to sleep first. I will rest later." Lorren was surrounded by stacks of magazines, most containing small-caliber submachine gun ammunition. The size of the bullets does not diminish the lethality of the enchanted rounds. Should cost be disregarded, smaller bullets are the superior choice. Gazing at the heap of ammunition, Lorren could confidently declare to Nakalis that he planned to lay waste to a city, and she would believe him. As Nakalis remained unmoved, Lorren understood that she wished to spend more time with him, yet there were no extra stools available. "Why don't you sit on the edge of the table? Is that all right? Nikali's glanced at the corner of the table that Lorren had cleared for her, feeling somewhat bashful, though she harbored other thoughts. She genuinely respected Lorren as if he were her father. No problem. Lorren had never been one for formalities. Having grown up in solitude, he became accustomed to freedom and developed a disdain for societal niceties once he entered the world. Ultimately, he became a wildlife conservation officer, rarely engaging with others. Nevertheless, he had witnessed other families, understanding that family could become a lifelong source of pain for some. Thus, from a young age, Lorren vowed that if he were to become a parent, he would strive to be an open-minded one. He paid little heed to Anna's voracious appetite, merely concerned that they were well fed. Nikali's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz as she perched on the edge of the table, gazing down at Lorren, who was engrossed in enchanting the bullets, unconsciously breaking into a smile. The table was modestly sized. A slight movement from Lorren could easily brush against Nikali's leg. However, he paid no mind to such trivialities, instead reflecting on how the witch epitomized the pinnacle of existence, blessed with longevity, stunning beauty, and skin that exuded a remarkable smoothness. In this world, firearms existed, yet electricity was absent, and Lorren relied on oil lamps, which strained his eyes somewhat. A mere rub of his eyes revealed that Nikali's had been intently staring at him, her golden irises reflecting the flickering shadows cast by the candlelight upon Lorren's form. Upon realizing that Lorren was observing her, Nikali's quickly turned her head, her flustered attempt to conceal her embarrassment appearing quite endearing. All right, I have sufficient ammunition. It's time to rest. Lorren pressed the freshly enchanted bullets in a magazine and tidied the table, intending to sleep. Nikali's yawned. Her routine was typically quite regular, but today she had stayed up late to accompany Lorren. Master, why are you suddenly exerting yourself so? In Lorren's bedroom lay 2 pillows, a precaution against Anna's frequent nocturnal visits. Eventually, he had simply opted to keep both pillows at hand, because this world is fraught with peril. The church and the deities of the abnormal order threaten us. Only by being sufficiently strong can I ensure your survival in this world. Though timid, Nikali's was acutely aware of her surroundings. Given Lorren's status and abilities, the church and its gods would only seek to support him, posing no threat. However, as witches, her kind were not afforded the same grace. Thus, Nikali's believed that Lorren's relentless efforts were for their sake, feeling an overwhelming guilt swell within her. Without them, Lorren surely would lead a splendid life. He was a world-renowned musician and a cherished guest of the abundant church, destined to thrive. Furthermore, with his looks, it was likely that any woman in the kingdom would eagerly accept him. Yet, Lorren had chosen to forego romance for their sake. Nikali's nestled half her face into the bedding, revealing only her eyes, which reflected Lorren's image until he extinguished the oil lamp. Why do people harbor such hatred towards witches? Do witches truly bring misfortune and curses? After much contemplation, Nikali's finally voiced this long-burdening question, pondering why they lived such arduous lives despite having done nothing wrong. Curses are a fabrication. The hatred from people or the church towards witches stems from fear. Disliking starlight, Lorren had thick curtains drawn, rendering the room pitch black, where Nikali's could only hear Lorren's voice. She edged closer, reassured by the warmth radiating from him. Fear? Yes. Fear and envy. Humans typically live just over a century, while witches can easily live for thousands of years, aging not a day until death claims them. Anyone would feel envy, wouldn't they? Some greedy individuals are obsessed with longevity. If immortality were attainable, they would not hesitate to consume others. This realization detonated in Nikali's mind, conjuring a terrifying thought. She was a witch, yet her beloved mentor was human. An image of Lorren's death flashed before her, leaving her momentarily disoriented as her body instinctively began to tremble. What's wrong? Do you wish to continue listening? Noticing Nikali's distress, Lorren grasped her hand within the covers, and only then did she find solace, believing he had frightened her with his tales. At that moment, Nikali's resolved to discover a means to grant Lorren immortality, no matter the cost. The creator of this world displayed a bias, bestowing all things beautiful upon witches. For ordinary folk, learning magic posed a daunting challenge. Casting spells required prayers to the deities, limiting them to the magic of a specific goddess order. In contrast, witches could bypass these restrictions, each possessing remarkable magical talent. Not only witches, but players too could harness such powers. Yet, Lorren had yet to teach Nikali's any spells. The magic acquired from the church was mediocre and belonged to the abundant goddess order, potentially exposing them. This was not the most terrifying aspect. Witches were born with their unique secret powers, a formidable strength that instilled fear even in the gods, which was the fundamental reason the church sought to exterminate witches. Secret powers? Nakali's gazed at the ceiling. Despite the darkness enveloping the room, she sensed her shadow lingering nearby. She even discerned a pair of golden eyes mirroring her own. Her secret power, named Reflective Self, allowed her to transform her shadow into an entirely opposite version of herself, instilling a sense of fear regarding the reflection of her other self. Anna's secret power, Echo of Blood, enabled her to manipulate blood for both combat and self-healing, the effectiveness of which was terrifying, thus earning her a place among the 7 deadly sins. Utilize your power wisely. It is your weapon against the injustices of this world. After imparting this wisdom, Lorren fell silent, shortly thereafter hearing the steady rhythm of Nakali's breathing. She always slept soundly beside him. Just as Lorren intended to drift off, he felt something entwining around him. Nakali's clung to him tightly, like an octopus, so close that he could feel the warmth of her breath. Lorren remained peacefully asleep, having grown accustomed to such closeness. Chapter 7. Before departure. Lorren brushed back his damp hair, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. He was dressed normally. There was nothing unusual about this body, save for one distinctive feature, his eyes. Unlike the typical mismatched hues of one red and one blue, his were one black and one red. One eye was rather ordinary, while the other was an unsettling crimson. Not only did their colors differ, but even the patterns and expressions within the pupils were starkly contrasting. Thus, Lorren often styled his hair to obscure the unremarkable black eye. Quite striking. Just as Lorren stepped out of the bathroom, Anna collided into his arms. The attributes of witches far surpassed those of ordinary people. And this impact left Lorren bent over in pain, clutching his abdomen, yet Anna did not loosen her embrace. "Wah, you must promise to return safely. Get off me." Realizing the weakness in Lorren's voice, Anna became aware that she had perhaps overstepped her bounds, kneeling before him with her head lowered. With Nakali's assistance, Lorren struggled to rise, gazing at Anna's pitiful expression, ultimately finding it in his heart not to chastise her. He dusted off his black robe and adjusted his hood. "I'm merely embarking on a mission, not marching to my demise." Approaching Anna, he gently caressed the faces of both Nakali's and Anna, prompting Nakali's to instinctively press down on his hand. "During my absence, you must ensure your safety. Do not venture outside. If any trouble arises, do not hesitate to flee. I have left you ample enchanted bullets. Protect yourselves, and do not concern yourselves with anything else. If necessary, I will wander with you. Remember to heed Mirror's advice while I'm away. Though she may be unorthodox, she is reliable." In that moment, Lorren took on the role of a nagging father. Yet Nakali's and Anna were not rebellious children. They understood right from wrong and recognized that every word Lorren spoke was for their benefit. Once he had settled both witches, Lorren turned to depart. His journey ahead was perilous, but he had meticulously prepared. "Master," just as Lorren stepped outside, a group of church members greeted him with utmost respect. "Have all preparations been completed as I instructed?" "Yes, the locations you specified are being monitored from the shadows. Most of the church's personnel have been mobilized. This is Valentina, whom you specifically requested." Given her familiarity with the plot and her elevated status, Lorren had long adeptly assumed the title of prophet without raising suspicion when providing the coordinates of Pluto's followers. "Greetings, esteemed mentor." The towering knight beside the scarecrow bowed to Lorren, tracing the symbol of the god of abundance over her chest. Standing over 2 meters tall, even Lorren, who measured at a height of 1.80 meters, had to look up to her. Valentina was draped in straw, a clear indication of her identity as a scarecrow. However, her exposed face suggested she was no ordinary figure of straw. Despite the respectful tone of her words, Lorren could discern her dissatisfaction through her demeanor and gaze. Her rank within the church was considerable, yet regardless of this, she was summoned at Lorren's behest, which incited her resentment. In Valentina's eyes, her position was earned through repeated acts of violence, and despite her accomplishments, she had only attained this rank after reaching her 40s. While Lorren had effortlessly risen to such heights with mere words, igniting a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes, she was not one to be trifled with. For the sake of glory, Valentina had slain her own kind on more than one occasion, a fact not lost on Lorren. "I have heard much about you, Knight Valentina," Lorren acknowledged as he returned her greeting. He had summoned her for 2 primary reasons: her formidable combat prowess and the tarot card capable of reversing curses that she possessed. Unbeknownst to Valentina, Lorren had already sentenced her to death in his mind. After their introductions, Lorren seized the map to devise a battle strategy, encircling a specific location marked on it. This is the principal stronghold. The majority of their forces are concentrated here. We shall prioritize our assault on this site, temporarily disregarding the smaller outposts to avoid alarming them. Lorren had no superfluous plans. His choice was dictated by the presence of something he desired. Since they were already in pursuit of Pluto's followers, it would be remiss not to seize a few items of interest along the way. Let's make our way there. The sacrificial rites typically occur at night, when their defenses are most lax, and we shall strike then. The afternoon had already advanced, leaving little time before their assault. Once Lorren had finalized the plan, the group commenced their journey. At the very moment Lorren departed, Jingxin simultaneously locked the door behind them and swallowed the key. Listen, I am aware of your intentions. It would be best if you abandon them. Even if you were to go, you would merely hinder the master. The moment Nakalis opened her mouth to speak, it promptly closed as Jingxin anticipated her thoughts. Whatever task the master undertakes, he does so with absolute certainty. My understanding of him far exceeds yours. A flicker of discontent crossed Nakali's face upon hearing this. In her eyes, Jingxin was an interloper, someone who had suddenly appeared in her life, and it was audacious for her to speak so. Nakalis observed Jingxin, who was clad in a black and white maid outfit, her skirt revealing a glimpse of her pristine thigh. And although Jingxin was not particularly tall, her stature was several times that of Nakali's. Moreover, while Jingxin was not a witch, her appearance was not inferior in the least. Remembering Jingxin's past behavior, Nakalis felt it was not an exaggeration to say she had been a nuisance to Lorren. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed her mind, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. You cannot mean? No, that is impossible. Master is far too composed. In the master's eyes, you are still but children, while I am different. Jingxin's words were ambiguous, yet Nakalis could not suppress her spiraling thoughts. She recalled their past closeness, akin to that of father and daughter, and only that. It was almost comical that this newcomer claimed to understand Lorren better than she did. Nakalis resolved to alter this dynamic, starting with her own mindset. Fear not. Even if the world were to crumble and the outer gods descend, the master would remain unharmed. Instead of worrying about him, perhaps you should concern yourselves with your own well-being. Ah, she speaks the truth. Anna mumbled, her mouth full of food, her words muffled. She indeed held a great deal of trust in Lorren. If the child wishes to eat, let her eat. Lorren held an elderly perspective, believing that a child's appetite was a good sign. Furthermore, witches were immune to gaining weight, so Lorren had never interfered with Anna's meals. It was Jingxin, the one responsible for cooking, who felt somewhat fatigued. Chapter 8. The Assault. Are you certain this is the stronghold of the outer gods' followers? Lorren and his party arrived before an extravagant manor, its vastness indicative of its owner's exceptional status. Even the most dim-witted members of the church could perceive that this was far beyond their reach. They were scarecrows, the elite of the Church of Abundance, but in essence, mea infolsos. Even Valentina, the highest ranking among them, exhibited hesitation. Lorren, however, appeared unfazed. Such losses fell well within the kingdom's tolerances, and those in power would not turn against him. Perhaps even a reward awaited him. It was important to note that the god of abundance was worshipped by more than just this nation, and Lorren, renowned for penning hymns of praise for the god of abundance, held a pivotal role within the church. At worst, he could relocate to another nation and thrive anew. This is the place. Valentina, you shall lead the charge, and the rest of you will follow closely. Others will surround this location. Anyone attempting to escape is to be dealt with decisively. Do not heed their words. They could disseminate the corruption of the outer gods through language. Lorren dismounted first, checking the ammunition in his 2 submachine guns and reassuringly feeling the weight of bullets concealed beneath his black cloak. Good. Seeing Lorren take action, Valentina followed suit. His gesture undoubtedly placed the responsibility squarely upon his shoulders, which invigorated the spirits of the scarecrows. As Lorren stepped through the manor's grand entrance and approached the main residence, he noted that only this area remained illuminated, while the servants' quarters nearby lay shrouded in darkness. Ahem. Lorren cleared his throat, disengaged the safety on his submachine gun, and gently rapped on the door of the main residence. Moments later, a maid appeared to open it. The maid, rather unremarkable in appearance and in her 20s, bore skin that was exceptionally parched, reminiscent of an elderly woman. Who are you? Before she could finish her inquiry, Lorren's bullet pierced her skull, and he stepped over her lifeless body to continue onward. Master, the scarecrows behind him seemed poised to ask something, but Lorren interjected. That was not a maid. Observe her physique. She is a follower of the outer gods, likely having exchanged her youth for the sake of sacrifice. However, her standing within the church cannot be very high. Otherwise, she would not be relegated to this menial task. The scarecrows, their faces obscured by straw, could not reveal their expressions, but Lorren could sense their fixation on the maid's corpse, accompanied by the sound of gulping. Isn't it fascinating to witness true rejuvenation for the first time? However, do not dwell on it. That is the domain of the outer gods. Who knows when they might corrupt you into madness? Rather, let us diligently serve the God of abundance, for it is only He who can genuinely bring us happiness. One offering to the outer gods suffices. You all should faithfully believe in the God of abundance, while discouraging them. Lorren also extolled the virtues of the God of abundance. Loyalty was paramount. With a brief interlude concluded, they pressed on. The main residence was sparsely populated, with only a few acolytes disguised as servants, who were swiftly eliminated upon revealing themselves. Before others could inquire further, Lorren discovered a hidden door concealed within the wine cellar. The members of the church were increasingly impressed by Lorren's capabilities, though Valentina's animosity deepened. The secret door was narrow, permitting only one person to pass through at a time. This time, Lorren refrained from taking the lead. The followers of the outer gods possessed numerous tactics, and those below would likely sense something amiss, probably already lying in wait at the entrance. Valentina, please take the lead. Understood, esteemed mentor. Valentina's countenance grew increasingly somber as Lorren addressed her by name. While she insisted on adding a title of respect when calling out to him, Lorren remained silent, retreating behind Valentina. The passageway was lengthy, taking nearly a minute before Lorren finally glimpsed light, an ominous crimson glow. The moon in this world was blood red, reminiscent of the hue below, perhaps indicating an open sky. At long last, the group reached their destination. The moment Valentina stepped forward, a deafening explosion erupted around her. Kill! As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Valentina ensnared by vines, her body radiating a green luminescence. Drawing the massive sword from her waist, she bellowed and charged forward. Lorren closely followed her, allowing her to absorb the brunt of the onslaught. True to her reputation as one of the kingdom's foremost warriors, the bullets from the zealots could not harm her in the slightest. However, the scarecrows behind Lorren were far less fortunate. While they were not instantly felled by the bullets, they could not withstand the concentrated fire from the numerous cultists below. These followers possessed a degree of financial means, proving to be far more formidable than mere bandits. Though they might lack magical prowess or martial skill, their sheer number and firearms were a considerable nuisance. Blasphemers against the divine perish. To offer sacrifices to the outer gods within the domain of the God of abundance was undoubtedly a sacrilege. Valentina's faith in her deity was unwavering. Otherwise, she would not have been bestowed such formidable power. With a swing of her great sword, she unleashed a gust of wind that cleaved through two zealots, the blade's edge further wounding a third. What? In disbelief, the zealot watched as the minor injury suddenly sprouted forth, rapidly growing until several stalks of wheat emerged, their grains plump and full, while the zealot was drained into a desiccated husk. The great sword bore the blessing of the God of abundance, rendering it nearly fatal to these weaklings. At the center of the underground chamber stood a vast altar adorned with an array of precious items. The god of greed desired everything, yet life was the easiest treasure to acquire. The ritual was still underway, with only minor lackeys surrounding it. The true masterminds were those at the heart of the gathering. Quickly stop them. The leader, clad in a black robe adorned with opulent jewels, kicked aside a zealot preparing the altar and began to arrange it himself. He sliced his fingertip, inscribing runes upon the altar, a mage's blood made for excellent ink. And the runes he etched were particularly potent, a method Lorren often employed. As Lorren unleashed a barrage against the encroaching zealots, his bullets imbued with the enchantment of flesh-rending, proving devastating against any living being. Seizing the moment to reload, several outer god cultists formed a formation and began chanting incantations, elemental energy gathering around them, the temperature rising correspondingly. Fire element magic? This is not the domain of the God of abundance. You have long forsaken the divine. Upon witnessing fireballs hurtling toward her, Valentina's fury ignited, her stature rising to 3 meters, her muscles swelling. Overgrowth, this was a 5th-tier magic of the abundance sequence. The flames the outer gods envisioned to ignite the vines did not manifest. Valentina merely swung her great sword, dispersing the multitude of fireballs. In the next instant, she cleaved through the zealots with a single stroke. Chapter 9. Betrayal. Despite Valentina's ferocious onslaught, the outer god zealots felt no fear. Pluto had long since tainted them, leaving only greed in their hearts, brazenly committing acts that any passerby would find unsettling. Yet those responsible for oversight were equally avaricious. Be cautious, they are casting curses. Not far from Valentina, a group of zealots brandished skulls and other implements for casting curses. Yet, even upon hearing Lorren's warning, Valentina paid them no heed and charged toward the other zealots. She possessed the ability to reverse curses, rendering these spells beneficial to her. However, this was not Lorren's desired outcome, prompting him to shoot the outer god cultist down. The disparity in combat prowess was stark. The outcome of this battle was never in doubt. Lorren's true objective was to diminish Valentina's strength to the greatest extent possible. Their brutal display drew the majority of attention, allowing the remaining scarecrows to find temporary safety, albeit in dwindling numbers. During Lorren's reloading, he found himself surrounded. Valentina cast him a fleeting glance before pressing onward. TSK. This was within Lorren's expectations. The oncoming fireballs distorted the air around them. The outer god zealots had long been plotting against the Church of Abundance, primarily employing fire magic that countered it. Lorren simply closed his eyes, invoking the tarot, the tower. He did not mind revealing the secret of the tower. After all, none present would leave this place alive, and no one would discern what transpired, merely noting that Lorren remained unscathed after the flames dissipated. At that moment, Lorren had successfully reloaded. While the tower could not interfere with the external world while active, the act of reloading was permissible, as firearms were deemed an extension of himself. With precise accuracy, he unleashed a volley, eliminating the surrounding zealots. In truth, Lorren's raw power was inferior to that of the scarecrows. However, his wealth allowed him to fire enchanted bullets as if they were free. Level up. Current level. 9. 50 experience points until the next level, 7 attribute points remaining. For now, survival was the safest strategy. Lorren labored diligently to level up, as such opportunities to gain experience were rare. He allocated all his attribute points to stamina. At this juncture, he required little else. His mana was nearly limitless. His output relied on firearms, negating the need for strength or intelligence, and evasion was managed through phasing, making stamina the optimal choice. When he glanced at Valentina, she had already cleaved the mastermind in two. Lorren fired off half a magazine, and the outer god cultists below were thoroughly eliminated. Regrettably, he did not achieve another level up. The acrid scent of blood saturated the underground, causing the surviving scarecrows to gag, as even they had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. We have achieved a remarkable victory. Upon your return, promotions are certain for all. Especially you, Valentina. Perhaps the god of abundance will choose you as an angel, granting you true divine power. Lorren reassured the group, casually discarding the unfinished magazine and replacing it with 2 fully loaded ones. In truth, Valentina had accounted for the majority of the enemy's defeats. While Lorren had merely contributed a fraction, the scarecrows had played little role, only serving to draw some fire at the outset. No. This victory belongs primarily to you, esteemed mentor. We were merely supporting cast. Upon hearing of promotions, the remaining scarecrows beamed with joy, seemingly unfazed by the fallen comrades or the hellish surroundings. Angels and ordinary mortals were entirely disparate entities. Strength mattered little, as even the weakest would undergo a transformation upon becoming an angel. Thus, if the divine sought to select angels, Lorren would undoubtedly be prioritized. This time, Valentina directly called out Lorren's name, omitting any honorifics, while the previously fawning scarecrows remained oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, continuing their praise. Indeed, it is all thanks to our esteemed mentor. Before the words could fully escape their lips, Valentina swiftly dispatched the scarecrows with a single stroke, their heads severed. And as their heads flew from their bodies, the facade of flattery was finally stripped away. Before their heads had even hit the ground, Valentina's sword veered towards Lorren. Anticipating the move, Lorren deftly retreated just in time, the blade slicing through his black cloak, narrowly escaping a brush with death. Yet, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Is the position of an angel so crucial to you that you would resort to violence against a colleague? Lorren inched back, engaging Valentina in casual conversation. From the very first tale I heard in my childhood, I vowed to become an angel by the side of the god of abundance. And that dream remains steadfast to this day. Valentina flicked the blood off her great sword and began to chant an incantation. Vines sprouting from her body until they enveloped her completely. The enchantment on your bullets is one of flesh-rending. It holds no power over me now. It was not merely Lorren who schemed against Valentina. She too was contemplating ways to counter him, her gaze fixed upon him. Can we reach an accord? I would endorse you as an angel and remain silent about the events that transpired here. I can swear to that. Lorren raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yet his index finger remained poised on the trigger, devoid of sincerity. Since the moment I slew those scarecrows, I have had no retreat. I shall not allow anyone to walk away alive, nor will I ever relinquish the power of choice to another. This, too, was the allure of this game. Neither hero nor villain would act foolishly. Valentina understood that if Lorren were allowed to escape, he would spin the narrative to his advantage. And even a vow would not bind him, given his vast knowledge. Valentina lifted her great sword, but before it could descend, Lorren's bullet struck her face. The vines that had thwarted countless attacks from the outer goddess followers seemed to turn into mere tendrils upon contact with Lorren's bullet, which tore through them in an instant, successfully embedding itself in Valentina's skin. A barrage of bullets was unleashed, shattering the protective vines surrounding Valentina. And Lorren finally beheld her incredulous expression. Her face was riddled with bullets, a sight that would surely cause those with trypophobia to faint. Do you fancy the enchantment of demon slaying? As he spoke, Lorren swiftly loaded a new magazine, preparing for the next onslaught. Chapter 10. Scheming. Valentina attempted to extract the bullets lodged in her face, but the submachine gun's projectiles were small and deeply embedded. After considerable effort, she managed to dislodge a few, but the next wave of bullets was already upon her, forcing her to raise her great sword in defense. This time, however, Lorren aimed for her body. At the moment the bullets made contact, flames erupted from the impact site, engulfing Valentina in an inferno. And here comes the fire-burst enchantment. The vines shattered by the demon-slaying enchantment ignited at this moment, and Valentina screamed in agony, the pain of being set ablaze beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Yet Valentina refused to succumb. She quickly intoned the revered name of the god of abundance, and elemental forces began to coalesce around her. Suddenly, an illusion of thorns illuminated her form, repelling the flames that had consumed her, revealing her charred skin. Though a layer of her flesh had been seared away, and her visage was now marred, her gaze remained resolute. Almost immediately, roots sprouted from her legs, burrowing into the ground. As the roots delved deeper, a patch of her burned skin fell away, revealing newly formed flesh beneath. Third-tier magic, thorn armor, second-tier magic, rooting. Quite a bit of magic for a knight. But is it not a tad contemptuous to employ such mobility-reducing spells before an archer? Lorren named the spells Valentina had employed, exerting psychological pressure while swiftly reloading his weapon. You blasphemer, I now take solace in the fact that I plotted your demise before your true nature was revealed. It was indeed the right choice. Likewise, Lorren had recognized Valentina's true character from the outset. His words were merely intended to provoke her. The submachine gun spewed forth flames once more, instantly shredding the thorny illusion enveloping Valentina. This was yet another instance of the demon-slaying enchantment, but Lorren possessed two firearms. One bullet tore through Valentina's shield, while the other ravaged her flesh. The first projectile struck her face and exited through her neck. Valentina reacted swiftly, raising her arm to shield her head just before the bullet could tear through, but her arm was left in tatters. Reflective shield, Valentina roared, driving her great sword into the ground as a phantom shield materialized before her. The bullet ricocheted off the shield and hurtled back towards Lorren. Anticipating this, Lorren had already ceased firing during the skill-less wind-up phase and merely sidestepped slightly to evade the bullet, though several holes now adorned his cloak. That is a martial technique. The demon-slaying enchantment is of little use here. Skills that require vocal incantations are martial techniques, though some overly dramatic mages insist on announcing their spells. Earth Shatter. Valentina thrust her great sword forward, causing fissures to appear in the ground, and a shockwave erupted from the cracks. Lorren executed a roll to evade Valentina's assault, showcasing the confidence of a seasoned player, effortlessly responding to skills with a distinct wind-up. To this point, Lorren had yet to formally reveal his phasing abilities to Valentina. His true killing move remained in reserve. Seizing the moment, while Valentina's sword was still extended, Lorren hurled two smoke bombs at her feet. In the still air, the smoke quickly obscured their vision. Here, even shrouded in dense fog, Valentina's perception remained keen. She raised her great sword and swung towards Lorren's direction. The disparity in their strengths was vast, and she was confident that a successful strike would be fatal for him. Missed. When her strike met empty air, Valentina paused, almost losing her balance due to the momentum of her great sword, but fortunately, she had activated rooting beforehand. With her vision compromised, Valentina could not ascertain her surroundings, so she drove her great sword into the ground again, sending out a gust of wind that dispelled the fog, only for Lorren's cloak to suddenly envelop her face. But that was not the end. Before Valentina could react, she felt a dagger pierce her eye, causing her muscles to tense as she clamped down on the weapon. Is our difference so vast? Despite Lorren's desperate attempts to drive the dagger further in, It would not budge. Meanwhile, Valentina landed a punch squarely on Lorren's chest, leaving her no time to raise her great sword. The force of the blow sent Lorren hurtling backward, rolling several times upon the ground. The disparity in their strength was monumental. This outcome had been anticipated by Lorren. After all, Valentina was a late-game boss. Notably, even by the game's conclusion, she had yet to ascend to the status of an angel. Cough, cough. Lorren felt as if his insides were shattering, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still wore a victorious smile. What a madwoman. At this moment, Valentina had withdrawn the dagger, the black cloak inexplicably ensnaring her form, forcing her to tear a hole in it to maintain her line of sight. Only then did she see what lay beneath Lorren's cloak. Magazines nearly concealed his body, and notably, a ring of explosives was strapped around his waist, seemingly ready for a mutual destruction at any moment. Do you know why I favor wearing a black cloak? Watching Lorren struggle to rise, Valentina was struck by an ominous premonition. Because no matter how many runes I inscribe upon this cloak, others cannot see them. As soon as she finished speaking, Valentina witnessed a myriad of runes materializing upon the black cloak, symbols she recognized all too well, especially intertwined with the sigil of the god of abundance. O revered deity of abundance, you are the sovereign of life, the mother of all beings. The prosperity of the world is bestowed by you. Your benevolence nurtures all existence. In this moment, I present to you this devout follower of abundance. I beseech you to grant her your progeny in praise of bounty. Generally speaking, a sacrifice necessitates that the offering is unable to resist, unless the offering itself is a devoted believer of the sacrificial rite. What on earth are you doing? Lorren's words sent a chill of fear through Valentina, who could already feel her strength and magical energy being depleted, her abdomen gradually swelling. It is over, dear knight Valentina. Lorren brandished a folding knife, twirling it in his hand as he advanced towards Valentina, who was now pressed to the ground by her own burgeoning belly. The conclusion seemingly preordained. Heretic perish! In the instant that Lorren approached Valentina, barbs suddenly pierced her skin, transforming her into a prickly sphere, and Lorren was similarly impaled. However, the scene Valentina had envisioned did not materialize. Lorren merely stepped aside, revealing his unscathed form. Was this also part of your scheme? Valentina chuckled in relief as she beheld Lorren, untouched. Chapter 11. The Mouth of Pluto. The spikes continued to grow, ensnaring Lorren within. Yet he simply retreated a few paces to extricate himself, effortlessly dispelling Valentina's final act of defiance. Now, you should be utterly devoid of the capacity to struggle. Prepare to witness my performance. To Valentina's surprise, Lorren did not deliver a finishing blow, but instead turned towards the altar. Such a wealth of illicit materials. Opportunities like this are rare. Lorren surveyed the precious items atop the altar, viewing them as mere waste. While offerings to outer gods do not require overly intricate rituals, such simplicity suffices only for superficial sacrifices. To gain something of true significance, specific rites are essential. The Wailing Stone. Utilizing this as a base can enhance the efficacy of the ritual, particularly when the target is an evil deity or indeed an outer god. The god of greed is sufficiently sinister. Lorren kicked aside the black stone originally intended as the base and replaced it with the Wailing Stones at each of the altar's 6 corners, forming a perfect hexagram. Void crystals. These are artifacts not of this world, deeply intertwined with outer gods. Only by employing such items can one formally engage with them. A stone, its hue reminiscent of the starry sky and indescribable, was placed atop the altar, the largest of the Wailing Stones. The requirements for the other 4 materials were not overly stringent. I shall seek the eggs of sandworms, the tentacles of abyssal octopuses, the shed skin of food elephants, and the teeth of dragons. Truly, this nobility is extravagant. After arranging the 4 materials, only the lowest position remained empty, until Lorren forcefully severed his own arm and placed it upon the Wailing Stone. The blood that flowed was not wasted. Lorren promptly used prepared ropes and gunpowder to staunch the bleeding, then dipped the flowing blood to complete the runes on the altar. This series of actions left Valentina's scalp prickling. What terrified her most was that Lorren had not killed her. She was certain that, given Lorren's meticulous nature, he would not engage in the trope of the villain falling to his own verbosity, unless she too was a sacrifice. As a seasoned player, Lorren had previously heightened his pain sensitivity for immersion. A severed arm was but a triviality to him. Standing before the altar, he allowed a portion of the treasures to spill over, pressing his hand against the void crystal. God of greed, Pluto, the void crystal connects us. I am Lorren, and I shall offer you the symbolic treasures of 4 creatures of avarice, along with my own flesh. I hereby forge a pact with you. Grant me your mouth. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens, ultimately alighting upon the void crystal, then began to spread, connecting the 6 wailing stone altars into a hexagram, ensnaring Lorren within. As the light column dissipated, all items placed upon the altar vanished, yet the beam of light remained, converging above Lorren's head before enveloping him in radiance. A great sword flew from afar, but was deflected before it could reach the altar. Valentina's final attack bore no fruit. When the brilliance faded, Lorren gazed at the palm of his remaining hand, where a black hole floated, continuously consuming the surrounding light. As Lorren clenched his fist, the black hole vanished, having consumed 50 points of his magical energy in mere moments. However, its effects were worth the expenditure. Apologies for the wait, Valentina. With only one arm remaining, Lorren was drenched in blood, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. For the first time, Valentina, who had aspired to be an angel since childhood, felt fear. Fear not, it shall soon be over. Lorren pressed his hand upon Valentina's head, causing her visage to contort as she was gradually drawn into the black hole, followed by her entire body. When Valentina had completely vanished, 10 seconds had elapsed, and Lorren's magical energy had diminished by 200 points. Garments lay strewn about, yet Valentina did not have the chance to emit a scream. Absorption successful. Strength 2, Stamina 3, Intelligence 2. Utilizing the mouth of Pluto to consume a being directly augments one's attributes, for only level advancement typically yields attribute points. After devouring Valentina, Lorren's attributes surged by 7 points, equivalent to a 7-level increase. Moreover, upon slaying Valentina, Lorren's level ascended to 14, with the reward for defeating a late-game boss proving bountiful, adding another 5 attribute points. Lorren opened his status panel. Name, Lorren. Level, 14. Strength, 9. Stamina, 21. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 16. Magic points, 4750-5190. Remaining attribute points, 5. Accessories, none. Blessings, breaking illusions, mouth of Pluto. Talents, awaiting unlock. A new section had appeared on the panel, a reward for surpassing level 10. Every 10 levels unlocks a talent. The available talents were numerous, such as skilled casting, which accelerates spell casting speed, or Master Blacksmith, which increases the success rate and quality of forging. Without hesitation, Lorren chose Sensitive Heart. This talent bore both advantages and disadvantages, significantly enhancing the holder's inspiration and perception, allowing them to sense danger, yet simultaneously increasing susceptibility to certain entities, raising the likelihood of contamination and greater susceptibility to others' emotions. Compared to the positive effects, these drawbacks seemed negligible. His reasoning was straightforward. This talent combined with the tower would yield a heightened perception akin to observation hockey. Had Abito possessed such insight, he would not have fallen victim to a mere cap. Furthermore, an increase in inspiration could prove beneficial for Lorren, who regularly interacted with outer gods. While he might be more easily tainted, communication with them would also become more feasible. Closing the panel, Lorren began to sift through the spoils of victory. He rummaged through Valentina's discarded garments, ultimately extracting a golden tarot card adorned with the image of a corpulent pope standing at a high vantage point, obscured against the light, rendering her features indistinguishable as she inscribed the word sin upon the visage of a gaunt figure. Tarot card, the High Priestess. Effect: reverses curses upon oneself or blessings upon others. Description: my sins are but justice, your purity is but filth. With the tarot card in hand, Lorren tucked the High Priestess in the tower into the inner pocket of his attire. He had secured the most vital item of this venture and saw no reason to linger further. As for the offerings originally intended for Pluto, Lorren decided to retain a portion for himself, reserving the remainder to silence certain individuals. Clutching his severed arm, Lorren trudged forth, for despite his resolve, he had lost a limb and bled profusely, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Even in this world, the treatment of amputation is exceedingly challenging. Thus many players, even upon acquiring the mouth of Pluto, remain incapacitated for extended periods. Nevertheless, the substantial augmentation of attribute points makes this sacrifice worthwhile, granting players a numerical superiority. However, Lorren need not worry about this, for one of the curses of the blood-weeping wedding ring is that the body can never heal itself. Yet, once this curse is reversed, the effect allows for self-healing of any part with a significantly accelerated rate. In just a few days, Lorren's arm will regrow. The tarot card, the Tower, is a favorite of the Master of Skills, while the Mouth of Pluto serves as a wheelchair. Lorren, being an adult, has the liberty to choose both. Chapter 12. a bountiful return. Your people have stolen our offerings and are in the midst of a sacrificial ritual. The escaped outer god worshippers fled with hope, believing they were doomed, only to witness a fierce altercation between two leaders of the cult of abundance, battling with fervor, one of whom appeared to be a follower of Pluto. Should the scarecrow guarding the entrance become aware of this, perhaps there might be a chance for survival. If the chaos escalates, it would provide a better opportunity for escape. Yet, before he could utter another word, a spear pierced his body, leaving him to watch helplessly as he was impaled like a hedgehog, unable to utter a single word. The master has decreed that escaped outer god worshippers are to be executed without mercy, and not a word is to be heeded. The scarecrows withdrew their spears, chanting incantations. As the corpses of the worshippers sank into the earth, followed by an explosive growth of wild grass at the site of the bodies, the others stood vigil, awaiting the emergence of Lorren and company. Surely, there must be more than one exit. After all, Lorren's aim is to acquire the tarot card, the High Priestess and the Mouth of Pluto, and having them stationed here is merely a pretext. As long as the key figures do not escape, all is well. The master has emerged. The moment Lorren stepped out, clutching his severed arm, he was immediately surrounded by the scarecrows, who unleashed a flurry of healing spells upon him. His arm quickly ceased bleeding, and the pallor of his face gradually regained its color. While most of the outer god worshippers perished, the Knight Valentina and several scarecrows also met their demise below. Fortunately, we successfully interrupted the ritual. The treasures intended for sacrifice lie beneath, and upon a cursory glance, the magical materials within are indeed lavish. For now, take me home, and then you may inventory the treasures and deliver them to my residence. Yes, master. Upon hearing Lorren's command, the remaining scarecrows felt a surge of excitement. Lorren's intent was clear. He knew the quantity of magical materials, hence they could not be touched, but the number of treasures remained uncertain, allowing them some leeway. Thus, the scarecrows refrained from inquiring why the items meant for the church were to be sent to his home. Lorren cared little for wealth, but he desired those materials, which could not simply be purchased with gold. Once delivered to his home, he intended to sift through them, using the remainder to silence others. With only one hand, Lorren could not ride a horse and had to settle for a cart. The scarecrow responsible for escorting Lorren home displayed no sorrow, being aware of the circumstances. He understood that others would wish to silence him, and he would not be left out. Master, we have arrived. By the time Lorren reached home, it was already past midnight, the blood-red moon hanging in the center of the sky. However, he noticed light streaming from the window, indicating that they were still awake, likely waiting for him. Thank you for your efforts. You may return to join the others. Lorren patted the scarecrow's shoulder and proceeded toward his front door. Several scarecrows remained stationed nearby, a precaution Lorren had suggested. This venture would undoubtedly draw the ire of the outer god worshippers, making it prudent to leave some behind to protect Nacris and the others. Standing before the familiar door, as Lorren inserted the key, he heard rustling sounds from within, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone tumbling. Upon pushing the door open, he found Anna sprawled on the floor, wearing an awkward smile as she gazed at him. However, when she saw Lorren's severed arm, her smile froze in an instant. Master! Nacris rushed to Lorren's side, her eyes darting between his severed arm and her own hands, feeling a wave of helplessness as tears streamed down her face, unable to assist Lorren in any way. It's all right, I'm fine. This was part of my plan. Lorren used his remaining arm to help Anna to her feet and gently wiped away Nacris's tears before continuing. Where's Mirror Heart? This time, Mirror Heart did not come to greet him. Ordinarily, she would be kneeling at the door for hours, lost in fantasies of being cherished. She is in your bedroom. You two should go to bed. Do not worry about me. The ring in Mirror Heart's possession can heal my severed arm. With Lorren's assurance, Nacris felt it inappropriate to linger further, while Anna reverted to her usual carefree demeanor, rummaging through the kitchen for food. Aren't you worried about the master? Given the circumstances, Nacris would surely struggle to sleep until Lorren's injuries were healed. The master's words are never misleading. If he says he is fine, then he is indeed fine. Despite this, Anna's pace of eating had noticeably slowed, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Lorren's bedroom. Master! Mirror Heart's voice, usually devoid of tone, was now imbued with weakness. Ordinarily, wearing the blood-weeping wedding ring for a day would not cause any issues unless one actively sought danger, much like Mirror Heart now, who lay in bed, the entire double bed soaked in blood, reaching out toward Lorren with all her strength. The blood-weeping wedding ring lay upon the nightstand. As Lorren picked it up, Mirror Heart regained her self-healing abilities within moments, rising expressionless and adjusting her blood-stained maid outfit. Simultaneously, Lorren felt a wave of relief wash over him. The pain from his injuries subsided, and even the sight of his severed arm began to itch, a sign of regrowth. What occurred? I was amusing myself here as usual, only to forget about the curse I bore, compounded by the roughness of the underwear I wore today, and here we are. Lorren's expression darkened. No wonder there was an occasional seafood smell in his room. He had thought it was Anna indulging in snacks. Rest assured, I was careful. My first time is still reserved for you. You should really be quiet. Lorren swiftly covered Mirror Heart's mouth, preventing her from uttering anything that might lead to the book being censored. After obtaining the ring, Lorren did not hastily put it on, while accessories occupied designated slots. They need not be worn in their corresponding positions. Even if the ring were tucked into his pocket, it would still occupy the ring slot. Each individual has a limit to the number of accessories they can carry. For instance, the limit for rings is 10, while necklaces are restricted to 1. Otherwise, donning a plethora of inexpensive rings for strength could easily result in dispatching an angel with a single blow. After a long night, Lorren was fatigued, yet his room was evidently uninhabitable, leaving him no choice but to wait for Mirror Heart to clean up. Forget it. I suppose I will squeeze in with knackers tonight. Chapter 13. The King's Invitation. Good morning, Master. Lorren groggily opened his eyes to find Mirror Heart perched atop him. What on earth are you doing? In over 20 years of his previous life and 12 years since his reincarnation, this was Lorren's first encounter with such a scenario, facing outer gods with unwavering composure. Lorren was now genuinely flustered. May I be released? I need to use the restroom. You can simply do so. I've always had this capability. Lorren hesitated, but Mirror Heart made a shushing gesture. You wouldn't want knackers to see you in this state, would you? Inexplicably, Lorren felt a surge of humiliation. How could the plot of this story have reached such a point? Ultimately, he could only turn his head aside, allowing Mirror Heart to take control. I'm sorry, Master. After enduring for so many years, I can bear it no longer. I have a foreboding that our tranquil life will be shattered, and to avoid any regrets. You may punish me as you see fit afterward. In a short span, Lorren contemplated the 10 most excruciating tortures and realized that, for Mirror Heart, they would be considered rewards. Nevertheless, you are correct. Despite the significant increase in Lorren's strength, he found himself unable to escape the grasp of Mirror Heart, whose power exceeded that of an ordinary person only marginally. It was merely an unspoken understanding. When Akalis awoke, she found herself alone, with only a trace of blood left behind, which instantly sent her into a panic. Master, Akalis exclaimed, hurriedly rushing outside, where she spotted Lorren by the dining table. After just one night, half of his arm had regrown. It seemed likely that by the next day, his severed limb would be fully restored. Upon seeing that Lorren was unharmed, Akalis let out a sigh of relief, her pace slowing as she sat beside him. Master, what is the meaning of the blood on the bed? Has your wound reopened? Mentioning this caused Lorren to choke momentarily. It was far too humiliating. In truth, he could have fled by utilizing his phasing ability, but he felt that running away would be even more disgraceful. It is nothing. Before Lorren could concoct an excuse, a knock at the door interrupted him, prompting a sigh of relief. I will go answer it. He truly had no idea how to explain to Akalis. Should he tell her that her beloved father was assaulted right beside her while she slept? Master, as expected, the visitors were from the church, though they were not the same group as yesterday. The leader, like Valentina, revealed his face to signify his distinguished status. Lorren did not recognize him. He was not among those who had accompanied Lorren the previous day. Subsequently, Lorren traced the symbol of the god of abundance over his chest, equivalent to bowing to the man before him. At the same time, Lorren noticed the treasures that the remaining followers of the outer god had sent over. Your contributions to the church have not gone unnoticed by us and His Majesty, who wishes to invite you to the royal capital, hoping you will honor us with your presence. Very well, I shall certainly attend. The visitor was not there to hold Lorren accountable. They had no reason to do so. As an important figure within the church, it was entirely reasonable for Lorren to conduct research on offerings to the outer gods without prior approval. They were merely there to remind Lorren not to hoard everything, though he had never intended to do so. In fact, they could have taken a portion directly, but doing so would only offend Lorren. Allowing Lorren to deliver it to them personally would strengthen their relationship. When you are ready, please contact the church, and we will arrange your transportation. After saying this, the scarecrow prepared to leave, leaving a large sack of treasures at Lorren's doorstep. Wait, these ordinary gold coins hold no research value. Please take them back. Lorren handed a small bag of gold to the scarecrow, while Akalis stood behind Lorren, sensing the filth of adulthood. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lorren closed the door just as Anna emerged. He then announced, let's pack our things. Once my arm is healed, we shall depart for the royal capital. You haven't strayed too far from here, have you? Are we going out for a trip? Upon hearing this news, Anna leaped down from the second floor, landing gracefully like a cat, brushing off the dust from her hands. Lorren playfully swatted her hand as she reached for food. Go wash your hands. Compared to the excited Anna, Nikalis appeared somewhat disheartened, clutching her own arm and reluctant to leave the place she had called home for 12 years. Yet she understood the importance of priorities. What Lorren intended to do was not wrong, and he had proven this once again yesterday. The two witches had been raised by Lorren like canaries, rarely venturing outside. Their identities as witches placed them perpetually in danger. Lorren did not expect them to achieve much. After nurturing them for so long, he had come to regard them as his own children, only wanting them to live well. The king's invitation was merely a minor subplot. Everything else was as usual. After dinner, Anna and Nikalis practiced their instruments at home. As a musician, it was natural for Lorren to teach the children a bit about music. Moreover, he was not without purpose. Just as the name of the game, Final Melody, suggests, many aspects of the game were intricately linked to music, including a boss character who mandated that speech must rhyme, or else face instant death. Nikalis played the violin with exquisite grace, producing melodies that were equally beautiful. Anna, typically lazy, played the piano with impressive ease, but after a short while, she grew bored and left, viewing music merely as a pastime. Lorren never pressured them to do anything. Nikalis worked hard solely to avoid disappointing him. Most of the time, they were learning combat skills, which had fewer restrictions than magic and aligned more closely with Anna's unique abilities. Mirror Heart, do you play any instruments? Having followed Master for so long, he must have taught you something, right? Anna lounged on the sofa, her legs draped over its backrest, exuding an air of ennui. I wish to learn the flute, but alas, my master refuses to teach me. Is that so? I could ask Master to teach me the flute and then teach you afterward. He dotes on me the most. Observing Anna's innocent demeanor, Mirror Heart ultimately halted Anna, who was about to seek out Lorren. Meanwhile, Lorren continued to inspect his spoils. Money held little significance for him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the most renowned musicians in the world, and his fame extended beyond the ears of the followers of the God of Abundance, reaching even the devotees of the God of Light and Fire on the other side of the ocean. What Lorren sought were magical materials, yet even among those, he did not keep everything, selecting only what he might need and what was difficult to procure with money. Once he had organized everything, Lorren began making preparations for his journey to the royal capital. This trip could not be in vain. The kingdom of Girdland, where Lorren resided, was merely a small nation compared to others, and the primary reason Lorren remained here was the abundance of opportunities, especially with the presence of numerous followers of the outer gods. Chapter 14, The Journey. Anna, we are going on a trip, not fleeing. There's no need to bring so much. Mirror Heart, if you dare to bring those items, I implore you not to, Lorren said, having contemplated for a long time how to threaten Mirror Heart. Even if he were to confront her, it would only excite her further, ultimately leading Lorren to take a step back. The ever-reliable Nikalis only packed some clothing and necessities, already seated in the carriage, waiting for the others. But you brought so many guns and bullets, haven't you? We are going on a trip, not to war. Anna protested, reluctant to part with her sack of snacks. Lorren did not respond with the typical parental irritation. Instead, he gently patted Anna's head, imparting some life wisdom. As the old saying goes, while neighbors store grain, I stockpile arms. My neighbors are my granaries. As long as one has weapons, food is abundant. Anna was somewhat perplexed, but did not resist Lorren too harshly. After imparting this lesson, he allowed her to keep the snacks. Let us set off. Once all the luggage was loaded onto the carriage, Lorren exchanged a word with the church member driving it, prompting the carriage to begin its journey. The carriage was spacious enough to accommodate Lorren and the others, along with their belongings, and it was pulled not by horses, but by some kind of magical beast. Only now did Lorren begin to feel a hint of the fantastical, whereas most of the time, this game felt akin to a horror experience. On either side of the carriage stood scarecrows and knights, capable of both physical and magical combat, sufficient to face most situations. Few in the entire kingdom enjoyed such privileges. Why does His Majesty seek you? Nikalis inquired, voicing her confusion. Because I'm dealing with the cultists of the outer gods. But the kingdom's high-ranking officials are closely intertwined with these entities, and my actions threaten their interests, Lorren replied candidly, unperturbed by the presence of others. Instinctively, the scarecrows flanked him, widening the distance. There was nothing to conceal. Knowing this much bolstered Lorren's confidence. If that is the case, does our journey forebode peril? As she spoke, Nikalis arrived at her own conclusion. If it truly were a matter of great danger, Lorren would likely not have included them. Having traveled only a short distance, Anna felt weariness wash over her and rested her head upon Lorren's lap. He gently stroked her hair and continued, "Not at all. The king would not dare to harm me. A normal person would seek death knowing this much, but I am a public figure. My identity is known worldwide. If I wished to disseminate information, it would be a simple task." It is worth mentioning that Lorren's pen name was Luociani. Initially, he intended to conceal his identity to avoid drawing attention, well aware of the adage that a common man suffers for possessing treasure. However, after entangling himself with the church and acquiring a certain degree of power, he decided to reveal his true name. The outer gods were the common enemy of all. Their devotees were often associated with anti-human sentiments. Should other nations learn of the Godland kingdom's connections with the outer gods, the news would spread swiftly, and the capital would likely fall within a day. As long as I do not cross their bottom line, they must accommodate me. Nakalis nodded, fully aware of what that bottom line entailed. The witch. At that moment, a twinge of guilt arose within her. She felt as though she were a burden to Lorren. Yet, Lorren remained unfazed by her sentiment. Nakalis vowed to protect him at any cost. The journey to the capital by carriage would take merely half a day. For Godland Kingdom was not vast. In this brief time, they had already left behind the familiar small town, and for Nakalis, it was her first glimpse of the world beyond. She gazed out the window, contemplating how she might assist Lorren. Her reflection smiled back at her from the glass. But this time she was not frightened as she had been in the past. With her resolve strengthened, she sensed a shift in her mindset. After traversing this world for so long, Lorren had grown accustomed to life without a mobile phone. He waved his hand through the mist of thoughts and opened a book to read. The novels of this world followed the age-old tropes of knights and princesses. Initially, Lorren considered replicating these tales, but found it simpler to compose songs, as it at least related to his expertise, and music held a prominent place in this realm. Although he could not compose or sing, he was proficient in playing instruments. Lorren perused a tome of magic, which contained spells from the pantheon of the god of abundance. The church deliberately restricted the power of mages, even their own. Thus, the spells inscribed were intricate, with even the simplest of bindings proving challenging. Consequently, Lorren endeavored to refine the magic as best he could. Learning magic in reality was far more arduous than in games. Master, Nakalis began to speak. But suddenly the carriage came to a halt, causing her to lurch against Lorren. Fortunately, he caught her just in time. What has happened? The route had been predetermined, and such an abrupt stop was unexpected. Lorren opened the door to inquire with a nearby scarecrow. "Someone is blocking our way." The scarecrow gestured ahead, where a group of emaciated individuals knelt, some clutching children. "Please, kind sir, grant us some food." They cried in unison, a plea they had made many times before. "Master, are they refugees?" Nakalis had intended to ask this very question, but had been interrupted by the abrupt stop. From within the carriage, she had already noticed their presence. Not only those blocking the road, but also those lining the streets appeared equally frail. "No, they are merely ordinary devotees of the god of abundance." The scarecrow apologized, assuring Lorren he would handle the matter. Nakalis pressed on. "But isn't the god of abundance supposed to ensure eternal harvests? There should be a surplus of food." In her memory, the followers of the god of abundance never suffered from hunger. If the deity willed it, producing a harvest every day would be a trivial matter. Neighboring nations relied on food imports to survive, while Godland was a major exporter. If truly there were no concerns over sustenance, who would worship the god of abundance? Only by keeping people teetering on the brink of death, relying on faith to survive, could their devotion be most sincere. Godland has exported nearly all its food. The remaining fraction is hoarded in the granaries of the nobility. The town we just left was situated at the edge of the kingdom, serving as a conduit for food exports. Ensuring people are well-fed fosters stability and prevents such occurrences. This truly represents Godland. Famished individuals would attempt to seek assistance from passing nobles. To demonstrate their benevolence, would generally spare some food, enough to provide them with a little peace for the night. Chapter 15, The Capital. Lorren spoke without reservation, and his words reached not only the scarecrow, but also the ordinary people kneeling along the roadside. They were now quite close to the capital, where Lorren sought certain items. Observing the hungry masses surrounding him, Lorren's plan crystallized in his mind. His earlier remarks were not solely directed at Nakalis. "Let's distribute some food to them." Lorren approached the leading scarecrow and voiced his intention. To him, a small amount of food was inconsequential. Giving it away was of little concern, especially as he harbored deeper schemes. However, the scarecrow expressed dissatisfaction with this decision. "It is precisely because you grant food that such blockades occur. Only by instilling fear in them can we prevent this from happening again. Upon uttering this, many filled with resentment turned their glares toward the scarecrow. Yet he merely shot them a disapproving look, causing them to avert their eyes. Lorren found their animosity quite satisfactory. The scarecrow made a valid point, but it bore no relevance to Lorren. I shall give you all my snacks. Just as Lorren was negotiating with the scarecrow, Anna suddenly thrust a sack of food into the hands of a small girl at the roadside. In an instant, countless green-eyed gazes fixated on her, and Anna realized the implications of her actions, beginning to question whether she had erred. Madness is the very essence of this world, Lorren mused. Ultimately, he too distributed some food, and as he and his companions departed, the crowd began to scramble for the provisions. It was only the local church that intervened, restoring order and distributing the food. Yet even as the church appeared benevolent and fair, Lorren's earlier words had already sown seeds of hatred within their hearts. Amidst the chaos, a literate individual discovered a note among the food, inscribed with a single line, "The god of hatred, Lygus." Upon uttering this name, he felt as though something was watching him. The god of hatred was an outer god, and most deities associated with emotions were similarly of the outer realms. What the outer gods sought was not profit. Lorren's offering to the god of greed merely served to showcase his own avarice. As long as one harbored intense hatred, they could receive Lygus's blessings, for the emotion of hatred was the finest offering. Lorren had unveiled a glimpse of the divine realm to them, and they had garnered power. What they would do next was all too clear. Even without Lorren's words, they could sense the injustice. After all the toil, they could not retain even a tenth of what they had sown. Lorren's remarks were merely more forthright. However, the ultimate choice lay still with them. Lorren merely offered them an option they had previously lacked. Witnessing the recent scene, Nicalis and Anna felt their spirits dampen. Lorren observed them closely. Such is the world. In the eyes of the divine, ordinary people are but mere numbers. Yet, thankfully, we have the power to change all of this someday. If the gods so wished, they could effortlessly create a utopia. Even without the gods, the god of abundance and the god of pestilence could collaborate to fashion a world devoid of hunger and disease. It will be a simple endeavor. The main storyline of the endgame revolves around the slaying of gods, while the outer deities serve merely as a backdrop. Vanquishing the gods equates to completing the game. Naturally, how one plays is a matter of personal choice. One may even serve as a lackey to the gods during gameplay. However, for the sake of Nicalis and the others, Lorren found himself instinctively positioned against the divine. I believe in you, Nicalis smiled. Perhaps only Lorren could genuinely fulfill this promise. The journey ahead encountered no further complications, and the group arrived at the royal capital without incident. Entering the capital required meticulous searches, and many were halted at the gates, yet Lorren and his companions gained entry with remarkable ease. Some were turned away for carrying kitchen knives, while Lorren, with a box of enchanted bullets, entered without hindrance. During the 2 days of waiting for his arm to heal, Lorren had not forgotten to continue enchanting bullets. "We have arrived, esteemed mentor, please disembark." As Lorren stepped down, representatives appointed by the king greeted them to escort them to the palace. The king had long prepared special guest quarters for Lorren and his companions, a privilege that many high nobles lacked, reserved only for dignitaries from other powerful nations. "Thank you." After alighting, Lorren made a gesture depicting the symbol of the god of abundance, acknowledging the king's representative. Previously, Lorren had planted the seeds of animosity, so now he sought to appear as amicable as possible, lest he provoke someone into confrontation on the streets. "His Majesty is currently occupied. He will join us at the banquet later. Your music is essential. Without it, even the most lavish feast would be rendered dull." As the servant conversed with Lorren, they proceeded, and upon entering the palace, all the attendants lined up to bow solemnly before Lorren. Naturally, one does not strike a smiling face. Since the invitation to the palace, the king had been extending goodwill toward Lorren, and Lorren, in turn, would not squander this kindness. Despite knowing the king was no paragon of virtue, the servant led Lorren to the door of his chamber and opened it. After the other attendants placed Lorren's luggage down, he retrieved a small pouch of gold coins from his pocket and handed it to the servant. "Thank you for your assistance. This is your due reward. However, we are accustomed to managing ourselves and require little care. Thank you for your generosity." The servant accepted the pouch. While tipping was customary, such a sum was unusual. Having reached this position, his ability to read the room was astute, and he immediately grasped Lorren's intent. "The esteemed mentor wishes to avoid excessive disturbances," the servant remarked, distributing the coins to his fellows. "Everyone, please tend to other matters." Once they departed, Jingxin finally spoke, knowing Lorren did not act without purpose. His willingness to distribute wealth indicated he had a specific goal. Do you have a plan? The Royal Academy of Magic in Gedilon possesses something I desire, which will aid my future endeavors. Hence, I intend to incite a bit of chaos. As Lorren spoke, a smile graced his lips, suggesting he had everything under control. The coins I distribute bear the name of the god of hatred. Anyone who sees this name will attract the attention of the god of hatred, perhaps even receive power from him. While Lorren conversed with Jingxin, Nakalis listened intently, whereas Anna quietly sat by the window, gazing below. It was the first time she had not clamored for food. Fortunately, the common folk in the capital were not starving. Noticing her concern for these people, Lorren approached her and comforted. This is the capital, the visage of a kingdom. Ensuring the common folk are fed is not a daunting task. Yet, many are unwilling to pay even this meager price. Chapter 16. The Cat Enthusiast. Anna remained silent, still observing below. Although the citizens of the capital were not in dire straits, their lives were hardly enviable. Everyone was busily engaged in labor far beyond their physical limits. Anna noticed a frail man struggling under a sack larger than himself. Thinking about this is futile. Let's go procure some food. Anna suddenly embraced Lorren, realizing just how well he had protected her in a world so harsh for ordinary people. In a place where even the common folk struggled so greatly, Lorren had managed to care for the two witches so well. Let us go. Lorren lifted Anna into his arms, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in his chest. The streets of the capital were bustling with stalls, far more prosperous than the small town Lorren had once inhabited. The sounds of vendors filling the air. The worldview of this realm was quite peculiar, a blend of Eastern and Western elements, modern and ancient. It was, after all, a fictional world, and no one had been overly concerned about such details. Even the followers of the god of night and thunder had access to electricity. Tempted by the array of delicacies, Anna's spirits began to lift. Regardless of what the future held, one must not waste the food at hand. Lorren and his companions strolled for quite some time, until the sun began to set, and the royal ball was soon to commence, prompting Lorren to begin their return. As they approached the palace, Anna suddenly tugged at Lorren's sleeve. Esteemed mentor, could you save that little bird? Following Anna's pointing finger, Lorren beheld a black cat tormenting a nightingale by the roadside. The black cat pinned the nightingale beneath its paw, releasing it momentarily, only to strike it back down just as it attempted to take flight, relishing in its desperate struggles. A crowd had gathered, lauding the black cat's agility while disregarding the nightingale's cries, their laughter unsettling. Once more, the black cat released its grip, but this time, the nightingale had lost its ability to fly, limping away from its tormentor. As the black cat lunged again, a stone came hurtling through the air, landing before it, startling the creature as Lorren had casually imbued a bit of power into the projectile. Lorren harbored no affection for cats. During his previous life as a wildlife protector, cats had often caused him trouble. With more than one wild animal, he had painstakingly rescued falling victim to feline predation. Once, a group of college students had thrown a cat into Lorren's sanctuary, resulting in the tragic demise of a nest of owlets he had just saved. Lorren had only tracked them down through social media after they had been preening themselves for their supposed kindness. Had they not flaunted their supposed altruism, he might never have found them. The black cat, yowling, scampered back to its owner, a lavishly dressed middle-aged woman. She walked in high-heeled shoes, and Lorren could almost hear them wailing. She resembled a thick layer of viscous yogurt poured into a cup, her ample figure threatening to spill over at any moment. She approached Lorren, seizing his collar, her eyes brimming with a pronounced sense of superiority. If she were to lose her memory one day, she would likely only recall slurs against the country folk. Lorren glanced down at her heels, feeling an urge to inquire about the shop that crafted them. Should he ever wish to manufacture an aircraft, he would have a lead on materials for the landing gear. Do you know how much my little female cat is worth? A purebred. Someone like you, a peasant, would never see such wealth in a lifetime. She was not initially concerned about her cat. Rather, she emphasized its great monetary value. And what are you? Do not touch my clothing. It is quite expensive, and you cannot afford to compensate me. Lorren effortlessly pried the woman's hand away, bending down to cradle the injured nightingale, completely disregarding her presence. I am Simona, a professor at the Royal Academy of Magic in Gedderland. My husband is on the guest list for the ball hosted by the king today, and even that esteemed mentor will be attending. Upon hearing Simona's words, Lorren, who was examining the nightingale's injuries, suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, surprised that he would encounter such a situation himself. He exerted considerable effort to suppress his amusement. Esteemed mentor, Anna grasped Lorren's arm, feeling a pang of guilt at the thought that her request might lead to trouble for him. Upon hearing Anna's address, Simona was struck by a foreboding sense of dread. Many novels feature a plot wherein noble insults a beggar, only to discover that the beggar is a prince, resulting in the noble's downfall. Simona began to contemplate the likelihood of such a scenario occurring in reality. She scanned the individuals surrounding Lorren, noting that none appeared ordinary. Indeed, in the next moment, Lorren affectionately stroked Anna's hair and spoke as if they were the only two present. "Anna, remember, here you need not fear any ruffian, for you are the most formidable of them all." Having said this, Lorren turned to face Simona, removing the hood of his black robe. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lorren, a rather unremarkable composer." Upon hearing Simona's name, Lorren recalled her. She had made an appearance in the game, merely a supporting character. Hardly even a minor one, yet she left a lasting impression on him. This was due to her brazen betrayal of her country during the conflict between Getterland and the neighboring kingdom of Bartholomew, which worshipped the god of plague. Even when victory seemed assured, her treachery had brought Getterland to ruin. If that were all, Lorren might not have found her so memorable. Many had betrayed their countries once war broke out, and nobles fled with alarming speed. What truly disgusted Lorren were her other actions. Not only did she embrace the enemy forces, despite being reviled, but she also seduced her students to become playthings for the adversaries. The most revolting aspect was that when the god of abundance ultimately triumphed, she became a celebrated figure, admired by many women, which led her to appear on the infamous list of the ultimate songs. In Lorren's eyes, Simona had already been sentenced to death. He merely hoped her demise would not be too swift. Recognizing the shift in atmosphere, those who had previously sided with Simona began to denounce her in unison. And even Simona herself trembled. She was wicked, not foolish, and despite the possibility that the person before her might not be the true Lorren, she dared not take the risk, resolving instead to seek revenge later. "My garments are crafted from high-quality materials, fireproof and waterproof. It is entirely reasonable for them to be worth 200 gold coins. Many of my inspirations for songs derive from this nightingale. Its value is incalculable. However, I am a magnanimous person. How you treat me is of little consequence. Yet, this black robe holds symbolic significance, adorned with the runes of the god of abundance. Akin to an altar, and you have ruined my attire." The underlying implication of her words was unmistakable, attempting to accuse Simona of sacrilege. Before Lorren could finish speaking, Simona began to scream frantically, hurling the cat to the ground, her sturdy high heels striking the cat's head. "Damn stray cat. How dare you scratch the nightingale of the esteemed mentor?" This was Lorren's first visceral encounter with the brutality of war. Both Anna and Nicholas covered their eyes in horror. "Isn't this your cat? This is a stray." "Hush," Lorren interrupted Simona, who was about to continue her defense. "Take it up with the king. It's disgusting." After that, Lorren did not spare Simona another glance, making his way toward the palace. Every guest entering would undergo meticulous scrutiny, with invitations and lists thoroughly checked. Yet when Lorren approached, the gatekeeper suddenly became exceedingly respectful, forgoing the examination of his invitation while bowing solemnly. Witnessing this scene, Simona's heart sank. Chapter 17, The Ball. Esteemed mentor, greetings. Greetings. May the god of abundance bless you. Every individual who encountered Lorren felt compelled to greet him, with even the music at the ball being composed by Lorren, which left him somewhat fatigued. Jingxin and Nicholas remained at his side. While Anna had already pounced on the refreshments, her manner of eating rather unrefined. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have been ridiculed. However, as she belonged to Lorren, everyone conveniently ignored Anna, even dispatching a maid to attend to her. This was Nicholas's first visit to such a venue, and she felt somewhat out of place, standing behind Lorren. After conversing with everyone present, Lorren finally had a moment to spare and decided to take Nicholas to sample the delicacies prepared by the king. Following closely behind Lorren, Nicholas's fingers alternated between being open and clenched, reflecting her inner turmoil. After taking several deep breaths, Nicholas summoned the courage to grasp Lorren's hand from behind. He instinctively tightened his grip, feeling the familiar warmth, granting Nicholas a sense of reassurance in this unfamiliar setting. Unlike before, Nicholas placed her other hand on her chest, feeling her heartbeat, which had quickened significantly. "What is happening to me?" Nicholas then cupped her hand over her face, noting that even her cheeks felt warmer than usual. "What is it?" Lorren, ever attentive, quickly sensed that something was amiss with Nicholas and placed his hand on the other side of her face. As time passed, Lorren felt her temperature rising, and concern began to set in. "Are you unwell?" After a moment of hesitation, Nicholas nodded. "Esteemed mentor, my face is so hot, and my heartbeat is racing." Upon hearing Nicholas's words, Lorren placed his hand over her heart. Due to Nicholas's physique, he could directly feel the rapid thumping. Yet this action seemed to ignite the engine of a race car, her heartbeat crescendoing into a thunderous roar. Isn't it said that witches are not easily afflicted by illness? Lorren mused internally while pressing down a bit harder. Ahem, I think I may know what the issue is. Jingxin suddenly cleared her throat, drawing Lorren's attention. That's splendid. You should take Nicholas back to rest. Before he could finish speaking, Lorren noticed a man approaching them. The man was frail, dressed scantily, with a look of weakness, swaying as he walked. Particularly striking was a plum blossom tattoo beneath his neck, which Lorren instantly recognized. A follower of the god of plague. Unlike the followers of the god of abundance, who wore plant symbols, the plum blossom on the follower of the god of plague was not merely a decoration, but a symptom of the disease. Esteemed mentor, get lost. Lorren cut him off before he could speak, attempting to shoo him away. Followers of the god of plague had a certain reputation. Witches were unable to incite wicked thoughts in others, ensuring that throughout the ball, no one paid any attention to Anna or Nicholas, and Jingxin, being Lorren's maid, was unlikely to attract any foolish advances. Thus, the man's presence could only signify one intent. Do not be so fierce. I merely wish to invite you to spend some time with me. Trust me, I possess countless methods to ensure your demise here without anyone suspecting me. Lorren harbored a deep disdain for all righteous deities, yet for the sake of personal gain, he did not mind professing faith in some deity. But his loathing for the god of plague and its followers was unparalleled, prompting him to confront the man openly. The god of plague could suppress all ailments. Thus, its followers were unaffected by disease, allowing them to indulge without restraint, making this venue predominantly populated by men seeking pleasure. It was not because this place was renowned for producing such individuals, but rather because the lack of concern for illness drew them in. This is not the primary reason. The plague zealots would employ pestilence and viruses as weapons in warfare, indifferent to the costs, embodying the very worst of humanity. Upon realizing the man's nefarious intentions, Jingxin promptly clutched Lorren's arm, asserting her claim and simultaneously highlighting Lorren's preferences. Witnessing the close proximity between Jingxin and Lorren, Nicholas felt a pang of unease within her, uncertain of the cause of her disquietude. Despite frequently sharing a bed, the mere physical contact now elicited such a profound reaction from Nicholas. Aware that the man had no intention of departing, Lorren decided to send Nicholas away first, feeling a sense of foreboding in the presence of the plague god's adherent. You should return to your chambers and check on the nightingale we rescued earlier, he suggested. Very well. Seizing the opportunity to distance Jingxin from Lorren, Nicholas took her hand and led her away. Lorren, meanwhile, retrieved a firearm concealed within his dark cloak, aiming it at the adherent of the plague god, indicating his capability to eliminate him, even amidst the festivities. Thus, the plague zealot finally departed. Lorren was taken aback by the unexpected attendance of individuals affiliated with the plague god at this ball. Casting a glance at the king, who was engaged in conversation, he harbored doubts about the king's integrity. The king, sensing Lorren's scrutiny, promptly concluded his discussion and approached Lorren. The king of the small nation held little authority. The kingdom of Gedlon, though labeled as a kingdom, was scarcely larger than a province, even the smallest one. Notably, the king was overshadowed by a church, rendering royal power and divine authority incomparable. The church could easily orchestrate a change in monarchy with but a vote. Might I request a performance from you, esteemed mentor? The king inquired. Lorren did not respond, but instead posed a counter-question. How is it that adherents of the plague god are permitted to attend the ball? Instinctively, the king sought to explain himself, but was again interrupted by Lorren. Listen, do not be deceived by his apparent frailty. He likely harbors a dozen ailments. Safeguarded by the plague, God's blessing. While he may appear unharmed, it does not mean the plague is non-contagious. The utilization of disease is a tactic employed by those plague zealots to wage war. He might be fine, but should you contract the plague, you would perish within days, and I would be powerless to assist you. Would you truly forsake your life to convert to the worship of the plague god? Such an alarming accusation left the king visibly shaken. Deities indeed possess means to control their followers. The plague is a method by which the plague god governs his adherents. Should they lose faith, those forsaken by divine protection would swiftly succumb to illness. Conversely, the god of abundance lacks such control over his followers, relying solely on the church. Thus, the church's obsession with faith management is extreme. Lorren's accusation could genuinely threaten the king's life. He is a noble of the kingdom of Bartholomew, with whom we conduct business. Much of our grain is exported through his channels. You would do well to truly understand the implications of your actions. The fundamental reason behind Lorren's sentiments was simple. He detested these individuals, finding them devoid of humanity, even by his own moral standards. After conveying this to the king, Lorren approached the orchestra, skillfully taking a violin from one of the musicians and playing with remarkable finesse. Chapter 18. The Transaction. The enchanting strains of Lorren's violin quickly captured the attention of all present. Perhaps it was a genuine appreciation for music, or perhaps mere flattery. The nobles ceased their activities to indulge in Lorren's performance. As the piece concluded, Lorren surveyed the crowd before playing once more. At that moment, the curtain rose. The unique melody of the harbinger's violin was flawlessly replicated in Lorren's hands, as if he had merged with the music itself. Even if the nobles lacked an understanding of music, their hearts stirred in response to Lorren's playing. Amidst this, the man devoted to the plague god continued his brazen behavior, making advances toward other men, yet the others remained largely unresponsive. Such actions carried an unmistakable air of offense, far beyond the capabilities of mere logistical maneuvers. However, Lorren soon conceived an idea, a smile gracing his lips. He was aware that many in the Gedlon kingdom were adherents of the god of greed, driven solely by self-interest. The reigning king, now over 120 years old, was no ordinary individual, given the world's current medical standards and living conditions. Reaching 80 years is already considered a longevity, yet the king exhibited little sign of decline, leading Lorren to suspect he had engaged in dealings with the god of greed. The god of plague offers a blessing that staves off aging as if it were a disease, causing many to convert to the worship of the plague god in their twilight years. While ordinary individuals may be easily constrained, those in positions of power often are not. Gaining longevity from the god of greed is relatively straightforward. One need only offer a living soul, though the cost escalates with each transaction. The first might require the sacrifice of a single youth for an additional year of life, but as the need grows, so too does the price, potentially requiring hundreds in later stages, a burden the aging king could evidently no longer afford. Lives may be deemed worthless, yet the accumulation of many such lives can yield dire consequences. Upon finishing the piece, Lorren bowed, his mind racing with thoughts. Esteemed mentor, seeing is believing. Today I have come to truly appreciate the depth of your musical prowess. Dismissing the flattery, Lorren raised a hand to halt the king's praise. I know what you seek from the plague god. The king was startled by Lorren's words, already contemplating the sacrifices he might make to silence him. In the next moment, he would not hesitate to offer the princess as a maidservant if that were the price. As for taking action against Lorren, the king had never entertained such a notion. Lorren had been renowned for over a decade, his vast knowledge and cautious demeanor well known to the king. He feared that should he attempt to assassinate Lorren, angels would be at his door before dawn. What is it that you desire? With Lorren initiating the conversation, it was clear he intended to strike a deal. Otherwise, he could simply have the church handle the matter. I can provide what you seek. I have made strides in potion brewing. Mere longevity is a trivial matter. To dispel the king's concerns entirely, Lorren presented an irrefutable example. Over these years, have you noticed any changes in my age? Or do you believe a man in his 30s could possess such an extensive reservoir of knowledge? Lorren's sudden revelation about his potion brewing was not without purpose. He sought an item known as the tier of condensed wishes, which would guarantee success in potion crafting once a week, thus facilitating his pursuit of the tier. What do you desire? I will brew the potions. You will supply the materials and equipment. While this arrangement appeared to favor Lorren, the king felt a pang of discomfort. Only Lorren knew the materials required, and he alone could brew them, meaning whatever Lorren requested, the king was obliged to provide, with the success rate dictated by Lorren himself. Agreed. Ultimately, the king acquiesced, recognizing his need for Lorren's potion expertise, while also aware of the leverage Lorren held over him. Indeed, Lorren lacked concrete evidence. Yet the king could not withstand scrutiny. While ordinary denunciations posed no threat, the church would overlook such trivial matters. However, certain actions bore significant weight. If the informant were Lorren, the consequences would be vastly different. A fruitful collaboration. Lorren extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, the king grasped it. Following this, Lorren returned the instrument and found Anna in a corner, indulging in a grand feast, stuffing her cheeks with a cake the size of a human head. The little maidservant trembled nearby, acutely aware of Anna's distinguished status, fearful of intervening, yet anxious that Anna might face repercussions for overindulgence. How much has she consumed? Anna's mouth was still stuffed with food, and to prevent her from spraying it once more onto Lorren's face, Lorren opted to inquire with the maid standing nearby. The maid offered no verbal response, merely gesturing silently towards an adjacent empty table. Lorren recalled that just moments prior, while he had been playing the violin, there had been half a table laden with food. Stop eating, he said, extending his hands to gently grasp Anna's face. Her complexion was soft and tender, akin to that of fresh tofu, causing Lorren to hesitate in applying too much pressure, fearful of hurting her. However, Anna's physical constitution was undoubtedly stronger than Lorren's at that moment. While a witch may not gain weight, it does not imply that her stomach will not suffer. Your belly has grown quite round, he remarked. Consider it practice for bearing children in the future. Upon hearing this, the maid covered her mouth, casting a glance at Anna. Despite her mature figure, it was still evident that she retained a childlike essence. The maid quickly turned away, covering her ears, signaling that she had heard nothing and wished to avoid any involvement. Lorren, sensing the maid's thoughts, felt a twinge of exasperation and ultimately gave Anna a light rap on the head. Be quiet. Oh, Anna obediently closed her mouth, wiping a smear of cream from her lips before taking hold of Lorren's hand, inadvertently smearing the cream onto him, leaving it sticky. Just as Lorren was about to express his irritation, he was met by her sparkling, doe-like eyes, which softened his anger by half. He silently held her hand, intending to leave. At the ball, Lorren had encountered various notable figures, thus fulfilling his obligation to the king. He planned to request a list from the king and depart, intending to send gifts to those of worth the following day. Master, a flustered man suddenly stepped in front of him as Lorren prepared to leave. Lorren had not seen him at the start of the ball, indicating that he had not yet attained the rank to meet Lorren. My wife is named Simona, and she... I'm sorry, but I don't recall. I must leave now to check on my nightingale. If something has happened to it, I would be greatly saddened. With that, Lorren departed. Though he professed to have no memory of Simona, his deliberate mention of the nightingale indicated that he not only remembered, but did so clearly. Lorren did not explicitly state his intentions regarding them. Yet it was this very uncertainty that tormented. The dread of the guillotine's shadow looming overhead is far more harrowing than its descent. Chapter 19. Mirror Heart. Your filial piety has become distorted. Mirror Heart, what exactly is wrong with me? Nicholas lay in bed, one arm resting upon her forehead. Within mere minutes, she felt significantly better, experiencing the strange phenomenon for the first time. You are in love. The nightingale was nestled in a cushioned box, and Mirror Heart skillfully administered medication while feeding it food and water, responding to Nicholas's inquiries with a nonchalant demeanor. What? With whom? Upon hearing this, Nicholas shot up. Having encountered that term in fairy tales, unable to fathom why it pertained to her, wasn't it meant for princes and princesses? In simple terms, your devotion to your master has transformed, from the princess's love for the king to the princess's affection for the prince. Mirror Heart settled the nightingale, attempting to explain in terms Nicholas could comprehend. Upon hearing this, Nicholas's face flushed crimson, and she buried her head beneath the covers. Mirror Heart had anticipated such a reaction from her. He preferred to speak plainly, avoiding circumlocution. He also understood Nicholas's perspective, having encountered Lorren. She had already gone through certain experiences that shaped her views, and meeting someone who treated her with such unwavering kindness naturally gave rise to feelings of admiration. Perhaps Nicholas had harbored feelings for Lorren long before, only realizing them when she learned of Mirror Heart's connection to him. What should I do next? Nicholas's voice was muffled beneath the covers. It's simple. While your master is asleep, you might need to employ your eloquence. As she listened to Mirror Heart's words, steam seemed to emanate from the blanket enveloping Nicholas's head. She let out a shriek, interrupting Mirror Heart, startling even the drowsy nightingale awake. In her embarrassment, Nicholas fell silent, pretending to sleep until Lorren returned. Is Nicholas asleep? What ailment has she? As he spoke, Lorren washed his hands in the washroom, then insisted on Anna washing her hands as well, for he had a penchant for cleanliness. Nothing much. She is already well. Only upon hearing Mirror Heart's response did Lorren feel relieved. That's good. How is the nightingale? Having previously worked in wildlife conservation, Lorren was somewhat concerned for animals and had a fair understanding of their needs. I've fed it, administered medication, and all is well. What did you feed it? Lorren approached Mirror Heart to inspect the nightingale's condition, confirming it appeared healthy, its breathing steady. Bread and biscuits. But shouldn't a nightingale eat insects? I was just about to send someone to catch some grasshoppers. After Lorren finished speaking, the nightingale suddenly trembled, as if startled. It may have mutated, it only consumes these. In a world filled with peculiarities, Lorren did not dwell on a mere bird's dietary habits. Although his experience in wildlife conservation assured him that nightingales and seagulls had different diets. Very well, good night. We shall remain in the capital for a while. I will begin my preparations tomorrow. Of course, Lorren's busyness was primarily for his own benefit. He need not personally deliver gifts, and most of his alchemical endeavors were for himself, with perhaps 1 out of 10 potions brewed for the king, which could be considered a gesture of kindness on Lorren's part. In the game, there were 3 money-burning paths, enchanted bullets, potions, and magical scrolls. Lorren had only embarked on one path thus far, and now that he had come to the capital, he intended to explore the remaining two. Potions were straightforward, but scrolls posed a bit more of a challenge. Regardless, he was not short of funds. Even if he ran out, Lorren had countless ways to earn more. The king had prepared an opulent chamber for them, 4 rooms and 2 halls, ensuring everyone had their own space. However, at night, Anna crawled into Lorren's bed. "You sleep with Nicholas every night. Shouldn't you sleep with me now? Can you not be more articulate?" Unable to restrain himself, Lorren gave Anna another light rap on the head. At times, he felt Anna deliberately uttered such ambiguous statements to provoke misunderstandings. Yet, Anna seemed unconcerned, snuggling into Lorren's arm and drifting into slumber. That night was anything but peaceful. Anna experienced stomach pains in the middle of the night, causing Lorren to lose sleep as well. The following morning, he was awakened once more by a knock at the door. "Who is it knocking so early?" The attendant outside glanced at his watch, certain it was midday, yet still respectfully apologized to Lorren. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance, master. His Majesty the King requests your presence, and has prepared the items you requested." "Very well, I shall seek the king first. You may assist me in delivering the gifts according to the list." Lorren yawned, patting the attendant on the shoulder before exiting the room. He recognized these attendants from the previous day when they had helped him move his belongings. As Lorren departed, Mirror Heart provided them with the list and organized treasures. Since they were sent by the king, and having received payment from Lorren the day before, Lorren placed his trust in them. The king indeed accorded Lorren great respect, receiving him directly in the royal chambers without any prior scrutiny, allowing Lorren to enter with 2 submachine guns, an array of magazines adorning his attire, and a belt of volatile explosives. Upon seeing Lorren, the king first traced the symbol of the goddess of abundance upon his chest and greeted Lorren. "Esteemed mentor, everything you requested has been meticulously prepared. The finest alchemical apparatus in Gredland resides within the Royal Academy of Magic, and we have dispatched the necessary materials there for your convenience. You may proceed directly to the academy." The sound of the king's abacus can be heard echoing across half the nation, and the notion that Lorren is concocting potions at the Royal Academy can be simplified to suggest that Lorren is a faculty member there. Once this is publicized, others may instinctively assume Lorren holds a teaching position, potentially leading to the nobility of great nations sending their children to study here. However, it is worth noting that Lorren has embezzled 95% of the potion ingredients he requested. It seems reasonable for the king to leverage his reputation for promotion, and Lorren does not seem overly resistant to this arrangement. Only upon Lorren's agreement did the king finally breathe a sigh of relief. "When do you plan to depart?" "I shall send someone to accompany you. We shall leave after dinner." With Anna around, cooking will certainly be a considerable task, and Lorren intends to spare Jingxin some trouble. "By the way, esteemed mentor, do you believe your soul maid can manage everything?" Just as Lorren was about to turn and depart, the king called him back. Indeed, he made a valid point. With Anna present, Jingxin is quite busy, especially since she finds time amidst her many duties to assist Lorren. The bloodied bedsheet has since been disposed of by Lorren. Nevertheless, Lorren harbors numerous secrets, making it less than ideal to seek a new servant. At the very least, Jingxin is trustworthy. Even disregarding the mentor's identity from the original text, Jingxin is a being of unknown origin, summoned into reality by Lorren, and has been by his side for a decade. This alone is a testament to her trustworthiness. Furthermore, the king's sudden mention of this matter suggests he harbors ulterior motives, likely intending to send someone to monitor Lorren. Ultimately, Lorren declined the king's proposal. Chapter 20 Children. To the Royal Academy of Magic. Esteemed mentor, we have arrived. Several individuals clad in wizarding robes escorted Lorren to the vicinity of the Royal Academy of Magic in Gredland. Although this nation may not be expansive, the academy itself is quite grand, surpassing many universities in size. Such expanse is indeed fitting. The dormitory conditions are exceedingly luxurious, with an array of facilities at hand. The academy is clearly managed with great care, as its students are either exceptionally talented or affluent, making it inaccessible to the average individual. The accompanying personnel led Lorren to his designated residence, a standalone building, a surprising find within the confines of a school. Lorren couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of the nobility. "This is your residence. All the equipment you require is located in the potion classroom. Here is the key to the storage room. All the materials you requested are there. Feel free to take whatever you need." After the handover, Lorren stored his luggage in his quarters and made his way directly to the potion classroom. Children, to the Royal Academy of Magic. Lorren cradled an injured nightingale in his arms and was just about to enlist someone to procure a birdcage when Jingxin proactively volunteered to buy one. Lorren acquiesced. After all, it was merely a cage. Surely she wouldn't engage in anything overly taxing, would she? Esteemed mentor, you know how to brew potions? I had no idea, Anna inquired, walking beside Lorren and occasionally reaching out to gently stroke the nightingale's head. There are many things you are yet unaware of. I am quite knowledgeable about you, you know. For instance, you are wearing black undergarments today, which have not been washed for 2 days, and you prefer white silk. What? How do you know that? Anna's sudden revelation genuinely startled Lorren, leaving him with the sensation that his secrets had been laid bare. Indeed, even his undergarments had been exposed. Realizing she had successfully startled Lorren, Anna's smile broadened. She placed her hands behind her back, her steps considerably lighter. The night before our departure, I sought you out, but alas, the spot was occupied by Nakalis. I could only lift the blanket to see if you were up to any mischief. And yesterday, you shared a bed with me, wearing the same undergarments as that evening. Anna grew increasingly proud as she spoke, even walking backwards to face Lorren. As for your preferences, I noticed that when Jingxin wears white silk, you glance at her legs more often than when she dons black. Seeing Anna's expression grow more triumphant, Lorren gently tapped her head. Your deductions are commendable, but spare us the next round of reasoning. Meanwhile, Lorren pondered internally, realizing why Anna consistently wore white silk. He had previously assumed it was merely a child's preference for color. Hearing Anna's remarks, Nakalis felt a twinge of displeasure. She placed a hand on Anna's shoulder and said earnestly, how could we possibly engage in wrongdoing? Esteemed mentor has always been kind. He readily assists the impoverished who seek his counsel. Regardless of how many may speak ill of him, we must never do so. She had always considered herself a sister to Anna, eager to impart the few lessons she knew. Yet, Anna remained playful and cheeky. Finally, Anna reached out to touzle Nakalis' hair, nearly bursting with laughter. Sister, you are still quite young. Once you grow up, you'll understand. Lorren could no longer contain himself and covered Anna's mouth, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He surmised how Anna had come to know so much. She often scurried around the house. And Jingxin's room was filled with a plethora of strange books and drawings, some of which Lorren had already disposed of by the boxful. Nakalis, confused, continued to follow Lorren in silence. The sound of her high heels echoed on the ground as she looked down at her legs, contemplating whether she too should switch to white silk. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at the potion classroom. There were several classrooms, with more storage rooms filled with equipment and potion ingredients. Indeed, they had even prepared an office specifically for Lorren. Standing before the cauldron, Lorren swiftly got into the zone. He was quite adept at potion brewing, though currently his attributes were too low, resulting in a diminished success rate. Potions, much like magic, are categorized by tiers. The higher the tier, the more challenging the potion is to brew, necessitating greater intellectual attributes. However, it was not entirely impossible. Only the success rate was somewhat lower. All that was needed was the tier of condensation, but currently, the king would not easily part with such an item. At the very least, Lorren would need to fail a few times, enough to cause the king some discomfort, at which point it would naturally be offered to him. Please fetch me some ingredients: moonlight grass, rootless water, the tail of a forest lizard, and the sap of stone fern. Anna, Nakalis. Here are the lyrics to a new song I have composed. Please memorize them. Lorren tossed a book to the two witches while retrieving a wand from within his garments. While casting spells does not necessitate a wand, having a medium allows for greater precision. The simplest mediums are wands or spell books, while some can even enhance the magic, much like Valentina's greatsword. Nakalis glanced at the book, realizing it contained not lyrics, but rather modified spells by Lorren. She looked up at Lorren, then at Anna, who was diligently jotting down the book's content, and immediately grasped Lorren's intent. After a while, a servant emerged from the storage room bearing the items Lorren requested. He extended his wand, and flames erupted beneath the cauldron. With a flourish of his wand, the ingredients flew into the cauldron, stirring in an orderly fashion. Ultimately, the green liquid gradually transformed into a crimson hue, signifying the potion's successful completion. Lorren waved his wand upward, and the potion soared into a nearby glass vial, filling exactly 2 bottles. Extend your hand. After successfully brewing the potion, Lorren suddenly issued a command to the servant. Although perplexed, the servant instinctively complied. Then he watched in astonishment as Lorren drew a dagger and made a deep incision on his arm, exposing flesh to the bone, blood gushing forth. Esteemed mentor, silence. Drink this. Without affording the servant an opportunity to respond, Lorren thrust the potion into his mouth. The servant swallowed instinctively, and, as the potion coursed through him, The flow of blood ceased abruptly, while a tingling sensation spread from the wound, a clear indication that healing was underway. Lorren handed another vial of potion to the attendant, stating, "Now that your wound will no longer hinder your movements, it will fully heal in due time. This is a third-tier potion, the essence of hemostasis. One bottle is sufficient for your recovery, and the surplus is a gift from me. Now, please assist me in gathering the remaining materials." He mused, "It seems I'm still quite adept." This potion was merely a demonstration of Lorren's prowess, were he to concoct truly significant elixirs. He would never allow outsiders to witness the process. He possessed a unique technique, utilizing either rootless water or pure spring water in all potions. The locals believed these waters possessed some special magic, unaware that cleanliness was the true objective. Were he to use distilled water instead, the efficacy of the potions would be greatly enhanced. Chapter 21. The past of Nicalis. When the attendants returned, they bore several bags of materials. Yet they did not depart, but instead lingered, awaiting Lorren's alchemical endeavors. Finally, Lorren spoke. "The potion I'm about to brew is a 7th-tier Ember Radiance. Do you truly think I would permit you to witness the formula? You ought to understand the caliber of 7th-tier potions." Upon hearing this, the attendants discreetly exited, recognizing that even a king had rarely glimpsed a 6th-tier potion. To continue observing would be rather ungrateful, even if it was a task assigned by the monarch. Soon, only Lorren and his companions remained in the office, allowing him to finally unleash his full potential. He waved his wand and swiftly assembled a rudimentary distillation apparatus using a crucible and glass, commencing the production of distilled water. Even after collecting a bottle of distilled water, Lorren did not halt. He anticipated a day spent brewing potions, and a single bottle would prove insufficient. He placed the materials for the essence of hemostasis back into the crucible, though this time his technique varied slightly, substituting the water with distilled water. When the essence of hemostasis was complete, it suddenly radiated a golden light. As Lorren bottled the finished potion, its name also appeared in his hand. Essence of hemostasis, perfect. A potion with a perfect suffix enhances its effects by 50%. Lorren was confident that as long as the potion's tier was not excessively high, he would achieve perfection in his brews. This time, Lorren produced 2 more bottles. He instructed Anna to hold Nightingale, then proceeded to unwrap the bandages. As he did so, Nightingale let out a pained cry but did not resist, remaining obediently in Anna's grasp. This little creature exhibited quite a remarkable spirit. Lorren pried open Nightingale's mouth and administered the freshly concocted essence of hemostasis. As the potion was consumed, Nightingale's injuries began to heal significantly. A peculiar realization struck Lorren. Given Nightingale's size, a mere capful of potion should have sufficed for its recovery. However, he did not dwell on this, considering Nightingale might be some magical beast. Its evident intelligence suggested it posed no threat. The thoughts of animals are far simpler than those of humans. They recognize kindness when bestowed upon them. Many wolves have been domesticated into dogs, and perhaps Nightingale would become an ally of Lorren in due course. In time, I shall release you. For now, I need you to assist me in intimidating Simona. Upon hearing Lorren's words, Nightingale even nodded, and Lorren felt increasingly fortunate for having kept it. Stretching, he declared, "Warm-up complete. Now to the main task. Anna, come here." The upcoming conversation was of a more clandestine nature, so Lorren employed a shielding spell to prevent any eavesdropping or detection. "What is it, master?" Anna placed Nightingale down and stood obediently by Lorren's side. "I will require a drop of your blood shortly." Oh, Anna had no doubts regarding Lorren's instructions, silently watching him prepare potions as she awaited her moment of need. Gold, distilled water, and wailing blossom, one by one, Lorren added the materials into the crucible. The gold sank to the bottom, for the temperature was insufficient to melt it until Lorren grasped Anna's hand, gently pricking her finger to let a drop of blood fall into the mixture. In an instant, the disparate materials within the crucible began to melt and amalgamate into the potion, transforming the liquid into a deep crimson hue. "Wow!" Anna exclaimed in awe. But before she could utter more, the essence of hemostasis was thrust into her mouth. The wound on her finger healed within seconds. Yet it did not hinder Lorren from administering the potion. "Hurry, focus on the thing you despise most." Anna pressed her forehead in deep thought. Yet after an extended silence, she reported, "I've considered all vegetables. Is that sufficient?" This was indeed a lapse on Lorren's part, having been raised in love. It was understandable that Anna harbored little animosity. The potion Lorren aimed to create was called the Witch's Curse, requiring a witch to channel her hatred to be successfully brewed. It sufficed for any semblance of hatred to be present. This potion was unique in that its effects were unaffected by quality. "I shall take over." Just as Lorren feared that this batch of potions might be wasted, Necalli stepped forward. As she approached, the liquid in the crucible deepened in color, becoming increasingly viscous, ultimately turning a blood-red hue, flashing with golden light, a testament to the potion reaching a perfect rating, indicative of the purity of Necalli's hatred. Lorren swiftly bottled the potion, suddenly realizing he knew nothing of Necalli's past. Even in the narrative, she was merely a backdrop, mentioned only as the direct cause of Anna's dark transformation being her sister's death. Since their first encounter, Necalli's had rarely displayed emotion, even without her words. Lorren understood how a solitary 8-year-old might suffer in the snow. Yet, such a scenario would not incite such profound hatred in Necalli's. Lorren recognized his oversight in failing to show her sufficient concern. Approaching Necalli's, he suddenly embraced her amidst her startled gaze, saying, "Necalli's, though I am unaware of your past experiences, I shall love you eternally. You may confide in me everything." Lorren's unexpected declaration rendered Necalli's momentarily speechless, ultimately prompting her to raise her arms and embrace him tightly. Observing the sudden emotional exchange between the two, Anna felt no confusion. She too had surmised the underlying sentiments and gently cupped Necalli's face, saying, "Speak your mind. Both my master and I shall aid you in exacting vengeance, sister." Anna affectionately referred to Necalli's as sister for the first time in ages, recognizing that whether witch or human, everyone is parents. Having been raised by Lorren, she regarded parental figures as inconsequential. His presence sufficed for her. Yet Anna understood that Necalli's circumstances were different, having met Lorren later in life. She surely had her own parents, who must have faced dire fates to have allowed her to survive thus far. Ultimately, Necalli shook her head. Lorren sighed, releasing Necalli's embrace and taking her hand. He understood Necalli's mindset. She likely feared that revealing her enemies would lead to trouble for them all. "Do not worry. My intention was always to eliminate every divine being, ensuring that all witches can lead happy lives. Speak the name of your foe. It shall be a simple task." Under the encouragement of Anna and Lorren, Necalli's finally opened her heart. "It is an angel, a being of light and fire. My mother fell in love with an angel, giving birth to me, a witch. Upon discovering my true nature, my mother fled with me to prevent the angel from killing me. Yet the angel ultimately learned everything and began pursuing us. As a mage, my mother was no match for the angel, and gravely injured. She brought me to the kingdom of Gedlon, where she perished in the snow, her body consumed by flames in an instant." Throughout her account, Necalli's never referred to that angel as her father. Lorren was the only one she acknowledged as such. Chapter 22. Alchemy. Necalli was oblivious. Yet Lorren was acutely aware of why her mother had suddenly turned to ashes. This was the method employed by the god of light and fire to control its followers. Once faith was forsaken, they would be instantaneously consumed by flames. Necalli's mother had valiantly endured the powers of the righteous deity to bring Necalli to the kingdom of Gedlon. Her intentions were likely simple. The kingdom of Gedlon worshipped the god of abundance, ensuring a steady supply of sustenance, so even through begging, Necalli would manage to survive. "Fear not. I swear I shall slay the angel you spoke of, along with the god of light and fire." Indeed, the god of light and fire was the mightiest deity in this realm. Lorren had once conducted a save file experiment to determine the outcome of the divine war should players refrain from intervening. The result revealed that the god of abundance vanquished the god of plague. A love god named Noah perished in a mutual demise with the god of confusion, and ultimately, the god of light and fire annihilated all other deities, claiming dominion and becoming the true god, rendering the prior righteous deities mere pretenders. What Lorren failed to notice amidst their conversation was that within the box, the nightingale's pupils trembled, her expression far too intricate for a mere bird. "From the moment you encountered me, your fates will diverge, eternally steering clear of tragic ends." After a prolonged silence, Lorren finally released Necalli's hand, placing hers over her chest to savor the warmth he had left behind. He then picked up the freshly concocted potion and introduced it to Anna and Necalli. Upon consuming the witch's curse, one will acquire the curse of the world's scorn. All living beings shall loathe the cursed individual, instinctively launching attacks, while emanating a peculiar foul stench that repulses other creatures, including flies. Acquiring this curse does not necessitate the consumption of the potion. Mere contact with sufficient witch's blood suffices. With that, Lorren downed the potion in one gulp. Though its hue resembled blood, its flavor was rather palatable. The Creator indeed favored witches, bestowing upon them all manner of blessings and protective abilities. Yet even so, they could not withstand the malice of the world. Name, Lorren. Level, 14. Strength 10. Stamina 21. Agility 14. Intelligence 16. Mana 51, 905, 190. Remaining attribute points 0. Accessories: Weeping Blood Wedding Ring. Blessings: Breaking Illusions, Pluto's Embrace. Curses: Shattered Love, the World Scorn. Shattered Love is the curse of the Weeping Blood Wedding Ring. The remaining attribute points had been allocated to agility, as that was the attribute Lorren desperately needed in the forthcoming period. In the moment of acquiring the curse, the World Scorn was reversed by the High Priestess, granting Lorren the favor of all beings, rendering him immune to attacks from many monstrous entities. Even the initial goodwill of others towards Lorren surged significantly. In essence, Lorren had transformed into a succubus, with Anna pressing against him, intoxicated by his scent. Master, you smell delightful. Even the foul odor had been transmuted into a fragrance, leaving Anna in a state of infatuation, prompting Lorren to instinctively step back. Enough. During this time, I shall be occupied. You both should diligently study magic and martial skills for your own protection. I wish to assist. Anna grasped Lorren's hand, and he found himself momentarily unable to extricate himself, realizing that the witch's attributes surpassed his own. Without those special items, he indeed might not stand a chance against Anna. Very well. I shall take you along when the opportunity arises. Nicholas's raised hand suddenly fell, her momentary hesitation granting Anna the advantage. As the brief interlude concluded, Lorren resumed his alchemical pursuits. The coins inscribed with the name of the god of hatred he had distributed would continue to fester in the city. In truth, many inhabitants of this city dared not harbor feelings of hatred. It must be said that while the leaders of this world were largely inept, their methods of governance were remarkably adept, fostering a servile mentality and sapping the courage of the populace. However, there was no cause for concern. Ligus wielded a measure of the authority of courage, for without courage, there could be no hatred. Cowards possess no capacity for animosity. Ironically, courage was bestowed by the god of hatred. Deadly thistle, purple mist vine, silverleaf herb, distilled water. 4th-tier potion, antidote talisman. Though merely a 4th-tier potion, the antidote talisman could thwart the majority of poisons in this world. However, there were pros and cons. The talisman could only prevent poisoning, not cure it, and must be consumed in advance. A perfect grade talisman could last approximately an hour, ample time for Lorren to accomplish numerous tasks, such as exterminating the followers of the god of plague. As the potion neared completion, Lorren's wand began to tremble, and the previously calm potion began to bubble as if boiling. Quickly, Lorren reacted, decisively depositing the potion along with the crucible into a nearby refuse bin and sealing it shut. This attempt at alchemy had failed. Lorren's intelligence fell short, leading to a probabilistic failure when concocting 4th-tier potions. Fortunately, he managed to dispose of the toxic potion before it could release its noxious fumes. Onward. Failure was inconsequential, as the materials were not his own. Should he fall short, he could simply request more from the king. Lorren replaced the crucible and resumed his alchemical endeavors, causing Nicholas to stand behind him in trepidation, silently preparing to flee should calamity strike. Yet this time, everything proceeded smoothly. Lorren held a vial of dark green liquid, the information of which displayed, antidote talisman, perfect. This was not the end. After securing this potion, Lorren continued his work, driven by his phobia of insufficient firepower. He labored until afternoon, amassing over a dozen antidote talismans, along with potions capable of temporarily enhancing various attributes. Notably, the potion Illuminating Elixir, which temporarily increased intelligence by 20 points, was his most prolific creation, as its acquisition would simplify the concoction of higher-tier potions. As Lorren prepared to step out for a meal, Mycoshin returned from her errand to procure a birdcage. True to form, even the simple task of purchasing a birdcage was not without incident. She returned with a cage so large it could accommodate a person. The cage stood over 2 meters tall, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, featuring a horizontal bar for standing and an upper ring, an impractical size for any ordinary household. Before Lorren could inquire, Mycoshin demonstrated the cage's function by climbing inside, perching on a bar, and extending her hands into the iron ring meant for birds. Resembling a captive canary, simultaneously, she adopted a woeful expression, even pulling her clothing slightly apart, embodying the image of a trapped songbird. Chapter 23. The Jealous Witch. In times past, Lorren might have retorted, "Continue like this, and I shall encase you in cement and cast you into the sea," to which Mycoshin would have quipped, "Roleplay? Perhaps? How amusing." Ultimately, Lorren could only deliver a light punch to her head before pulling her out of the cage. This was the result of careful contemplation. Any strike to another part of her body would be misconstrued as a sexual innuendo. "Master, you haven't brewed any potions for the king. Is everything all right?" Nicholas inquired on the way back. "Scarcity increases value. The less I brew, the higher the cost, and the more he shall require my services. For now, I shall dawdle for a few weeks." However, he could not delay indefinitely. At the very least, Lorren needed to concoct a simplified version to provide the king with a taste of the fruits of his labor. Dinner required no oversight from Micah, as the king had arranged for Lorren's accommodations to include servants, chefs, and maids. Lorren had no objections. After all, he possessed magic shielding, making privacy a non-issue. For dinner, Lorren merely nibbled at his meal before retreating to his chamber, as he had matters to attend to. In the room, only Lorren and the nightingale remained, the latter appearing exceedingly diminutive within the vast cage. In a previous life, while engrossed in games, Lorren was indeed a tireless player, thriving under the intense grind without ever feeling fatigue, only satisfaction. Lorren's preparations were far from complete. The materials he had meticulously selected lay stacked in his bedroom. Merely knowing the name of an outer god would not yield significant consequences, as it remained within the church's sphere of influence. What Lorren aimed to achieve was to amplify the outer god's influence, extending it to the point where the entire kingdom would be too preoccupied to notice his endeavors. The most straightforward approach would be to find someone to spread the word, but Lorren struggled to identify a suitable candidate, leaving him with no choice but to undertake the task himself, albeit with the possibility of enlisting assistance. Blood spirit wood, resonance gemstones, and void crystals. These materials were primarily acquired through cunning from the king, although some were spoiled from the previous eradication of outer god cultist strongholds, including a mere 2 void crystals from that location. Lorren intended to craft puppets from these materials. Indeed, the profession of puppeteer existed in this world, but it was not a technology familiar to this region or even this continent, rendering the abundant church oblivious to such possibilities. The blueprints, which had long been sketched out, were unfurled by Lorren, revealing a charming young girl. As he was already creating puppets, it mirrored his enjoyment in games where he favored drawing female characters, not for any ulterior motive, but simply for their aesthetic appeal, which could also serve as decorative figurines in his home. The puppets crafted with resonance gemstones at their core would eliminate the need for puppet strings. Although mages could conjure puppet strings through magic, the limitations and risks of theft were considerable. Utilizing resonance gemstones alleviated such concerns, allowing for direct mental control and even sharing a portion of a user's abilities. However, resonance gemstones were exceedingly rare within the game, typically obtainable only in the later stages. Lorren's acquisition of such a gem was purely serendipitous. It was likely that the nobles who had gathered them back in the day were unaware of their actual purpose, only recognizing them as rare gems fit for offering to Pluto. Blood spirit wood was a peculiar magical organism. It was strikingly reminiscent of flesh and blood, exhibiting high strength, while capable of mimicking human forms. Items crafted from it retained these characteristics, appearing more lifelike. The void crystals, needless to say, not only facilitated communication with outer gods, but also made it easier for others to succumb to their corruption, amplifying human will, and could even serve as a nuclear catalyst for summoning an outer god. Beyond these pivotal materials, Lorren ensured that all components were of the highest quality, once again relishing the advantages of wealth and power. His standards were elevated, resulting in a substantial workload that kept him occupied until the midnight hour. While the nightingale beside him had already closed her eyes. Resigned, he decided it was time to sleep. Though Lorren was currently tasked with a mission, it did not preclude him from indulging in a leisurely slumber. The night passed in silence, and Lorren did not awaken until midday, with the attendants daring not to disturb him. Upon exiting his room, he found Anna already partaking in her lunch, her routine impeccably regular, never missing a meal. In the afternoon, they planned to visit the market, as the capital boasted a market for the extraordinary. Lorren indeed found himself in need of certain items, though these were not ones he could conveniently request from the king. As he spoke, Lorren noticed the attendants' hesitant expressions. He understood they were sent by the king to monitor them, and thus felt compelled to clarify. One must sharpen their tools to excel in their craft. Perhaps I might encounter something that could enhance my alchemical success rate. Lorren emphasized the success rate, confident that if these attendants relayed his words accurately, the king would recall the tear of condensation. The effects of the tear were immensely powerful, arguably the very foundation of the Girdlon kingdom. Even if the king wished to utilize it, he would require the consent of numerous higher-ups, including the headmaster of the Girdlon Royal Magic Academy, a 6th-tier mage, and the pope of the Girdlon kingdom's abundant church. Yet, As long as they remained human and coveted power, the desire for longevity would compel them to acquiesce. Lorren believed they would ultimately agree, with the only contention being who would receive the first vial of the potion he concocted. Without further ado, Lorren departed the academy post-haste after finishing his meal. The Christmas holiday was still in effect, and no students roamed the halls. Regrettably, the Gurdlon Royal Magic Academy resembled Hogwarts rather than a traditional fantasy novels institution, lacking frequent competitions and spectacles to entertain. After leaving the academy, Jingxin parted ways with Lorren and the others to purchase clothing. Lorren requested her assistance in procuring 2 additional black robes, though this time they were intended for his puppets. As for the others, Lorren led them to the market, recalling the location of the capital's marketplace, though regrettably, he had only visited a handful of times before the Gurdlon Kingdom was destroyed shortly after the game's onset. Many donned black robes in this bustling locale, while Lauren's attire remained unremarkable, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Anna, brimming with curiosity, was experiencing such a place for the first time. Lorren approached a vendor selling magical scrolls and, with a sweeping gesture, declared, "I will take all scrolls of 3rd tier or higher." The magic released via scrolls required no incantation and imposed no requirements on the user's strength, merely consuming mana. Thus, the prices of these scrolls were high, and their creation was a meticulous process. Recognizing Lauren's lavish spending, the scroll merchant immediately packaged the items for him, showing no inclination to inquire about his identity. Apologies. Just as Lorren completed the transaction and prepared to depart, he was jostled by another figure clad in a black robe. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to check his coin pouch, only to find it empty, and with a layer of clothing between it and his skin, theft seemed impossible. Before the individual could escape, Lorren deftly seized her arm, and as she turned, he caught a glimpse of her face, recognizing her identity in conjunction with the recent events. The envious sorceress, Scarlet, one of the 7 sins. Lorren never anticipated encountering her in such a setting. Was this fate's design? Chapter 24, Scarlet. So you pilfer my wallet. Did you? Life before the Divine War was relatively stable, and the 7 sins mingled among ordinary people without raising eyebrows. However, Lorren never expected their meeting to be so dramatically casual. It appeared that he indeed had a peculiar affinity for sorceresses, leading him to wonder if he might preemptively claim souls before the Sorceress Church could. "No, you don't recognize me." Upon being caught in her own mischief, Scarlet displayed no signs of panic. Her long, lustrous purple hair and glasses lent her an air of tranquility, reminiscent of a reserved class representative from high school, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. However, Lorren, being aware of her true nature, felt no such sentiment. Scarlet's secret ability, known as Life Thief, could steal everything, including destiny, rendering her one of the most formidable beings, yet, akin to Hongsuan Itai, her intellect perfectly balanced the potency of her ability. Scarlet mimicked a grasping motion as if to seize the void, and then she collapsed, rolling her eyes back as her body began to convulse, blood streaming uncontrollably from her nose. Lorren understood that she had just attempted to pilfer his memories, but had been overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, resulting in her fainting. "Master, what has happened to her?" Anna inquired, her concern evident as she observed the beautiful young lady suddenly collapse. "It's nothing. She merely brought this upon herself. Who dares to steal from anyone?" Lauren's mental prowess was formidable, a boon granted by his transmigration, coupled with a wealth of knowledge and experiences from 2 lifetimes. It was entirely reasonable that Scarlet, with her limited capacity, could not handle the influx of Lauren's memories. All of this transpired as Lorren had anticipated. He casually requested a sack from the vendor who sold the scrolls, promptly placing Scarlet inside, as if nothing had occurred, and continued his exploration of the market. The surrounding crowd remained silent. They had witnessed the events unfold and understood that being caught while stealing warranted punishment. Moreover, unaware of Scarlet's true nature, they assumed Lorren had incapacitated her through some incomprehensible method, naturally refraining from confronting him. The plan was abruptly interrupted by Scarlet, and Lorren did not linger outside for long. After purchasing some magical scrolls and puppet materials, he returned to the academy. It is worth noting that even in this marketplace, akin to a black market, one could easily uncover traces of illicit activities. Thus, Lorren refrained from acquiring items that might draw unwanted attention. He needed to ensure his innocence was beyond reproach from beginning to end, within the house prepared for him by the king. There was a basement that now proved to be quite useful. Scarlet, bound to a chair, revealed her attire only after Lorren removed her dark cloak, a white short-sleeve top paired with denim shorts, complemented by purple thigh-high stockings that match her hair color beautifully. In a world that blends the ancient and the modern, such attire was not out of place. The shorts certainly accentuated her legs. One could only say she was indeed a witch of remarkable allure. Even with the lantern lit, the basement remained dim, exuding a rather atmospheric gloom that stirred an inexplicable restlessness within Mirror Heart. She opened her bag and emptied its contents onto the floor, revealing an array of items. Whips, candles, ropes, and everything one could imagine. Did you tell me you went shopping for clothes? Mirror Heart remained silent, merely picking up an object from the ground to show Lorren. In a sense, she was not entirely wrong in her assertion. I bought some for Anna and the others as well. Promise me this. How you treat me is of no concern, but please do not bring harm to them. Very well, but can you reward me first? What kind of reward do you seek? As she spoke, Mirror Heart had already knelt before Lorren, and before she could utter another word, he instinctively covered her mouth. Lorren smacked his forehead. He still struggled to accept Mirror Heart's peculiar proclivities. Meanwhile, Scarlet, who was feigning unconsciousness, had begun to sweat profusely. Her acting skills were subpar, and Lorren easily saw through her charade. Stealing a glance at the items strewn across the floor, Scarlet felt a chill of dread wash over her. Perhaps ending her life now would be a more merciful escape. Yet, as this thought flickered to life, she immediately considered the possibility that Lorren might take advantage of the situation. Awaken, are we? Lorren, wishing to divert his attention from Mirror Heart, began to interrogate Scarlet, fearful that one day he might indeed become assimilated by her. On one occasion, when Mirror Heart prepared a spicy hot pot for Lorren, he inquired about the source of the blood used, to which she replied it was pig's blood, showcasing a still healing wound on her wrist, and declared, I am your little pig. Noticing that Scarlet continued to pretend to be unconscious, Lorren decisively removed her glasses. Still in a daze, are we? Perfect. Her eyes are quite lovely and will make for an exquisite addition to my collection. Now, removing them will spare me the worry of her seeing our true appearances. Brother, I'm awake. My vision is poor. I don't believe I deserve to be your collection. She was right. Once the glasses were off, Scarlet's gaze transformed, revealing a lack of coherence, her eyes misaligned, and her true self exposed, transforming from a diligent student to someone in dire need of attention. Despite her attempts to struggle, the ropes tied by Mirror Heart were expertly secured. No matter how hard Scarlet tried, she could not break free. With Scarlet's secret abilities, Lorren could have easily confined her, but her mind was too muddled. She only knew how to pickpocket, if caught in the act. She relied on her meager skills to survive thus far. Her success rate was low, often going hungry, and even in the late stages of the game, she had yet to discover new techniques. The only time she had stolen another's life was just before her own demise, which had led her down a dark path. If Lorren were to control Scarlet, he could swiftly complete the game within a month. The capabilities of a life thief were significant. She could pilfer equipment and skills, and with a bit of finesse, even siphon energy, rendering bullets ineffective. In desperate moments, she could even steal divine authority, though the cost escalated with the level of the item stolen. However, if deception preceded the theft, the expenditure would be considerably reduced. At this moment, she could have directly stolen the ropes and fled, but Scarlet had not considered this. The items she pilfered would reside in a special space, which proved beneficial. The game's criticism lay in its lack of personal storage. Otherwise, Lorren would not need to hide so many items beneath his cloak. Therefore, he needed to devise a method to bring Scarlet under his influence. With her assistance, many of his future plans would become significantly easier. This is your wallet. Please let me go. Suddenly, Lorren's coin purse appeared in Scarlet's hands without warning, a testament to the effects of a life thief. Tearful and trembling, she seemed to foresee her own demise. Let me work for you. I'll need food and shelter. Taking the wallet from her, Lorren, under the gaze of her tear-filled eyes, cut the ropes binding her. The knot tied by Mirror Heart was beyond his skill to untie. Upon realizing Lorren had no intention of harming her, but rather offered her employment, Scarlet breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could survive, serving Lorren was a feasible option. After all, it couldn't be worse than her previous life. With a newfound sense of urgency, she inquired about her wages. How much will I be paid? Lorren knew she was somewhat oblivious, or else she would not have made such a bold request. 5 copper. In the capital, 5 copper wouldn't even buy a bowl of rice. Lorren had merely spoken casually, not expecting Scarlet to agree. To his surprise, she accepted. Her reasoning's simple. She typically stole money to afford food, and given her circumstances, working for Lorren would resolve her predicament perfectly. Moreover, her life now depended on Lorren, leaving her no choice but to comply. Chapter 25. Another one to be beaten. Lorren, having astutely noted Scarlet's simplistic nature and lack of physical prowess, easily brought her under his wing. All right, you start today as my maid. Mirror Heart, take her to change clothes and sign a contract. In a short span, Lorren successfully retained Scarlet. Witches indeed possess straightforward thoughts. Were it not for the world S while guarding them, their fates might have been far more tragic. Nevertheless, Lorren took precautions. The contract he offered Scarlet bore the imprint of an oath with the god of wind, which would indeed impose some constraints on her. While it would not ensure her absolute obedience, it would prevent her from betrayal. However, this contract was unlikely to take effect, as Lorren understood that witches were not prone to treachery. Witches resembled stray dogs by the roadside. Toss them a sausage, and they would fiercely bite the legs of any villain threatening you. Lorren cherished such unadulterated loyalty, which was why he had always chosen to aid witches in the game. Master, as Lorren exited the basement, the maid cleaning within the house greeted him. He had grown accustomed to the reverence of those around him. Enough. I found another maid. You may return now. I prefer solitude. The presence of too many people worried Lorren about Scarlet potentially exposing herself, and he genuinely appreciated tranquility. With only a few individuals remaining, if it weren't for Anna's appetite, one maid was sufficient. Seeing their reluctance to depart, Lorren addressed their concerns. I will promptly report the progress of the alchemy to His Majesty. You need not worry. Only then did they begin to leave in succession, though a few maids appeared somewhat disheartened. At present, Lorren stood above thousands and beneath no one. To be chosen by him was akin to attaining a status equal to that of the queen. However, Lorren's daily companionship with witches made it unlikely for him to take notice of these ordinary individuals. As the villa emptied, Scarlet emerged from her room, having just changed her clothes. In truth, Mirror Heart had likely waited until the others had left before allowing Scarlet to come out, for her current attire was indeed quite disheveled. Are you certain this outfit is appropriate? Scarlet attempted to cover herself as best as she could, but even so, Lorren could discern the true nature of her clothing. Indeed, this is a maid outfit, albeit lacking half of its fabric. Not the upper or lower half, but the front. Scarlet's figure is laid bare, with the skirt so short that it threatens to reveal her underwear. Especially now, Scarlet appears utterly ashamed. Despite her desperate attempts to pull the skirt down, she cannot achieve any effective concealment and can only use her arms to shield herself as best as she can. Scarlet feels like a lamb led to the slaughter. She recalls overhearing some secrets from the maids of nobility while pilfering their belongings. Pondering whether she too is now subject to such scrutiny, Lorren remained silent, merely walking in front of Scarlet, who was visibly flustered, and delivered a light punch to her head. It was time to change her into proper attire. The dazed Scarlet rubbed her head and was then led back into the room by Lorren, who seemed to have a friendlier demeanor in Scarlet's eyes. At that moment, Anna and Nacris emerged, having donned new dresses purchased by Miru. Is this dress defective? Nacris tugged at the loose fabric at her chest, noticing a prominent tear that rendered it quite uncomfortable. Surely not. Anna, wearing the same dress, appeared perfectly fitted. Nacris glanced at her well-endowed figure and immediately understood the purpose of the tear, which conveniently accentuated her cleavage. Subsequently, Nacris bowed her head in silence, suspecting that Miru was mocking her. Next time, I shall buy you clothing, Lorren consoled Nacris. Miru would not choose wisely. The undergarments I selected for you were from the children's section. Nacris felt a surge of indignation, her cheeks puffing in anger, and ultimately she stomped her foot in frustration before retreating to her room to change back into her previous attire. When Nacris reappeared in her original clothing, Miru emerged with Scarlet, as Lorren took the opportunity to introduce them. This is Scarlet, a witch who is now serving as our maid. After receiving a jab from Miru, Scarlet finally spoke, stuttering in master. Noticing her nervousness, Lorren did not press her further. I am Lorren. You may call me Minter, as others do. All right, Minter. Wait, you are the esteemed Minter? After a moment of realization, Scarlet's eyes widened, and she quickly became aware of a more pressing concern. How did you know I am a witch? Her expression darkened. She would never so recklessly reveal her identity, having survived in a world rife with disdain for witches. At this point, Lorren could not provide an explanation and opted to divert the conversation. To earn the title of Minter, I possess a wealth of knowledge. However, rest assured, despite my high standing within the abundant church, I have a fondness for witches, so you may remain here with peace of mind. I assure you, no one shall harm you. You like me? Scarlet's mind latched onto this key information, her cheeks flushing crimson. Even more so than when Miru had compelled her to wear that embarrassing maid outfit, having struggled to survive in this harsh world for so long. It was the first time she had heard such words. Previously, Scarlet had approached her days with a mere desire to pass the time, but now her perspective had shifted. Unlike the touched Scarlet, Nacris suddenly harbored animosity towards her, a palpable hostility that sent a shiver down Scarlet's spine. It was well known that witches often craved affection, and Lorren had anticipated Scarlet's reaction. Indeed, Lorren candidly admitted, only to witness Scarlet tearfully run towards him, arms outstretched, before misstepping and tumbling down the stairs, landing in an undignified heap against the wall. This time, Newton's law remained unchallenged. Now I believe it. Your eyesight is truly poor. Ironically, Scarlet had previously used her poor vision as an excuse, yet now she found herself incensed. Although she was but a step away, Scarlet fumbled for what seemed an eternity before locating her glasses. Donning them, she stood and brushed off the dust from her attire, proclaiming defiantly, "My eyes are my measure." Lorren instinctively clenched his fists, then ruffled Anna's hair. "It seems there will be one more to accompany you in enduring punishment. Could you aim for my lower abdomen next time?" Miru interjected, only to receive another jab from Lorren. Chapter 26, 5th Tier Potion, A Glimpse into the Past. A week had passed since Lorren's arrival in the royal capital, during which he had not produced any results for the king, but had meticulously prepared what he needed for himself. Firstly, regarding potions, Lorren was now fully equipped to confront Valentina head-on. Even angels would have to reckon with his might. Furthermore, he had successfully completed the crafting of his puppets, having procured most of the necessary materials independently, with a few remaining items that Miru managed to acquire from the black market. In recent days, Scarlet had attempted to escape repeatedly, yet each time she approached the door, she found herself returning, grappling with her conscience. Indeed, these days working for Lorren had been the most comfortable she had experienced. He treated her kindly, and she now addressed him with a hint of flattery. Time for dinner. With Miru's call, Anna and Scarlet dashed from their room, leaping from the second floor. Anna landed gracefully, while Scarlet's glasses flew off her face, landing several meters away. Anna playfully stuck out her tongue at Scarlet before sitting down at the dining table and indulging in her meal. By the time Scarlet reached the table, Anna had devoured all of her favorite dishes. "Thank you for your hard work. Do you truly not require assistance?" Lorren inquired with concern for Miru before he began to eat. Miru was indeed quite busy daily, cooking, cleaning, doing laundry, shopping, and occasionally assisting Lorren. In these moments, Miru's self-healing ability proved invaluable. Each task was a new challenge, yet even with the knowledge of her capabilities, she had never overstepped her boundaries. Her loyalty had reached an almost obsessive level, determined to devote herself entirely to Lorren. Although Lorren now had two maids, Scarlet merely served as a hindrance. The trope of characters tripping over themselves was often used for comedic effect in anime, yet Scarlet genuinely stumbled, inadvertently increasing Miru's workload. "No need. Serving you is my honor," Miru replied, steadfast in her commitment, never once voicing a complaint. Lorren had previously considered finding her assistance, but Miru had always declined. As Nacris took her seat, the atmosphere brightened, embodying the archetype of a perfect family: reliable father, diligent mother, serene sister, and cheerful younger sibling, though now with the addition of Scarlet. Observing Scarlet devour her meal, Lorren sighed. He did not expect her to be of any particular use, yet at the very least, she could serve as Lorren's personal storage space. Many materials had been stowed away in Scarlet's thief space, making it convenient for Lorren to transport items as he concocted potions for the king. Simultaneously, he had filled Scarlet's space with copious amounts of food, water, and essentials, ensuring that even should they find themselves in dire circumstances, they would not suffer unduly. Lorren utilized Scarlet's abilities to their fullest extent. Lorren's appetite was modest. After a few bites, he set his chopsticks down. While this world predominantly employed knives and forks, chopsticks were not entirely absent, and Lorren, accustomed to their use, did not stand out as peculiar. Before long, only Anna remained at the table, still eating, when a ringing sound echoed from the entrance. It was clear who it was without thought: messengers from the king. Yet, when Lorren opened the door, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Outside the door stood an elderly gentleman with a white beard, exuding a warm and amiable demeanor. However, the crown upon his head gave him an air of superiority over Lorren. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Lorren was taken aback by the king's personal visit, contemplating whether it was excessive for him to have done so. He resolved to be more moderate in his future dealings, settling for a mere 90% rather than greedily aiming for 95. "Nothing much. I merely wish to inspect the academy's condition as the school term approaches, and to pay you a visit," the king replied. Though he did not explicitly state his underlying intentions, Lorren understood perfectly. After directing Jingxin to fetch some medicine from the bedroom, he began to engage in polite conversation with the king. "Have you eaten? Jingxin's culinary skills are quite commendable. Would you care to sample something?" Just as Lorren extended his invitation for the king to enter, he noticed Anna clearing away the remaining food, leaving only a few empty plates on the table. A sudden tension gripped Lorren's fist, yet the king seemed unfazed, engaging in casual banter with him. Still, Lorren could detect the king's eagerness. He was clearly anticipating Lorren's potion. After only a few exchanged pleasantries, Jingxin presented a vial of potion to Lorren, who promptly handed it to the king. The concoction of the 7th-tier potion, Ember's Radiance, proved exceedingly challenging. I have faced numerous failures this week. Ultimately, I had to resort to improving the materials to produce this vial. It is a 5th-tier potion, which I have named Nostalgia. I invite you to try it. Lorren spoke the truth. He was willing to incur some cost to ensure the king would willingly part with the tier of aspiration. This vial represented a culmination of his efforts, even after several failures, despite consuming the spirit essence. The king nodded appreciatively, and as he uncorked the vial, a delightful aroma wafted toward him, causing him to salivate involuntarily. He could feel his body urging him to consume the potion. With a mirror held in his embrace by Jingxin, Lorren gestured for the king to proceed, and the king, no longer reserved, drank the potion in one gulp. Through the mirror, the king beheld his skin rapidly regaining its youthful glow, wrinkles fading, and his beard gradually darkening. Within seconds of consuming the potion, he felt as though he had regained decades of youth. As Lorren handed the mirror to the king, who reveled in his youthful reflection, he began to elaborate on the potion's effects. This vial of nostalgia will restore your vigor, but you shall age rapidly over the course of the next month, ultimately reverting to your original form. Nevertheless, this will extend your lifespan by at least a month. In contrast, Ember's Radiance, while it cannot revert you to your youth, will bestow upon you boundless vitality. Though you may not visibly appear younger, your physical capabilities will be significantly enhanced. As long as your spirit remains youthful, your life will continue to be prolonged, albeit to a certain limit. I am confident that should I be the one to concoct the potion, I can ensure that limit extends by at least 20 years, and if all goes well, a few hundred years may not be out of reach. However, there is a caveat. Ember's Radiance can only be utilized once in a lifetime. Lorren spoke candidly, as there was no need for deceit at this juncture. He elucidated both the advantages and disadvantages, affirming that his title of mentor was well-deserved. The king gazed at his now smooth hands, feeling invigorated and ambitious once more. When he looked at Lorren, his demeanor had transformed entirely. Master Mentor, to be frank, although the kingdom of Gedran may be modest, we possess a remarkably potent treasure known as the Tier of Aspiration. Chapter 27, Plans for a Heist. Oh, and what is the purpose of this treasure? Lorren feigned ignorance, secretly reveling in the king's unwitting entrapment. The Tier of Aspiration ensures that a potion will be successfully concocted. However, it can only be used once a week. Does the kingdom of Gedran truly possess such a thing? Lorren's interest piqued. If its effects are indeed as you described, then Ember's Radiance can surely be produced. Rest assured, I shall keep you informed, though it will take considerable time to brew even a single vial. Lorren continued to negotiate terms, and the king, now rejuvenated, seemed to have rekindled his ambitions, formulating more profound plans. Certainly, as long as you can assist me in concocting a vial within a month, I will continue to provide you with materials. I merely request that you conduct a class for the Royal Academy of Magic in Gedran during your spare time. One class each day, at your discretion regarding content and timing. Lorren nodded in agreement. The deal was struck. He knew the king's motivations. He had likely already attracted numerous students to the academy through Lorren's influence. Should Lorren fail to teach, discontent among the prospective students would surely arise. In any case, Lorren only needed to make an appearance. Even if he attended only once a month, it would suffice to demonstrate his presence. No problem, he replied. The king was aware of Lorren's material misappropriation, and his words implied that Lorren could continue to indulge in such practices, provided he also fulfilled his role as a teacher at the academy. A fair exchange. Tomorrow marks the start of the academic term. You will be responsible for one class. A coordinator will reach out to you with further details, and you may teach whatever you wish. After conveying these instructions, the king departed. Lorren understood that the class would consist of noble offspring, with perhaps a few talented commoners among them. It was an unfortunate reality that the innate talents of nobility often eclipsed those of the common folk, a truth supported by science. The offspring of mages were bound to possess greater abilities than those born to the impoverished. Even animals instinctively choose to mate with stronger counterparts. It is a lamentable, yet undeniable truth that many ordinary individuals may never encounter the realm of magic, rendering their potential irrelevant, even if they possess extraordinary talent. Once the king took his leave, Lorren stretched his limbs and entered his chamber. At last, the tear of aspiration was within reach, and his next course of action could finally commence. Unbeknownst to Lorren, the whereabouts of the tear of aspiration were unknown to him by the time the game commenced. The Academy's headmaster had kept it close at hand. Thus, it had become a drop item belonging to the headmaster, and while it remained within the Academy, Lorren was unaware of its precise location. In Lorren's room lay a large chest. Upon entering the password, it sprang open, revealing a small hand adorned with deep blue gloves emerging from within, a delicate bow gracing the wrist. Following this, a puppet poked its head out, its blue hair styled into spiral twin tails, and a cherubic face only served to enhance its cuteness. Its eyes sparkled like dazzling sapphires, one twinkling with starlight, a result of the void crystal's effect. The girl climbed out of the chest, clad in a dress interwoven with deep blue and white, adorned with a grand bow at the chest and petal-like frills at the hem. Her blue and white stockings were embellished with golden accents, and she crossed her legs, lifting her skirt in a graceful curtsy toward Lorren. Everything was utterly perfect. The puppet's design was inspired by the Ling Luo doll, and its attire had been crafted by Jingxin. Lorren decided to name her Gwen. Under Lorren's control, Gwen's appearance and form began to morph, ultimately transforming into an unremarkable passerby. The precious materials Lorren had utilized were not for naught. Subsequently, Lorren retrieved a black robe from his wardrobe and draped it over Gwen, biting his finger to inscribe runes directing toward Legos upon the robe. With that, all preparations were complete. Gwen's form became ethereal as she passed through walls, and even the powers of the tower could be shared. However, Lorren and Gwen could not utilize their abilities simultaneously, a minor drawback that was inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Lorren meticulously tidied his room, disposing of items that were inconvenient to discard directly into Scarlet's thief space. The space was infinite, and he could simply relocate them to a safe place later. Wait. Just before Scarlet could depart, Lorren called out to her, "I require your assistance with one more matter." "What is it?" Scarlet cast a glance around Lorren's dimly lit chamber, appreciating its soundproof nature. Even if something were to transpire, no one outside would be aware, which filled her with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. "Join me in a raid in due time." Until now, Lorren had not forgotten the messengers of the God of Plague. They had not yet departed from the royal capital. Having lingered here for so long, it was likely that many had developed a deep-seated animosity towards them. Lorren discovered that each night, a number of relatively handsome youths were sent to their residence. The existence of the Ember Light was a closely guarded secret. Lorren speculated that very few were privy to it, with only the king and the dean certainly aware. Thus, the hopes of other nobles still rested upon the God of Plague, albeit with little expectation. In the face of the prospect of immortality, they would gamble everything. During this time, that group had been living rather lavishly, but their period of indulgence was drawing to a close. Lorren felt no pity for those who indiscriminately wielded biochemical weapons. He bore no psychological burden when it came to killing them. Moreover, since receiving the mouth of Pluto, Lorren had hardly made use of it. Whose house to raid? Don't ask too many questions. When the time comes, you can do the raiding, as I have other matters to attend to, with a profit split of 70-30. Why is it only 70% for me? 70% is mine. I am responsible for the killing, and you are in charge of the looting. If you disagree, we can switch roles. Upon hearing this, Scarlet nodded vigorously like a chick pecking a grain. Although Scarlet, as a witch, possessed high stats, it did not enhance her combat capability. Even a goose from the countryside could potentially defeat her. Furthermore, she was the only one capable of single-handedly taking down a boss without any measures during the novice period. In truth, it mattered little how much Scarlet received. She belonged to Lorren regardless. If you do not wish to go, I can manage on my own. It's merely a matter of how much to take. Given that the group of plague worshippers had likely amassed a considerable fortune during this time, Lorren decided to graciously accept their offerings. His intent was robbery, while bringing Scarlet along would constitute a raid. "I want to go." Scarlet hastily declined. Having been a thief for so long, though not particularly successful, she had a love for money. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. Lorren needed her, and thus she wished to participate. Scarlet did not care about the implications. She simply knew that Lorren had been supporting her during this time and had treated her well, even though, as a maid, she often proved more of a hindrance. Occasionally, Scarlet would peek at the happy families of others, imagining what it would be like to have parents, eliminating the need for her daily struggles just to have a warm meal. Though the duration was short, Scarlet felt as though she were living in a dream. Having found a true home, Lorren had genuinely provided her with what she desired, even if their encounter had been rather abrupt. Therefore, even if Lorren were a villain, she would willingly play the part of his lackey. The mindset of a witch is simply that uncomplicated. Chapter 28. Now truly a teacher. Let me see the courses in magic, potions, history, language, abundance, and faith, as well as extraordinary beings. The curriculum at the Girdlon Royal Academy of Magic was quite extensive. Lorren had originally planned to teach potions while cosplaying as Snape, but upon further reflection, he deemed it rather pointless. Have you decided which class you wish to teach? In Lorren's office, a sycophantic man awaited his decision, as the school year had commenced, albeit with a late notification from the king. He was the director of the academy, and his position was reminiscent of those Lorren had encountered during his own schooling. Let's go with extraordinary beings. That class best reflects my capabilities. Lorren wished to conceal his true talents. He could not impart much in the realm of magic, and he harbored a particular disdain for courses related to faith. Although he was a paragon of the worshippers of abundance, it did not diminish his contempt for the church and each of the righteous deities. The Extraordinary Beings course aimed to help students understand the myriad extraordinary creatures in the world, including but not limited to magical beasts and other races beyond humanity, such as vampires and elves. The content of the class was relatively freeform. When Lorren finally made his choice, the director breathed a sigh of relief and handed him the course schedule, thoughtfully highlighting the Extraordinary Beings class. The upcoming session was scheduled for the afternoon. Just enough time for Lorren to catch up on some sleep. He had spent the previous night awake, preoccupied with controlling Gwen's preaching in the royal capital, with little success. The people's faith in the god of abundance was deeply ingrained. However, it mattered not. The god of hatred would grant them courage and animosity. Contamination bore no relation to the firmness of one's faith. Lorren's task was to facilitate the spread of that contamination. He felt no guilt regarding this. Only those who harbored hatred could truly be tainted by Regos. Otherwise, even an outer god would struggle to make an impact, as the world will consistently repel them. Otherwise, those righteous deities would not stand as mere pawns of the outer gods. What Lorren did was simply offer them courage and choice. Those youths who were treated as gifts for the plague worshippers ought to have quietly perished in the shadows, yet Lorren allowed them to rise once more. A mutual loss was preferable to a singular victory. However, some individuals lacked even the capital for mutual loss. One must possess the capability for a shared defeat to achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. Speaking of which, do you wish to attend school? Not at all. I wish to sleep in, Anna replied decisively, and the colleagues nodded in agreement, feeling that having Lorren alone in her world sufficed, with no need for further socialization. Very well then. Lorren respected their sentiments. Scarlet was even lazier than Anna, still at home sleeping, and had not even accompanied them, likely not intending to consider attending school. So, do you wish to punish this bad student who does not want to attend school? Jingxin had somehow procured a school uniform, which bore resemblance to a JK uniform, complete with a shirt, sweater, tie, and short skirt, but with an additional robe that lent it a more antiquated style. She suddenly sat beside Lorren, her legs encased in white stockings, draped over his own, her shoes half off, dangling from her toes. The children were nearby, and Lorren felt somewhat awkward, only able to watch as Jingxin gradually hiked her skirt higher. Were it not for her penchant for bizarre antics, she would indeed possess a captivating allure, with no flaws to speak of in terms of either beauty or figure. Ahem, Nakalis, Anna, would you kindly check the storage room for any reverse time flowers? They're crucial for concocting the Emberlight. All the reverse time flowers are in the office. This trip would surely take them quite some time. When Anna and the others returned, they noticed that Jingxin appeared much improved, though they did not dwell on it. Minter, we did not find any reverse time flowers. Ah, that must mean I misremembered. All the reverse time flowers are indeed in the office. Anna looked somewhat skeptical, glancing at the desk. How come there are bloodstains here? What happened? Lorren felt a surge of panic, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten certain aspects of Jingxin's character. He hastily attempted to smooth things over. Oh, that was merely my blood from earlier, used to draw runes. It's nothing to worry about. Anna suddenly wore a mischievous smile, while Nakalis maintained her concerned expression. Is there nothing else that can substitute for blood? It's not a big deal, just a bit of blood. The healing effect from the High Priestess will restore it quickly. Having barely managed to deflect the situation, Lorren turned to Jingxin, who remained expressionless. Very well then. Let's head back. I have a class this afternoon. At that moment, the normally front-running Jingxin lagged behind in the procession, her pace significantly slower. Lorren had no choice but to quicken his steps, eager to return home and avoid any lengthy delays. Upon returning home, Lorren whistled, and the nightingale flew out from the room, landing on his shoulder. Lorren could not quite fathom why this nightingale, much like a person, preferred to be active during the day. While the nightingale captivated Anna and Nikali's attention, Jingxin slipped into her bedroom to change. When she emerged, she had donned her maid outfit, with her over-the-knee white stockings replaced by tights. Only then did Lorren breathe a sigh of relief, though he sensed that Anna knew everything. However, Lorren did not dwell on it. He intended to prepare for his afternoon class and realized it was also time for a haircut. Initially, Lorren had intended to apply for a teacher's college, but ultimately he pursued automation instead, and later he had entirely forsaken it all for a life of adventure. Now, the opportunity to become a teacher has truly arrived, and Lorren places considerable importance on it. After all, the children's education must not be delayed. He takes out his notebook, scribbling lesson plans, while Jingxin meticulously tidies his hair. He maintains his signature hairstyle, short, concealing one eye, while his attire remains unremarkable, still clad in a black robe. As Lorren gazes at his reflection in the mirror, he muses that he looks somewhat dashing, with the witch's curse now upon him. He is likely to garner quite a following. In recent days, as he ventures outdoors, a host of small animals often gather around him. Even skittish sparrows find solace perched upon his shoulder. Yet, this is not the true purpose of the curse. Lorren's smooth dealings with the king owe much to its influence. And should he encounter formidable supernatural beings in the future, that is when the curse will truly reveal its power. Each tarot card possesses a terrifying potential, and collecting the entire set will trigger additional effects. Lorren is fascinated by tarot cards. Were it not for his desire to avoid harm or expedite progress, he would have pursued the complete collection and studied the lore behind them. He has discovered that tarot cards originate from an entity scarcely mentioned in the game, the Eternal Observer. Chapter 29. Class is in session. Good afternoon, children. Lorren never anticipated standing before the lectern one day, and a wave of sentiment washes over him. The students in the classroom are clearly divided into two factions. One group adorned in exquisitely crafted uniforms, while the other wears garments of inferior quality. Remarkably, the latter is the minority. The Academy's uniforms are quite expensive, prompting these commoner children to resort to sewing their own. And even the most skilled craftsmanship cannot conceal the shoddy materials. These two groups do not sit together, separated by an invisible barrier, and Lorren feels powerless to remedy the situation. Good afternoon, esteemed mentor. Upon Lorren's arrival, both commoners and nobles alike are filled with excitement. Lorren's reputation precedes him. His works appreciated by all, from symphonies performed by orchestras to nursery rhymes hummed by children. However, it is not the songs that matter, but rather the prestige of his title. Additionally, there is another reason. Lorren's appearance is not unappealing, complemented by the curse that enhances his likability. Observing the children's enthusiasm, Lorren discards the textbook. Feel free to ask me anything. There is no need to confine yourselves to the curriculum. A golden-haired girl in the front row is the first to raise her hand. Lorren recognizes her. She is Princess Sylvia Freeheim of the Gerland Kingdom, daughter of the Old King. One cannot deny that the old man possesses a certain degree of power, considering the princess is merely 16 while the king has surpassed a century. As for her fate, Lorren is uncertain. When war broke out, the noble class fled, and the player's only interaction with her was during a robbery on her escape route, where she met her demise. Lorren gestures for her to stand, and, as she does, she tosses her golden locks, exuding an air of pride. I am Sylvia Freeheim. Thank you for selecting me. Upon standing, Sylvia introduces herself before posing her question. Freeheim, a royal surname indeed. What would you like to inquire about, Sylvia? Lorren comprehends her intent. She wishes to assert her royal status, possibly hinting that the old king has plans, or perhaps she seeks Lorren's attention. I wish to learn more about the bloodline tribes. Where do they exist? At this age, it is no surprise that girls are intrigued by such matters. Vampires are far more captivating than mere monsters. Vampires conceal themselves in various locales. They may even dwell within the city. Like human nobility, vampires possess titles, but theirs are solely determined by the purity of their bloodline. As vampires fear the sun, most thrive in the realms of night and the god of thunder, many of whom are devotees of the latter. Vampires with sufficiently pure blood are not as averse to sunlight, and they enjoy long lifespans, coupled with magical talents surpassing those of humans. Then why do humans dominate the world now? A new question arises from the crowd, and many curious eyes turn toward Lorren, who continues, it is quite simple. There are more humans. Even if 100 human mages could vanquish a single vampire, that would suffice. And humans are also under the protection of divine beings. Even within the territories of the god of night and thunder, vampires cannot harm humans at will. Lorren refrains from mentioning the well-known facts and instead shares lesser-known insights, eliciting awe from his audience. He finds this simple admiration rather enjoyable. Now, Does anyone else have a question? In a short span, Lorren has captivated the children with his knowledge, invigorating the atmosphere. When he poses this question, over half the class raises their hands, the majority of whom are nobles. Notably, a girl in the back row hesitates, her hand half raised before retreating upon realizing she is being observed. Ultimately, Lorren selects a commoner child. Upon realizing she has been chosen, she is taken aback, as if even she believed Lorren would overlook her. In her excitement, her face flushes slightly as she stands. Esteemed mentor, I wish to know about mermaids. Do they truly exist in this world? Lorren nods, prompting immediate excitement from a girl, and soon the entire class falls silent, awaiting his response. Indeed, they exist. This is no secret. Mermaids dwell in the depths of the boundless sea, and they are not unlike humans, even lacking reproductive isolation. However, they harbor little fondness for humanity. Beautiful mermaids lure sailors to plunge into the sea, while their more unsightly counterparts save drowning creatures. All mermaids are subjects of the Dawn Princess, and after her demise, they chose to retreat into the depths to escape the divine. As Lorren concludes, the class erupts into discussion. Is the Dawn Princess not the one who, having committed sacrilege, led to the downfall of her kingdom? Indeed, that is her. It is astounding to learn that mermaids are her subjects. So, they suffer due to her transgressions. Numerous such exchanges ensue, and none question Lorren's words. To do so would be to challenge the church and the king. Listening to their dialogue, Lorren feels a twinge of discomfort. There are truths he cannot share, such as the fact that the Dawn Princess was once the strongest human, perishing at the hands of the righteous god in her bid to prevent humanity's enslavement, ultimately transforming her subjects into mermaids to avert their annihilation. Though he would not pay the ultimate price like others, he would still bear the burden. In the end, Lorren motions for silence, believing that one day he will unveil the full truth. Now, does anyone else wish to inquire? This time, both commoners and nobles raise their hands, and Lorren notices the girl in the back row lowering her hand once more, appearing troubled as she wrestles with whether to voice her question. The girl with deep blue hair in the back, do you have something to ask? Lorren calls out, singling her out. She points to herself, momentarily stunned, until a classmate nudges her, prompting her to stand abruptly. Luna, are you hoping to ask our esteemed mentor if there exists a textile fairy who can rescue your woeful attire? A sudden taunt from Sylvia elicits laughter from the rest of the class. Lorren feels a surge of displeasure. He is taken aback to witness bullying under his very nose, and his opinion of Sylvia plummets. He despises those who prey on the weak. Consequently, he slams his hand on the desk, his voice laced with anger. Silence. As soon as the words fell, the classroom fell silent once more. Sylvia was taken aback, and Lorren's tone shifted back to a gentle demeanor. Luna, do not concern yourself with the words of others. You are quite charming. Is there anything you wish to ask? Luna kept her head down, clearly accustomed to the ridicule of her peers, but upon hearing Lorren's encouragement, she lifted her gaze, her eyes glimmering with a hint of light. Master, what is your opinion on witches? Chapter 30, The Witch Among Students. Upon hearing this question, Lorren fell silent. Luna resembled those individuals who frequently mention having a friend merely to mask their own embarrassment in asking a question, using their friend as a pretext. The fact that Luna posed such a question indicated that she was indeed a witch, and she exhibited other characteristics of one, although somewhat unrefined. It did not detract from her being the most beautiful in the class. Furthermore, her attire signified that she was of common birth, and her admission into this class implied exceptional talent. She truly embodied the essence of a witch. Lorren was 90% certain that Luna was indeed a witch. He realized he had an unusual affinity for witches, encountering 2 of them during his visit to the royal capital. However, he was reluctant to answer Luna's question, as it was a rather delicate matter. Had it been any other query, Lorren might have dismissed it with a few harsh words. But this was about his favorite type of witch, and he did not wish to speak insincerely. Yet, the consequences of speaking the truth were quite serious. Ultimately, Lorren could only take a step back. I cannot answer that question, Luna. Please come to my office after class. Sylvia was about to laugh, but Lorren silenced her with a mere glance, his crimson eyes fixed on her, instilling a sense of dread that made her instinctively shrink back. Is there anyone else with questions? The lesson continued, though Luna remained silent in the back row, hugging her shoulders, appearing even more despondent than when Sylvia had mocked her. She only managed to smile when the girl beside her offered comfort, and even that was merely to reassure her friend. Soon, the class came to an end, and everyone except Luna felt as though the time had flown by. After class, the other students excitedly bid farewell to Lorren, who responded with a smile to each of them. Yet he did not leave waiting patiently for Luna. As she approached him, the girl who had sat beside Luna patted her shoulder before departing, glancing back at Luna one last time as she exited the classroom. Luna followed Lorren, and as they walked towards the office, observing her low spirits, Lorren placed his hand atop her head. She instinctively flinched but relaxed upon realizing Lorren merely wished to pat her head. His concern for her reaction tugged at Lorren's heartstrings. Upon entering the office, Luna curiously surveyed the various alchemical apparatuses, but when Lorren looked her way, she quickly lowered her head again. "Please have a seat. There is no need to be anxious. I wish to speak with you privately about matters unsuitable for public discussion." At Lorren's gesture, Luna sat in the chair opposite him, still fidgety, gripping her skirt tightly until Lorren suddenly grasped her hand. He opened her palm, revealing a noticeable wound on her finger. "Did you sew your clothes yourself? These wounds appear to be from a needle. Generally, needles do not cause significant injuries, yet it seems you have endured quite a few pricks." "Yes," Luna replied honestly when Lorren inquired. "Drink this," Lorren said suddenly, handing her a vial of potion filled with a rare pink liquid. "I made it strawberry-flavored for easy consumption." As he spoke, he inserted a straw into the potion, indicating for Luna to drink it. Though uncertain of its contents, Luna instinctively drank it, drawn in by Lorren's comforting presence. The moment the potion touched her lips, Luna's eyes lit up. It was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Moreover, she felt a warm current surge through her body, and soon the wounds on her fingers vanished. "Personally, I have a great fondness for witches," Lorren stated abruptly, startling Luna, causing her to fumble the vial, which shattered on the ground. She hurried to pick up the shards, but Lorren promptly stopped her and turned to retrieve a broom. "However, the church has always hunted witches, and the world harbors intense hatred towards them, which is why I could not speak of it in class. Yet I also wish not to disparage witches insincerely." It was then that Luna realized Lorren was addressing her question from class without having discovered her true identity, which relieved her. Listening to Lorren's words, a smile crept onto her face. Witches are not fundamentally different from humans. They are simply more beautiful, more gifted, and possess innate powers, akin to favored children of the Creator. They do not deserve such unjust treatment. As for spreading curses and bringing misfortune, those are merely rumors. Lorren swept up the glass shards near Luna's feet, and she awkwardly lifted her foot. Once he had collected all the fragments into the dustpan, he set the cleaning tools aside. There is not even a reliable method to distinguish witches. The most dependable way is through their innate powers. Those with such powers are witches. If they conceal their abilities, it becomes exceedingly difficult to identify them. Perhaps in time, other methods of distinguishing witches will emerge, and they may not be too far off. At the onset of the game, the church already possessed means to identify witches, though Lorren was unclear about the specific timeline. The timeline prior to the game's commencement was not very clear. Thus, Lorren had refrained from investing in any real estate, preparing himself for a potential escape, and seeking higher ground to prevent the discovery of Nicalis and her companions. Even the nightingale, which had been resting, sensed Lorren's return and flew directly to his hand. As he caressed the nightingale's feathers, he engaged in conversation with Luna. "I would wish to protect all witches, but I find myself lacking the means." Lorren had done this many times before. When the Divine War commenced, the church would be too preoccupied to concern themselves with such matters, making it much easier. Everything that transpired today was utterly unexpected for Luna. She had long heard of Lorren's reputation, and upon encountering him, an inexplicable fondness welled within her, compelling her to discern his attitude towards witches, despite the peril her identity posed if revealed. Fortunately, Lorren was a remarkably gentle person, displaying kindness toward witches, which ignited in Luna an urge to confess her true identity. "You're truly a kind soul." Being with Lorren felt effortless, and Luna gradually relaxed. "Thank you for your kind words." After Luna expressed her gratitude, Lorren abruptly changed the subject. "It seems you are not particularly well received in class, especially by the nobles." Although Sylvia had been the first to mock Luna, the attitudes of the other students made their sentiments clear. Only a few of Luna's classmates refrained from joining in the ridicule. Even the other commoners did not stand by Luna, as they too harbored a degree of sycophancy. As this was mentioned, Luna's spirits sank once more. Lorren, understanding everything, placed his hand on her hair. "Do not worry. I am here. Even the king must show me respect, so you need not fret." Chapter 31. The Eternal Observer. As Luna exited Lorren's office, her steps felt considerably lighter. She observed her unblemished fingers, warmth blossoming within her heart. "How'd it go?" The girl who had previously sat beside Luna waited outside for her, and upon seeing the smile on Luna's face, she finally relaxed. "That master is truly a gentle soul. The girl immediately understood, gently nudging Luna with her elbow. Have you developed feelings for him? No, Luna retorted defensively, yet her cheeks flushed increasingly red. At that moment, the girl beside her sighed. Do not dwell on it. Did you see how he treated Sylvia during class? Sylvia, typically so haughty and proud, found herself unable to raise her gaze in his presence. His stature rivaled that of a king, and the disparity between their ranks was insurmountable. Such eminent figures were destined to remain as distant stars, forever out of reach for individuals like us. Furthermore, the incongruity of your ages is apparent. At merely 17, it seems implausible to amass such extensive knowledge without centuries of experience. Luna responded dismissively, and ultimately, the girl merely sighed, aware that Luna was not truly absorbing her words. At that moment, Luna's mind was preoccupied with Lorren's statements, particularly his assurance that she could seek him out at any time, as he would always welcome her, even providing his address. Lorren's intentions were straightforward. He merely wished for Luna to approach him should she ever reveal her identity as a witch. After school, Lorren saw no reason to linger at the academy, as the tears of desire would not reach him until the following day, and the alchemical preparations would officially commence then. Thus, he set forth towards home, accompanied by Nightingale. Greetings, esteemed mentor. Ah, your bird is splendidly cared for. Indeed, it was nearly devoured by a cat, which was quite alarming. As he walked, teachers and senior members of the academy greeted Lorren, to which he responded while subtly applying pressure on Simona regarding Nightingale's situation. The effectiveness of this tactic was evident. Today marked Lorren's first day of classes, and Simona had requested a leave of absence. It was only a matter of time before she found herself without a foothold in the royal capital, as many scrambled to curry favor with Lorren. Once word spread about his ability to concoct the elixir of embers, the number of those seeking to please him would only increase, while penalizing Simona would serve as an excellent means of ingratiating oneself with Lorren. As Lorren made his way home, Gwen, cloaked in black, emerged from the walls of his bedroom. The tower's powers had previously manifested in a follower of an outer god. Though few recognized this as a capability of the tarot cards, most attributing it to a blessing from the outer god. Thus, it was entirely normal for Gwen, appearing as a follower of the outer god, to possess the ability to become ethereal. Lorren had no intention of concealing this ability. Rather, displaying it openly would further delineate boundaries between him and Lorren, who was willing to offend many to dismantle the strongholds of the outer goddess followers. His faith in the god of abundance was unwavering. How could he possibly be associated with the outer gods? Upon returning home, Lorren found that Mirrorheart had already prepared dinner, perfectly timed, so much so that Anna had not even begun to eat. However, Lorren thought little of it, attributing it to mere coincidence. Even if Mirrorheart had timed her cooking to coincide with the end of school, she could not have anticipated his conversation with Luna. Surely, Mirrorheart did not possess the means to surveil him? Esteemed mentor, why do you carry the scent of another woman? This time, Anna did not rush to eat, but instead inhaled the aroma surrounding Lorren. Are you a dog, that you can detect such things? Lorren retorted, yet did not conceal the truth. Yes, there is a student in my class who may be a witch, and I had some interaction with her. My sense of smell is quite acute. I've always remembered your scent, and it is only natural that I would notice any changes. To this, Lorren could not refute, as witches indeed possessed sensory capabilities far superior to those of ordinary humans. I have lived for 18 years without encountering another witch. How is it that you meet two upon your arrival? Scarlet paused her meal, incredulous. Witches were not akin to Pikachu, and it was improbable for Lorren to encounter so many. Perhaps it is simply fate. In his previous gaming experiences, Lorren had always held a fascination for witches, not only those within the narratives, but also those hidden among the populace. To say that he knew every witch would not be an exaggeration, perhaps stemming from his own obsession. Yet, it then struck him that he did not know Luna. There were two possibilities. Either he had played the game countless times without discovering her, or she had perished before the story began, with the latter being the more likely scenario. Much like Nacris, who had been confirmed dead within the game, this fate befell most witches. Witches did not age, even at their life's end. They retained their most beautiful appearances. Thus, this divine favoritism sowed the seeds of their demise. If a witch lingered too long in one place, her true nature would inevitably be revealed. Therefore, Lorren's concoction of longevity potions for the king also served to shield the witches in his household. If Lorren possessed a means to extend his life, it was only natural to include those closest to him. I must devise a way to save Luna. Luna belonged to the fortunate few among witches. While their numbers were not insignificant, most did not survive to maturity, often revealing their anomalies at a young age. Anna and Nacris were living examples of this, as Nacris's father had pursued them mercilessly upon discovering her identity. Anna was fortunate. She had merely been abandoned, leaving her with a glimmer of hope. I shall return to my room. Call me if you need anything. After hastily consuming a few bites, Lorren departed from the dining table, as he still needed to manipulate Gwen into propagating the worship of the god of hatred, along with other matters. Lorren retrieved a piece of parchment and inscribed 3 names: the primordial bard, the eternal observer, and the final singer. These names had appeared in the game, though with scant descriptions. Lorren was most familiar with the eternal observer, the enigmatic entity responsible for creating the tarot cards, as the game provided relatively more detail about it. The only certainty was their elevated status, perhaps even surpassing that of the outer gods. Lorren had come across some literature containing research on the outer gods, which included a crucial piece of information. The reason the outer gods could not directly consume this world was due to the singers, and with the emergence of the gods, the singers vanished as well. However, Lorren had yet to uncover any connections between these 3 figures. He surmised that their association stemmed solely from their names, as they represented beginnings, continuations, and ends, sharing a similar naming structure. It was this simple rationale that led him to link them together. His intuition urged him that if he could discover the revered names associated with them, it would prove immensely beneficial. Chapter 32, The Speech. Not all inhabitants of the royal capital slumbered peacefully under the night sky. Farmers seized the cooler evening hours to hastily harvest wheat. The Christmas snow had melted days prior, and under divine blessings, the newly sown crops had already matured. Only during the last few days of the year, when the encroachment of the outer gods was most severe, could they find respite. Laborers busied themselves transporting high-quality rice, which they had never tasted, onto wagons bound for other nations, to ensure the horses could run faster. They had been fed well until satiated. Once the loading was complete, the workers could scarcely feel their arms. As they reached out to receive their wages, their hands trembled, nearly dropping the money pouch, despite its lightness. Is this all? The worker opened the pouch to find only a handful of copper coins. This is it. If you think it insufficient, you need not continue. There are plenty who will take your place. The supervisor dismissed his concerns and, after urging the drivers to depart swiftly, moved on toward another direction, where lights shone even in the dead of night, illuminating the workers' reluctant lamps. Ultimately, he said nothing more, taking a single 10 copper coin from the pouch and heading toward the tavern in the alley, needing the numbing effects of alcohol to find sleep, leaving the remainder for his wife and children. The tavern was boisterous, with many choosing to order cheap drinks late into the night to relieve their stress. In a corner, a figure clad in a black robe caught the laborer's attention. Such attire was unusual in this setting, though he paid it little mind. For the royal capital's vibrancy naturally attracted individuals from distant lands. After consuming a pint of beer, he felt a slight haze enveloping him, and it was at that moment he overheard a remark from an unknown source. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated profoundly. What justifies our relentless toil, when despite our efforts, we remain unable to attain a life of prosperity? This nation is surely upheld by our labor, is it not? Why do the aristocrats, who contribute nothing, bask in the glory of our hard-won fruits? Suddenly, Gwen, ensnared by Lorren's control, shattered her goblet against the table, startling all present, who turned their gazes toward her. Before Lorren could utter a word, he had already invoked Lygas's true name, tainting his subsequent speech and compelling everyone to subconsciously lean in to hear Lorren speak. I wonder how many among you are farmers? With the blessings of the god of abundance, surely the yield of our crops is evident to all. Even a single plot of land could sustain us adequately. Yet the majority of our grain finds its way into the hands of those aristocrats who are not in want, as they sell it abroad for gold. You cannot fathom the extravagance of their lives. I have witnessed a noble's cat valued at 20 gold pieces, 2,000 silver, 200,000 copper. How much copper do you earn in a single day of labor? We, the common folk, toil until we are nearly spent. Yet even so, we can barely provide for our families. A worker glanced at his coin pouch, which held 4 copper coins, worth 40 copper. It would take him 10 years of relentless work, without sustenance, to afford a meerkat. Surely the god of abundance loves us all equally, does he not? So why do our lives differ so vastly from those of the aristocrats? Is it a lack of piety on our part? A deficiency of effort? No. We are more devout than anyone. Without piety, crops would not flourish. Now I cannot help but question whether these nobles possess the piety that brings forth the harvest. No, they do not. I hail from the borders of the kingdom of Gedlon, where a significant event transpired. A certain lord, accompanied by the church's scarecrow, eradicated a cult of foreign deities. Do you know who those devotees were? They were the very nobles. They sacrificed the wealth acquired by draining our lifeblood to their foreign gods. When you see a cockroach in plain sight, it signifies that the darkness can no longer contain them. Lorren's words rendered the previously raucous tavern silent, leaving only the sound of drinking. All heads bowed in hushed contemplation. These were thoughts Lorren had meticulously crafted. The faith of these individuals in the god of abundance was deeply ingrained. Thus Lorren sought to exploit this to incite their wrath. The seeds of hatred had been sown in their hearts, gradually sprouting under the influence of alcohol. Perhaps you think your lives are destined to remain as they are, as long as your children fare well, but what future awaits our offspring? Merely to be bled dry by the children of the aristocrats, much like livestock confined in pens. A cycle perpetuated through generations. Lorren had struck at the very core of their grievances. Many labored tirelessly for the sake of their children. Yet what change could they anticipate for their offspring? I too have a daughter who has scarcely known a full meal. Upon reaching this point, Lorren's mood plummeted. He spoke no falsehood, for Anna indeed rarely ate her fill. To prevent Anna from overeating, Lorren typically allowed her to dine in smaller portions. This world has fallen ill. Yet why do the sick consume medicine while the world feasts upon the flesh of its own? Not long ago, a friend of mine took his own life, for he could not envision a future for himself, nor did he see any possibility of change. The utmost cruelty lies in the unawareness of one's own suffering. Have you ever contemplated how lamentable your existence is? No, we have long since grown up. The kingdom of Gedlon is akin to a carriage, hurtling forward with us. The common folk, merely fodder for the horses. The worker tucked away his coin pouch, and alongside others, gathered around Gwen's puppet. Lorren's words had pulled away a crucial support from the pile of kindling, shattering the fragile balance in an instant. But what can we do? He was the first to voice this thought, sparking resonance among the others. Indeed, even in their rage, they could not alter their circumstances. The mages and knights shield the aristocrats, and even the church's scarecrows stand by their side. The chasm between the extraordinary and the ordinary is insurmountable, leaving them without recourse. Yes, what can we do? The flickering anger was extinguished by this phrase. This was precisely Lorren's intention. For now, he could finally broach the matter at hand. No, it is not thus. We still have a way. I know a name. When you're consumed by anger, if you merely call upon his name, he shall bestow upon you strength. His name is Lygus. I hope you will spread word of his name to more souls, and may you harness his power to attain happiness. It is far better to teach one to fish than to merely hand them a fish. Distributing grain serves no purpose. Only by enlightening them to the means of addressing their issues can they enjoy bountiful harvests. Chapter 33. The action commences. Lygus. Even as Lorren's control over Gwen waned, the name Lygus lingered in the hearts of the people, and upon uttering this name, they felt invigorated. My wages have been owed for a year. My son has been missing for days. When he returned, he was mad. That day, upon returning home from work, I found my wife entwined with another man. And my daughter was there too. Their voices crescendoed into a roar, and after downing their last drink, they departed the tavern, for tonight was destined to be tumultuous. Yet perhaps tomorrow would yield better prospects. Gwen slipped through the wall, returning to Lorren's chamber. She shed her black robe, returning to her original form, and sat obediently upon Lorren's cabinet, appearing as though she were merely an ordinary puppet. Lorren had executed such acts before, and the royal capital was not his primary target. The inhabitants of the capital still lived as humans. The hatred festering in the surrounding cities was far more potent, and they were the true architects of chaos. The night had deepened, and Lorren brushed off the dust clinging to Gwen before lying down. The following day, he need not rise early, for his class was in the afternoon, and even if he took a leave of absence, none would dare to object. A night of silence ensued. Even the nightingale remained quiet, until the following day, when at the stroke of noon, the nightingale began to sing, serving as Lorren's alarm. Speaking of alarms, Lorren realized that since his arrival in the capital, Jingxin had not employed those peculiar methods to rouse him, leaving Lorren somewhat unaccustomed. He extended his hand, and the nightingale flew from its cage to perch upon it. The cage had scarcely been closed, the last time being when Jingxin locked herself inside and tossed the key to a place just out of reach. Perhaps the nightingale had spent less time in the cage than Jingxin herself. Upon entering the parlor, Lorren discovered the king had been waiting for him for quite some time, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a mage's robe, who held a tome of magic, perusing it even at that moment, embodying the notion of lifelong learning. Good afternoon, Master Mentor. This is Dean Eldrin. We bring you the tear of wishing. Upon Lorren's arrival, the king introduced the elder at his side. Two such prominent figures had awaited Lorren's rising, granting him considerable honor. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Dean Eldrin. Lorren drew the symbol of the god of abundance upon his chest and greeted Eldrin, who reciprocated with a similar gesture. Subsequently, Eldrin handed a small vial shaped like a droplet to Lorren. Its structure was peculiar, as though it contained a single drop of liquid, despite being the size of an oral solution. This is the tier of wishing. If you introduce the liquid within at the commencement of your alchemical process, it will ensure your success in the endeavor. However, I kindly ask that you return it once used, for I require a specific method to restore its usability, lest the liquid within remain dormant. This was a necessary precaution, not a lack of trust in you, Lorren. This was the message Eldrin wished to convey. Naturally, Lorren did not expose Eldrin's intentions. While others remained oblivious, Lorren was acutely aware. His observations were not unfounded. Indeed, once the tears of desire were depleted, they must be replenished through a certain method. However, this method posed no significant challenge. One merely needed to evoke a profound desire within the tears. There was no requirement for a gradual accumulation. It was simply that this item had a cool-down period of 7 days, and at the moment the cool-down concluded, sensing a desire would suffice for restoration, a fact even Eldrin was unaware of. As Lorren received the tears of desire, he also noted the accompanying description, tears of desire. Effect: when dripped into a potion, it guarantees the success of the alchemical endeavor. Description: I sacrificed everything and still could not save her. My life henceforth holds no meaning. May those in love never be parted. Lorren had researched the origins of the tears of desire, which were purportedly crafted by a master alchemist who, after enduring countless hardships to gather various materials, finally succeeded in concocting a potion to save his beloved, only to fail in the attempt. Subsequently, his profound love attracted the attention of the god of love, resulting in the creation of the tears of desire. The specifics of this process remained unclear to Lorren. It could have been a gift from the deity or a result of his own actions. Utilizing this item would draw the gaze of the god of love. But with myriad external deities encountered, one more would matter little to Lorren. After handing over the item, both the headmaster and the king remained, silently awaiting Lorren's meal. Their intentions were not lost on him, prompting him to feign ignorance. Is there anything else? The seeds Lorren had sown the previous night began to sprout, bringing a mix of trouble to the capital. Although minor, it was evident to them that this was linked to external deities. Despite their primary animosity towards witches, they recognized that the true danger lay with the external gods. Last night, disturbances in the capital led to numerous assaults on nobles, including injuries sustained by the scarecrows sent to investigate. Lorren downed his glass of milk, mindful of his health, insisting on a morning ritual of milk and a balanced diet, shunning tobacco and alcohol. However, he found the milk's flavor peculiar today. Yet, with other matters at hand, he dismissed it and set aside his utensils. Let us proceed to the academy and discuss as we walk. The nightingale that had perched on Lorren's shoulder during breakfast was joined by Anna, who inexplicably decided to accompany him to the academy. Although Lorren was puzzled by Anna's sudden interest, he did not object. Along the way, Headmaster Eldrin provided Lorren with a detailed overview of the situation. The only external deity known to the kingdom of Gedlon was the god of greed, while the god of hatred was unfamiliar to them, which prompted their consultation with Lorren. Many commoners had undergone grotesque transformations, sprouting toxic spines and enhancing their physical prowess to surpass even the scarecrows. Their intentions were unmistakable, targeting nobles or merchants, and once their prey was eliminated, they would revert to their original forms. Listening attentively, Lorren feigned contemplation before speaking. The root of this calamity is the god of hatred. I regret to inform you that, to avoid tainting you, I cannot divulge much regarding this deity. And what are the casualties from last night? 2 dead, 3 injured. Upon hearing the king's response, Lorren abruptly shifted the conversation. Do you recall how many lives that pestilence worshipper took? Merely those you remember. The king was at a loss for words, prompting him to redirect the topic. The pressing issue now is how to combat the god of hatred. Indeed, therein lies the conundrum. Lorren interjected, interrupting the king's attempt at justification. He would provide them with solutions, contingent upon their willingness to heed his counsel. Chapter 34. The Concoction of Emberlight. External deities are often intertwined with emotions, just as those devoid of greed struggle to connect with the god of greed. So too do individuals without hatred find it impossible to access the power of the god of hatred. These external deities can, at times, resemble fairy tale spirits, bestowing power upon humanity in their most desperate moments. Should one ever encounter a fairy capable of granting wishes, do not doubt, it is an external deity. Lorren spoke truthfully. which elucidated why followers of external deities are often more fervent than those of the righteous gods. External deities genuinely offer tangible benefits. Such formidable power is granted simply by harboring hatred and invoking the name of Rigoth. Conversely, the righteous gods may deny their blessings even after a lifetime of devotion. Valentina, who had long since departed from Lorren's life, serves as a prime example. So, you imply that as long as we eradicate hatred from people's hearts, external deities will be unable to influence them? Precisely, a teachable child. Lorren began to applaud, showing no regard for the king. This principle was straightforward, yet its application proved challenging. What, then, should we do specifically? The normally astute king appeared momentarily dull-witted, to which Lorren merely chuckled. There is no need for pretense, Midas. You need only ensure the populace is well fed. This marked the first occasion Lorren directly addressed the king by his true name, underscoring the gravity of the situation. And you, Eldrin, should cease your clandestine dealings, particularly your research endeavors. Lorren now possessed the leverage to unveil such matters, even if they sought retribution. He was fully prepared to withstand it. Having reached this critical juncture, although every word he uttered aimed to rescue them, Lorren understood that he could not save them. Humanity's sole lesson from its protracted history is that it never learns from the past. I must hasten to prepare your potion. I bid you farewell. The three entered the academy together, Lorren positioned between the two, and anyone witnessing this scene would be struck by the significance of Lorren's status. Those who had previously been unaware of the weight of the title master now gained profound insight. One cannot evade forever. Today, Simona also arrived at the academy and observed this scene, particularly noting the nightingale perched upon Lorren's shoulder. Lorren, keenly aware of her gaze, felt the influence of his sensitive heart ability at such a moment, which proved far more potent than described. Few had selected based solely on the description. Lorren had experienced firsthand its remarkable strength. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why he had not yet sensed any adverse effects, despite his daily interactions with external deities. Showing no signs of contamination, Lorren merely exchanged a meaningful glance with Simona, deepening her inner fear before retreating to his office. Today, he intended to formally commence the concoction of Emberlight. With the tears of desire, all he required was time. With a flick of his wand, flames ignited beneath the cauldron. Such an advanced potion could not be forged from ordinary flames, yet the tears of desire defied rationality. The new shoots following a forest fire. No one would anticipate that the most crucial ingredient for a high-level potion granting immortality could be so unassuming. The sprout was placed in the cauldron filled with distilled water, exhibiting no change until Lorren added the next ingredient, the ashes of the eternal silence tree. A spoonful of unremarkable ashes was introduced into the cauldron, causing the previously added sprout to dissolve and meld with the ashes. The eternal silence tree is a species with an almost endless lifespan, yet its growth and reproduction are exceedingly slow. Many eternal silence trees are older than the combined ages of the gods. Blood of the ice dragon and the fire dragon. 2 vials of starkly contrasting blood appeared in Lorren's hands. One emanated a piercing chill, while the other radiated a heat sufficient to burn. The 2 dragon bloods were poured into the cauldron using a unique technique, forming a yin-yang pattern, and the atmosphere immediately softened. Endless seas, deep sea salt, the luminescent substance of the underworld firefly, the serpent skin of the Ouroboros, and the reversal flower. Once again, several rare materials have been incorporated. The ingredients for Ember Glow are not excessively demanding, with the most challenging to procure being the ashes of the eternal silence tree and 2 varieties of dragon's blood. However, it is the formula itself that holds the true value, as few are privy to its intricacies. Following this, one simply needs to simmer the concoction for 7 days. There is no need to worry about the water evaporating, as it is quite uncommon for potions to encounter such an issue. Having completed these tasks, it was nearly time for class. The cauldron did not require constant supervision, so after securing the door, Lorren escorted Anna into the classroom. Lorren harbored no concerns regarding the brewing Ember Glow, and the rationale was straightforward. The potion was not his. Should any mishap occur, it would be the king's loss. The responsibility resting with the academy, not Lorren. The classroom at the academy resembled that of a university, allowing Anna to choose a seat at her leisure. Today, she accompanied Lorren not only to the academy, but also to attend class. "Excuse me." Anna settled beside a noble, rather expectantly, made room for her. An extraordinary aura emanated from Anna, prompting the nobles to instinctively shy away from her brilliance. Lorren observed this scene, recalling his earlier remark to Anna about her being the epitome of a dandy. It seemed she had truly taken his words to heart. As long as she did not bully others, Lorren allowed her to be herself. As class commenced, he, as usual, set aside the textbook, encouraging students to ask questions freely. Luna, was that girl in our class yesterday? She's so adorable, and she seems younger than us. Following her friend's pointed finger, Luna turned her gaze toward Anna, who even waved back at her, causing Luna to feel a pang of anxiety for her. Even Luna was puzzled as to why Her Highness held a disdain for her. Those who attempted to befriend her often faced exclusion, leading to her fear that Anna would soon experience the same fate. Yet, her worries were unfounded, for the others bore no ill intent. They understood well whom they could intimidate and whom they could not. Some people's motivations were simple. They bullied you solely because you were more attractive or simply out of boredom. But the most crucial factor was that you were easy to push around. Surely not. Although many foreign nobles have come here to study due to the arrival of our esteemed instructor, I am quite certain that girl does not belong to that group. However, Luna thought little of it, believing that Anna was unlikely to cross paths with her, as Anna was likely of high nobility while she remained an ordinary person. Had it not been for her exceptional magical talent, she would have never encountered such a myriad of nobles. The nobles were acutely aware of their standing, with security measures meticulously in place. Without the blessings of the god of hatred, those individuals, even if emboldened, would never have the opportunity. Chapter 35. Anna's Inquiry. Esteemed Instructor. Do you know what transpired last night? Why did those individuals suddenly go berserk, and how did they gain such immense power? When Sylvia posed this question, most of her classmates wore bewildered expressions. It was not the age of the internet, and even events occurring right beside them were not immediately known. Many ordinary people led lives confined to a two-point line, devoid of news sources or social interactions. In games, it was just like this, until war began. Ordinary citizens remained oblivious to the unfolding events. They had no knowledge of the god of pestilence, nor were they aware that war had already commenced. Even if they fell ill, they lacked the means to seek treatment and could only pray that they would feel better upon waking. Observing the confusion of her peers, Sylvia smiled, for she wished to showcase her privilege, knowing something that others did not. Because of the god of hatred, recent days have seen the emergence of its followers in the royal capital. He is an outer god. As long as one harbors hatred in their heart, he grants them power, and these followers killed many yesterday. Thus, I advise all present to temper their behavior, for others are indeed capable of retaliating. There is no cause for concern if one remained virtuous and refrained from bullying others. The flames of hatred would not reach them. Now, let us move on to the next question. Lorren gave a gentle reprimand to Sylvia and the others, indifferent to whether they comprehended his words. He had done his part. Upon hearing Lorren's words, the class, which had been on edge, collectively exhaled in relief, though some still maintained their anxiety. Is there a way to prevent contamination by outer gods? The means of resisting outer gods was the foremost concern of the students. Outer gods included not only the god of hatred, but they possessed little understanding of these entities. Just moments ago, they had learned of the outer god's peril, and already casualties had arisen. Lorren wished to inform them that, compared to the nobles who might oppress them, outer gods were far less daunting. But he refrained from voicing such politically incorrect sentiments. Indeed, there are methods to ward off outer gods, though they are beyond your current reach. Sylvia wore a proud expression, ready to speak, but Lorren interrupted her. Sylvia, your status is insufficient. You are merely the princess of a diminutive nation, akin to the daughter of a village chief. This was the truth. Only a select few high-grade accessories could fend off outer god contamination, as well as the tarot card, the Fool, which was certainly inaccessible to a princess or even a king of a small nation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than laughter erupted in the classroom, though it quickly subsided. Sylvia, accustomed to her arrogance, once again found herself humbled beneath Lorren's retort. Seeing tears welling in Sylvia's eyes, Lorren grew concerned that one day she might acquire the power of Lygos and seek revenge on him. What if she truly had a fragile heart? After all, she had previously engaged in bullying, and Lorren instinctively targeted her. But to prevent his plans from being disrupted, he resolved to offer her some words of comfort. Cough, cough. Sylvia, I understand that your father is quite aged and has been continuously bearing children, leading to dozens of siblings. You might feel overlooked and wish to garner attention through such means. However, there is no need for such antics if you treat others with kindness. I believe they would be willing to befriend you. Lorren exhausted his knowledge gleaned from children's anime in an attempt to console Sylvia, yet she still cried, fleeing the classroom in tears. Lorren was at a loss for how to respond. He was disinclined to placate her. After sending a few girls who were closer to Sylvia to comfort her, he resumed the lesson, dismissing the matter as trivial, as they were merely immature children. Let her explode if she must. Resolving this swiftly will not significantly impact my plans. The king, that old man, continues to spawn heirs. Accidentally eliminating a princess would not be of much consequence. At worst, I would simply refrain from requesting materials from him next time. The remaining questions primarily pertain to outer gods, and Lorren did not delve into excessive detail, lest the students risk contamination. Before class concluded, Lorren reiterated this point, clarifying that if someone chose to act recklessly, it was not his fault. He trusted that those who could enter this academy possessed sound intellect. After all, those lacking intelligence could not master magic. Lorren recalled a character who, despite her diminished intellect, learned magic through sheer determination over her long life. Here, intellect refers to one's mental acuity, not the attribute bar. The intelligence in the attribute bar is roughly equivalent to magical strength. That is all I shall say. Class dismissed. At the moment the class was dismissed, a startled Anna jolted awake from her slumber. Lorren had anticipated her reaction, but witnessing it firsthand stirred a desire to tease her. "Excuse me." Anna pushed aside others, including Luna, who sought to approach Lorren and directly latched onto Lorren's arm, pressing close against him, her head resting on his shoulder, which deterred many who intended to come closer. Lorren naively assumed Anna merely wished to remain by his side, hence her presence at the academy. He decided to take her to his office, as he still had potions to brew. The embers in the pot glowed steadily, and as time passed, the Tai Chi within the vessel began to swirl, gradually merging and emanating a faint light. There were several crucibles in the office, and, as Lorren retrieved another, he was about to commence his alchemical work when Anna plopped herself onto his lap, cupping his face and completely obstructing his line of sight. "Anna, please get down. I intend to concoct a potion against the god of hatred. Just a moment, I have more pressing matters at hand." Before Lorren could elaborate further, Anna suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, the door to Lorren's office was pushed open, and only after pushing Anna aside did he notice the visitor, oblivious to Anna's triumphant expression. "Luna, what brings you here?" Lorren inquired, lifting Anna and placing her on a nearby chair. Anna sat there obediently, observing the shifting expressions of Luna, before suddenly leaning in closer to Lorren's ear. "Master, it seems she has taken a liking to you. Do you require my assistance in winning her over? You are but a child. How could you entertain such thoughts?" Lorren pushed Anna away once more, fully aware of Luna's affections without needing Anna's nudging, the thoughts of which were rather transparent and uncomplicated. Chapter 36, The Assist. "Master you." Luna's gaze instantly dimmed. She anticipated that her feelings would meet an abrupt conclusion. "Oh, Anna is my daughter." Lorren's statement was primarily intended to safeguard Anna's feelings, although he did not wish to foster misunderstandings about his marital status. Nor was he accustomed to the role of a father. He would nonetheless acknowledge Anna and Nikali's as his daughters when asked. "You're married?" Luna's despair deepened upon hearing Lorren's response. It dawned on her that her understanding of him was rather superficial. "I'm under the care of Master. He is not engaged in any romantic relationship throughout the years to look after us, for which I am truly grateful." Anna smiled, her little legs swinging. "Sometimes, I feel quite sorry for Master, as he has sacrificed so much for us. I wish he could meet someone who truly loves him. My sister and I also long for a mother. He is truly a wonderful person, never concerned with other statuses, always sympathizing with the weak, standing on the side of justice." At this juncture, Anna rose gracefully, lifting the nightingale perched on Lorren's shoulder, continuing, "This nightingale was saved by Master. Furthermore, he has been tirelessly persuading His Majesty to treat the common folk with greater kindness." As Anna extolled Lorren's virtues, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet Anna seemed sincere in her admiration. Indeed, Anna had been keenly observant of Lorren's deeds, especially his recent discourse with the king, where he had been guiding the monarch towards improving the welfare of the populace. Anna remembered how it was her compassion for the nightingale that prompted Lorren's act of rescue, just as her empathy for the starving led him to seek solutions for their plight. Through Anna's words, Luna developed a clearer image of Lorren, recalling his demeanor in class and his attentiveness towards her, and her heart began to flutter with increasing intensity. Lorren felt somewhat helpless. After all, he had not done anything extraordinary. Moreover, with Anna present, he felt he had little to do. While the two girls conversed, he began to brew potions. Crimson Fury mushrooms, Heart of Turmoil, Blood Demon mushrooms, and most crucially, distilled water. These comprised the 5th-tier potion, Blood Slaughter Frenzy Elixir. Before commencing the process, Lorren even consumed a temporary intelligence-enhancing potion. Initially, Luna had been somewhat shy, hesitant to converse with Lorren, but her presence in his office was the result of her friend's encouragement throughout half a class. Now, as Luna engaged in conversation with Anna, She grew increasingly at ease, rediscovering the familiarity of chatting with a close friend, until Lorren handed her a vial of the completed blood slaughter frenzy elixir. The sudden physical contact startled Luna, causing her to instinctively toss the potion from her hands. Seeing the vial she had just received soaring through the air, panic surged within her, and she hurried to catch it, nearly tumbling over in the process. Just before she could hit the ground, Lorren swiftly caught her, his other hand miraculously securing the potion. Glancing at Anna, who gave him a thumbs up, Lorren felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. This is the Blood Slaughter Frenzy Elixir, a 5th-tier potion. Upon consumption, one will be engulfed by a murderous intent. It can resist the corruption of the outer gods. Essentially, it is a battle of madness against madness. Proceed with caution. While this potion was indeed perilous, it remained somewhat controllable. The corruption from the outer gods was entirely unpredictable for beings other than players, where madness was a mere trifle compared to the fear of becoming a vessel for their descent. Lorren did not wish for those he loved or who loved him to be tainted. As for others, Lorren could only surmise that fate had already inscribed its price in the shadows, but in comparison to a future devoid of hope, the corruption of the outer gods seemed less daunting. Gazing at the scarlet liquid within the small vial, Luna's hands trembled. She recalled Lorren mentioning that even the princess of this kingdom lacked the qualification to utilize anything capable of resisting the corruption of the outer gods. And yet he had just handed her a vial. Furthermore, having attended potion classes, she was aware that they typically practiced first-tier potions, with only a select few exceptionally gifted individuals able to brew second-tier ones. Their teacher could concoct third-tier potions, and it was said that the dean had the capability of creating 4th-tier potions. Yet Lorren had directly gifted her a 5th-tier potion. It was astoundingly precious. In the kingdom of Gedilon, 5th-tier potions were virtually priceless, and if she were to sell this vial, it could elevate her family's status instantaneously. No waities. Potions can be brewed again, but you are irreplaceable. I do not wish for any harm to befall you. Within this game lay a fundamental truth. Life is equal. Any being outside of the players had no means of resurrection. Death was final, and every life was singular, devoid of superiority. Thus, Lorren wished to safeguard Luna. His intended message was that life is precious and singular, yet it appeared that both Luna and Anna interpreted his words differently. Luna clutched the small vial tightly, tears welling in her eyes. This was the first time she felt such significance. Anna, meanwhile, gave Lorren 2 thumbs up. You take this as well. Should you sense any potential for corruption, drink it immediately, for instance, upon hearing any names associated with the outer gods. After handing another vial to Anna, Lorren cautioned her. But he also noticed something amiss. He was perhaps too resistant to corruption. While players indeed had a high tolerance, being tainted still resulted in debuffs. For example, corruption from the god of hatred could provoke enemies as if they had activated taunt, compelling the afflicted to attack uncontrollably while retaining consciousness, albeit temporarily. Yet, his current state bore no signs of corruption, as if he had already acquired the Fool's card. Ultimately, Lorren could only attribute this to his transmigration, which had fortified his resolve. In this world, there existed investigators, individuals chosen by the church for their unwavering will to investigate matters related to the outer gods. Given Lorren's degree of determination, he could potentially become a legendary investigator. Would you like to come to my home for dinner tonight, Luna? The chef there is quite skilled. Anna gazed at Luna with hopeful eyes, leaving her uncertain on how to decline. She glanced at Lorren, only to quickly avert her gaze once more. Lorren, wearing a look of resignation, was equally baffled by Anna's assertiveness. She even referred to the maid as the chef, all in an attempt to make Luna feel she had an opportunity. My parents are quite worried about me. Perhaps another time. As soon as Luna finished speaking, she wanted to give herself a slap. Such an excellent opportunity to get closer to Lorren had slipped away due to her own timidity. Chapter 37. The most complete episode of Parental Presence. Is she really not coming? This is the first time a girl has visited my home. Anna held Luna's hand, emphasizing her uniqueness while attempting to convey that this invitation was a personal one and that Luna should not feel anxious. Am I really the first? Luna felt a wave of astonishment. Yet when the words formed on her lips, they transformed into a refusal. If it weren't for Lorren's gaze upon her, she would have genuinely wanted to bang her head against the wall. All right then, I won't press you, Anna remarked, indicating that she had done her utmost. Luna was simply too timid. Even if Anna had truly managed to mesmerize Lorren and delivered him to her, Luna would likely just wait silently for him to awaken. Afterwards, Luna fell silent, merely observing Lorren as he continued his alchemical work. By the time Lorren had completed another batch of blood slaughter frenzy potion, the sky had gradually dimmed, and the embers in the crucible glowed more brightly. It's getting late. It might not be safe for Luna to return alone, with the potential for cultists of the outer gods causing trouble outside. Shall we see her off? Anna suggested with a glance at Lorren. He was at a loss for how to respond. Today he had discovered just how many tricks Anna had up her sleeve. While there had been numerous others who had shown interest in him, Anna had never lifted a finger to assist them. Perhaps none of those suitors had caught her discerning eye. However, Lorren had no inclination towards those individuals either. They were merely minor nobles and social butterflies, lacking the substance to compare with Luna, even in terms of mere physical appearance. Very well. With Anna's insistence, Lorren felt he could not refuse. Ultimately, he gathered his belongings and left the campus alongside Luna. Lorren had also informed the king about the potion's synthesis time, which he regarded with utmost seriousness. Even while he had been in the office, he could sense someone lingering outside. Now that he had departed, those individuals had entered his office unimpeded. I'm suddenly quite hungry. I think I'll head back for a meal. Please take Luna home yourself. I appreciate your efforts. Just outside the school gate, Anna greeted Lorren briefly before dashing away, leaving him and Luna standing there, without even a moment for Lorren to hand her a gun. Without Anna around, Luna felt increasingly awkward, constantly adjusting the hem of her clothing and keeping her gaze lowered, daring only to glance at Lorren's pant legs. With the situation as it was, Lorren could only attempt to break the ice. He had little experience conversing with girls and resorted to small talk. What do your parents do for a living? Generally, girls of Luna's age from common backgrounds would be expected to start working, as even those with magical talent often could not afford to continue their studies. Luna's parents allowing her to attend school was already quite commendable. Yet, Lorren's words seemed to awaken Luna's inner insecurities, reminding her of her friend's comments about the vast gap between them. Lorren, too, realized he had misspoken. It was entirely normal for Luna to feel sensitive in such an environment. However, Luna ultimately did not forsake this rare opportunity to converse with Lorren. My family runs an inn. Business has been decent lately. Indeed, Luna's family circumstances were relatively good, as they did not have to toil as laborers, nor did they need to worry about falling ill and risking their family's livelihood. Luna's home was not far from the academy, and they arrived without exchanging much conversation. The inn was 2 stories tall, modest in size, and somewhat dilapidated. It was relatively clean. Next to the inn was a stable, where a woman was feeding the horses, which were of rather unimpressive quality. A man stood at the entrance. Aside from these 2, there were no others in sight, leading Lorren to surmise they were Luna's parents. It was likely that the entirety of the world's witches could not muster 2 complete sets of parents. Yet Luna possessed a pair of intact parents, marking her as a chosen one of sorts. However, it remained a mystery what Luna's hidden powers might be, as she had kept them concealed for so long without any unconscious revelation. Luna, who is this beside you? Upon seeing Luna, the woman approached eagerly. Today, Luna had indeed returned later than usual, which was understandable for her parents to be concerned. Simultaneously, Luna's mother harbored a hint of hostility towards Lorren. After all, their daughter had returned home so late with a strange man, particularly one clad in a black robe, exuding an air of mystery, which certainly did not suggest he was of good character. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lorren, a teacher at the Gurdlon Royal Academy of Magic. A teacher. Upon hearing Lorren's title, Luna's mother gasped in surprise, and her demeanor shifted dramatically. Even Luna's father was drawn in by this revelation. You are a teacher at the academy? Our daughter is a student there. Even as commoners, they are somewhat aware of the academy's affairs. To be a teacher at the Gurdlon Royal Academy of Magic is to possess wealth and status, and such a notable individual is escorting their daughter home. This is indeed surprising. Yes, Luna is quite bright, though, Lorren nearly let slip a classic teacher's phrase, but he successfully interrupted himself. By the way, do you have any vacant rooms available? Yes. Upon learning that Lorren was interested in renting a room, Luna's father became unusually enthusiastic, realizing that someone of Lorren's stature would undoubtedly be generous. However, he was puzzled as to why Lorren would choose to stay in such a place. Are you certain you wish to stay here? Our conditions are rather lacking. It's all right. I don't mind such things. Here, SA deposit. Please reserve a room for me. I may come to stay during my time in the capital, though the timing is uncertain. Consider the excess as a tip. Lorren handed a bag of coins to Luna's father, who opened it for a cursory glance. There were at least several hundred silver coins, equivalent to their net income for several years. This, with the money in hand, Luna's father suddenly appeared troubled, feeling that the amount was excessively generous. It's all right, keep it. I have a fondness for Luna, and I do not wish for trivial matters to impede her talent. She should focus on her studies. My daughter is still waiting for me to eat. I must return now. In truth, Lorren did not know much about Luna. But he was aware that witches were not malicious, especially someone like Luna, who had grown up in a stable environment. He considered this a gesture to garner goodwill. This sum of money was inconsequential to him, as he had brought it primarily as a means of entry, and it had now served its purpose. Your teacher is truly a kind-hearted person, Luna's mother remarked, resting her hand on Luna's shoulder, but Luna remained silent, fixated on Lorren's departing figure, not responding to her mother. With a sigh, Luna's mother mused, "What a pity he already has children. His wife must be very fortunate." Upon hearing this, Luna suddenly felt the need to defend. Master is not married. The children are adopted, and he has had no romantic experiences while caring for them. Observing her daughter's eager defense of Lorren, Luna's mother smiled. Chapter 38. The Authority of the Observer. Welcome home, Master. Would you like to eat first? Or perhaps take a bath? Or do you prefer to eat first? Be quiet. Lorren interrupted Jingxin's forthcoming lewd remarks. The children were still present, and he felt it was necessary to prevent Jingxin from corrupting them further. Anna had even begun to assist herself. He had no idea where she had learned such behavior. As was customary, as Lorren returned home, when slipped through the walls to continue her preaching for the god of hatred. During dinner, Anna brought up Luna's situation at the table. Lorren did not mind the dining etiquette. As long as they did not choke while speaking, he felt somewhat awkward being present as the subject of discussion. She is far too timid. Even with me facilitating, she still won't take a step forward. Everyone can see her thoughts. She simply dares not express them. Unlike the emotionally charged Anna, Nacris kept her head down, barely touching her food. Even Scarlet began to take an interest in Lorren's feelings, interjecting. One can understand, after all, they have only known each other for a short time. Feeling timid is quite natural. It would indeed be lamentable if this apprehension persists. Lorren was taken aback by Scarlet's ability to articulate such earnest sentiments. Yet, as the protagonist of the tale, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps it is so. I remain entirely untroubled. Upon reaching my 18th year, I shall wed our esteemed mentor. There is no need for you to fear solitude. I am indifferent to the number of partners you may have. After tapping Anna's head to interrupt her discourse, Lorren rose, preparing to depart. Today, he had barely touched his meal before leaving the table. Not because he was genuinely affected by Anna's topics of conversation, but rather due to the fruitless research he had conducted on the Everwatcher the night before. His knowledge stemmed from the realm of games. And whenever something emerged that had not been encountered within those confines, Lorren would reveal his true self. However, a sudden thought struck him. In the original narrative, Mirror Heart was the true mentor. Perhaps she possessed some knowledge that warranted her urgency. He sensed that the matter of the Everwatcher was of great significance to him, an instinct he had never doubted. Mirror Heart, please come here for a moment. Given that any information concerning those of high stature could prove exceedingly perilous, Lorren intended to speak with Mirror Heart in private. The instant Lorren departed, Nacris interjected. Can we refrain from discussing this? Our mentor's choices are his own, and we have no right to interfere. What's this? Are you feeling jealous? No sooner had Anna spoken than Nacris playfully tapped her on the head. Enraged, Anna fell silent after receiving another light reprimand. She glanced around, realizing that Scarlet had mysteriously vanished, leaving her alone to face the irate Nacris. Nacris maintained her original expression, though her thoughts had drifted far away. Anna's assertion was correct. Nacris recognized her own cowardice, yet she was uncertain of when she would be able to adopt Anna's level of composure. Mirror Heart, forgetting her original intention, Lorren activated the skills inherited from his lineage, temporarily setting aside his concerns. Are you familiar with the Everwatcher? Later, as Lorren sat in a chair, he inquired, to which Mirror Heart, while tidying up, replied, I know of it, though not extensively. This revelation was a pleasant surprise. Lorren had not harbored high hopes. Yet he was astonished that Mirror Heart indeed possessed knowledge. The bloodstained sheets were not easily washed, so Mirror Heart collected them without discarding them in the trash. At that moment, Lorren realized that the sheets they had sullied had inexplicably vanished. He had never witnessed her dispose of them. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Lorren urged Mirror Heart to elaborate on the Everwatcher, and she bit her finger, sketching an inverted cross on a piece of paper before placing a dot in the center. This is the emblem of the Everwatcher, an inverted cross and an eye. The Everwatcher is the god of rationality, truth, eternity, order, and continuity, while its counterpart, the End Singer, embodies desire, illusion, rebellion, and termination. Their authorities are fundamentally opposed. That is all I know. I'm unaware of any further details. That is sufficient. Your knowledge is already quite impressive. Simultaneously, Lorren felt a tinge of concern. The nature of the Everwatcher's authority was peculiar and multifaceted, intricately interconnected, unlike the singular, emotion-related outer gods, nor was it as random as the true gods. Furthermore, there existed a singer in opposition to it. This marked the first encounter with the unknown since his transmigration, yet it was a risk worth taking. Understanding the authority would facilitate the discovery of the revered name, as it was unnecessary to recite it in full. Mere association would suffice, akin to the modified revered names that proved more effective than those previously utilized by the Abundant Church. Everwatcher. As Lorren spoke the revered name, he also traced the form of the inverted cross upon his chest. However, the moment he uttered those 4 syllables, he felt himself being watched. Is it truly that simple? It even eliminated the need to fabricate a revered name. Merely speaking the name while drawing the inverted cross sufficed. Overcome with excitement, Lorren abruptly opened his eyes, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow before him. Typically, he enjoyed provoking other deities, yet this was the first time he felt the repercussions. He struggled to recall the scene he had just witnessed. It had lasted but an instant, and he had seen nothing distinct, only that the scene felt vaguely familiar. Thus, Lorren attempted once more, this time delaying the opening of his eyes slightly. He saw nothing. Ultimately, he came to a realization. He opened his eyes and conducted the experiment once again. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The figure appeared before him, superimposed upon his original line of sight, rendering it difficult to discern its nature. Through relentless attempts, Lorren finally separated the 2 scenes before him, grasping the underlying principle. This entity existed solely within his right eye. That unremarkable black orb, his left eye, the crimson one, revealed nothing. He understood that his eyes were extraordinary. Moreover, he discerned the figure clearly. It was himself. Chapter 39. The Eye of Abyssal Vision. Initially, Lorren believed his golden finger was merely foresight. However, at this juncture, he finally uncovered his true golden finger. He likely possessed a fragment of the Everwatcher's authority. Just moments ago, Lorren had asked Mirrorheart to try as well. After she spoke the name, he could still see her, regardless of her location. However, if multiple individuals spoke simultaneously, his perspective became chaotic, yet after experimenting for a time, he was able to control his viewpoint effectively. Lorren understood that the application of this ability was not so straightforward. There were likely more uses yet to be discovered. He did not ponder deeply on why he possessed this ability, only feeling that his transmigration was likely connected to this Everwatcher, though he remained unclear about its specific purpose. As long as it provided Lorren with benefits, he would not hesitate to assist in any endeavors. Perhaps the Everwatcher's intent was to enlist Lorren in resolving matters among the gods. The fact that Lorren had previously remained untainted might also relate to the Everwatcher, for its authority encompassed rationality. Lorren summoned Scarlet and retrieved various potentially useful tools. This evening, he was determined to produce something of significance. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. Lorren's sudden exclamation startled the nightingale in its cage, which watched as he hurriedly exited the bedroom, clutching a necklace. Aside from Mirrorheart, who was already awake and preparing breakfast, Nacris was also roused by Lorren's outburst. Dressed in her sheer black nightgown, she rubbed her eyes and stepped out of the bedroom. What is happening? Esteemed mentor. Lorren immediately placed the necklace in Nacris's hands, seizing the opportunity to explain its purpose while she examined it. I shall temporarily refer to this as the Eye of Abyssal Vision. As long as you wear this, I will be able to see you, no matter where you are. Furthermore, it can serve as a guardian's eye. However, I have only managed to create one. Since you emerged first, it is yours. At present, Anna and Scarlet were likely still asleep, as their waking hours were not much earlier than those of the night owl Lorren. Will you truly be able to observe me at all times? Nacris's cheeks flushed slightly. She did not concern herself with Lorren's casual mention of the guardian's eye. As she donned the necklace, she noted its simplicity, a silver inverted cross adorned with a ruby resembling an eye at its center, with delicate runes etched upon its surface. This was the culmination of Lorren's night of research. The materials were not overly complex. The inverted cross was crafted from ordinary silver, but the gem posed a challenge. Lorren had utilized abyssal sea crystal, dyed it with his own blood, and added a drop of his tears, specifically those shed from his black eye. Lorren speculated that it was not necessarily the abyssal crystal that was required. Any similar gemstone would suffice. However, this was the only one he had, and even so, he could only produce 2 at most. The abyssal crystal is a gem that appears solely in the deep sea, extremely difficult to mine, and its formation requires an extensive passage of time. Thus, Lorren deduced that it must possess ancient characteristics to be utilized. After handing the necklace to Nakalis, Lorren returned to his bedroom, intending to take a nap. He had already tested the effects of the abyssal sight the previous night, and even after Gwen ventured deep underground with it, he was still able to see her. This was not the crux of the matter. Lorren discovered a rather terrifying application. When using the tarot card, the tower, one would lose all 5 senses. While Gwen used it, Lorren also lost the shared vision. But with the abyssal sight, the scenario changed entirely. Henceforth, Gwen could use the tower without any reservations. As usual, Lorren awoke at noon. Due to a sleepless night, he felt particularly drowsy, to the extent that when Kyoko called him to rise, he still remained in a daze. "Could you fetch me something to eat and perhaps a lunch?" he mumbled. Suddenly, Kyoko beside him replied, "I got caught while trying to fetch it for you. We both have to write a reflection." "What?" Upon hearing Kyoko's words, Lorren jolted awake and immediately realized he had been traversing through time for 12 years. After all, he was a transmigrator and had no need for disguise. Even if it became known that he was a traveler, it would not matter. Moreover, there was a school here, so nothing he said would expose anything. "The principal has already come looking for you. He waited for quite some time, but didn't see you wake, so he asked you to find him at the academy." "Understood," Lorren replied and stepped out of the room. Initially, he had planned to take a day off, but since the principal sought him, he decided to pay a visit. At the dining table, Lorren took a sip of milk, and like the previous day, it tasted somewhat off. "What is wrong with this milk?" He casually grabbed Anna's cup beside him and took a sip. Her milk tasted perfectly normal. In an instant, Lorren was hit with a dreadful suspicion. No way. Although he had already had his suspicions, the realization brought him to the brink of panic. However, he soon recalled another horrifying thought. They had taken no precautions beforehand, and he had assumed there would be reproductive isolation. "You need not worry. My body is entirely under my control. Such matters are trivial. There is no need for concern." Lorren shoved the cup against Kyoko's lips to silence her further comments. At that moment, when he sacrificed an arm to Pluto, he had not sweated as profusely as he did now. "I must take my leave. The principal is still waiting for me." Lorren swiftly escaped this quagmire. Even though he had 2 daughters, it did not imply that he genuinely wished to have children, and if he were to, it would need to wait until stability was achieved. Who knows when the divine war might truly ignite? "I'm coming too." Yesterday, Anna accompanied him. Today, Nicalis insisted on following Lorren to school. Nicalis was indeed far more studious than Anna. She had already grasped most of the magic Lorren taught her, so her desire to attend school was perfectly normal. "You want to see what Luna looks like, Nicalis promptly stuffed bread into Anna's mouth, trailing silently behind Lorren. In truth, Lorren could perceive Nicalis' possessiveness and understood her sentiments. Thus, he paid it little mind. It was now the time when students were finishing school, and the pace of those on the road had noticeably quickened. One could easily deduce that many had likely met with misfortune the previous night. Those empowered by Ligus were elusive. Any passerby might erupt at any moment, and the church had no effective preventive measures. If all went as expected, the principal would discuss this very issue with Lorren today. Lorren understood that the principal did not genuinely care for the lives of these people. He was privately researching crimson magic. The number of people who perished because of him would undoubtedly exceed those who had recently died. Merely the latter held different statuses. Chapter 40, The Corrupted. Good morning, esteemed mentor. Although it was midday, Lorren detected a hint of sarcasm in the principal's tone. Ever since he had openly acknowledged that he was aware of the principal's clandestine dealings, the principal's demeanor towards Lorren had soured considerably. Now, his flattery was merely superficial, lacking the heartfelt sincerity it once possessed. "Good afternoon, Eldrin." Lorren continued to address him by his name, seating himself directly in front of him, legs crossed in an air of superiority. Eldrin paid little mind to Lorren's demeanor and began recounting the events of the previous night. "A princess was attacked yesterday. It was the first time I truly witnessed those outer god cultists. Their bodies underwent numerous mutations, sprouting armor-like protrusions that could withstand magic, and most alarmingly, they emanated a black aura capable of corroding anything that obstructed them, even thorns bearing the authority of the god of abundance." After a moment of silence, Lorren responded, "Why don't we call them the corrupted?" Whether it was the transformation of those outer god cultists or the assaulted princess, Lorren was indifferent. After pondering for some time, he merely assigned them a name. Eldrin immediately grasped Lorren's implication. Lorren's intention was straightforward. "I have warned you. If you choose to ignore me, I cannot save you, nor do I wish to." Eldrin, being an astute individual, ceased to pursue the matter further once he understood Lorren's meaning. "Please hand me the tier of condensed wishes. I need to restore it for your future use." As he spoke, Eldrin's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the embers of radiance he was concocting, unable to suppress the greed evident in his eyes. "Very well." Lorren exchanged the tear of condensed wishes without further ado. He knew it bore Eldrin's mark, making it difficult for him to steal. He had considered leveraging Scarlet Space of the Soul Thief, but it was not entirely foolproof. He was uncertain whether it would be discovered, and the consequences of being found out would be dire. Moreover, if it were to be stolen, the prime suspect would undoubtedly be Lorren himself, prompting Eldrin to take action. The old man was still quite formidable, being the only 6th-tier mage in the Kingdom of Gedlon. Although his raw power might not match Valentina's, his arsenal of tactics was vast. Most crucially, Lorren feared exposure. The classification of mages is quite simple. One is deemed a mage of certain tier if they can proficiently wield spells of that tier. It suffices to know just one spell, rendering the grading system rather ambiguous. Thus, Lorren opted for a more prudent approach. Eliminate him first. Then take the tier of condensed wishes. After receiving the tier, Eldrin offered no further words, merely leaving behind what seemed a cautionary remark. It was essentially a threat. I shall take my leave, esteemed mentor. You must be cautious of the corrupted. Should anything happen to you, it would be a tremendous loss, not only for the Kingdom of Gedlon, but for the entire Church of Abundance. Rest assured, I have led a life of virtue and benevolence, aiding the weak and combating the strong. I shall be fine. By the way, allow me to remind you, Crimson magic is ineffective against the corrupted. Eldrin's steps faltered momentarily. The last glimmers of hope evaporated as Lorren had indeed uncovered his secret. Yet Lorren was confident. Before he concocted Eldrin's share of the Embers of Radiance, he would never dare to act against him. And when that moment arrived, Lorren would strike first. Esteemed mentor, is this all right? After Eldrin departed, Nakalis finally revealed her anxiety. She had heard of Eldrin's reputation and could not help but worry. It's fine. Everything is as I anticipated. Do you still not trust me? Lorren rose, pinching Nakalis' cheek before preparing to attend class. Little did he realize that Nakalis' shadow had vanished without him noticing. Unlike Anna, Nakalis did not accompany Lorren into the classroom. She experienced a degree of social anxiety. The presence of so many unfamiliar faces made her hesitant. She merely glanced in from the doorway and spotted Luna, as Anna had described, sitting in the last row. At the same time, Lorren noticed an empty seat in the front row, which had previously belonged to Sylvia. What had become of Sylvia? Lorren suddenly recalled Eldrin's earlier words about a princess who had fallen victim to a dark assailant. Could it be that this princess was Sylvia? After all, she was notorious for her bullying, so it was only natural for her to be targeted. She is unwell and has taken the day off, replied a girl beside the empty seat, presumably a friend of Sylvia's, who had previously gone to comfort her. Well then, let us commence the lesson. Lorren was indifferent to Sylvia's fate. Perhaps the girl's words were indeed accurate. Given the multitude of princesses in the Kingdom of Gedlon, it was entirely plausible that it wasn't Sylvia at all, but Lorren remained unconcerned. In this lesson, Lorren spoke once more about the dark assailants, effectively popularizing the term. One must admit that it aptly described those corrupted by the forces of Lygus. During the class, Lorren learned an intriguing piece of news. Just last night, a masked hero had appeared in the capital, rescuing numerous individuals, yet no one knew anything about him, not even his gender. After class, Lorren did not linger long. He tidied up in the office before preparing to leave. As anticipated, Luna entered his office just before he departed. Technically, it was not yet time to leave, but Lorren felt free to come and go as he pleased, unimpeded by anyone. You're leaving so early today? After much hesitation, Luna could not find the words. Her eyes nervously fixed on Nakalis. In stark contrast to Anna's cheerful demeanor, Nakalis exuded an air of aloofness, appearing difficult to engage with. Nakalis, too, was studying Luna. She could sense the hostility emanating from her, leaving Luna perplexed as to where she had offended Nakalis. Most importantly, upon witnessing the closeness between Nakalis and Lorren, Luna felt a pang of inferiority. Nakalis seemed so perfect. With someone like her by Lorren's side, would he truly notice Luna? And who might this be? Ultimately, Luna summoned her courage to inquire about Nakalis' identity, silently hoping her assumptions were incorrect. Just recently, Anna had mentioned that Lorren lacked romantic experience. So surely he would not move so swiftly? Oh, this is Anna's elder sister, my daughter, Nakalis. Lorren casually ruffled Nakalis' hair, instantly shattering her icy demeanor. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet there was a certain comfort in Lorren's touch. Eventually, she displayed an expression of delight akin to a contented kitten, only returning to her usual aloofness once Lorren withdrew his hand. Upon hearing Lorren's words, Luna let out a sigh of relief, her shifting expressions noted by Nakalis. I must take my leave. Be cautious of the dark assailants of late. Do visit my home sometime. It's conveniently located within the academy. After exchanging polite farewells, Lorren departed, intent on continuing his work on the Eye of Abyssal Vision. Under Nicholas's watchful gaze, Luna ultimately chose to remain silent. Chapter 41. The Hero. Today, Jingxin scoured every corner and managed to find only 2 abyssal sea crystals. Together with the 2 remaining ones, they had just enough for each person. The crystals were originally a clear, unremarkable color and lacked aesthetic appeal, and as magical materials, their utility was limited, which is why few ventured to mine them. "This is so beautiful," Anna exclaimed with delight upon receiving the necklace, only to realize that it had become trapped, rendering it invisible from the outside. Observing this, Nicholas quietly tucked the necklace further in, as she was the only one without such a dilemma. With an abundance of newfound vision, Lorren felt a bit disoriented at first, but he quickly adapted. Now that he could constantly observe the witches, he felt a sense of reassurance. "Master, who is this meant for?" Despite having already acquired the Eye of Abyssal Vision, Lorren still held an extra one, prompting Nicholas to voice her curiosity. "Oh, I intend to give it to Luna." Before he could finish his sentence, a warning signal flared within Lorren's instincts. His body reacted faster than his words. He instinctively shielded Nicholas behind him before uttering a sound. In the next instant, the door shattered, and a figure cloaked in dark mist appeared at the entrance. His intentions unmistakably directed at Lorren. A dark assailant? In a mere moment, Lorren comprehended the situation. While he had been preoccupied with dark assailants, those in higher echelons still underestimated the threat they posed, brazenly continuing their research. Their understanding of dark assailants was far deeper than they let on. And coupled with Eldrin's earlier comments, Lorren quickly deduced the origin of the man before him. He was most likely influenced by Eldrin, not only through words, but likely by magic as well. Otherwise, he would not harbor such hatred toward Lorren. In Lorren's mind, Eldrin's demise had been hastened once more. "Lorren, it's all your fault. I live in fear every day." The dark assailant's heart was consumed by hatred, yet he retained the capacity for speech and thought. Theoretically, they could be persuaded to willingly dispel their darkness, though it was a challenging endeavor. "Who do you think you are?" Lorren possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. He did not consider himself a virtuous person, yet those who despised him were hardly virtuous either. Thus, he had already surmised the man's identity. He was Simone's husband, one of the few individuals Lorren had offended. Even with this knowledge, Lorren chose to provoke him further. After all, it was not his fault, so why should he relent? Hearing Lorren's taunt, the man became increasingly enraged, the dark mist surrounding him intensifying. With a furious roar, thorns erupted from the ground beneath Lorren's feet. He did not chant, and the thorns were infused with dark energy. The corruption only enhanced his magic. The agility he had previously increased now proved advantageous as Lorren sidestepped while drawing his wand. After a brief incantation, identical thorns sprouted from the ground beneath the man, ensnaring him. Second-tier magic of the abundant sequence, Thornbind. "Leave the rest to me." Lorren gestured for Jingxin to swiftly escort the others away. Eldrin was likely monitoring this location by some means, and, as witches, they were not in a position to intervene. "But go." Nicholas attempted to protest, but Lorren interrupted her before she could voice her concerns. Ultimately, she could only follow Jingxin out the back door in haste. The thorns did not restrain the man for long. They were soon corroded by the dark energy enveloping him. "Why do you not reflect on your own circumstances when your plight is so miserable? You have decent conditions, so why pursue a flying pig? Is it because she offers you a pure schoolgirl?" Simone's actions had not commenced only with the onset of war. She had long been entangled with numerous powerful figures. The man possessed limited magical prowess. Realizing that magic was ineffective against Lorren, he resorted to close-quarters combat. Lorren swung his wand, and a large net shot forth from its tip, ensnaring the man once again. Seizing the opportunity, Lorren escaped the confines of the building and emerged into an open space. With Lorren's strength, he could easily eliminate the man, but he needed to feign weakness, allowing others to lower their guard. "Protect Master." Within moments, the Capital S Guard had arrived at Lorren's side, their efficiency contingent on the victim's identity. They formed a solid barrier in front of Lorren, impenetrable. However, their defense did not hold for long. The dark assailant dispatched them with ease, proving formidable against the mob, but ultimately requiring Lorren's intervention to conclude the encounter. Tangled grass. Woven ring. Lorren waved his wand and unleashed yet another second-tier spell, opting not to resort to higher-tier magic. Suddenly, a sturdy grass knot sprouted beneath the darkened figure, tripping him with its formidable resilience. Entangled by a creeping vine and ensnared in a grass net, the dark figure found himself momentarily immobilized. the malevolent aura surrounding him unable to penetrate his defenses for the time being. Lorren had no intention of vanquishing him. He merely needed to await the arrival of the church's reinforcements. A furious roar erupted from the dark figure as he forcefully tore away his restraints. And Lorren toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, intensifying the figure's animosity towards him. Why bother? Lorren lifted his dark robe, swiftly drawing forth a submachine gun concealed beneath it. Before the dark figure could charge, bullets engulfed him. Indeed, the figure's defenses were formidable, and Lorren's magazine was filled with ordinary ammunition that could not inflict substantial damage. However, it was sufficient to impede his advance. That was enough. As Lorren stowed away the submachine gun, he sensed a powerful presence approaching, likely the church's reinforcements. Upon realizing the gunfire had ceased, the dark figure lowered his arms that shielded his head. Yet, before he could launch another assault, a sword soared from afar, piercing through his body and pinning him against the wall. The once invincible dark aura faltered in the face of the silver blade, and despite his desperate struggles, he could not inflict any damage upon it. He remained firmly affixed to the wall. Lorren gazed toward the direction from which the silver sword had come, his expression one of astonishment. The newcomer was not a mere scarecrow, but a young maiden clad in knightly attire. She donned a knight's skirt, and her silvery white cape shimmered with a crimson hue under the moonlight. Her deep blue hair billowed gracefully, and a mask concealed the upper half of her face, imparting an air of gallant elegance. Lorren surmised that this was the superhero the students had mentioned in class. In a world of the extraordinary, it was not surprising for a powerful knight or mage to whimsically decide to become a hero. Yet could this truly be Luna? Did she genuinely believe that donning a mask would obscure her true identity? A sudden headache overcame Lorren. At least she could have chosen a mask that covered her entire face. Chapter 42. Cognitive Modification. Are you all right, esteemed mentor? Upon arriving at the scene, Luna immediately expressed her concern for Lorren. He suppressed the urge to chastise her, shaking his head. I am fine, but you must strike quickly. Prolonging this could lead to complications. Understood. Luna wasted no words. She grasped the silver sword, which instantly radiated moonlight, engulfing the dark figure. This was Lorren's first encounter with genuine moonlight. He had almost forgotten its true color, as the moon had perpetually appeared blood red since his arrival. The ability Luna wielded was presumably her secret power. Although Lorren was uncertain of its effects, its capacity to annihilate the dark figure suggested it was formidable. Soon, the moonlight dissipated, revealing a man unharmed before Lorren. He rubbed his eyes, seemingly bewildered by the recent events. Even the wound from Luna's earlier strike had vanished without a trace. Lorren had initially thought Luna was executing him, but it turned out she had purified him. You can cleanse the corruption of the outer gods. If this were indeed the case, Luna's secret power was undeniably potent. However, she shook her head. I can only purify the negative emotions of others, provided I have defeated them first. Is that so? If that is the case, the man may still be susceptible to relapse. The corruption still lingers within him. Should he once again succumb to hatred, he would inevitably be darkened once more. Only through death can this threat be eradicated. Yet, with Luna present, Lorren found it inconvenient to take action, as the dark figure was vanquished. The church's scarecrows arrived belatedly. Their movements were undoubtedly swifter than the guards, and their late arrival implied that someone had orchestrated their delay. The strong do not oppress the local tyrants, Lorren mused, silently jotting down a note. The scarecrows of the royal capital conspired with Eldrin to deceive me. I shall remember this grudge. Since he had already taken out his notebook, Lorren casually noted the followers of the god of plagues as well. Those zealots of disease attempted to assault me. I shall remember this grievance. Esteemed mentor, are you unhurt? In response to the concerned scarecrow, Lorren merely patted his shoulder. I am fine, but you may not be. Lorren did not engage in further conversation with the scarecrows, passing them by as he returned to his abode. The door was merely broken, which did not significantly hinder his continued residence. The scarecrows assisted the cleansed man, who offered no resistance, proclaiming himself a noble, fully aware of his predicament and the powerful individuals he had offended. Observing his reaction, Lorren was certain he had been manipulated by Eldrin. Otherwise, he would not have possessed the audacity to harbor hatred as he did, unlike the ordinary folk who lacked such courage. After saving Lorren, Luna did not leave immediately. She followed him into his home, her confidence bolstered now that she wore a mask. Your home is in such disarray. You cannot possibly remain here. Did you not reserve a room at an inn? You can stay there for the next few days. Hearing Luna's suggestion, Lorren's lips began to twitch, struggling to contain his amusement as he retorted, How do you know about that? Tomorrow, when he saw Luna, he would certainly remind her to be more cautious. Her disguise was so haphazard, and she had so easily let slip words that could expose her identity. Anyone with a modicum of attentiveness could discern her inconsistency. Luna stammered, unable to provide a coherent answer, prompting Lorren to sigh in exasperation. Once he was assured that the dark figure had been defeated, Jingxin returned with Nakalis and the others. They had not strayed too far, vigilantly monitoring the situation, prepared to assist Lorren at a moment's notice. Although Lorren had claimed he needed no aid, it was impossible for them not to worry. Even Scarlet had not ventured too far this time. Once assured of Lorren's safety, Anna began inquiring about Luna's identity. Lorren was pleased with her performance. It was crucial not to reveal their acquaintance at this juncture, lest Luna's identity be compromised. Observing Luna's hesitation, Lorren took it upon himself to explain. She is a superhero who prefers to remain anonymous. A pure hero, driven by neither fame nor fortune. Flattered by Lorren's praise, Luna felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. She had indeed acted on impulse, becoming a superhero without any forethought. Just as Luna was about to say more, an urgent voice emerged from the Scarecrow faction. "We have located the whereabouts of the dark-robed man. Hurry, we must eliminate him this time. Esteemed Mentor, I must take my leave. Please ensure your safety, and do consider my earlier advice." Luna bid a hasty farewell to Lorren, leaping onto a nearby house and swiftly keeping pace with the Scarecrows. Her physical prowess was impressive. Even without her purifying abilities, she was formidable. The dark-robed man they referred to was, of course, Gwen. On his way home, Lorren had already instructed Gwen to continue her preaching. This time, armed with the eye of abyssal insight, Gwen could even emerge directly from the ground, though it did consume a considerable amount of magical energy. Most of the Scarecrows had pursued Gwen, yet a portion remained by Lorren's home, ensuring his safety. Lorren was well aware that the likelihood of an attack on him had diminished significantly. Today's events were merely a warning from Eldrin. In his eyes, Lorren possessed little combat prowess, and even with his accomplishments in eradicating the strongholds of the Outer Goddess followers, he would attribute most of the credit to Valentina. After all, Lorren had carefully crafted an image of himself as a well-informed individual utterly devoid of physical strength. He felt no anger towards this perception. What was there to be incensed about when dealing with a mere ghost? The door had been broken, yet the bedroom remained intact, and everyone gathered in Lorren's chamber. The largest of all, Anna's reaction was quite commendable. She feigned ignorance of Luna. Was that mysterious figure Luna? Upon hearing Lorren's words, Anna exhibited a look of sudden realization. Her response was somewhat unexpected for Lorren, but Anna often enjoyed jesting. When he turned his gaze to Nacris, she wore a perplexed expression. Nacris knew Luna well, so misidentification was impossible, and she never joked, indicating that Anna genuinely failed to recognize Luna. Thus, it became clear to Lorren. Although Luna's mask appeared haphazard, it seemed to possess an ability that influenced perception, rendering even familiar faces unrecognizable. As for why Lorren could discern her, it was due to the power of his "I still at work." Chapter 43, Defamation. That very night, the front door of Lorren's house was repaired, with the church going so far as to send several mages for the task. Not only that, but the mages also brought an abundance of rare materials for potion crafting, a clear gesture of goodwill. Their message was simple. They assisted Eldrin, but you suffered no loss. These materials serve as compensation. Thus, the personal grudge between Eldrin and yourself is a matter unrelated to the church. Such is the nature of local churches. They can be restrained by powerful figures. In certain great nations, anyone daring to treat the church in such a manner would find their head displayed on a wall by the next day. In the kingdom of Getterland, as long as there are no principled issues, the church generally takes a step back. It appeared Lorren had been underestimated. Currently, he held no leverage over Eldrin, who was also doing his utmost to prevent Lorren from discovering any incriminating evidence. However, while he could evade Lorren, he could not escape Gwen. In this world, cameras existed, and Lorren had numerous methods to uncover his secrets. However, if Eldrin were truly dealt with by the church, the tier of condensation would be beyond Lorren's reach, leading him to choose to endure for the time being. Today, Lorren went to bed earlier than usual. He had little to occupy his time lately, and had produced enough potions to fill an entire room, most of which he had stashed in Scarlet Space of the Reaper. The stock of magical scrolls was sufficient to raise a small town, and Lorren even managed to enchant several long blades, imbuing them with every possible enhancement. Though merely ordinary long swords, the materials were exquisite, and with their enchantments, they could rival even the most renowned weapons. Before sleeping, Lorren used his abyssal gaze to observe the others. Anna was sprawled across her bed, while Scarlet maintained a relatively normal sleeping posture. Nacris's room still glowed with candlelight, as she stared blankly at the abyssal gaze. As for Mirror Heart, she had affixed the abyssal gaze to a collar, expertly binding herself, her feet and neck tied together, and her hands restrained. It was only today that Lorren understood why Mirror Heart possessed such eloquence. Most intriguingly, it seemed she was aware of Lorren's gaze. Her crimson eyes seemingly locked onto him. For the sake of his mental well-being, Lorren shut his eyes. He felt fortunate that for the most part, Mirror Heart appeared quite normal. To outsiders, she presented as a traditional maid, mature, composed, obedient, and conservatively dressed. The events of the night were but a minor interlude, leaving Lorren's life unchanged, rising at noon, dining, and attending class. During class today, Sylvia was also present. It appeared that the princess who had been attacked previously was indeed not her. Lorren merely glanced at her, beginning the lesson. Sylvia held little of interest, her most notable trait being her title as princess. However, in this country, a princess held little value. From Lorren's understanding, many princesses had been sent to the kingdom of Bartholomew. In that place, not only princesses but even males and even male lizards were not spared from calamity. In a sense, the followers of the plague god were freer than those of the freedom god, as the latter merely crossed gender lines, while the former crossed species as well. Her absence yesterday was likely due to Lorren's words having struck her. After all, lies do not wound, but truth is a sharp blade. Well then, since everyone is present, let us commence the lesson. Wait, esteemed instructor. Sylvia interrupted Lorren. After a day of rest, her arrogance had not diminished. Instead, it had intensified. What is it? During this time, Lorren had also taken the initiative to learn about Sylvia's actions. She had not only led the isolation of Luna, but had bullied nearly all the common students. Isolation was mild. She often tore their clothing and poured drink packets filled with dead mice over them. Thus, Lorren's impression of Sylvia was exceedingly poor. He despised bullies. Nonetheless, Lorren intended to let her speak further, curious to see what antics she would conjure next. My bracelet is missing. I suspect Luna has stolen it, and that it is surely in her bag. I hope you can assist me in locating it. Upon hearing Sylvia's words, the gazes of the entire class converged upon Luna, who instinctively shielded her bag. Lorren found himself at a loss for words. Sylvia had resorted to such childish tactics, bullying right beneath his nose. Are you 3 years old, Sylvia? I suspect you took advantage of Luna's inattention to slip your belongings into her bag. Do you not realize how contrived your ploy is? Sometimes I wonder if the royal family's insistence on maintaining blood purity through intermarriage is a grave error. It is said that scholars have discovered that children born of such unions often exhibit diminished intelligence. It appears there is some truth to that. As laughter erupted throughout the classroom, Luna shot Lorren a grateful glance, to which he responded with a smile. Initially, Lorren's concern for Luna stemmed solely from her being a witch. However, upon discovering that the mysterious superhero was indeed Luna, his attitude had shifted. Luna could not have arrived merely after hearing the commotion. Lorren had reason to suspect she had been lingering near his home all along. He had made no significant noise, and without information channels, Luna could not have been aware of the happenings on his end. Since Luna had already demonstrated her affection for Lorren, he would not disappoint her. Nevertheless, the laughter was ultimately in the minority. After all, Sylvia's status as a princess was a considerable deterrent, and only foreign students from other great nations dared to mock her openly. To deal with such a childish individual, Lorren had a more effective method. Everyone, let us refrain from associating with the deceitful Sylvia henceforth. What if one day she falsely accuses you? You need not worry about her status as a princess. With so many daughters, the old king would hardly care if one were to perish. While I am here, she would not dare to harm you. Labeling her and leading the isolation, if Sylvia were not a princess, her academic career would indeed be over. Thus, Lorren was reluctant to employ this tactic. He initially intended to deliver a light reprimand, but Sylvia was truly incorrigible. In situations involving Pug Tiger and Nobita, it appeared there were 4 stances: assisting Nobita, aiding Pug Tiger, maintaining neutrality, but in reality, 3 of those were aiding Pug Tiger. Enough, we shall discuss your wretched bracelet after class. Let us begin the lesson. Sylvia sat in her seat, frozen, exuding an aura of impending darkness. Lorren was not particularly concerned. To succumb to darkness, one must know the name of rigors. Although the king did not regard this princess with much importance, he would not discard her as a mere disposable pawn. Even if her demise were deemed necessary, it would be orchestrated to hold greater significance. As Lorren commenced his lecture, the students became engrossed in his discourse, completely oblivious to Sylvia's presence, a neglect far more painful than mockery. Even after class ended, Sylvia remained motionless. Chapter 44. A Day of High Winds and Fire. Thank you for your assistance. Luna approached Lorren, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, surprised that he would stand so resolutely by her side. It's all right, remember? No matter what challenges arise, I shall always be your steadfast support. I will forever believe in you. Lorren placed his hand gently on Luna's head, lowering his gaze to meet her eyes earnestly. Luna's face flushed crimson, and even as Lorren departed, she remained momentarily dazed. It's all your fault. The fury of Sylvia's outburst finally jolted Luna back to reality. The moment Lorren left, Sylvia began to pursue her with venomous intent, as if all that had transpired was solely Luna's fault, with no connection to her. Witnessing Sylvia's retaliatory bite left Luna momentarily bewildered, but after a brief pause, her gaze hardened with resolve. Begone! Luna delivered a swift slap that sent Sylvia reeling, the sudden turn of events startling their classmates, who had never anticipated the usually meek Luna to possess such strength. After silencing Sylvia, Luna stared at her own hand, incredulous that she had acted in such a manner. Excitement mingled with fear enveloped her. After all, she was not Lorren, lacking his elevated status, and Sylvia was indeed a genuine princess. What has transpired? The commotion drew Lorren back, and upon his return, he beheld Sylvia in a pitiful state. Several of Sylvia's sycophants immediately began to cast aspersions upon Luna, while Lorren listened in silence, and Luna bowed her head, bracing for his reprimand. Well done. To her astonishment, Lorren not only refrained from chastising her, but instead praised her actions wholeheartedly. Your Highness, with Lorren present, none dared to assist Sylvia until Lorren took Luna by the hand and departed. Only then did they crowd around Sylvia, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, blood trickling from her mouth, the cause of her collapse uncertain, whether from the blows or from rage. Seat. At Lorren's command, Luna obediently took her seat, not daring to lift her gaze to meet his face. Although Lorren had just commended her, a twinge of fear lingered within her. If Lorren were to harbor any disdain for her actions, it would plunge her into despair. Do you recognize where you erred? Lorren sat before Luna, his expression calm. The more tranquil he appeared, the more uncertain she felt. I should not have struck Sylvia. After considerable inner turmoil, Luna finally spoke. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lorren cupped her face, distorting her features in his gentle grasp, her lips puffing outwards. In an instant, Luna felt her heart race, her face growing warm. The proximity allowed her to glimpse the dark depths of Lorren's eyes beneath his hair. This was her first time scrutinizing his gaze so closely. She had never dared to look directly before. How beautiful his eyes were. Not quite. Your mistake was in resisting too late. Some individuals simply cannot comprehend reason. Had you acted sooner, while I was present, to confront her, she would not have dared to treat you so. Even if you had refrained from violence, a firmer stance would have spared you this humiliation. Returning kindness for kindness, and confronting malice with resolve, is the natural order. Never harbor the illusion that malevolence will repent due to your goodness. While speaking, Lorren held Luna's face, gazing intently into her eyes. After imparting this wisdom, Lorren suddenly smiled, prompting Luna to exhale in relief. Although she did not fully grasp Lorren's words, she understood their essence and nodded, reassured by her mentor's unwavering support. Today, her willingness to act indicated that Lorren's previous teachings had indeed made an impact. This is for you. It is a talisman. I hope you carry it with you. It will protect you, for I wish for you to encounter no danger. Lorren took Luna's hand, placing the eye of abyss within her grasp. Feeling the lingering warmth of Lorren's touch on the talisman, Luna clutched it tightly against her chest. Thank you. Enough. Now that we've spoken, should you face any difficulties in the future, seek me out without hesitation. However, proceed with caution. Lorren's words served as a reminder for Luna to remain vigilant during her nighttime escapades as a superhero, though she was uncertain if she would truly comprehend the gravity of his advice. Rest assured regarding Sylvia, with me here, no one in the kingdom would dare lay a finger on you. Indeed, Luna smiled, feeling as though she were a vessel in the vast sea, finally finding harbor, free from the fears of tempestuous waves. Having concluded their conversation, Lorren prepared to leave, aware of the urgency of the present moment. Action against the cult of plague worshippers was imperative. Recently, Lorren had employed Gwen to observe their activities. They were not only indulging in excess, but also conducting research on the plague. Just yesterday, their endeavors had yielded results. If action were not taken soon, it would be too late. Should they succeed in their pursuits, even if Lorren's plans remained unaffected, the capital would suffer grievously, an outcome Lorren could not bear to witness. It was no wonder that the god of plague fell first. The methods of he and his followers were utterly depraved. It was not solely the god of abundance who sought his demise. A circle of deities had turned against him. Farewell, esteemed mentor. After Lorren departed, Luna remained transfixed in the direction of his exit, tightly gripping the eye of abyss. It was a long while before she regained her senses, finally donning the talisman around her neck. On her way, she noticed an increased presence of guards. Watchmen stood vigil at regular intervals, each armed with signal flares, ready to alert others should any unusual occurrences arise, summoning the scarecrows to their aid. These ordinary citizens were incapable of dealing with the darkened individuals and thus relied on the scarecrows. Consequently, the scarecrows were exceedingly busy in the capital, with reinforcements summoned from elsewhere. Scattered reports of darkened beings had also emerged from cities surrounding the capital, while fewer in number than those within. They were not to be underestimated. Even so, the majority of scarecrows had converged upon the capital. The church attempted to suppress the situation, but to little effect. After all, the taint of the outer gods could be invoked by mere utterance of a name. Ultimately, the church could only caution the populace against casually reading the inscriptions on various items, urging them to minimize interactions with others and to refrain from uttering any words that might resemble names. During the investigation, many church members and nobles inevitably learned the name of Riggers. However, they bore no resentment, as the issue was not too grave. The outer god was not inherently dangerous. Merely hearing the name would not precipitate calamity. Compared to ordinary people, their lives were far more comfortable, and thus, they harbored little animosity. Scarlet, here, my master. Upon hearing Lorren call her name, Scarlet hurried over, her demeanor increasingly reflective of her burgeoning acceptance of her role as a maid, despite not fulfilling many of her duties. We shall act tonight. Prepare yourself. What action? Upon hearing this, Scarlet appeared apprehensive, feigning ignorance. The weather is splendid today. A day for high winds and fire. A moonless night for murder. If you prefer not to join, that is acceptable. Stay home quietly until I return. If Lorren were to force Scarlet into action, she would likely resist. However, after indulging in free meals for so long, Lorren still granted her the autonomy to choose. And given that her task was relatively safe, Scarlet felt a sense of obligation to participate, especially after having just indulged in a slice of cake. I will go. I shall participate. As darkness descended, Lorren prepared to set forth, instructing, at the appointed time, you shall find a place to conceal yourself. Await my return after I have completed my task. After ensuring Scarlet's safety, Lorren retreated to his chamber, readying the instruments he would soon employ. Chapter 45, Silent Sobs. By the time night enveloped the land, Lorren was fully equipped, clad once more in his indistinguishable black robe, with a long blade secured at his waist. Beneath the robe lay an ample supply of potions he had previously concocted, and this time he carried only a modest number of bullets, merely 400 or 500. While the firearm may not be indispensable, it was prudent not to venture without it. Are you prepared? He inquired, to which the newly garbed Nacris nodded. Her attire bore an assortment of vials and magazines. She wielded firearms, supported by her arcane abilities, while Anna had opted for a long blade to complement her own mystical prowess. Anna examined her weapon, her eyes glinting with excitement. The blade was entirely matte black, devoid of any shine, not merely coated but imbued with enchantments that concealed its magical aura. Indeed, Lorren had resolved to bring Anna and Nacris along for this endeavor, recognizing the necessity for them to engage in real combat, confident in his ability to safeguard their well-being. The ranks of the plague worshippers were not formidable. Once their weaknesses were identified, they could be swiftly dispatched. For instance, the antidote charms Lorren had previously crafted could ensure their protection from disease and poison for half an hour. He provided each of them with 3 vials, with more stored within Scarlet's hidden cache. Lorren estimated they could eradicate the plague worshippers within 10 minutes. Let us depart, he commanded, with the vigilant Mirror Heart remaining behind. The rest of the party surged forth. As Lorren prepared, he simultaneously guided Gwen's actions. That night, she had gathered the victims of the plague worshippers into an abandoned dwelling. They recognized Gwen as the dark-robed figure responsible for the creation of the corrupted. When she approached them, they offered no resistance, only harboring deep-seated hatred. Do you harbor animosity towards them? Gwen inquired of a young boy standing before her. Yes, he replied. His words rendered breathy as he spoke through the gaps left by his missing teeth, the result of cruel extraction. His plight was not merely dental. His body was marred with festering wounds, exuding a foul stench. Once a palace guard, he had suffered unspeakable humiliation after encountering the plague worshippers at a ball. Thus, when he accepted the power of Legos, it came all too easily. To have survived the ordeal was a stroke of fortune for him. Behind him, a couple clutched a small boy, whose lower half had been reduced to a grotesque mass of decay. Most gathered here were parents, their children victimized, and the scene's brutality stirred even Lorren's heart. Previously, he had merely observed these ordinary lives from a higher vantage point as a player. Now, he grasped the profound sorrow woven into their stories. Have you sought assistance from the authorities after your ordeal? Do you recall what the guard said? A mother, cradling her child's lifeless form, suddenly lamented. They said they were investigating, always investigating, claiming ignorance of our plight, urging us to await their notice. They cannot possibly be unaware. The boy interjected vehemently. I was delivered into the hands of those plague worshippers by the king's men before they had even departed. As he spoke, he bit his lip in frustration, believing himself resolute. He had never flinched even before the maddened cultists and had once defended a princess from beasts. That night had not merely shattered his body and spirit, but had also ravaged his faith. It was then that I witnessed many children being delivered by the king's guards. If it weren't for those nobles, these foreigners would never dare commit such atrocities. They seek to use our lives as gifts to appease their masters. Do you realize where our food has gone? It has been sent to them as well. At this point, Lorren's concerns were alleviated. Their hatred had reached a fever pitch, and his role was to ignite this powder keg, handing them the weapons they needed. Now, let us all chant the revered name of the god of hatred, Legos. As Gwen bit her finger, she pressed it against the runes inscribed on the ground, the unique materials ensuring that even as a puppet, she possessed flesh and blood. With the runes ignited, starlight enveloped them all. O god of hatred, Legos, feel our overwhelming wrath. O god of hatred, Legos, feel our overwhelming wrath. The crowd echoed Gwen's invocation in unison, their voices melding into a singular entity. In an instant, a dark aura enveloped them, and their forms began to undergo transformation. Grant us the power of vengeance, that our hatred may incinerate all, that the wicked may pay the price, and that our silent sobs may be heard. If it were merely a matter of acquiring power, Lorren need not have led them in prayer. His intent was to bestow upon them a deeper strength. Grant us the power of vengeance, that our hatred may incinerate all, that the wicked may pay the price, and that our silent sobs may be heard. As the prayer concluded, though their external appearances remained unchanged, Lorren perceived the new power they had acquired, a palpable aura of death surrounding them. Silent sobs, this was their newfound ability. In dire moments, they could launch their own limbs, inflicting instant death upon any creature they touched. Yet the cost would be their own lives. A life for a life. Such was the fairness in the eyes of the Creator, for all were equal, even kings and beggars alike. This sacrifice fell within their realm of acceptance. Indeed, for the sake of vengeance, there was little they would deem unacceptable. Let us proceed. Our target is the palace. Let those lofty swine hear our cries and be dragged down. Gwen led the throng towards the royal palace, their momentum seemingly capable of shattering all barriers. Yet, as they charged forward, Gwen suddenly vanished. They were formidable, numerous, and his silent sobs would undoubtedly pose significant trouble for the king and the church, yet merely a nuisance. Nevertheless, Lorren's objectives had been met. He intended for them to draw the church's attention. Should the church fail to concentrate all its forces upon them, they could indeed wreak havoc. This interval provided Lorren ample opportunity to eradicate the plague worshippers, and as they advanced towards the kingdom, Lorren arrived at the den of the cultists. The king had even prepared a luxurious mansion with a courtyard for their use. Lorren stood beside a tree, the crimson moon looming behind him, as Nacris and Anna, similarly cloaked in black robes, awaited below. Good night. Chapter 46, The Night of the Black Moon Kill. Before the battle commenced, Lorren began to consume potions, partaking of antidote charms to prevent poisoning, followed by elixirs to enhance his intellect, significantly bolstering all his attributes. The ground lay strewn with empty vials, and he left no evidence, instructing Scarlet to collect the remnants. At the entrance to the stronghold, several guards stood watch, their brows unwrinkled despite the anguished cries emanating from within, engaged in light-hearted banter. Who goes there? Upon Lorren's approach, they leveled their pikes at him, prompting him to raise his hands in feigned trepidation. Truly, I am a kind-hearted soul. Had you displayed even a hint of compassion, I might have chosen to spare you. Before they could react, their severed heads soared through the air, landing at their own feet. Behind them, Anna sheathed her blade, an uncontrollable thrill illuminating her face. This was her first taste of killing. Natalie's held a long sword forged from shadows, her countenance betraying discomfort, for this was her inaugural experience of taking a life. After the two guards fell, their blood was partially siphoned, swirling around Anna. This was a precaution orchestrated by Lorren. Extracting too much blood would reveal anomalies. Hurry inside, and be swift, he urged. There are many darkened souls about, and they will undoubtedly be on guard. Kicking aside the corpse of a guard, Lorren sliced through the lock of the grand door and entered the courtyard. Upon stepping inside, he was assaulted by a foul stench, and the buzzing flies collided against him, causing discomfort. The courtyard was littered with decaying limbs and severed arms, their grotesque display devoid of subtlety. Kill them, leave no survivors, he commanded, as he forcefully pushed open the door to the mansion. In the sitting room, he beheld an altar constructed from rotting corpses, explaining the abundance of body parts outside. As expected, they were indeed plotting something sinister in the kingdom of Geblon. Had Lorren arrived even a moment later, the devastation would have been unimaginable. The noise from the door's destruction alerted those inside. As he entered, a gaunt man stood beside the altar, facing Lorren. He appeared almost emaciated, the same man Lorren had encountered at the royal ball, who had intended to harm him. Now, their paths crossed again, his dark circles more pronounced. "Are you here to join our festivities?" the man queried. As he spoke, the plague worshippers gathered in the sitting room, their bodies varying in size but marked with a unified plum blossom sigil, a symbol of the plague. Their exposed skin was riddled with decay. Without the blessing of the plague god, their bodies would have surely crumbled. Regrettably, the blessing to counteract the true god was too taxing. Otherwise, Lorren could have dispatched them with ease. The worshippers reacted swiftly. As they exited the room, screams echoed from within, transforming the opulent mansion prepared by the king into a den of iniquity, or perhaps a hell. "Children, allow me to impart some wisdom on the ways of the world," Lorren began, not rushing into action, but instead positioning his hands behind his back, engaging Anna and the others in conversation. "What should you do if you offend someone of significant stature? Flee. Take your family to a place where he cannot find you," Natalie's replied. Lorren shook his head at her answer, then seized the opportunity to eliminate him, ensuring he cannot rally support. Anna's response pleased Lorren, yet he still shook his head. The plague worshippers silently observed their conversation, muttering praises to the plague god. They could not merely stand idly by as Lorren conversed. Unbeknownst to them, the longsword behind Lorren was gathering momentum as he spoke. "You are all mistaken. There is no wall that does not allow whispers to pass through. If you commit an act, someone is bound to discover it." At this, Lorren fixed his gaze upon the leader of the plague worshippers and continued. "Should we truly offend those of notable rank, it is highly likely they will call upon their fathers to deal with us. Strike the young, and the old shall come for retribution, and even older still. Thus we must eliminate his entire family, annihilate anyone who might seek vengeance on their behalf. If we allow the roots to remain, they shall sprout anew with the spring breeze. Now that we have offended these plague worshippers, we must eradicate their entire lineage, including the king. This is the troublesome nature of human affairs." The moment Lorren concluded his speech, the plague worshippers sprang into action. Corrupting blood mist, the scarlet haze emanated from them as they began to spread rapidly, engulfing Lorren and his companions in an instant. The man grinned, for this was a power imbued with the authority of the plague god. Any who came into contact would be swiftly corroded, and inhaling it would guarantee death. In a confined space, the plague worshippers held a significant advantage, especially since Lorren foolishly afforded them time to prepare. Blade of the wind, Lorren's shout pierced the air, freezing the man's smile, for Lorren had already appeared before him, and the corrupting blood mist was dispelled by the wind he generated, revealing Natalie's and Anna, untouched and unharmed. The mist could not truly reach them, as if an invisible barrier separated them from its grasp. Throat severing, before the man could react. Lorren's blade had already sliced through his throat. He executed 2 techniques in rapid succession, granting the man no opportunity for a response. In truth, he should have been a formidable foe. However, Lorren was well versed in his weaknesses, while the man knew nothing of Lorren. With the advantage of knowledge and the effects of his enhancements, Lorren dispatched him in an instant. Blood gushed from the man's throat, obstructing his airway and rendering him mute. Lorren swiftly severed his arms before pressing his hand upon him. Pluto's mouth activate. The man's body began to contort, disappearing completely after mere moments. And Lorren received his reward. Level 1, Intelligence 2. The sudden turn of events startled the surrounding plague worshippers by the time they regained their senses. Daggers formed from coagulated blood had already pierced their eyes. In the next moment, Anna lunged forward, beheading the plague worshipper to Lorren's left. As for the one on Lorren's right, a figure clad in black resembling Natalie's emerged from a shadow, wielding a long sword forged from darkness, and swiftly struck off his head. Without their leader, Anna and Natalie's dispatched the remaining stragglers with ease, as the physical fortitude of the plague worshippers was lacking, without their primary support. They had no means to resist. Lorren collected several trophies, yet did not level up further, and soon, not a single survivor remained. Natalie's, go fetch Scarlet. Anna and I will search for survivors. As the battle concluded, Natalie's began to retch, having endured until the end was commendable in itself. The events of the day had profoundly impacted her. It was only fitting that she be allowed a moment to recover. However, both Anna and Natalie's held little aversion to the act of killing from a young age. Lorren had instilled in them the belief that evil must be eradicated to protect the innocent. To slay a villain equated to saving a multitude of good souls. Indeed, they had witnessed the horrors present. Had they not eliminated those wicked beings, they could scarcely fathom the consequences that would have ensued. Chapter 47. Plundering. Scarlet crouched beneath a tree, her form curled into a tight ball, trembling incessantly. Natalie's had to exert considerable effort to locate her, as she had not awaited in the agreed-upon spot. Scarlet, Natalie's called softly, causing Scarlet to drop to the ground, covering her head with her hands. I know nothing. I didn't kill anyone. Seeing Scarlet's reaction brought a sense of relief to Natalie's. It seemed she was not the most timid one after all. It is I, Natalie's, she reassured, moving closer to help Scarlet to her feet. From her demeanor, Natalie surmised that Scarlet must have witnessed the scene in the courtyard, which was understandably terrifying. Although Scarlet had prepared herself mentally before arriving, the visual impact of the scene had exceeded her expectations. Despite her fear, Scarlet did not flee, prompting Natalie's to regard her with newfound respect. It is over. The battle has concluded. Your task now is to assist in moving the items. If you are afraid, we can carry them out. All right, Scarlet agreed without putting on a brave face, but once Natalie's departed, she was immediately engulfed by a wave of helplessness, as if something horrific loomed behind her, leaving her in a state of unease. Dressed in our dark robes, we must ensure that we do not reveal ourselves simultaneously. While we scavenge, we shall administer healing potions to the remaining victims, for those who come to investigate, even if it is to scrutinize us, must be allowed to survive. In due course, we can use their words to shift the blame onto the cloaked figures, preserving our own pristine reputations. Anna nodded in agreement, her gaze lingering on the bloodied, long knife in her hand, her reluctance palpable. Ultimately, she sheathed the weapon with a heavy heart and began the search. Every room was thoroughly combed by Lorren and Anna, uncovering mere trinkets, with scarcely any survivors left among the victims. For these individuals, the distinction between the living and the dead held little significance. The few fortunate enough to still draw breath, aided by the healing elixirs, clung to life. As the stench of decay dissipated, leaving them in relative safety, the entire house had been thoroughly searched, and Lorren meticulously cross-referenced the list obtained from the king, ensuring no living soul remained. Is this all there is? He pondered, as several chests of treasures lay piled in the grand hall, mostly gifts from the nobility. Yet, the true gifts were those who had succumbed to death. The treasures were hardly abundant. Aside from the riches, only a handful of syringes remained, filled with pathogens, each kindly labeled with their intended uses. Lorren sensed complexity beneath the surface, signaling Anna to remain silent. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings. The sound of a heartbeat echoed within the hall, a third heartbeat, robust and distinct. Anna reacted swiftly, drawing her long knife and scanning the vicinity with an expression of eager anticipation. This is it, Lorren confirmed, pinpointing the source of the sound before striding towards the altar in the center of the hall, a grotesque amalgamation of corpses. The heartbeat emanated from its core, revealing that this was not merely an altar but an enormous womb. Lorren aimed to cleave the altar, his enchanted blade slicing through flesh and bone as effortlessly as butter. Yet, against this altar, it only left a shallow mark of mere palm's length, and the altar measured 2 meters wide. This ignited Lorren's resolve to uncover the mystery within. Come, Anna, let us split this open. As he raised the blade again, he noted signs of regeneration from the altar, urging him to hasten his efforts. Heavy slash. Lorren summoned his remaining magical energy, deploying a basic combat skill. The blow carved a wound about 10 centimeters deep into the altar. In that instant, Anna followed suit, her own heavy slash striking true. Seizing the moment while the potency of the elixir still surged, they struck in rhythm, akin to pounding rice cakes. Within minutes, they had completely severed the altar, revealing its inner contents, a massive heart, remarkably the size of a human head. Lorren was uncertain of its nature, yet he instinctively recognized its malevolence, as the heart continued to grow, flesh sprouting upon its surface. Indeed, this altar was a womb. What shall we do, master? Anna inquired. This is a remarkable find. Although Lorren could not identify the entity, he was certain it was no ordinary thing. He stepped closer, placing his hand upon the pulsating heart, feeling its rhythm. Simultaneously, a foul odor assaulted his nostrils. Without the protective talisman against toxins, his hand might have begun to rot. Let us converse with the outer gods. Lorren invoked the mouth of Pluto, consuming the heart in swift order. A notification of 5 intelligence flashed before him. He realized that if allowed to mature, this heart could yield even greater attributes, though it would complicate matters later on. Name, Lorren. Level, 15. Strength, 10-20. Stamina, 21-20. Agility, 14-20. Intelligence, 23-30. Mana, 49, 105, 200. Remaining attribute points. 1. Accessories. Blood-weeping wedding ring. Blessings. Breaking illusions. Mouth of Pluto. Eye of true sight. Curses. Shattered love. Condemnation of all beings. Lorren glanced at his status panel, noting that intelligence had become his highest attribute, with the parentheses indicating temporary boosts from various potions he had consumed. His attributes, enhanced by the elixirs, now exceeded their natural limits. He pondered the significance of the newly acquired blessing, Eye of True Sight, deducing its origin from the eternal observer, the source of his clarity in seeing through Luna's cognitive distortions. At this juncture, the benefits of his substantial mana reserves became evident, despite having recently engaged in combat. He had only expended a fraction of his mana. Each heavy slash cost merely 10 points, while a throat strike required only 20. These rudimentary skills could be employed perpetually, allowing him to fight tirelessly without depleting his resources. Ordinarily, at his level, a maximum of 200 mana would be expected. Lorren, however, boasted over 5,000. Let us simply take the items outside. There is not much to carry. While the spoils were scant, the unexpected attribute points were a delightful surprise. Although Lorren possessed the mouth of Pluto to enhance his attributes, such points remained elusive in general. Minor foes seldom dropped attribute points, and even elite monsters yielded few, especially when they could not resist. Chapter 48, The Heart's Knot. Homeward bound. On the journey back, Anna bounced with joy, her demeanor reminiscent of a spring outing. In stark contrast to the solemnity of Nacris. Thanks to Anna's secret powers, despite the numerous lives taken, they remained untainted. Nevertheless, upon returning home, Nacris rushed to the bathroom, indulging in an hour-long shower. At times, Lorren mused that a lack of emotional burden could be a blessing. Despite the fright Scarlet had just endured, she was already vying with Anna for snacks, ultimately being subdued by Anna, who single-handedly pressed her down and devoured the remaining treats before her. Are you all right, Nacris? Lorren knocked on the bathroom door, inquiring gently. Nacris had not removed her eye of the abyss while bathing, so Lorren could see everything transpiring inside. She scrubbed her hands repeatedly, her skin reddening, yet she did not cease, eventually squatting beneath the shower in a daze. Lorren did not perceive Nacris as being overly dramatic. While she now seemed fragile, she had shown no hesitation when it came to taking lives. She did not view the act of killing evildoers as wrong. Rather, she struggled to accept the broader implications of taking a life. Nacris was the most sensitive among the witches. Even Luna, for all her bravado, had defended the bullies. I am fine. Her demeanor belied her words. Noticing Nacris's attempt to appear strong, Lorren resolved to enter. I am coming in. The bathroom door was locked, and when a gentle twist yielded no response, he utilized his phasing ability to enter. The steam from the long-running hot water enveloped the bathroom, and only after Lorren turned off the shower did the air clear enough for him to see Nacris. You need not put on a brave face. I can protect you for a lifetime. He picked up a towel and began to dry her hair, the silvery strands clinging to her face, rendering her a picture of vulnerability. But I want to help you. The feeling of shame caused Nakalis to stutter as she spoke, prompting her to reflect on herself. It was true that Lorren had been helping her bathe for quite some time now, yet at this moment, her heart raced inexplicably and her body exhibited peculiar responses. Instinctively, Nakalis tensed her form, recalling the words that Kyoko had shared with her earlier. Had her feelings for her esteemed mentor truly transformed? Just as Nakalis was about to retort, Lorren wrapped her in a towel, reminiscent of their childhood bathing sessions together. Indeed, Nakalis' figure had remained largely unchanged, save for a notable increase in height. Such is the world, where being a witch draws incessant hatred, regardless of one's actions. To refrain from taking lives is to invite the risk of losing one's own. And yet, she was indeed performing a noble deed. Had they not intervened against the plague worshippers, the completion of their ritual would have spelled doom for the entire capital and the kingdom of Gerdilon. At this juncture, Lorren grasped Nikali's hands and brought them before her. These hands have saved countless families. Thank you. Though a few words from Lorren may not completely assuage Nikali's turmoil, they certainly offered her some comfort. It is getting late. Let us retire for the night and rest well. Nikali softly acknowledged, allowing Lorren to guide her out of the bathroom. Did you both bathe together? Why did you not call for me? Upon seeing Nikali's and Lorren emerge from the bathroom, Anna, her snack forgotten, stormed over, pouting in displeasure. What on earth is going through that little head of yours? Lorren, somewhat exasperated, playfully flicked Anna on the forehead, unsure of how to respond to her. Minter, my reflection just informed me that the previous attack by the corrupted was orchestrated by Eldrin. I had my reflection conceal itself within his shadow during our last encounter. Ah, I see, but I appreciate your efforts nonetheless. After affectionately ruffling Nikali's hair, Lorren intended to return to her own quarters, for she had yet to tend to the nightingale that evening. Nikali's felt a pang of disappointment, lamenting her inability to assist her mentor. Wait, Minter, when shall we go to slay the king and his entire family? Anna interjected, her enthusiasm palpable. Lorren fell silent. Despite the grim task at hand, Anna's tone resembled that of a child eagerly inquiring about the next visit to an amusement park. The original portrayal of the gluttonous, which was one of insatiable bloodlust, and Lorren had assumed this was a result of her experiences. Yet, it seemed Anna's nature was inherently this way, merely exacerbated by Nikali's demise. Nevertheless, Lorren did not dwell on it. Anna's essence was fundamentally kind-hearted. Though she craved bloodshed, she would not unleash it indiscriminately. Anna would empathize with the weak, even sharing her beloved snacks. The current Anna reminded Lorren of a certain hero, the evil little sorcerer, who, despite having vanquished many villains and self-identifying as one, was regarded as a hero by ordinary folk. Anna too was akin to this, slaying evildoers to protect the innocent. However, Anna still required Lorren's guidance to master her impulses, channeling her thirst for blood solely against the wicked. It should not take long. In truth, Lorren had initially planned to take action after the semester concluded, but with Eldrin declaring war first, he had no choice but to expedite their demise. Furthermore, Lorren had never intended to assassinate the king. His sole objective was the tier of condensed wishes, and eliminating Eldrin would suffice. However, having witnessed the devastation wrought by the plague worshippers, he understood that the entangled interests were numerous. The relationships among the powerful were complexly intertwined, but Lorren knew that the current situation was undoubtedly linked to the highest authority. When a tree begins to wither and one is unsure how to revive it, cutting down the stoutest trunk will surely yield some effect. Perhaps, after slaying the king, a new ruler would ascend. Yet Lorren and the corrupted would instill fear in the nobility. Time would tell if they would forget their wounds once healed, but at the very least, during the healing process, they would behave with caution. Upon returning to his room, Lorren began to assess the situation at the palace through Gwen's perspective. Numerous lives had been lost there, many of whom were straw men. Ordinary corrupted beings stood no chance against straw men, yet Lorren had just bestowed them with a blessing. Silent weeping could render their fragile existence truly equal to those high above. Chapter 49, Superhero Luna. Is that Luna? Lorren spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Luna, clad in a superhero costume, stood out strikingly among the straw men. In the past, Lorren would not have paid much attention, for the corrupted were utterly incapable of harming her. Even facing a multitude would merely prolong the encounter. However, this time was different, as these corrupted possessed silent weeping, a fatal effect that even witches could not evade, compounded by the current information disparity. They only knew that some individuals had inexplicably perished, oblivious to the cause, and thus were ill-prepared for silent weeping. In this precarious situation, Luna still charged to the forefront, steadfastly refraining from attempting to take the lives of the corrupted, opting instead to purify them post-defeat. The strong men cowered behind her, shirking their responsibilities, merely utilizing ranged magic to impede the progress of the corrupted. While the palace's inhabitants had long fled, riding magical beasts and adhering to the principle of self-preservation. Very well, I shall make my way there after all. Ultimately, Lorren felt a twinge of concern for Luna and resolved to check on her. He donned his black cloak, took stock of his ammunition, and leaped from the window. He had left his blade at home, for it was the black-cloaked individuals who wielded knives, his mentor favored firearms. There were far too many. Today, the corrupted were particularly abundant. Luna pierced a corrupted being with her silver sword, purifying it, after which the strong men who had been hiding behind her immediately surged forth to bind the corrupted. As other corrupted advanced, the strong men hastily retreated behind Luna, casting low-tier magic to feign involvement. all the while watching Luna strain to hold her ground. Initially, they had been exerting effort, but upon witnessing the death of a straw man, they shrank back in fear. A pack of useless fools. After Lorren's tutelage, Luna's tone had grown considerably bolder, and she harbored little fondness for these uncooperative straw men. Luna lifted her silver sword, blocking a corrupted's claws, deflecting it while simultaneously delivering a kick to another assailant. Sweat had soaked the edges of her hair, her deep blue locks clinging together as Luna gasped for breath, her sword arm trembling. Yet the corrupted offered her no respite, lunging at her once more, devoid of any strategy, driven solely by primal fury. Luna sidestepped, countering with a thrust of her sword that pierced the corrupted. As she purified them, the damage she inflicted would also mend, thus allowing her to fight with fewer reservations. The General Duanmu's willingness to strike with lethal force stemmed from a similar belief. The slaughter of the orcs would not truly result in death. Purification. The silvery moonlight enveloped the corrupted, gradually dissipating the aberrations upon them. Until this moment, the straw men had shown no inclination to intervene, and Luna had confirmed that the palace was entirely deserted. "You are unworthy of my assistance." The radiant light of purification suddenly vanished as Luna sheathed her sword. It was at this moment that the remaining corrupted aimed their fingers at her. Any part of the body could trigger silent weeping, but fingers were the most effective. "Watch out!" Lorren lunged forward, enveloping Luna in his arms and rolling on the ground with her, successfully evading the projectiles that shot forth from the corrupted's fingers. That was a silent sob, a blessing from the god of hatred, which would result in instant death upon contact with their emitted limbs. Lorren propped himself against the ground, striving to rise, while Luna's cheeks flushed a deep crimson upon realizing who had come to her rescue. "Master, how did you arrive here?" Upon seeing Lorren, Luna's reaction was noticeably delayed. It was Lorren who helped her roll on the ground to evade the approaching dark beings. Clenching her fists, she surveyed the surrounding devastation and cast a glance at Lorren, suddenly engulfed by a wave of regret. Much of her proactive engagement against the dark beings stemmed from her earlier discovery of their intent to harm Lorren. Yet now, due to her recklessness, it was Lorren who needed to save her. Their conversation had evidently not escaped the ears of the scarecrows. Realizing that Lorren had concealed crucial information, they were somewhat displeased, leading to the demise of several scarecrows. "Master, since you are aware of these matters, why did you not inform us? The death of our fallen comrades is inconsequential. What matters is that they too could meet a similar fate." "Ridiculous. I have long informed the king of the means to eradicate the dark beings. Yet he turned a deaf ear, choosing instead to sacrifice your lives for greater gains. What more can I do?" Lorren adeptly shifted the blame, wasting no time. He swiftly tore off the explosives tied around his waist and, in the instant of throwing them, scooped up Luna and fled at the utmost speed. "This task is now yours. Farewell." The scarecrows were momentarily stunned before realizing the nature of Lorren's discarded item. By the time they attempted to flee, it was too late. The shockwave from the explosion sent them, along with the dark beings, soaring through the air. These dark beings were no match for the scarecrows. Provided they were willing to engage, so Lorren paid them little heed. "Master, did I err? They are not worth my efforts to save, even at the risk of your own safety." "You have finally come to this realization." Lorren felt a sense of relief. He dashed back to his bedroom, where he gently set Luna down. Upon realizing her surroundings, Luna's face flushed anew, her speech faltering. "Is this your bedroom?" Luna gazed at the furnishings, somewhat anxious, despite the absence of any private items. However, Lorren did not address her inquiries, but rather continued to guide her. "I believe you understand the reasons behind the dark being's corruption. Were it not for relentless humiliation, their hatred would not have led to their transformation. Instead of attempting to halt the dark beings, we ought to resolve the issues that drive them to corruption. Those dark beings are also pitiable souls, merely seeking fairness." As he spoke, Lorren handed Luna a vial of potion, and upon drinking it, she felt her strength rapidly renewing. Although she had sustained no injuries, Lorren still offered her another healing elixir. Luna recognized that the potions Lorren provided were of exceptional quality and felt somewhat embarrassed to accept them. Yet she ultimately complied under Lorren's insistence. On Luna's neck, Lorren noticed a familiar thread, the very one he had used when bestowing her with the Eye of Insight. Even in the dead of night, as she played the role of superhero, Luna still wore her protective charm. Lorren felt a sense of comfort. She was indeed obedient. Otherwise, he would not have discovered her peril so swiftly. "Master, who is in your bedroom?" Just as Lorren intended to continue speaking, a knock echoed at the bedroom door, accompanied by the voice of Nacris. She knocked lightly, but in the next moment, she pushed the door open. There, she beheld Lorren and Luna seated side by side on the bed, in close proximity, with Luna holding Lorren's potion. For some inexplicable reason, Lorren suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of being caught in a compromising position, though he quickly adjusted his mindset. The anonymous superhero encountered danger and is temporarily recuperating in my place. Is that so? A sudden aura of pressure emanated from Nacris, causing Luna to shiver. But Lorren felt relieved that Nacris had returned to her usual demeanor. Chapter 50. The Race of Mirror Heart. Well, I shall take my leave. Luna, for reasons unknown, felt a tinge of fear upon seeing Nacris, despite her being merely the daughter of the master. Before departing, she tucked the remaining vials into her clothing. Evidently intending to keep a memento, she leapt out of the window. Though witches possess formidable physiques, Luna's seemed even stronger, as her leaps exceeded those of others. To this day, Lorren remained unaware of the true nature of Luna's secret abilities, which surely extended beyond mere purification. From what Lorren knew, there were at least two abilities: purification and cognitive modification. Moreover, her attire did not seem to align with her family's background. What could her true story be? When inquiring about Lorren, Nacris's tone softened considerably. Lorren reflected on how, in public, Nacris certainly exuded an air of authority, though it was a facade that could not be maintained for long. Oh, it is nothing. Lorren recounted the events that had transpired, and while Nacris felt a twinge of discomfort at Lorren bringing another woman home, she ultimately understood it was for Luna's sake and harbored no objections. Had she been in his position, she too would have chosen to rescue Luna. Yet, Lorren pondered how much of his words Luna would truly absorb. She was quite receptive to counsel. If one were to describe Luna, Lorren felt the term saint fit her well. The term carries little derogatory connotation. It is the saintly bitch that taints it. The distinction between a saint and a saintly bitch is vast. For instance, when fleeing from zombies, a saint would leap down to rescue an injured pedestrian while urging others to flee, whereas a saintly bitch would forcefully slam on the brakes, compelling everyone to assist her, yet contribute nothing themselves, thereby endangering all. In a true apocalypse scenario, ordinary individuals are likely to be saved by the saint, as reflected in Lorren's family's traditional tales, where saints are often revered. The quintessential examples of a saint and a saintly bitch could be likened to Liu Bei and Tang Sung in the eyes of TikTok users. Let's rest for now. I doubt we will need to attend school tomorrow after today's events. Lorren had initially intended to sleep, but upon witnessing Luna in danger, he discarded the notion. Nacris replied, but did not leave immediately. Instead, she ensured the bedroom window was securely shut. The wind is strong today. Be cautious not to catch a chill. Good night, master. After confirming the window was closed, Nacris exited Lorren's bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Lorren paid little mind to her thoughts. He understood that Nacris felt a pang of jealousy seeing him with another woman. Good night, master. In a state of drowsiness, Lorren heard a good night wish where a young girl sat in a birdcage, perched on a rod, swinging her feet. Her light green hair nearly concealed her entire form, and the joy she felt radiated from her, manifesting as a smile. After bidding goodnight, the girl transformed back into a nightingale, succumbing to a deep slumber within the cage. Good afternoon, master. Recently, classes at the academy have been suspended. You need not attend. Just wait until the time to observe the embers of glory. Lorren groggily arose, stretching. Since arriving in the royal capital, Mirror Heart had seemingly returned to a more normal state, even calling him to rise directly with words rather than through other means. The suspension of classes was anticipated by Lorren. With so many dark beings appearing yesterday, it was reasonable to halt classes for the safety of the students. The dark beings primarily targeted the nobility, and most of the students at the Girdland Royal Magic Academy fell within the range of their attacks. As Lorren pondered what he should do during this period, he stumbled into the restroom in a daze. What on earth is this? Beside the toilet, there was a hole, and Lorren estimated that it led to the room of Jingxin. Lorren felt somewhat speechless. Just as he had lamented that Jingxin had become normal, she had pulled another stunt. Indeed, upon sensing Lorren's presence in the restroom, he caught sight of Jingxin's mouth through the hole. Can you behave normally for once? Lorren was unsure how many times he had expressed this sentiment towards Jingxin. He stepped forward and grabbed her, but soon realized the folly of his actions. To say he merely pinched her was an understatement. He would have considered it a reward had he sliced her tongue at the root. Why did you stop? The cold voice from the other side of the hole belonged to Jingxin, her tone and demeanor starkly contrasting, leaving Lorren on the verge of losing his composure. Ultimately, he had no choice but to use some toilet paper to block the hole, allowing him to relieve himself in peace. I find pleasure in the sensation of pain, for it affirms that I am a living being, while perhaps not entirely human, but it confirms my existence. Observing that his actions had not elicited any response from Lorren, Jingxin began to engage him in casual conversation. If truth be told, Jingxin was the person Lorren understood the least. She was enigmatic in the game, appearing and disappearing without rhyme or reason. If she had not become Lorren's maid, he might have still believed her to be human. Moreover, her sources of knowledge were peculiar. While Lorren's knowledge stemmed from the game, Jingxin's understanding was not significantly less, and in some areas she surpassed him, such as in her comprehension of the Eternal Observer. So, what exactly are you? This was Lorren's first time posing such a question, and he had no answer. He contemplated every conceivable creature from a game, yet none matched Jingxin. Jingxin is my name, and also the name of my kind. Is that so? At this point, Lorren had finished in the restroom and had no intention of delving deeper. He had never doubted Jingxin's loyalty, so he refrained from asking further questions that she did not wish to answer. Though Jingxin exhibited no desire for dignity, considering herself Lorren's most adorable little dog, he still held a certain respect for her. Shortly after Lorren exited the restroom, Jingxin emerged from the bedroom. Lunch was already prepared, and Anna had begun to eat. Scarlet, armed with knife and fork, was no match for Anna, who was accustomed to using chopsticks. Chopsticks still exist in this world, albeit not widely used. Life is truly beautiful, Lorren remarked as he took a seat, casually wiping the soup from Anna's mouth. I dropped my chopsticks. I'm so clumsy. During the meal, Jingxin's chopsticks suddenly fell to the floor, her tone resembling that of a rehearsed script. Lorren glanced down and indeed saw Jingxin's face, as she gestured for silence. Chapter 51, Leisure. Anna was preoccupied with competing for food with Scarlet. Only Nacris seemed to notice the situation over here. This was rather novel. So Lorren chose not to interrupt Jingxin, but instead sought to divert Nacris's attention. Today is quite uneventful. Do you have anything you wish to do, Nacris? Let us go listen to an opera. Suddenly asked by Lorren, Nacris felt a surge of excitement. In truth, Lorren had not taken him out to play much. Primarily, he was not particularly interested in such ancient forms of entertainment, and secondly, he was too lazy to venture out. Throughout this journey, Lorren had not endured much hardship and had not shed his lazy habits. All right, when shall we go? Speaking of which, Lorren felt a bit awkward. Most of the operas were written by him, or rather, copied by him, and he had hardly listened to any. Moreover, accustomed to movies and anime, he was not particularly interested, but he would accompany Nacris for a trip. In the evening then, Nacris responded, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Yes. Once things settle down, I will take you both to the realm of night and the god of thunder. It's entirely different from the realm of the god of abundance. Indeed, it is completely different. While we are still listening to operas here over there, they're already holding concerts, and even records have been produced, as if from an entirely different era. More crucially, Lorren was aware that there was a witch in that realm, the Pride Witch, one of the 7 deadly sins. And she was among the few witches Lorren had information about. Furthermore, many vampires resided there, and if possible, Lorren wished to establish good relations with them. The strongest among them possessed the capability to slay certain angels, who were already considered the pinnacle of combat prowess in this game. The reason the Witch Church could rival the true God Church in the later stages was due to the combat capabilities of the 7 deadly sins witches, which were comparable to angels. Unbeknownst to him, Lorren had already managed to entice 2 major players from the Witch Church. Thus, it would not be unreasonable to gather all 7 sins, would it? Another witch Lorren had information about was the Lust Witch, residing in the domain of the god of plagues. To be precise, she had little to do with lust. Her strength was sufficient to place her at the top tier of the Witch Church, and the title was merely a means to unify with others. After dragging Nacris along for so long, Jingxin finally reappeared. Lorren suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and cleared his throat a few times. Thankfully, breakfast had passed uneventfully. Nacris had noticed nothing, and Anna likely hadn't tea either. Lorren found himself increasingly perplexed by Anna. She seemed to understand nothing, yet somehow grasped everything. With no classes in the afternoon, Lorren decided to spend the entire time in his bedroom, dedicating the afternoon to studying magic and amusing his nightingale. Logically, nightingales were not particularly suited as pets, but Lorren's nightingale was exceptionally affectionate and intelligent. Even large parrots could not compare. Within just an afternoon, Lorren had taught her numerous skills. He briefly experienced the joy of being a birdwalker until Jingxin knocked on his door. Recently, Jingxin had been much more restrained. She would not come to him after morning had passed, so her visit now surely had another purpose. What is it? Due to their outing today, Jingxin was dressed quite modestly, her skirt nearly reaching her ankles, revealing little more than her hands. Someone is looking for you. A girl. A girl? What color is her hair? Lorren pondered. It seemed Jingxin did not recognize Luna. The only person he knew who might come looking for him was Luna. Blonde. Right at the door. You may go meet her. This piqued Lorren's curiosity. He could not think of anyone who would seek him out. So he decided to step outside for a look. Searching through his memories, the only possibility that matched was Sylvia, under pressure. It was not impossible for her to come to apologize to Lorren. However, upon exiting his bedroom, he found a stranger at the door. The girl was clad in the uniform of the Gurdilon Royal Academy of Magic, albeit modified to be more revealing, with thinner fabric and a shorter skirt. Her makeup was somewhat heavy, appearing quite mature, which was entirely inconsistent with her age. She was indeed somewhat attractive, but having mingled with witches daily, Lorren's standards had soared, rendering her rather ordinary in his eyes. Master, the girl stepped inside, looking exceedingly timid, which contradicted her appearance. Unless she was deliberately acting, there was only one possibility. Who sent you? Lorren interrupted her, causing the girl to panic. It was Professor Simona. She sent me and insisted I emphasize my purity. Under Lorren's penetrating gaze, the girl grew fearful and divulged all she knew. It was unexpected that Simona would dare to orchestrate such a situation. It seemed Lorren would have to accelerate his plans, as opting for a slow and dull approach might prove to be a mistake, potentially allowing other innocent parties to fall victim to Simona's schemes. Let us depart. I shall escort you back, but first, you must find Simona. With these words, Lorren instructed Jingxin to inform Nikalis to meet directly at the theater entrance that evening, before he took the girl away. As soon as they arrived at Lorren's residence, the girl was once again sent away by Lorren, her heart filled with trepidation throughout the journey, aware that she had likely been threatened by Simona. Fear not, I shall handle everything, Lorren reassured her. The girl was considerably younger than Luna, roughly the same age as Anna, and a student at the lower grades of the Gurdilon Royal Academy of Magic. Despite her youth, Simona dared to act against her, confirming that she truly belonged on the infamous list of lethal threats. This incident also revealed a telling truth. Those with power and influence had already fled the capital, while Simona remained, desperately seeking to curry favor with Lorren, indicating her lowly status. Even though she had committed numerous heinous acts to appease the powerful, none had chosen to escape with her. Upon arriving at Simona's doorstep, Lorren noted that her abode was indeed superior to that of the common folk, though still rather modest. After knocking, he was met with silence. It is I, Lorren. Only after announcing his name did commotion arise within, culminating in Lorren witnessing a man leap from a window in flight. It was brazen of her, especially with her husband having only recently been imprisoned. A few minutes later, the meticulously prepared Simona opened the door, her voice dripping with sycophancy as she invited Lorren inside. But he was overcome with revulsion and had no intention of entering. An ominous premonition enveloped Simona, and this time, she was gripped by genuine fear. Chapter 52. The Darkening of the Theater. Master, Lorren raised a hand, signaling Simona to silence her, as he wished to minimize their interaction. I have come for two matters. Is this girl one of your pawns? Simona nodded, realizing her actions had further enraged Lorren, for he would not have brought the girl to her otherwise. She had miscalculated. Lorren was not one to indulge in such games, but faced with his inquiry, she could only concede. Since Lorren had come to seek her out, it was evident he was aware of the truth, and persisting in deceit would only incite his wrath further. Without decisive evidence, Simona could deny her involvement. Yet she understood that Lorren required none. She had heard of Lorren's handling of Sylvia, which heightened her fear to its zenith, propelling her to resort to desperate measures to quell Lorren's fury, thus abandoning any notion of evading responsibility. Very well, now for the second matter. Lorren suddenly produced a syringe and, catching Simona off guard, hurled it like a throwing knife, embedding it into her flesh, the virus swiftly injected. All is well now. I shall return this child home. Remember, I will not let you off lightly. Their exchange lasted less than a minute. After Lorren departed, Simona extracted the syringe. Although it had not penetrated her fat layer, it was nonetheless the power of the god of pestilence. Simona had no inkling of what it was. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. The pathogen Lorren had just administered was one he had procured from the followers of the god of pestilence the previous day. A meticulously chosen strain of disease that would not prove fatal but would inflict great agony, with a high probability of contagion. However, the transmission route was singular and secure. Those who could reach Simona were merely the most desperate of individuals, the very lowest of society, many of whom would never have a chance to engage with her. Those susceptible to such contagion were assuredly not of good character. In a certain sense, one might argue that this virus could render society more virtuous. Perhaps in due time, Simona would claim that Lorren had injected her with the virus, yet no one would believe her. Lorren's loyalty to the god of abundance was well known. How could he possibly possess anything from the god of pestilence, let alone wield it against a mere pawn like Simona. As he made his way home, Lorren eavesdropped on the conversations of passers-by. The most fervent topic of the moment was the darkening figure. The kingdom had initially intended to suppress this matter, but it had spiraled beyond control, especially after even the royal family had been driven out by the darkening figure just yesterday. Under Lorren's influence, the tale had become common knowledge. However, among these ordinary folk, the darkening figure was seen as a champion of justice, a divine gift to the oppressed, aiding them against injustice. It all resembled a fairy tale. It would not be long before the authorities would intensify their grip on public opinion, especially once the royal family confirmed their safety and returned. After escorting the girl home, Lorren took the opportunity to impart some wisdom, ensuring she understood what actions were permissible and which were not, so as not to fall prey to someone like Simona. However, he refrained from elaborating too much, as dusk was falling and he needed to hasten to the theater. Today, Lorren made the rare choice to remove his black hood, for the guards of the capital had become increasingly vigilant. Anyone clad in black robes was subject to scrutiny. While it was unlikely that any would prove significant, many donned such attire, typically those wild mages not under the church's jurisdiction. Upon reaching the theater entrance, Lorren spotted Nicales and the others from a distance, who was waving at him. This was the grandest theater in the Gurdilon kingdom, the most prestigious, and notably, it boasted electric lights imported from the realm of the god of night and thunder. In the faith of the god of abundance, such lights were a rarity. Even disregarding their practicality, these foreign imports exuded an air of sophistication, drawing the nobility and affluent alike, even if they could not comprehend the performances. Thus, the sentiments toward the darkening figure in this vicinity were starkly divergent. While commoners viewed it as a fairy tale, the aristocracy regarded it as a horror story. Acutely aware of the enemies they had made, fearing the day when someone might rise as a darkening figure to exact vengeance. I have secured the tickets. We may proceed directly inside. Jingxin had arranged everything impeccably. As a maid, she was truly exceptional. Indeed, the events of the prior encounter did not dampen Lorren's spirits in the slightest. To be frank, he had never taken Simona seriously. Lorren regarded all things mortal as inconsequential, and even deities, given adequate preparation, did not intimidate him. The group entered the theater and settled into their pre-selected seats. Upon realizing her seat was adjacent to Lorren's, Nicales grew somewhat anxious, while Anna appeared considerably more composed, boldly displacing Scarlet, who had originally occupied the seat beside Lorren. Perhaps due to an ecological niche conflict, Anna and Scarlet shared a dynamic akin to friendly rivals. In their daily skirmishes, Anna consistently held the upper hand. Despite Scarlet being significantly older, Anna's confidence far surpassed hers. Quiet down. Lorren interrupted the playful banter between Anna and Scarlet. As he beheld the familiar lights upon the stage, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Since arriving in this world, Lorren had not traveled abroad. This was his first encounter with lights here. The musical was centered around a romantic tale. Initially, Lorren had intended to shock the audience with a rendition akin to Fox's Spirit Matchmaker, but the locals were relatively conservative and less receptive to such themes. Ultimately, he settled for adapting classic stories. To portray a romance between humans and spirits, one would need to venture into the territory of the god of pestilence, provided the spirits were replaced with real animals. Nonetheless, Nicales appeared thoroughly captivated, while Lorren found the performance rather dull, yet he resolved to accompany the children to the end. At last, the protagonists on stage, having surmounted countless obstacles, were poised to unite, prompting a chorus of sobs from the audience. Nicales gazed intently at the stage, while Anna seemed less interested, yawning, and upon noticing Lorren's gaze, playfully blew him a kiss. Just as the musical reached its pivotal moment, a figure suddenly descended from above, a dagger piercing the heroine's chest, blood quickly seeping forth. "It's all your fault. You stole my role. You ruined my dreams." In the dim light, a woman stood with a visage contorted in distress, the dark aura surrounding her starkly visible. The male protagonist, upon witnessing this, was so taken aback that he collapsed to the ground, frantically crawling in the direction away from her. Lorren was certain that this scene was not part of the script he had penned. The identity of the woman before him was unmistakable. She was a corrupted one. However, her physical transformation seemed minimal, suggesting that her hatred was insufficient and the power she had acquired was limited. It was indeed a corrupted one. Someone shouted in alarm, and chaos erupted in the theater as the crowd desperately surged toward the exits, trampling over those who fell beneath their feet. Chapter 53, A Fairy Tale. Be cautious. As turmoil ensued, Lorren gathered everyone into his embrace, using his formidable physique to shield them from the oncoming throng. In that fleeting moment of being sheltered by Lorren, Scarlet felt her heart skip a beat. It was the first time she experienced the sensation of being protected, particularly after sensing the warmth radiating from his body. In Lorren's household, she occupied the role of a maid, and although she often playfully bantered with Anna, there were times when Scarlet felt a pang of internal conflict, as if she did not truly belong to this family. Yet in that instant, such feelings dissipated entirely. Lorren felt akin to a mother hen, albeit with more chicks than he could manage, nearly losing his grip on them. He harbored little concern for the corrupted one. They typically fixated on their enemies, and as long as he did not obstruct her, he would not become her target. Lorren had disseminated the name of Rigos to empower the common folk to combat the nobility. But he had overlooked a crucial fact. The conflicts among people were not solely rooted in class struggles, as exemplified by the corrupted one on stage. Despite Lorren's efforts to align all grievances with class disparities, such occurrences were inevitable, leaving him uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane. Those like Luna, who had been bullied, could seek vengeance with Rigos's power, but villains like Sylvia could equally wield that power against Lorren. Rigos's dominion was born of hatred. Indifferent to its source, be it positive or negative, it mattered not to him. A perplexing truth remained. Some victims of bullying, when they dared to retaliate, could harbor a resentment deeper than that of their aggressors. Their worldview dictated that any act of defiance was a sin, and such hatred was delectable to Rigos. Nevertheless, for the present, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. With a higher power overseeing the situation, Lorren felt assured that when chaos became unmanageable, the Church of Abundance would intervene to resolve it. Once the majority had evacuated, Lorren finally set off, never anticipating that a mere outing to witness a musical would lead to such an upheaval, a reality he had grown accustomed to. It was well known that in any game, players were often the source of trouble, and Lorren thought little of it, merely believing he retained this characteristic since his reincarnation. After the theater was emptied, a scarecrow entered, and soon thereafter, the subdued corrupted one was escorted out. In the eyes of the church, these corrupted ones held considerable value. They retained their memories and understood how they had been corrupted. Of course, this was also within Lorren's considerations. Even if the church captured all the corrupted ones for interrogation, they would ultimately only uncover the identity of the cloaked figure, remaining oblivious to their gender. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, Lorren mused whether he ought to bestow a nickname upon the cloaked figure. Having finally managed to enjoy an outing with Lorren, Natalie felt her spirits dampened when their moment was abruptly interrupted by the corrupted one. With the appearance of the corrupted one, the night in the capital was now eerily tranquil, with few souls wandering outside. Lorren spotted Luna leaping about on a rooftop. Upon seeing him, she froze momentarily and tumbled down. Luna's impact on Lorren's plans was minimal, and he was disinclined to intervene. If she fancied herself a superhero, so be it. Let us return for now. I shall regale you with a tale this evening, Lorren said, sensing Natalie's mood and placing a comforting hand upon her hair. All right. Instantly, Natalie's spirits lifted. She had turned 20 this year, yet retained the mindset of a child. Since turning 18, her appearance had remained unchanged, an attribute common among witches, who often ceased aging around this age. Consequently, Natalie felt somewhat dissatisfied, wishing her body would develop further before stagnating in youth. This evening was peaceful, and, as night fell, everyone gathered in Lorren's bedroom, where he, after a long hiatus, began to narrate stories to them. During their childhood, Lorren frequently shared tales from novels and anime he had read, and had he not been too lazy to write, he could have easily earned a fortune transcribing them. This world, too, harbored its own fairy tales, the most renowned being the tale of a female knight. Set in the Holy Flame Empire, a real place that revered the gods of light and fire, the story diverged from the numerous nations under the aegis of the god of abundance, as it was singularly governed by a vast empire, which was currently in a state of expansion. The narrative was straightforward. A young princess of the Holy Flame Empire, in her quest to ascend to queenship, orchestrated the demise of her own parents and siblings. Upon claiming her throne, she unleashed tyranny, seeking immortality by apprenticing under a nefarious sorcerer. Ultimately, a valiant female knight led a rebellion to overthrow her, slaying the queen and assuming the mantle of the new sovereign. Before her execution, the queen's final words were a frivolous lament for desert, a testament to her absurdity. To prevent history from repeating itself, the knight decreed that only those beloved by the populace would ascend to rulership, rendering the Holy Flame Empire the sole nation in this world to adopt a system of abdication, a fact that left a profound impression on Lorren. However, what struck Lorren most was the name of the wicked sorcerer within the tale, who also bore the name Lorren. In his gaming days, he often found it difficult to restrain his amusement at this coincidence. He felt exasperated. Lorren was not merely a pseudonym. It was his true name, with Luo as his surname. The history of this world had once been severed, leaving the current populace largely ignorant of the past. Only fragments of true history remained hidden within these fairy tales. As Dio raised the stone mask and bellowed, "I shall no longer be human. Jojo," he plunged the knife forth. That night, Lorren reimagined the narrative of Jojo's bizarre adventure, recounting it in the form of a story to the group. Although Lorren found the endeavor somewhat peculiar, the children listened with rapt attention. "Wait, Scarlet, why are you crying?" Lorren inquired, perplexed, as he had yet to reach the part where Zero Joe deflected the knife, and Scarlet was already in tears. "It's nothing. I simply never expected to hear a story before bed and then drift off peacefully," Scarlet replied, wiping her tears. Like the vast majority of witches, she had been solitary since her earliest memories. When her parents could not bear her abnormalities, they chose to abandon her. Though the outcome would likely lead to death, there was always a chance of survival. Those like Luna, who enjoyed the warmth of a loving family, were ultimately few. Each witch who managed to thrive was exceedingly fortunate. Such days would be plentiful in the future. As the emotions swelled, Lorren gently stroked Scarlet's hair, whispering tenderly. Her hair did not possess the same softness as Anna's or Natalie's, for she had never experienced a restful slumber prior to meeting Lorren, making her hair's compromised quality entirely understandable. Chapter 54, Investigation and Deception. Good afternoon, esteemed mentor. Today, Lorren was visited by an elderly gentleman clad in resplendent ecclesiastical robes of gold and green, adorned with a triple crown entwined with wheat sheaves. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the green upon his cape was genuine moss. Praise be to the god of abundance, Pope Pastus. Lorren regarded the elder with utmost reverence. For this man was the true authority of the kingdom of Getterland, his words capable of altering the very fate of kings. Elder Lin is ostensibly the strongest, while Pastus is the true powerhouse. Although Elder Lin's stats surpass his by a considerable margin, Pastus possesses the genuine ability to harness a fraction of the god of abundance's power. I come here today with a request. Please speak. Pastus holds great respect for Lorren, who, in turn, has never caused him to lose face. Unlike the king and the dean, he resembles a genuine person, albeit one who seldom takes charge, without truly harming anyone. The crux of the matter lies in Lorren's arrangements, which are primarily aimed at eliminating Elder Lin, with relatively few directed at Pastus. Should he truly ally with Elder Lin against Lorren, the latter would only possess a 99% certainty of vanquishing them both. Such a risk is not one Lorren is willing to take. Recently, the church has been investigating the black-robed individuals and the corrupted. We have unearthed a crucial lead. The followers of the god of plague who came here were exterminated overnight, their fatal wounds inflicted by blades. We rescued the survivors, who informed us that it was the black-robed individuals who slaughtered the plague followers. They are not only capable of creating corrupted beings, but also possess formidable combat prowess. At this point, Pastus sighed, akin to an ordinary old farmer. Beyond this, we know nothing of the black-robed individuals. Not even a scarecrow has laid eyes upon them, which is why I have come to inquire if you possess any means of assistance. Pastus is truly at a loss, thus seeking Lorren's counsel. Yet he is destined to yield no fruitful results. It is hardly plausible to have Lorren ensnare himself. This is the entirety of our investigation's findings. And I hope you will not withhold your wisdom, for your knowledge may very well save this kingdom. It appears that Pastus has become aware of the events that transpired the night Lorren went to rescue Luna. He understands that Lorren indeed possesses insights unknown to them, which is why he has sought Lorren's assistance. Are you aware of the solution I proposed? Yes, I'm already implementing it, and once the king and others return, we shall commence its formal execution. You shall witness the results. Lorren nodded, but did not take it to heart, for even if they were to comply, transforming the capital into a place of beauty would not eradicate the existing hatred. Those surrounding cities would remain unchanged. The corrupted in the capital are merely a pawn in Lorren's game, yet they have become a significant concern for the church. The black-robed individuals have become increasingly ineffective. Their sole contribution is propagating the names of the outer gods and inciting the latent hatred within people. Hatred has always lingered in their hearts, suppressed by fear, unable to manifest. The emergence of the corrupted has emboldened them, even if the black-robed individuals do not influence them. The hatred concealed within their hearts will surface as fear dissipates. Furthermore, the dissemination of the outer gods' names is facilitated by mere happenstance. A casual conversation among women could inadvertently reveal such names. However, To truly forge a connection with the outer gods, one must not only know the names but also recognize them as the names of the outer gods. If one wishes to hinder this, one could address it from this angle. Lorren has already provided him with a method, but truth be told, even Lorren himself is uncertain how to execute it. The name Legos has long been entwined with the god of hatred. They always appear in tandem. Thank you for your assistance. But I still have a question and hope you can provide clarity. Please speak. Pastis, ever respectful, voiced his inquiry. What do you know about the superhero capable of purifying the corrupted? Indeed, the church has begun to harbor doubts regarding Luna. Such a peculiar ability easily evokes associations with witches. The principle behind his purification of the corrupted is the dispelling of their hatred, without eliminating the taint of the outer gods, leaving the possibility of a second corruption intact. Understanding the principle simplifies matters considerably. Allowing other emotions to overshadow the hatred of the corrupted can alleviate it. I could concoct a similar potion, though it is complex. The mingling of truth with falsehoods makes it easier for people to believe, while what he said about Luna's method of purifying the corrupted is incorrect. The method Lorren devised is indeed feasible. At this juncture, Lorren paused briefly before continuing. Regarding the identity of that superhero, I have two conjectures. He may be a follower of the god of confusion, for instilling confusion can indeed temporarily obscure the hatred of the corrupted. Given the stringent doctrines of the god of confusion, his acts of aiding the followers of other deities fall within the realm of betrayal against the church. Thus, he only appears at night, concealed by a mask. The likelihood of my second conjecture is slim. He could be a follower of the god of night and thunder, gaining power under the cover of darkness. However, if that were the case, it would fail to explain how he purifies the corrupted. Lorren's reasoning was sound, successfully ensnaring Pastis in his logic, leaving him unable to refute it. Regardless of his true identity, he is a hero for the kingdom of Getterland, far more reliable than the scarecrows under your command. That night, I even witnessed the scarecrows hiding in the background, leaving him to confront the corrupted alone. I was so incensed that I intervened to save him. The total number of corrupted dealt with by all the scarecrows combined would hardly match his single hand. Thus, while scarecrows may perish, he must not. Lorren's tone carried a hint of indignation, embodying a sense of righteous anger, justifying his actions while exonerating Luna. Is it possible for one to simultaneously worship two deities? In a sense, Lorren's comments were rooted in truth. Many aligned with the findings Pastis had uncovered. Coupled with Lorren's esteemed position as a mentor, he became thoroughly convinced of Lorren's assertions and, based on Lorren's words, posed another question. Akin to a student listening attentively to a teacher. It is not entirely impossible, but the conditions are rather stringent. One must avoid detection by the deities or obtain the approval of both simultaneously. However, you need not concern yourself with that. While deities may exercise leniency towards ordinary followers, you, as the Pope, are held to a different standard. Rest assured, my devotion to the God of Abundance is no less fervent than yours. Pastis rose, reverently tracing the symbol of the God of Abundance across his chest. However, Lorren found it somewhat difficult to maintain composure. To put it plainly, even a random outer god follower would likely exhibit greater devotion to the God of Abundance than he. After all, their stance may simply be one of disbelief or hostility. But none harbor thoughts of eliminating deities as Lorren does. Chapter 55. The First Bottle of Ember's Glow. Farewell, Pope Pastis. After bidding farewell to Pastis, Lorren resumed his leisurely pursuits at home, entertaining birds, as there was indeed little pressing matter at hand. Pastis has proven true to his word. The number of corrupted has significantly diminished in recent days. By now, Lorren no longer requires Gwen to assist the outer gods in their evangelism. The name Legos has become widely known throughout the capital. Such peaceful days continued until the completion of the Ember's Glow potion, and it was precisely at this moment that the fleeing king returned. Although Midas is the king, Lorren has never truly regarded him as such, considering him more akin to a village chief. Thus, his decision to flee from the corrupted was not particularly shocking in Lorren's eyes. Today, both Midas and Elder Lin gathered in Lorren's office, their gazes fervently fixed upon Lorren as he concluded his work. After the final few ingredients were added, the cauldron erupted in a dazzling radiance. Lorren had prepared sunglasses in advance, but the king and the dean were not so fortunate. In this trivial matter, Lorren once again relished in their discomfort. As the king's vision returned, a vial of potion had already materialized in Lorren's hand. The potion shimmered in emerald green, interspersed with strands of gold, weaving together into the shape of a sprout. Though it was a potion, the king felt as though it possessed a life of its own, radiating vibrant vitality. The first bottle. Who among you shall partake? Both the king and the dean's eyes remained riveted on the potion in Lorren's hand, and Lorren could even hear the sound of them swallowing their saliva. At that moment, the two highest-ranking individuals in the entire kingdom resembled children drooling over candied haws. Yet they ultimately refrained from vocally contesting each other, choosing to prioritize their dignity over their desires. This was precisely what Lorren had intended. The first vial of potion was originally meant for the king. Despite his elevated status, he remained an ordinary man, at most possessing a few spells. Akin to a student from the Royal Academy of Magic in Gedlon. It was inconceivable that even if he were to regain his youth, Lorren could easily dispatch him with a single blow. However, Eldrin was different. Regaining his youth would significantly enhance his combat prowess. While Lorren harbored confidence in his ability to kill a rejuvenated Eldrin, any diminishment of his strength would be advantageous. It was only fitting that the first vial be presented to His Majesty the King, who, burdened with the weighty affairs of state, not only contended with the plague of zealous followers, but also had to remain vigilant against darkened souls, unlike the headmaster, who merely needed to focus on magical research. On any day the headmaster took a leave of absence, the capital could afford to lose a few fewer souls, thus making this potion a rightful entitlement for the king. Lorren's words, laced with veiled praise and subtle derision, were not lost on the king, who could only respond with a smile. They were still dependent on Lorren, so even in the face of his almost confrontational demeanor, they had to endure. Eldrin's demeanor darkened further. He had resolved that once he perfected his potion, it would herald Lorren's demise. In this regard, Eldrin and Lorren found common ground. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed mentor. With the conversation reaching this juncture, the king no longer concealed his avarice, downing the potion that Lorren had presented. Rather than describing it as the king consuming the potion, it would be more accurate to say that the ember's radiance surged into the king's very being. In that instant, his complexion flushed, and although his exterior remained largely unchanged, Lorren could sense a newfound vitality coursing through him, dispelling the earlier aura of decline. Eldrin, too, perceived the transformation in the king, his greed intensifying. He had heard of the true effects of ember's radiance. As long as one's heart remained youthful, longevity would be vastly extended. Eldrin, nearing a century yet still engrossed in the study of crimson magic, had no reason to believe his heart would ever age. I will need several weeks to prepare for the next concoction, but I cannot afford to waste the restored tears of aspiration. I kindly request that Headmaster Eldrin provide me with the tears. Lorren was unabashed about his intentions, yet having witnessed the effects of ember's radiance firsthand, Eldrin's respect for Lorren grew. The tears of aspiration are currently not at hand. I shall personally deliver them to you this evening. Eldrin had devoted countless years to the study of crimson magic, and waiting another month was of little consequence. It is settled, then. You may return for now, as I still have classes to attend. I shall see you tonight, esteemed mentor. This time, Eldrin departed without leaving behind any harsh words. But that did not prevent Lorren from harboring a grudge, as he still noted Eldrin's name in his little notebook. After bidding farewell to the two, Lorren returned to the classroom, which was noticeably less populated, likely due to some students having fled and not yet returned, though he paid it little mind. Before class commenced, Lorren glanced at Luna in the back row, prompting her to hastily lower her head. Only after a friend nudged her did she manage to muster an awkward smile and wave at Lorren. By the way, does anyone know Professor Simona? During the lesson, Lorren unexpectedly mentioned Simona's name. If the upper echelons of society wished to ostracize her, it was quite simple. Lorren merely needed to bring her up during class, and the children of the Gedlon kingdom would take note. Lorren refrained from elaborating further, instead recounting Simona's past actions in detail and emphasizing his disdain for her. The students who attended this class, while not necessarily brilliant, possessed a modicum of perceptiveness, grasping Lorren's underlying meaning. They merely needed to understand that Lorren intended for someone to take action against Simona. Any deeper implications, Lorren believed, their parents would comprehend. If Lorren merely sought her demise, it would not require such intricate maneuvering. What's wrong, Luna? Luna's friend noticed her unusual demeanor and promptly inquired. I'm contemplating a matter. Who do you think is the real monster? Is it the darkened souls, or those who cause them to become darkened? Lorren's words during class resonated with Luna, recalling their previous conversation wherein Lorren had mentioned that the best way to deal with darkened souls was to eliminate those who cause their corruption. With Simona evidently fitting that description, what good does it do to ponder such things? After all, you and I are merely ordinary individuals. Even if we were to become mages, we would at most reach the third or fourth tier, hardly sufficient to contend with those of great stature. Do you think you are a celebrated superhero? Rather than ruminating on such thoughts, it would be better to consider how to converse more with our esteemed mentor. I apologize for previously doubting your chances. It now appears that our mentor not only disregards one's background, but is genuinely kind to you. Do you recall how he confronted the accusations against Sylvie? It was magnificent. I almost wish to compete with you. Stop it. Luna interrupted her friend with a playful poke, and the two began to frolic until they sensed Lorren's gaze upon them, at which point they fell silent. Chapter 56, A Brief Calm. After class, Lorren did not rush home, as he had anticipated. As long as he delayed his return, Luna would find some excuse to visit his office. Good afternoon, esteemed mentor. Good afternoon, Luna. Luna gave Lorren the impression of Spider-Man. If she were Spider-Man, Lorren felt akin to Uncle Ben. To avert such an ominous fate, Lorren's philosophy diverged sharply from that of Uncle Ben. While Uncle Ben preached that with great power comes great responsibility, Lorren believed that one should merely safeguard oneself and those one loves. In the past, while gaming, Lorren reveled in doing as he pleased. And even being a superhero seemed inconsequential. Should he perish, he could simply restart. However, that was no longer feasible. Lorren had family to protect. If you were granted immense power, what would you do? Lorren suddenly posed a question. Though puzzled, Luna earnestly responded, I would do everything in my power to protect the weak. She was indeed correct. She had always acted in such a manner, even putting herself in peril. What if you were to be injured, or worse, die? Wouldn't that cause great sorrow to those who love you, like your parents and me? You love me. Once again, Luna astutely seized upon a key phrase, stammering in response. While she was fierce in her confrontations with darkened souls, matters of the heart rendered her uncharacteristically bashful. One must learn to conceal oneself. Revealing one's brilliance too early will only lead to the breaking of one's sword. Even if your intentions are noble, there will always be those who perceive you as a threat. Lorren had significant insight on this matter, having consistently adhered to this principle. Even now, those he had taught believed him to be incapable of even the slightest combat, viewing encounters with darkened souls as life and death struggles, relying solely on firearms for offense. Today, Lorren did not engage in much conversation with Luna before returning home. While one could not teach someone the nuances of words, certain lessons could be imparted in a single experience. Luna would indeed cherish Lorren's words and keep them close to her heart. Yet knowing the truth and putting it into practice were two different things. Fortunately, she always wore the eye of abyssal insight, allowing Lorren to be aware of any occurrences in real time. That evening, Eldrin arrived as promised, delivering the tears of aspiration. Having truly witnessed the effects of Ember's radiance, he had set aside all ulterior motives, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to being Lorren's loyal follower. Before obtaining Ember's radiance, Lorren could slap him across the face, and he would still smile, offering the other cheek for Lorren to strike. This time, Lorren concocted another 7th-tier potion using the tears of aspiration, enlightening insight. The effects of this potion are equally astonishing, as it can directly enhance an individual's magical aptitude. In the game, this translates to a mere 10% increase in the potency of spells cast, yet the reality is far more intricate. It genuinely possesses the capacity to transform a person's magical talent. Even an ordinary individual who could not master magic would find their abilities comparable to those of great mages. In a fantastical realm, this would undoubtedly be a coveted treasure capable of inciting fierce competition among the major sections. Even in this context, it remains exceedingly rare. Lorren has scoured the entirety of the Girdland Kingdom and has scarcely discovered a handful of such materials, accumulating only enough for a single potion over the years. Since his arrival in this world, Lorren has been scheming to seize the tears of aspiration. The process of creating enlightening insight did not require the extensive time investment that the crafting of Ember Radiance demanded. He completed it shortly after classes the following day, taking the opportunity to converse with Luna for a time. Upon completion, Lorren did not hesitate to consume the potion immediately. Given the chance, he would prepare a dose for Anna and the others, but at present, he was the one most in need of the combat enhancement it provided. Subsequently, Lorren returned the tears of aspiration to Eldrin. Although he knew how to restore the tears, he refrained from revealing this knowledge, ensuring that Eldrin remained unaware and thus did not draw attention to him. The ensuing period was remarkably tranquil, and Lorren's life began to settle into a routine, marked by a simple pattern of attending classes after waking up at noon and returning home after a single lecture. Occasionally, Lorren, succumbing to his laziness, would request leave from class, and no one dared to deny him. However, two noteworthy events transpired during this time. After Lorren's discussion with the students, Simona was dismissed, and all prominent individuals severed ties with her. Only a few oblivious minor nobles continued their association with Simona, but upon the revelation of their connection, These nobles found themselves bankrupt overnight, simultaneously losing their aristocratic status. The king, motivated by greater interests, was not the only one privy to the Ember Radiance affair. The upper echelons of the Girdland kingdom, and even the higher ranks among the bountiful faithful, had heard whispers of it, which explained their willingness to pander to Lorren at any cost. In a certain sense, Lorren's words held more weight than those of the king. Moreover, a peculiar plague began to circulate within the Girdland kingdom, though its impact was minimal. Simona had only transmitted it to a few desperate individuals willing to go to any lengths for money, and they had limited contact with others. Ultimately, the church managed to contain the outbreak. However, Simona's identity as a biochemical matriarch became common knowledge. Having already lost her job and all social connections, with her husband imprisoned, surviving had become a struggle. At that moment, those she had infected sought her out, no longer fearing her status, and violence ensued without hesitation. Thus, Simona met her demise by the roadside, her corpse partially devoured by stray cats before being discovered. Her final days were marked by suffering. Even her property was seized, and the pain of illness robbed her of sleep. The sense of being cast aside by the world tormented her more than her physical ailments, driving her to the brink of madness. In this state, death became a form of liberation. It is worth noting that the church summoned Lorren to address the plague. However, the potion he had initially concocted from memory proved ineffective. Simona harbored more than one strain of the plague, and given her nature as a biochemical matriarch, the virus had even mutated under Lorren's influence, requiring considerable effort on his part to manage. The second matter concerned Luna. During this period, the number of darkened individuals dramatically decreased, not only due to the church's improved treatment of the populace, but also thanks to Luna's considerable contributions. She heeded Lorren's advice, reducing her impulsive actions and adopting a more discreet approach, yet her objectives evolved. Transitioning from Spider-Man Peter Parker to the airborne vigilante, she expanded her focus beyond merely defeating darkened individuals to addressing the underlying causes of their plight. If someone was bullied, she would seek vengeance. If someone was denied their wages, she would intervene to reclaim them. With the combined efforts of the church and Luna, there were even instances of several days passing without any darkened individuals appearing. Nevertheless, Lorren was acutely aware that something significant was on the horizon. Chapter 57, Valentine's Day. Today is Valentine's Day, Master. Remember to eat the chocolates I prepared for you upon waking. Lorren arose later than usual, and even the nightingale had gone to dine while he remained in bed, ultimately roused by Kyoko. As she swallowed her food, she suddenly brought up the topic of Valentine's Day. I truly do not comprehend why, in such circumstances, a day like Valentine's would still exist. Celebrating a holiday in a game is inconsequential. As long as the players are content, it matters little, and even observing a spring festival would not be out of the question. Yet here, in reality, where everyone struggles to fill their bellies, there exists the luxury of celebration and the exchange of chocolates. Moreover, in this frenzied religious worldview, such a quaint holiday seems utterly incongruous. Logically, Christmas should be about giving birth to countless twisted children, while Valentine's Day ought to involve the act of extracting one's heart to kiss the other's. In a Cthulhu-esque backdrop, such a high concentration of lightheartedness seems out of place. Nonetheless, Lorren felt a measure of joy. After all, his circumstances had shifted dramatically from his previous life, where he rarely encountered a woman capable of conversation. In school, there were no female classmates. In the factory, the numbers dwindled even further, and during his time in the wild, he scarcely encountered anyone at all. Now, regardless of the situation, Lorren found himself surrounded by beautiful women. Each year, both Nicholas and Anna would prepare chocolates for him, though their culinary skills left much to be desired. Anna's were somewhat better, as she melted store-bought chocolates and reformed them. After dressing, Lorren made his way to the dining hall, where Anna and Nicholas had already prepared the chocolates. The moment he arrived, they eagerly thrust the treats into his hands. Scarlett, who lacked any concept of holidays, appeared somewhat awkward, her eating motions slowing. Lorren took a symbolic bite before setting it aside, with only Kyoko's chocolate untouched. See you this afternoon. I'm off to school now. As he rose to leave, Lorren pulled out his notebook and tore out the 2 pages detailing the plague believers and Simona, leaving only Eldrin's page intact. Before departing, Lorren casually picked up a newspaper. The Girdland Kingdom did possess newspapers, albeit rather coarse in quality. It was evident that the royal family sought to seize every opportunity to manipulate public opinion. Unlike the previous praise lavished upon the nameless hero, the newspaper's appraisal of Luna diminished significantly as she began to confront the nobility in her quest for justice. If this trend continued, the nobles might very well take action against Luna, a scenario Lorren anticipated. He was confident in his ability to ensure Luna's safety, which is why he allowed events to unfold, intending for her to witness the outcome firsthand. This would be more effective than any reasoning he could offer. In time, she would be compelled to live a more grounded life, abandoning her aspirations of becoming a superhero for her own safety. Although Lorren's raw power was not formidable, his strategic planning was extensive, with numerous contingencies in place for every conceivable scenario. At the very least, his black cloak was inscribed with runes pointing toward each outer god, enabling Lorren to unleash the full force of greed, hatred, joy, fear, and urgency should the need arise. Valentine's Day was merely a minor interlude. Lorren had not forgotten the pressing matters at hand. After discarding the newspaper, he noted a date beside Eldrin's name in his notebook. This date was set for 7 days hence, coinciding with the day Lorren intended to craft Ember Radiance. In recent days, Gwen had scarcely returned home, instead brewing something significant in the cities surrounding the capital. Everything proceeded in accordance with Lorren's meticulously crafted plan. The aging king, having extended his lifespan, was reinvigorated and determined to achieve greatness, while his son, now in his 80s, had succumbed to despair. Indeed, the old king had enacted numerous beneficial policies for the citizenry. Yet Lorren still vividly recalled the atrocities committed by the plague believers under the king's indulgence. The sins committed by the old king cannot simply be erased. His name remains forever linked with Eldrin. In truth, there is little to gain from eliminating the old king, yet the prospect of bringing joy to Lorren suffices. Upon arriving at the classroom, numerous students presented Lorren with chocolates. It seems that any girl with the means would choose to offer such a gift. Lorren, possessing vast knowledge, a gentle demeanor, and a hint of charm, is naturally well-liked. However, he is aware that this popularity is not solely due to his attributes. It is likely influenced by the intentions of their parents, as those behind the students aim to curry favor with him. Nonetheless, Lorren pays little heed to this, for he will not linger long in the capital and will soon return to his familiar little town. Instead, he takes note of Luna in the back row, cradling a box of chocolates while engaged in conversation with her friend. You dare to confront Sylvia, and your reputation has spread throughout the school. Why do you seem timid now? It's different. I had the support of the mentors when confronting Sylvia, but this time, there's no one to back me up. Faced with her friend's teasing, Luna finds herself at a loss for words, resorting to evasive responses. Lorren observes all of this under his influence. Luna has indeed become more composed, yet she remains timid in his presence, prompting Lorren to take the initiative. Another class concludes, and despite the passage of time, Lorren's lessons continue to be the most favored among students. He graciously accepts all the chocolates gifted to him, believing that one should not refuse a free offering, and he can always take them back as snacks for Anna. Today, Lorren once again acquired the tier of aspiration. As soon as class ended, he retreated to his office to begin alchemical preparations, as the more methods he possesses to deal with Eldrin, the better. This time, Lorren opted for the 6th-tier potion, Resonance of All Things, which significantly enhances one's perceptive abilities, allowing one to hear the sounds of the universe. Coupled with the talent Lorren has chosen, his perception will reach an astonishing level, verging on the ability to foresee the future. Although Resonance of All Things is merely a 6th-tier potion and considerably simpler than previous concoctions, Lorren chose it due to a shortage of materials, after creating so many potions. The king's stockpile has nearly been exhausted by Lorren over the years. However, this does not detract from the potion's suitability for Lorren's current circumstances. With the tower at his disposal, he need not engage in direct combat. He merely needs to ensure he evades each attack, as his magical energy is sufficient to sustain such reliance on the tower. While concocting the potion, Lorren hears a knock at the door, and he knows without a doubt who it is. Come in, Luna. How did you know it was me? Luna asks, awkwardly hiding the chocolates behind her back, her movements noticeably diminished by embarrassment. You always come here after school, though you're a bit late today. At this moment, Luna realizes how frequently she visits Lorren. She casually finds a place to sit, silently watching him as he brews potions. Even simply observing him brings her immense happiness. Finished. After completing the alchemical process, Lorren skillfully bottles and seals the potion, tucking it beneath his dark robe while retrieving another vial of potion. Here, try this. It's peppermint chocolate flavored and invigorating. I may not be able to make chocolates, but I can brew potions. Upon receiving the vial, Luna is visibly taken aback, surprised that Lorren has prepared something for her as well. I also brought you some chocolates. After carefully stowing Lorren's potion, she produces her own chocolates from behind her. However, seeing the mountain of chocolates piled on Lorren's desk, Luna feels a twinge of uncertainty. Thank you. Having been single for a lifetime, Lorren is unsure of how to respond. Yet a simple thank you seems to make Luna exceedingly excited, perhaps because Lorren has only ever expressed gratitude to her. As usual, Luna does not engage in much conversation with Lorren, and after a brief period of potion making, he takes his leave. Today, however, he is in particularly high spirits, experiencing a serene interlude before the storm, making for a truly delightful day. The one most pleased today is Anna, as Lorren returns with a sack full of chocolates. Although witches do not gain weight, they can still fall ill, so Lorren allows Anna only a modest amount. Thus, another day passes peacefully. The subsequent days unfold with similar tranquility, as Lorren continues his routine of attending classes while perusing the newspaper, where he observes Luna's reputation deteriorating. Her declining image can be attributed to Lorren, as she has grown more ruthless in her dealings. Previously, she would lecture and purify her noble adversaries. But now she resorts to physical confrontations and imprisonment, prompting the nobility to retaliate against her. A pivotal moment arrived after she confronted a certain nobleman, leading to a significant turning point. Ordinary people do not take the newspaper slander seriously, as they can witness the deeds Luna performs. She is genuinely helping them. However, everything changes when the papers begin to label her a witch. Lorren has been keenly aware of Luna's movements, and he is confident that during this period, she has indeed become far more cautious, unlikely to reveal her identity as a witch. Thus, it seems they are merely engaging in character assassination. The impressions people hold of Luna cannot be so easily swayed by mere slander, unless she genuinely crosses a line. From birth, all individuals in this world are indoctrinated with a hatred for witches, as if the mere appearance of a witch would spell doom for all nearby, unless dealt with promptly. When a revelation of the anonymous superhero being a witch emerged, it sent shockwaves through the public consciousness. So, the Darkened Ones are brought forth by the witch. The witch and the man in the black robe have deceived us. She has been consuming our lifespans. Such sentiments reflect the true inner thoughts of the populace. As long as Luna is branded a witch, all her previous kindness is rendered null and void. The esteemed mentor, that superhero, is indeed a witch. How shall we confront her? Once more, the king appears at Lorren's residence, inquiring about methods to deal with Luna. Midas, you are the shark arm, but I am not. Speak plainly. Methods meant for dealing with witches may not be effective against that superhero, and should you provoke her ire, I cannot be held responsible for your demise. Do you comprehend the enmity that arises from falsely accusing someone of witchcraft? No follower of a deity can endure such an affront. Lorren stands as the sole individual bold enough to directly rebuke the king, yet the old king, having imbibed the ashen radiance, has regained his former vigor. He is unperturbed by Lorren's insults, recognizing that Lorren possesses the audacity to speak so. Apologies, but we still do not know what she truly is. Labeling her a witch is merely a plea for your assistance. In the king's understanding, Lorren's devoutness to the god of abundance implies that he would surely take initiative upon discovering a witch. Puffed. Anna, who had been snacking, couldn't suppress her laughter, though the king paid her little mind. His Majesty's concerns are of no consequence to me. Lorren distances himself from the matter, yet the king interprets this as Lorren bargaining. Since arriving in the capital, Lorren has consistently crafted a persona of insatiable greed, and in such a moment, raising the stakes aligns perfectly with his character. I recently acquired a new batch of materials. I hope you can assist me in determining their use. Certainly. It is my honor to share both trials and triumphs with your Majesty, alleviating your burdens. Having gained benefits and successfully inserted himself into this affair, everything unfolds in perfect harmony. Lorren merely hopes their actions will be swift, as the Darkened Ones around the capital have already stirred, and it will not be long before they strike. After exchanging a few words with mirroring heart, Lorren proceeds to the palace, where the king's plans have nearly come to fruition, with Lorren serving merely as a safeguard. The individual previously assaulted was a duke from the Girdlon kingdom. If even a duke can be beaten, the king understands his own peril is not insignificant. He is acutely aware of Luna's strength, and even a coalition of several strong men would likely falter against her. Should Luna truly desire to slay the king, it would be a simple task. It is precisely this understanding that drives the king's urgency to take action against Luna. The plan is as follows: to disseminate the misdeeds of a certain noble among the populace, subsequently positioning the guards and scarecrows around the noble, and when the time is ripe, to encircle him directly. Dean Eldrin will also partake in the operation. Do you perceive any issues with this, esteemed mentor? The scheme is straightforward yet effective, with numerous individuals present, including the noble, who serves as bait, the royal mage nurtured by the king, and Eldrin himself. Although publicly labeled as a witch, I believe we all understand in our hearts that this individual is likely a follower of the god of confusion, perhaps even an angel. At the mention of the term angel, everyone's heart momentarily falters. True deities are exceedingly distant, and for them, an angel represents the pinnacle of existence, one capable of toppling nations. Even the mightiest of this realm, Valentina, has never brushed against the threshold of an angel's presence. Of course, this remains a possibility. His prowess is not something an ordinary mage or knight could aspire to match. Nevertheless, it is improbable that an angel would involve themselves in such trifling matters. Even if he is not an angel, he is still not to be trifled with. The dominion of the god of confusion extends beyond mere bewilderment, and you may find yourselves inadvertently turning against one another. Lorren's words commanded significant weight among the others, drawing their collective focus upon him. As it stands, he must vanquish the corrupted individual before wielding the power of confusion. Yet this may not be entirely accurate. I suspect he needs to defeat the corrupted one solely because of the external divine power they possess. When faced with ordinary folk, the conditions may not be so stringent. Hence I urge you all to exercise caution, especially you, Eldrin. Lorren suddenly redirected his discourse towards Eldrin. Your strength is paramount. Should he exert control over you, we would find ourselves in dire straits. I hope you will refrain from positioning yourself too closely, as he must draw near to utilize the power of confusion. A fact that is certain. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Lorren's analysis, particularly regarding the capabilities of the god of confusion. The followers of various deities maintain limited knowledge of one another. Proximity may ease understanding. Yet the followers of the god of confusion reside on the far side of the endless sea. Chapter 59, The Ambush. Lorren has already accepted the benefits and shared some valuable counsel. However, these recommendations pertain to countering the followers of confusion, not the witch. With the plan firmly established, the group swiftly commenced their actions. Lorren possessed little combat prowess, rendering his involvement in subsequent endeavors minimal. On his way home, Lorren felt a sense of relief that Pastis did not attend, though his character suggested he would not have. Previously, Lorren had informed him that Luna was a follower of confusion, even engaging in acts of chivalry in the kingdom of Gedlon. In Pastis's eyes, she was not a witch. Thus he had no justification to act against her. Simultaneously, Lorren was orchestrating Gwen's return. When he previously distributed provisions, he had also begun to propagate the name of Regos. And now Gwen had nearly accomplished her task. The town surrounding the royal capital had transformed into powder kegs, ready to ignite with the slightest spark. The king's men spent a day spreading rumors, turning an otherwise obscure noble into a notorious villain overnight. Though his name had gone unheard prior, once mentioned, it would elicit vehement loathing, with his heinous deeds spilling forth unbidden. Naturally, Luna was aware of these developments and would surely take action that very night. The king's strategy was simple, yet exceedingly effective. Lorren chose not to caution Luna, confident that she would not encounter genuine peril. This was his final lesson for her before departing. Furthermore, it served to divert the attention of the king and his cohorts, allowing the corrupted to infiltrate the royal capital unexpectedly. As night fell, Lorren found himself in the company of the king, eagerly awaiting news of success from the others. Gwen had returned long ago, with Lorren controlling her to masquerade as himself, deceiving those present, while the true him lay in ambush nearby. She has arrived. Luna made little effort to conceal her presence, yet her movements were swift, leaving the average observer unable to react, only catching a fleeting glimpse of silver light in the sky. Luna's methods had grown increasingly violent. She had come to understand that gentleness was unnecessary with certain individuals. With a single kick, she shattered the roof of the noble's abode, and the next moment, the noble himself crashed through the glass, propelled outward. In this instance, Luna resembled a legendary hero from martial arts tales, striking with ruthless decisiveness, shedding the indecisiveness often associated with American superheroes. She then leapt through the window, her sword gleaming coldly, a sight that truly instilled panic. Fueled by the reports in the newspapers, Luna was ablaze with fury, feeling as though all her prior efforts had been in vain. Rather than seeking justice, her purpose tonight resembled a mere venting of rage, her actions devoid of hesitation. Come my aid. No sooner had she uttered these words than the surrounding scarecrows sprang into action, with Eldrin appearing from an elevated position. Which, there is no escape for you today, proclaimed the foremost scarecrow, as the others began to chant incantations. How laughable! You, who have idled in your positions and failed to fulfill your duties, requiring my protection over this city. Today, because I advocate for the people and infringe upon your interests. You dare to strike at me? Truly, a swarm of parasites. If it is battle you seek, let us dispense with the pretense of noble justifications. Even Luna's rhetoric bore a hint of chivalry, as the recent events had profoundly impacted her mindset. Lorren could discern her anger from her tone. She was genuinely incensed that, despite her tireless efforts for the populace, a mere newspaper could sway their sentiments. Most crucially, she had come to grasp the public's true attitude towards witches. Thorn cage. Several scarecrows raised their hands simultaneously, ensnaring Luna within a prison of thorns. These were no ordinary thorns, but rather resilient and venomous. A third-tier spell. Vine strangulation. Another group of scarecrows united, robust vines suddenly sprouting from the ground to entwine the cage, tightening gradually. However, this state of affairs did not persist for long. A flash of silver light erupted as Luna swung her silver sword, severing the cage and the encircling vines in an instant. Not only that, but the silvery moonlight coalesced upon her blade, which she then unleashed in a deadly arc, cleaving the fleeing noble in two. Previously, Luna had refrained from taking lives, but now, as she did so, her eyes betrayed no sign of remorse. Lorren observed Eldrin's astonishment. He had misjudged Luna's capabilities. Goodness, is Luna truly this formidable? The notion that corruption amplifies strength threefold, while purification diminishes it by 7, was indeed insightful. This version of Luna, infused with murderous intent, was undeniably fierce. Even within the game, the corrupted witch far surpassed her uncorrupted counterpart. Lorren could only marvel at the creator's craftsmanship. The existence of witches, so inherently pure, should not be subjected to corruption in this world. As Lorren pondered whether he should intervene, Luna clashed with the scarecrows. The God of Abundance's sequence lacked any direct offensive spells, leaving the scarecrows ill-equipped to counter the highly agile Luna. Their defensive spells crumbled before her silver sword, and Lorren discerned that Luna's blade possessed a similar capability to disrupt magic, proving highly effective against spells. The scarecrows from the kingdom of Gedlon displayed a concerning lack of professionalism. Luna decimated them with ease, unleashing her pent-up fury. Her strikes were merciless, often dispatching her foes before they could even complete their incantations. A novice village truly exemplified its status. The capabilities of the academy were underwhelming. As Luna felled 5 scarecrows, the remaining ones finally broke mentally, abandoning their posts in a panicked flight. If the scarecrows could not contend with Luna, then the other guards had no hope. They fled even before the scarecrows could escape. A rabble of chaos. Luna let out a curse, her silver sword gathering momentum once more. As she unleashed a wave of sword energy, Eldrin also made his move. He had been patiently waiting for the opportunity, indifferent to the numerous scarecrows that might perish as a result. A dense cascade of leaves fell from the sky, obscuring the blood-red moonlight. The sound of their friction resembling the anguished cries of some indescribable beast. What in the world is this? By the time Luna reacted, it was too late to evade. She could only raise her sword to defend herself. However, the sheer volume of leaves was overwhelming, and she could hardly block them all. Each time a leaf grazed her skin, it left a swift and painful wound. Lorren was taken aback to discover that Eldrin initiated the encounter with a 6th-tier spell. Dance of the Verdant Sea. Even for him, this was an advanced magic, and no wonder Eldrin had taken so long to strike. He had been preparing for this very moment. Blade of the Gale. With a technique that had long been charged, Lorren released it in an instant, propelled by a fierce wind that surged forth and sent the leaves swirling away from Luna. He understood that this technique had a notable weakness, vulnerability to wind. While its lethality was significant, few were aware of this flaw. Master? The moment Lorren appeared, Luna recognized him, sensing his presence even without seeing his face. Once again, for her sake, Lorren had stepped into peril. Chapter 60, Retreat. We must flee. This is not the time to confront Eldrin. Lorren resolved to temporarily evade the confrontation. The man in the black robe? So you're all in cahoots. The dark figure, shrouded in mystery and armed, quickly confirmed Lorren's identity. In truth, I have given myself a moniker. Since I can corrupt others, let them call me the Black Sorceress Butterfly. With one arm wrapped around Luna, Lorren utilized the Blade of the Gale to escape the confines of the Dance of the Verdant Sea, but Eldrin stood before them, blocking their path. You are not worthy. Croatzel. As Eldrin spoke, Lorren seized the moment, his blade glinting with cold light as it sliced toward Eldrin's neck. The latter swiftly raised his wand to parry. It was no ordinary wand, and it miraculously absorbed Lorren's strike without leaving a mark. Eldrin's expression darkened, caught off guard by Lorren's sudden aggression. Yet before he could voice a word, Luna struck out with her sword, forcing Eldrin to retreat. Lorren, believing himself a mage, acknowledged that his physical prowess paled in comparison to Luna's. He did not linger. The instant Eldrin stepped back, Lorren grasped Luna's hand and fled in the opposite direction. Prior to their arrival, Lorren had consumed a potion to enhance his agility, and Luna, already swift, found it impossible to hit them with the mobility afforded by the abundant sequence magic. It was no surprise that Eldrin sought to study crimson magic, given the limitations of the abundant magic. Yet, the church strictly prohibited its followers from learning spells from other sequences, especially not those like crimson magic, which belonged to no legitimate divine order. Crimson magic was banned not for its cruelty, but because it lay outside the jurisdiction of any rightful deity, completely unbound. As they fled, Lorren's intuition suddenly alerted him, causing him to hesitate and pull Luna back. In the next instant, a row of bamboo shot up before them, rising at an astonishing speed, almost imperceptible in its growth. Should they continue running, they would surely be pierced by the bamboo. These were no ordinary stalks. They were crimson, adorned with barbed thorns, their tips razor-sharp, and their leaves akin to saws. A strike from them would surely be painful, if not lethal. This way, Lorren quickly redirected their course towards a narrow alley, seizing the moment of his pause as several scarecrows obstructed their path. If you wish to live, get out of the way. They were all too aware of the black-robed man's merciless reputation, having witnessed Luna eliminate their comrades. Thus, even as Lorren dashed past, they dared not impede him. Only after he had distanced himself did they resume their pursuit. Damn it. Ultimately, Eldrin could only watch helplessly as Lorren and Luna escaped, his hands tied by the presence of numerous onlookers, preventing him from employing other spells. Search. Conduct a city-wide sweep. Quickly drink this. Lorren led Luna to a secluded corner, finally taking a moment to assess her condition. Eldrin's magic had indeed inflicted wounds upon her, leaving her skin marred with numerous small cuts. Fortunately, Lorren's timely support meant that these injuries were shallow and not severely detrimental. Without hesitation, Luna consumed the potion Lorren handed her, and the wounds vanished almost instantaneously under its effects. Have you had your fill of playing the superhero, Luna? When did you realize? Lorren's words caught Luna off guard, her mouth agape as she struggled to articulate a coherent response. Eventually, she reverted to her original form, shedding her heroic guise, now clad in her school uniform, which bore several magical scorch marks. I knew you were a sorceress the moment I first laid eyes on you. It was during your initial appearance as a superhero that I recognized you for what you truly are. Memories flooded Luna's mind, recalling Lorren's views on sorceresses from their first encounter. Even so, you still chose to treat me with such kindness, in stark contrast to the attitudes of ordinary individuals. Luna's admiration for this mentor deepened, especially as he had saved her twice, both times due to her own recklessness leading him into danger. Yet despite this, he had still chosen to rescue her. Determined, Luna resolved to protect Lorren for a lifetime. Come with me to my home. I will help clear your name. The king is unaware of your true nature as a sorceress. The newspapers merely seek to tarnish your reputation. Your home? Mentioning Lorren's residence caused Luna to falter once more. Her face flushed, steam seemingly rising from her head. Her demeanor now starkly contrasted with her earlier decisiveness, as facing Lorren proved more challenging than contending with a horde of scarecrows. We must hurry. Lorren grasped her wrist and led her through the hidden path towards his home. Meanwhile, Gwen, disguised as Lorren, departed upon learning of the failed operation. You truly ought to reorganize your guard, at the very least. Ensure they do not retreat without a fight. Of course, she bore no fondness for the scarecrows either. They were a pathetic lot, explaining why the kingdom of Getterland remained the weakest among the domains of the god of abundance. Gwen muttered a few more curses in frustration as she exited through the main entrance, while Lorren slipped through the window into his own bedroom. Upon returning home, Gwen resumed her position at the table, once more adopting the role of a mere ornament. Upon Lorren's return, he refrained from idle chatter and headed directly to Mirroring's room, only to find her using the clothes he had worn as a mask while engaging in handiwork. Pause for a moment and hand over your garments. Very well. Mirroring complied readily with Lorren's command, and by the time he registered her actions, her top had already slipped free. Wait, not that one. I need the school uniform you made previously. Mirroring's figure was similar to Luna's, only slightly larger, and Luna could wear her clothing comfortably. So, you didn't mean the one I was wearing? Though Mirroring maintained her usual icy tone and expression, she feigned disappointment, her body slumping as if in defeat. Nonetheless, despite her words, she had never delayed in her tasks. She retrieved the school uniform from her wardrobe, along with a pair of white stockings. By the way, just a reminder, I haven't washed it since we last used it. Mirroring's phrasing of "we used it" rather than "I wore" it was not lost on Lorren. Never mind. Upon receiving the garments, Lorren retreated to his chamber, while Luna remained seated at a distance. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed Lorren's room, particularly fixating on Gwen atop the desk. "Here, I procured a new outfit for you. This attire must be discarded, as it may lead to unwelcome speculation. Do remember to wash it upon your return." Chapter 61, The Gathering Storm. That evening, Lorren escorted Luna back, their passage observed by patrolling guards. Yet none harbored suspicions regarding Lorren, who had been in the king's company throughout. As for the female student, they merely assumed Lorren was providing her with evening lessons, which was entirely plausible given his position as a teacher at the Gedlon Royal Academy of Magic. "Farewell, esteemed mentor." During their parting, Luna clutched her skirt tightly. Her head bowed, even as she bid him goodbye. The uniform fitted her perfectly, warming her heart. She imagined that Lorren, having noticed her tattered attire, had commissioned this outfit specifically for her, only now presenting it. "Mentor, you're always welcome to visit." Luna's parents were overwhelmed with excitement upon encountering Lorren. Having learned of his esteemed status during this period, they realized the true value of their daughter's connection with him, and thus treated Lorren with increased deference. Farewell. This night was destined to be sleepless. Following this incident, the official rapport with Luna had irrevocably soured. Not only could they no longer lay in wait for her, but she would also cease to offer her assistance. Whether it be the king, the pope, or the dean, all were troubled and restless, yet Lorren slumbered soundly. The following afternoon, before Lorren awoke, the king awaited outside, having adjusted his arrival to just before noon, now familiar with Lorren's routine. "Mentor, what course of action shall we pursue next?" That night, the king had discerned Luna's true capabilities. Given her prowess, eliminating him would pose little challenge. Few in the kingdom could rival her strength, and none were under the king's command. What can be done? You have irreparably offended him. It is a matter of either avoiding further provocation or eliminating him outright. The prime opportunity has slipped away. Now your task is to uncover his identity beneath the mask. From the Scarecrow's description, he appears to be a man with a long memory for grievances, and he is aware of your weakness. He will likely remain in the capital until he finds the chance to exact vengeance upon you. The more Lorren spoke, the more anxious the king became. Yet he saw no alternative but to heed Lorren's counsel. "I surmise that the superhero in question is a man between the ages of 15 and 25. Otherwise, he would not possess the youthful folly to assume the mantle of a superhero. Moreover, he cannot have been here for long. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to reveal himself. Let us search within this range." Lorren had also inquired of others regarding the timing of the superhero's emergence. It coincided with Lorren's arrival in the capital, more precisely, with his ascension to the role of teacher. In truth, Lorren was uncertain why Luna felt compelled to embrace the superhero persona. Perhaps it was a response to the emergence of the dark entity or a result of his own encouragement. Leveraging this insight, Lorren delineated a search radius for the king. Anyone other than Lorren would be incapable of seeing through Luna's disguise, thereby ensuring that the king would have no reason to doubt Lorren's words. After expressing his gratitude, the king departed, promptly ordering a search within the parameters Lorren had established, though it was destined to yield no results. Crucially, the king's focus on the capital would divert his attention from events unfolding beyond its walls. Once the king had left, Lorren consulted his notebook, noting that tomorrow marked the date inscribed for Eldrin's demise, with Gwen already having arrived outside the capital. "Mirror Heart, Master, I am here. Today." Mirror Heart donned her customary maid's attire, fully aware of Lorren's plans. "At dawn, take the children to the inn at Luna's home for safety. That area is akin to a slum and should be shielded from the dark entity's attacks. I will handle the rest." Lorren intended to involve the children in battling minor foes to broaden their horizons. However, facing a boss was a different matter entirely. While Anna and her companions were certainly capable, they could encounter peril. He was confident in his ability to subdue Eldrin without necessitating their risk. Understood. Mirror Heart had always been obedient to Lorren. Even if she occasionally challenged him, she would never contravene his directives, regardless of her comprehension. In the afternoon, Lorren attended class, as usual. Although the events of the previous day had yet to be reported, many were already informed. The children of this age lacked the ability to conceal their emotions, their anxiety etched upon their faces. With no superhero to protect them, the imminent threat of the dark entity loomed large, and the Scarecrow was of little help. Amidst this unsettling atmosphere, as class concluded, Lorren approached Luna, who had been gazing at him vacantly throughout the lesson. Whenever Lorren turned his attention her way, she would avert her gaze, much to the exasperation of her friends. "Luna, come to my office. I have matters to discuss with you." Regrettably, she was unaware of his surname, leaving her unsure of how to address him. "I shall be there shortly." In her fluster, Luna inadvertently voiced her true feelings, prompting her friend to cover her face in embarrassment. On their way to the office, in an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Luna initiated conversation. "Mentor, what is your surname?" Immediately regretting her words, she recalled her previous accidental disclosures. Was this inquiry not even more embarrassing? "My surname is Low, though it may be best if you disregard it." In this world, Lorren's surname did indeed seem peculiar. When combined, it had a certain ring, yet separated, it felt disjointed. Technically, Anna's name was actually Low Anna. Thus, Lorren resolved to feign ignorance regarding his surname. Luna found Lorren's surname somewhat odd, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead repeating it in her mind until it felt familiar. Upon entering the office, Lorren dispelled the concealment spell, a magic he frequently employed. "Luna, you're not to attend school tomorrow." "What? Why?" Upon hearing Lorren's words, Luna's spirits plummeted. Yet Lorren swiftly elaborated. "I have a foreboding that danger will befall the academy tomorrow. You must remain at home and refrain from wandering about. Anna and the others will also seek refuge at your residence." Once again, Lorren invoked his prophetic abilities, yet even without the reasoning, Luna would comply with his wishes. Very well. After Luna acquiesced, Lorren nodded and departed, as he had other matters to attend to. Upon her exit, Luna's friend had been waiting anxiously. What transpired? Did the esteemed mentor discuss anything regarding the name for your child? Luna shook her head, offering no response to her friend's inquiry. "I'm feeling unwell. My parents have engagements tomorrow. Would you mind coming to take care of me?" After her friend consented, Luna smiled. Chapter 62. The Assault of the Dark Entity. Good morning, esteemed mentor. Today, Eldrin exuded exuberance, practically buoyant as he walked, as if rejuvenated by the elixir of embers. This day marked Lorren's preparation of the elixir for him, prompting Eldrin to greet Lorren with a cheerful good morning, even at noon. "Good morning. We're just having breakfast. Would you care for something?" Lorren extended an invitation to Eldrin, who politely declined. "No, I shall wait here for you. Since you are so eager, let us depart at once." Lorren hastily consumed a piece of bread, washing it down with milk, thus hastily finishing his breakfast. At that moment, Scarlet approached with a teapot, but as she neared Eldrin, she stumbled, spilling tea all over him. Lorren felt somewhat speechless, just as he intended to apologize on behalf of Scarlet. He noticed Eldrin brushing off the tea leaves from his attire. "It is indeed a testament to your kindness, dear mentor, to take in this unfortunate child and offer her a position. Given that, I cannot impose upon her any further. Let us depart." Eldrin, who was soon to receive the ember's radiance, appeared quite pleased and seemed unfazed. This was not Eldrin's first encounter with Scarlet, and it was evident that he regarded her as part of a certain special group, to which Lorren could only nod in gratitude for Eldrin's understanding. Once Lorren and Eldrin had left, Anna assisted Scarlet in standing, and at that moment, Scarlet released her clenched fist, revealing a small box intricately adorned with complex runes. Merely gazing upon them gave Scarlet a headache. Wasn't I supposed to have stolen the tear of yearning? What is this? However, Mirror Heart did not afford Scarlet much time for contemplation, leading her to the Luna family's inn. Upon arriving at the school, Lorren promptly checked his classroom and, after confirming that Luna was absent, he felt a sense of relief. "You truly are diligent. The Royal Academy of Magic in Getterland is fortunate to have you as a teacher. I am but a humble servant. All credit goes to you, esteemed director." Eldrin interrupted the mutual flattery between him and Lorren, placing the tear of yearning into Lorren's hands. "Let us begin the alchemical process promptly, dear mentor." "Very well." Lorren readily agreed and entered his office, calculating the time in his mind. He glanced out the window. The walls of the capital were not far off, and if they were breached, the school would soon be in peril. Outside the capital, the corrupted had already been ignited by Gwen and were commencing their assault. Their numbers were alarmingly vast. After such a long period of preparation, the corrupted attacking the capital amounted to thousands, a situation exacerbated by the church and the king's indifference. Otherwise, their ranks could not have swelled to such an extent. Generally, the corrupted were no match for scarecrows. Perhaps a single corrupted could not overpower one, but 5 certainly could eliminate a scarecrow. Yet how many scarecrows were there to defend the capital now? 30? 40? Not to mention the many that Luna had already dealt with. Regardless, the capital could not withstand the onslaught of the corrupted, unless angels were to descend. Given the magnitude of the situation, the arrival of angels was inevitable. Lorren's task was to eliminate Eldrin before they arrived. At that moment, Lorren recalled the description on the Tower Tarot card. Alas, you remain high and aloof, deaf to the cries, blind to the truth. Methodically, Lorren began adding various materials into the crucible. He had no intention of fabricating anything, even if Eldrin was essentially a dead man walking. Time was up. With the final ingredient added, the ember's radiance was nearly complete. Now, all that remained was to wait. Eldrin understood the protocol. The alchemist's recipes were secrets, and while Lorren concocted the potion, he waited by the office door until he heard a commotion outside. What is happening? The raucous noise irritated Eldrin, but considering he was about to receive the ember's radiance, he bore it with patience. What was going on? He saw dark miasma nearly tainting the sky, the sturdy walls of the capital being torn apart, and the guards defending it being overwhelmed like a fragile boat in a tempest. Corrupted? Eldrin finally grasped the gravity of the situation. There were thousands of corrupted. Minter, a horde of corrupted has begun their assault on the capital. The suddenness of the event left even Eldrin momentarily at a loss. He had never witnessed such a spectacle in his long life. I see it. Lorren's expression was tense, seemingly genuinely concerned. Quickly, you must evacuate the students. I will preserve this batch of potion, for those materials are singular, and should I miss this opportunity, I may not be able to concoct it again for years. Eldrin glanced at the potion in the crucible. The soul-deep longing surged within him once more, and he was certain this was the genuine ember's radiance. Very well. In an instant, Eldrin made his choice. Those corrupted should not reach Lorren in time. Even now, Eldrin remained concerned for Lorren. The moment Eldrin spoke, the school was plunged into chaos. No one questioned his words. Under Eldrin's command, the students swiftly evacuated the academy, with Eldrin breaking down the surrounding walls, as the main entrance had been encircled by the corrupted. Witnessing this, Eldrin drew his wand from his robe, and thorns entwined the door, but it proved futile. Under the corruption's assault, the thorns began to wither. We must leave at once, dear mentor. With his wand drawn, Eldrin's pace quickened considerably, and upon entering Lorren's office, he found him consuming a potion. On the desk lay a bottle of verdant gold potion, and beneath Lorren's feet were scattered potion vials. This is the ember's radiance I preserved. It merely requires 7 days of brewing in the crucible to be completed. After finishing the last vial, Lorren finally spoke. That potion was a 6-tier potion, resonance of all things. The vial slipped from Lorren's grasp, shattering on the ground with a crisp sound. Let us hurry. Eldrin carefully stowed the ember's radiance within his robe, but when he glanced at Lorren, he found him unmoved, merely gazing at the now desolate academy. Mentor, the students have all departed. Everyone is eager to distance themselves from here, so we shall not be disturbed for the time being. Lorren interrupted Eldrin's words, yet Eldrin remained perplexed. Everyone held unwavering trust in Lorren. Even if Eldrin were to perceive Lorren as a predatory older man enamored with him, he would never suspect that Lorren was the mastermind behind it all. Silence. Chapter 63, Crimson Magic. What do you mean by this? Lorren suddenly drew a long knife from beneath the table, aiming it at Eldrin. Eldrin quickly recoiled, yet a lock of hair fell to the ground. At this point, Eldrin could not comprehend why Lorren had turned against him. It's nothing. Lorren sheathed the knife, securing it at his waist. Eldrin observed Lorren in silence, believing him merely to be testing the blade, perhaps intending to join him in an escape. And thus he did not interrupt, until Eldrin saw Lorren reach into his dark robe and draw forth 2 submachine guns, aiming them at Eldrin. Eldrin's pupils dilated in shock as he lunged behind a cabinet, but Lorren fired first. The enchanted bullets that pierced through magic swiftly shredded Eldrin's protective robe and mercilessly obliterated the cabinet, showering Eldrin with the remaining bullets. With the submachine gun's outrageous rate of fire, the ammunition was soon expended, and amidst the ensuing dust, Lorren caught sight of Eldrin's wand glowing. Under the effect of the resonance of all things, Lorren deftly sidestepped the blood bamboo that erupted from the ground while reloading, conversing with Eldrin. 4th-tier magic. Blood bamboo piercing the skull. Now, it is just the 2 of us, and you are still employing bountiful magic. What purpose does it serve? Once he finished reloading, Lorren beheld Eldrin, who had managed to rise again, now in disarray. His once extraordinary robe had transformed into rags. Though the bullets had not inflicted fatal wounds, he was still covered in blood, his physique not comparable to Valentinus. Eldrin produced a blood crystal from his pocket, placing it in the recess above his wand. And Lorren noticed a portion of him remained unscathed, that being the place where he stored the ember's radiance. A smile crept across Lorren's face. His objective had been achieved. Handing the ember's radiance to Eldrin was precisely to render him powerless. As Eldrin raised his staff, Lorren simultaneously pulled the trigger, both of them launching their attacks in unison. A sudden premonition surged through Lorren's spirit. a faint sensation of tearing pain coursing through him, accompanied by the pungent scent of blood that began to permeate the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lorren rolled to the side, yet the trajectory of the bullet remained largely unchanged, hurtling towards Eldrin. The wall behind Lorren was cleaved in two, a flash of crimson sword energy darting past, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Crimson Blade. Lorren confidently uttered the name of the spell that Eldrin had just employed, instilling an intangible pressure upon him. However, Eldrin maintained his composure, swiftly murmuring incantations as several decayed corpses sprouted from the academy's floor. Yet the corpses still bore a certain heaviness as the bullets continued to fly toward Eldrin's upper body. The thorny phantoms surrounding Eldrin were instantly shredded, and the bullets struck his body, forcing him to shield his vital areas as best he could, even while protecting the embers of light cradled within his arms. The remaining bullets were obstructed by the rising corpses. The usually formidable anti-magic bullets proved to be less effective against these cadavers, merely stirring up a cloud of blood mist. Thorn Barrier, Corpse Bastion. Lorren once again spoke the name of the spell used by Eldrin, fully aware of the nature of the crimson magic. Eldrin did not respond to Lorren, continuing to unleash spells, when suddenly, a mass of flesh shot forth from the blood mist emanating from the corpses, resembling an undeveloped infant. Crimson Tide Nova. You can even wield this? This time, Lorren did not evade. He understood that this spell possessed tracking capabilities. The speed of Crimson Tide Nova was astonishing, the resulting gust even dispersing the blood mist, allowing Lorren to catch sight of Eldrin's bloodied, yet composed face. It was only when he witnessed the Crimson Tide Nova pierce through his head and strike the wall behind him that an expression of shock crossed his visage. Upon crashing into the wall, Crimson Tide Nova triggered a violent explosion, scattering flesh and blood and creating a gaping hole in the wall, causing the entire building to begin to tremble precariously. This was a 6-tier spell. Under normal circumstances, Crimson Tide Nova would explode after penetrating the body of its target. Lorren discarded his empty submachine gun, realizing that Eldrin would not grant him the opportunity to reload. Seizing the moment while Eldrin was momentarily stunned, Lorren produced a handful of scrolls from his cloak and hurled them forth. Rain of Fire, Spirit Arrow, Blade of the Storm. As Lorren pronounced the names of various spells, the scrolls unfurled, igniting as magic burst forth from them. A barrage of spells, each of differing attributes, surged toward Eldrin, who, with no other option, was forced to once again encase himself within a corpse bastion. The spells collided with one another, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. And this time, the teaching building could no longer withstand the onslaught, beginning to collapse. Rock Barrier. Lorren cast another scroll, which transformed into rock as it descended, shielding him from the debris of the collapsing structure that fell upon the rock without inflicting any significant harm. Almost immediately, an explosion erupted in Eldrin's direction, obliterating the rock barrier in an instant, and the ceiling that fell was sent spiraling upwards by the blast. The entire teaching building was reduced to rubble, with Lorren and Eldrin standing amidst the ruins, locked in a continued standoff. As Eldrin raised his staff once more, a flash of crimson sword energy streaked by. Lorren stood his ground, focused intently on retrieving another scroll from within his dark robe. Once again, witnessing the crimson blade pass through Lorren's body without inflicting harm. Eldrin's expression grew increasingly grave. He was entirely unaware of Lorren's capabilities, while Lorren possessed a thorough understanding of him. Fireball spell, Great Fireball spell, Lava Fireball spell, Rapid Fireballs. Exploding Fireball spell. Lorren unleashed another 5 scrolls, each one a fireball spell, and an array of fireballs nearly obscured the sky. This combination of spells costing him 200 to 300 mana points, a feat only Lorren would dare undertake. What manner of monster are you? This battle had scarcely begun, and Eldrin already felt an unprecedented pressure. To say this was the most arduous fight of his life would not be an exaggeration. Fire magic was particularly effective against crimson magic, and the Corpse Bastion could not withstand such a multitude of spells. Eldrin could only conjure a translucent crimson barrier before him, which was swiftly consumed by the flames. Protagonist. Lorren's long sword cleaved through the flames, severing Eldrin's barrier and aiming for his neck. So it was you. As the flames dissipated, Eldrin raised his staff to block Lorren's longsword, yet this familiar scene triggered a realization. The figure in the black robe had attacked him in precisely this manner. It was a bit too late to realize now. Lorren flashed a smile, increasing his strength. This time, it was Lorren who pressed Eldrin back, the latter struggling to hold his ground, while Lorren, having consumed a potion beforehand, had already surpassed him in power. Chapter 64. Eldrin's Hatred. The storm blade continued to slice, Lorren swung his longsword, each strike landing upon Eldrin's staff with increasing force, overwhelming him with sheer strength. This was not a display of martial skill, but rather a barrage of brute force, akin to a mindless flurry of numerical strikes. Even a shout of chop, the Huashan would yield similar results. Eldrin was forced to retreat under Lorren's relentless assault, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If this continued, he would surely face death. Lorren relished the strategy of kiting close combat with ranged attacks. Humiliation and rage surged within Eldrin. He had envisioned various fates for his demise, perhaps at the hands of a horde of mages or an angel, yet he never anticipated such a sudden end. Lorren kept his gaze fixed on the red crystal at the front of Eldrin's staff, which grew dimmer as he unleashed spell after spell. Since the onset of battle, Eldrin had cast numerous high-tier spells. Unlike Lorren, he did not possess an inexhaustible reservoir of mana, and under normal circumstances, he should have long since depleted his mana reserves. However, this was also the power of Crimson magic. Employing brutal methods to kill could accumulate energy for the Crimson Core, the red crystal atop Eldrin's staff, which allowed him to draw upon the energy within the core instead of relying solely on mana when casting Crimson magic. This energy was far more challenging to replenish than mana, yet its significance during combat was undeniable. Had Eldrin encountered anyone other than Lorren, he would have likely outlasted other mages. Protagonist, protagonist. Cracks began to form upon Eldrin's staff as Lorren unleashed an even fiercer offensive, relentlessly repeating the same technique, striking the same spot on the staff. Throat Seal was one of Lorren's favorite techniques. Its quick preparation, rapid speed, and decent damage made it useful for both ambushes and direct confrontations. Eldrin gritted his teeth, acutely aware that the color of the Crimson Core was fading. He was running low on resources, yet Lorren's relentless assault showed no signs of abating. Was his mana truly limitless? Crimson Grasp. A hand devoid of flesh suddenly emerged from the void, seizing Lorren, successfully interrupting his attack. Seizing this opportunity, Eldrin swiftly retreated, casting Crimson magic once more. Blood concealment. A thick mist of blood began to spread from Eldrin, encircling him and rendering his figure invisible within the fog. Just before his disappearance, Lorren noticed the Crimson Core atop his staff had revealed a white hue. It seemed that Lorren's earlier recitation of the names of his spells had provoked Eldrin, prompting him to declare the name of his magic in an attempt to bolster his own aura. Observing Lorren's unwavering confidence, Eldrin gripped his staff tightly, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. Lorren's form once again flickered, successfully evading the grasp of the giant hand, and in that instant, he hurled forth another scroll, Wingless Tempest. The scroll transformed into a tempest, instantly sweeping away fragments of houses from the ground, a manifestation of 5th-tier magic, the most advanced scroll Lorren had acquired, specifically to counter Eldrin's move. The blood mist conjured by Eldrin was swiftly dispersed, revealing him mid-incantation as robust roots sprouted beneath his feet. A 2nd-tier spell, Rooting, previously employed by Valentina, showcased Eldrin's quick wit in utilizing this tactic against the Winged Tempest. However, the effects of the 5th-tier Winged Tempest were far from simple. While Eldrin was not blown away, his flesh began to tear under the force of the storm, his blood being whisked away in an instant. From the outset, Lorren had been wary of Blood Veil, a spell that not only obscured one's form, but also provided evasive capabilities, even knowing Eldrin's location. He could not strike him and had to first dispel the blood mist. Blood Drain, lightning, dark waves, tumbling mountains, the Sword of Light. Just as Eldrin released a spell, Lorren hurled another scroll. A scarlet beam suddenly connected Lorren and Eldrin's staves, yet before Eldrin could react further, Lorren's magic crashed upon him, this time without any defensive spells being summoned in time. Lorren's magic, enhanced by enlightened wisdom, was formidable, and even the scroll bore its augmentation. The roots ensnaring Eldrin's feet were severed by the magical onslaught, sending him hurtling back like a severed kite, his body a gruesome tableau of torn flesh, his innards nearly spilling forth, while his legs, anchored by the rooting spell, were bent backwards. Why? After a lifetime of relentless effort, nearly a century spent in the pursuit of magic, honing my skills, and strengthening my body, I am defeated by you. Eldrin's lungs were shattered, his voice weak yet laced with venomous hatred. Because I have awakened. Lorren spoke candidly. Eldrin's attributes, acquired through strenuous effort, were tenuous at best, while Lorren's attributes, gained through allocation, were exceedingly solid. The disparity was stark. Though Lorren continued conversing with Eldrin, he afforded him no respite, swiftly closing the distance between them. Throat Seal. In the final moments before death, time slowed infinitely for Eldrin. With his sole remaining eye, he beheld his own form. The embers of his brilliance lay shattered. He had not only lost the hope of immortality, but was on the brink of annihilation. To be killed by Lorren, toyed with like a cat with its prey. This fate was unacceptable to Eldrin. God of hatred, Lygos, grant me power. I would pay any price to slay Lorren. The blade was mere finger's breadth from Eldrin's throat. Yet at that moment, a thick black mist erupted from him, forcefully halting Lorren's blade from advancing further. So there's a second phase to the boss after all. Lorren retreated just in time, creating distance between himself and Eldrin. Eldrin fought until the very end, suddenly surging with newfound strength in his final moments, while Lorren's robes bore only a hint of dirt, igniting a fleeting sense of villainy within him. Faced with the transforming Eldrin, Lorren sheathed his blade, unperturbed. If mere mortals could harness the power of the god of hatred, it was only logical for Eldrin to do the same. This scenario had been anticipated in Lorren's strategy. As the kingdom's most formidable mage, his powers post-corruption were unparalleled. Hatred coalesced into his lost organs, his broken legs entwined in the dark mist, ultimately making them vanish as Eldrin floated within the obscuring cloud. His staff fused with his bloodied hand, the crimson core tainted by the shadows, and Eldrin's aura surged. Gazing at the still smiling Lorren, Eldrin roared, his voice now a far cry from humanity, resembling that of a frenzied beast. Chapter 65. The hero emerges. In an instant, Eldrin appeared before Lorren, his corrupted form surpassing Lorren's attributes. A flash of black light, and Eldrin had Lorren by the throat, pinning him to the ground. The pressure causing Lorren's bones to creak ominously. This attack was not evaded, so you cannot avoid close combat after all. Eldrin raised his staff, intent on ending Lorren's life at that moment. The staff resembled a mace, more than sufficient as a melee weapon. Guess what? Though Lorren's face reddened from the strain, he maintained a smile, a grin that instilled unease in Eldrin. By the time Eldrin released his grip, it was too late. He saw Lorren parting his dark robe, revealing an abundance of explosives concealed beneath, strapped around his waist, chest, and thighs, all primed to detonate. Eldrin was first engulfed by the brilliance of the explosion before hearing its deafening roar. Even in a neighboring city, one could witness a colossal mushroom cloud blooming over the capital. The entire capital trembled, the smoke from the explosion lingering for ages, ultimately dispersed only by Lorren's wind magic scroll. The teaching building had been transformed into a deep crater, even the very foundation obliterated. You certainly are resilient, Eldrin. Eldrin had become a spiked sphere. Under the explosion, half of his spikes had been blown away, his recently mended body once again shattered. In contrast, the only injury Lorren bore was a mark on his neck, which was now fading. Having developed numerous strategies against intangibility, Lorren was unaffected by the explosion. Who could withstand such self-destructive infantry? I have discerned your weakness. The black mist coiled around Eldrin, forcibly reconstructing his lost limbs, his form twisting grotesquely. With hands sprouting uncontrollably from his wounds, writhing at unnatural angles, intent on tearing Lorren apart. Yes, you have identified my weakness. I am terrified. Lorren's first backup hidden energy did not annihilate Eldrin. Now it was time for the second. Blood-red runes suddenly appeared upon Lorren's intact black robe. Joyful god of infinite bliss. Cashin, Master. Before Lorren could fully utter Cashin's name, he beheld a familiar figure descending from the heavens, her silver cape gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. The runes upon Lorren dimmed. With Luna's arrival, he likely would not need the second backup hidden energy, nor the subsequent third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or seventh. Luna swung her silver sword, severing the hand Eldrin used to connect with his staff. Her blade was far more effective against such a foe than Lorren's knife. She attacked with fervor, relentlessly suppressing Eldrin. From the moment she discovered Lorren had not come with the others, she had been searching for him, determined to fulfill her promise of protection, a promise drawn forth by the recent explosion. She did not inquire into the reasons. She simply knew that what Lorren had done was right. One slash after another, the blade ignited. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be squandered. Lorren tossed a scroll into the air, and as his knife sliced through the scroll, flames ignited, severing the hands that sought to strike at Luna. These newly sprouted hands lacked the strength of their original counterparts, easily cleaved by Lorren. It was time to devise a suitable weapon. Lorren contemplata akiring aprupe viapun. Yet his strike did not falter, swiftly etching a myriad of wounds upon Eldrin's back. Though each cut was shallow, they were nonetheless painful. Elderlin let out a furious roar, dark energy erupting forth and sending Lorren and Luna flying. This attack inflicted little harm. Lorren chose not to employ phasing, instead seizing the opportunity to distance himself from Elderlin. Since that explosion, Elderlin had been like a candle flickering in the wind. His every action merely a desperate struggle for survival. Lorren, I understand your desire for the tier of condensed wishes. Allow me to live, and I shall grant it to you. At this juncture, Elderlin proposed a bargain. Isn't the tier of condensed wishes in my possession? Lorren touched the spot where the tier was supposed to be, only to find it utterly empty. I have cast a spell upon the tier of condensed wishes. No matter where it is, I can retrieve it. Without me, you would be unable to find it. As he spoke, a smile crept across half of Elderlin's face. What do you say? Release me, and I will not only provide you with the tier of condensed wishes and its means of replenishment, but also share all my research on crimson magic. Surely, you wouldn't turn down an opportunity to delve into crimson magic? Elderlin brimmed with confidence, convinced that Lorren could not possibly refuse such an offer. He had no evidence to implicate Lorren as the figure in the black robe, given Lorren's status and identity. Even if he were released, he posed little threat to Lorren. Step back, Luna. Huh? Luna was taken aback when Lorren called her name directly. Simultaneously, upon hearing her name, Elderlin comprehended the implications entirely. The identity of a superhero was a closely guarded secret. By revealing it, Lorren had effectively sealed Elderlin's fate. Lorren hurled the scrolls from his robe, the unfurling scrolls nearly blotting out the sunlight, and a deluge of magic cascaded down like rain. By the time the spells were fully unleashed, only half of Elderlin's charred skull remained. The tier of condensed wishes mattered little now. For Lorren was well aware of all of Elderlin's strongholds. He could simply search them one by one. Even the crimson magic would be accepted by Lorren. He had no need for Elderlin's assistance. However, Lorren did not receive any notification of an upgrade. Defeating a boss like Elderlin would typically grant him such a notification. The absence of one indicated that Elderlin was not yet dead. Remarkably resilient, Lorren mused. It appeared that Elderlin's hatred for Regos had granted him considerable power. Yet, this was a fortuitous turn of events, allowing Lorren the chance to utilize the mouth of Pluto. Unfazed, Lorren approached Elderlin, preparing to collect the scattered Crimson Core. Although Lorren's magic had been directed at Elderlin, the Crimson Core remained undamaged. It was quite durable. Just as Lorren bent down to retrieve the Crimson Core, a bony spike suddenly shot forth from the eye socket of Elderlin's skull, piercing Lorren's body. Master! Luna screamed, instinctively rushing forward, only to witness Lorren casually wiping the Crimson Core clean and giving her a thumbs up. Despite being impaled, Lorren performed a complete turn, leaving Luna momentarily speechless. Why do all you villains seem to enjoy counterattacking in your final moments? Lorren stepped out of the range of the bone spike, placing his hand upon Elderlin's head. In the next moment, Elderlin's skull vanished without a trace. Chapter 66. When one dies, debts are cleared. Level 4, Intelligence 5, gained 4 attribute points. This time, Elderlin was truly dead. It must be said that outer gods were rather perilous, as they had forcibly allowed Elderlin to enter a second phase. Name, Lorren. Level, 19. Strength, 10. Endurance, 21. Agility, 14. Intelligence, 29. Mana, 17205240. Remaining attribute points, 4. Accessories, Bloodcry Wedding Ring. Blessings, Breaking Illusions, Mouth of Pluto, True Sight. Curses, Shattered Love, The World Spit. Talent, Sensitive Heart. Only one level remained until reaching level 20, and intelligence was on the verge of surpassing 30, bringing Lorren one step closer to becoming a numerical behemoth. It was likely due to Elderlin's reduced state that it had only provided Lorren with intelligence. This was also the most mana Lorren had expended. He could scarcely recall the number of skills and spells he had used, especially while phasing for an extended period to evade the explosion, while the final use of the Mouth of Pluto had incurred little cost. Lorren estimated that his remaining mana was approximately equivalent to 3 or 4 Elderlins. Possessing less than 1/10 of Lorren's mana, he was already a paragon among mages. Let's return. Lorren pulled out his notebook, tearing out the page concerning Elderlin and discarding it carelessly. His mood brightened as he extended his hand toward Luna. At that moment, Luna also reverted from her transformation, reaching out her hand, only to retract it just before touching Lorren's, hesitating for a moment before suddenly grasping it. After the students had evacuated, the corrupted beings left the academy, the tumult of battle serving as a reminder that they should not linger here, rendering the outside relatively safe. Lorren and Luna ran together, dashing through the ruins of the city, eventually arriving at the inn where Luna's family resided. This place had remained unscathed, but it did not deter everyone from hiding indoors. In the face of danger, These ordinary people could do little but seek refuge. Fortunately, they were not targets of the corrupted beings. After today, the capital was effectively ruined, yet the kingdom of Getterland would likely endure, for small nations possess their own advantages. A little extra effort in the aftermath could restore the nation to normalcy. Furthermore, Lorren gazed at the sky, now tainted by dark energy. Yet he knew it would not be long before the angels arrived. Master, I snuck out. We need to return stealthily. There's an entrance on the rooftop. Allow me to take you up. Oh, very well. In a place unseen by others, Luna discreetly transformed, her hands trembling as she lifted Lorren. Am I truly that heavy? Lorren thought himself to have a rather decent physique. With Luna's strength, she should be able to carry him without difficulty. Not at all. Luna glanced down at Lorren, her trembling intensifying, this time out of excitement. Meanwhile, sensing something amiss, the king hastily arranged for a carriage to flee, even neglecting to take the princes and princesses with him. The capital was not large, and with the speed of the corrupted beings, had he delayed even slightly, the blade of death would have surely found him. In an instant, the capital resembled hell. The king, haunted by the memory of that mushroom cloud, felt fortunate to have escaped swiftly. He bore no guilt for abandoning his kingdom, only relief at having narrowly escaped, even if he had fled twice in quick succession. Your Majesty, there is someone blocking the way ahead. Do not slow down. Charge through. The beast pulling the carriage can kill him without affecting us. But he is wearing a black robe and wielding a blade. The coachman's words were cut short, an ominous premonition washing over the king. Just as he leaned out of the carriage, he caught sight of the glinting blade. You, the old king, over 100 years of age, had just extended his life. Yet in that moment he left no final words before meeting his end, slain like a wild dog. With both the king and the coachman cut down, the carriage careened out of control. Gwen severed the reins and began rummaging through the carriage for anything of value. The two beasts pulling the carriage bolted into the distance, mere steps away from escaping this hell. Lorren had not forgotten the two names on his list. This was the true moment when lives were lost and debts were settled. Master, the instant Lorren entered the room, he was surrounded by a throng of people, with Luna being pushed out of the way. In that moment, Luna felt a wave of inferiority wash over her once more. Indeed, while she had experienced much alongside Lorren, it seemed insignificant compared to the grander scheme of things. Lorren's feelings for her appeared to be akin to those he held for his students. Luna unconsciously tightened her grip on the eye of insight resting against her chest. In comparison to the group of girls surrounding Lorren, she felt exceedingly ordinary. Even though two of these girls were Lorren's daughters, Luna did not believe she could measure up to those two maids. Living in such an environment, where her classmates were nobles and often subjected to bullying, Luna harbored a deep-seated sense of inferiority, her identity as which only exacerbated this feeling. Her parents had instilled in her the virtue of forbearance, teaching her that the nobles at the academy were not to be trifled with. When Sylphia first poured milk over her head, Luna immediately reported the incident to her parents, only to be advised to apologize to Sylphia the following day. This exemplified the helplessness that ordinary individuals face in the presence of nobility, and Luna held no resentment about it. In such circumstances, Lorren shone like a beacon of light in her life, offering her encouragement and instilling in her the courage to stand against bullying. Previously, Luna could never have imagined that one day she would dare to confront Sylphia. Yet now, she felt that this light was becoming increasingly blinding, rendering her acutely self-conscious. Master, when shall we return home? Surely the matters in the capital have been resolved? We shall depart tomorrow. I am uncertain if there will be a carriage available, but the distance is not too great. If need be, we can walk back. In truth, they could set off now, but Gwen was currently rummaging through the Eldrin base. Having already come across numerous corpses, including a mother and daughter, the mother was bound and forced to witness her daughter's brutal demise, their expressions frozen in the moment of death. It was likely that they had provided a significant amount of energy for the Crimson Core. Are you leaving tomorrow? Luna sensed a wave of desolation, as if her experiences during this time had merely been a dream, and that upon waking the next day, this beautiful fantasy would dissolve. Yes, we depart tomorrow. By the way, with the academy in ruins, if you wish to continue your studies, you are welcome to become my student and return with me. You'll still have the weekends to go home. It isn't far. Huh? The sudden surprise left Luna momentarily disoriented. She could scarcely fathom such an opportunity. You need not worry about diplomas when seeking employment. The title of being Master Lorren's student will hold far greater weight than that of a graduate from the Girdlon Royal Academy of Magic. So, will you accompany me? Absolutely, Luna exclaimed, excitedly grasping Lorren's hand, though she quickly released it under Nikali's gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chapter 67. Departure from the capital. Is this an angel? Nikali stood alongside Lorren on the rooftop of the inn, witnessing the moment of the angel's descent. Merely an hour after the darkened assailants attacked the capital, the angel had arrived. The angel was a man, clad in a green suit, his body half composed of branch-like flesh and half of flesh resembling branches. He broke through the dark miasma of the sky, descending from above, bathed in sunlight. He was indeed an angel. However, Lorren thought he could easily be mistaken for one of the most terrifying demons, so much so that even demons would be startled upon seeing him. Consequently, Nikali's was frightened away at first glance, and Lorren surmised she would need to share a bed again that night. At the very least, she would not be wetting herself again. Previously, Pastis had fought valiantly to hold off the Darkened Ones for a moment, but when the angel arrived, Pastis was left with only half of his body. The angel touched Pastis with his branch-like flesh, causing Pastis's abdomen to swell rapidly, ultimately giving birth to a complete Pastis who emerged from his own belly. Following this, the angel lifted his garment. Fortunately, his abdomen appeared normal, albeit with slightly enlarged pores, from which seeds resembling sesame began to sprout, falling to the ground one after another. As soon as the seeds made contact with the soil, they sank down, ultimately growing into a plant. Although referred to as a plant, it resembled a tangle of green threads intertwined randomly. As these threads grew, they lifted off the ground, moving in various strange and incomprehensible manners. Some floated away like dandelions in the wind, others slithered like snakes, while some seemed to teleport in a jerky manner. In any case, these entities penetrated the minds of the Darkened Ones, causing them to revert to their original forms. It appeared akin to the process of undoing Luna's darkening. But Lorren knew that half of these individuals' brains had transformed into plants. Sometimes, even Lorren questioned whether he was playing a horror game, for how could such macabre phenomena exist? Shortly after the angel's arrival, the crisis was resolved. The nobility suffered a casualty rate of 50%, yet all the Darkened Ones returned to normal, with very few experiencing true death, certainly a cause for celebration. These events did not impact Lorren, for he was a law-abiding citizen, utterly powerless. Lorren had no intention of dealing with the aftermath left in the capital. The church would handle it. Regardless of what transpired, he would leave at dawn the next day, remaining the revered master whom many admired. However, that night was far from tranquil. The inn had provided them with a two-bedroom suite, with two maids sharing one room while Lorren slept with the others. Nikali's was not a pleasant sleeper. She not only insisted on riding on Lorren while asleep, but also drooled, leaving the pillow soaked by morning. Anna was no better, having flipped upside down and even kicked Lorren in the face. It took a considerable time for Lorren to finally fall asleep, but before he could rest for long, the early rising Jingxin came to join him for breakfast. When Lorren caught her, she calmly inquired, "Would you like some milk this morning?" before removing her high heels and preparing a fresh cup for him. Whenever she spoke such outrageous things in her serene tone, Lorren found it hard to maintain composure. By all that is good, Lorren's experience was perfectly normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited a decade to embrace such an adorable and obedient maid. Noticing Lorren's lack of reaction, Jingxin donned her shoes once more, and seeing the familiar color, Lorren instinctively knew that Jingxin had conjured some peculiar fantasies. Moreover, she was clad in black stockings. "Master, is something the matter?" During breakfast, Nikali's noticed that Lorren appeared somewhat discontent. "It's nothing," Lorren replied, shaking his head as he continued to eat, considering it a rare occasion for him to rise early. It was merely a matter of not having slept well. Lorren was not one to display such expressions in front of the children. What truly troubled him was the discovery made by Gwen. Gwen had scoured every base belonging to Eldrin. While he had uncovered all of Eldrin's research findings, the most crucial item, the Tear of Longing, remained elusive. In the original narrative, Eldrin had not employed any similar methods. Killing him would directly yield the Tear of Longing as a drop item, rendering such complexities unnecessary. "By the way, Master, what is this box? I previously stole it from Eldrin. It's empty, but seems to have something inside." Scarlet handed the box she had pilfered to Lorren, and as she opened it, a small vial in the shape of a teardrop suddenly appeared. The Tear of Longing? Lorren took the small box, feeling a surge of excitement. He closed the lid and exclaimed, "The unfailing box? This is an excellent item. Anything stored within will form a binding after a period, and thereafter, no matter where the item goes. The holder of the unfailing box can summon it back with a mere thought." That was not even the most significant aspect. The key was that the unfailing box could not be located by anyone else. Had it not been for Scarlet, Lorren would have never found the Tear of Longing in his lifetime. "This is fantastic, Scarlet." Without a moment's hesitation, Lorren scooped up the box and pulled Scarlet's head toward him, planting a passionate kiss on her cheek. At that instant, Nicalis and Luna both stood up simultaneously, exchanging glances before sitting back down together. Hee, it's not that impressive. Scarlet gazed down at the ground, her hands behind her back, swaying her body and breaking into a silly grin. Lorren, feeling a sense of comfort, gently patted Scarlet's head, remarking that while everyone else looked down upon her, she was the one who truly shone. After their meal, Lorren and the others set off on their journey home. Although the royal carriages had been commandeered by fleeing nobles, Luna's parents had graciously provided Lorren with a carriage. The horse pulling the carriage was not of the finest breed, yet sufficed. Lorren had no desire for speed, merely seeking to conserve energy. When was placed into Scarlet's space of thievery, a boon indeed to have a personal pocket dimension. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Luna waved farewell to her parents as they departed. There was no sorrow in her parents' eyes, only a comforting joy for their daughter's impending venture into a promising life. Farewells were not solely Luna's to make. Lorren, too, had his own parting words. Little bird, Simona has passed on. You have fulfilled your purpose. Will you return to the wild, or continue to accompany me? Lorren, adhering to his habit of wildlife preservation, believed in releasing creatures after aiding them. Nevertheless, he respected the nightingale's own choice, for she was no longer an ordinary wild animal. The nightingale's decision was clear. She flitted from Lorren's finger to perch upon his shoulder, nuzzling her face against him. Chapter 68. Homeward Bound. On the return journey, Lorren witnessed the devastation of the royal city and its surroundings. Yet, the recently restored Darkened Ones, alongside others, labored diligently to mend their homeland, a beautiful sight in its own right. With the nobles mostly dead or fled, the church had distributed the provisions they had hoarded, ensuring that the common folk would not go hungry. In fact, they were faring better than before. As Lorren passed by in the carriage, they paused in their work to greet him, their spirits evidently high. It was akin to providing them with stable employment, though the pay was modest. It was sufficient for their sustenance. Lorren smiled in return, suddenly recalling a phrase attributed to Zhang Jiao in a certain Three Kingdoms narrative. They simply forgot they could eat rice once they have tasted its flavor. They will never return to gnawing on tree bark. At last, they comprehended the vastness of food production and understood why they had struggled to fill their bellies. As long as hatred existed in this world, the god of hatred, Regos, would observe it like countless stars. When someone felt hatred yet was powerless due to their own weakness, Regos would offer them a blade, much like the fairy gifting Cinderella her glass slipper. The events in the royal city had little impact on the tranquil border town. Upon Lorren's return, all remained serene. The home was as he had left it, and his first order of business upon returning was to commence a thorough cleaning. Although they had been away for only a short time, layers of dust had accumulated. Luna joined the cleaning effort, her movements quite nimble, surpassing the pampered Anna and Nacris. Lorren had initially intended to hire someone for the task, but was met with refusal from Jingxin, leaving him no choice but to tackle it himself. However, only a few bedrooms and the living room required immediate attention, while the other vacant rooms could be cleaned at a leisurely pace. Maintaining a standalone villa was indeed a considerable undertaking. Choose a room, Luna. May I share a room with you? Luna blurted out, instantly feeling embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could slap herself. I fear that may not be possible, Lorren replied, as others may occasionally come to disturb us, making it rather inconvenient to share space. His candid response only deepened Luna's awkwardness. Then I shall take that room, she said, pointing to an empty chamber. In truth, she preferred one closer to Lorren, but the nearest had already been claimed by Nacris and Jingxin. Scarlet carelessly selected a room with large windows, only to nearly be felled by a cabinet while cleaning. Ultimately, Lorren abandoned the idea of enlisting her help and left it all to Jingxin. The birdcage was placed on the balcony, the door left ajar, allowing the nightingale to fly out at will. However, Lorren installed a protective net on the window, not out of fear of the nightingale escaping, but rather concerned that a raptor might enter and devour her. Though the world was chaotic, the environment remained relatively pleasant, teeming with various rare creatures. Though many had transformed into magical beasts, Gwen was set atop the cabinet in the bedroom, sitting there with her legs dangling, hands resting on the edges, resembling a lively and charming young girl. By the time everything was settled, dusk had fallen, signaling dinner time. Scarlet's space of thievery contained ample ingredients, negating the need for a special trip to procure more. Freshly cleaned, Jingxin immediately began preparing dinner for 20. I'll lend a hand, Lorren declared, stepping into the kitchen to assist Jingxin. Having lived alone prior to his transmigration, Lorren had become quite adept at cooking, although he could not rival Jingxin. He surpassed many chefs. Before Jingxin's arrival, it had been Lorren who prepared all the meals. I'll help too. Upon seeing Anna enter the kitchen, Nacris and Luna squeezed in as well. However, when Scarlet attempted to join, Lorren swiftly picked her up and tossed her outside. Though Scarlet's official title was made, she had yet to fulfill any of the duties expected of her, and Lorren had come to regard her as more of a mascot. In light of her earlier theft of the tier of condensation, he decided to refrain from reprimanding her this month. At times, Lorren mused that she might be better off swapping places with a nightingale, confined within the birdcage, as it would at least prevent her from causing trouble. As the day drew to a close, Luna lay in bed, struggling to sleep. Tomorrow marked the beginning of her new life as a student of Lorren, residing in his household. The beds in Lorren's home were considerably softer than those in Luna's, and she buried her flushed face beneath the covers, unable to suppress a silly grin. Meanwhile, Lorren also found himself unable to sleep. As soon as he lay down, he heard commotion from the adjacent room, which belonged to Jingxin. Jingxin, what mischief are you up to now? Reluctantly, Lorren arose, knocking on the wall and calling out. Jingxin did not respond, and Lorren soon noticed a drill bit emerging from the wall of her room. The hole was positioned just right to align with Lorren's waist, wide enough for the nightingale to pass through, reminiscent of a dog door in a rural home. To prevent you from becoming bored, I've made a hole. You do enjoy playing with birds, do you not? With this hole, your nightingale can visit at any time. You had better be referring to the nightingale, Lorren replied, feeling a headache coming on, knowing the nightingale would never fathom her utility in such a situation. Seeing that Lorren did not acquiesce, Jingxin added, if you find it bothersome, I can smooth it out and even apply a coat of paint. This time, Lorren chose to ignore Jingxin, opting instead to sleep. He had long since grown accustomed to her antics. As was his custom before sleep, Lorren began planning for the future. Having learned about the observers, he intended to prioritize gathering the 22 tarot cards. The Fool card resided with a young girl, and Lorren was uncertain if she had even been born yet. Moreover, the Fool card was the least needed at present, as he had no fear of corruption with the everlasting blessing of the observer. The Death card had indeed transformed into the Grim Reaper, but acquiring it would necessitate defeating a boss. The Strength card was located at sea. In this world, the oceans were far more chaotic than the land, and Lorren wished to avoid the sea unless absolutely necessary. The Hermit card was among the most challenging to obtain, as it was held by the Secret Witch, the Pope of the Witch Church, who possessed authority equal to that of the 9 true gods. The most recent card was the Judgment card, located in the Bartholomew Kingdom, right next to Gedlon. In Bartolo, there exists a structure known as the Tower of Sins, within which lies the Judgment Tablet. However, this edifice remains undiscovered as of now. Lorren has speculated that its discovery is imminent, perhaps within the next few years, or even mere days if fortune favors. Chapter 69, The Art of Teaching. Choose an instrument that pleases you. Lorren led Luna into his study, a sanctuary brimming with every conceivable instrument she could imagine. In that moment, Luna recalled Lorren's dual identity as a musician. Why must one select an instrument? Luna picked up a flute, attempting to produce a sound, her skills limited to a few simple melodies. The act of casting spells, in a sense, mirrors the performance of music. The officially sanctioned methods of magical learning have been convoluted, especially those pertaining to divine magic, which necessitate an additional step of supplication to the deities. Even spells unrelated to the divine require invocation, as the gods have collectively barred magic from this realm. Upon hearing such weighty revelations, Luna's mind faltered, as this knowledge seemed to overturn everything she had previously learned. Lorren, undeterred by her comprehension, proceeded to elucidate the fundamental principles. Witches, however, are exempt from such constraints. They possess an innate affinity for magical energies, rendering the gods' barriers nearly inconsequential to them. As he spoke, Lorren grasped a violin and escorted Luna to the balcony, whereupon a nightingale alighted upon his shoulder. Magic is akin to a symphony. The Academy's prescribed method of spellcasting is akin to hiring a musician to perform for you, whereas the approach I impart allows you to create your own music. This not only facilitates swifter casting, but also reduces the expenditure of energy. As Lorren drew the bow across the strings, a melodious tune filled the air, causing the withered flowers in the vase on the balcony to revive and bloom once more. This was the first-tier spell of the abundance sequence, Revitalization. The essence of spell casting lies in using your magical energy to perform the corresponding melody. You may initially collaborate with an instrument, but with practice, you can cast spells directly. This technique is not exclusive to witches. With the addition of divine consent, even ordinary individuals can wield it. This is precisely why Lorren urged Nacris and Anna to study music. Possessing a foundation in music greatly simplifies the learning of magic. At this juncture, Luna comprehended the profound significance of the knowledge Lorren had shared. Should this information be revealed to the world, it could very well incite upheaval. Lorren handed Luna a small notebook containing several spells he had deciphered. Once the principles are grasped, unraveling other spells becomes significantly easier. Lorren now felt confident in his ability to decipher any spell within half an hour. It was at this moment that Luna finally understood why so many prominent figures revered Lorren. Surely even the gods would regard his knowledge with trepidation. Give it a try, Lorren encouraged, patting her shoulder before reclining on the sofa. While exercise could indeed enhance one's attributes, he mused that the effort expended over 6 months may not yield results as effective as a single point added by Lorren. With his ample fame, wealth, and power, Lorren had long ceased to compose, spending his days in relative idleness, merely awaiting the arrival of those seeking his guidance. Lorren beckoned, and the nightingale fluttered to his hand, prompting memories of a disabled raven he had once rescued, which had clung to him until it fell victim to a stray cat. Despite residing in a technologically advanced future, Lorren's previous existence had been rather monotonous, living alone, rescuing animals, and engaging in the game of endgame, often posting videos online that garnered little attention. One video had garnered fleeting popularity, capturing the moment Lorren caught the stray cat that had killed the raven, ending with him confining the feline in a cage. Subsequently, the cat's owner surfaced online, inciting a wave of online vitriol directed at Lorren, revealing her to be the very person who had abandoned the cat at his base. Under the weight of online scrutiny, Lorren ultimately returned the cat unharmed. When he next encountered the feline, it had transformed into a mere shadow of its former self, and Lorren found himself unjustly branded as the villain. To treat the cat's ailments, the owner had raised millions, flying to the capital for treatment. The existence of a game like Endgame signified a certain level of technological advancement, indicating a society more affluent and beset by spiritual demands, or perhaps more obsessed. To the extreme, on that fateful day, Lorren's base was set ablaze, the inferno consuming the mountain as he watched helplessly, witnessing his home and sanctuary reduced to ashes, along with countless lives lost within. Perhaps that fire had led to the extinction of several species, a thought that weighed heavily on Lorren, for on that very day, he had depleted his meager savings to seek out the cat's owner. Subsequently, Lorren took on the mantle of mentor, perhaps supplanting the original Simona. In Lorren's memories, Simona was merely a traitor, devoid of love for cats, an assumption not without merit. "You shall be named Starry Night," he declared. "This world has long been devoid of true stars. The celestial bodies above are but pale imitations. Yet I shall ensure that this realm is graced with a genuine night sky." After nurturing the nightingale for so long, Lorren had yet to bestow upon her a name. Now, she could officially be regarded as his pet, deserving of one. Starry Night seemed pleased with her new name, nuzzling against Lorren's fingers. Lorren placed Starry Night upon the table, one hand clutching a cricket, the other a cookie, yet Starry Night ultimately opted for the latter. At that moment, Lorren resolved to abandon the knowledge of his past life. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Starry Night might suffer from consuming human food, as she was no seagull. However, seeing her thrive dispelled his worries. Lorren produced another cookie, preparing to offer it to Starry Night when Anna suddenly sprang forth, seizing Lorren's finger in her mouth. Starry Night perched atop Anna's head, pecking at her crown, though the diminutive bird posed no threat to Anna, a witch. When Anna finally released Lorren's finger, remnants of food lingered upon it. "No, you," Lorren exclaimed with a hint of distaste, extending his hand away. After swallowing her morsel, Anna proceeded to lick his finger clean. "All right, it's all clean now. Could you refrain from being so unsanitary?" Lorren chided lightly, tapping her head before retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his finger. "MHM," Anna replied, her silly grin unwavering. "I hear you, but I shan't change." Meanwhile, Luna continued her practice, though the flowers before her showed little sign of transformation. This was anticipated by Lorren. The initial learning phase is indeed challenging, yet once the method is mastered, it becomes easier to extrapolate and learn additional spells. Chapter 70. The Great Detective Lorren. A week of tranquil living passed, and Luna finally grasped the techniques Lorren had imparted. Now, she could release numerous spells simply by playing the flute. Although her proficiency was not yet refined, her casting speed had significantly improved. Moreover, learning new spells had become markedly easier. The second-tier spell, Verdant Acceleration, which had eluded Luna for a considerable time, was successfully mastered within a day upon viewing Lorren's simplified version. Ecstatic, Luna transformed Lorren's garden into a verdant expanse of crops, which he later donated to the church, as he preferred to avoid the hassle of handling them, opting instead for ready-made convenience. Another day of serene existence unfolded, as Lorren amused himself with the birds, breaking cookies into small pieces and tossing them into the air for Starry Night to catch. Is the mentor in? Oh, look who is here. A sudden knock echoed at the door, prompting Lorren to place the biscuit he held upon the table before he proceeded to open it. However, Xingye refrained from consuming the biscuit left on the table. She was not like Anna, who indulged in gluttony, but rather enjoyed playing with Lorren. A nun stood at the threshold, clad in her habit, her movements somewhat restrained, with white stockings adorning her legs beneath her garment. Were it not for the branch protruding from her eye, she might have been considered quite endearing. How fortunate that you are here. Many have gone missing in the town lately, and the scarecrows have all departed to the royal capital. The church is rather understaffed, and, after extensive investigation, we have uncovered no leads. We must trouble you for assistance. The nun, having run all the way, spoke while bending slightly, gasping for breath. As the branch in her eye swayed gently, bearing a white fruit. This was, in fact, her eye, which had multiple functions. Once removed, it would regenerate. The detached eye could serve as surveillance, albeit with a short lifespan before it decayed and lost its efficacy. Another use involved consumption, providing healing properties, a primary means by which the nuns tended to the wounded. Very well, I shall gather my things and meet you at the church. Whenever Lorren felt that life was splendidly serene, some unsettling reminder would surface, underscoring the world's inherent distortions. Children, join me in solving this mystery. It was a fortuitous time, as he had been relatively unoccupied lately. Engaging in this endeavor might even present Lorren with an opportunity for advancement, considering he was merely a level away from unlocking his next talent. In this quaint town, significant calamities were unlikely to unfold. Otherwise, it would not have persisted since the game's inception. Thus, he departed with minimal provisions, carrying only 500 rounds of ammunition, securing explosive charges around his waist. He set forth, with everyone but Jingxin, who stayed behind to tend household chores, following closely behind. Luna felt a surge of excitement. This was her first outing with Lorren, albeit the number of companions was somewhat overwhelming. The church would likely be sparsely populated, as those with abilities had presumably migrated to the royal capital. Otherwise, a nun would not have sought him out given his current status. Although Lorren's confidence was somewhat misplaced, he was not entirely incorrect and deduced some valuable information, such as the absence of combatants within the church, suggesting that a mere beast could lay waste to the town. Clearly, the royal capital held greater significance than this border settlement, even if half of it had already been razed. Master, you have finally arrived. Upon entering the church's hall, Lorren found it populated only by a handful of nuns and priests. The nun who had sought him outstood at the forefront, among those remaining, possessing the highest rank. Please, share the details. Following Lorren, Luna savored the sensation of being revered by the onlookers, though she remained somewhat reserved, in stark contrast to Anna, who had already begun commanding the nuns to procure sweets for her. As a witch, Luna typically kept her distance from the church's members. Yet today marked her first proactive entrance. For the past 3 days, individuals had been vanishing from the town. While such occurrences had happened previously, the frequency had escalated alarmingly, with over 10 individuals missing in just 3 days. In this world, disappearances were not uncommon. A few might be snatched away by cultists of the malevolent gods one day, while others might be taken by beasts the next. However, the recent uptick in disappearances was indeed troubling. Do the missing individuals share any common characteristics? The nun shook her head, replying, no, they span all ages and genders. What about the time frame of their disappearances? Lorren suddenly felt like a detective. Though he was aware of his limitations, his role was merely to filter information. He knew the various creatures from the endgame, and as long as he could identify which ones were responsible, he would be satisfied. Most disappearances occur at night. It's not just humans that have vanished, but also their accompanying animals. Are there any traces left behind? If it were a beast, there would undoubtedly be remnants. Even avian creatures would not leave no evidence whatsoever. With the scarecrows, who usually safeguarded the town, having departed, it was indeed an opportune moment for a beast to attack. Moreover, there were not many creatures in the vicinity capable of abducting both humans and animals. Speaking of beasts, Lorren realized it had been quite a while since he had encountered anything so worldly. There are no traces? If that is indeed the case, then we may have a problem. Please provide me with a list of victims. Lorren looked quite striking when serious. Observing his analytical demeanor, Luna found herself somewhat infatuated. Indeed, Anna, with her mouth full of pastries, chimed in, only to realize her mutterings had been overheard. Startled, Luna let out a yelp and stumbled back, drawing the attention of others. What happened, Luna? Nothing. Luna lowered her head, covering her face as she continued to retreat, ultimately tripping over a chair and collapsing onto the floor. Ha ha ha, you're even clumsier than I am. Scarlet laughed unabashedly at Luna, who possessed a fair amount of self-awareness. When Lorren helped Luna up, she appeared as though she might faint from embarrassment. However, at that moment, the nun also brought forth the list of victims, causing Lorren to disregard Luna's reaction. The list was rather hastily compiled, containing only names, ages, genders, and occupations. Lorren had not requested much, so he was pleasantly surprised to even receive a list. Let me see. Farmers, porters, prostitutes, patrolling guards, and merchants. Did this child venture out at night as well? Yes. In that case, the missing patrol member must have been on nighttime duty, while the merchant had indeed visited the brothel. Correct? The patrol does operate at night. I cannot confirm the merchant's whereabouts. By now, Lorren had formed a general hypothesis. These individuals had all gone missing during the night or at times when human activity was sparse. Chapter 71. The False Tree. Is there a map? Yes. Please mark the addresses and workplaces of these victims. Without further ado, the nuns of the Abundant Church demonstrated their diligence. They had indeed retained the addresses of the victims. The town was not large, and with some effort, they could remember everyone. They must have been attacked while on the road. The perpetrator is likely still within the town. As Lorren spoke, he connected the victims' addresses and destinations on the map according to plausible routes, ultimately converging every path within a specific area. He circled this region, stating, "Let's investigate here. The issue should originate from this location." At this point, Lorren had developed a theory regarding the perpetrator's identity. The victims had all met their fate within a confined area, suggesting that the assailant likely lacked the ability to move freely over vast distances. Otherwise, frequent relocations would ensure both safety and efficiency. Onward, Lorren checked the ammunition in his submachine gun, though he surmised that bullets might not be particularly useful during this operation. Several nuns followed closely behind Lorren and the others. They possessed some basic abundant magic that could prove helpful. Each nun exhibited some form of mutation. Aside from their uniformly transformed eyes resembling branches, various parts of their bodies have been replaced by plant matter, making them somewhat stronger than ordinary mages. This is the spot. Utilizing the map, Lorren pinpointed this location. It was an intersection with a towering tree by the roadside, its lush green leaves rustling gently in the breeze. While some had already turned a desolate red, several vibrant red apples hung from the branches, glistening enticingly. In addition, the area was eerily quiet, given that the domain of the god of abundance typically fostered a more favorable environment than others. Small animals were plentiful since his arrival in this world. Lorren had been serenaded by the chirping of birds, yet here, an unsettling silence prevailed. "Master, may I have an apple?" Anna pointed at the apples on the tree, gazing at their tempting hue with a hint of desire. "This tree may belong to someone else. We cannot steal, and besides, haven't you just indulged in a plethora of desserts?" Lorren, with a solemn expression, gave Anna a light tap on the head and led the group back to the church. Upon hearing Lorren's words, Scarlet felt a bit embarrassed and tossed the necklace she held onto the ground. "Oh dear, whose necklace has fallen?" "Oh, it's mine, thank you." A nun picked up the necklace, expressing her gratitude toward Scarlet. Just as Scarlet, proudly declaring no need for thanks, was speaking, Lorren suddenly yanked her over, pressing his knuckles against her head. "That necklace is what you brazenly stole, isn't it? I have no need for your things. Why steal? I couldn't help myself." "It wasn't theft, merely a casual acquisition." Scarlet protested as Lorren suddenly applied more pressure, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Each time Lorren saw her adopt that innocent, moonlit expression while acting foolishly, he struggled to maintain his composure. Ultimately, Lorren reluctantly released her, his train of thought interrupted by Scarlet's antics. "Did you discover something?" Once back at the church, Nacris began to inquire about Lorren, having already sensed his preoccupation. "The culprit is that very tree." "The tree?" The nuns were puzzled by Lorren's statement, yet they remained silent, attentively listening to his explanation. To be precise, this entity is known as a pseudo-tree. It is essentially a type of insect where the leaves are larvae, the apples are mature insects, and the tree itself is the mother insect. The pseudo-tree is carnivorous and, upon detecting prey, will launch its larvae onto it. Once the larvae have devoured the prey to the bone, they crawl back to the mother, who cannot move and can only consume the excrement of the larvae. Just this simple description sent shivers down the spines of the nuns, but Lorren continued. Once the larvae mature, they transform into beetles resembling apples. The mature insects will seize the opportunity to land on their prey, burrowing into its body to feast while they grow, ultimately taking on the appearance of saplings and generating new larvae. The growth of a pseudo-tree is rapid, yet it requires substantial energy. The size of that pseudo-tree indicates that the number of missing persons far exceeds those on the list. Pseudo-trees are only found within the territory of the god of abundance, as only here can they thrive, which is why Lorren could quickly deduce that the perpetrator was indeed the pseudo-tree. What shall we do then? Should we simply destroy this pseudo-tree? Lorren shook his head at the nun's suggestion. We cannot launch a direct attack when threatened. The larvae can mature into adults within seconds and scatter to escape, seizing every opportunity to survive. Moreover, the pseudo-tree can comprehend human speech, which is why I instructed you to return to the church before discussing it. Lorren felt a twinge of surprise at the presence of pseudo-tree here, because they are essentially experience-giving entities, if not for the potential impact on others. Their combat capability is relatively weak, but they provide substantial experience points. While the experience from a single pseudo-tree is minimal, every larva contributes experience. Resolving the issue is not overly complicated. Mix gasoline with rubber, cover the pseudo-tree entirely, and then ignite it, for pseudo-trees have a profound fear of fire. As for any stragglers, it would be prudent to have more people with flamethrowers standby to ensure none escape. In this world devoid of automobiles, gasoline is primarily used as a weapon, making it challenging to gather a significant amount in a short time. Thus, the nuns asked Lorren to wait a day. Fire magic would be more effective, but it is not permissible in this region as it does not belong to the abundance sequence. So Lorren had to resort to using flamethrowers instead. The church did not disclose the existence of the pseudo-tree, merely blocking off essential routes, as revealing such information might alert the creature. Lorren certainly did not wish to be hindered by incompetent allies. Fortunately, the majority of people in this world possess average intelligence. Let's return for now. We will deal with the pseudo-tree tomorrow. By the time their tasks were completed, night had fallen, and the nuns escorted Lorren and the others back home. It seems nothing can daunt our esteemed mentor. Is there anything you cannot do? Luna continued to gaze at Lorren with admiration, viewing each of his actions as remarkably dashing. There is indeed something our master cannot do, Jing Xin suddenly interjected, prompting Luna to instinctively retort, then tell me, what is it that our esteemed mentor cannot do? As Jing Xin uttered this emotionless word, she entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, leaving a perplexed Luna behind. What could S mean? As Luna pondered this profound question, dinner time swiftly approached. Observing the playful banter between Scarlet and Anna at the dining table, accompanied by Lorren's attempts to moderate them, Luna felt a wave of happiness. Chapter 72. Incinerating the Pseudo-Tree. Time waits for no one. Lorren, as usual, was awakened by Jing Xin and quickly consumed a light breakfast before heading to the church, though it was already midday. The gasoline and flamethrowers you requested are ready. We may depart at any moment. Good. Gather a few strong individuals to accompany me. The church's blockade had been quite effective the previous night, with no new victims reported. However, after being hungry all night, the pseudo-tree would likely be even more restless today. In this extraordinary world, strength and size are not directly correlated. Those nuns were, in fact, stronger than many others. Furthermore, a scarecrow had returned, which was an unexpected boon. The witches, including Anna, also possessed considerable strength, but Lorren did not intend for them to display their abilities. They had never showcased their powers in front of outsiders. To this day, many believe Lorren was merely running an orphanage, engaging in charitable acts, especially after he took Scarlet in as a maid. To be more precise, he had adopted Scarlet. The members of the church carried several large barrels of gasoline, while Nacris and the others wielded flamethrowers, with Scarlet being the only one unburdened. Are you discriminating against me? Scarlet, fuming, approached Lorren to question him, stomping her foot in frustration. It's better if you don't mention it. The moment you do, it irks me. Here, take this gun. Do you see that large tree by the roadside? Shoot it and show me. Lorren handed the gun to Scarlet, standing behind her to steady her, particularly ensuring her arm was controlled to prevent her from accidentally shooting him while turning around. Scarlet scoffed at Lorren's caution, confidently raising the gun to fire, the bullet striking a stone 2 meters away from the trunk. Undeterred, Scarlet continued to shoot, but none of her dozen shots landed within a meter of the trunk. I refuse to believe it. Let us try again. Just as Scarlet prepared to fire again, Lorren tapped her on the head and seized the gun from her grasp. You are forbidden to handle firearms in the future. It must be noted that exceptions exist. Even among the perfect beings known as witches, there emerged Scarlet, who had yet to learn a single spell. She could not even master music, playing the violin as though she were chopping wood, her flute playing akin to wailing, and her piano attempts led to her breaking one of Lorren's pianos out of frustration. Regardless, Lorren had no expectations of her. Survival was sufficient. Lorren expertly reloaded, feeling uneasy if even a single bullet were missing from his 50-round magazine. What if that one bullet was the difference between life and death? The group arrived at the pseudo-tree, which had already been cordoned off in advance. With no one else present, prepare to act. Follow my lead. The group disguised themselves as delivery personnel, avoiding detection from the pseudo-tree, a creature of intelligence that was adept at evading traps. As they approached the pseudo-tree, despite the absence of wind, it began to sway, signaling that both Lorren and the pseudo-tree were prepared for the hunt. Act now. Lorren suddenly let out a fierce roar. Upon hearing his command, the members of the church immediately hurled the oil barrels high into the air. As the barrels descended above the false tree, Lorren swiftly detonated them, igniting the gasoline with enchanted bullets. The flammable liquid cascaded uniformly over the entire tree, and an acrid scent of charred protein wafted through the air. The false tree emitted a wretched scream, writhing in agony as it flung the ignited larvae far away. At that moment, Nakalis and the others also activated their flamethrowers. With fuel spewing from the gun barrels, ignited by the flames at the nozzle, the gasoline, enhanced with rubber, possessed a strong adhesive quality, and those larvae that were flung away were reduced to ashes within mere moments. A few fireballs surged through the inferno, and while the adult insects were somewhat more resistant to flames, they were soon engulfed by the onslaught of the flamethrowers. It was truly terrifying. Scarlet crouched down, cradling her head, feeling a surge of fear as she faced the false tree, especially after witnessing the appearance of the larvae. The patterns on the leaves were, in fact, the legs of the false tree's larvae, which moved with astonishing speed. If not for Lorren's use of gasoline, it would have been nearly impossible to eliminate them. As the flames consumed the tree, Lorren felt his experience points rising. At the onset of the battle, he had already reached level 20. However, he refrained from hastily selecting a new talent, opting instead to remain adaptable for dealing with unique situations. The false tree was perilous. Any misstep could lead to disaster. Lorren had faced demise at the hands of the false tree before, as he never relied on guides while playing the game. Should he attack recklessly, it was likely that the entire town would be transformed into a forest dominated by the false tree. The fire raged on for a considerable time, filling the town with the pungent odor of charred protein. Yet, as long as the false tree could be dealt with, such costs seemed trivial. By the time the flames extinguished, Lorren had advanced to level 22, with 7 attribute points remaining. He allocated 1 point to intelligence and invested the rest into agility. Name, Lorren. Level, 22. Strength, 10. Stamina, 21. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 30. Mana, 5,270. Remaining attribute points, 0. Accessories, Weeping Blood Wedding Ring. Blessings, Breaking Illusions, Pluto's Mouth True Sight. Curses, Shattered Love, the Spit of All Beings. Talents, Sensitive Heart. To be selected, having surpassed the 30-point threshold in intelligence and reached 20 in agility. Only his strength remained at a lowly level. However, in Lorren's current combat style, strength was not a pressing concern. He primarily relied on magic and firearms, occasionally employing martial techniques merely for show. Wielding a blade and executing elegant martial moves was far more impressive than holding down the trigger of submachine gun without pause. Furthermore, with Lorren's agility, even techniques of lesser power could yield remarkable results. Moreover, when push came to shove, Lorren could always resort to using potions. The false tree was dealt with without much peril. Had it not been for Lorren, the weakened church would have been at a loss on how to handle the situation. The members of the church bowed deeply to Lorren, their gratitude palpable, showcasing their dedication, which was somewhat greater than that of those in the royal capital. It's nothing. It's what I ought to do, all for the sake of the god of abundance. With satisfaction from his successful level up, Lorren feigned a grandiose demeanor, expressing his devout faith in the god of abundance. Such occurrences had transpired countless times over the years. Lorren had saved the kingdom of Gedlon on numerous occasions, even arguably rescuing the Church of Abundance multiple times, which accounted for his elevated status. His reputation had spread across the globe. Anyone with the capacity to concern themselves with matters beyond survival would undoubtedly have heard of the esteemed mentor. Due to this renown, Lorren was hailed wherever he went, ensuring that his upcoming journey to Bartholomew would be considerably smoother. Lorren harbored a clear plan for the future. Chapter 73, Scarlet's Thoughts. After the false tree was vanquished, the small town returned to tranquility, and Lorren resumed his leisurely existence akin to a bird-walking elder. Except for Scarlet being single-handedly defeated by a goose, nothing noteworthy occurred. Am I a birdmaster? Scarlet lamented, lying on Lorren's lap as he tended to the wounds on her face, inciting a wave of jealousy from Nakalis. Yes, you are indeed a burden. Lorren spoke candidly. That evening, Mirroring Heart intended to cook a large goose in an iron pot. Scarlet had eagerly volunteered to assist with the goose, but ended up receiving a thorough beating from it. Ultimately, Anna intervened to save her, severing the goose's head in a spray of blood. "Can't you offer me some words of comfort? Praising you would be detrimental." Just as Lorren refrained from using potions to heal Scarlet directly, he hoped she would learn a lesson. He held little hope for her. Having died once in the game had not significantly altered her behavior. After applying the medicine on Scarlet, with time before dinner remaining, Lorren extended his hand to the sky. Before Starry Night could arrive, Anna dashed over, pressing her face against Lorren's palm, leaving Starry Night no choice but to settle on her head and peck at her crown. "What's with the sudden display?" Anna offered no reply, merely clutching Lorren's hand and rubbing her face against his palm. "Master, am I the most adorable girl in the world? Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Lorren flicked Anna's forehead, yet she persisted, entwining her arms around his hand and shaking it. "Please answer me. Indeed, you're the most adorable girl in the world." Lorren treated it as a playful exchange with a child. Anna had a penchant for seeking affection, and with Nikali's being so grown up, there should be no quarrel regarding who the favorite was. "Moo, I knew it." Suddenly, Anna planted a kiss on Lorren's cheek and, after sticking her tongue out at Scarlet, leaped away joyfully. That unfortunate child. Before Lorren could react, Scarlet unexpectedly kissed him on the opposite cheek, crossing her arms and glaring in the direction Anna had departed. "Are you 3 years old?" Lorren tapped Scarlet lightly on the head, but she was indignant. "She's only 18. If a witch's 1,000 years equate to 50 human years, I am barely under a year old. You should cradle me and feed me." With that, Scarlet disregarded everything and embraced Lorren, burrowing into his embrace. "You actually did the math right. I am immensely pleased." Crack. What happened? On the balcony, Nikali's was instructing Luna in the art of magic, but unexpectedly crushed the violin in her grasp. A fierce fire seemed to ignite within her golden eyes. Nothing. As Nikali's released her grip, the wood splintered and fell to the ground. The violin was irreparably damaged, and ultimately, Nikali's would have to procure a new one. "Dinner's ready." It was not until Mirroring Heart announced dinner that Nikali's relinquished the violin. Today, she had played with exceptional vigor. Even Luna felt the strings were on the verge of smoking. "Dinner's ready. Disperse quickly." Scarlet did not rush to the table first, a rare occurrence, and ultimately, Lorren had to physically push her away. Eating a large goose stew in a Western fantasy setting felt somewhat jarring to Lorren, yet Mirroring Heart's culinary skills were exceptional, surpassing even those of palace chefs. Another day passed peacefully, leaving Lorren feeling somewhat bored. He contemplated whether to acquire more pets since he had ample time on his hands. However, matters were soon to arise. Lorren had just ordered some alchemical equipment and materials from the Falling Star Trading Company. The tears of condensation were now in his possession. And this time Lorren's objective was to concoct a 9th-tier potion. 9th-tier potions represented the pinnacle of this world. Even Lorren would have to exert considerable effort to procure the necessary materials. Having purchased these items nearly depleted all of Lorren's assets, prompting him to consider how to generate income. Yet, all of this was worthwhile, as Lorren's hypothetical adversary was an angel. Though it was unlikely he would encounter one within the next decade, Lorren appreciated being prepared for any eventuality. In the event that one truly encounters an angel, Lorren must be adequately prepared. Otherwise, he cannot confidently assert that he can slay an angel with certainty. Meanwhile, Scarlet secretly sought out Mirror Heart. "I feel utterly defeated. Mirror Heart, I am capable of nothing. It is good that you possess such self-awareness." Mirror Heart gently patted Scarlet's head, offering her an encouraging thumbs up. "Do not jest. I wish to know how I can be as useful as you." Scarlet brushed aside Mirror Heart's hand, her anxiety palpable. In this household, she truly felt the most ineffectual. Anna and Nacris were Lorren's daughters, their inactions of little consequence. Luna, a student of Lorren, had showcased her talents, her combat prowess surpassing that of the others, unlike Scarlet, who could scarcely best a mere goose. The most capable among them was Mirror Heart, who adeptly managed their daily lives, executing tasks with remarkable efficiency, a standard far beyond Scarlet's reach. In truth, there is much you can accomplish, and you could be closer to our master than Anna. Mirror Heart coaxed, reminiscent of a beguiling demon. These words struck a chord with Scarlet, igniting her enthusiasm. "What can I do?" Mirror Heart leaned closer, whispering a multitude of ideas into her ear. With each word, Scarlet's face flushed deeper, to the point where she scarcely dared to believe. Is this truly possible? Indeed. Mirror Heart's expression revealed nothing, leaving Scarlet with no choice but to trust her, as she had no other recourse. "Do you still have that maid outfit I gave you? The one that was only half complete?" The mere recollection of it brought a wave of embarrassment to Scarlet. It was indeed her first encounter with such attire, yet she still possessed it. On one hand, her frugality compelled her to keep everything. On the other, she genuinely wished to don it for Lorren's sake. Yes. Once you've made up your mind, wear that outfit when you approach the esteemed mentor. Remember my words, and employ your eloquence with finesse. Thank you, Mirror Heart. From now on, you shall be my dear sister. Just as Scarlet intended to depart, Mirror Heart called out to her, let us be clear. Return to me what you have pilfered. My apologies, it was taken instinctively. Scarlet awkwardly turned, placing a pair of four-cornered undergarments back onto Mirror Heart's bed. I can part with my little toys, but this particular item is non-negotiable. I worked hard to acquire it. Chapter 74, 9th Tier Potion, Last Song. Esteemed Mentor. These are the items you requested. It is our honor to assist you. You need not rush to repay us. We trust in your integrity. The representative from the Falling Star Merchant Guild was a woman, her excitement evident as she grasped Lorren's hand, instructing others to carry several chests into Lorren's home, containing the alchemical cauldrons and materials he desired. Thank you for your trust. The vow and the curse of the wind god bore no effect on Lorren. In fact, they might even prove beneficial. However, Lorren did not wish to be blacklisted by the Falling Star Merchant Guild, nor did he want to tarnish his reputation. Hence he would repay the debt diligently. After dismissing the guild's representatives, Lorren placed the items into an empty room, intending to transform it into his laboratory. Do not disturb me today unless a significant matter arises. Having issued these instructions, Lorren isolated himself within the laboratory to commence the potion-making process. The 9th Tier Potion, Last Song. At this level, ordinary distilled water served little purpose, and since Last Song was inherently a special potion, Lorren opted to use his own blood as the base. As he bled, he simultaneously consumed a restorative potion until the cauldron brimmed with his blood. Tears of the Thornbird. This was a crucial ingredient. While thornbirds were plentiful, collecting their tears proved exceedingly difficult. As the tears fell into the cauldron, the blood within began to boil, emitting a furious roar. Stardust of Oblivion. When the multicolored powder was poured into the cauldron, the blood instantly sank, commencing a rhythmic spiral until it transformed into a representation of the starry sky. Crystallized obsession of the departed. In this world, there existed undead beings. Under certain circumstances, some individuals could also become undead. Those with particularly strong obsessions would gain enhanced power upon becoming undead, and would condense crystals upon death. Lorren ground the crystalline substance into powder and added it to the cauldron, finally shattering those obsessions. Next came the most vital ingredient, one that nearly depleted Lorren's assets. Tears of the Starry Whale. The starry whale was the strongest indigenous creature in this world, renowned for its longevity, having roamed the skies long before the gods descended. However, by the time players encountered it, it had almost entirely decayed, having begun to rot since the arrival of the gods and the subsequent pollution of the starry skies. The ability to procure the tears of the starry whale spoke volumes of the Falling Star Merchant Guild's capabilities. They truly could source anything. When a final ingredient was added, the starry scene within the cauldron began to collapse, ultimately leaving behind a profound silence. And at that moment, Last Song was completed. In this world, few could concoct Last Song, but Lorren, thanks to the Tears of Aspiration, was able to achieve it. The Tears of Aspiration originated from the goddess of love, who ranked among the most formidable entities even among the outer gods. Lorren carefully bottled the completed Last Song, handling it with the utmost delicacy. The effect of Last Song was straightforward. Within 3 minutes of consumption, any attacks made would be entirely unpreventable. No defense would suffice, including physical defenses. Even an angel could be cleaved in twain by a mere kitchen knife, effectively rendering the attack power infinite. Yet, the price was steep. After 3 minutes, the user would also perish. However, Lorren had no cause for concern, as he was aware of the antidote's formula. As long as he consumed the antidote within 3 minutes, he would be safe. The efficacy of Last Song justified the exorbitant materials and the cost incurred, were it not for divine authority providing protection. The power of Last Song could easily slay a god. The process of concocting Last Song and the antidote did not consume much time when Lorren emerged. Night had just fallen, coinciding with dinner time. He had begun the crafting in the afternoon and had indeed spent little time. Esteemed mentor, individuals from the academy sought you out just moments ago. Oh, is there yet another matter at hand? After washing his hands, Lorren flicked the water from his fingers and took a seat at the dining table. A new king had ascended to the throne. Yet on the very day of his coronation, he faced an assassination attempt. Was it the Darkened Ones? Although Lorren had departed the royal capital, his influence remained significant, and the Darkened Ones continued to emerge. Following a cleansing by the angels, the emergence of Darkened Ones had considerably decreased, yet that did not imply their complete cessation. Not quite. The king fell victim to a meticulously planned assassination, yet at a critical moment, the assassin faltered, causing the poisoned dagger to clatter to the ground, allowing the new king to narrowly escape. The poison on the dagger was potent enough to seal one's throat upon drawing blood. Afterward, the guards searched the assassin's residence. He was an ordinary man, possessing nothing of note, save for a peculiar box. They sought your insight regarding the box. A box? Lorren rifled through his memories, easily deducing what it was. The assassin was merely an ordinary individual, incapable of devising any elaborate schemes, let alone acquiring a poison dagger. It is an anomaly, specifically Anomaly 3163, the Box of Sin. This marked Lorren's first encounter with an anomaly since his arrival in this world. Anomalies are phenomena that defy comprehension through scientific or even theological means. Their effects are unique, often accompanied by certain side effects. The Box of Sin is a relatively low-tier anomaly, classified as a Level 3 threat, primarily endangering individual safety. However, its capabilities are formidable. Upon opening the Box of Sin, it reveals everything necessary for the user to commit a crime: plans, tools, and even motives. Once the Box of Sin is opened and its contents examined, one is inevitably drawn into the realm of crime, as it bestows upon the user an irresistible motivation. However, success in committing such crimes is not guaranteed. It largely depends on the circumstances. For instance, if Lorren seeks to assassinate a nun, the Box of Sin will merely provide a handgun, and a single shot will suffice for success. Conversely, should Lorren aspire to slay an angel, the box will devise a series of intricate plans, offering methods to summon eldritch beings and ensnaring the angel in isolation, ultimately leading to its demise through a plethora of chain traps. The potential for success exists, yet it remains fraught with difficulty, which is why the Box of Sin is merely classified as a Level 3 anomaly. Furthermore, an individual may open the box only once in their lifetime. Even if this restriction did not exist, the user would likely find themselves unable to survive a second encounter, as the plans devised by the box do not take into account the user's fate. I can facilitate your assassination of the king, yet if you are subsequently reduced to a mere pulp by the guards, that is beyond my concern. After our meal, let's take a look at this object. It holds some utility for me. Lorren's primary combat strategy revolves around meticulous preparations and targeted setups to ultimately eliminate adversaries whose strength far surpasses his own. Judging by appearances, both Valentina and Eldrin, as well as the Pluto devotee whom Lorren dispatched early on, possessed the capacity to obliterate him in an instant. Nonetheless, they all met their demise at his hands. Chapter 75, The Role of Scarlet. So what exactly is this? Dear Mentor, within the church, the Box of Sin lay upon the ground, surrounded by a throng of onlookers as Lorren assessed the situation, with numerous scarecrows having returned. This is the Box of Malice, which ignites the criminal intent within the one who opens it, compelling them to act upon their darker impulses. Lorren spoke not a word of truth, for he desired the Box of Sin. Revealing its true name might lead the church to uncover its nature. In this chaotic era, the church is scarcely equipped to document the myriad anomalies. It has only managed to compile a tome detailing various abnormalities categorized by their threat levels. Due to the cognitive pollution associated with many anomalies, the church has refrained from making this record public. Has anyone opened it? Lorren turned to the crowd. Yet none stepped forward. Mentor, he has opened it. Suddenly, a scarecrow pointed out its companion, prompting a wave of confusion among the others. Very well. Confine him for a few months to allow him to regain his composure. The Box of Sin poses a significant danger. It does not merely influence others' minds to incite crime, but rather persuades the very hearts of individuals. Thus, eradicating the influence of the box is an arduous task, achievable only through gradual means. Yet, dear Mentor, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? He is generally kind and treats everyone well. Surely he cannot be driven to crime. A single purification should suffice. No need for prolonged confinement. One scarecrow began to advocate for him, and judging by his stature, this individual who had opened the Box of Sin appeared quite young. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging his popularity. If he genuinely harbors no intention of committing a crime, then why did he remain silent when I inquired about who had opened the box? Indeed, if there were no criminal intent, there would be no need for concealment. You should have stood forth when Lorren posed the question. You shall decide the course of action. At this juncture, any ensuing troubles lie upon your shoulders. This box remains a menace, beyond the reach of conventional means of destruction. I know how to dismantle it. Leave it to me. Lorren had no intention of engaging in further discourse. After demonstrating the box's resilience with a barrage of shots, he instructed Scarlet to move the box, intending to depart. However, upon witnessing Scarlet's unsteady gait, he chose to personally transport the box of sin. Lorren had no desire to involve himself in subsequent church affairs. Even if she were a paragon of virtue, the box would still tempt her to assassinate evildoers. Regardless of what transpires, is not Lorren's concern. Scarlet, place this within your Reaper's space, and under no circumstances open it, no matter what occurs. Lorren pondered Scarlet's abilities, even if a day came when he encountered misfortune, compelling her to seek vengeance and consequently open the box. It is unlikely she would succeed, given her previous inability to hit even the trunk of a tree after firing multiple rounds. Yet, there exists a possibility. Her lack of strength could also stem from an insufficient degree of corruption. For a witch, the life of a beloved far outweighs her own. Initially, Scarlet had merely died once, desiring nothing more than to survive. Should Lorren perish, her aspirations might transform into world annihilation. Your secret abilities are rather convenient. Serving as a backpack proves quite useful. Lorren affectionately ruffled Scarlet's hair. Although the final movement did not include a backpack, Scarlet could fulfill that role for Lorren. Scarlet's status had evolved from maid to pet, ultimately to that of a mere backpack. She was acutely aware of her position, even as a pet. She could not rival Starry Night. This realization ignited Scarlet's competitive spirit. Upon returning home that evening, she quietly resolved to compete with Starry Night. Lorren enjoyed tossing cookies into the air for Starry Night to catch, but tonight, Scarlet joined the game, resulting in her being thoroughly outmatched. Not only did she fail to catch the cookies Lorren tossed, but she also damaged the dining table in the process. It's quite all right. Even if you are utterly incompetent, I shall still care for you. This time, Lorren refrained from reprimanding her, instead offering comfort while his eyes brimmed with concern for the vulnerable. The more he expressed such sentiments, the deeper Scarlet's humiliation grew, leading her to bite her skirt in tears. You are exposed. Lorren gently tapped her on the head, prompting her to lower her skirt. Do you truly feel nothing at all? Scarlet, seated beside Lorren, placed her petite foot, clad in purple stockings, upon his thigh, gently biting her lower lip while gazing at him with longing eyes. Who taught you this? Without needing to think, Lorren knew precisely who was responsible. It was Mirroring Heart, once again stirring trouble. After giving Scarlet's head another light tap, Lorren turned and retreated to his room, placing Starry Night back in her cage. At this moment, however, a fire ignited in Scarlet's gaze. Tonight, she was determined to prove her worth. Scarlet mentally reviewed the plan provided by Mirroring Heart, stealing her resolve as she returned to her own chamber. After returning to his bedroom, Lorren took a moment to regain his composure. To be fair, Scarlet was indeed a beauty, possessing a maturity that far surpassed Anna and the others. Among the myriad witches in the final movement, Scarlet ranked among the finest. Recognized for her pure and ethereal appearance, aside from her intellect and vision, she was otherwise perfectly endowed. Is it impossible to harbor wicked thoughts towards a witch? In Lorren's case, this effect seemed not to apply, yet he successfully restrained himself. He could not bring himself to harm someone so naive. Dear Mentor, Scarlet abruptly burst through the door, startling Lorren, especially upon noticing her adorned in the attire Mirroring Heart had prepared for her. Please grant me a chance. I wish to be of greater use. Upon entering, Scarlet unexpectedly knelt before Lorren, her pleading gaze resembling that of a girl bullied in school, evoking an instinctual desire to comfort her. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and adjusted her glasses. Rise, I implore you. Following the guidance Mirroring Heart had provided, Scarlet attempted to adhere strictly to the strategy outlined, yet she lacked the adaptability required. Only with Lorren's assistance could she navigate the game properly. In comparison to Mirroring Heart, Scarlet was still too inexperienced, ultimately relying on Lorren to elevate her performance. With the assistance of Mirror Heart, Lorren has transformed from a mere master of words into a true sovereign, to the extent that he can now aid Scarlet in achieving higher ranks. Chapter 76, The Tower of Sin. Accustomed to teaming up with Mirror Heart, Lorren found himself somewhat unprepared when Scarlet unexpectedly cranked up the volume, as Mirror Heart had always muted the audio during their sessions. However, with no choice but to act, it was time for Anna and the others to retire for the night, and given the commendable soundproofing of Lorren's abode, he could only gamble on the hope that they remained oblivious. What has transpired? Why do I hear Scarlet's anguished cries? Anna and Nicholas appeared simultaneously at Lorren's bedroom door, but Mirror Heart had already stationed herself there, pressing her ear against the door to eavesdrop. It's nothing, merely that the Master deems Scarlet too inept and is providing her with some midnight training. Her inability to endure hardship is nothing unusual. Indeed, Scarlet could use some rigorous training. Otherwise, what will happen if we are not around one day and she encounters danger? Nicholas rested her chin on her hand. pondering for a moment before conceding the validity of this assertion. Indeed, Scarlet truly ought to undergo special training, unlike your sister. Anna smirked, patting Nicholas on the shoulder, wearing an expression that suggested she would understand when she grew up, leaving Nicholas utterly baffled. Once they departed, Mirror Heart knelt again, pressing her ear firmly against Lorren's bedroom door, her hands slipping beneath her skirt. Lorren had not slept well that night. Each time he closed his eyes, he envisioned a figure with a fringe berating him as a madman and a fool, questioning what he was incapable of. In contrast, Scarlet appeared rosy-cheeked, her breathing steady, and she slept soundly. After a considerable struggle, Lorren finally drifted off to sleep, only to awaken at noon. Ordinarily, Mirror Heart would have come to fetch him by this time, but today she likely recognized his exhaustion from the previous night. "Good morning, esteemed mentor." Upon seeing Lorren emerge while she was dining, Anna immediately greeted him, to which Lorren casually responded, "Good morning, master." As Lorren took a seat, Scarlet promptly nestled against him, completely forgetting to compete with Anna for food, allowing Anna to seize the opportunity to pilfer some of Scarlet's meal. "Yes, good morning." Typically, Lorren might have pushed Scarlet away, but today he felt somewhat shy. Nicholas sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere, though she could not quite grasp the specifics. Hee. Scarlet lay across Lorren's lap, gazing up at his face with an innocent grin, which made Lorren feel awkward. He could only pick up a newspaper to mask his discomfort. The newspaper reported that the son of the old king, now in his 80s, had finally ascended to the throne, only to be assassinated shortly thereafter. While boasting of the new king's greatness and claiming his rise was destined, none present cared for the king. Regardless of who held power, they would still have to revere Lorren. Flipping to the other side of the newspaper, Lorren found the content promoting commercial interests rather insipid. He was only interested in the international news. A peculiar tower had been discovered in the kingdom of Bartholomew, with local residents asserting that this tower had not existed prior. Finally, the Tower of Sin had appeared. Lorren felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely what he had been anticipating during this period. The Tower of Sin could manifest randomly anywhere. Lorren knew it had previously appeared in Bartholomew, yet he was unaware of its exact location or timing. "Children, gather your belongings. We are preparing to depart for the kingdom of Bartholomew." The Tower of Sin is akin to a secret realm, fraught with perils and treasures alike. The judgment cards Lorren sought were also contained within. However, most dangers therein were directed at the wicked. The souls of sinners who perished within would be eternally trapped in their corpses, ultimately transforming into twisted monstrosities. "Are we leaving now?" "Yes." Lorren answered decisively in response to Anna's inquiry. He had long been prepared for departure. He had already stashed enough provisions for a year, as well as clean clothing and daily necessities, within Scarlet's realm of the Reaper, ready to set off at a moment's notice. "We shall take the train. It is faster." Trains still exist in this world, though they can only operate outside the realms of the night and thunder gods without electricity. They are entirely steam-powered. The deities do not assist their followers with their own authority. Instead, they seize what others rightfully possess. Abundance belongs to the world. Yet the god of abundance hoards it within his domain. Electricity, too, originally belonged to the world, but is controlled by the gods of night and thunder. Even if Lorren were to craft a generator by hand, it would remain inoperable. The Tower of Sin will vanish once its ultimate reward is claimed, and Lorren dared not take that risk. He must proceed swiftly. The judgment of good and evil within the Tower of Sin is quite unique in its eyes. Slaying evildoers is commendable, while protecting them is reprehensible. Previously, when Luna acted as a superhero, she often rescued wicked souls. Thus, Lorren had no intention of allowing her entry. It was likely she would be deemed a sinner by the Tower of Sin, while Lorren, despite having taken many lives, was confident he could be classified as a benefactor. Lorren found the Tower's assessment of good and evil to align with his own views, which he found rather agreeable. "I shall tidy up my home before we depart." Mirror Heart rose and made her way to Lorren's room, intending to clean up the mess left by him and Scarlet. "You should also tidy up. It might be a bit chilly outside, so wear something warmer. The domain of the god of abundance is never cold, even in snow. This is part of its sovereignty. Crops perpetually grow at the fastest rate, and snow serves merely as a form of irrigation." A few minutes later, everyone had finished preparing. They required no makeup, moving swiftly. Lorren donned a slightly thicker outfit. With 20 points of stamina, he was not particularly afraid of the cold. "Esteemed mentor, do I look adorable?" Anna, now dressed, bounded in front of Lorren, tilting her head, her fingers pressed against her cheeks. She had chosen a heavy, pink and white Lolita outfit, complemented by white velvet tights adorned with pink patterns and a pair of matching little leather shoes. This outfit was selected by Anna herself. Her taste was indeed commendable. "Adorable." Lorren ruffled her hair, which felt incredibly smooth and pleasant to the touch. Anna, enjoying the affection, closed her eyes and emitted a soft, even breathing sound. Although, given the intelligence of Starry Night, it would have been feasible to leave her at home, Lorren ultimately decided to bring her along. Birds, unlike dogs, do not regard their owners as masters, but rather as companions, leading many highly intelligent avian species to exhibit jealousy. In severe cases, they may transform into possessive creatures, harming other birds. Lorren feared Starry Night would feel lonely, hence his choice to include her. With everything in readiness, Lorren prepared to embark, but before leaving, he inquired of Mirror Heart about the whereabouts of his sheets. I've collected them. Initially, I intended to preserve that school uniform as well. Once again, Mirror Heart delivered a statement that was difficult to digest with her customary indifference. Chapter 77, The Train. Fortunately, Luna remained oblivious to Mirror Heart's words, completely absorbed in the joy of traveling abroad with Lorren. Nicholas had also changed her attire, swapping her skirt for trousers, exuding an air of competence. Paired with her icy expression, she appeared rather unapproachable. Lest apart, Lorren's plans were not concealed from the church. He proactively informed them of his intention to visit the kingdom of Bartholomew to investigate the mysterious structure, all in service of the god of abundance. Consequently, the others expressed their admiration for Lorren's dedication, as several scarecrows respectfully drove the carriage that would take him to the train station. Given this unforeseen situation, the church would undoubtedly take action. However, compared to formal church members, Lorren, bearing the title of mentor, was evidently more suited to investigate the domains of other deities. Although Lorren would still be under scrutiny, at the very least, his title was respectable. He was a world-renowned musician, and it was entirely reasonable for him to travel in search of inspiration, was it not? Esteemed mentor, the next train is merely an ordinary one. Are you certain you wish to board? In this world, the aristocracy seems perpetually intent on stepping over others, to the extent that trains have dedicated services tailored for their comfort. While the speed may not be significantly greater, the level of comfort afforded is unparalleled by ordinary trains. Nevertheless, it suffices that we reach the kingdom of Badoro as swiftly as possible. After disembarking, Lorren and his companions found that several scarecrows remained, steadfastly accompanying him while they awaited their train. The next train to the kingdom of Badoro would arrive within the hour, hailing from the holy nation of Nafika, and we will promptly arrange a private compartment for you. Nafika is a nation situated to the east of the kingdom of Gedlon, recognized as the most powerful within the domain of the god of abundance. It is governed directly by the Church of Abundance, which allows ordinary citizens to lead relatively blissful lives, at least under the oversight of angels and the god of abundance. The church's members are not excessively greedy, ensuring that everyone is well-fed and content. Nafika's size is comparable to that of Lorren's homeland, qualifying it as a significant nation even on Earth. A private compartment is unnecessary. A shared seating arrangement will suffice. Considering the absence of Starry Night, the party of 6 does not require a private room. Moreover, with the recent emergence of mysterious structures in the kingdom of Badoro, the influx of tourists is likely to rise, particularly among adventurers. Thus, arranging a private compartment for Lorren would inevitably require others to shift positions, which would create unnecessary complications, something Lorren wishes to avoid. He simply desires to expedite their journey to Badoro. Very well, we understand. The train station is bustling, yet it pales in comparison to the train stations of Lorren's previous life. Much of the area is barren, featuring only a wooden platform and a few small shops selling food. The lack of safety measures makes it quite perilous. Since boarding the carriage, Starry Night has remained obediently perched on Lorren's shoulder, resting her eyes. Master, I am hungry. Anna tugged at Lorren's sleeve, gesturing toward the food stalls. Lorren remained silent, taking Anna's hand and leading her to the stall to purchase a few sandwiches. Indeed, regardless of location, the fare at train stations tends to be rather expensive. Your daughter is truly adorable, remarked a matronly vendor as she wrapped the sandwiches and handed them to Anna, offering a compliment in passing. I know, Anna replied candidly, eliciting a smile from the vendor. In addition to the provisions pilfered from the space of the Scarlet Reaper, Lorren carried a backpack filled with food intended for Anna. Even so, she still wished to purchase additional snacks. Lorren felt indifferent, content to indulge his daughter. Anna fed Lorren a bite, accustomed to the meals prepared by Jingxin. He found it rather unpalatable, yet Anna savored it wholeheartedly, displaying no pickiness in her appetite. Anna, you've got sauce on your mouth, Luna said solicitously, using a handkerchief to dab at the corner of Anna's lips, her face adorned with a gentle smile. I regard you as a sister, yet you wish to play the role of my mother. The train is arriving shortly. Let us prepare to board. Nikali's interrupted Luna, her expression somewhat unkind, though Luna seemed lost in her own reverie, oblivious to Nikali's demeanor. Only upon hearing Lorren's call did Luna regain her composure and hurriedly follow in his footsteps. Thanks to the assistance of the scarecrows, Lorren boarded the train with ease, avoiding any struggle. Accompanied by the scarecrows, Lorren's presence was undeniably impressive, capturing the attention of all upon entering the carriage. "You may return now. I appreciate your efforts." Lorren drew the symbol of the god of abundance upon his chest, bidding farewell to the scarecrows. Their identities are sensitive, preventing them from entering the territory of the kingdom of Badoro. TCH privilege hounds. Lorren heard a muttered curse even before the scarecrows had departed. It was the first time someone dared to insult him upon learning of his privileges. Lorren turned to locate the source of the voice, discovering a boy not much taller than Anna. He sported short golden hair and emerald green eyes filled with disdain. Crossing his arms defiantly, clad in a light-colored top and a trench coat, his long pants adorned with boots casually resting on the table, exuding a provocative air. "How dare you address me with such insolence?" "Enough, enough. You may return now, lest you disturb the others boarding," Lorren interjected, cutting off the scarecrow that sought to display its prowess before him, before finally turning his attention back to the boy. The boy's attire was rather androgynous, making it difficult for Lorren to ascertain his gender at first glance. Yet he recognized that face all too well. "Isn't that my good brother Layla?" As he beheld the disdainful countenance, Lorren was transported back in time. Back then, he had been a novice, still fumbling through the game's mechanics and unaware of any main quests, merely wandering aimlessly when he encountered Layla. They became fast friends, embarking on adventures together, fighting monsters, and rebelling against tyranny, until Lorren found himself cornered by the Plague Church. Layla sacrificed herself to rescue him, at which point Lorren discovered she was a witch. Following that, he exerted every effort to eradicate the Plague Church, ultimately perishing at the hands of the god of plague. Layla may have been a minor character with little impact on the overarching narrative, yet Lorren sought her out each time he began anew. They shared a common disdain for injustice, acting without regard for consequences. However, Lorren had long forgotten when he transitioned from that chivalrous youth into the current version of himself. It can be said that much of Lorren's favorable impression of witches stemmed from Layla. She had shown him the depth of loyalty inherent in witches. He still vividly remembers the scene of a blood-soaked Layla carrying him to safety, which marked the moment he ceased to view the final melody as merely a game. Now, encountering his dear brother once more, Lorren felt a sense of nostalgia, astonished to find her here. "Hello, I am Lorren. It's a pleasure to meet you. I greatly admire your character." Lorren approached Layla, extending his hand. He recalled their first encounter vividly. Back then, Lorren was utterly clueless, having whimsically purchased an iron sword and learned a combat skill, intending to rob a noble's carriage purely for amusement. The outcome was predictable. He nearly fell victim to a circle of thugs, and it was at that moment Layla had appeared to rescue him. Through their exchanges, he learned that the group of nobles was notorious for their misdeeds, and when Lorren attempted to rob them, they had just kidnapped several respectable women. Thus, Lorren and Layla joined forces to eliminate that band of nobles. Layla scrutinized Lorren's hand, then gazed into his face, assured that he bore no ill intent. On the contrary, he radiated goodwill, and his words were sincere. Her secret ability, known as endless pursuit, allowed her to leave a mark on her target through thought or contact, enabling her to locate anyone bearing that mark regardless of their whereabouts. Furthermore, within a certain range, her attacks would track targets marked in this manner. In addition, her ability granted her the capacity to sense the emotions of others, allowing her to discern their nature. "Hello, I am Layla." Layla grasped Lorren's hand, just as gasps echoed within the carriage. "Lorren? The legendary master? I can't believe the master is on the same train as us. What an honor." Lorren, his other name, Luo Tianyi, is well known throughout the realm of night and the god of thunder. How fortunate to encounter the real deal. Such exclamations of astonishment erupted, to which Lorren had grown accustomed. You are the master? My apologies." Layla, realizing her earlier misstep, immediately began to apologize earnestly. Her demeanor significantly softened compared to her initial disdain. Lorren's reputation for treating all equally and selflessly aiding the weak was well known. Layla held him in profound respect. Yet Lorren felt an odd sensation akin to a character from a tale, akin to a peasant addressing a noble. As the train set in motion, Lorren took his seat. To optimize space, the train seating arrangement was back-to-back, accommodating 6 people, with a narrow table positioned in the center, just enough room for feet to rest upon it. Layla's remarkable flexibility was evident. "Where are you headed on this journey?" Layla, seated conveniently beside Lorren, found it easy to initiate conversation. "Oh, I'm bound for the kingdom of Badoro to assess the situation of an unknown structure. What a coincidence. I am headed there as well. Shall we travel together?" Unlike Nakalis and Luna, Layla was quite straightforward, unabashedly expressing her desire to accompany Lorren. The prospect of journeying with him filled her with excitement. "Are you also heading to Badoro?" During Lorren and Layla's exchange, a rotund man sitting ahead turned his head. His obesity rendered his skin somewhat pallid, and he sported a scruffy beard, a round face, and some telltale signs of a disease, reinforcing Lorren's preconceived notions. "Are you a follower of the plague god?" Every aspect of him conformed to the characteristics of a plague adherent, and his status appeared notably elevated, prompting Lorren to instinctively wish to change carriages. "No, I'm still a devotee of the god of abundance. I intend to reside in the kingdom of Badoro, far removed from the ignorant folk of Anafika Church. The open and accepting Badoro is my true homeland. As long as you are content." Lorren set aside his inclination to assist, respecting the man's fate. His considerable girth suggested he was either a noble or a citizen of the Nafika Church, due to their inability to bear children. The followers of the god of abundance exhibited a marked disdain for homosexuals. In truth, outside the realms of the god of plague, such sentiments were prevalent. But the followers of the god of abundance were particularly intolerant. Consequently, many viewed the kingdom of Badoro as a spiritual refuge, fervently wishing for its inhabitants to vanquish the Nafika Church. Despite such sentiments, many were acutely aware that life outside the Nafika Church was untenable. Thus, while they cursed it, they continued to consume its food. Ironically, even those in the impoverished kingdom of Gedran, which bordered Badoro, seldom regarded it as their spiritual homeland. Indeed, the reality of Badoro, when compared to Gedran, could be described as a veritable paradise. At the very least, Gedran did not lead its inhabitants to starvation. Nonetheless, Lorren was willing to commend this man for his determination to seek a new life in Badoro. He belonged to a courageous minority, and when his demise came, Lorren would not mock him too loudly. Previously, a delegation from the kingdom of Badoro had resided in the diminutive realm of Gedran, an honor that the inept inhabitants of Gedran managed to squander, culminating in the assassination of the esteemed envoy by a black magic butterfly. The citizens of Gedran held the rural folk in disdain, while the followers of the Nafika Church looked down upon the urban dwellers of Gedran, creating a hierarchy of prejudice. Upon the mere mention of Badoro, the man's tone revealed a mixture of admiration and yearning, a sycophantic demeanor that even Layla found distasteful. "How repugnant you are!" Layla expressed her disdain without reservation. How could a bunch of self-satisfied individuals comprehend the greatness of the kingdom of Badoro? Badoro stands as a beacon of human civilization. If progress were synonymous with promiscuity and chaos, Lorren would readily admit to being an antiquated relic. Yet, those individuals sought to unleash a plague upon Gedran. Their deaths would, paradoxically, serve to rescue the people of Gedran. Let more plague viruses come forth, eliminating those ignorant souls, allowing the inhabitants of Badoro to cleanse them, and ushering us into civilization. Layla swiftly drew her gun, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at the rotund man. Just before she could pull the trigger, Lorren successfully restrained her weapon. "Master!" Upon witnessing Layla's impulsive act, the man fled. After a prolonged moment, Layla regained her composure, realizing her earlier rashness. Had she truly fired, the consequences would have been dire. To truly vanquish a foe, one must strike at their heart. When they finally arrived in Badoro, she would ensure that all his illusions were shattered before delivering the final blow. Upon hearing Lorren's words, Layla smiled and extended her fist towards him. "Master, it seems we are quite compatible. I thought you might have taken pity on him." As an adventurer, Layla had traversed numerous nations and was well aware of the true nature of Badoro. The lower classes in Gedran might suffer more acutely, but Badoro was a genuine hell on earth. Lorren reciprocated her gesture, bumping fists and smiling. Chapter 79, Layla. "Master, please accompany me on this journey. I shall ensure your safety." Layla playfully draped her arm around Lorren's neck, patting her chest, while Lorren cast a brief glance at her modest bosom. Yet, he knew that Layla was quite the enigma. To conceal her true identity, she had adopted a masculine guise, for it was inconceivable for a male to be a witch. To achieve this, she resorted to binding her chest and donning loose clothing, her true form being rather formidable, certainly unmatched by anyone else present. Childlike visage, yet a formidable presence. Mused Lorren, who is this man, and why is he so familiar with Master? Luna whispered to Anna, expressing her disdain. However, she also felt a sense of relief. Grateful that he was male, and her master was decidedly straight. Anna swallowed her snack and sipped her juice before responding to Luna. Oh no, that SA girl. A very lovely girl indeed. Upon hearing this, Luna's alertness heightened, yet she clung to a sliver of hope. Do you think Master might not have noticed? How could he? Master can tell at a glance that you're a witch. How could he possibly miss recognizing her as a girl? Although Anna's words struck deep, they rang true. Enough of this. I'm tired. After licking the remnants of food from her fingers, Anna carelessly squeezed between Lorren and Layla, resting her head on Lorren's lap. Luna and Nikali's exchanged glances, both yearning for such courage. In this regard, they felt even inferior to Scarlet. Lorren gently placed a hand on Anna's hair, caressing her softly. In times past, when he traveled alone by train, he had observed other parents with children, their young ones similarly resting on their laps. As Lorren's touch elicited a faint smile from Anna, Layla inquired, "What is your relationship with her?" "She is my apprentice," Lorren replied, while continuing to stroke Anna's hair. Seizing the opportunity, Nikali's asserted her claim. "I am Master S. most cherished disciple. We have lived together for 12 years, inseparable." Luna chimed in. Though her confidence paled in comparison to Nikali's, when not confronting Lorren, Nikali's could still maintain an air of aloofness. Scarlet, perplexed by the situation, assumed they were taking turns introducing themselves. "Oh, I'm the most useful maid of the Master." Since last night, Scarlet had gained considerable confidence. "I belong to the Master." Mitsuki remained composed, but immediately after she spoke, Lorren's expression shifted dramatically. He wished to seal her lips, but feared the pleasure it might bring her. "Are you married?" Fortunately, Layla did not dwell on Mitsuki's remark, instead expressing concern for Lorren's romantic situation. Nikali's looked at Lorren expectantly, aware that he cared deeply for their feelings and rarely acknowledged them as his adopted daughters. However, as this thought emerged, Nikali's felt a pang of guilt. They had burdened Lorren for so long, and yet she still harbored possessive desires, wishing to exploit his affection for them. Not quite. We are all orphans taken in by our esteemed mentor, who has never experienced romantic relationships in his life. However, Lorren feels that Anna is mocking him. Nicholas is also uncertain about her current thoughts. On one hand, Anna's words suggest that Lorren might be taken away, while on the other hand, they do not hinder Lorren from seeking happiness. So, how about marrying our esteemed mentor, becoming a mother without pain, and having a lovely student like me? Anna turned over, facing upward, gazing at Layla's face. Is it too early to say this? With that remark, Layla's face flushed slightly, but she quickly realized something and added, "Besides, two men cannot be together. That's not a problem. In the kingdom of Bartholomew, two men can indeed marry. Well, that's enough of that." Lorren promptly covered Anna's mouth, only to feel her licking his hand, causing him to retract it in shock. Simultaneously, Lorren glanced at Mirror Heart, who wore an innocent expression. Whether Lorren believed it or not, Anna's actions were truly unrelated to her. "How old are you, Layla?" After breaking free from her restraints, Anna began conversing familiarly with Layla again. "I am 21 this year." "Oh, I thought you were only slightly older than me. Turns out you are quite a bit older. You really look youthful, low emotional intelligence, short and squat. High emotional intelligence. You truly appear youthful." This was Lorren's first realization of Layla's age. For witches, age does not hold much significance, as both mentality and appearance do not undergo substantial changes with time. However, witches find it difficult to live for extended periods. If their appearance remains unchanged for too long, it raises suspicions. In this world, relocating is no simple task. Hence, most witches are under 30. Those who are immortal, paradoxically, tend to live shorter lives than ordinary people. The average lifespan of a witch does not exceed 3 years. And this is only due to a few ancient beings of thousands of years inflating the average lifespan. Lorren was surprised to find that Layla was older than all the other witches present. Anna is 12, Luna 17, Scarlet 18, Nicholas 20, and as for Mirror Heart, Lorren was unsure of her age. She could be 10 or perhaps several thousand years old. The train continued its journey, with Anna asleep on Lorren's lap. Having eaten her fill and preferring to cuddle while sleeping, sometimes Lorren wondered if he was raising a koala. He decided to place the remaining snacks from his backpack on the table for everyone to share. What Anna left was sufficient for them all. She typically ate more than all of them combined at home. Layla naturally joined them. Having already considered Lorren a friend, she felt less reserved. Their journey was filled with laughter and joy. The train was not particularly fast, powered solely by coal, yet it was comfortable enough, with sealed compartments that spared them from being covered in coal dust. Several hours later, they entered the kingdom of Bartholomew. However, there was still some distance to the train station in the capital. The kingdom of Bartholomew spans several times the area of the kingdom of Gedlon. making it a medium-sized nation. By the time they reached their destination, evening had fallen. Esteemed mentor, do you have arranged accommodations? I know of a reasonably clean inn. As an adventurer, Layla had visited here many times and volunteered to be Lorren's guide. No need. Although we have not prepared accommodations, others will assist us with that. You can come along with us. Noticing that Anna was still asleep, Lorren gently lifted her. Despite her considerable appetite, Anna seemed to defy the law of conservation of mass, as she was surprisingly light, and he hardly exerted any effort in carrying her. Upon stepping off the train, Lorren was met with a warm welcome. A group of scantily clad women stood at the entrance, greeting him. Welcome to the kingdom of Bartholomew. We will introduce you to the local customs. What a foul smell. The moment he disembarked, Lorren was hit by a terrible stench, but with Anna in his arms. He had no free hand to cover his nose. Eventually, it was Mirrorheart who handed him a mask, and another person provided one as well. Lorren was well aware of the circumstances in the kingdom of Bartholomew and had prepared special masks beforehand. Is it stinky? The air here is sweet. The overweight man who had spoken to Lorren on the train reappeared before him, uttering words that starkly contrasted Lorren's sentiments. However, upon seeing Layla place her hand on her gun at her waist, he promptly vanished from Lorren's sight. Lorren and the others paid him little mind. He was merely a doomed individual. And every person who arrived here with a rosy outlook on the kingdom of Bartholomew met a grim fate. How vulgar. Layla regarded the superficial individuals with disdain. Noticing that Lorren was not looking at them, Layla turned to him with an expression full of admiration. Lorren's demeanor rendered the welcoming women awkwardly silent. Unsure of how to continue the conversation, leaving it to Lorren to speak. My daughter is tired. Please prepare us 2 guest rooms. Certainly, please follow me. We have already prepared a high-end inn for you. Lorren's arrival was no secret. The scarecrows had openly escorted him onto the train, so it was only natural that Bartholomew received the information. Please get in the carriage. The woman responsible for welcoming Lorren bent slightly, lowering her clothing as well. Inviting him into the carriage, they had arranged a luxurious vehicle for him. Let's go, Layla. Lorren extended the invitation to Layla, marking her first experience of such treatment. Me? Of course, who else? Don't be so formal with me. After placing Anna inside the carriage, Lorren reached out to help Layla up as well. The people of the kingdom of Bartholomew were even aware of the number of individuals in Lorren's party, and the prepared carriage was spacious enough to accommodate them all. I didn't know there could be such comfortable carriages. Layla stroked the carriage's cushions. This was high-end material. This was her first taste of privilege, as her previous visits to the kingdom of Bartholomew had been entirely on foot, and even her overnight stays had been intense. Indeed, these nobles know how to indulge. Compared to Bartholomew, Gedlon seems rather refined. At least they are merely greedy and do not take lives. Why do you say that? Are those rumors true? Layla suddenly recalled some tales she had heard earlier, sending a chill down her spine. Yes, they are true, and even more so than you might imagine. It is indeed true that people are made into furniture and that cannibalism occurs. These individuals will do anything for pleasure. The god of pestilence indeed wields some authority over carnal desires. Not just the god of pestilence. Every deity's authority is incomplete. Authority resembles a long, winding score. Each god has merely torn away a portion, and the tearing is not uniform. For instance, the god of pestilence seized 3/5 of pestilence and 1/10 of carnal desires. This is also why the oaths of the god of wind and the god of night and thunder are disharmonious, and they may even conflict with one another. The reason the god of light and fire is the strongest is that his authority over light is complete, and both aspects of his authority are harmonious. Listening to Lorren and the others converse, the carriage driver broke out in a sweat. What Lorren said might not cause him trouble, but it could spell disaster for him. Suddenly, Lorren felt the carriage jolt violently, prompting the driver to slam on the brakes. The commotion roused Anna from her slumber, and she rubbed her eyes, inquiring, "What happened, esteemed mentor?" "I don't know. Let me go take a look." "I'll go too." Lorren and Layla disembarked simultaneously, and as soon as they alighted, they were confronted with something that violently jolted the carriage. It was a burlap sack carelessly discarded in the middle of the road, from which a few drops of blood seeped. Just moments ago, the carriage had rolled over it, and the contents of the sack had been squeezed out. Yes, it had indeed been extruded. Inside was the upper half of a person, devoid of arms, the flesh reduced to a gruesome mass, with the bone of the missing limbs visible, while her eye sockets were hollow, devoid of any trace of eyeballs. She had lost her eyes long before being discarded here. "I apologize for disturbing your mood. Let us proceed to the inn, as someone will soon arrive to clear this up." Very well. Lorren had witnessed such horrors numerous times, and undoubtedly Layla had as well. Yet no matter how many times she encountered such sights, she always felt a surge of indignation. Yet, she could alter nothing. Let's return for now. The source of all this malevolence lies with the gods. Until this era of divine rule is brought to an end, nothing will change. Even if Lorren were to rise as a vengeful spirit and slay the nobility. Very well. Upon returning to the carriage, Anna inquired about what had transpired, to which Lorren merely replied that they had hit a stone. Although night had fallen, some buildings along the road still glowed with light, indicating that these places were just beginning their operations. Soon, the carriage arrived beside the inn, a venue so lavish it could rival the royal palace of the Getterland Kingdom. And this was no exaggeration. Moreover, it was also the cleanest place in the Bartholomew Kingdom. Lorren could not even detect any foul odors. Greetings, esteemed mentor. I am here to escort you to your room. At the entrance of the inn, a waitress donned in a bunny girl costume had been awaiting Lorren's arrival. Not only her, but the other attendants were adorned in increasingly peculiar attire, prompting Lorren to wish to shield Anna's eyes. Very well, Lorren followed the waitress's lead. Despite their sole piece of luggage being a backpack, the inn had dispatched several scantily clad attendants to assist in carrying it. The backpack contained merely some leftover snack from Anna, yet they lifted it as if it were a weighty burden, performing various odd maneuvers. Lorren, however, did not cast them a glance, which resulted in a slight sense of frustration among the attendants. The reason was simple. Lorren possessed a certain aversion to physical contact with such individuals, and although they had been selected for their beauty from various locales, they were still unworthy of comparison to a witch. Chapter 81, Wishes. The hour was late. Let us rest for now. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Good night, Layla. Then had prepared 2 rooms for Lorren and his companions, one for them and the other for Layla, as per Lorren's intention. However, just as he was about to step through the door, Anna stopped him. That won't do. We girls will have 1 room, and you boys will have another. Are you really suggesting that a grown man like yourself should squeeze in with a bunch of little girls? Though Lorren yearned to retort that she hadn't expressed such sentiments when she had insisted on sharing his bed previously, he noticed Anna was fervently signaling him, presenting an opportunity to draw closer to Layla. How in his thought process had come to this was a mystery. At times Lorren could not discern whether Anna or Nacris was the elder sister. Nacris was indeed slightly older, but not by much, and she lacked Anna's perceptiveness, whereas Anna often grasped things instantly and continually provided support to Lorren. Lorren found Anna's argument irrefutable, as outwardly it was indeed as she said. It was only he and Layla who were male. Come now, stop being so melodramatic. Don't you have any acquaintances to keep you company while you sleep? Seeing Lorren remain unresponsive, Layla simply pulled him into the room. She cast a disdainful glance at the attendants before firmly shutting the door. After a long day of train travel, they were both fatigued. Layla stretched languidly, intending to leap onto the bed. It was spacious enough to accommodate a game of cards. Wait! Lorren suddenly grasped Layla's arm, and in response to her puzzled gaze, he sprayed alcohol throughout the room and retrieved fresh sheets from his backpack. All done. Why are you being so fussy? Despite her words, Layla remained patient, awaiting Lorren to change the sheets. Exercising caution was not a flaw. This inn catered specifically to esteemed guests from foreign lands, and it was indeed pristine. The sheets were brand new, yet Lorren still felt a sense of unease. The squalor that littered the streets fresh in his memory. Under his directive, the adjacent room was thoroughly cleaned as well. All set, the moment he finished. Layla jumped onto the bed and deliberately tested its springiness. After lying there for a moment, she rose again, removing her boots to reveal her delicate, pale feet. She was not tall, and thus her feet were small, fitting comfortably within Lorren's grasp. Having worn boots all day, her feet appeared even whiter. Lorren felt fortunate that witches were so impeccably pristine as to never emit any unpleasant odors. Otherwise, the air here would surely be foul. Good night. After shedding her shoes, Layla sprawled across the bed, ready to sleep. Good night. Lorren extinguished the light and lay beside Layla, both remaining clothed as they drifted into slumber. However, long after the lights had gone out, Layla continued to toss and turn, unable to find rest. What's wrong? It's nothing. Just that it's my first time sleeping with someone else. It feels unfamiliar. Layla spoke candidly, turning to face Lorren, the moonlight casting a glow upon her features, rendering her green eyes even more luminous. Alas, the moonlight in this world was blood red, giving Layla an unsettling appearance, prompting Lorren to draw the curtains more tightly. He recalled that the first time he shared a bed with Layla, she had been similarly restless, and he understood her plight. Should I sleep elsewhere? The sofa in the living room is quite spacious. No need. It is thanks to you that I am able to stay here. It would be ungrateful to send you away. Layla grasped the hem of Lorren's clothing, preventing him from leaving his thoughts. The two reclined once more, facing each other, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward, prompting Lorren to turn away. I'm sorry. As Lorren closed his eyes, he suddenly heard Layla's apology. What is it? When you first boarded the carriage, I did not recognize your identity and spoke harshly to you. Layla had always been skeptical of others' reputations, believing them to be mere embellishments. Much like the articles that glorified the new king of the Getterland kingdom, whom she had previously met and found to be nothing more than a greedy little man. Her secret abilities allowed her to easily see through a person's facade. Thus, upon perceiving Lorren's true nature, she felt a pang of guilt. Hey, it's all good. Really. Lorren had forgotten the incident entirely, surprised that Layla still remembered it. Layla knew Lorren would not take it to heart, yet she felt compelled to apologize. If only the prominent figures in this world were like you, perhaps it would be a better place. Perhaps. Lorren turned onto his back, resting his hands behind his head as he stared at the ceiling and continued. This world is governed by the gods. The capabilities of ordinary people are limited. If one truly wishes to change this world, listening to Lorren's words, Layla's heart began to race. Then we must slay the gods and dethrone them. They are the root of this world's corruption. From the moment he embraced Anna, Lorren had resolved to eradicate the gods. Is it really possible? Layla tightened her grip on the gun at her waist, feeling exhilarated. Yet even she sensed the daunting improbability. She would not flinch at the prospect of assassinating the Pope. But the gods felt too distant, almost unreal. She had heard of the angels' methods and knew that no number of her own could stand against them. And the angels, after all, were merely messengers of the true gods. It is possible. Sometimes, Lorren ponders the potential consequences of an otherworldly deity's descent. Would they consume this world, transform it into a paradise, or perhaps establish a utopia? Each deity would likely act in their unique manner. The god of greed, Pluto, might devour the world whole, while others may not follow suit. What leaves a lasting impression on Lorren is the god of pleasure, Cashin, whose actions defy logic. If he finds you amusing, he will assist you upon your prayer. This is why players often find success in their supplications to him. No one is more entertaining than they are. However, such assistance comes at a cost. Following a response to your prayer, an event deemed interesting by Cashin will unfold nearby. The definition of interesting is quite broad. A happy ending can be intriguing, yet so can unexpected outcomes. With good fortune, Cashin may bless you and your beloved with eternal happiness. But he could just as easily transform you into a cucumber. More likely, he might conjure a beautiful maiden's visage on your undergarments, leaving you forever unable to remove them without destruction, ultimately condemning you to endure her disdainful commentary on your increasingly unpleasant odor. Chapter 82. Journey to the Tower of Sin. Awaken, Lorren, we must head to the Tower of Sin, Layla called out early in the morning, rousing Lorren from slumber. He had long forgotten the last time he was awakened in a normal manner. Oh, very well. Lorren struggled to sit up. He had not slept comfortably the previous night, his rest disrupted by the unfamiliar surroundings, and he found himself growing increasingly finicky. Upon stepping outside, he encountered several attendants waiting at the door, all male and of the youthful, eager variety. Realizing the situation, Lorren understood that the innkeepers must have assumed he was one of their kind. After all, he had not glanced at any of the women yesterday and had chosen to sleep alongside Layla after parting ways with Nachilles and the others. So such suspicions were not unwarranted. I am not one of them. You may leave now and arrange for a carriage to take me to the Tower of Sin. After dismissing the attendants, Lorren knocked on the door of Nachilles and her companions, who always rose earlier than he did. Children, prepare to depart for the Tower of Sin. Can we eat first? Anna rubbed her eyes and was the first to emerge. Let us have rations. The food here is unclean. Baradoro resembled India in many respects, lacking even the spices that characterized the latter. Consuming the fare here was less desirable than eating provisions, especially since Scarlet S-Space contained ample meals prepared by Mirage. The space also preserved food well, as living creatures, including microorganisms, could not enter. Very well. Although Anna enjoyed being pampered, she still heeded Lorren's words. The people of Baradoro are quite efficient under specific circumstances. As Lorren stepped out of the hotel, their escort had once again changed. This time, a group of young girls awaited them, most of whom were even younger than Anna. What does this signify? Do they think I am a copper smelter? Lorren felt a headache coming on. The people of Baradoro were exhausting themselves to please him. News of his ability to forge emberlight had spread, elevating his importance in the eyes of the influential. Initially, their respect stemmed from admiration for his knowledge and reputation, but now they genuinely sought to curry favor with him. The god of plague can indeed extend the lifespans of his followers, albeit limitedly and only for those capable of such feats. No, I can see that they are all inexperienced. They must be meant to entertain esteemed guests. How did you discern that? Lorren, possessing the eye of true sight, struggled to detect such details, leaving him perplexed at how Mirage managed it. Perhaps it is a talent. For instance, I can see that among our group, only Scarlet besides myself has experience. The rest are blank slates, including the bird on your shoulder. Wait, your ability doesn't even differentiate between species? Suddenly, Lorren realized that Mirage's talent could have other applications. In a place like Berdoro, where illness is commonplace, spotting an inexperienced individual likely indicated they were a witch. In truth, Lorren had no effective means of identifying witches. He relied solely on memory and experience. Mirage's ability could prove invaluable in this regard. Once he had sent the others away, Lorren finally led everyone to the carriage. The Tower of Sin was a classic dungeon, having ventured through it several times. He remembered each location clearly and expected to complete it within an hour. However, he was concerned that delays might lead to unforeseen complications, so they needed to hurry. The journey will take approximately 2 hours. Please be patient, the coachman said, gripping the reins. The carriage was once again drawn by magical beasts. The Tower of Sin lay in the wilderness adjacent to the royal capital, but given Berdoro's size, it would still require some time to reach. On the carriage, the group began to address their breakfast. The backpack was handed to Scarlet, who pretended to retrieve items from it, when in reality, she was drawing from the space of the Reaper. Lorren had taught her this trick. Otherwise, Scarlet would never have conceived such a method. Here, Scarlet distributed sandwiches to each person and piled various foods onto Anna's lap. Anna's appetite far exceeded Scarlet's. The latter could never outcompete her in food theft. In truth, Scarlet's previous attempts to snatch food from Anna resembled a contest for affection. The most gluttonous Anna was also the most favored by Lorren, prompting Scarlet to employ this tactic to gain Lorren's attention. However, that was no longer necessary. Scarlet generously offered all her food to Anna, even feeding her by hand. In response, Anna remarked that it was all part of the plan. Whether Luna or Scarlet, everyone who wished to be her mother would treat her well. Yet even while eating, Anna did not forget to clutch the hem of Lorren's garment with her other hand, determined not to relinquish him to anyone else. As the carriage exited the capital, the surroundings grew markedly desolate. Following the deity of abundance's usurpation of the bounteous lands, other regions mirrored this desolation. Even in the wild, aside from certain primeval forests, green was a rare sight. Beside the carriage, 2 individuals wearing bird-beaked masks accompanied them. They were known as plague bearers, serving a role akin to scarecrows in the Church of Abundance. Each church had its own version of such figures. Given Berdoro's sparse population, even the number of plague bearers was limited. Due to the emergence of the Tower of Sin, most plague bearers were stationed there, resulting in a smaller contingent available to protect Lorren and his companions. They resembled the bird-beaked doctors of Europe, yet their duties were entirely opposite. While the latter healed plagues, these individuals spread them. Just as scarecrows guard the fields, they were, true to their name, agents of contagion, disseminating disaster and disease. However, despite their similar roles, the combat prowess of the plague bearers was significantly higher due to their divine powers, although the sheer number of scarecrows could overwhelm many. It was under such circumstances that Lorren witnessed one of the plague bearers on the left side of the carriage suddenly topple from his mount, causing the horse to stumble as well. Something is amiss. Prepare for combat, Layla exclaimed, grasping the back of the carriage for support as she drew her revolver. Lorren also retrieved his weapons from within his black cloak, one hand gripping a wand, the other a submachine gun. Is it the night sky star 44 forged in the domain of the god of night and thunder? Layla gasped upon seeing Lorren's firearm, her eyes betraying a hint of envy. Ah, connoisseur, this was the first time someone had recognized Lorren's weapon. The names of firearms in this world were entirely different from those in reality, resembling the names of various pieces of jewelry. Chapter 83, Plague Bearer. The firearms from the domain of the god of night and thunder are indeed superior. Lorren twirled the submachine gun in his grasp, deliberately showcasing it to Layla. Normally, Lorren would never engage in such ostentation, but reuniting with an old comrade rekindled a youthful fervor within him. The realm of night and thunder, equipped with electricity, boasted a level of modernization far beyond other territories, featuring numerous factories. Consequently, the weaponry they produced was of the utmost precision. Elsewhere, one would find only rudimentary rifles, and in some places, flintlocks still in use. Only the domain of night and thunder could manufacture the compact submachine gun that Lorren now held. Prepare yourselves. Lorren's instinctive warning reverberated. In this critical moment, Anna hastily stowed the remaining provisions back in her backpack, gripping the long sword at her waist, while Nikali's retrieved her wand. and Luna positioned her flute to her lips, still yet to fully master the nuances of her newly acquired magical techniques. Even Kyoko drew her firearm, whereas Scarlet silently huddled in a corner, cradling her head. In the next instant, an arrow shot forth with astonishing speed, pinning the coachman to the wagon. The pulling beast, startled, caused the entire carriage to tilt perilously. Layla promptly leaped from the window, taking refuge behind the wagon to assess her surroundings. Lorren, stay put. I'll draw their fire. Having grown familiar with the situation, Layla addressed Lorren by name. After ensuring Lorren was secure, she dashed to the trunk of a gnarled tree, her petite frame perfectly concealed behind it. I'll join you. Lorren also sprang from the wagon, surmising that the attacker's target was indeed him. Remaining with the children would only jeopardize their safety. Another arrow flew, yet this time, Lorren was not the intended target. The vigilant plague-bearer was struck through the skull. An ill omen indeed. Lorren calculated that, given the arrow's velocity, evasion was impossible, but he could utilize his instincts to avert danger through phasing. I hope you're well, esteemed mentor. After dispatching the guard, several figures emerged from behind a nearby mound of earth, clad in camouflage, with one brandishing a crossbow, the very perpetrator responsible for slaying the plague-bearer. What brings you to seek me? Knowing Lorren's identity and still daring to act against him could only indicate either folly or formidable prowess, judging by the swift elimination of two plague-bearers. They undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. They advanced toward Lorren with unwavering confidence, dismissing him entirely, for his reputation as a mere mortal without combat prowess preceded him. Lorren. Upon witnessing Lorren surrounded, Layla leaped from behind the tree, positioning herself protectively behind him. Yet, despite Layla aiming her firearm at them, they exhibited no signs of fear. One even placed a foot upon the corpse of the plague-bearer. Do not be alarmed, esteemed mentor. We seek your assistance. Kindly accompany us. As the group continued to encroach, Layla fired her weapon, simultaneously urging Lorren to flee in the opposite direction from the wagon. However, her strategy faltered as the bullets were effortlessly dodged by the man with the crossbow, and Lorren did not manage to escape in time. Run, Lorren. Layla discharged 5 rounds in quick succession, yet none found their mark. Their adversaries reacted with remarkable swiftness, rendering Layla's standard revolver ineffective against them. Thus, while urging Lorren to flee, Layla adeptly reloaded her revolver, her gaze fixed on the approaching foes. Yet Lorren showed no inclination to retreat, instead shaking his head in refusal. Lorren understood that Layla intended to employ her secret abilities, fully aware that doing so might expose her identity as a sorceress. Yet he remained resolute in his desire to protect her. Layla, perplexed by Lorren's intentions, ultimately chose to trust him, relinquishing her firearm while keeping her eyes trained on the leader of the group. Silently, the relentless mark of pursuit had already been inscribed upon him. Should he truly intend harm against Lorren, Layla's next bullet would surely find its target. So, what assistance do you require? In this dire moment, Lorren maintained an air of calm, even taking the time to aid in collecting the remains of the plague-bearer, carrying the first fallen one back to rest at his feet. You are truly a benevolent soul. Surely, you would wish to assist in lifting the curse afflicting our leader. Your leader is cursed, you say? Ah, yes, you must be part of that notorious band of robbers. Robber bands are commonplace in this world, some formidable, others feeble. Yet Lorren's recollection of them remained vague. He only remembered having effortlessly annihilated them previously due to their leader bearing the curse of the god of abundance. Hence his familiarity. To think you are aware of us, an honor indeed. Thus, you will surely help us, one to you? Even if Lorren did not recall their names. They seemed undeterred, exhibiting neither their tone nor demeanor as that of supplicants. In this world, information reigns supreme. Those who possess it can accomplish feats far beyond their inherent capabilities. You speak wisely. As they drew ever closer, Lorren continued, thus were I in your position, I would refrain from such actions. Oh, presently, in the kingdom of Bartholomew, the Church of Abundance cannot assist you, and the plague-bearer of Bartholomew possesses little strength left. You, the leader of the robbers' expression hardened, not from fear of Lorren, but from the sensation of something grasping at his ankle. Soudain sans signe danger. He looked down to discover the corpse of the plague-bearer clutching his leg. The plague-bearer raised its head, its bird-like mask tumbling away, revealing its decayed features. In the next moment, a swarm of flies erupted from the plague-bearer's mouth, eyes, nose, and ears, engulfing the robber in an instant. The other plague-bearer met the same fate. The sudden onslaught of flies surrounded them, and any contact with their bodies caused their skin to rot instantaneously. Plague-bearers possess lingering curses. How foolish to approach their remains. Lorren phased momentarily before swiftly retreating. Even in death, plague bearers retain a modicum of awareness, discerning friend from foe, thus sparing Lorren from harm. The flies lingered for mere seconds before dissipating, leaving the band of robbers as nothing more than putrid corpses. Plague bearers are seldom slain, and even upon death, they are taken by their curse, which few are aware of. Even Lorren had perished at the hands of plague bearers on several occasions. Today, however, the curse of the plague bearers inadvertently assisted Lorren. Chapter 84, Arrival. All is resolved. Children, come forth. Lorren stowed away his wand and firearm, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. By the way, do you know how to drive a wagon? The events that had just transpired seemed trivial to Lorren, who was more concerned with inquiring whether Layla possessed the skills to maneuver a wagon. What exactly just happened? Layla, still reeling from the recent events, found the visual impact of the plague bearer's curse overwhelming. As the envoy of the god of pestilence, the plague bearer harbored the suppressed power of disease within, which could be wielded in life but would erupt upon death to vanquish foes. While elucidating this to Layla, Lorren approached the wagon, extricating the others from the overturned vehicle and righting it. Is that so? Layla recognized the significance of this information, realizing that few in the world were privy to such knowledge. In truth, both scarecrows and plague bearers rarely suffered casualties. Only the kingdom of Gedlon had produced corrupted beings due to Lorren's intervention. Otherwise, the scarecrows would not have perished in such numbers. I can drive the wagon. Allow me. After Lorren calmed the startled beast with the reverse curse, Layla took her place at the reins. However, I've never driven a wagon pulled by magical beasts before. This beast resembles a horse to some extent, though it possesses sharp fangs, is carnivorous, and has barbed hooves. Fear not, drive with confidence. Lorren, having moved closer to the creature, exuded an aura that made it feel at ease, rendering it docile. The scorn of all beings can nearly ruin a person, hence the potency of the curse's reversal is formidable. Lorren paid little mind to the chaotic aftermath, knowing that the plague church would eventually handle it. His immediate objective was to hasten his arrival at the Tower of Sin. Fortunately, with a map in hand and Layla familiar with the route, they could reach their destination in a timely manner. From a distance, Lorren observed a crowd gathered around a peculiar structure, a tower formed from a mound of bones. Many were intrigued by this bizarre edifice, particularly adventurers. Most compellingly, upon catching sight of the Tower of Sin, individuals instinctively yearned to enter, leading to the disappearance of several plague bearers. Especially notable were those who emerged, often bringing forth treasures, which further fueled the curiosity of onlookers. In this world, many resources are monopolized by the church. Ordinary people, unless they join, may never encounter magic, making this their only opportunity to alter their destinies. Numerous plague bearers maintained order here, yet they did not prevent others from entering. They understood the necessity of trial and error to uncover the mysteries within, and those who exited would invariably face scrutiny. Master, you have finally arrived. Do you know what this is? Upon disembarking from the carriage, Lorren was greeted by a plague bearer who had come to welcome him, neglecting to inquire about the whereabouts of the two plague bearers assigned to protect him. I do not know, which is why I wish to enter. I am quite fascinated by the unknown. However, it is perilous within. The odds of emerging alive are slim. The plague bearer attempted to dissuade Lorren, as they had their own interests in mind, but Lorren was resolute. I am aware. I have my reasons. He bypassed the plague bearer and approached the Tower of Sin, where the plague church had erected numerous temporary structures, including one specifically prepared for Lorren and his companions. I shall tidy up before entering. Please do not disturb me. After issuing his instructions, Lorren stepped into the makeshift dwelling, a wooden structure devoid of windows, illuminated solely by oil lamps. Catch this. What is this? The Celestial Stars 44. Layla exclaimed in exhilaration as she received the firearm Lorren tossed her. It was her first encounter with such a powerful weapon, and she couldn't help but cherish it. I wish to give it to you. Is that truly so, father? Hearing Lorren's words, Layla leaped onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck. This sensation was akin to praising a roommate's extravagant computer setup only to receive an identical one in return. Such high-end goods are unattainable even with wealth. Not even the god of night and thunder possess many, yet Lorren willingly offered her two. Do not rush. There are bullets as well. Lorren instructed Scarlet to retrieve several magazines filled with ammunition from his backpack, each containing 50 rounds. He tossed the magazines to Layla, who trembled at the sight of so many bullets. Accustomed to using a revolver for its affordability and efficiency, she was overwhelmed by Lorren's generous supply. These are enchanted with flesh-rending properties, and these are imbued with the power to shatter. Remember to load them into the respective firearms. Enchanted bullets? Such a luxury. Enchanted ammunition is scarcely simpler to create than enchanted blades, and they deplete quickly. I have scarcely used enchanted bullets in my lifetime, yet you bestow upon me 7 or 800. This is no mere fatherly gift. This is akin to a biological progenitor. Here is a dagger for you. I know you're accustomed to using such weapons. It is fully enchanted perhaps 5 or 6 times. Fully enchanted? 5 or 6 times. Setting aside the exorbitant cost of enchantments, most ordinary weapons can only be enchanted once. The ability to accommodate multiple enchantments signifies the extraordinary quality of this blade. At that moment, Layla suddenly pondered, given the multitude of beautiful women surrounding Lorren, why was he so generous to her? A fleeting thought sparked in her mind. But upon reflection, Lorren was handsome, kind-hearted, and of good character. It was not entirely implausible. Yet, she feared that when Lorren discovered her lack of experience, her dreams might shatter. As she accepted the dagger, her hands trembled, nearly prompting her to kneel before him. Though Layla roamed freely, her financial situation was dire. And this, a set of potions ranging from temporary attribute boosts to detoxification and healing, carry them well. Moreover, this black cloak offers some resistance against magic and conceals one's presence. Most importantly, I have design pockets within for holding potions and magazines, facilitating the transport of these items. Layla ran her fingers over the cloak, noting the quality of its fabric. Looking at the array of items accumulating around her, she resolved that if she managed to survive, she would ensure to attend to her hygiene that evening. This time, I, Anachris, and Layla will enter. The others shall wait here, and we will return swiftly. Hooray! Scarlet cheered at the prospect of avoiding danger. Why am I not to go as well? In stark contrast to Scarlet's enthusiasm, Luna felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing she would not be joining. Chapter 85. Inside the Tower. Those burdened by guilt are not safe within the Tower of Sin. After casting a shielding spell, Lorren meticulously explained the rules governing the Tower of Sin. However, the contents within were entirely random. Having entered several times, Lorren noted that each experience was unique, making it impossible to convey everything at once. Luna, you have rescued some nobles. Scarlet, you have stolen numerous items. Neither of you can enter. Perhaps these sins seemed trivial, yet Lorren could not permit them to take such risks. In truth, he was reluctant to allow Anachris and Luna to enter either, but in pursuit of the ultimate prize, he could not rely solely on himself. Furthermore, opportunities for their growth were scarce, and Lorren was determined not to forfeit this chance. In a brief span, he armed each individual thoroughly. Even Anachris and Luna received complete sets of equipment. We are well prepared. Let us set forth. Lorren need not worry about the others. He had taken less than a fifth of the gear, leaving them sufficiently equipped to obliterate this place. Upon exiting, he encountered numerous individuals eager to ingratiate themselves with him. Yet, without a word, he bypassed them and proceeded directly towards the tower. Master, I am Helen Stern, the captain of the enforcement team. I have come to accompany you inside. A woman in her 30s approached Lorren, her demeanor excessively sycophantic. No need. Lorren continued to disregard her, firmly grasping Anachris's hand. The four of them held hands, as Lorren had previously instructed that upon entering through the main gate, they would randomly materialize within the Tower of Sin. But by holding hands, they could circumvent this issue. Master, Brenda attempted to interject, only to witness Lorren and his companions disappear before her eyes. The others seeking to curry favor with Lorren turned away, deeming the risk unworthy. However, Brenda, gritting her teeth, followed them into the Tower of Sin, as she had intended to enter all along. Master, where are we? Anachris found herself enveloped in darkness before they emerged in an unfamiliar location, dimly lit. The walls constructed from stone and blood-stained clay, with torches embedded in the walls serving as the sole source of illumination. The flickering greenish light of the torches cast an eerie glow throughout the chamber. We have arrived within the Tower of Sin. It resembled a dungeon, and typical light sources were rendered ineffective. Fortunately, the available illumination allowed for some visibility. Follow me closely. The souls of the sinners who perish here shall remain eternally imprisoned within their corpses, ultimately transforming into monstrosities. Lorren continued to lead Anna forward, his other hand brandishing a submachine gun, prepared to confront any lurking horrors. After traversing a short distance, they arrived at a fork in the path, where Lorren unhesitatingly chose the left route. Do you know the way? Layla inquired. Lorren replied candidly, I do not, but if we consistently keep to the left, we are bound to find an exit. Given the unpredictable architecture within, even Lorren could not memorize the routes. Although his method was rather simplistic, it proved effective. It was the only option available. The group reached a corridor reminiscent of a prison block, flanked by darkened cells, obscured from view. I was wrong. Spare me. A sudden plea for mercy echoed from within one of the cells, causing Nicholas to instinctively cling to Lorren in fright. The oppressive atmosphere had weighed heavily on her nerves, and the unexpected voice sent a surge of terror through her. Her body pressed tightly against Lorren's, and he could feel her heartbeat quicken. "Fear not, I am here," he reassured, wrapping his arms around Nicholas and gently stroking her hair. "I am frightened too." Anna, witnessing this, also embraced Lorren, yet it did not hinder his grip on the gun. Are they perhaps a bit too timid? Layla halted to examine the scene within the cell. Through the dim light, she discerned a figure bound by chains, motionless, as if the recent outburst had drained its last vestiges of strength. However, despite her thoughts, a twinge of envy stirred within Layla. Having been raised by Lorren, Nicholas and Anna must have lived blissfully, able to retreat into their father's embrace when fear struck. Unlike her, who had to raise her weapon against the encroaching dread or face death. Upon hearing Layla's remark, Nicholas quickly distanced herself from Lorren, as she had always wished to conceal her vulnerabilities from others, yet instinctively relied on him when faced with danger. Stung by the truth of Layla's words, Nicholas shot a fierce glare in her direction, while Anna simply stuck out her tongue at Layla, her expression devoid of any trace of fear. "It is all right. Change takes time. If you cannot change, it matters not. I shall always be here." Lorren's words once more silenced Layla, who tightened her grip on the bars, concealing her expression from him. The group pressed onward, and this time, fortune favored Lorren. From the very first fork, he discovered the correct path to the next level, encountering neither monsters nor traps along the way. The Tower of Sin comprises 7 levels, and intriguingly, one would expect each layer to correspond to the 7 deadly sins of gluttony, envy, greed, sloth, pride, wrath, and lust. In reality, however, the tower represents greed, hatred, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt, along with 2 hidden rooms, an insight Lorren had only grasped after several forays through this place. A glimmer caught their attention, a bright point amidst the gloomy prison, illuminating the surroundings. "Be cautious. There are bound to be monsters guarding the entrance to the next level," Lorren warned, prompting the group to prepare for battle. They emerged from the corridor into a relatively spacious area, where massive maw awaited them at the staircase's threshold. The mouth, 2 meters wide and devoid of lips, revealed decayed gums, yet its yellowed fangs remained razor-sharp. "What manner of creature is that?" Lorren mused, recognizing it as a sinner transformed into a monster due to their greed. Its mouth was formidable, rendering most attacks futile. They would need to aim for the smaller body behind it, but if possible, do not kill it outright. Understood. The interior of the Tower of Sin bore a semblance to a roguelike game, a setting Lorren had relished leveling up in previously. Layla stepped forward, and upon sensing her approach, the great maw sprang to life. At last, Lorren caught a glimpse of its legs, which appeared comically small in comparison to its massive mouth. The maw lurched towards Layla, who fired a few test shots. Though they failed to inflict harm, they successfully incited the creature's wrath, and it charged at her recklessly, exposing its back. Chapter 86, The Corridor of Truth. Seizing the opportunity, Lorren fired, shattering the creature's body, its mouth propelled forward by inertia. Level up, 1 attribute point gained. Current level, 23, 90 experience points until the next upgrade. This was precisely why Lorren had instructed the others not to dispose of the monsters too swiftly. He sought to accumulate experience alongside them. Digging through the monster's remains, Lorren retrieved a peculiar shard, a fragment symbolizing greed, capable of unlocking a treasure chest within this realm. Pointing it out, the group finally noticed the chest concealed in the corner. "It's done. Let us proceed to the next level." Lorren refrained from opening the chest, instead heading directly to the entrance of the next layer, which resembled the main door. Mere contact would initiate a teleportation. As the group joined hands once more, Layla voiced her curiosity. "Why not open the chest? I have other uses for the shard," Lorren explained succinctly before touching the door, and they transitioned to the next level. This time, they were not so fortunate. The instant they materialized in the new layer, they were beset by an attack from a humanoid creature with eyes covering its entire head. Before it could launch its assault, Lorren swiftly severed the row of eyes atop its head with his sword. As the creature recoiled in pain, he shot its leg, causing it to topple. Taking advantage of its fall, Lorren unleashed a barrage of gunfire, obliterating every last eye. Finally, the creature ceased its struggles, and Lorren's experience bar increased by 10. This was a sinner of doubt. Only by destroying all its eyes could it be slain, yet this one had not fully transformed into a monster. Its complete form would be entirely covered in eyes. Thus, it only granted Lorren 10 experience points, as it was not yet its final form. The mere thought of its complete appearance sent a chill down Nicholas's spine. Let us move on. Incomplete monsters do not possess sin shards. How do you know everything? Layla queried, incredulous. Isn't this the first time this structure has appeared here? Layla had yet to fully acclimate to Lorren's extensive knowledge, whereas Nicholas and the others had long since adjusted. Even if Lorren were to suddenly reveal how to slay a deity, they would find it unremarkable. In truth, I'm a prophet. There exists nothing I do not know. This question had been posed to Lorren by more than one individual, and he had long since prepared a response. The second layer proved less straightforward. Lorren had already encountered 2 dead ends, dispatching several monsters along the way, including those of doubt, greed, and ignorance, though none were in their complete forms. The group remained unperturbed. As long as they adhered to the left wall, they would inevitably find an exit. This time, Lorren took the lead, familiar with the numerous traps ahead. Even if he encountered some hidden snares, his instincts and phasing ability would enable him to evade them. After all, there were no outsiders present. It mattered little if Layla discovered his phasing capability. Upon encountering a third dead end, a wall of flames barred their path, while all other routes had been confirmed as dead ends. What shall we do? Gradually, Layla began to unconsciously regard Lorren as their anchor, seeking his counsel when faced with challenges. This is the flame of sin, the deeper one's transgressions, the greater the harm they endure. Conversely, those devoid of sin or whose virtues outweigh their vices will remain unharmed. With that, Lorren stepped boldly into the inferno, and as he did, the flame subsided as if doused with water, shrinking to mere flickers that posed no obstruction to his vision. This was precisely why Lorren hesitated to allow others to enter. The flame of sin could indeed inflict harm upon them. Upon witnessing the scene, others followed suit, and Lorren continued his explanation. Should you encounter the flames of atonement, it indicates that this path is indeed the correct one. In truth, this phenomenon is rather perilous, for the flames of atonement possess the capacity to incinerate the souls of the damned directly. Thus, the phantasm of the tower cannot be evaded. Fortunately, Lorren does not belong to the ranks of the damned, rendering the flames ineffective against him. As they traversed the corridor engulfed by the flames of atonement, the vista abruptly expanded, revealing numerous passageways converging here, akin to countless tributaries merging into one. The space here is distorted, even on the same level. Individuals do not occupy the same realm, as several dimensions have been forcibly intertwined. Simultaneously, Lorren finally encountered others, many of whom were ensnared in this place. Ahead lay a lengthy corridor, where a throng of people was blocked at the entrance, a considerable crowd indeed. This is the corridor of truth, where each step taken automatically unveils a secret from the depths of one's heart, and retreating equates to death. Upon hearing Lorren's words, Layla, who had intended to step forward, suddenly hesitated, and even Nicholas found herself wavering. Do not worry. Proceed with confidence, Lorren urged, stepping into the corridor first. There, he recognized a familiar face, Helen, the captain of the enforcement team. Lorren was taken aback to find she had indeed entered and was now ahead of him. This was not entirely surprising, as Lorren had been trapped on the second layer for an extended period due to sheer misfortune. Ah, we meet again, Lorren greeted Helen. As he stepped into the corridor of truth, fragments of its rules echoed in his mind, elucidating why so many were ensnared here. However, there was no mention of retreating. Otherwise, the entrance would not be littered with corpses. The sight of these bodies illuminated the complete rules for the others. Many remained stuck at the entrance, hesitant to advance. Yet some managed to press on. With so many individuals present, should their secrets be divulged, their lives would be irrevocably altered. Anna, bouncing along behind Lorren, exhibited no such trepidation. Having been raised by Lorren since childhood, she resembled him most closely. At that moment, Anna's thoughts were simple. Should her identity as a witch be revealed, she would eliminate everyone present. She dashed ahead, and upon reaching the 1/3 mark, the corridor suddenly echoed with her voice. I adore my esteemed mentor. This declaration did not originate from Anna herself, but was instead broadcasted directly by the corridor. Lorren had not anticipated this to be classified as a secret, and neither did the others within the corridor. If that were the case, could they also continue onward? I wish to spend my life with my esteemed mentor. I never want to part from my esteemed mentor. By uttering 3 inconsequential statements, Anna successfully navigated the corridor. Simultaneously, Helen resolved to advance, recognizing that remaining trapped here was untenable. She too stepped forward, though it seemed the corridor of truth treated her differently. Ipusas no habilitas whatsoever. The criminals I apprehended were all innocent, coerced into confession through torture. As the corridor of judgment announced this statement, A shackle suddenly manifested around Helen's ankle. Its chain tethered to a heavy iron ball that emitted a piercing sound as it dragged along. If secrets were sins, the corridor of truth imposed shackles for them. Helen fell to her knees, her gaze vacant, astounded that the corridor had revealed her gravest secret on its very first attempt. If you dare to speak of this, I assure you, you'll be sentenced to death. The words of a condemned criminal hold no credibility. I'm quite frightened. Lorren mockingly gestured a middle finger at Helen. He had never regarded her with much seriousness, but now he discovered she had committed such acts. Helen's wish was fulfilled. She had indelibly impressed Lorren, albeit negatively. As Lorren continued onward, he anticipated that upon reaching the 1/3 mark, the corridor of truth would reveal his secret, yet it remained silent. Indeed, this place could read minds, but it could not discern the thoughts of the players behind the game characters. Even though Lorren had traversed dimensions, the effect of the corridor remained unchanged. Lorren leisurely proceeded through the corridor of truth, enveloped in silence. At that moment, Helen, akin to a vessel shattered beyond repair, charged forward. My position was acquired through my family's influence. To ascend, I caused the death of my superior during mission. With each secret divulged, new shackles materialized upon Helen's feet, ultimately dragging 3 iron balls as she reached the door at the corridor's end. The others remained motionless, their thoughts simple. As long as everyone else departed or perished, they could unburden themselves by revealing their secrets. Advance, Nicholas and Layla. Should you inadvertently expose any unspeakable secrets, I shall slay everyone here. Lorren's encouragement spurred Nicholas to take a step forward. I have discovered that my affection for my esteemed mentor has deepened. I do not wish for any other women to approach him. I feel uneasy when I cannot see him. Upon voicing these sentiments, Lorren maintained his composure, for he was already aware of them. However, Nicholas, in stark contrast, became visibly flustered. Her legs trembled, and upon emerging from the corridor, she collapsed into Lorren's embrace, exclaiming, "My esteemed mentor." Nicholas covered her face, unsure of how to confront Lorren, overwhelmed by embarrassment. "If you are weary, take a moment to rest. We shall proceed shortly. What is there to feel ashamed of? I shall remain silent." Anna approached Nicholas, but upon receiving a glare, she fell silent. "Are you two here to confess your feelings?" Layla interjected, her remark highlighting that their revelations hardly qualified as secrets. Any onlooker could discern them. Yet, Layla began to contemplate certain matters. Lorren's earlier words had piqued her interest. She had not anticipated him to utter such threats as to kill everyone for such reasons. Those words were spoken for her sake, leaving Layla with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Moreover, what secret could possibly warrant Lorren's threat against everyone? Perhaps Layla considered a possibility, glancing at Nicholas and Anna, both of whom were undeniably beautiful, just like herself. Could the secret be that they were both witches? This remained merely speculation, yet Layla's perception of Lorren shifted subtly. Ultimately, she too took a step forward. "I have developed feelings for Lorren. What should I do?" Upon reaching the 1/3 mark, the corridor of truth announced her revelation. Indeed, it was a truth from her heart, yet when exposed, Layla felt an acute embarrassment. She would have preferred her secret to be about assassinating certain nobles. "I fear Lorren may not accept the true me. I wish to reveal my most authentic self to him." Layla had not anticipated that her secret would also serve as a confession to Lorren, who awaited her ahead. In an instant, she found herself paralyzed by the prospect of facing him. "It is all right, my dear friend. Regardless of your true self, I shall embrace you," Lorren reassured, wrapping his arm around Layla's shoulders and offering a thumbs up. Interestingly, Lorren's first experience of affection had been with Layla. She was the first to harbor feelings for him. Not a witch, nor merely a woman, but the very first to cherish him. Although Layla suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, she steeled herself, remaining silent. Once again, they joined hands, and upon reaching the door at the corridor's end, they were transported to another location, resembling the entrance to the first layer. Yet this time, the Guardian was a fully realized enigma. The monsters within the prison spire are predominantly mechanized creatures, easily vanquished once their weaknesses are discerned. Under the relentless barrage of 4 simultaneous attacks, they are swiftly reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Lorren, amidst the carnage, discovers new shards of sin, resulting in a notable increase in his level by 50. Once again disregarding a treasure chest, the group ascends to the 3rd level. Here, Lorren encounters a creature known as Slow, which remains in incomplete form. Resembling a spider, its limbs are long and slender, stretching its body to cling to the ceiling, its tiny appendages struggling to support its weight. When prey ventures beneath it, the creature drops its bulging abdomen, ensnaring its victim as if grasping a toy. Although Slow's apparent weakness lies in its delicate legs. The true vulnerability is the minuscule eyes atop its head, rendering attacks on other areas largely ineffective, especially against its legs, which sustain minimal damage. Master, is there a treasure chest here? After defeating this incomplete Slow, Anna discovers a chest tucked away in a corner, indicating that this is not the final chamber. Unlike the final chamber's treasure, this chest does not require shards of sin to unlock, serving as the primary means of reward acquisition. Lorren muses that perhaps his presence as a guide is the reason for their fortune. However, he doubts the reliability of anyone else in his stead. Please, go ahead and open it. Confident in his luck, Lorren recalls his past experiences with card-drawing games, where he consistently secured guaranteed outcomes, thus vowing never to engage with any game that might lead to misfortune again. What is this, a scroll? Let me see. Lorren accepts the scroll handed to him by Anna and examines its contents, which detail a spell. It is a 6th-tier magic, Flame of Sin. This is not a disposable magic scroll, but rather one that instructs on the use of the spell. This unexpected boon ranks among the highest rewards found within treasure chests. Anna's luck seems remarkable. This spell will greatly enhance Lorren, while the Flame of Sin does not harm the virtuous. It can certainly incite a murderous intent in those who are not. Chapter 88. The Scales of Judgment. Under Lorren's guidance, their journey resembles a leisurely outing, with all traps deftly avoided and encountered monsters swiftly dispatched. Initially, Layla finds the experience exhilarating, but as they effortlessly traverse the 3rd level, her tension begins to wane. You didn't construct this tower, did you? How else could you possess such intimate knowledge, especially when the previous corridor of truths did not reveal your thoughts? Perhaps it is simply my honesty. I harbor no secrets, Lorren quips, continuing forward. After deftly sidestepping a spike that jutted from the ground, he proceeds nonchalantly. On this level, they encounter a creature known as Wrath, its body adorned with an array of weapons akin to a porcupine. These weapons are extraordinarily sharp, failing to inflict significant damage even against fully enchanted blades. However, much like the fur of a dog, these weapons possess directional properties. Striking at the correct angle allows for effortless slaying. After discovering several treasure chests, Lorren and his companions easily conquer the 4th level. Within one of the chests, Anna uncovers a knife, perfectly suited to her preference, prompting Lorren to bestow it upon her. He recalls that in the original narrative, Anna possessed a cursed blade, which eventually became a prize for defeating a boss. However, he remains unaware of its current whereabouts. Cursed blades are a distinctive feature within the finale, possessing a sentience that can backfire upon their unwieldy masters, while also wielding formidable powers with unique effects. Lorren also possesses knowledge of several crafting techniques for cursed blades. Thus, this knife shall suffice for Anna until a more suitable replacement can be procured. The other chests yield mere jewels and ordinary spells, lacking any noteworthy items, with the truly valuable treasures reserved for the final chamber. Lorren feels pleasantly surprised to have found these items. As they approach the final layer, they brace for an increase in traps and monsters. Lorren swaps out a nearly depleted magazine for a fresh one. In reality, reloading is a cumbersome task. Once a magazine is changed, the leftover bullets are wasted, and reloading each bullet individually is a slow process. The finale has significantly alleviated Lorren's reload anxiety. In this layer, they encounter the last of the creatures, Madness. The limbs of Madness have undergone a grotesque transformation, losing its ability to retreat, gaining instead an unstoppable charge. During this charge, all attacks are rendered ineffective. Moreover, Madness is the sole creature capable of altering the terrain. The walls here, though appearing to be mere stone and bone, are remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary methods of destruction. However, this presents an opportunity to combat Madness. After several collisions with the walls, it becomes dazed, allowing for easy extermination. After encountering multiple dead ends, Lorren and his companions finally discover the true path. Yet, their efforts are not entirely in vain, for within a private chamber, Lorren uncovers a rather useful accessory, Lurking Fong. Effect: if no combat is initiated within 10 seconds, the next attack will deal 150 damage. The item resembles a ring adorned with Fong-like decorations. Its effect is straightforward, but offers a noble percentage boost that remains advantageous even in later stages, or perhaps becomes most valuable then. One can imagine the scenario where, in the midst of a stealth attack, a powerful spell is unleashed upon an unsuspecting target. Even now, it can yield remarkable results during an ambush. The ring's attributes are somewhat imbalanced. You're quite fortunate. Lorren stows the ring away, playfully pinching Anna's cheek. The rings are draped around his neck, as wearing them on his fingers would hinder his dexterity. Lorren refuses to allow any factors to disrupt his combat effectiveness. Even if they were to depart now, Lorren's acquisitions could be deemed perfect. Each level conceals a hidden exit, with the overwhelming majority of individuals exiting through these concealed passages. Only the 5th level boasts a formal exit, alongside a hidden entryway leading to the next tier. We are nearly there. To prevent being unexpectedly whisked away by any mechanism, Lorren and his companions maintain a firm grip on each other's hands. With Lorren's knowledge guiding them, they encounter minimal peril. As Lorren takes another step, a radiant light envelopes them, and when he regains his vision, he finds himself standing upon a platform, extending his hand to encounter an invisible wall of air. Beneath the platform lies a sea of molten lava. Master, suddenly separated from Lorren, Anna on another platform begins to pound against the air wall. Lorren can hear her voice, yet he is powerless to act. This is bad. Lorren's expression shifts to one of grave concern. He has encountered the most troublesome trap within this realm. Not only are Lorren and his companions present, but 4 unfamiliar individuals also materialize. Their appearance here is purely random, devoid of any prerequisites. However, this occurrence may not be entirely adverse, as survival could yield rewards. Lorren, nevertheless, desires to avoid any deviation from his plans. This situation proves rather inconvenient. This is the scales of judgment. The lava beneath your feet will gradually rise. Only by confessing your sins will the scales beneath you ascend. The transgressions you reveal will be inscribed upon the stone tablet adjacent to the spire, visible to all. Should 4 perish, the game concludes. A voice resonates in their ears, announcing the rules of the scales of judgment. Yet Lorren understands that these rules are a facade. How could the prison tower, designed to suppress sinners, possibly spare the innocent while condemning the guilty? This game merely employs various methods to coerce sinners into confessing their wrongdoings, effectively identifying the truly culpable. When the lava reaches their feet, the game will conclude, and the mechanism of the scales will activate, executing the 4 with the gravest sins. Lorren exuded confidence, believing that the 4 of them would not be among the most grievous sinners. However, the game held other variables. If any of them, like themselves, bore no sins, or simply remained silent, the number of those at the bottom could exceed 4, resulting in the random execution of 1. I once killed my companion in pursuit of treasure. Under the looming specter of death, it wasn't long before someone confessed their transgressions, causing the scales beneath their feet to rise. The deeper the confessed sin, the more significant the elevation of the scales. Anna and Nacris, being well acquainted with Lorren, could not articulate their sins even if they racked their brains. But Lorren harbored concerns about Layla. The method of judgment here differed from the purging flames. Merits and demerits could not counterbalance each other. Merely speaking of one's sins rendered the scales immutable. Thus, Lorren resolved to offer a subtle reminder. This morning, I witnessed an elderly woman fall and did not assist her. My sins weigh heavily upon me. Lorren suddenly exclaimed this, which, at face value, seemed hardly sinful. Coupled with his earlier caution regarding the Tower of Sin's role in judgment and suppression, it was anticipated that they would grasp the implication. Chapter 89, The Leaning Tower. Anna was the first to comprehend Lorren's intent. Her eyes brightened, and she called out, I rescued a bird from a cat's jaws, although the bird survived. The cat lost its meal, thus I bear heavy sins as well. As she spoke, Anna frantically gestured toward Nacris, ensuring that even the most obtuse would understand the situation. Layla, too, grasped Lorren's message upon Anna's utterance and fell silent. In the tense atmosphere, the others failed to notice Lorren's hint. They began to clamor to confess their sins, as everything was worth it for the sake of survival. Moreover, once the first sin was uttered, the psychological burden of confessing further transgressions diminished. The scales they bore rose ever higher, yet Lorren's fears materialized. 5 remained anchored at the ground level. In addition to their number, a girl lay curled upon the scales. I don't want money. I want to go home to my mother. She had likely entered the Tower of Sin seeking treasure, but upon encountering events beyond her comprehension, she seemed to unravel. Lorren suspected she might not have even heard the announcement regarding the judgment scales. This was troublesome. Lorren's greatest concern had come to pass. With an air wall separating them, he could not interfere with the outside world and could only disrupt through words. I am doomed. If I cannot confess my sins and remain at the bottom, I will perish. Lorren's performance was somewhat theatrical, yet it sufficed to remind the girl, while simultaneously alerting Layla and the others through actions inconsistent with his usual persona. Upon witnessing that those below had not risen, the few above finally exhaled in relief. Ceasing their own confessions, They felt the distance they had created was sufficient. The girl's sobs had transformed into quiet weeping as she gradually calmed, her will to survive compelling her to struggle to her feet. Observing this, Lorren felt a flicker of joy and reminded the girl once more of the rules governing their predicament. At last the girl spoke, though her words were evidently not confessions of sin. I stole the last cookie from the jar at home. After she divulged this, the platform remained utterly still, for in the eyes of the judgment scales, it hardly constituted a sin. The rising magma beneath them showed no signs of abating, and Lorren could already sense the heat waves, further instilling fear in the girl, who began to weep again. I should have listened to my mother, stayed at home, and not run about. I shouldn't have come here seeking treasure. Lorren assessed the girl's appearance. She seemed of similar age to Luna, clad in tattered garments, her looks unremarkable. She was merely a girl from an ordinary family who had sneaked in after hearing rumors of the Tower of Sin, hoping to find a treasure that might ease their burdens. The common folk of the kingdom of Bartholomew lived far less comfortably than those of the kingdom of Girdlon. The magma had reached the base of the scales, seemingly on the verge of engulfing them, with only a few minutes remaining. Forget it. Lorren cast a glance at the children and declared his sins. I assisted a malevolent king in concocting a potion for immortality. This was the sin Lorren had pondered for hours to articulate. It brought him perilously close to the three individuals who had desperately confessed their sins. Aiding the old king in prolonging his life equated to Lorren indirectly causing the demise of hundreds. Had he not ultimately slain both the old king and Eldrin, thus balancing the scales, he likely would not have even survived the purging flames. Children, the last 4 to die will be those at the top. If more than 4 remain at the bottom, one will be chosen at random. Standing above, Lorren revealed his motives, and in that instant, everyone except the girl felt the weight of despair. Anna frantically waved her knife in the girl's direction. You must confess your sins. If our mentor dies, I will slaughter your entire family. I will kill all your friends before your eyes. Unable to recall her own sins, Anna resorted to such extreme measures to save Lorren. Faced with Anna's fervor, the girl was once again struck dumb with fear. I have killed followers of the plague. I have slain many. Nacris also recounted her sins. But to the judgment scales, these did not register as sinful. Layla exhibited far more rationality than the others, through Lorren's words. She discerned what constituted a weighty sin. I once rescued a noble from the clutches of a monster. In gratitude, he brought me many girls as gifts. Yet he had slain their families. No sooner had she spoken than the platform beneath Layla began to rise rapidly, though she still lagged behind Lorren. Now, it was Lorren who grew anxious, hastily reassuring them. I have a way to survive. You need not worry. Just stay calm. Lorren had assumed that after such a lengthy ordeal, Anna and the others would be brimming with confidence. Yet when faced with the specter of death, how could they not feel fear? Now, Lorren feared that should he ever meet his demise, they would descend into darkness. Observing Lorren's seemingly carefree demeanor, Layla bit her lip, ultimately choosing to trust him. Reflecting on Lorren's conduct throughout their journey, coupled with his knowledge of the true rules of the judgment scales, it was only natural that he would understand how to unravel the predicament. Anna sheathed her long knife and quietly regarded the girl. If presented with 2 choices, one wherein Lorren had a 1 in 10,000 chance of dying, and another where 10,000 innocents were certain to perish, she would unhesitatingly condemn the latter to death. To Anna, it mattered not what lay on the opposite end of the scales if Lorren was on one side. In the instant the magma threatened to overtake the platform, the mechanism activated, and Anna witnessed numerous dismembered corpses fall from above, plunging into the magma and transforming into ash. However, Anna did not spot the familiar black robe, which finally allowed her to exhale in relief. Then, a radiant light enveloped them once more, and when normalcy returned, an unscathed Lorren stood before her. Mentor. Anna threw herself into Lorren's embrace, disregarding everything. Though he had assured her of his safety, her concerns remained. All is well. Lorren gently stroked Anna's hair, offering comfort. His method of evading judgment was simple, phasing. In truth, many secret realms possessed attacks aimed at the soul, and phasing was not an invincible state. However, the tarot cards were interconnected. The Tower of Sin was established around the Judgment card, which was the core here. To obtain the Judgment card, the High Tower was indispensable. The inclined High Tower allowed sinners to escape judgment. Chapter 90, The Dirge of Souls. Name, Lorren. Level, 24, 80. Strength, 10. Stamina, 21. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 30. Mana, 50. 705, 270. Remaining attribute points, 2. Accessories, Weeping Blood Wedding Ring, Lurking Fawn. Blessings, Broken Illusions, Pluto's mouth, true sight, clear conscience. Curses, shattered love, rejection of all beings. Talent, sensitive heart. After vanquishing the fully formed gatekeeper and battling various monsters along the way, Lorren is soon to reach level 25, now engaging in combat against foes beyond his level, progressing quite swiftly. Moreover, a new blessing, clear conscience, has been added, a reward from the scales of judgment. The effect of clear conscience enhances willpower, increasing resistance to mental shock and corruption, though it holds little utility for Lorren. This time, the door is distinct, radiant in white, adorned with a pentagram symbol at its center. Throughout this journey, Lorren has encountered no others. Each individual exists in a separate realm, within a unique layer, making the likelihood of encountering others in the same place quite low. Lorren retrieves the shards of sin he previously collected, arranging them to form the shape of a pentagram, which he then inserts into the pentagram emblem on the door. In the next moment, the shards are consumed by the door, and from the pentagram's core, darkness begins to spread, ultimately shrouding the luminous portal in black, unveiling the entrance to the concealed sixth layer. Let us proceed. Once again, the group joins hands, and as Lorren touches the door, they are instantly drawn into the next layer. The moment they arrive, a long sword descends from above, unavoidable. Yet Lorren's expression remains unchanged. The subsequent 2 layers are reward stages. If one bears no sin, they need not confront any peril. The sword passes through Lorren's form without inflicting harm, and he clearly perceives the knight wielding it. Seeing that the sword has not harmed Lorren and his companions, the knight kneels, offering his sword to Lorren. You have not been harmed by the blade of judgment, noble one. You are a paragon of justice. I beseech you to accept the blade of judgment and eradicate the world's evils. Lorren accepts the knight's offering. Indeed, it is a divine weapon, akin to the flame of sin, inflicting greater damage on foes with deeper sins, capable of dispatching earlier stage mini-bosses with just a few strikes. However, for Lorren, it is still insufficient. This knight is but a program, not a living being. Lorren strides past it to find another luminous door behind the knight. Yet before the door stands a triangular altar, with a groove perfectly shaped to accommodate the blade of judgment. The chamber is also triangular, with a statue of a knight in each corner. You stand at the corners of the altar. This is precisely where Lorren intended to bring the 3 individuals, both to circumvent the scales of judgment and to fulfill this ritual. Once Anna and the others are positioned, Lorren inserts the blade of judgment into the central groove, and in the next moment, the room begins to tremble, transforming the area of the luminous door into a staircase leading upwards. Moreover, the altar emits a radiant glow, and a tarot card soars from its center. Lorren extends his fingers to grasp the tarot card, and in the dim light, he observes its face. It depicts a knight standing atop a high platform, raising a knight's sword, the blade adorned with a blood-stained crown. Below the platform, a crowd cheers. Yet higher still looms a figure, gazing down upon them. In a moment, treasure shall appear around you. Remain still. Should you move from the spot, I shall be eternally trapped above. Once he has secured the others, Lorren ascends the staircase. The mechanisms here are intricate, yet the guidance remains relatively clear. After navigating it a few times, Lorren discovers their patterns. The design of the Tower of Sin encompasses numerous processes to ultimately determine that only those of genuine virtue may reach the 7th layer. Along the way, sins have been judged multiple times, and now the 6th layer demands trust in others with one's life. To pass through it signifies not only a lack of sin, but also a profound trustworthiness, deserving of treasures. The staircase is not long, and Lorren quickly arrives at the 7th layer, where a golden door stands, encrusted with countless priceless gems, inscribed with the words, "Within lies the secret treasure for the righteous." Insert the card into the groove to unlock the grand door, and select any one item upon entry. To access the treasury, one must surrender the blade of judgment. Logically, a decision should be made at this juncture, yet Lorren possesses the high tower. Many secret realms guard against the ability to phase through walls, employing various mechanisms to seal souls, but here, none exist. Lorren simply passes through the door, entering the treasury behind it, filled with an abundance of powerful artifacts. And his objective is unmistakable. He strides directly toward a blade, which trembles in anticipation as he approaches, more excited than Lorren himself. The cursed blade, Dirge of Souls. Its sheath is entirely black, etched with dark red chains and petals, for crimson lines coursing through it, as if blood is on the verge of spilling forth. The moment Lorren grasps the blade, a wave of despair envelopes him, compelling him to contemplate ending his own life. Yet such thoughts vanish almost instantaneously, easily suppressed by Lorren. He draws the blade, its body black, adorned with the design of dark red spider lilies, the edge a vivid crimson, exuding a haunting allure. The cursed blade. Dirge of souls. Effects. Lifeless. Any strike will inevitably inflict damage, which is exceedingly difficult to heal. The weaker the target's willpower, the greater the damage. And when the target is plunged into utter despair, it results in instant death. Despair. Upon unsheathing, it emits a shock that strikes the soul, inflicting harm while severing hope, instilling thoughts of death, and inducing extreme terror. Deathly silence. Souls of beings slain by the dirge of souls become imprisoned. When released, they can cause mental shock, producing an instantaneous silence effect, with the strength of the effect increasing with the number of imprisoned souls. Observing the description of the dirge of souls, Lorren feels immense satisfaction. Even among cursed blades, it ranks among the finest. Its powerful additional effects and formidable base stats ensure it is a weapon he cherishes, suitable for the culmination of his journey. The inherent stats guarantee a minimum effectiveness, while its special effects elevate its maximum potential, proving effective whether against weak foes or formidable bosses. After Lorren acquires the Dirge of Souls, the other treasures vanish. Not only those artifacts, but the entire Tower of Sin begins to dissipate. Lorren feels a brief moment of disorientation before finding himself outside the Tower of Sin. When he gazes back at its former location, he sees only a stone tablet inscribed with the record of sins. Master, Anna's voice suddenly calls out in Lorren's ear, and as he turns, she collides with him, knocking him to the ground. It is over. Lorren merely strokes Anna's hair as he rises. Yet she clings to him still. Chapter 91. The Secret of the Tarot Cards. Not only Lorren emerges, following his acquisition of the Dirge of Souls. All those within the Tower of Sin have been freed, rendering Lorren their savior. Lorren gazes at the Blade of Judgment in his hand, examining its description. Tarot Card of Judgment. Effect. Attacks against the guilty inflict increased damage. The deeper the sin, the greater the damage. Description. The blood of evil shall ultimately face judgment. The description of judgment is straightforward, yet its potency is considerable. Lorren has conducted tests to confirm its efficacy. For a petty thief, the damage increase is merely 10%. For a murderer, it escalates to 50%, and for one who has slain an entire family, the damage doubles. Yet sins accumulate over time, and the enhancements of judgment can even stack with the flame of sin, making it potentially lethal against those notorious for their transgressions. This is not the most critical point. If one wishes to slay a deity, judgment is an indispensable element. Judgment bestows upon the divine a multiplier of hundreds or even thousands, and having lived for millennia, they remain unaware of the malevolence they have perpetrated in pursuit of faith. Lorren gazed at the nidus upon the card, yet this time, he discerned something unusual within the judgment. A few musical notes that appeared disjointed and lacking coherence, leaving even Lorren, a musician by trade, perplexed. What could this mean? This was an occurrence he had never encountered before, despite having assembled numerous combinations in the game. Lorren promptly retrieved the tower and the High Priestess cards, and indeed, similar elements adorned them, albeit still incomplete. It seemed that only by gathering the tarot cards could he unveil their true nature. The tarot, originating from the Eternal Seer, held secrets that Lorren believed were far from simple. Initially, he had not noticed the peculiarities upon the tarot cards. Perhaps the catalyst was the blessing of the Eye of Truth. Contemplating this at length proved futile. Only by collecting the tarot cards could he witness their true potential. For now, Lorren needed to hasten home. He estimated that he had been away for just over an hour, yet that did not alleviate their concern for him. Observing the emotionless expression of Jingxin, who appeared to be cascading down a waterfall of anxiety, he noted that she still wore a cold demeanor. Even if she genuinely worried for him, it was difficult for Lorren to perceive. At the very least, on the surface, Jingxin was undoubtedly the one who exuded the most confidence in him. No matter what Lorren undertook, she remained untroubled. Even when he first uttered his intent to slay a god, her expression had been one of acceptance. I have returned, children. Upon pushing open the door, Lorren was met with the sight of Jingxin kneeling at the threshold, a candle in hand, the wax having long melted and trickled down her palm. This was not the sole revelation. Scarlet was also kneeling beside Jingxin. Upon seeing Lorren's return, Scarlet attempted to rise in greeting, only to find her legs unresponsive from prolonged kneeling, ultimately requiring Lorren's assistance to stand. You have been gone for 1 hour and 22 minutes. I have been timing with a candle. You remained kneeling this entire time? And why use a candle instead of a watch? Lorren helped Scarlet to a seated position before beginning to jest. Because it is amusing. Having grown accustomed to such kneeling, Jingxin stood without a tremor in her legs. That is an irrefutable reason. And you, Scarlet, what are your reasoning? I thought you would appreciate it. Lorren felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Thankfully, Luna had not succumbed to their antics. Let us linger here for a few more days before returning. I shall procure some alchemical ingredients. Bartholomew's supplies are relatively abundant. The items from the Tower of Sin have already been obtained. Let us first return to the inn. After such prolonged kneeling, Scarlet's knees were injured. Though she clumsy and inept, she always exerted herself to earn Lorren's affection. Ultimately, Lorren resorted to carrying Scarlet, her smile nearly breaking free, prompting him to give her a gentle tap on the head. In less than a few minutes, the king's men had prepared a carriage for Lorren's return. Upon learning that he intended to extend his stay, they exhibited great excitement. By the way, on my journey here, I encountered an assassination attempt, resulting in the sacrifice of 2 plague bearers who were protecting me. Lorren mentioned this casually. Matters of assassination could not simply be overlooked. Lorren's nature was such that he either avoided conflict altogether or, once enmity arose, he would ensure complete retribution. Understood. This time, the carriage was driven by a plague bearer. With the disappearance of the Tower of Sin, they had found themselves with idle time to undertake other tasks. The professionalism of the plague bearers far surpassed that of the Scarecrow, and this particular one refrained from unnecessary chatter, possibly hindered by his mask. With time on his hands, Lorren decided to delve into the magic he had acquired from the Tower of Sin, particularly the Flame of Atonement. The magic obtained from the tower was in its primal form, lacking the self-learning mechanisms inherent in traditional spells. Viewed in this light, the 6th-tier Flame of Atonement might even be less challenging than some 4th-tier spells taught in the Academy. Of course, comprehension was one matter, but the ability to cast it was another. High-tier magic demanded a certain level of intellect, typically around 60 points for 6th-tier spells. However, this was not a game world, and the conditions were less stringent. With an intellect of 30 points, Lorren was nearly there, and these challenges posed no significant obstacle for him. Even without enhancements, he could still utilize it. The only difference would be the success rate and potency. While Lorren was absorbed in his magical studies, Anna grew tired and laid her head upon his lap. During their time in the Tower of Sin, she had exerted considerable effort, always careful to leave the finishing blows for Lorren. Observing Anna's adorable sleeping visage lifted Lorren's spirits considerably. One hand held a magic scroll, while the other gently caressed Anna's hair, a position she particularly enjoyed for slumber. Upon returning to the inn, Lorren was greeted not by familiar faces but by ordinary staff members, who, coupled with prior rumors, had come to understand his preferences. In their eyes, Lorren was avaricious yet not lecherous, not at all lecherous. Many notable figures had graced this establishment, yet all were inevitably swayed by beauty. While Lorren had outright rejected all services offered, this was not due to a lack of self-control on the part of others. Lorren was aware that this place bore the influence of the god of pestilence, where the allure of flesh was amplified. Thus, the kingdom of Bartholomew's economy thrived, relying heavily on tourism. Chapter 92, Assassins. Upon returning to the inn, Lorren shared a room with Layla, while the others occupied a separate chamber. Why do you twist that ample backside in my presence? Ahem, it is nothing. After Lorren's teasing, Layla's face flushed crimson, and she dutifully seated herself in a chair. She had overthought the situation. Lorren was not interested in her, and for reasons unknown, Layla felt a pang of disappointment. Memories of their experiences in the Tower of Sin resurfaced in her mind, where Lorren had consistently guided them, absorbing all danger for himself, rendering her efforts unnecessary as she merely followed orders. Reliable, Lorren's silhouette appeared to be the most dependable entity in this chaotic world, especially to her. In the time she had spent with Lorren, she had felt a sense of ease she had not experienced before. The starlit night draped over Lorren's shoulders as they examined the magic scroll together, even as she lay in bed. The Requiem of Souls remained tethered to Lorren's waist. He occasionally drew the Requiem of Souls, toying with it as though it were a cherished artifact, a sentiment not entirely unwarranted. Anyone would be exhilarated to acquire their graduation weapon early on. He even glanced around, seeking something to test his blade upon. The blade emerged slightly from its sheath. Under Lorren's careful control, the Requiem of Souls emitted no sense of oppression. This was not Lorren's first encounter with the weapon. He was well aware of many hidden effects, such as its capability to function as a musical instrument. The bloodline upon the sheath was genuine string. Lorren plucked several strands of his hair, placing them upon the blade. Yet before he could even blow upon them, the strands severed, further igniting his urge to experiment. Lorren believed in a saying that resonated with him. Once you acquire a hydraulic press, your home is left with nothing but the press. Layla stole glances at Lorren several times before ultimately lying beside him, resting her feet upon his legs. "Why aren't you wearing socks?" Lorren remarked disdainfully, removing her foot from his lap. Layla typically favored boots. Were she not a witch, the odor would likely be overwhelming. Even so, Lorren found himself somewhat repulsed. "What kind of socks do you prefer?" Layla once again rested her foot upon Lorren's leg, propping her elbow on the bed while cupping her chin with her hand, regarding him with a playful smile. Just as Lorren was about to utter a word, an instinctive warning surged through him, yet before he could react, Layla had already taken action. Earlier, during their ride in the carriage, Lorren had sensed her latent abilities, which granted her the instincts of a hunter. Even with his sensitive heart, he could not rival her acuity. In a swift motion, Layla embraced Lorren and tumbled off the bed, and in the next moment, a bullet came crashing through the window, piercing the mattress and sending splinters flying. How dare someone attempt to assassinate me, especially in the royal capital? Lorren had calculated many scenarios, yet he never anticipated that he would be targeted within the very heart of the kingdom. Indeed, though Lorren held no official title or position, his stature within the church was formidable. Even a king from any nation would not hesitate to address him as my lord. Moreover, Lorren's symbolic significance in the world far surpassed that of the Pope. One could rightfully deem him a treasure of human civilization. While he leaned towards the Church of Abundance, his standing among other denominations remained unimpeachable. An assassination attempt on Lorren was a matter of far greater consequence than that of a king. Seizing the lull in gunfire, Layla retrieved the firearm Lorren had gifted her, executing a roll off the bed as bullets began to rain down. Even in the confines of the Sin Tower, Layla had sought ways to conserve ammunition, but in the wake of Lorren's assassination attempt, she nearly lost her sanity, firing recklessly. The assailants, clad in black and masked, appeared to be a man and a woman. They reacted swiftly, leaping from the window the moment they spotted Layla raise her weapon. Yet they underestimated the rapidity of advanced firearms. Despite this, one of them still fell victim to her shots. Witnessing this, Layla revealed a menacing grin as she continued to fire, her bullets tracing an uncanny trajectory, ultimately reducing the wounded assailant to a mere sieve. Then, Lorren sprang from the bed and leapt through the window, his weapon, the Elegy of Souls, drawn and ready. A wave of mental pressure emanated from him, causing even Layla to momentarily falter, let alone the fleeing assassins. As one living and one dead body hit the ground simultaneously, Lorren landed before the living assailant, the drawn Elegy of Souls radiating an aura of chilling dread. "Who sent you?" Lorren demanded, tearing off the assassin's mask and gripping her hair firmly. "I want to tell you," she retorted defiantly, though fear flickered in her eyes. Not true loyalty, but a simple dread of the puppet master overshadowing her fear of Lorren. As Layla rushed to Lorren's side, the inn's guards and staff arrived in haste. "What transpired, my lord?" One of the guards stammered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The situation was evidently dire. Lorren had been attacked, yet he harbored a glimmer of hope that news of the assassination would not spread. Especially after he glimpsed the assassin's true visage, his fear deepened. "Do you recognize her?" Lorren astutely inquired. "I do not know her," the guard replied hastily. "Ah, I see. You are aware of the mastermind's identity, yet you choose to remain silent," Lorren deduced after a moment's contemplation. "I am not. I know nothing." The guard's trepidation grew with Lorren's assertions. "Your expression betrays you. It is not that you do not wish to speak, but rather that you cannot. The puppet master wields considerable power. Your position is not insignificant. To instill such fear in you suggests the mastermind's influence is immense. Allow me to ponder. Could it be the king or the Stern family? I truly know nothing." The more Lorren spoke, the greater the guard's fear intensified, especially as he noticed the assassin's gaze still fixed upon him, along with the watchful eyes of his subordinates. After Lorren's analysis, his future appeared increasingly bleak. "Are you colluding with the assassin, reluctant to divulge anything, yet allowing the assassin entry?" My lord nearly fell victim to an assassination. Layla's fury ignited, pressing the barrel of her gun to the guard's chin, as if any unsatisfactory utterance would compel her to pull the trigger. Previously, the guard had investigated the backgrounds of Lorren's companions, dismissing Layla as an unremarkable adventurer. Had it been any other time, his authority would have swiftly dealt with her insolence. Yet now, bound to Lorren, he could do naught but endure her wrath. "Enough, Layla, do not torment this wretched soul any longer," Lorren interjected, pressing down on Layla's firearm. The guard had intended to express gratitude, but upon seeing Lorren's malevolent expression, his heart sank. "Pray tell, Who was the mastermind? Lorren inquired, stepping upon the assassin's hand while grasping her hair, his tone deceptively cordial. Yet the assassin remained silent, her lips sealed. Despite her reticence, Lorren could surmise the truth. Upon arriving in the kingdom of Bartholomew, he had incurred the ire of two factions, the bandits who had previously sought him out, and the only other possibility, the one who had threatened him within the Sin Tower, Helen. He recalled her full name as she had introduced herself, Helen Stern. The Stern family was the most powerful lineage in Bartholomew, and even among those who worshipped the same deity, conflicts could erupt. Divine interests are one matter, while human interests are another. Simply put, no matter how potent a deity, a king's dominion remains unchanged. Over a century ago, Bartholomew had faced invasions from other nations, and it was a knight of the Stern family who single-handedly withstood an army's assault, rescuing the realm. That knight still lived, having outlasted two kings. Thus, it was no exaggeration to claim that the Stern family held immense political sway. Explaining why Helen dared to attempt his assassination, she had evidently lived a life oblivious to the gravity of murder. Her motive was not fear of exposure for her crimes, but rather a desperate desire to preserve her reputation, lost in the thrill of playing detective. However, all of this remained conjecture for Lorren, lacking conclusive evidence, though Lorren could enact vengeance upon her entire family without justification. There lay a distinction between personal retribution and legal proceedings. I possess means to extract your secrets, Lorren declared, drawing his weapon and systematically incapacitating the assassin's limbs, compelling the guard to assist him. As Lorren sought aid, the guard became overly eager, hastily lifting the assassin. Her silence stemmed from fear rather than loyalty, a vulnerability easily exploited. Merely amplifying her dread of Lorren would suffice. Before her, Lorren sheathed his blade. Silence her. In an instant, a flash of crimson passed, and none witnessed Lorren's swift movement. A fine line appeared at the tip of the assassin's nose, the speed of his strikes having heightened since acquiring the Elegy of Souls. A trickle of blood escaped from the line, and the guards felt something dampen their shoes. Although the guards were disgusted by the incident, they remained motionless. The injury was akin to a mere scrape. The assassin, who had remained silent when her limbs were broken by Lorren, now quaked in terror, her fear deepening. The Elegy of Souls invoked a profound, visceral dread. Who was the mastermind? Lorren pressed. I do not know, the assassin wept, still refusing to yield. Yet Lorren remained patient, delivering another cut along her cheek, and despair filled her eyes. Who was the mastermind? Helen Stern. Upon uttering that name, the guard involuntarily released his grip, and the assassin seized the opportunity to crash her head against the steps, meeting her demise. The recently played Requiem has severed all hopes of the assassin, including the hope for life itself. Now, her heart is consumed solely by thoughts of death, leaving her with no reservations. Thank you. It is thanks to you that I have come to know the identity of the mastermind behind it all. Surely, everyone has just heard the name of the murderer, right? Lorren's words fell like a fatal incantation, causing the captain of the guard to kneel in despair, while silence enveloped the others. Lorren, momentarily forgetting to deactivate the soul-shattering enchantment after drawing his sword, traversed past them and returned to his chamber. On his way back, he noticed that the witches residing next door had come to check on him after hearing the commotion. By the time Lorren reached the door, it had already been kicked open by Anna. The encounter between the two groups was palpably awkward. Never mind, it matters not. Let the inn prepare another room for me. After such an incident, even if I were to ride the innkeeper, I doubt he would mind. Although Lorren appeared unfazed by the events that transpired, it was precisely this nonchalance that instilled the deepest fear. Within a minute, the attendants had prepared a new luxurious room for Lorren, as if nothing had occurred. He resumed his studies of magic upon the bed, but Layla had lost her inclination to tease him. She observed Lorren pulling out a small notebook and inscribing a message. Helen sent someone to assassinate me. I have taken note of this grudge. What are your plans? Initially puzzled as to why Lorren was not holding anyone accountable, Layla soon realized that he was merely biding his time. Tomorrow, I shall visit the king and report the matter directly. Will it be effective? Given Helen's audacious actions, the entire realm is aware. Layla doubted that the king was oblivious, nor did she envision Lorren as someone who blindly trusted in the law. It may not be effective, but I believe the current king will not tolerate such a significant threat from the Stern family. It was simple for Lorren to deduce this, for at the start of the game, the Stern family had nearly faded into obscurity. He had only heard whispers of their legends. When Lorren, still a player, arrived in the kingdom of Batholo, the Stern family consisted of just a few cats, and even the young master at that time had to resort to selling hooks to survive. This presents an opportunity, if the king possesses any wit, He should seize this chance to suppress the Stern family. I find myself missing the domain of the god of Oz and the wind. Layla suddenly mused, leaving Lorren at a loss for words, as that place was equally enchanted, and there was no corner of this world devoid of such madness. In the realm of the god of Oz and the wind, the law is absolute. No one dares to transgress it. Though its laws are not much harsher than those elsewhere, many have perished because of them. There, the principle of collective punishment prevails, especially for officials. Those who abuse their power face execution, and if a superior fails to act promptly, they too face the same fate. Should someone like Helen arise there, it would likely result in a massacre throughout the kingdom by dawn. There, secrets cannot be concealed, as long as the populace reports to the wind. The deity dispatches messengers to verify. If the claims hold true, the informant is rewarded, while the accused faces consequences. However, should it be a false accusation, the accuser will also bear the price. For ordinary folk, apart from the god of abundance, the god of Oz and the wind is their best ally. Though he cannot provide them with sustenance, he at least treats them as human beings. Chapter 94, Capture. Lorren, Layla, I must ask you to accompany me. Early the next morning, Lorren was roused from sleep, still disoriented by the shouts calling his name. What did you just call me? After donning his attire, Lorren opened the door to find a multitude of law enforcement officers, fully equipped and bearing grave expressions. It was a refreshing change to not see sycophancy on their faces since arriving in this place. Lorren and Layla, you are suspected of indecent assault. Please accompany us. The officers reiterated their claim, leaving Lorren momentarily incredulous. He even pinched his ear. Are you implying you just addressed me by my name, without any title or honorific? What makes you think you are worthy of that? Layla, who had just emerged, paused at his words, realizing she had been calling Lorren by his first name all along. In her surprise, she struggled to contain herself. Indecent assault? Me? If you do not voluntarily come with us, we will be compelled to use force. Young man, I commend your courage. You are exceedingly ambitious, yet utterly unaware of your own limitations. Lorren could easily surmise the nature of these individuals. They were most likely Helen's confidants, accustomed to wielding their influence without regard for consequence. It was evident that even the king had to endure their arrogance. They had no fear of a foreign visitor like Lorren and were oblivious to the weight of the title mentor. I shall accompany you, Lorren declared, stepping ahead of them, prompting Layla to blink in surprise before following in his wake. Weapons are not permitted. The one in charge, the deputy chief of the law enforcement team, reached out to confiscate Lorren's weapon. Have you truly never encountered a gang before? As the deputy chief overstepped his bounds, Lorren swiftly kicked him down the stairs. To maintain his facade of being harmless, Lorren did not exert much force, yet he succeeded effortlessly. The incompetence of these individuals exceeded his expectations. The previous day's assassination attempt had already placed immense pressure on the inn, and with this new incident, someone had promptly rushed out to alert others upon realizing the hostile intent of the law enforcement team. The inn, crucial to the kingdom of Bathalo, was managed by individuals of considerable stature. After the deputy chief regained his footing and rubbed his backside, glaring menacingly at Lorren, he barked, "Take him down." As an officer beside Lorren raised his baton, Layla's fist connected with his face, crushing it with tremendous force. In truth, Layla was unaware of the true extent of Lorren's status. Otherwise, she would not have called him by his first name so casually. To her, Lorren was merely somewhat renowned, lacking any official title or nobility. She truly did not grasp the magnitude of the accomplishment of amending the hymn to the righteous deity. With that alone, any church would revere him. How dare you? Before the other officers could reprimand, Layla delivered another punch, incapacitating him. The law enforcement officers surrounding Lorren were, in essence, mere ordinary individuals, possessing only rudimentary combat skills, and thus stood no chance against Layla. She dispatched each of them with a single blow. Mentor, it seems we may have to part ways for the time being. While it was trivial for Layla to brand herself with such a label, she could not bear to see them lay hands on Lorren. She had long prepared for the possibility of becoming a fugitive. Her previous actions, if revealed, would have undoubtedly warranted pursuit. However, she had managed to keep her past actions clean, but this incident unfolded before the eyes of many. I am merely a passing adventurer, unable to abide by your conduct. Layla raised her firearm, having learned through her trials that one must either refrain from action or commit fully. Though harming a few would not warrant a death sentence, the backgrounds of these individuals were not simple, and capture would lead to dire consequences. It would be better to eliminate them all and flee swiftly. Just before Layla could pull the trigger, Lorren pressed her hand down. Killing must strike at the heart. Lorren wore a mischievous smile. He refrained from further action, neither attacking nor fleeing, but instead patiently awaited the next move from the law enforcement team. Observing this scene, the deputy chief mistakenly believed Lorren had been intimidated, and once again grew brazen, prompting Lorren to reflect on how he could serve as Helen's right-hand man. To dare assault the law enforcement team, that is a crime compounded. The vice captain approached Lorren, raising the club in his hand, only to have it intercepted by another before it could descend. This time, it was not Layla, but someone who arrived ahead of her. "What on earth are you doing?" The newcomer was a knight bearing the insignia of royalty, accompanied by several armored knights entering the tavern. They were the royal guard. Upon seeing the royal guard's arrival, the vice captain felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The distinction between the law enforcement team and the royal guard was akin to that between a constable and the imperial guard. In plain terms, he realized that should he be harmed here today, he would have no recourse for justice. The knight crushed the vice captain's club with a furious glare, his hand already resting on the sword at his waist. It was not their fault. They were merely adhering to protocol. "I had committed the crime of indecency, though I cannot recall when precisely, but it seemed prudent to accompany them." Lorren restrained the knight's hand, halting the blade that was halfway drawn. He exerted little force, yet breaking free from Lorren's grip at that moment would be a sign of disrespect. The knight could only suppress his rage. The knight glared menacingly at the vice captain, aware that Lorren was unwilling to let the matter be resolved so simply, and could only hope that Lorren's ire would be directed towards the enforcement team. It was only natural for one who was revered worldwide for his virtues and knowledge to feel anger when accused of such a crime. The knight longed to deliver a resounding slap to them. Even if they were to conspire against Lorren, it was baffling that they would choose such a baseless accusation. Lorren's esteemed character was renowned, having never been tainted by scandal over the years, and he had consistently rebuffed Bartholomew's advances. "Layla, remember to save me a portion of lunch. Let us depart." Lorren proactively moved alongside the vice captain, simultaneously preventing Layla from following him. At that moment, some of the enforcement team members who had previously been knocked down by Layla began to regain their senses, and this time they dared not approach her, as their primary target was Lorren. "Let's go." The vice captain cast a smug glance at the knight, entirely oblivious to the fact that the knight's gaze was akin to that of one observing a corpse. "Quickly, send someone to keep an eye on the esteemed mentor. We must ensure he is not harmed in any way." The knight bellowed to his subordinate, while also discreetly assessing Layla's expression. His words were intended for Layla, a means to convey to Lorren how much they valued him. Chapter 95, The Hymn. After having previously been bested by Lorren, the vice captain was considerably more compliant this time, dutifully leading Lorren towards the prison, passing by the church along the way. "May I enter the church to offer my prayers?" "Of course, but I must watch over you." Lorren observed the vice captain's countenance, pondering whether he had been cursed by the god of confusion, as he truly seemed unable to grasp the situation. "Welcome, esteemed mentor. May the god of plague bless you." The moment Lorren stepped into the church, the nuns set aside their tasks and rushed to greet him. Simultaneously, they traced arcs in the air before their chests, a gesture representing the plague rainbow, the symbol of the god of plague, akin to the new shoots of the god of fertility. This sign, drawn upon their chests, served as a form of greeting. The nuns' attire was quite revealing, which further accentuated the festering skin upon their bodies. The marks symbolizing the plague adorned their exposed flesh, emitting a foul odor, prompting Lorren to instinctively distance himself from them. In comparison, he found the nuns of the fertility church to be rather endearing. "I have come to offer my prayers." Upon conveying his intent, the nuns parted to allow Lorren passage into the chapel. Closing his eyes, Lorren traced the symbol of the plague rainbow upon his chest and began to softly sing a hymn in praise of the god of plague. "O venerable god of plague, you are the pestilence sweeping across the land, the affliction that spreads between spirit and soul. Bestow upon this place the most profound of plagues. We humbly wish for all things to return to silence." As Lorren sang, he radiated a sacred aura, exuding an atmosphere of deathly stillness, while the surrounding insects began to converge upon him, swirling around his being. A miracle, a divine miracle. Lorren's prayer had invoked a sign, an honor that even the Pope had never experienced. Upon concluding his song, Lorren felt the god of plague's satisfaction, even bestowing upon him an extraordinary blessing, far surpassing the efficacy of the prayers currently employed by the Church. "Silent plague. The plague upon you shall not manifest, causing no severe harm to your body, while your resistance to the plague is significantly heightened." This blessing was typically conferred upon every follower of the plague. However, Lorren's was of a higher caliber, enhanced with an additional resistance to the plague. Moreover, Lorren was a devotee of fertility, making this blessing unprecedented for other followers. Yet, its practical utility was limited. Lorren had no intention of engaging in reckless behavior, thus he need not worry about the plague, its only benefit being a slight resistance against plague magic. Witnessing Lorren invoke a miracle, the nuns knelt before him, trembling with reverence. Lorren suspected that if he were to gaze upon them for even a moment longer, they would succumb to ecstasy. Have you composed a hymn for the god of plague? Indeed, though regrettably, just as I was nearing completion, I found myself imprisoned due to the offense of the Stern family. I must establish contact with the divine to create a hymn, but my efforts were interrupted by those of the Stern family, making it unlikely I will compose another. In that instant, the vice-captain felt as though he were being torn apart by the nuns' gazes. Although these nuns appeared frail and often behaved like a public restroom, subject to humiliation by anyone who crossed their path, he was acutely aware that they were nonetheless nuns of the plague church, wielding the power of the plague. Their everyday actions merely served to underscore the authority of the plague. In a true confrontation, any one of them could easily dismantle him. You are quite amusing. Are you not afraid of me, yet fear the nuns instead? The vice-captain was not foolish, merely short-sighted, failing to grasp Lorren's true worth. Perceiving him merely as a follower of fertility from a small nation like Gerdilon. While he typically wielded influence through the Stern family, he understood the necessity of not provoking the church. In this world dominated by the divine, regardless of the nation, the power of the divine far surpassed that of kings, and the church held greater sway than royalty and nobility. By now, the vice-captain was beginning to panic. He could not comprehend why Lorren, as a devotee of fertility, held such high standing within the plague church. Yet he recalled his master's orders, gritting his teeth and leading Lorren away. Once again, as the nuns prepared to take action, Lorren intervened, for his objective was not the vice-captain, nor Helen, but rather the entire Stern family. To wrong someone is to invite retribution upon their kin. Such are the ways of the world. Out of fear, the vice-captain quickened his pace, saying nothing further, and locked Lorren in the dungeon. He did not conduct a search, even allowing Lorren to keep the explosives around his waist. No sooner had Lorren been imprisoned than the enforcement team fled, like startled rabbits. Newcomer, what crime have you committed? As the enforcement team departed, the occupant of the adjacent cell began to converse with Lorren. Now, there were only the two of them in the cell, and the other inmate bore a look of resignation. Oh, they claim I committed indecency, but I cannot recall who I supposedly offended. Ah, then you are indeed fortunate. The man spoke wearily. I am here for murder. I merely passed by a household and was suddenly apprehended. It was only after being locked up that I learned I had been accused of exterminating an entire family. They beat me for 3 days, depriving me of sleep, coercing me to fabricate a plausible motive and method. To prevent any chance of appeal, the execution is swift. Now that you are here, I fear my end is nigh. Hey, it matters not. Within half an hour, someone will come to rescue me, and I shall conveniently liberate you as well. Lorren cast a sweeping glance around the room, only to find no suitable place to sit. Thus, he was compelled to remain standing for the time being. He estimated that the nun would relay his predicament to the bishop within a minute, who in turn would inform the pope within another minute. And the pope would arrive at the palace within 5 minutes to interrogate the king. If all went smoothly, Lorren anticipated he could extricate himself within 10 minutes. Although Bartholomew's officials were known for their propensity to pass the buck, when their own interests were at stake, completing such processes within 10 minutes was considered sluggish. One could only hope. Another inmate, evidently skeptical of Lorren's assertions, let out a bitter laugh. Drink this. What on earth? He exclaimed, just as Lorren punched through the wall and handed him a vial of potion. The inmate swallowed hard. Although he was uncertain of the contents of the vial, he understood that in the presence of someone capable of shattering walls, he had no choice but to consume whatever was offered. Thanks. Upon drinking the potion, the inmate immediately felt a significant improvement in his condition, but before he could express his gratitude, Lorren interrupted him. Shoo, someone is coming. Lorren observed as the door to the dungeon was forcefully kicked open, revealing a man adorned with a crown who rushed in, sliding to a halt before Lorren, his knees leaving 2 trails on the dungeon floor. My lord, it is all my fault. Chapter 96, Sentencing. Quicker than I had imagined. Moreover, the king's demeanor was far more devout than Lorren had anticipated, as he had endured considerable hardship, despite being a king. He remained under the oppressive thumb of the Stern family, especially at his relatively young age of just over 40. While the head of the Stern family was over a century old, he was obliged to show respect as a junior whenever he encountered the family patriarch. Furthermore, the head of the Stern family was a genuine hero, enjoying greater esteem among the populace than he, the king. If he were to dare confront the Stern family, it would signify his desire to relinquish the throne. Now, However, he had finally seized an opportunity, for the Stern family had committed a grave error. Recently, the deity of abundance had overshadowed the plague god, thanks in part to the influence of the hymn, while ordinary folk remained oblivious. Some among the elite recognized the increasingly severe suppression of the plague god by the deity of abundance. Thus, the loss of the hymn represented not only a setback for Bartholomew, but also a significant blow to the Church of the Plague. As Bartholomew was merely one of the nations venerating the plague god, and not even the most formidable one at that. To put plainly, even if Helen were to slay the king and blow up the palace, the Stern family could still protect her. Yet this time, she had destroyed the hymn. And unless she were to eliminate the deity of abundance immediately, the king could conceive of no other means to save her. Even the entire family would be implicated. However, opportunities often accompany crises. The Stern family was the royal family of Bartholomew, and within Bartholomew, everyone understood that the fault lay with the Stern family. Yet nations beyond Bartholomew might very well place the blame squarely on the kingdom, and it was not inconceivable that they would soon unite to attack. Hence, the king's humility was palpable, even more so than that of Mirror Heart. Your Majesty, you. The guards who followed behind the king found his actions somewhat perplexing. They had also brought in the law enforcement team, entering under the pretext of being criminals. This time, the vice captain was genuinely despondent. He had witnessed the king suffer humiliation on numerous occasions, but this was the first time he had seen the king kneel. Even he, despite his foolishness, should have comprehended the gravity of the situation. Enough talk. Swiftly administer the lashes until death. Upon hearing the king's command, the soldiers began to carry out the punishment before Lorren, the sounds of screams and whips reverberating throughout the dungeon. The other inmate was now utterly stunned. From the moment Lorren broke through the wall, he had begun to believe that someone would come to rescue him, but he had not anticipated that it would be the king. Rise, Your Majesty. Only when Lorren urged the king to stand, addressing him as Your Majesty, did the king exhale in relief. This fellow beside me is innocent. Let him go, and do not forget compensation. And as for me, commence my trial. And be swift about it. I still need to return for lunch. After the king stood, he personally unlocked the cell containing Lorren, understanding his intention to have them deal with Helen and the Stern family. Very well, please leave this place. It is cold here. The king escorted Lorren out of the dungeon, while other guards took the other inmate away, and the punishment of the law enforcement team continued unabated. Initially, they had pleaded for mercy, but after Lorren impatiently scratched his ear, the whip fell upon their mouths. Where would you like the trial to take place? The king followed closely behind Lorren, as if he were a mere attendant. In the square, let the public witness it. Excellent. Lorren's request aligned perfectly with the king's desires. Everyone was aware of Helen's actions, yet they dared not speak openly. On the surface, they continued to extol her achievements, portraying her as a detective and a hero. Privately, however, they would criticize the king, attributing Helen's audacity to his incompetence. While they would not speak ill of Helen or the Stern family, they understood that denouncing the king would not lead to severe repercussions. At most, he might imprison them for a couple of days. However, to speak against Helen could result in a death sentence, and the people were acutely aware of who could afford to provoke her. Thus, the king desperately sought an opportunity to redeem his reputation and free himself from the Stern family's oppression. Soon, the king's aides had erected a makeshift courtroom in the square, while also dispatching individuals to spread the word. Within minutes, the square was thronged with spectators, not only ordinary citizens, but also travelers and reporters. As Bartholomew was a popular tourist destination, Lorren sat in the defendant's seat, with the king beside him, inquiring about his well-being. Today, the king was the most animated of all, for he had spotted the Pope's arrival. With the church's backing, everything he undertook would be significantly smoother. Bring Helen forward. In this trial, the king and the church, the two highest authorities in Bartholomew, served as judges. Following the king's announcement, several soldiers brought Helen into the chamber. Many plague envoys followed closely behind the soldiers. Without their presence, Helen would have been challenging to bring forth. You claim that my lord has committed lewd acts. Whom did he lewd? When questioning her, the king even addressed Lorren as my lord, making it evident that this judgment would lack impartiality. He lewd me. Lorren cast a glance at Helen, confident in his own perceptions. To put it bluntly, even if he were to seek out a nun from the Church of Abundance, he would not spare her a second glance. Is there evidence? My words serve as evidence. So, there's no evidence then? The king smiled, glancing at the silent Pope beside him, who was glaring fiercely at Helen. Helen surveyed the king and the Pope in their judicial seats, the plague envoys encircling her, and the ordinary onlookers. At this juncture, Helen finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet she remained confident that if she merely admitted a fault and self-punished with a couple of drinks, this matter would pass. Helen tacitly accepted the king's words. Lowering her head, "Very well, I hereby declare Helen Stern guilty of slander, sentencing her to 3 years of imprisonment." With the slander case concluded, the next case commenced. "You dispatched individuals to assassinate my lord. Your associates have already confessed. Do you plead guilty?" "I plead guilty." A succession of charges were laid upon Helen, and she remained unperturbed. Helen Stern, attempted murder, sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Now, we move on to the next case. During your tenure as captain of the law enforcement team, you engaged in severe torture, coercing innocents to confess, resulting in countless wrongful convictions. Are you aware of your crimes? As these words were spoken, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. They had anticipated yet another display. But the revelation of such grave accusations took them by surprise. Upon hearing this charge, Helen finally exhibited a reaction. "I did not." She looked around at the crowd, noticing the smiles on their faces, and suddenly erupted in fury. "I am a hero. I have apprehended numerous criminals on your behalf. Why do you mock me?" Chapter 97. The Sin of Blasphemy. Upon hearing Helen's furious roar, the commoners lowered their heads and began to withdraw, fearful that Helen might unjustly accuse them of crimes. "Do you plead not guilty? Bring forth the witnesses." Today, the king was particularly exhilarated, commanding the guards to bring out the prisoners recently rescued from the dungeons. He had already undergone psychological conditioning below, aware that the king aimed to deal with Helen, and that both the king and the church would side with him. A splendid opportunity for revenge against Helen. As soon as he appeared, he began to accuse Helen of her misdeeds, recounting not only his own plight, but everything he had learned from other victims during his time in the dungeon. "Do you confess?" Faced with the king's inquiry, Helen remained silent, yet she displayed little fear. Overwhelmed with excitement, the king trembled, biting his lip to suppress laughter during this serious moment. "Then I ask you, does all that you have done represent your own will, or that of the Stern family?" At this question, a smile suddenly broke across Helen's face. Based on her past experiences, invoking her family would shield her from harm. It was not just her belief. The populace shared this sentiment, convinced that the Stern family could do no wrong. It represents the will of the Stern family. Only upon the utterance of these words did the king finally lose his composure, erupting into boisterous laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I have done nothing wrong." And yet he raises a dagger to his own throat. Truly, the Stern family has produced a fine specimen. The Stern family has conspired to assassinate the esteemed mentor, disrupting his creation of the sacred hymns, ultimately causing the plague church to lose its hymns. I hereby declare, the Stern family is condemned for blasphemy. Their entire lineage to be eradicated. Not a single survivor shall remain. Even the worms shall be cut upright. The weight pressing down upon him was about to vanish. Had the Pope not been present, the king might have leaped onto the table in his exuberance. What? Helen was taken aback, her mind struggling to comprehend. She thought she would merely face a few days' imprisonment, where even in jail she would receive the highest standard of treatment. Eradication? She repeated the term, realizing that for someone of her stature, a conventional verdict would be utterly insignificant, and she had never even heard of such a sentence before. Helen was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if she were trapped in a dream. Why did everything happening now lack logic? What was this concept of eradication? So foreign, did this term truly exist? Blasphemy is the gravest sin in this world. I announce its immediate execution. At this moment, the Pope also rose to conclude the proceedings. Upon receiving the command, the agents of plague sprang into action, soaring into the air, buoyed by the swarms of flies within them, granting them the ability to fly. Your Majesty, please slow down. Just before the agents of plague took flight, an elderly man arrived on the scene. Edmund Stern, you have arrived just in time. Allow me to be the first to execute you. Edmund, the old knight who once rescued Bartholomew, was now frail and lacking vitality. He had received the blessing of the god of plague, and logically, he should not be in such a state. Yet the recent verdict had shattered his spine. Your Majesty, for the sake of my saving Bartholomew, I implore you. I am sorry, Edmund. While you did save Bartholomew, you have committed the sin of blasphemy this time. I regret losing a hero of Bartholomew, but I am powerless. Blasphemy is unforgivable. The king stood before Edmund. Though he was shorter in stature, his aura overwhelmed Edmund, a situation unprecedented. I am the true mastermind behind all of this, and the Stern family is not involved. We are willing to surrender everything we possess, provided others may live. I would rather die here. In light of my past rescue of Bartholomew, I beseech you. Edmund knelt, bowing his head, thus gratifying the king's vanity. A wise old man. Edmund understood the gravity of the situation. If they truly were guilty of blasphemy, they would not be spared. Yet, at this moment, blasphemy was merely a label, akin to the lewd accusations Helen had hurled at Lorren. This label had been firmly affixed, and any defense was futile. It was better to shoulder the blame alone, preserving a flicker of hope. As long as Lorren was satisfied, they could survive, a truth understood by him, the king and the pope alike. The king and the pope sought only to appease Lorren, hoping he would produce the sacred hymns, fully aware that Lorren's demands were merely a pretext to deal with the Stern family. In response to Edmund's plea, the king glanced at Lorren, who, in truth, did not wish for the family's eradication. As long as they were not a burden to him, the Stern family still had its purpose. Moreover, the Stern family boasted many formidable members. Should they all be slain, Bartholomew's realm would be left exceedingly vulnerable. Lorren nodded, and Edmund felt a wave of relief. Thank you for your kindness. With that, Edmund unsheathed his rusted knight's sword, the very one he had wielded in his youth, now so corroded that it barely came free. After much effort, he finally brandished the knight's sword and, using the dull blade, severed his own neck. Due to the sword's bluntness, he struggled several times before ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. Helen knelt upon the ground, and amidst the cheers of the populace, she felt the world grow profoundly tranquil, descending into darkness. Her day had darkened, yet for others, the dawn had arrived. It was not that Lorren was genuinely benevolent enough to spare them. Sometimes, such a stark contrast felt more agonizing than death itself. Lorren's intent was to allow them to first experience this disparity before their demise. I suddenly have an inspiration. I must return to compose a song. Lorren yawned, never once casting a glance at Helen. Allow me to escort you. The king remained exceedingly attentive, and as Lorren climbed into the carriage, he dismissed the coachman, opting to take the reins himself. Upon Lorren's return to the inn, lunch had just begun, prepared by Jingxin with her own ingredients and utensils. I shall take my leave now, esteemed mentor. May the god of plague bless you. The king drew a rainbow of plague across his chest, and, bidding Lorren farewell, dashed out like a jubilant monkey. Woohoo! Had he not been crowned, passers-by would surely have deemed him mad. Where did you go this morning? The moment Lorren sat, Nicalis inquired with concern. Oh, nothing much, just a bit of sweeping. Layla, aware that Lorren wished to alleviate Nicalis' worries, leaned closer to his ear to ask, what was the final verdict? Helen's estate was confiscated, and the entire enforcement team has been sentenced. You mean to say that the enforcement team came to apprehend you, only to find themselves sentenced, with the captain's estate confiscated? Chapter 98, Return. The Stern family faced confiscation of their estate. However, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Their lives remained far superior to those of commoners. Yet in their hearts lay a profound sense of disparity, prompting many to take their own lives in the ensuing days. This was not the crux of the matter. Their previous arrogance must now be repaid. Being beaten along the way would be a minor affair. Should they find themselves alone in an uncontrolled area, the locals might even add a meal to the mix. Indeed, adding a meal, cannibalism was no rare occurrence here. The blessing of the god of plague shielded them from the effects of the prion virus, and their moral compass had long been absent, coupled with the power of lasciviousness. It had rendered them as they were. In this world, the significance of lineage is deeply ingrained in the hearts of its inhabitants. Helen, being the granddaughter of Edmund and one of his few descendants, receives his boundless affection. This is evident even when the wrathful populace does not rend her to pieces during the raid on Edmund's estate. Instead, many rally to protect her. However, they remain oblivious to a fundamental truth. They believe the downfall of the Stern family was solely due to the kingdom and the church's intolerance, never considering that the primary catalyst was their provocation of Lorren. There is no need to rush. Everything will come to pass. Helen crouches on the ground, scattering cat food for the stray felines. These strays dare only to inhabit affluent areas, and when the starving masses catch sight of them, it invariably leads to an increase in their own rations. Yet in the past, those who dared to feast upon cats would be captured by Helen, resulting in an explosion of strays. Though her eyes lack luster, a smile graces her lips as she strokes the fur of one of the wandering cats. There is a particular narrative I find quite distasteful. Suddenly, a girl clad in a black cloak stands before Helen. Raising her gaze, Helen beholds a girl's spiral twin tails. A person laden with sins, having taken countless lives, can elicit the perception of kindness merely by offering food to a stray cat, as if their previous transgressions could be erased with a single act of charity. Such a ledger cannot be settled in that manner. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. No one can absolve another's sins on behalf of the victims. Helen is destined to remain unable to respond to this inquiry. Blood drips onto the stray cat, and she clutches her neck, wishing to articulate something. Yet each breath only expels more crimson. Ultimately, she collapses silently amidst the pile of cats. Upon death, debts are settled. I forgive you now. Meanwhile, Lorren, far away in an inn, retrieves a ledger of grudges, tears out the page pertaining to Helen, and sets it ablaze atop an oil lamp. The affairs of the kingdom of Bartholomew have reached a conclusion, and Lorren has composed a hymn for the plagued church, though its impact is minimal, primarily due to Helen's interruption. Simultaneously, Lorren acquires a tenth of the Stern family's wealth, a considerable sum, given that they represent the largest family in a medium-sized kingdom. After various exchanges of interests, the king possesses less than Lorren does. You shall forever be the most esteemed guest of Bartholomew, and my eternal friend. As they part, the king not only prepares the finest train for Lorren, but also personally escorts him to it. Lorren, look over there. While Lorren shares laughter with the king, Layla points to a heap of refuse in the corner. There lies a severed head, reminiscent of the one Lorren had seen on the road, its eyes gouged out, brain matter oozing, as if something had been inserted into the eye sockets and stirred. Its front teeth had been extracted, and beside the head lie bones clinging to scraps of flesh. Lorren recognizes this individual as the rotund man who remarked on the sweetness of Bartholomew's air upon their arrival. In Bartholomew, his type could indeed be deemed delectable. One wonders if he is satisfied with this fate. I look forward to our next encounter. After bidding Lorren farewell at the train, the king traces a rainbow of pestilence upon his chest. May our friendship endure. Lorren reciprocates, drawing the new sprout of the Church of Abundance upon his own chest. Despite his collaboration with the plagued church and his camaraderie with Bartholomew's king, he remains steadfastly a member of the Church of Abundance. That has never changed, and no one can question Lorren. Once the train doors close, Lorren bursts into laughter. It is not surprising. Any individual would find it hard to contain their joy upon discovering an entire carriage filled with their treasures. The train prepared for Lorren by the king is not merely coal-powered, but infused with magic, granting it unparalleled speed and comfort compared to ordinary trains. The carriage is devoid of outsiders, and Layla seamlessly follows Lorren. Why have you come along too? Since learning Layla is a woman, Nicalis has harbored a certain disdain for her, yet Layla remains indifferent, unconcerned with the opinions of anyone other than Lorren. I just happen to be traveling to the kingdom of Getterland. Is that a problem? Layla casually drapes her arm around Lorren's neck, though the height difference renders the gesture somewhat awkward, leading her to ultimately sit on Lorren's lap in frustration. This action is undeniably a provocation towards Nicalis, yet she dares not utter a word. I'm feeling sleepy. Just as Nicalis and Layla reach an impasse, Anna gently tugs at Layla's sleeve. She typically prefers to nap on Lorren's lap. Gazing into Anna's sparkling eyes, Layla relinquishes her position. Under Nicalis' envious gaze, Anna reclines on Lorren's lap, relishing his gentle caresses. I want one too. Layla seizes Lorren's hand and places it atop her head. Brother, you have changed. You were never this needy before. The train speeds along the tracks, traversing a desolate wilderness. As the greenery of the outdoors begins to flourish, Lorren realizes he has entered the domain of the god of abundance. This journey proves bountiful for Lorren. The treasures are merely a bonus. The true significance lies in the judgment and the lament for the departed. Equipped with these, Lorren no longer needs to worry about lacking offensive power. Had he possessed them earlier, he could have slain Eldrin during his first ambush. At this moment, the flames of sin have also been deciphered by Lorren and imparted to the witches. While they may not necessarily be able to wield it, acquiring knowledge is certainly better than having none. Upon disembarking, the scarecrows of the Church of Abundance await Lorren at the station, tacitly refraining from inquiring about his experiences. Such monumental events cannot remain concealed from the church. They are aware that the hymn of the plagued church is not the complete version, whereas that of the Church of Abundance is, and that is sufficient. Lorren's provision of the hymn to the plagued church is not merely a quest for personal gain. He genuinely desires to augment the power of the god of plague. Should the time of divine warfare arrive, and the god of plague and the god of abundance engage in a battle to their mutual detriment, it would serve Lorren's interests splendidly. Chapter 99, Lullaby. The treasures bestowed by the king of Bartholomew have nearly filled the family storeroom, and Scarlet lies atop them, emitting silly sounds. Could you spare me some? After a considerable time, Scarlet finally notices Lorren's incredulous gaze, yet she remains unconcerned, innocently posing her query. Lorren crouches down, affectionately stroking Scarlet's hair. No worries. Take as much as you like. The treasures are yours, but you are mine. Scarlet beams with joy, unaware of any underlying issues, continuing to lounge upon the bounty. Sharing a portion with her is of little consequence, Scarlet embodies jealousy rather than greed. Her thievery is merely a means of survival. She has not claimed the promised 30% of treasures Lorren had mentioned. All she truly seeks is his attention. In truth, Scarlet is quite unassuming. Having lived alongside Lorren for so long, her only fervent desire is to discover her purpose, not to demand anything else. Even among the witches, her wants are the fewest. Within the game, she only stole a life out of jealousy for others' existence as she faced her demise. Conversely, the truly greedy witches seize every opportunity to snatch away the souls of others. Once you've had your fill of play, it's time for bed. Good night. By the time all treasures have been transferred, it is already the deep of night, and the others are asleep. Lorren yawns as he exits the storeroom, only to encounter Anna, clad in a bear-themed nightgown. Master, could you sing me a lullaby? Anna clasps Lorren's hand, shaking it gently. Very well, Lorren obliges, lifting Anna and placing her on the bed in her room. The decor here is imbued with childlike whimsy, dominated by a pink palette, with stuffed toys lining the bedside and a rack adorned with various adorable garments. After all, she remains a young girl. Anna snugly tucks herself under the covers, gazing expectantly at Lorren. Though Lorren is a renowned musician, his vocal abilities leave much to be desired, and he is rather inept at composition. The songs he typically releases are merely reworded versions of existing melodies, predominantly instrumental, as he struggles to find vocalists. However, he later collaborated with a singer from the realm of the night and the god of thunder, which significantly increased his earnings. Consequently, Lorren rarely sings, with Anna being one of the few who truly appreciates his voice. Seated by the edge of the bed, Lorren gently patted Anna while serenading her with a lullaby. Long ago, there existed a pack of white-eyed wolves who proclaimed themselves deities, exalted above all. They deceived the masses and amassed faith, slaughtering witches without a hint of humanity. Little Anna, listen well, for I have words to impart. Be patient and hear my song. And remember well, no matter what transpires, never forget their sins. Usurping power to ascend to heaven, madness now pervades the earthly realm. For years I have schemed for this day, to one day let the night sky blossom with starlight. As Anna succumbed to slumber, her breathing became steady. Though this song, if heard by others, could lead to dire consequences for Lorren, he merely sang it privately for Anna. This melody was adapted from the theme song G, originally sung by Dongfang Qinlan to her son, Dongfang Yuechu. Anna had once wished for Lorren to compose a song for her, and he chose this one, as a means to help her grasp the world's true nature. Once Anna was asleep, Lorren quietly exited her chamber, only to collide with Layla, who had been eavesdropping. "What are you doing up?" When Layla followed Lorren back, he had prepared a room for her, and she should have been resting by now. Nothing. Layla, possessing keen senses, undoubtedly heard Lorren's earlier song, and she appeared quite uneasy, wrestling with whether to voice some of her thoughts. After much hesitation, Layla finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Lorren, about the song you just sang. Oh, you heard it? I wrote it myself. It's not something I heard elsewhere. It reflects my true feelings." Layla had anticipated Lorren might feign ignorance or deflect, but she never expected him to admit so readily. "So you..." "Yes, I harbor feelings for witches. I despise the deities, and I wish to eradicate them all." Lorren's boldness startled Layla. She had considered herself the most rebellious, yet in comparison to Lorren, she felt insignificant. The esteemed mentor revered by all the churches harbored thoughts of annihilating the deities. Such a revelation would likely be met with disbelief. If there were any infiltrators within the church, Lorren's mere existence alongside the Pope would lead the latter to suspect he had a split personality. Though Layla had many questions swirling in her mind, Lorren's confession left her speechless. "You should get some sleep. Early to bed, early to rise. So you have the energy to slay gods." Lorren yawned, feeling drowsy after singing a lullaby to Anna. "Wait, I possess a spell that can mark you, allowing me to locate you at any time. It's merely for marking, nothing else." Layla positioned herself before Lorren, placing her hands on his shoulders and rising to her toes, forgetting the significant height difference between them, creating an awkward atmosphere. As the tension mounted, Layla suddenly leaped forward, planting a kiss on Lorren's cheek before swiftly retreating to her room. Lorren had anticipated Layla's reaction. He had first learned of her witch identity when she boldly confessed her feelings. Yet, she still hesitated, referring to her powers as mere magic. "Sleep well." Upon pushing open the bedroom door, Lorren was greeted by a long-absent sight. "It's been a while, master." Jingxin lay on Lorren's bed, still clad in high heels, her fingers gliding from her ankle to her thigh, finally flicking the lace of her garter. The tightness of her stockings created a distinct sensation. "Since you're here, might as well enjoy." Upon witnessing this scene, Lorren's fatigue vanished. Having restrained himself during his time in the kingdom of Bartholomew, he could hardly contain himself any longer. Next time, let us invite Scarlet along. I believe she wouldn't mind, and it could serve as a teaching opportunity. Jingxin's calm remark momentarily halted Lorren's actions. Without awaiting a response, she assumed his silence was acquiescence. In his weariness, Lorren ultimately ended up sleeping beside Jingxin. When he awoke the next morning, she had tidied everything. As if nothing had transpired, Jingxin had even changed the sheets while asleep, and now breakfast was prepared. During his time in Bartholomew, Lorren had refrained from eating. Now that he was back, it was time for a proper meal. However, while dining, Jingxin was deep in conversation with Scarlet, instilling in Lorren a sense of foreboding. Chapter 100. Return to the royal capital. A week had passed, and life resumed its regular rhythm. During this time, Luna had fully grasped Lorren's methods of magic casting. While Layla experienced magic for the first time, previously, she had been an ordinary adventurer, with a revolver being her most formidable weapon. Magic felt too distant for her. Lorren did not emphasize that his techniques were exclusive to witches. He merely instructed Layla to keep it confidential, and she understood the value of such knowledge and would not disclose it. Since becoming Lorren's student, Luna had not returned home, and today she planned a visit. Coincidentally, Lorren and the others intended to check on the royal capital and assess its recovery. Lorren did not consider himself the root cause of the calamity. It was their choices that led to this outcome, and it was not his fault. While reaching the capital was challenging for many, it was not so for Lorren. After informing the church, he arranged a carriage escorted by scarecrows. This was Lorren's second visit to the capital, and with Scarlet's spatial abilities, they had not prepared much. The palace had been reduced to rubble, but there was no concern for lodging, as Lorren had given Luna's parents some funds before leaving. Ensuring his room was maintained for a century. The reconstruction of the area was surprisingly swift. Soon, the carriage entered the royal capital, where most buildings had been rebuilt, now adorned with numerous tree houses, made possible through the bountiful magic. Key structures such as the palace were still under construction, with workers smiling as they toiled. Following the calamity, many from the Nafika church had come to assist. Under their watchful eyes, workers received their full wages and ample meals, leading to an improving quality of life. This also helped prevent the emergence of further dark entities. It was astonishing how easily solvable issues often required a confrontation before resolution. Welcome, esteemed mentor. May the god of abundance bless you. Each time he disembarked, someone awaited to greet him, a routine Lorren had long since acclimated to. After being assisted down by the scarecrows, Lorren reciprocated the greeting by drawing a sprout of rebirth across his chest. The rebuilding after disaster requires encouragement. That is why I am here. Although Lorren's intention was to accompany Luna and enjoy himself, he adorned himself with a grandiose mantle, seeking to appear more heroic. The people of the capital will be grateful to you. Lorren could not see the face of the scarecrow hidden beneath the straw, so he took it as an expression of gratitude. After disembarking, Lorren and the others headed directly to Luna's home, as the only one among them with both parents. She had long yearned for home. Upon seeing her mother, Luna leaped into her embrace, and her mother smiled upon witnessing Luna's current state. One glance at Luna's attire reveals its expensive fabric. After such a long time away from home, Luna's hair has become remarkably smooth, and she has even gained a bit of weight. Evidently, she has suffered no hardship during this period, in stark contrast to her treatment at Lorren's. It seems that they have been somewhat neglectful of her well-being. Master, please come in, Luna said. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luna's mother escorted Lorren to the room reserved for him. The room was impeccably clean, and the furniture had been upgraded to a more luxurious standard. Luna's parents truly know how to seize an opportunity. Upon learning of Luna's connection with Lorren, they recognized a fortuitous chance. Indeed, following that revelation, their business saw significant improvement, and security measures in the area were notably enhanced. Even without considering these tangible benefits, Luna's mother gained considerable prestige when conversing with others, proudly declaring that her daughter's connections surpassed those of any student from the esteemed Nafika Magic Academy. Reflecting on Luna's journey, it is quite remarkable. Hailing from a family that runs an inn with modest means while others struggled for sustenance, she occasionally indulged in treats. Later, she leveraged her innate talent to gain admission to the nation's most prestigious school, at a time when the average person could scarcely afford even a basic education. Subsequently, she faced bullying at school, and it was then that a teacher of exceptional caliber, surpassing even that of professors from elite institutions, arrived at her school, took her under his wing, and dealt with those who had tormented her, catapulting her to greatness. One might say that such tales are the essence of a female empowerment narrative. After several hours in the carriage, Lorren and his companions planned to rest at the inn before venturing out again. "Master, are there any delicacies to savor here?" Anna inquired, lying on the bed with her head dangling over the edge. She recalled the sumptuous meal she had enjoyed at the palace, which had been the most fulfilling feast she had ever experienced, particularly after her inadequate meals during her stay in the Bartholomew Kingdom. She intended to make up for those missed opportunities now. However, it seemed unlikely. The previous disaster had targeted the nobility, demolishing not only their homes, but also the establishments they frequented, including restaurants. How dreadfully dull, Anna lamented, her spirits dampening upon learning that there were no delectable offerings. So what exactly transpired here? Nobles had been nearly exterminated, and the royal capital lay in ruins. The only known perpetrator was the black magic butterfly, with no further details, including its gender. Layla was particularly intrigued, as she had begun to suspect something. Such actions bore the hallmark of Lorren's style. I merely publicized the name of the god of hatred here, seizing the opportunity to wreak havoc amidst those tainted by the outer gods, and I eliminated Eldrin, the researcher of crimson magic, along with the avaricious king. Is that truly your doing? Although she had her suspicions, Layla was still taken aback by Lorren's admission. No way. It was indeed you? My good brother, I found them intolerable during my last visit. How could they allow commoners to suffer so in the domain of the god of abundance? They deserve their fate. Excited, Layla embraced Lorren, showing no concern even under the piercing gaze of Nikalis. Master, Luna, who had just entered, beheld this scene and hesitated, her words caught in her throat. What were you about to say? Lorren's inquiry snapped her back to reality, though her spirits had noticeably diminished. Tonight, there will be a circus performance in the capital. Would you care to attend? The circus tent was relatively easy to set up, and compared to other performances, it certainly offered a simpler form of entertainment. Additionally, the local populace could benefit from some amusement to soothe their troubled hearts, despite the fact that most applauded the attacks by the corrupted. Let's go. Lorren, being quite ordinary, preferred the straightforward joy of the circus over the sophistication of opera. I shall join as well, Layla declared, one arm draped around Lorren's neck and the other raised in excitement. We shall go too. Anna eagerly pulled Nikalis and Scarlet along, while Jingxin, remaining silent, indicated her intention to stay by Lorren's side. By the time Lorren and his group arrived in the capital, it was not late. As they finished their dinner, the crimson moon hung high in the sky. No matter how many times Lorren gazed at this moon, he could never quite acclimate to its presence. It was indeed unsettling, and prolonged exposure could lead to corruption. Most people were at home, sleeping, which had little impact, but the greatest effects were felt by animals, especially long-lived magical creatures. The dominion of night lay in the hands of the god of night and thunder, with only the moon in that realm appearing normal. Luna volunteered to prepare dinner, showcasing her culinary skills, which, while commendable, paled in comparison to Jingxin's prowess. During the meal, Anna consumed a great deal, honoring Luna's efforts. Luna watched Anna with a smile, as though she were gazing at her own daughter. A circus tent had been erected amidst the ruins of the theater, and tickets were affordably priced. A venue once reserved for the nobility was now teeming with commoners. Master, recognizing Lorren's identity, the townsfolk eagerly cleared a path for him, not out of regard for status, but due to his esteemed reputation. Greetings to you all. Lorren reciprocated their warm greetings, and due to the effect of the scorn of all beings, their goodwill towards him only intensified. Even if Lorren's fame were less pronounced, their demeanor would not have differed greatly. Starry Night perched obediently on Lorren's shoulder, resembling a playful toy. Within the circus tent, there were no luxurious seats. The audience stood to watch. Good evening, dear friends. The circus was strikingly sparse, with only a lone clown on stage, accompanied by a meager assortment of props. A few fire pits provided scant illumination, barely revealing the stage's scene, creating an eerily silent atmosphere. The clown donned a jester's outfit, her makeup haphazardly applied. Aside from the eye makeup and blush, her face was a canvas of white, and her lips were painted in vivid red, a stark contrast to her attire. Beneath mismatched blue and red socks, she wore comically oversized clown shoes, seemingly straining just to stand there. Soon, the first act commenced. The clown tossed 3 apples into the air, balancing on a unicycle while circling the stage. Her performance elicited gasps of astonishment. While it may not have impressed Lorren, the audience was captivated, as many had never witnessed such entertainment. Even Starry Night, perched on Lorren's shoulder, emitted joyful cries, and Nikalis was drawn in by the spectacle. Only Jingxin remained unaffected, her gaze fixed on Lorren with an unsettling intensity. As the first act concluded, the clown dismounted the unicycle, grasping the apples. She gazed at the 2 apples in her hands, seemingly puzzled as to why there were not 3, and just then, the 3rd apple fell and struck her on the head, prompting a burst of laughter from the audience. The clown appeared quite pleased with this. Transitioning to her next performance, as she approached a large cage in a shadowy corner and ignited a ring of fire in front of it. As the audience anticipated the emergence of a ferocious beast, a small dog unexpectedly bounded out of the cage, barely fitting through the gaps. The clown cracked her whip, gesturing for the dog to leap through the fiery ring, only for the dog to nip at her leg, causing her to jump over the fire in surprise. Ha ha! Laughter erupted once more from the audience, and even Lorren couldn't suppress a chuckle. Traditional circus acts may lack excitement, but if one were to innovate, Lorren would be intrigued. The clown relished the audience's laughter, bowing gracefully before shaking off the small dog. For the next act, I require an assistant. The clown extended her finger, igniting a surge of enthusiasm among the spectators as they eagerly raised their hands. The clown's finger danced through the air, and amidst the shouts of "Pick me," it ultimately rested upon Lorren. Lorren neither raised his hand nor shouted, yet the clown still chose him. Suddenly, a warning echoed within Lorren's spirit. This clown was no ordinary individual. "Help me hold the Starry Night." Lorren cradled the Starry Night and placed it in Jingxin's hands. After confirming that the bomb at his waist was still intact, he stepped onto the stage. The fact that the clown had singled out Lorren indicated that he was the target. Rather than fleeing, it would be more prudent to discern the nature of her intentions. The clown donned a box divided into 2 parts, and Lorren surmised that it was a prop for a human dismemberment trick. "Please make the incision here," the clown instructed, pointing at the gap in the box, gesturing for Lorren to take the knife and cut. Suppressing the urge to deliver a lethal blow with the soul requiem, Lorren followed her direction and picked up the knife to begin the incision. As the blade entered the gap, Lorren sensed something familiar. It was the same feeling he experienced while wielding a knife against others. He glanced at the clown, whose expression remained unchanged, but he noticed the peculiarities of her makeup. Beneath her lipstick, her face was genuinely cut open, extending to her earlobes, then concealed with lipstick. Suddenly, the clown pressed the knife down forcefully, plunging it completely through, causing the audience to collectively gasp in shock. Though Lorren rarely exerted his strength, he possessed a formidable 10 points, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Yet, the clown had audaciously pressed down without any precaution from him. Amidst the audience's astonishment, the clown advanced forward, her legs moving in the opposite direction until she collapsed to the ground, realizing the absurdity of her predicament. She hurriedly hopped back to retrieve her legs. This scene might have been comical in a cartoon, but in reality, it elicited discomfort among many spectators, prompting them to leave. They had no intention of risking their safety for mere entertainment, and her actions signified that she was certainly not normal. Only a few, including Scarlet, remained oblivious, giggling foolishly. "How'd she do that? That's incredible. It's simple. She is a follower of the outer gods." Jingxin's revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Layla, who had been gripping her gun, intended to confront the clown, only to see Lorren motioning for her to refrain from acting impulsively. Lorren was equally uncertain about this unfamiliar situation and did not wish to endanger the children. Having finally retrieved her lower half, the clown noticed that a significant number of people had departed. "Hey, why is everyone leaving? I still have a performance to give." Upon seeing the exodus, the clown became frantic, drawing a sword and swallowing it whole. When she turned to face the audience, all she could see was terror etched on their faces, for the blade had pierced her abdomen. Chapter 102, The Joyful Followers. The clown glanced down at her belly, finally realizing the sword had penetrated her flesh. Grasping the blade in panic, she yanked it out, resulting in her abdomen tearing open and her intestines spilling onto the ground. If there had been any lingering confusion among the audience, it was now dispelled. Chaos erupted within the circus tent as the clown desperately attempted to stuff her entrails back inside, while the audience fled in droves. "Come back," she cried, kneeling on the ground, trying to reinsert her intestines with an apple to seal the wound, pleading for the spectators to return. Lorren gripped the hilt of the soul requiem. Feeling a twinge of panic, he was uncertain whether this clown possessed the power of death, and her entire demeanor was too bizarre, even for him. A young girl stood frozen in fright, providing the clown with an opportunity. Her hand suddenly elongated like a rubber band, snatching the girl and pulling her onto the stage. "I have a hostage. I command you to return." The clown wailed, and just as Lorren hesitated to draw his weapon, the girl unintentionally elbowed the clown in the face, causing her visage to cave in, and she inadvertently released the child, allowing her to escape. What was happening? Lorren crouched down to inspect the clown, who appeared to have lost her vitality. Lorren, behind you. Layla's voice erupted from the audience, simultaneously triggering a warning within Lorren's spirit as the soul requiem sprang to life. Throat cut. A flash of red light surged forth. Lorren's blade cleaved through the air, and as he turned, he discerned who stood behind him. It was the same young girl. Yet, Lorren's knife showed no hesitation. Instead of fleeing from danger, she had stealthily approached him, indicating she too was not normal. Are you that excited? The girl suddenly flashed a smile, gripping her own hair and pulling her head off, narrowly evading Lorren's strike. Then she seized her lips and began tearing them apart, allowing the clown to emerge from within the girl's skin, despite being significantly larger. At this juncture, Lorren recognized her identity, a joyful follower. As he spoke, his blade did not falter. However, the clown exhibited no desire to fight, merely intent on maintaining her distance. After all this effort, I couldn't scare you, what a pity. It became evident that her elaborate ruse was merely to frighten Lorren, aligning perfectly with his preconceived notions of joyful followers. The clown performed a backflip onto a high platform, producing a balloon to inflate. Just as the balloon swelled, before she could catch her breath, the air within it rushed back, inflating her head, which sent her soaring into the air. Lorren remained silent, merely retrieving his submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets in her head. Upon contact, her cranium exploded like a balloon, scattering brain matter, blood, and bone fragments in every direction. Her demise mirrored that of a joyful follower, appearing and dying in a bewildering manner. Wiping the brain matter from his person with a handkerchief, Lorren felt no joy in the clown's death. Her emergence suggested that the joyful followers targeting him were likely not singular. Unlike the followers of other deities, joyful followers pursued an elite path. Only those deemed interesting by Cashin will be granted power. Thus, while their numbers were few, they were troublesome. This group would go to any lengths for amusement, devoid of any logic, just as the clown had risked her life merely to frighten Lorren. Master. Upon stepping off the stage, a throng of individuals surrounded Lorren, with Jingxin diligently wiping away the grime clinging to him. Tonight's show is over. Let us return. Wherever Lorren went, chaos seemed to follow. Although he often instigated trouble himself, this incident was genuinely beyond his control. Nonetheless, Lorren felt untroubled. He was experienced in dealing with joyful followers. Cashin exhibited a certain favoritism. Even in critical moments, when Lorren prayed, Cashin would respond to him first, even retracting the powers of others to fulfill Lorren's requests. After all, who could be as entertaining as a player? The capital at night remained lively, not bustling with people, but teeming with animals. The recent deaths had attracted a multitude of scavengers like crows. A crow alighted upon Lorren's shoulder, an occurrence he had long since grown accustomed to. With the presence of the spit of all beings, small creatures frequently gathered around him. The crow's eyes fixated intently on Lorren, its red gaze peculiar. At that moment, Starry Night suddenly squawked, attempting to chase away the crow, which was several times her size, defending her food. Observing Starry Night's vehement reaction, Lorren abandoned his intention to adopt a new pet, though he thought a gentle pat wouldn't hurt. However, just as Lorren reached out to stroke the bird, it took flight. Starry Night emitted a triumphant call, leaving Lorren baffled as to how he could perceive such pride on a bird's face. Upon witnessing Lorren and the others return so early, Luna's parents felt a twinge of regret, as they had hoped to allow others to come back, leaving Lorren and Luna to spend the night alone outside. Alas, this wish was unfulfilled. The first day in the royal capital passed without incident. That evening, Lorren booked an additional room. After all, Layla still presented as male in public, mirroring their previous arrangement in Bartolo, where Layla shared a room with Lorren while the others occupied another. Why you dress so warmly? It was only after they spent the night in the same room that Lorren realized Layla was still clad in the attire from Bartolo, a trench coat, long trousers, and boots. Given the high temperatures of Gerdlawn, one could only imagine how sweltering it must be for her. I have no other clothes. Lorren had indeed overlooked this detail. Layla lacked a spatial pouch and had been wearing that same outfit, washing it each night to dry by morning. Never mind, I shall take you to buy clothes tomorrow. Layla's stature was somewhat diminutive. Even if she wished to wear feminine garments, the clothes of Nikali's and the others would be far too large, though Anna's might fit reasonably well. However, Anna's attire was of a more whimsical nature, likely not to Layla's taste. This simple notion left Layla momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Lorren, she would never have heard such words throughout her life. Each day, Layla busied herself, unnoticed by anyone, so much so that she had never contemplated purchasing new clothes as long as hers remained intact, given that she hadn't grown in quite some time. Chapter 103, Shopping. Are you awake? As usual, Lorren slumbered until noon. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Layla's light green gaze as she lay beside him, propped up on her hand as if just awakening from an intimate encounter. Lorren checked his attire to confirm nothing untoward had transpired. Let us set forth. We shall have some fun. Layla wrapped an arm around Lorren's neck, urging him on. Despite her eagerness, she did not rouse him early. Wait for me to freshen up. Lorren struggled to rise, realizing he had grown increasingly lethargic. In the early days after his arrival, he had been diligent, focused on earning money and caring for Necallis and the others. Yet, as he amassed wealth and acquired the mirror heart, he had become progressively more indolent, resulting in minimal growth in his attributes over the years. However, Lorren's rationale for this was sound. Attributes gained through sheer effort are often superficial and may even leave hidden scars. The attributes he acquired were tangible and substantial, far superior to those cultivated through mere training. Come along, children. Let us explore the royal capital today. When Lorren entered the next room, everyone was already awake. He typically rose the latest. Have you eaten? If not, let's dine out. I have, but I wouldn't mind another meal. Then let us go. Lorren did not refuse Anna's request, though Luna appeared somewhat disheartened at Lorren not having eaten her cooking that day. Good afternoon, esteemed mentor. The streets were bustling with people, primarily workers, who greeted Lorren with smiles, and he reciprocated their warmth. Lorren had always been kind to the common folk, otherwise his reputation would not have soared so high. Lorren led the group to a pizzeria, recalling that pizza had been invented long before hamburgers, making its presence in this world entirely plausible. After Anna wrapped the leftover pizza, the establishment closed its doors to focus solely on serving Lorren and his companions. After we finish our meal, I shall take you shopping for clothes. Layla has no suitable attire. I think that's a splendid idea, Anna chimed in, setting her plate aside. Seizing the moment when Necallis was distracted, she stealthily took her portion. Just as Mirror Heart raised her hand, Lorren interrupted. Only normal clothing is permitted. Indeed, the esteemed mentor speaks wisely. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Anna's plates piled up to 3. Is there a casino nearby? I'd like to earn some money. Layla casually munched on her food, having been living off Lorren's generosity lately. While Lorren considered her a dear friend, Layla felt a twinge of discomfort, knowing that one-sided generosity is unsustainable in any relationship. Even if one friend is prosperous while the other is not, the latter must express their sentiments. Friendships and love cannot thrive on unilateral giving. Layla was confident in her ability. When funds were low, she would visit the casino to earn a little, though she refrained from drawing too much attention. There are casinos. Even if the royal capital were to be destroyed, they would be among the first to be rebuilt. At this, Luna seemed displeased, as she had always harbored a disdain for such establishments. Lorren had great faith in Layla's gambling skills. Her keen eyesight and reflexes were exceptional, and he had witnessed her luck when she became desperate. You are all forbidden from gambling, Lorren reiterated to the group of witches, including himself, as he would refrain if he could not utilize his luck. Rest assured, I only have a penchant for food. After stacking another plate, the pile had surpassed Anna's seated height. Only then did Lorren realize how much Anna had consumed, likely enough to satisfy her hunger. At that point, the establishment had run out of stock, leading Lorren to conclude, never mind, let us depart. They had already eaten at the inn, so he need not worry about their hunger. Lorren intended to take them shopping first. Given that the royal capital had only recently been rebuilt, options were limited, with only one clothing store catering to commoners still in operation, offering a fair selection at affordable prices. This one you can choose for yourself. Lorren held a loose-fitting, pure white short-sleeve shirt, intending to hand it to Layla, but ultimately refrained. Confident in his aesthetic judgment, after all, he wore only black robes throughout the year. He opted to let Layla make her own choice. I'll take this one. Layla accepted the shirt from Lorren, trying it against herself, and found a perfect fit. Choose the rest for me. Anything you pick will suffice. Seeing Layla's trust in him, Lorren felt a bit pressured after much deliberation. He selected a pair of black trousers. Yet, observing Layla's expression, she seemed quite pleased. After casually picking out a few simple outfits, Lorren prepared to leave, only to spot Necallis selecting undergarments. The children's section is over here. Let me accompany you. Lorren pointed toward the adjacent area for children's undergarments, prompting Necallis to unconsciously glance down at her own chest. Had Anna made such a remark, Necallis would likely have retaliated, but since it was Lorren speaking, she obediently followed by his side. I shall assist you in carrying your items. In front of the female attendant, Mirror Heart appeared remarkably composed, donning a long maid's dress that reached her ankles, her hands clasped before her as she patiently awaited Lorren's selection. Only after he finished did she take the items from him. Lorren wished she could maintain such poise, yet once they were alone, her true nature emerged. In contrast, Scarlet appeared far less refined. She instinctively stared at passers-by, seemingly contemplating pilfering something. Scarlet's mischievous tendencies had not diminished, yet she had indeed been of great assistance to Lorren, not only securing the Tear of Resolve, but also acquiring the Unfading Box. Now that Lorren had successfully bound himself to the Unfading Box and placed the tarot cards within, he could utilize their effects without fear of loss. Lorren was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. A substantial portion of his power resided in the tarot cards, and losing them would have dire consequences. Without the high damage from judgment and the life-saving capabilities of the tower, the absence of the High Priestess would be a calamity in itself. With the Unfading Box, Lorren felt unrestrained, although it typically resided in an inaccessible space. He regarded it as being carried by him nonetheless. Even in death, none can claim his tarot cards. The only one capable of doing so, Scarlet, is now unwaveringly devoted to Lorren as his maid. The Box of Abandonment has a limit on volume, but none on quantity, sufficient to store an entire set of tarot cards. Chapter 104, New Attire. Despite the impossibility of losing the tarot cards, Lorren remains cautious, pondering potential threats to himself during his return to the inn. The towering structures instill in Lorren a sense of security against most attacks. Yet there exist numerous weapons capable of harming the soul, such as the Dirge of Souls at his waist. As for the Illusion Breaker, Lorren is confident that he alone possesses it, having inadvertently discovered it after countless trials. He alone knows its existence in the world. However, his greatest concern is a certain witch, the Greed Witch, one of the 7 sins, whose secret powers are entirely directed at the soul. Should she choose to target Lorren, he would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand her onslaught. Moreover, her aggression is formidable, apart from the Lust Witch. The other witches tend to embody their respective sins quite fittingly. Upon her descent into darkness, the Greed Witch would ceaselessly devour the souls of others, sparing no opportunity to feast upon those significant, and Lorren is evidently among her chosen prey. Yet, at present, she has likely not succumbed to darkness, being quite young. She may still resemble the innocent, naive which she was before her transformation. Lorren contemplates a way to win the Greed Witch over. He has already swayed 2 of the 7 sins. One more would not make a difference. The secret, which is also not beyond his reach. If Lorren can persuade all of the witch's disciples, including their leader, to join him, it would not be considered an act of betrayal. Upon returning to their room, Layla intends to change outfits, but with Lorren present, she feels somewhat flustered. Though they often share a bed, they have never undressed, not out of fear of being seen by Lorren, but rather out of concern that he might uncover her secret. "I will go check on Anna and the others," Lorren declares, voluntarily exiting the room and allowing Layla to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, only Naklis has purchased new clothing. Anna finds the garments here rather unimpressive, as she possesses many outfits, most of which are far more adorable, several crafted personally by Mirror Heart. Naklis glances at the newly acquired children's underwear, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As she ponders whether, if she could indeed wear such clothing, Lorren's perception of her might change, at the very least. She hopes he would no longer see her as a child. While Naklis is lost in thought, Lorren suddenly embraces her from behind. "Do you have something on your mind, Naklis?" While others may not discern Naklis's emotions, Lorren is acutely aware. The moment he holds her, Naklis feels her heartbeat quicken, causing her words to stumble. "And no." Lorren reclines on the bed, gently laying Naklis across his lap. As she lies there, Naklis experiences a wave of relief. "As long as I live, you need not worry about anything. I shall always protect you and love you forever," Lorren assures her, stroking her silvery hair. He has always known that while Naklis appears the most mature, she is also the most sensitive. Yet Lorren's comfort seems to have the opposite effect, amplifying Naklis's worries. Thoughts of mortality invade her mind. What if Lorren were to grow old and die one day? Naklis feels certain she would immediately follow him into the afterlife, unable to fathom a world without Lorren. Conversely, Lorren has never contemplated such a scenario. He assumes his immortality, believing that even when his time approaches, it would merely warrant a prayer. Lorren trusts that the outer gods would not desire his demise. The god of greed would be loath to lose such a valuable patron, and the god of pleasure would not wish to part with someone as intriguing as Lorren. Not only them, but given Lorren's deeds, no follower of a god of hatred could compare, which is why Lygos is also inclined to grant Lorren a longer life. Most crucially, the god of love, Lorren believes that both his affection for the witches and theirs for him would sufficiently touch this deity. By then, each god would likely bestow upon Lorren several millennia of life, and he might even request additional years for the children. Lorren has yet to consider the paramount eternal observer. Not to mention, eternity is the domain of the eternal observer, and bestowing eternal life upon Lorren and his companions would likely pose no issue. I shall love you forever. Nicholas confesses, touching Lorren's hand, surprised by her own sudden declaration. I love you all as well, Anna interjects, embracing Lorren and interrupting their heartfelt moment. In that case, let us create love. Mirror Heart advances, placing her hand on her clothing. Stop. Lorren swiftly intervenes to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. After spending a while there, Lorren returns to his room, where Layla has already changed. Do I look handsome? Layla asks, showcasing her attire. Indeed. It is quite simple, a white short-sleeve top paired with black trousers. Yet Layla's beauty renders anything she wears appealing. You look handsome, Lorren responds, absent-mindedly ruffling Layla's hair until he notices her expression shift uncomfortably, prompting him to withdraw his hand. My apologies. Such behavior is typically exhibited by Anna, so Lorren had inadvertently grown accustomed to it. However, Layla seems unfazed, even pleased, interpreting it as a sign that Lorren's attitude toward her has shifted. The very act of him touching her head suggests he finds her endearing. Let us depart and earn some extra coin, Layla exclaims, rubbing her hands together as she pulls Lorren out of the inn, heading straight for the casino. Were it not for Layla, Lorren would have no inclination to visit such places. Not to mention, Lorren is financially secure now, having no need to resort to such risky means of earning money. Even in his gaming days, he preferred to rob casinos outright, as it was far more efficient than gambling for funds. With his poor luck and the house advantage favoring the casino, they would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics. Therefore, Lorren opts for a direct approach, deeming it a necessary act of public service. By the time Lorren finishes contemplating, they have arrived at the casino entrance, which has recently been rebuilt and appears rather modest. It is bustling with patrons. Many nobles survived the previous disaster, and even those who did are far from living as they once did. Their homes have been destroyed, and their savings plundered, creating a gap they struggle to accept. Consequently, many choose to indulge in decadence at such venues, hoping to turn their fortunes around. Though losing would only exacerbate their plight. Where there is demand, there is a market. Thus, their needs facilitated the casino's rapid reconstruction. The structure is wooden, with new branches sprouting from above, all indicative of magical influence. Chapter 105, The Casino. Upon entering the casino, Lorren conceals his face, intent on keeping his identity hidden. Layla has her own principles. Should the casino refrain from cheating, she would not resort to using her abilities. But if Lorren reveals himself, the casino would certainly refrain from any trickery, as they are acutely aware of whom they can afford to offend. Layla takes a seat at a simple machine, which involves dropping a steel ball and observing its landing point. Striking the center yields a grand prize, akin to those often found outside elementary schools. And this machine is also the easiest to manipulate. Sitting before the machine, Layla remains still for a considerable time, leading Lorren to believe she is marking it for tracking. As this machine is most convenient for her to exploit, she merely needs to ensure the ball lands in the center. However, just as Lorren is lost in thought, Layla finally speaks. Can you lend me some money? When speaking, Layla felt quite awkward. Despite her initial confidence in coming here, she found herself with not a single coin to her name. Typically, Lorren had spent considerable sums on various matters, and when it came to his own, he was even less likely to be stingy. He directly handed her a bag of gold coins, each worth 10 pieces, the highest denomination available. As Layla received the money, she stood frozen in place. This wasn't her first encounter with such a vast sum. The last time she had seen such wealth was also with Lorren. We had taken the funds given to him by King Bartholomew. That instance had been the first time Layla had laid eyes on so much money at once. However, she had not anticipated that Lorren would bestow such a generous amount upon her, instantly realizing that he truly did not regard her as a stranger. This is more than enough, she said, pulling out a 10 gold coin, stretching her limbs, and exchanging it for a few steel balls. The stakes varied, but the odds remained the same. The more one wagered, the greater the potential loss. Layla's initial bet was 1 gold, and she casually dropped the steel balls. After navigating numerous obstacles, one of the balls landed in the mouth that symbolized a doubling of her wager. Layla remained unfazed by this, investing 4 more balls into the machine. Unfortunately, luck was not on her side this time. Only one returned half her wager, while the rest were lost. Yet, when the 5th ball was cast, it struck the grand prize, multiplying her winnings tenfold. Keep going. Layla's demeanor remained calm as she continued to feed the machine with steel balls. This time, she employed a few techniques, directing the balls towards the jackpot. However, none succeeded. One ball seemed destined for the grand prize, but veered off course. Witnessing this, Layla finally smiled, for this was precisely the outcome she had anticipated. With only one steel ball left in her possession, Layla remained confident. She tossed it into the machine, and it headed straight for the jackpot. Just before it fell into the winning hole, its trajectory shifted, but a stronger force corrected its path, allowing it to land successfully in the grand prize. Even the staff observing nearby were taken aback. "Keep going. This time, the wager is 10 gold, Layla declared, giving Lorren a thumbs up as she continued to feed the machine. She was on a roll, but Lorren recognized that her behavior was becoming rather conspicuous, a departure from her usual demeanor. Once more, she hit the jackpot, transforming 10 gold into 100. With her newfound wealth, Layla could now afford several rare breeds of cats. "Let us keep going. This time, I wager 100 gold. The staff, witnessing Layla's escalating excitement, became genuinely alarmed and promptly fled. Lorren, perplexed by Layla's exuberance, eventually had to remove his disguise, revealing his true identity. Sure enough, Layla struck gold again, turning 100 into 1,000. Ecstatic, she embraced Lorren and pointed at the machine, exclaiming, "Aren't I impressive?" "Indeed," Lorren affirmed, giving her a thumbs up. Suddenly, Layla's expression turned grave as she glanced behind her, noticing a group of fierce individuals approaching. At that moment, Layla realized the gravity of her situation. In her eagerness to demonstrate her abilities to Lorren, she had inadvertently attracted danger. Instinctively, she positioned herself protectively behind Lorren, her hand resting on the concealed firearm within her coat, having donned the outer garment specifically for this purpose. "Who dares to cheat here? Master, are you still enjoying yourself?" The leader of the group, initially seething with rage, as if prepared to devour the accused, transformed his demeanor upon seeing Lorren, adopting a sycophantic smile that caused the flesh on his face to bunch together. "It appears your establishment is rather unclean," Lorren remarked, rising and positioning Layla behind him with an assertive tone. Upon hearing this, the intruder attempted to feign indignation. "Our establishment has always upheld fairness and justice. I assure you, should I catch the one tainting our reputation, they will not escape unscathed." Suddenly shifting his tone, he inquired about the staff member who had remained behind to watch Lorren. "Master, how much have you won?" 1,000 gold, came the response. Upon hearing this, the leader waved his hand dismissively. "Quickly pay the master 5,000 gold. Because of a malfunction, we have failed to provide the master with a fulfilling experience, and it is our oversight." He spoke with a hint of reluctance. But to curry favor with Lorren, he deemed it worthwhile. If Lorren were to report them, their survival would be in jeopardy, let alone the fate of the casino. He attributed the fiasco to a malfunction, despite the fact that a non-functioning device could hardly malfunction. It was all an excuse, yet to placate Lorren, he magnified Lorren's winnings by 5-fold. This was also a plea for Lorren to cease his gambling, as the casino would inevitably run out of funds. And they dared not accuse Lorren of cheating. "Very well, I shall take my leave, but do remember to fix your equipment," Lorren stated, and with that, the leader exhaled in relief, respectfully escorting both Lorren and Layla out of the casino. 5,000 gold was substantial, yet fortunately, in this world, checks existed, alleviating the burden of carrying such a vast amount of coinage. "Despite earning such a fortune, you don't seem particularly pleased," Lorren observed as Layla clutched the check, her expression devoid of joy. "I have been following you around, consuming your resources, and it makes me feel rather useless. I want to assist you in some way. I thought you loved money and would appreciate my efforts to help you earn some, yet in the end, it still relies on you to take action." Layla spoke candidly, her sentiments clear, and Lorren could easily decipher her thoughts. "Ah, my dear friend, as long as I am with you, I find immense joy. That alone is sufficient for me." Layla remained silent, simply trailing behind Lorren. Chapter 106, Serving Water. I'm back. Upon returning to the inn, Lorren greeted Anna and the others. Anna, seizing the opportunity, leaned closer to Lorren and sniffed. You don't carry that peculiar scent you always have after spending time alone with Jingxin." Lorren pinched Anna's face to silence her. "How does a mere child know so much? What scent?" Nicholas chimed in, leaning closer to Lorren for a sniff. Aside from the unique fragrance, she detected nothing else. "Don't emulate Anna's bad habits," Lorren admonished, playfully pinching Nicholas's nose and pushing her away. Nicholas's cheeks puffed up in annoyance, clearly displeased with Lauren's patronizing attitude, which often blurred the lines between her and Anna's ages. The group did not linger long in the capital. After compelling Scarlet to leave behind the items she had subconsciously pilfered, Lorren led everyone back to the small town. Throughout this period, Lorren had been concerned about potential attacks from the followers of Delight, yet his worries proved unfounded, as aside from that jester, they encountered no other devotees. Unless absolutely necessary, Lorren was reluctant to pray to the god of delight. Although his status as a player granted him a degree of protection from most outer gods, Cashin, the god of delight, posed an exception. He might very well risk his life to confront Lorren. There truly was no place like home. Upon returning, Anna dashed to the dining table, eagerly awaiting her meal. "Thank you for your hard work, Jingxin." Jingxin had indeed been burdened by Anna's demands, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that Anna had multiplied her workload several times over. "It's no trouble at all, if you truly wish to compensate me. You could offer a kiss right here," Jingxin suggested, pointing to her cheek, her imagination running wild at the prospect. Lorren, however, remained silent, contemplating whether he could find a more reliable maid. The secrets he harbored were too numerous. Perhaps only a witch could be trusted. While Jingxin went to prepare dinner, Lorren retreated to his bedroom, retrieving his wand and an apple from beneath his dark robe, placing the apple upon the table. Lorren waved his wand, and a flash of crimson light flickered past, instantly slicing the apple in two, while leaving everything else unscathed. The Crimson Blade. After a period of dedicated study, Lorren had thoroughly mastered the crimson magic left by Eldrin, and he could now unleash it more swiftly and precisely than its original wielder. Beyond the attributes displayed on the panel, there existed a hidden capability, technique, whether it was the proficiency in alchemy or the finesse in casting spells. Both fell under the realm of technique, which eludes quantification. One might liken it to the dexterity of gameplay. Thus, Lorren's techniques were nearly all at their zenith, a factor contributing to his rapid surpassing of Eldrin. While Eldrin may have practiced magic for nearly a century, Lorren had cleared the game countless times, rendering any comparison futile. Lorren toyed with the Crimson Gemstone, now brimming with color once more. Despite not having directly participated in the carnage of the Stern household, he had not let the opportunity go to waste and replenish the gemstone's energy. It seemed that in the forthcoming battles, Lorren would primarily rely on crimson magic as his means of offense. The remaining attribute points had all been allocated to stamina, leaving his strength a paltry 10 points. Nevertheless, the Song of the Soul's Requiem inherently dealt significant true damage, ensuring that even with a considerable disparity in power, Lorren could inflict meaningful harm. Moreover, his main offensive strategy remained rooted in magic, and he intended to persist in this approach. Strength held little value in comparison, so investing in stamina was far more advantageous. Especially for future sparring sessions with Mirror Heart, Lorren practiced his magic once more. The casting of spells in reality diverged entirely from that within the game. For instance, he could now effortlessly manipulate the power and consumption of his spells. If he so desired, he could slice a watermelon with a crimson blade. Placing a fresh apple on his desk, he drew the Song of the Soul's Requiem, holding the scabbard as one would a violin. He positioned the blade against the bloodline etched on the scabbard. With a gentle pull of the Song of the Soul's Requiem, the crimson blade was unleashed once again. This time, it not only cleaved the apple, but also left a deep gash on the table surface. This exemplified another effect of the Song of the Soul's Requiem. It could be utilized to cast spells, accelerating both the speed and power of the release, while also imparting the effects of the song, such as soul damage and the inability to heal. Though outwardly it appeared to be an assassin's garb, it was, in truth, a mage's attire. Yet, due to its formidable nature as an assassin's ensemble, it took Lorren quite some time to realize this characteristic. He continued to practice casting spells with the Song of the Soul's Requiem, gradually becoming more proficient. The apple, now marked by the crimson blade, bore a hint of blood and was rendered inedible. To avoid waste, Lorren opted to practice with a piece of wood instead. Once he achieved complete mastery, he even inscribed words upon the wood with the crimson blade. By this time, Mirror Heart had just finished preparing dinner, and a warm family meal commenced. During the meal, Layla intended to give all her earnings to Lorren, but he declined, for he was not in need of money. In fact, he was unaware of how much wealth he currently possessed. Initially, he had planned to compose additional songs to earn some income. But the King of Bartholomew had been exceptionally generous, directly bestowing him with a portion of the Stern family's wealth, prompting Lorren to abandon his songwriting aspirations. Another day passed peacefully, and Lorren remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the news to avoid missing any significant events. Simultaneously, after acquiring his funds, he procured numerous alchemical materials and accessories from the Falling Star Trading Company. While he knew where to find these items, he opted for convenience and made direct purchases. Lorren had also been diligently concocting the Enlightenment Elixir, intending to prepare a dose for each of the witches, though he planned to wait until all were completed before distributing them. The sole reason for his delay was to ensure he presented them with equal offerings. Perhaps they would not mind, but Lorren preferred to maintain a sense of balance. Now, having brewed 2 vials, he would commence the creation of the elixir the moment the tier of condensation was prepared. A month elapsed, and Lorren completed all 6 vials of the Enlightenment elixir. The instant he finished, he distributed them among the group. 7th tier elixirs? Upon learning this, Layla was the most astonished, for she had witnessed the value of 7th tier elixirs firsthand. Especially after understanding their potential, she trembled while holding the Enlightenment elixir, fearing that if news of her possession were to leak, she would be pursued relentlessly. Chapter 107. The Magic of the Starry Night. While Lorren had previously gifted Layla numerous items, those were at least measurable in value. The Enlightenment elixir, however, could be said to alter the very fabric of the world. Countless influential figures lamented their lack of magical talent. A commoner unjustly burdened with a treasure, she thought. If only I consume it quickly, then I will be safe, and none will know of my possession. Conversely, Luna exhibited a more subdued reaction. For this was beyond her comprehension. To her, there was little distinction between 4th tier and 7th tier elixirs, both capable of buying one's life. It was akin to being struck down. Whether the overflow of damage was 100 or 1,000,000,000, the outcome remained unchanged. Would you like another? Anna inquired, handing Lorren an empty vial. Lorren regretted having brewed such a delectable potion. All right, you all should drink up. I am off for a stroll. After distributing the elixirs, Lorren left the house with Starry Night. Upon consuming the elixir, Nicholas immediately began practicing magic. Upon discovering her newfound abilities, she felt a surge of joy and diligently intensified her magical training. Hearing Lorren's words, Layla hesitated no longer and promptly drank the elixir. Subsequently attempting to cast spells she had previously struggled with, achieving success at once. She marveled at the power of the Enlightenment elixir. As witches, their innate talents were already formidable, and the elixir only served to enhance their capabilities. Except for Scarlet, who still could not succeed. The cost of acquiring a supermodel's secret ability proved too steep. Even if one were to enhance Scarlet's intelligence to 1,000 points without the requisite intellect, she would still be incapable of achieving anything. Do you wish for one as well? Lorren observed Starry Night's keen interest in the elixirs held by the witches and inquired, to which Starry Night nodded in affirmation. That is meant to enhance one's magical talent. Do you possess the ability to cast spells? Starry Night stood atop Lorren's finger, and he gently stroked the feathers atop her head. At that moment, Starry Night suddenly chirped, and vines sprouted from the ground, ensnaring Lorren's feet. By the heavens, you truly can? Lorren exclaimed in astonishment. Starry Night proudly raised her head. During Lorren's lessons, she had attentively listened, and when he modified spells, she often perched on his shoulder, thus naturally learning quite a bit. What else can you do? Show me, Lorren exclaimed with delight, cradling Starry Night in his hands. He found it entirely unremarkable that he could communicate with Starry Night without barriers. She had just cast magic, so why not engage in conversation? This time, however, Starry Night did not release her magic immediately. Instead, she amassed energy for a considerable duration before finally chirping once more. In an instant, a ball of flame appeared before her. The flame was eerily familiar. Lorren placed his hand upon it without suffering any harm. Is this the Flame of Atonement? Realizing that Starry Night had successfully cast a 6th tier spell, Lorren could hardly contain his excitement. Many magical beasts could wield magic, but Lorren had always assumed Starry Night was merely an ordinary nightingale, until she unleashed the Flame of Atonement. Even among magical beasts capable of spellcasting, they typically only utilized innate spells. Yet Starry Night had genuinely learned magic independently, a feat unattainable by even the most intelligent magical creatures. Moreover, Starry Night's innate talent surpassed that of the witches Lorren had raised, for even the most diligent Nicholas could not yet wield the Flame of Atonement. Lorren could not contain herself, cradling Xingye before her and planting a gentle kiss upon her. Once the tears of wishing are restored next week, I shall brew a potion for you. At that moment, Lorren was filled with delight. The fact that Xingye could wield magic was an immense advantage. She was so diminutive, her appearance resembling that of an ordinary nightingale, making her an ideal candidate for stealthy ambushes. Here is a reward for you. Lorren produced a box of cookies, tossing one into the air, and Xingye instantly soared after it. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and before Xingye could seize the cookie, a raven snatched it away, perched above and gazing down upon Lorren and Xingye with a haughty demeanor. More and more ravens gathered, forming a dark cloud, creating a rather spectacular scene. However, Lorren found nothing particularly strange about it. Given the recent deaths in the area, the presence of ravens was to be expected. Xingye, furious at the theft of her cookie, charged at the raven. Be careful. Though Xingye possessed magical abilities, her physical strength was insufficient, and one misstep could lead to her demise at the claws of the raven. Yet, the raven seemed indifferent to Xingye, landing instead upon Lorren, encircling her with a flock. Witnessing this, Xingye grew increasingly anxious. She let out a cry, and vines sprouted forth, entwining the ravens on Lorren. However, the ravens took flight just in time, once again alighting at a vantage point. This time, Xingye showed no intention of leaving Lorren's side, remaining perched on her shoulder, glaring defiantly at the troublesome birds. First, let us return home. Lorren sensed something amiss and led Xingye back to her abode. Previously, she had been targeted by zealous followers, instilling in her a sense of caution. Lorren did not detect any malice from the ravens. It was not unusual for small creatures to be drawn to her, yet she remained vigilant. After all, she could not discern any ill intent from the zealous followers, as they genuinely wished to engage with Lorren in playful camaraderie. In truth, the zealous followers had somewhat restrained Lorren, for their methods were exceedingly bizarre, leaving her unable to foresee their actions. This inability to grasp the larger picture was rather unsettling. Moreover, they likely experienced little fear, rendering the effects of the soul-burying melody largely ineffective against them. The melody's true power lay in its ability to sever hope and subsequently induce instant death. Lorren gazed up at the sky, aware that a celestial whale resided above. It was the mightiest creature in this realm, and the experience gained from vanquishing it would be extraordinarily formidable. The celestial whale was so powerful that even deities could not slay it. It had withstood the corruption of outer gods for millennia. Yet, Lorren possessed a method to defeat it. For ages, the celestial whale had harbored thoughts of death, but its overwhelming strength rendered even the desire for death unattainable. Thus, if the soul-burying melody could strike it, the instant death effect would ensue. The only challenge lay in locating it. Even the most adept of dragons could not soar to such heights, leaving Lorren to adopt a cautious, step-by-step approach, hoping for future opportunities. A week passed, and Lorren concocted a mind-enlightening elixir for Xingye. Preferring a methodical approach, she had prepared additional materials in advance, enabling her to brew the potion immediately upon the restoration of the Tears of Wishing. On that very day, a figure clad in black robes traversed half the world to reach Lorren. Upon removing her hood, Lorren beheld a visage marred by the loss of half her face. Captain Fury, Lorren acknowledged, recognizing the individual before her. Mara, a pirate known for her ruthlessness, leaving no survivors in her wake and harboring an intense hatred for humanity. As a half-breed, the offspring of a human and a mermaid, Mara's existence was a testament to the chaotic nature of the ocean, where no divine law prevailed, rendering it the most frenzied realm. Consequently, Mara was born a monstrosity, her features a random amalgamation of human and fish traits. Truly, it is remarkable that you remember the name of such a minor character as myself. At this juncture, Mara had yet to fully establish her notoriety. She had only recently appeared on wanted posters, which explained Lorren's immediate recognition of her alias. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. What brings you here? You would not risk being discovered by the church without substantial reason. With Lorren's forthrightness, Mara ceased her superfluous chatter. Master, do you know of the potent magic left behind by Princess Dawn, said to render one invincible? Indeed, I am aware. Why do you ask? The mention of the treasure stirred mixed emotions within Lorren. He had endured considerable hardship to uncover 4 markers, ultimately discovering the treasure at their intersection. He had anticipated acquiring a graduation spell, only to find a stone tablet inscribed with the words "friendship is magic." Lorren had been so incensed that he contemplated resurrecting Princess Dawn's corpse solely to chastise her. Yet, he had not returned empty-handed. He had also obtained the tarot card, Strength, from the treasure's location. I wish to ascertain the truth of the rumors that mastering the magic left by Princess Dawn truly grants invincibility. It is true. Upon receiving Lorren's affirmation, uncontainable joy illuminated the remaining half of Mara's face, causing her body to tremble with excitement. Her elation was understandable. Mara had been born in the domain of mermaids, who harbored a profound loathing for humans. Her very existence had exposed her mother-esque love for a human, leading to her mother-esque imprisonment and Mara being severed of all her fish characteristics and cast into the sea. This explained why Mara bore only half a face. Moreover, one of her hands was but a stump, a leg replaced by a prosthetic, and even her lungs had been partially removed. That she had survived this long was nothing short of miraculous. Shortly after being discarded, a sea witch discovered Mara, granting her a second chance at life. Tragically, that same sea, which was later slain by humans, specifically by those affiliated with the Covenant of Wind. Mara harbored deep-seated resentment toward the mermaids who had abandoned her, as well as the humans who had killed the sea, which, ultimately leading her to despise both races. Viewed through this lens, one could consider Mara a pitiable soul. Yet it did not mitigate Lorren's revulsion toward her. In fact, at this moment, Lorren felt no qualms about exploiting Mara. Though Mara appeared ferocious, she was, in truth, a coward who preyed upon the weak. Abandoned by her royal lineage among the mermaids, she only dared to attack isolated mermaids or commercial vessels at sea. Were she to truly assault the mermaid territories or the Covenant of Wind, even if she indiscriminately slaughtered all in her path, Lorren would not harbor as much disdain for her. Instead, she chose to bully innocent victims. A tragic past does not excuse malevolence. The witches had endured far worse fates. Yet they had never taken the lives of the innocent. Moreover, Lorren had not deceived her. Friendship is magic held a grain of truth. If the entire world were united in friendship, would that not render one invincible? The mere thought of Mara's expression upon discovering the treasure brought a smile to Lorren's face. I possess 2 markers. Do you know the whereabouts of the other 2? Mara eagerly produced an ancient parchment, detailing the locations of the markers. Lorren recognized these 2 markers, having previously pilfered them from Mara herself. One was a collection of the Sea Witch's treasures, and the other had been stolen from mermaid territory. Mara later returned to the merfolk's territory, and it was during this visit that she discovered her mother had passed away, while conveniently taking the markers with her. I understand, but having just these 2 is sufficient. The treasure lies along the line connecting these 2 markers. Lorren has seen all the markers and knows their approximate locations, which happen to be situated between the 2 markers Mara has obtained. In fact, 3 markers were originally required. Traversing the lines connecting the 3 points would suffice. However, this time, a 3rd marker is unnecessary. Really? Mara exclaimed, her body trembling with excitement. She was finally on the verge of obtaining that magic and exacting her revenge. Indeed, acquiring the treasure is not so straightforward, as there are numerous mechanisms that an ordinary person cannot decipher. Mara had no doubts about Lorren's words, such as his reputation. Will you accompany me? She implored. I am willing to pay any price. Mara was so engrossed in her thoughts that she failed to realize Lorren was subtly guiding her to extend an invitation to him. Initially, Lorren had been troubled about how to obtain the power card, but Mara's arrival was akin to a dream coming true. Mara possessed a ghost ship, essential for navigating the treacherous seas safely. Even though the Oath and Wind god had partial dominion over the oceans, he could not entirely safeguard his followers at sea. Despite this, Lorren hesitated momentarily, asking, "Do you believe you possess anything that could entice me?" This caught Mara off guard. Indeed, Lorren held a position of high authority, and as a mere pirate, she had little to offer him. The treasures she could provide paled in comparison to the value of a single song of Lorren's, and his status surpassed that of even the Pope. As for anything else, Mara had nothing of equal worth to offer. However, Lorren abruptly shifted the conversation, and Mara listened intently to his next words. "I'm quite interested in the contents of the treasure, as long as you have a way to reach it. I would not mind accompanying you. Rest assured, esteemed mentor, my ship is a ghost vessel, capable of withstanding most dangers at sea." Upon hearing Lorren's agreement, Mara felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Yet, she harbored her own ulterior motives. Even if Lorren's assistance was invaluable, she would never share the treasure with him, having already prepared for betrayal. From the moment Lorren laid eyes on Mara, he had already sentenced her to death. Chapter 109, The Endless Sea. "Children, we are setting off on a seaside adventure," Lorren called out, and the children began to pack their belongings, leaving Mara momentarily stunned. She spent most of her time at sea, fully aware of its dangers, yet Lorren and the others managed to approach it as if embarking on a leisurely trip. However, Lorren himself was not so carefree. The sea indeed posed certain risks. He knew the characteristics and weaknesses of every monster lurking beneath the waves, but that did not eliminate the infinitesimal danger they faced. It was still too perilous. Fortunately, Lorren had a trump card that could mitigate that 1 in a million risk. Originally, Lorren had not intended to bring the children along, but since he would be away for an extended period, he ultimately decided to take them with him. The witches did not take long to prepare, merely changing their attire, for there was an abundance of supplies in Scarlet's thief space, making their journey virtually invincible. "Have you arranged a route?" Lorren inquired of Mara before their departure. "Of course. We will first take a carriage to the domain of the God of Pain, then transfer there to reach the domain of the Oath and Wind god, blending into the city. When the time comes, I can summon my ghost ship by the seaside." Upon hearing Mara's plan, Lorren shook his head. "You are the only one being hunted. How about this? You follow your plan, and we will take a luxury train to the god of pain's territory. Spend some time there before switching to a luxury carriage to enter the domain of the oath and wind god, where we can have fun while waiting for you to arrive. Mara fell silent for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Lorren's attitude reassured her. He behaved like one of those nobles who could not endure even a hint of hardship, accompanied by a group of burdens, posing no real threat to her. Her reasoning was not entirely unfounded. Lorren indeed despised unnecessary suffering. He would choose to ride in a carriage rather than walk, and lie down rather than sit. However, should any trouble arise, Lorren would endure without a word, even if it meant losing an arm. In truth, Lorren could escort Mara anywhere, given his status. As long as she concealed her face, he could take her to any location. Even if her visage were seen by a scarecrow, it would matter not. Lorren's actions were solely intended to irritate Mara. Yet, once they reached the domain of the oath and wind god, Lorren's esteemed identity would hold little weight, for no one possessed privileges there. Enough. Time is of the essence. You should set off first, as we still need to wait for the luxury train. Mara felt a pang in her heart. She yearned to lament the injustices of the world, but at present, she sought assistance from others and thus said nothing, quietly departing from the scene. This was the very purpose behind Lorren's earlier remarks. Indeed, their interests aligned, and they should have collaborated. Yet, Lorren had stubbornly transformed it into a one-sided plea from Mara for his help. Esteemed mentor, where are we headed this time? After Mara's departure, Anna approached Lorren to inquire. To the sea, in search of the power card. What manner of person is Mara? Nicalis also asked, feeling a sense of discomfort merely from viewing Mara's face. She sensed that Mara was not a good person. Oh, she is a beast. Lorren succinctly summarized Mara's life story for the group, and at that moment, their thoughts converged. Once we obtain the treasure, let us eliminate her. This suggestion came from Layla, whose character, although generally nurturing, had not undergone Lorren's correction, and her willingness to entertain such thoughts pleased him immensely. Indeed, it should be so. The others readily agreed with Layla, swiftly reaching a consensus. All right, let us prepare to set off. Fortunately, I had the foresight to stow away 2 ships in Scarlet's thief space, so even if we encounter a crisis, we will have a contingency plan. Rather than heading to the train station, Lorren first visited the church to state his intentions. For this, he concocted a flimsy excuse, claiming he was going to assist the god of abundance with his preaching. The pretext was weak, but no one doubted him. The church promptly arranged a carriage for Lorren, and they hurried to the train station, where a train was prepared for him. Thanks to the efficient operations of the Abundance Church, Lorren soon boarded the train, estimating that Mara was just now settling into her carriage. Once on the train, Anna felt drowsy and laid her head on Lorren's lap. As he stroked Anna's hair, Lorren perused the map. They were currently situated in the West Continent, specifically in the farthest western territory of the god of abundance, with the domains of the gods of pain and plague lying to the east. Lorren was closer to the god of pain's territory. Above them lay the realm of the god of night and thunder, the coldest region, not only due to its northernmost position, but also because they were forever deprived of sunlight. However, they possessed means to generate warmth, rendering the cold a non-issue. Further eastward lay the coastal territory of the god of oath and wind, with the land along the coast belonging entirely to him. The domain of the god of abundance, however, was larger than the combined territories of the other 4 deities, and only the god of abundance could support such a multitude. Beyond that was the ocean, with the eastern continent lying across the sea, predominantly occupied by the realms of the god of light and fire. The 2 continents were separated by the endless sea. This ocean indeed appeared boundless. Lorren had once attempted to sail around the world, but aside from the small stretch of water between the 2 continents, the seas elsewhere seemed to have no end, resulting in the loss of a vessel. The endless sea was not only vast, but also profoundly deep, with certain areas that were unfathomable, which is why it earned the name Endless Sea. 2 continents drift upon the boundless sea, akin to 2 fallen leaves, with the mysteries of Lorren remaining elusive. Nicalis gazes out of the window, her attention occasionally wandering towards Lorren. In truth, she does not particularly relish venturing outside. Yet wherever Lorren goes, she is willing to follow. This train journey will not be lengthy, as Gurdlon lies not far from the domain of the god of suffering. Soon, they will enter the kingdom of Gania, a land that reveres the god of suffering. We have arrived in the kingdom of Gania, Lorren remarks. Among the throng of deity's adherents, the devotees of the god of suffering appear to lead the most contented lives. To believe in the god of suffering means one shall not experience pain. Neither mental nor physical suffering is felt. Here, individuals may toil their entire lives, their flesh worn and raw, yet they continue to live in bliss. Lorren enlightens the group about the god of suffering. Undeniably, the people here are indeed happy, and their deaths are swift. A hazy demise is far more bearable than a conscious passing. Chapter 110, Noah, welcome to the kingdom of Gania, esteemed mentor. As is customary upon disembarking, they are greeted warmly, an occurrence Lorren has grown accustomed to. The welcoming party consists of members of the Church of Suffering, known as the Sufferers, a local specialty akin to scarecrows, yet distinct in that they reveal their faces, allowing Lorren to behold their grotesquely tormented visages. Unlike the common folk who trade suffering for happiness, the Sufferers do the opposite. They endure exquisite pain to gain strength. The leader among them bears no eyelids or lips, his nose and ears cruelly removed, with numerous needles piercing his eyeballs. Merely gazing upon him induces a wave of discomfort in Lorren. This is not the end. His arms are adorned with fish hooks, the lines trailing carelessly on the ground. The consequences of entanglement unthinkable. I shall remain here briefly before proceeding to Ansem Kingdom. Please assist me in arranging my itinerary. Ansem, a realm devoted to the oath and wind gods, is the designated meeting point for Lorren and Mara. In Gania, Lorren's reputation still holds weight, and the Church of Suffering will endeavor to cater to his needs, all in hopes of winning his favor. Please wait for a moment at the inn. We shall make arrangements for you shortly. The Sufferers had already prepared a carriage and accommodation for Lorren, to the extent that Layla has grown accustomed to such treatment, transforming into the very person she once despised. As Lorren and his companions boarded the carriage, it became evident that carriages are a rarity in this land. They predominantly utilize human-drawn carts, not the rickshaw variety, but genuine carts pulled by humans. As labors are far cheaper than horses here, Lorren caught sight of a human cart he had just passed, where the puller had nearly worn off half of his feet. Such injuries are inconsequential, as the adherents of the god of suffering possess remarkable self-healing abilities. As long as they are not missing limbs, most injuries will heal overnight. Their faces are adorned with joyous smiles, oblivious to the immense pain endured for their earnings. In a certain sense, the scenes here are even more disquieting than in Bartolo. I find the realm of the god of abundance to be rather pleasant. Upon witnessing the sights of another nation, Anna felt that Girdlon appeared more beautiful, if only because its inhabitants still resembled normal people. Indeed, while Girdlon may not treat individuals with dignity, at least its people still retain their humanity. Lorren observed a sufferer escorting them outside the carriage, her head shaven and spiked chains embedded into her skull as a substitute for hair, her face riddled with scars. The sufferer remained unfazed by Lorren's presence. He was not one to provoke. Anna and the others merely caught a glimpse before compassionately closing their eyes. For the area was rife with tragedies. The zenith of cruelty is a complete lack of awareness of its own brutality. Gazing out the window, Lorren sighed, then turned to the coachman. First, take us to the church. His intention was simple, since they had arrived. He might as well seek a blessing from the god of suffering, although its assistance would still be minimal. However, one should seize every opportunity. To carry the blessings of the gods into battle against the gods themselves would satisfy Lorren's wicked inclinations. Certainly, I shall take you there at once. Upon hearing Lorren's request, both the coachman and the sufferer acting as escort felt immense joy. They had heard tales of how Lorren sang hymns during his visit to the plagued church, resulting in a transformative change for them. While the formidable Church of Abundance remained strong, the relatively weaker Church of Suffering truly felt the pressure. Should the god of plague choose to act, the god of suffering would be the first to suffer the consequences. If Lorren could compose a hymn for them as well, it would alleviate much of the Church of Suffering's burden. Thank you for your assistance, Lorren expressed courteously, though he had no genuine intention of composing a hymn, as the benefits were minimal and the risk substantial. What he sought was merely to acquire blessing. The coachman, eager to accommodate Lorren's visit to the church, increased the speed of the carriage, and soon they arrived at the Church of Suffering. The architectural style of the Church of Suffering is extraordinarily bizarre, reminiscent of Gothic structures. Yet its walls are adorned with irregular spikes, and several corpses dangle from above, dismembered limbs scattered throughout. Sacrificial ceremonies are common here, conducted simply by inflicting as much torment as possible upon the offerings on the altar, allowing them to experience the utmost suffering, hence the prevalence of crimson magic users here, with Eldrin spells originating from this very place. I shall go alone. You may remain in the carriage. The interior of the church is far more terrifying than its exterior, and Lorren wished to shield their eyes. Under the guidance of the sufferers, Lorren entered the church, where numerous individuals were already engaged in prayer. The supplicants could be divided into two categories. The first, shallow believers, merely reciting praise, while the second, far more devout, would double their pain during this time, simultaneously chanting praises while striving to feel as much suffering as possible to please the god of suffering. There is a fundamental condition: pain must solely be pain. Thus, mirroring heart will never succeed in prayer. A group of individuals knelt within the church, with a particularly devout man in white robes standing at the center. His robe was barely white anymore, drenched in blood. His body was covered in instruments of torture, needles even lodged beneath his fingernails. Time and again, he struck his head against the ground, blood splattering everywhere, and the surrounding supplicants gazed at him with reverence. The man's hair was a ghastly white, starkly contrasting with Nikali's silvery locks, emanating an aura of death. This profound despair was capable of infecting those nearby. Lorren recognized this man. He stepped forward to inspect his face. Indeed, this individual was Noah, the very acolyte of the god of love who had perished alongside the god of confusion in the game. At this moment, he had evidently not yet become a devotee of the god of love, still attempting to alleviate his suffering through the power of the god of suffering. Noah's experience can be succinctly summarized in 2 words: a devoted admirer who only began to worship after the goddess's demise. Though Lorren harbored little fondness for him, keeping Noah around could prove beneficial. If he could slay the god of confusion, Lorren's plans would proceed much more smoothly. Chapter 111, Ansem Kingdom. Noah had originally been a follower of the god of confusion, serving as an investigator for the Church of Confusion. Each church possesses investigators tasked with scrutinizing foreign deities, and Noah was among the lowest-tier investigators. Noah's story remains a mystery to Lorren. After all, he is not a witch, and despite the considerable assistance he provides to players, Lorren shows little interest in understanding him. In essence, during his tenure as an investigator, Noah encountered the daughter of a minor noble, a girl who was disabled and had scarcely perceived the outside world, holding no status even within her own home, often bullied by the maidservants. As an investigator, Noah's fate was no better. From the moment he donned that title, his death was a foregone conclusion. His existence was relegated to trial and error, meeting his demise in the pursuit of investigating the outer gods. Lorren is unaware of the specific details, but ultimately, 2 castaways from disparate worlds fell in love, allowing the ephemeral Noah to experience a love unlike any he had known before. It was not until later that Noah discovered the girl was a devotee of the goddess of love, and that she had become such due to him. Ultimately, she even served as an anchor for the goddess's descent. This was the closest the outer god had ever come to manifesting, and even the god of confusion could not intervene, placing all hope upon Noah, for only love could thwart the goddess of love. Would you choose someone who loves you or a world that does not? This was a question Noah often pondered, as he regretted his choice of a world devoid of love. Before her demise, the girl bestowed upon Noah a blessing, or perhaps a curse, ensuring he would remain forever awake, alongside a certain degree of immortality. In that moment, Noah broke free from the influence of the god of confusion, perceiving the madness and despair of this world, and he ended the life of the only person who had loved him, leaving him with nothing but regret. His perpetual clarity rendered his suffering unending. Thus he was left with 2 singular purposes: to resurrect the girl and to slay the gods. Yet, this world operated under a fundamental principle: all life is equal, and no one can be resurrected. Lorren chose to disregard Noah, allowing events to unfold naturally, fearing that any interference on his part might prevent Noah from fulfilling his goal of killing the god of confusion. To Lorren, Noah was merely a jester. In his view, the question of choice held no significance, as only Noah, in his folly, would end the life of one who loved him and then lament his actions. Standing within the church, Lorren silently recited hymns, this time opting for a less potent melody, as he merely sought a blessing, not a miracle. The blessing from the god of suffering would alleviate the pain Lorren felt and provide him with some self-healing abilities. Perhaps this measure of self-healing was insufficient, hardly comparable to the capabilities of Mirror Heart, but coupled with the reversed broken love, Lorren's self-healing became quite formidable. And broken love could even address the issue of severed limbs that the blessing of suffering could not heal. The absence of miracles left the sufferer somewhat disappointed. Yet Lorren's willingness to pray was already a source of surprise. He could not wish for more. He believed that composing hymns was no simple feat, and having crafted 2 was an unparalleled achievement. Let's depart. After receiving the blessing, Lorren did not linger, for he found the atmosphere here unappealing. The incessant screams were painful to his ears. Yes, master. Lorren did not take long to return, merely a few minutes. Once he entered the carriage, it resumed its journey, bringing them directly to the inn. The train to Ansem Kingdom would only arrive at night, so he requested that they wait briefly, offering assistance should it be needed. The sufferer remained by his side like a servant, a treatment Lorren received wherever he went. At times, he even forgot that these individuals were high-ranking members of the church. Elite warriors, far more formidable than ordinary mages. Indeed, very few commoners ever had the privilege of encountering the sufferer. They could scarcely conceive that the sufferers would bow and defer to others. Once the sufferer departed, a multitude of maidservants surrounded Lorren, yet he dismissed them, for he required no care. He merely requested that they bring him some food. The kingdom of Gania was notably cleaner than the kingdom of Bartholomew. Regardless of the plight of the common folk, at the very least, the streets were tidy, allowing Lorren to feel secure in consuming the food here. When we travel to Ansem Kingdom, everyone should be cautious. It is the most perilous place. The winds there can eavesdrop on everyone, and our words will reach the ears of the god of oaths and wind. So we must be vigilant and speak little, for excessive chatter can lead to mistakes. While Lorren spoke, Anna was busy eating. He paid her no mind, knowing she was acutely aware of the situation and would not cause any trouble. Although Anna often appeared frivolous, she was the one who caused Lorren the least concern. Layla nodded, having visited Ansem Kingdom before and aware of its circumstances. After a brief respite at the inn, as night fell, the train to Ansem Kingdom was approaching, and once again, the sufferer escorted Lorren to the station. This journey was relatively long, heading directly to the seaside. Thus, the sufferer had prepared sleeping accommodations for Lorren and his companions, along with ample food for the journey. Displaying utmost consideration, each carriage could hold a maximum of 6 individuals, yet Lorren's party comprised 7 people and a bird. So the sufferer arranged for 2 exclusive carriages for them. Even so, they chose to stay together, as long as the smallest Anna and Lorren shared a space that sufficed. A suggestion made by Anna herself. While she claimed it was safer for everyone to reside together, her ulterior motives were clear to those aligned with the god of confusion. Just previously, she had insisted on separating the genders, wanting Lorren and Layla to occupy different quarters, only to suddenly reverse her stance. Good night. Anna nestled into Lorren's blanket, uttering a good night before burrowing into the cover like a koala, clinging to him. Lying on the bunk, Lorren reminisced about his previous life, recalling how he often traveled alone by train, spending entire days in solitude. Now, surrounded by so many companions, even the train was far more comfortable than those of his past, and feeling the warmth of Anna against him, Lorren found solace. The night passed in silence, and upon awakening the next day, they had already entered the borders of Ansem Kingdom. Through the train window, Lorren could hear the winds outside. These winds possessed remarkable penetration, never ceasing, yet thankfully, they did not induce significant discomfort. A figure cloaked in a mantle soared through the sky. He was a wind messenger, a unique military entity affiliated with the god of oaths and wind. Among the divine messengers, he bore the closest resemblance to a human, save for their emaciated forms. As thin as parchment. Chapter 112, Stringent Laws. As the train approached its destination, Anna hurriedly consumed all the provisions brought from Gania, wishing to focus on her meal. This journey spanned half a continent, taking considerable time, yet by the time Lorren and his companions arrived in Ansem Kingdom, it was already afternoon. Upon disembarking, Lorren felt a refreshing breeze caress his face, utterly delightful. Simultaneously, several wind messengers descended with the winds, gracefully landing before Lorren, greeting him as if they were fixed NPCs. Welcome, master. However, this time, there were no additional services. They merely offered a greeting before being swept away by the wind. Master, that person looks quite peculiar. Just as the wind messengers departed, Anna caught a glimpse of one from the side, describing them as thin as gossamer, their entire form less substantial than their cloak. This is a wind messenger, the emissary of the god of oaths and wind. The one we just observed is among the most powerful of them. The lighter they are, the stronger they become. Saying this, Lorren gestured toward a nearby wind messenger, who appeared almost skeletal, with skin tightly adhering to their bones, rendering even the bones themselves seemingly diminutive. Aside from this characteristic, wind messengers all donned sky-blue cloaks, imbued with the blessings of the god of oaths and wind, facilitating their effortless journey upon the breeze. No one is here to welcome us. Let's seek out a place to stay ourselves. Lorren intends to find an inn by the seaside, convenient for the eventual rendezvous with Mara. May we dine first? Let's go eat. Although Anna had consumed all the provisions brought from Naya, she still craved a meal. Given her insistence, Lorren, ever indulgent, stroked her hair in agreement with her decision. The surroundings here are rather pleasant. Nicholas moved closer to Lorren and initiated conversation. Indeed, Everything is remarkably orderly. Residing here is rather agreeable. Every corner of Ansem is meticulously organized, the streets are spotless, and the inhabitants live with dignity. Those who work leave on time, and at the markets, vendors line up methodically to sell their produce, merchants deftly utilizing scales to ensure fair transactions. Due to the abundance being monopolized by the god of abundance, and since Ansem does not border the dominion of this deity, food supplies here are rather scarce. However, the populace suffers from hunger not because the food has been seized by the affluent, but due to its sheer unavailability. Fortunately, being coastal, the region boasts rich marine resources, allowing the people to lead relatively prosperous lives. Compared to the gods, the oath and the god of wind appear almost saintly, for they truly regard people as individuals. This is not due to any inherent goodness, but rather an illustration of their authority. The power of the gods is usurped. Thus, they rely on the faith of their followers to tether themselves to that power, lest they risk retribution at any moment. The local cuisine predominantly features seafood, yet the waters of this world have long since gone awry, causing many fish to be contaminated. Upon hearing Lorren's explanation, Anna, who had initially been tempted by the grilled fish by the roadside, swallowed her saliva and abandoned the thought of indulging in it. Consuming ordinary fish poses no significant risk as long as one does not partake excessively over the years. Contaminated fish, however, are easier to identify. Noticing Anna's contemplation, Lorren gently patted her hair. Hooray! In light-hearted banter, Lorren and the others entered a seaside restaurant, where tables and chairs were set outside, allowing for a view of the ocean. At this moment, the sun was setting, casting a crimson hue upon the waters. The coastal waters, under the protection of the oath and the god of wind, were not entirely deranged, preventing any bizarre occurrences such as an octopus emerging from the depths to rap upon the shore. The madness enveloping the world is only tangentially related to the outer gods. If one were to liken the world to a person, the true gods have effectively stolen portions of its spirit, rendering its psyche abnormal. The menu arrived in Anna's hands, and she haphazardly selected several dishes, indicating that the rest should be served upon completion of these. While awaiting their meal, Lorren observed a man by the roadside, standing foolishly with a money pouch until the rightful owner found him. The true owner of the pouch produced a few copper coins and handed them to the finder. As per local customs, found items must not be kept, and the original owner must offer a tangible reward as a token of gratitude. Honestly, Lorren struggled to identify any flaws in this system. Here, any crime is met with certain consequences. While some may deem this overly harsh, is such a transgression truly necessary? In the territories of other gods, the reputation of the oath and the god of wind has been rather poor, primarily due to their excessively stringent laws. According to Ansem's regulations, an adulterer must endure punishment alongside their paramour, a law that has drawn significant ire from the prominent figures of Gedlon, who decry its severity and inhumanity. Yet for Lorren, even if the punishment for adultery were to entail the execution of the entire family, it raises the question, must one truly stray? As Lorren pondered these matters, the restaurant soon presented their dishes, the first being the grilled fish that had been on Anna's mind. Ever since Scarlet had tasted it, she had ceased to compete with Anna for food, allowing Anna to effortlessly claim the fish for herself. She cut off the choicest piece and placed it onto Lorren's plate before devouring the fish head whole. The fish was small enough to be swallowed in one bite. When Anna retrieved the fish head, only the clean bones remained. Lorren savored the morsel Anna had given him. It was indeed delightful, though it paled in comparison to Jingxin's offerings. As dinner time commenced, the restaurant filled with patrons, and Lorren listened intently to the conversations around him, seeking valuable information. Tomorrow, the king is to be executed as the court official subordinates engaged in embezzlement, and the king failed to address the issue promptly upon discovering it. Upon hearing this crucial information, Lorren articulated it aloud. Along the way, he had overheard many discussing this matter, yet now he grasped the specifics. The king? Executed? Nicholas halted her dining actions. She recognized both terms, yet their conjunction puzzled her. The rationale is simple. The oath and the wind god's doctrine asserts that if your subordinates err and you remain oblivious, it is your fault. Thus you must perish alongside them. If you are aware, yet neglect to intervene, it is akin to committing a more grievous offense, placing the blame on your superior, who too must face death. Consequently, due to the embezzlement of the official subordinates, the emperor meets his untimely demise in a rather nonsensical manner. Lorren refrained from offering any judgment. Some deemed it just, others excessive, but it held no relevance for him. Chapter 113. The Execution of the King. That night, Lorren casually sought lodging at a seaside inn, where the accommodations were tidy and well-maintained. Although the comfort level did not rival the opulent hotels Lorren had stayed in across other nations, it sufficed. Due to the stringent laws here, Ansem's tourism industry is not particularly flourishing, especially as the affluent are often reluctant to visit, fearing the loss of their accustomed privileges. Those who come are primarily drawn by the allure of the sea, most being young couples. On the following day, Lorren awoke early, eager to witness the spectacle. For even with his extensive experience, a king's execution is a rarity. Nowadays, children have grown accustomed to death. Witnessing a beheading is not particularly alarming. The crowd had gathered early. Upon arriving at the execution site, Lorren found himself amidst a throng of spectators, compelling him to employ his financial resources to secure a suitable vantage point. If one is willing to part with some wealth, privileges can indeed be acquired, a notion those accustomed to privileges often overlook. On the execution platform, 3 individuals knelt, adorned in what could be deemed fine attire, especially one who bore a crown. Unmistakably the king. Ansem's officials enjoy decent salaries and favorable conditions. As long as they fulfill their duties, they face little danger. Even in cases of collective punishment, as long as they manage their subordinates well, they remain unscathed. After all, the premise of collective punishment is prolonged ignorance or complicity. Should something occur and one remains unaware for an extended period, the blame does not lie with others. Furthermore, the populace holds a deep respect for the divine and seldom resorts to grievances against them. Generally, they would first report issues to their superiors, and only if that proves ineffective would the divine intervention be warranted. Thus, in reality, Ansem rarely executes individuals throughout the year, making the events of today genuinely extraordinary. Hence the large gathering. The wind messenger, wielding an axe, positioned the 3 before the guillotine and before the assembled crowd, inquired. A week ago, Ansem was besieged by sea monsters. Although the wind messenger resolved the matter, considerable damage ensued. For this, the church allocated funds for reconstruction, yet the official in charge, Malaga, embezzled 50% of the disaster relief funds. Do you plead guilty? In response to the wind messenger's inquiry, Malaga remained silent, bowing his head without uttering a word. Bring her forth. This scene was anticipated by the wind messenger, who subsequently commanded the law enforcement team to bring forth a woman, somewhat overweight and bearing the marks of disease. Mother. The moment the woman laid eyes on Mira, tears began to stream down her face. Only after seeing her daughter did Mira lift her gaze, her eyes filled with trepidation. Mira Gray had entrusted most of the ill-gotten gains to her daughter, urging her to escape the kingdom of Ansem and seek refuge in the kingdom of Badoro. According to the decree, both the corrupt and those who benefit from their corruption are equally guilty. As she spoke, the enforcers seized Myra's daughter and placed her alongside her mother on the guillotine. I regret it, truly regret it. I shall never dare again. Witnessing her daughter being led to the executioner's block, Mira finally succumbed to tears. You do not regret your crime. You merely regret being discovered. With these words, the wind envoy swung his axe, severing the rope that held the guillotine aloft. It descended, instantly staining the execution platform with blood, renewing the long-dried crimson stains. This platform has not seen use in far too long, leading you to forget the lesson it imparts. As the wind envoy moved on to the next individual, Lorren was engaged in conversation with the others. Do you know why this woman's daughter is condemned to die? Is it due to her mother's corruption? In response to Nakali's query, Lorren shook his head. It is because she was too modest in her greed. Even if she fled to Badoro, she lacked the capital to secure its protection. When the wind envoy inquires, the people of Badoro will weigh the pros and cons and decide to hand her over. If only she had been more ambitious, had she plundered half. Even if the coastal cities were razed, they would live comfortably in Badoro, making it difficult for the wind envoy to deal with her. However, the kingdom of Ansem has always strived to prevent such occurrences. If they dared to be so brazen, they would likely be dealt with before they could escape. Lorren felt increasingly like a mentor, adding, this incident was exposed because the rebuilt houses collapsed once more. Her daughter has already been hiding in Badoro for some time, even having adopted the local specialties. While Lorren imparted this lesson, the executions continued on stage. Jasenker, you failed to act promptly upon discovering Myra's offenses. As a result, you too shall face execution. Do you confess? I confess. The recent events jolted him awake, reminding him of the true nature of Ansem. He refrained from uttering another word. As the guillotine fell, he began to reminisce. The last time the execution platform was utilized was ages ago. He had watched the executed officials and vowed to become a good official himself. For over a decade, he had remained unscathed, which had fostered a sense of false security within him. Now it was too late for words. King Kendrek, your ministers have sheltered criminals under your command. and you failed to address this in a timely manner. You are now sentenced to death. Do you have any objections? No objections. The king's beard had turned white as he gazed upon Cain's lifeless body, his thoughts a mystery to all for the next moment. His own head too fell upon the execution platform. Cast the bodies of the condemned into the sea. This was the custom of Ansem. They consumed fish, and in death, their bodies were returned to the ocean to be devoured by fish. The wind envoy murmured incantations, raised his hand, and summoned a gust of wind that lifted the corpses from the execution platform, swirling them through the city before casting them into the distant sea. The instant the bodies touched the water, countless fish leapt forth, beginning to feast on the remains. After witnessing the execution, Lorren stretched and remarked, "The show is over. We still have time. Let me take you all kite flying." "All right." Anna skipped eagerly behind Lorren, seemingly unfazed by the recent execution. Instead, it ignited a desire within her to wield a blade. Layla also followed Lauren's pace with renewed vigor, delighted by the morning spectacle. "I once thought that if I were to settle down, swearing allegiance to the wind god would be the most fitting choice. Indeed, but the governance of residents here is quite stringent. Not just anyone can settle in this land." Lauren's words subtly hinted at Layla. Although life here was favorable to ordinary folk, with no privileges granted, it did not preclude the hunting of witches. Wherever deities preside, witches are devoid of rights. Chapter 114, The Gem. "Jingxin, why are you so distracted?" Lorren had purchased several kites, and while the others were joyfully preparing to fly them, Jingxin kept her gaze fixed on the direction of the execution platform. Lorren initially assumed she wished to share her thoughts, but instead, Jingxin stated, "I want to buy a guillotine." "What on earth would you want that for?" "To chop vegetables. I want to place one in my home, and then I'll lie upon it, grasping the rope of the suspended blade while you stand behind me." "Enough, do stop talking." Lorren promptly covered Jingxin's mouth, realizing he had underestimated her thought process. After playing for a while, Lorren grew bored and sat with Jingxin outside a shop, casually ordering a pot of tea while observing the children frolicking about. Nakalis, still maintaining her composure, ultimately stood in place, attempting a few failed attempts at kite flying before obediently settling beside Lorren. The wait for Mara had indeed grown tiresome, were it not for the crowd. Lorren would have sought a more private moment with Jingxin. Nowadays, Lorren went to bed with Layla each night, leaving little time for solitary interactions with Jingxin. It seemed Mara's arrival was still far off. The carriage was not only slow but prone to mishaps, as roadside robberies were all too common. After all, not everyone had the benefit of a church escort like Lorren. Nonetheless, Mara possessed half merfolk blood, and her magical talents were commendable. Her renown was not solely dependent on her ghost ship. Mara's own prowess was quite formidable, and ordinary thieves would find her a challenging adversary. Yet presently, Mara's strength was not formidable, likely only at the level of a scarecrow in terms of combat ability, for both her career and power were just beginning. "Master, I am hungry." After some time of play, Anna joined Lorren, voicing her most frequent request. Lorren promptly called the waiter to place an order. The previous day's meal had solidified their reputation, and many establishments eagerly anticipated their arrival. Upon their appearance, the need to attend to other patrons ceased. Moreover, Lauren's name still commanded respect here. While the locals admired him, they did not grant him undue privileges. When Lorren dined, the chefs exerted greater effort, not out of flattery due to his status, but from genuine respect for the man he was. As Anna enjoyed her meal, Lorren continued to listen to the conversations around him. The majority discussed the king's beheading, and the locals exhibited little surprise. The king erred, according to the rules. He was rightfully executed. However, the tourists clearly held a different perspective. In their understanding, unless a crime involved blasphemy against the divine, touching upon the limits of the privileged elite, the law could not possibly punish those of royal lineage. Yet two voices stood out sharply amidst the crowd, a young couple from the Nafika church nation, the largest realm governed by the god of abundance. Being commoners, they could only afford to come from Nafika, as the peasantry of other nations lacked the means to travel so far. Ansem produced pearls and gems, and the couple quarreled over these treasures. The woman desired them, while the man hesitated to buy. The woman asserted, "If you do not buy it, you do not love me," to which the man repeatedly apologized. Lorren could only reflect on how the couple's troubles stemmed from their overindulgence. The vast majority of commoners in this world did not possess such grievances, as merely having enough to eat was a luxury. Never mind sending them to Gania. A few days in Getterland would humble them. Lorren had no interest in meddling in others' affairs. Whether the man ultimately acquired a broken engagement ring was of no concern to him. It was his just deserts. The two individuals did not linger here for long before departing, as the woman found the place lacking in sophistication. This left Lorren somewhat perturbed. He even entertained the whimsical notion of composing a poem to elevate the establishment's status in an instant. However, he ultimately dismissed this idea, recognizing that the food was indeed rather unpalatable. Despite this, Anna still managed to deplete the local stock. After our meal, let us peruse the jewelry store. It was those two who reminded Lorren, as he intended to purchase some jewels for an experiment concerning the abyssal eye. He sought to ascertain whether the materials for the abyssal eye must exclusively be abyssal crystals or if any ancient gemstones would suffice. How delightful! Anna was always exuberant to accompany Lorren on outings. Her spirits were high no matter the destination. When they set off, Lorren carried a substantial amount of coins, and after paying with a flourish, he led the group out of the restaurant, heading straight for the largest jewelry store in the area. Lorren needed only the gems. Visiting a reputable jewelry store would incur a premium, yet Lorren was not short on funds, and he also wished to bring back some souvenirs for the children. What a small world it is. Upon entering the jewelry store, Lorren spotted the young couple again, who were busy selecting their adornments. Lorren had little interest in them and felt no need to feign grandeur. His purpose was clear. Upon locating a staff member, he began to inquire about the items he sought. Do you have anything ancient, at least older than abyssal crystals, suitable for magical materials? And yes, do procure a few abyssal crystals for me as well. The clerk immediately recognized the significance of the order and hastily summoned the manager, a middle-aged woman who greeted Lorren with a beaming smile. This is a moonlight stone utilized in many rituals and sufficiently ancient, she stated, presenting a silvery gemstone that shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a myriad of colors. Starry Night's eyes sparkled with delight at the beauty of the light. The hues perceived by birds surpassed those of humans. This object must be even more resplendent than what Lorren had witnessed. Very well, I shall take several of these. Are there any others? Indeed, we have ancient jade and amber. Observing Lorren's unwavering gaze as he purchased an abundance of gemstones, the woman from the couple looked at him with eyes aglow, but her expression shifted entirely when she glanced at her boyfriend. Master, I desire this. Mirror Heart adorned her ring finger with a diamond ring, styled as a wedding band. Very well. Without hesitation, Lorren acquiesced to Mirror Heart's request. Over the years, she had contributed immensely to their household, and long ago, Lorren had implicitly agreed to gift her a wedding ring. I do not want this. Please provide me with the raw materials. I wish to craft one myself. As she spoke, Mirror Heart wore a smile, the first Lorren had seen on her face in many years. No matter what transpired previously, her expression had remained unchanged. Chapter 115, Shopping. Not only did Lorren indulge Mirror Heart, but he also purchased various accessories for others, primarily necklaces and bracelets, as the coven of witches lacked even a single ear piercing to wear earrings. Greetings. At last, the woman from the couple could no longer restrain herself and approached Lorren, only to be met with a sharp rebuke from Neris. Leave. Neris regarded her with an air of superiority, her golden eyes radiating an icy chill. The woman immediately felt the temperature drop, as if one more step closer might spell her doom. My apologies. Cautiously retreating, she quickly fled the jewelry store, her companion hastily following suit. Do you find us charming? Lorren held up a hairband adorned with sapphires, fashioning Anna's signature double ponytail for Neris, prompting her to gaze into the mirror. Neris once again faltered, her demeanor cracking. Every time she aimed to project an aura of authority, Lorren would interrupt her. Yet she found herself enjoying the sensation. Seeing Neris in this light, Luna also smiled. Initially, she had felt a twinge of fear towards Neris, but through their interactions, she gradually came to understand that Neris was merely a child at heart, longing to be coddled, yet reluctant to express it. Hence, Luna regarded Neris with a touch of maternal warmth. Today, Neris wore long pants and a long-sleeved top complemented by a jacket, exuding refinement, yet the hairstyle seemed rather juvenile, leaving her feeling a bit self-conscious. It's somewhat awkward. Perhaps I should give it to Anna. No. Lorren's hand rested atop Neris's head, just as he intended to remove it. But she interrupted him. As long as you like it. Lorren affectionately ruffled Neris's hair, looking at her with indulgent eyes. Technically, Neris should be called Lococo, while Anna ought to be referred to as Lanana. However, such names felt incongruous in this realm, prompting Lorren to abandon that notion and maintain the status quo. Do I have one too? Upon receiving a necklace, Luna was taken aback, still grappling with her insecurities. The potions Lorren had previously gifted her felt distant and abstract, but the price of the pearl necklace was clearly marked. It was akin to presenting a high-end watch to villagers. They might not grasp its value, but a gold bar would be unmistakable. Of course, you are also my family. Thank you, esteemed mentor. Luna did not reject Lorren's gift, her face adorned with an enduring smile. Though Lorren had always treated her this way, hearing him acknowledge it brought forth a new perspective. Long ago, she had vowed to protect Lorren at all costs, yet opportunities to do so had been scarce, leaving her reliant on his support. After a prompt payment, Lorren exited the jewelry store laden with bags, returning to the inn to commence his research. He still owed Layla an abyssal eye, and it was best to expedite its creation. As Lorren delved into the study of the abyssal eye, others gathered around him. Anna reclined on Lorren's lap, munching on snacks while occasionally feeding him. Layla and Luna accompanied Neris in music practice. Although magic could not be conveniently utilized here, pure instrumental practice posed no issues, as the inn was well stocked with instruments. As per usual, upon entering the inn, Lorren cast a shielding spell. He had specifically studied this magic, and under the influence of high-tier enhancement, his shielding spell could even obscure divine beings. Thus, they conversed here without concern. Scarlet was exchanging insights on being a maid with Mirror Heart. Since Mirror Heart had helped Scarlet realize her dreams, Scarlet now held unwavering faith in her, to the extent that she had previously knelt at the door with Mirror Heart, awaiting Lorren's return. It's complete. Drawing upon his previous experience, Lorren conducted his experiment with remarkable speed. His earlier hypothesis was confirmed. There was no need to utilize a specific gemstone. It merely had to conform to the characteristics of the ancient. Layla, this is for you. What is this? Layla inquired as she received the abyssal eye, having initially thought it was a gift from Lorren. However, its peculiar inverted cross shape bewildered her, as it was her first encounter with such an object. This world did possess crosses, primarily used for executing heretics and symbolizing divine authority. Yet, each deity had its unique insignia, and the cross was of limited utility. Churches preferred their own symbols over a standardized cross. This is an amulet. Carrying it will ensure your safety, as it does for others. With that, Lorren reached into Anna's collar and retrieved the abyssal eye to show Layla. He did not mention that he could see them through this, fearing that Layla might have reservations, especially since she had yet to disclose her gender. She remained apprehensive about Lorren's potential inability to accept her, given that he had consistently referred to her as good brother during this time. Ah, very well. Layla took the eye of abyssal vision and adorned it around her neck. Lorren closed his eyes, and in his field of vision, Layla materialized. The eye of abyssal vision served not only as a talisman, but also possessed the unique ability to provide sight, making it suitable for surveillance. Furthermore, Lorren could perceive not only images but also sounds. However, Lorren had no intention of creating too many, as this object felt burdensome to him. He could continuously see these images, as if he had grown numerous eyes in different places, and at present, he was merely alleviating his burden through distraction. The authority of the observer was undoubtedly complex. Lorren had yet to fully comprehend it. After all, the Eternal Observer was the creator of the tarot cards. And even when faced with the divine beings wielding authority, most attacks proved ineffective, yet the tarot cards remained potent. Rationality perpetuates reality. This intricate web of powers was anything but simple, sounding far more formidable than those of various deities. Lorren did not believe its utility was limited to mere surveillance. Nonetheless, he had no clear direction. Even his understanding of the Eternal Observer was scant, leaving him to study gradually. Dinner was resolved at a random restaurant. Another day passed in tranquility. Lorren continued to await Mara. For her to keep him waiting for so long, she must possess considerable influence. Even kings from various nations could not command such deference from Lorren, a fact that Mara could boast about for a lifetime. However, even if she wished to gloat, the opportunity had slipped away, for this voyage would be her demise. Chapter 116. False Accusation. Why has Mara still not arrived? Days passed, and Lorren had dined at every restaurant in this coastal city, yet Mara's figure remained elusive. To facilitate her finding him, Lorren concealed none of his whereabouts. Quickly becoming known across the nation, many traveled great distances just to catch a glimpse of him. Numerous individuals had questions for Lorren, eager for his guidance. And he was not stingy with his time, although he preferred not to be overly disturbed, dedicating a few minutes each afternoon to address their inquiries in order of arrival. With the Covenant and Wind Church screening, Lorren need not worry excessively. Many who had only heard of Lorren's name now finally beheld him in person, and those who had doubted his reputation fell silent. Between the two continents lay a sea, and the flow of information was sluggish. Only those affiliated with the Covenant and Wind Church found it somewhat easier to traverse the waters. With citizens from the Ansem Kingdom promoting him, it was not impossible for Lorren's fame to echo across the other continent. Master Minter, it seems there is another execution. May we observe? Today, Ansem hosted a public trial, where all cases were conducted transparently. Let's go. Since Anna wished to attend, and Lorren had nothing pressing to do, he agreed to accompany her. Hooray! I want to see blood flow like rivers. Despite being nurtured by Lorren for so long, Anna's character had not undergone significant transformation. She remained bloodthirsty, particularly relishing the demise of wicked individuals, an inclination fostered by Lorren himself. To slay a villain is to save a multitude of good people. Anna firmly believed in this principle imparted by Lorren. Only those truly malevolent could be condemned to death by the Covenant and Wind Church. Lorren approached the tribunal adjacent to the square. Unlike the makeshift court presided over by Bartholomew, this was Ansem's most formal courtroom. Upon recognizing Lorren, those nearby instinctively created space for him. His status rivaled that of the Pope, yet he willingly took the time to clarify their confusions, which was not his obligation. Thus, they held a genuine respect for Lorren. The two individuals on trial were quite familiar to Lorren, being the very couple they had encountered previously. Why did these two have so many issues? Lorren had already labeled them in his mind. The Turtle Man and the Gold Digger, a match made in heaven. The people of Ansem adhered strictly to the law. The tribunal, akin to the execution platform, required only a few instances before resuming. Unexpectedly, due to the presence of two tourists, the plaintiff claimed to have been assaulted by the defendant. Was there any evidence? The presiding judge, a wind messenger, was considerably heavier than those Lorren had previously encountered, with flesh upon his bones. I have evidence. Just yesterday, he assaulted me, and I bear the marks. According to the church's investigation, the two were indeed partners, and there were no signs of struggle. That was because I knew I could not resist. The woman in the plaintiff's seat attempted to speak further, but was interrupted by the wind messenger. The wind has caught your conversation. Your true motive is that he refused to purchase for you goods beyond his means. After witnessing the king's execution, you conceive the idea of false accusation. The wind messenger astutely discerned her true intentions. While she remained in shock, he rendered his verdict. The plaintiff is found guilty of false accusation, sentenced to flogging and 10 years imprisonment to be executed immediately. The sound of the judgment spread through the city like the wind. And then the wind messenger smiled. You are a follower of the God of abundance, are you not? You have grown accustomed to the unfair judgments of the abundant church. For you, false accusation is merely a means to an end. But remember, the Covenant and Wind Church will not judge based on the whims of the magistrate. We will always uphold fairness. The various churches existed in a competitive relationship, and to strengthen their followers' faith, they often resorted to mutual discrediting. For instance, the Covenant and Wind Church now denounced the Abundant Church's judgments as unjust. Locals felt little shock upon hearing this. They had grown used to it, finding it commonplace, whereas tales of injustice from other regions astonished them. According to Ansem's laws, it would not merely be a question of whether the over 90-year-old prince of Getterland could ascend to the throne. Even the old king's 3-year-old son might be thrust into kingship. This was not Lorren's first encounter with church rivalry. This tactic was favored by the Plague Church. And while the Covenant and Wind Church spoke some truth, the means employed by the Plague Church were rather distasteful. They proclaimed that only the Plague Church was inclusive, while all other churches were relics of the past, decayed and obsolete. The Plague Church was the most advanced and civilized. The irony was that their methods proved effective. Lorren had once encountered a follower of the Abundant Church who found the heir in Bartholomew's suite during his train journey there. In their eyes, the Norfolk kingdom, which ensured that people had enough to eat, was uncivilized. The fair and just Ansem kingdom was uncivilized, while the promiscuous Bartholomew was deemed civilized. While other places were still forging with hammers and anvils, the realm of the god of night and thunder had already embraced the lathe. Yet, even so, in the eyes of those individuals, Bartholomew remained more advanced. No, as the enforcers dragged the woman away, the man attempted to intervene, only to be kicked aside. The people of the Ansem kingdom were not particularly averse to violent enforcement. In their view, sinners deserved such treatment, and those who sheltered them were also sinners. Are they not going to behead her? Boring. Why do you, a child, think about such things every day? Lorren lightly tapped Anna's head, then led her away with the crowd. Only the man from the couple remained behind, weeping, unnoticed by anyone. As they reached the seashore, Lorren's footsteps suddenly faltered. His instincts sent a warning. Danger lurked by the sea. Layla, do you sense anything? Suddenly questioned by Lorren, Layla merely shook her head, for she felt nothing. Layla's perception might be sharper than Lorren's, yet it lacked the breadth of his. She could only sense a crisis, while Lorren was capable of perceiving more. His awareness stemmed largely from his spirituality, allowing him to discern some ineffable truths. Recently, we have refrained from approaching the seashore. What then shall become of Mara? None questioned Lorren's decision. They merely inquired about Mara's situation. My reputation has spread far and wide. and when the time comes, Mara will easily find me, even if I have moved away from the original hotel. Lorren gazed at the azure waters, always sensing that something lurked beneath. The sky may have fallen, but with the wind's herald, all Lorren needed was to keep his distance. The rest was beyond his concern. Chapter 117, The Night Watch. Lorren, why are you still awake? In the dead of night, when Layla rose to use the restroom, she found Lorren still alert, silently guarding them. For their safety, Lorren had chosen to book a large room that could accommodate everyone, ensuring that they could respond promptly in case of any emergencies. I feel a bit uneasy, which is why I'm keeping watch. You should rest. There's no need to worry about me. Even Lorren harbored a lingering apprehension about the mysteries of the sea. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. The vast ocean is too expansive and too deep. Who knows what entities larger than the starry whale might dwell within? Moreover, the ocean is severely polluted. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that some otherworldly being has already descended into its depths. With Lorren expressing such concerns, Layla could hardly return to her slumber. She leaned against Lorren, accompanying him in his vigil. She did not perceive Lorren's fears as exaggerated. After all, if he felt compelled to act this way, there must be a valid reason behind it. It seems to have grown quite cold, she remarked. It was already April, and under normal circumstances, it should not be this chilly. Lorren rose from the bed to cover Anna and Scarlet with additional clothing and checked to see if Nakalise was drooling. He recalled that Nakalise tended to drool in her sleep, but not this time. Perhaps it only happened when she slept beside someone. Upon returning to his spot, Layla had draped a blanket over him. Lorren, if you were to marry, what kind of person would you wish to wed? She suddenly asked, resting her head on his shoulder. Me? My expectations for a partner are not particularly high, as long as they embody benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, fidelity, and filial piety. That would suffice, but they must not be too unattractive. However, I currently have no such intentions. I shall consider marriage once the children are grown. Ultimately, those virtues boil down to ensuring one's character is sound. I expected someone like you to have higher standards for a partner, Layla replied, sighing in relief upon hearing Lorren's criteria. From the moment they met, there had been a significant disparity in their social standings. One was a penniless adventurer, a witch, while the other held a position beneath the church. Fairy tales dare only to depict the love between commoners and princes. Yet the gulf between Layla and Lorren was akin to several kingdoms. Layla felt honored that Lorren chose to spend time with her, which made her hesitant to take any further steps. Even Layla was unaware of when she had become so timid. The more time she spent with Lorren, the more she feared losing him, growing increasingly apprehensive. Is it too low? It certainly isn't in Lorren's past life. Not to mention the high standards of loyalty alone might incite outrage among many. If Lorren posted his expectations online today, he would be ridiculed by tomorrow. Those critics would decry the end of feudal society while demanding that Lorren himself be a millionaire. What about your criteria for a marriage partner? Lorren countered. Me? Well, I hope my partner is knowledgeable, stands at least 6 feet tall, understands music, is handsome, possesses a gentle demeanor, and holds a high position without being aloof. Ideally, they would have heterochromia, and, if possible, I would prefer them to have children, allowing me to embrace parenthood without pain. On the surface, Layla's expectations seemed excessively lofty, but in reality, she was inadvertently reciting Lorren's characteristics. Other qualities were commendable, yet the specific requests for heterochromia and children were rather pointed. After articulating all this, Layla recognized the peculiarity of the situation. When Lorren posed the question, he was the first person that came to her mind, prompting her to unconsciously enumerate his traits. Were my expectations too high? Not at all, Lorren reassured her, aware that Layla's extensive list did not stem from genuine high standards. Had Lorren been an ordinary individual, her expectations would have aligned with his. It was not that Lorren could fulfill Layla's desires. Rather, her desires were inherently reflective of Lorren. In truth, she could lower her standards to simply seek someone willing to raise 2 children without the need for marriage. After deliberating for a while, Layla adjusted her criteria, only to find a specificity still unmistakable. Do you so fervently desire painless parenthood? Lorren teased, prompting Layla to retort before suddenly realizing the implications of his words. Painless parenthood. She consoled herself internally, believing it to be merely a slip of Lorren's tongue. The time was not yet ripe, and with a little more time, she would be forthright with him. As their light-hearted conversation continued, time flowed swiftly. Lorren and Layla found a harmonious rapport, their attitudes toward many matters aligned. The dawn gradually broke, and the inexplicable chill began to dissipate. Lorren promptly rose from his slumber. Although he was prone to oversleeping when faced with pressing matters, he could go a week without rest. Mirroring his awakening was Jingxin, and with nothing else to occupy his time, Lorren decided to venture out for breakfast, ensuring that the children could eat as soon as they awoke. However, upon opening the door, he was met by the wind's herald blocking his path. "Master, let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. Have you come to seek me due to the events of last night?" This wind messenger had likely stood vigil at Lorren's door since midnight, refraining from disturbing his rest. "Truly impressive. Your reputation as a seer is not unfounded. Just last night, we heard numerous screams. When we arrived at the scene, we found nothing but blood, with even the bodies having vanished. Such peculiar occurrences had transpired many times, and we were uncertain of their nature, which is why we sought your insights." This was also the reason Lorren, as a follower of abundance, garnered respect from all churches. He could genuinely assist them in resolving many troubles. "Most of the incidents occurred near the seashore, correct?" Lorren mused, recalling his own unease while near the coast, which markedly diminished once he distanced himself from it. Thus, his suspicions were not unfounded. "Indeed. Do you possess any knowledge of what transpired?" Lorren's response sparked a glimmer of hope in the wind messenger's eyes. Witnessing a divine envoy with fully intact eyes was a first since Lorren's arrival in this world. "I am not entirely certain. To learn more, I require further context. Jingxin, you remain here to care for the children while I investigate with Layla." "Understood, Master." Jingxin gracefully folded her hands before her, bowing slightly to Lorren before turning to enter the room. As they walked along the path, Lorren inquired about the details. "Do the victims share any common traits?" "None. They were all individuals living in close proximity to the seashore. A case of indiscriminate murder. This could pose a significant problem. It is all too simple to create a mystery. Simply find a secluded spot, randomly pick up a brick, and bludgeon someone to death before making a hasty retreat. Such a case would confound even Sherlock Holmes." Chapter 118, The Necromancer. "Is it merely bloodstains?" Lorren crouched down, studying the bloodstains on the ground as he entered a state akin to Sherlock Holmes. Lorren possessed some understanding of forensic methods. At the very least, he could determine that the blood had likely resulted from a knife wound. After examining the blood, Lorren proceeded to inspect the door. The door had been forcefully smashed open, flung aside, and there were bloodstains present on it as well. It appeared that someone had broken in with their body, yet the assailant lacked sufficient strength, resulting in injuries during the act of breaking down the door. Logically, someone capable of shattering the door should not have sustained injuries from it. Such a situation could arise either from the existence of a straightforward method to enhance strength or from players who invest solely in strength without regard for stamina. Clearly, in this realm, Lorren stands as the sole exception. Thus, there is but one possibility. Lorren approached the door, meticulously examining the bloodstains upon it. These stains had long since dried, yet they exhibited a distinct contrast to the blood pooled on the ground. The color of the blood on the door was much darker, akin to that which seeps from a decaying corpse. Search the vicinity to see if any traces can be found that might indicate the murderer emerged from the sea. He instructed, "I suspect the assailant is a corpse." Lorren conveyed his hypothesis to the wind messengers. "How could a corpse commit murder? Are you implying it was a necromancer?" Layla quickly grasped the implication. "Indeed, many perished yesterday, and Ansem has a tendency to conduct sea burials for the deceased. Thus, if a necromancer were to linger beneath the waves, collecting corpses, it would suffice. Ordinarily, an accumulation of corpses would likely breed some foul entity. However, Ansem's coastal region is blessed by a covenant with the wind god. Thus, such an occurrence should be improbable. Hence, it must be the work of a necromancer." "Master, we have found some seaweed," reported the wind messenger, arriving with a handful as Lorren finished explaining to Layla. Upon inspecting the seaweed, Lorren noted the drag marks, indicating it had fallen during movement. A living person would surely discard seaweed immediately upon reaching the shore, or would avoid becoming ensnared by it altogether. This confirms it. The murderer is indeed a necromancer. Lorren shared his analysis with the wind messengers, urging them to pursue this line of investigation. The motive is easily comprehensible. Whether they hail from within the kingdom or are outsiders, Ansem has claimed numerous lives, naturally fostering resentment towards it, rendering this act a form of retribution. Such incidents are not unprecedented. Even after the game commenced, there have been numerous terrorist attacks against the territory blessed by the wind god, with many foreign agents among the instigators. Remember to report any progress to me. This was not due to Lorren's deep concern for Ansem's safety. Rather, he coveted necromancy, which is notably useful. For instance, when his activities involving the witch were exposed, he could simply retreat to the forest, employing a pair of skeletons for farming if necessary. Lorren's preparations were exceedingly meticulous, providing himself ample escape routes. Even if he ultimately failed to vanquish the deity, he could retreat with the witches, having already gathered various seeds, ensuring self-sufficiency through magic. Thank you for your assistance, Master. It was evident that the wind messengers were unaware of Lorren's true intentions. Lorren had indeed rendered them considerable help, leaving them uncertain of how to repay him. According to Ansem's customs, one must offer tangible recompense when receiving assistance. After providing some instructions, Lorren returned to the inn, bringing along breakfast for 20, their arms laden with food. Do you think the wind messengers can resolve this? I find it unlikely. To amass such a number of corpses, the necromancer has likely been lying in wait for quite some time. Even if they do act, it will probably only be through sending forth the corpses, making capture improbable. However, corpses are finite. As long as the wind messengers maintain a vigilant watch through the night, they can deplete the necromancer's stock. Lorren did not express this to the wind messengers, but they likely understood it nonetheless. Lorren's absence was brief, and upon returning to the inn, Anna and the others were just waking. Awake? Freshen up, and then we shall eat. Okay. Dining with Lorren was the highlight of Anna's day, and she was the first to dash into the bathroom. During breakfast, Nacris hesitated for a considerable time before speaking up. What are you two doing alone together? She attempted to feign nonchalance, yet her tone betrayed a hint of barely contained frustration. Oh, there was a necromancer attack here last night, so we accompanied the wind messengers to investigate. Nacris responded, visibly relieved, even oblivious to Anna snatching her food. The wind messengers were swift, and that very afternoon, one arrived at Lorren's door. Master, we have made a new discovery. Take me to see. I want to go too. No matter what Lorren was engaged in, Anna would invariably follow closely behind him, with others eagerly trailing after, despite Lorren merely intending to assess the situation. The wind messenger led Lorren to the seaside, where countless corpses lay heaped, various types of remains. There were executed criminals, those who had died peacefully of old age, and numerous pirates. In short, the corpses from the sea had not been consumed by fish, and even the decayed ones were not in a severe state. We have recovered many bodies. They lie sunken at the bottom, untouched by fish. The wind messenger spoke gravely, deliberately removing one corpse to present to Lorren. This was a man I executed 20 years ago. I never anticipated his body would remain intact, only slightly decayed. And he still wears the clothes from that time, clothes I remember vividly. Since execution platforms are seldom employed, the wind messenger had a lasting impression of each individual he had executed. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. He has been lurking here for at least 20 years. Lorren stepped forward to examine the situation, noting that while the corpses were not significantly decomposed, their garments had largely deteriorated into rags. I believe I have discerned the identity of a murderer. Does this individual have any offspring? Yes, his progeny was sentenced to exile. In Ansem, exile does not merely mean being sent to a remote area. It equates to being cast onto a desolate island, rendering it virtually indistinguishable from a death sentence. Beheading offers a more merciful end. Then it stands to reason this corpse's clothing has been deliberately preserved, likely to serve as a reminder for revenge. No sooner had he spoken than Lorren's intuition once again alerted him. Chapter 119, Preparing for Battle. Quickly dispose of these corpses. Lorren understood that his unease stemmed from these bodies being collected by the necromancer, who could control them at will. Understood. The wind messenger reacted promptly, and upon hearing Lorren's command, the surrounding wind messengers unleashed their magic. Wind blades sliced through the corpses. Several wind messengers coordinated their efforts, reducing the pile of bodies by half. Yet the remaining corpses suddenly rose to their feet, animated by necromantic magic. These corpses possessed enhanced defenses, and the wind blades that would have easily shredded them now merely inflicted superficial wounds. Do not use mere crowd control spells. Go all out. Lorren, from his vantage point, commanded while retreating with the others, directing the wind messengers to fight with all their might. Generic soldiers pose no significant threat to beings of divine stature like the wind messengers. Revival is prohibited here. The leader of the wind messengers, hovering in the air, spoke words that resonated with an unassailable authority, striking at the very core of human spirit. The moment he uttered this decree, the corpses that had been rising abruptly collapsed back to the ground, reverting to their ordinary state. Subsequently, the remaining wind messengers consolidated their powers into a more formidable spell, obliterating the rest of the undead. Master, what has transpired? Luna, embodying the role of the diligent student, inquired upon encountering the unfamiliar phenomenon. This is the authority of the Covenant, capable of binding hearts and establishing commands that cannot be disobeyed. The Covenant, or the decree, is the primary power of the Covenant with the wind god, with the wind merely being a secondary aspect. Isn't that invincible? Observing how a single command from the wind messenger resolved such a troublesome situation, Luna felt a pang of anxiety. After all, she still remembered her mission, to slay the gods alongside Lorren, for the omnipotent deities posed an undeniable threat. It was not as insurmountable as it seemed. As long as one's rank was sufficiently elevated or one's will and strength formidable enough, resistance was attainable. The wind messengers possessed remarkably acute hearing, capable of discerning the whispers of the wind. Thus Lorren's words reached their ears as well. Rather than feeling anger at Lorren's blatant disrespect, they instead found themselves increasingly in awe of him. His ability to articulate their vulnerabilities was a testament to his prowess. "First, we must deal with that peculiar corpse," Lorren exclaimed abruptly, having sensed something amiss. The unusual body had initially been affected by the area of effect spell, and the lifeless corpse was unable to withstand the onslaught of the wind blades. Yet after being struck multiple times, it remained unscathed. At the moment Lorren spoke, both the wind messengers and the corpse reacted simultaneously. As one messenger drew his sword and charged at the corpse, it suddenly surged to its feet and sprinted toward the sea. Magic coalesced in the messenger's hands, and a gust of wind was hurled forth, striking the corpse squarely in the back, detonating upon impact. A fierce gale erupted. The force of this wind spell was terrifying, creating a massive crater in the ground, let alone the damage inflicted upon the already struck corpse. The flesh on its back was utterly torn apart, revealing its ribcage to Lorren's gaze. Yet even so, the corpse did not lose its mobility entirely. Instead, it leapt forth with a surge, mere steps away from the sea. Danger! A tempest arose behind the wind messenger, his cloak capturing the gust and propelling him forward like a released arrow, swiftly placing him above the corpse as they both reached the ocean. Simultaneously, he glimpsed numerous azure, luminescent points in the water. In the next instant, before all eyes, the wind messenger was impaled by spikes shooting up from the sea, transforming him into a spiny creature. These spikes, each 2 meters in length, resembled black spears adorned with glowing azure rings. Every part of the messenger, head, body, limbs, was pierced, and in an instant, life fled from him. With the weight of the spikes, he plummeted into the sea alongside the corpse he had been pursuing. Seeing this, the other wind messengers rushed forward. "Halt! Do not pursue." The authority of the wind messengers was immense. Even the king could be executed by their decree. It was Lorren's voice that halted these high-ranking beings. "Destroy the remaining corpses and swiftly disperse the citizens along the shore. Do not approach the water." Lorren seamlessly took command. The wind messengers offered no dissent and immediately began executing his orders. The people of Ansem acted with remarkable speed. When the news reached them, there were no questions or hesitations, and they evacuated with utmost urgency, scarcely taking any belongings. For they understood that the church would compensate for their losses and provide for them post-evacuation. 3 wind messengers remained to maintain order, while one soared into the distance, heading to another city to coordinate accommodations for the evacuees. Within mere minutes, the populace had orderly embarked on their retreat, and the wind messengers resolved their immediate concerns, gathering around Lorren to hear his next strategic plan. "How many combatants do we still have?" Lorren had entered a commanding state. While not particularly adept, he had commanded in wars before. With the losses accounted for, only 3 wind messengers remained. The church still possessed additional forces: 1 5th-tier mage, 1 4th-tier mage, 5 3rd-tier mages, and a number of 1st and 2nd-tier mages and knights. The 1st and 2nd-tier mages were merely students from the Magic Academy, of limited utility. When can we expect reinforcements? The wind messengers dispatched for assistance would arrive within 2 hours, but others might not arrive until late night. No need to rush. Their objective is the entirety of the Ansem Kingdom. Now that the civilians have retreated, our task is merely to delay. The wind messengers naturally adhered to Lorren's commands. Despite his status as a follower of the harvest deity, will you be participating as well? Lorren had referred to us rather than you, which surprised the wind messengers. Naturally, I cannot bear to witness such inhumane acts unfold. With my presence, I can provide timely analyses of the situation, and I am not merely a decorative figure. I possess some knowledge of lower-tier harvest magic. Even if I cannot sway the battle's outcome, I can still assist you. Lorren's words were eloquently spoken, yet he was indeed contemplating how to seize the necromantic magic for himself. It was likely that they would launch their assault under the cover of night. The current situation dictated that the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. Prepare yourselves. The wind messengers were unaware of Lorren's true thoughts. They were genuinely moved by his boundless compassion. Lorren was not merely a mentor of a harvest church. He was a mentor to all of humanity. Chapter 120. The Undead. Do not approach the shoreline. Await their ascent. I recognize their weaponry. Those were the spikes from the Shadow Stinger, which could accelerate in the water, allowing even the weaker undead to unleash such formidable attacks. The Shadow Stinger was a creature of the deep sea, and among the myriad of monstrosities lurking beneath, it resembled something of the mortal realm. Its appearance was akin to a giant lionfish, entirely black with spikes illuminated by azure luminescence. These spikes enabled it to move swiftly in the ocean while possessing deadly venom. However, it was evident that it was ill-equipped to deal with the undead, ultimately falling victim to those corpses whose spikes became their weapons. On land, their offensive capability would drastically diminish. Thus, our objective was to secure the coastal regions. There were ample coastal areas, and the wind messengers soared high above, vigilantly monitoring the shoreline. Should any disturbance arise, reinforcements could promptly converge. The remaining forces dispersed to ensure they could mount a timely defense against the undead should they attempt a coordinated assault. The evacuation of the populace was nearly complete. Their task was now to mitigate the damage inflicted by the undead as much as possible. As nightfall descended, the crimson moon hung high in the sky. The blood moon offered no boon to the undead. It merely represented the essence of the night's dominion being usurped. Lorren grasped the hilt of the Soul Requiem. Seated in the principal position, with the Soul 5th tier mage standing vigil at his back, while the wind messengers remained vigilant in the sky. A cadre of mages flanked Lorren, with the sorceresses retreating to the rear. Lorren suddenly felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu, akin to the legendary Lin Zhengying, as both were engaged in combating the undead. The properties of the Soul Requiem held a certain counteractive effect against the undead, while these beings were not particularly deterred by the destruction of their physical forms. The Soul Requiem could directly sever their souls. They are coming. Lorren's intuition struck once more, as the ocean began to churn unnaturally. Under the authority of the Oath and the Wind God, the sea had remained tranquil until now. Witnessing the tide of corpses surging from the shoreline, Lorren could scarcely contain himself, astonished at the sheer number of undead. According to the Necromancer's plan, he intended to gradually assault the Ansem Kingdom, accumulating strength while plunging it into panic, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. It must be said that had it not been for Lorren's intervention, his scheme would have wreaked considerable havoc upon the Ansem Kingdom. However, he had underestimated the divine. At such a juncture, it was inevitable that angels would descend, rendering any numerical advantage irrelevant against angelic-level forces. The path of godslaying was indeed fraught with peril. Lorren rose, unsheathing his blade. He intended to showcase a fraction of his strength, revealing only the technical aspects, for a knowledgeable mentor's prowess and technique should be expected, should it not? Primarily, this presented an excellent opportunity for leveling up, one that Lorren was determined not to squander. Confronted by the approaching corpse, Lorren remained unflustered as the Requiem of Souls deftly sliced through the neck of the decaying figure, its half-rotted head cleanly severed and falling to the ground. He scarcely registered the act of slaying. It was his inaugural experience wielding the Requiem of Souls in battle, and he had yet to acclimate to its razor-sharp precision. Continuing onward, he recognized that the experience yielded by a single corpse was negligible, yet he understood that accumulation would lead to greater gains. With a flourish of his blade, he familiarized himself with the weapon's weight before plunging into the throng of undead. These corpses were utterly incapable of halting the Requiem of Souls, requiring no deliberate adjustments to his angle. Any strike would result in a clean cut. Furthermore, he had no need to worry about damaging his blade, for the enchanted sword possessed self-repairing properties. As Lorren surged into the mass of the dead, he resembled a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, the Requiem of Souls relentlessly reaping the lives of these cadavers. He even found the energy to evade the splattering blood. Before long, he reached level 25, and a whirlwind suddenly erupted around him, drawing nearby corpses into its vortex and subsequently tearing them to shreds. Relying solely on his blade for combat proved inefficient. It paled in comparison to the prowess of the magical spells from the Oath and Wind sequences. These lowly undead posed no threat to Lorren, nor to the Wind Envoy, and he was acutely aware that the true threat lay ahead. At this point, he had yet to witness the spines extracted from the Shadow Prick Lion. Be cautious. The true lethal blow has yet to arrive. Lorren alerted his companions, opting to engage less aggressively this time, merely clearing out isolated corpses at the periphery. A single area spell casually cast by the Wind Envoy could wipe out a substantial number of undead, yet the relentless tide of corpses continued to emerge from the sea. Just how much stock had that entity amassed? Lorren grumbled as he allocated his surplus attribute points into vitality. Ansem was not a great power, Otherwise, the strongest combatant here would not be a 5th-tier mage. Thus, Ansem's population was relatively small, making it improbable for such a multitude of corpses to exist. However, upon observing a corpse with a plum blossom mark half-eaten by maggots, he comprehended the hand of the plague church behind this onslaught. Why must the god of pestilence be so wicked? Yet Lorren recognized the predicament the god of pestilence found itself in. Having offended the surrounding deities, should a divine war erupt, it would undoubtedly be the first to perish. To survive, it would strive to diminish the power of other gods. Yet such actions would only deepen its enmity with them. Lorren's pace in dispatching foes began to slow, gradually blending into the crowd, even outperformed by a 4th-tier mage. Other areas remained unassailed. The necromancer had concentrated his forces in a singular location, selecting the most fortified position for defense, indicating that his intent was not to invade the city, but rather to annihilate them here. Thus, Lorren's tactics became increasingly circumspect, eventually retreating behind the others, occasionally casting a couple of 1st- and 2nd-tier spells for support. Suddenly, Lorren heard a muffled grunt as an undead assassin sprouted octopus tentacles, piercing the chest of a 5th-tier mage. Until that moment, it had displayed no abnormalities, lurking alongside other corpses until it struck at the opportune moment. This marked the first casualty on Ansem's side, and it was none other than the highest-ranking combatant among the common folk, the cunning necromancer who had concealed himself. "A special entity has emerged," Lorren exclaimed, simultaneously unleashing a spell of abundance. Thick vines burst forth from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the corpse's body. Lorren deftly manipulated the joints of the undead, even binding its protruding tentacles. The Wind Envoy wasted no time. He dove down, his long sword aimed at the creature. It was at this moment that Lorren's instincts once again sent forth a warning. Chapter 121. The True Lethal Strike. A premonition of death enveloped Lorren, and without hesitation, he activated the tower's phasing. Even if this ability were to be exposed, it mattered little. After all, Gwen had never revealed her phasing capabilities, and he could simply advise her to exercise caution in future endeavors. In the next instant, as the Wind Envoy's sword cleaved through the undead's body, the ground suddenly erupted, and several corpses sprang forth from below. This was not the crux of the matter. Beneath the surface, water had already flooded in, and this group of corpses had even excavated tunnels. Some corpses were responsible for breaking through the earth, while others remained submerged, wielding the spines of the shadow pricklion. In a fleeting moment of distraction for the Wind Envoy, they pierced him with their spines, creating advantageous conditions for their aquatic assault, effectively accelerating the shadow pricklion spines. Not only the Wind Envoy, but also several spines were aimed at Lorren and the other mages. Lorren cast a Depth's Eye onto the ground. The detached Depth's Eye dispelled its phasing, allowing him to perceive the surrounding situation. The Wind Envoy and another 4th-tier mage were swiftly dispatched, and numerous lower-tier mages also fell victim. Just as the spines were about to strike Lorren, they were suddenly intercepted by his shadow. The immediate threat averted. Lorren dispelled the phasing, regaining his senses and gaining clarity of the surroundings. Everyone was preoccupied with their own battles, paying no heed to the unusual occurrences surrounding Lorren. In an instant, he understood what had transpired. His shadow had shielded him from harm, evidently a result of Nicholas's secret abilities. He wondered when she had concealed her shadow within his own. That child. Lorren grasped Nicholas's intentions. She feared for his safety, willing to sacrifice her abilities to protect him. The situation shifted dramatically. The combat effectiveness of Ansem's forces plummeted. Not only that, but the remaining corpses also descended into a frenzy, overwhelming the once adept lower-tier mages, who soon found themselves engulfed by the tide of the undead. At this juncture, only Lorren and 2 Wind Envoys remained as viable combatants. The previously cast spines were hurled back into the water, while the corpses below used their frontal assaults to disguise their true lethal strategy. Otherwise, their movements would undoubtedly have been detected by the Wind Envoys. Damn it, this is troublesome. Lorren severed several corpses in front of him, reclaiming the Depth's Eye before swiftly retreating. The ground beneath was hollow. He needed to collapse it to thwart any ambush. Once he secured his safety, Lorren alerted the remaining 2 Wind Envoys. He then produced his wand, a green light continually emanating from its tip, causing plants to sprout from the corpses struck, rendering them immobile within seconds. One Wind Envoy soared above Lorren. As he chanted an incantation, a wall of wind erupted before him, sending any corpse that touched it flying. The Wind Envoy then lifted Lorren into the air, ensuring his safety, while the other Wind Envoy commenced an offensive, launching a gust of wind into the previously breached ground. In the next moment, a tempest erupted from beneath, exposing the tunnels they had dug. Unlike the mass-produced scarecrows or the plague bearers relying on death's whispers, the wind envoys were formidable high-tier combatants. Had it not been for the surprise attack, these corpses would pose no threat to them. Though they had sustained serious injuries earlier, they had now fully entered the rhythm of the wind envoys. The two soared through the sky, bombarding the undead with area of effect spells. The corpses had long ceased to receive reinforcements. It was merely a matter of time before they were completely vanquished. Yet, Lorren felt no sense of relief. The elusive necromancer, lurking in the shadows, had yet to make their move. Continue to wear them down with ranged attacks. Do not engage up close, Lorren reiterated, knowing that matters could not be resolved so simply. He was already contemplating a strategic retreat. The witches had distanced themselves significantly, effectively hiding with the refugees in other cities, thus alleviating Lorren's concerns about their safety. After subduing the corpses, Lorren was also released, and he seized the opportunity to retreat steadily. The number of corpses continued to dwindle, for the wind messengers had sworn an oath that this place was beyond resurrection since the onset of battle. Limbs and severed arms lay scattered everywhere, alleviating any concerns of them rising again. With one last reminder, Lorren began to withdraw, distancing himself from this place of conflict. Soon, only a handful of corpses remained, and the wind messengers gradually relaxed their vigilance. Nevertheless, they remembered Lorren's admonition and refrained from approaching the bodies, despite the clear indication that they had lost their combat capability. Moreover, having delayed for so long, reinforcements were imminent. Victory seemed within reach. It was at this moment that a premonition surged through Lorren once more. Caution! Just as Lorren managed to warn, he witnessed the piled corpses simultaneously detonate. The spikes scattered across the bodies were propelled into the air, yet their trajectories were uncontrollable, clearly indicating that the lethal strike did not originate here. The explosion was not particularly powerful. Having already distanced himself, Lorren found no need to activate his phasing ability. Merely lying on the ground sufficed to evade the blast. The corpse explosion technique. This was a fundamental necromantic spell, albeit with limited potency. While such a multitude of corpses might obliterate a high-ranking mage, it was far less effective against the wind messengers, who were divine agents. The wind messengers, having a light weight, were propelled away by the shockwave generated before the explosion's damage could reach them. The aftermath left a thick mist of blood, obscuring visibility of the situation within, a typical result following a corpse explosion. The explosion failed to delay the wind messengers, who swiftly returned to the battlefield. Confronted by the blood mist, they knew that wind magic would be effective in controlling it. To discern the battlefield's conditions, they resolved to disperse the blood mist with wind. Two wind messengers cast their spells simultaneously. Yet as the wind met the blood mist, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Rather than dissipating, the blood mist surged towards the wind messengers. The speed of the mist's expansion was astonishing, engulfing them before they could react, and Lorren beheld two wind messengers plummeting from the sky, their bodies marred by numerous corrosive marks, a substitute of the same ilk as mine. Although Lorren had never encountered that necromancer, he felt a sense of kinship, for they both triumphed through strategic planning and the manipulation of information discrepancies. The previous corpses and explosions were mere distractions. This was the true lethal strike. If all those privy to the knowledge were silenced, the wind messengers arriving as reinforcements would also suffer significant losses. Hence, the necromancer would undoubtedly turn their attention to Lorren. Chapter 122, Exchange of Interests. As the wind messengers regained their footing, their demeanor had drastically shifted, unmistakably signifying that they had become puppets under the necromancer's control. Must I take action after all? For the sake of caution, the necromancer would surely opt to eliminate Lorren, while Lorren, in an effort to preserve his own life, would have to eliminate the necromancer. The two wind messengers advanced directly toward Lorren. Bereft of divine protection after death, they could no longer glide upon the winds. Yet their physical prowess remained, posing a significant threat. Hold on, we have no conflict of interest. Perhaps we should sit down and discuss. Lorren surmised that the necromancer could share senses with the corpses. Otherwise, such precise judgments would be impossible. What do you propose for this discussion? Indeed, Lorren's conjecture proved accurate. As the corpses approached, one wind messenger spoke, revealing their ability to share sensations with these bodies. I know your aim. You seek vengeance against the Ansem Kingdom, while I desire your necromantic magic. Thus, you shall provide me with the magic, and I will assist you in laying in wait, enabling you to strike them unawares. Given my status, delivering you before the Pope would pose no difficulty. Continue. The tone of the wind messenger suggested genuine intrigue. Yet the corpse continued to close the distance to Lorren. How about this? You reveal yourself first, and we can converse over drinks. Lorren retrieved 2 small bottles of liquor from his attire, offering one while consuming the other in a single gulp. Very well. As the words were exchanged, the wind messenger's corpse unsheathed its long blade, a tempest swirling around it, striking with relentless force. It had never believed Lorren's words, seeking merely an opportunity to ambush him. Unlike the other wind messengers, it could not see through Lorren's facade, hence opting for such a cautious approach. Lorren was aware of its disbelief. He too sought an opportunity to consume an antidote talisman. At the instant the wind messenger's corpse struck, Lorren's intuition provided a warning. He hurled the liquor bottle at the wind messenger, shattering it upon contact with the blade, igniting a conflagration that swiftly engulfed one of the corpses. The bottle contained explosive flames, a special third-tier potion, not meant for consumption, but for striking. The third-tier potion had a negligible effect on the wind messenger, who withstood the flames and continued swinging its blade. However, Lorren seized a momentary disruption to successfully retreat. Meanwhile, the other wind messenger's corpse had already encircled Lorren from behind, preparing to strike. They had taken advantage of the prior conversation to trap Lorren. He could not have been unprepared. Before the blade could descend upon him, the soul requiem had already been cast upon his neck. With a swift stroke, Lorren severed the wind messenger's head. Even the physical form of the wind messenger was no match for the sharpness of the soul requiem. A sudden thrust, as Lorren's foot touched the ground. He executed another martial technique, instantly appearing before the other wind messenger and piercing through its skull. Due to the soul requiem's soul-slicing properties, it possessed a certain restraint against undead creatures. Such injuries were insignificant to the undead, yet after receiving these 2 strikes from Lorren, the corpses could no longer move. Without hesitation, Lorren turned to flee. If he escaped, the necromancer would be the one in distress. Should Lorren succeed in conveying this wealth of information to the church, future actions would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, he could not be permitted to flee. The blood mist began to expand towards Lorren. Indeed, the necromancer controlled it. Yet the speed at which it spread under their command was far inferior to its velocity when encountering wind magic. Yet it was sufficient to catch up to Lorren. Realizing he could not outrun the mist, Lorren halted, swiftly consuming potions before any new dangers emerged. As the blood mist enveloped him, Lorren had already consumed all the potions that could temporarily enhance his combat prowess. Visibility within the blood mist was low. Yet Lorren still discerned a figure clad in a black robe. Indeed, the necromancer was within a mist. Eroding wind blood mist, a 7th-tier magic, rapidly expands when encountering wind while remaining under the user's control, provided the user stands within the blood mist. You have concealed yourself among the corpses, quietly charging the eroding wind blood mist, then utilized the corpse explosion to accelerate its spread, with the bodies amplifying its power. Am I correct in my assessment? Upon witnessing the blood mist expand due to the wind magic, Lorren recognized the spell, hence his confidence that the antidote talisman could withstand it. It appears I need not inquire why the eroding wind blood mist is ineffective against you. Since you possess such extensive knowledge, you undoubtedly understand the means of defense. The figure within the blood mist began to converse with Lorren, though this time she distanced herself from him. After a brief skirmish, she had assessed Lorren's capabilities. He was well-versed in diverse knowledge, adept in some bountiful magics, and formidable in close combat, wielding an exceptionally sharp blade. Furthermore, she comprehended that Lorren was akin to herself, harboring several hidden cards. Currently, the information was grossly unequal. Lorren's understanding of her far surpassed her comprehension of him. Oh, what a surprise, a woman. Why so secretive? Hiding in the blood mist while clad in black robes. From the sound, Lorren discerned the gender of the necromancer, though it was uncertain whether the figure before him was indeed a true necromancer. Our bargain remains intact. You provide me with necromantic magic, and I shall let you go while offering my assistance. Does that sound agreeable? I accept your proposition, and I hope you remain true to your word. The necromancer had little choice. It was evident that Lorren held the upper hand. Even if she fought to the death here, slaying Lorren would prove futile. So she acquiesced to the deal. She retrieved a box from her bosom and opened it to reveal a tome. Having spent years in the depths of the sea, it was only reasonable to keep the book in a box to prevent it from becoming waterlogged. The two moved closer, and Lorren could finally see the necromancer's visage, which bore no semblance of humanity. Her neck had been gruesomely stitched with gills, and her body was adorned with scales. The exposed flesh had become waterlogged, resembling a corpse that had drowned, which explained her prolonged existence in the ocean's depths. Lorren detected a heartbeat, indicating that the figure before him was still alive. The book is yours. Now allow me to depart. The necromancer handed the tome to Lorren, seemingly believing she had completed her task, and thus it was of little inconvenience to part with it. Very well, we shall meet again in the realm of shadows. Lorren stowed the book away and turned to leave, silently counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. As his hand emerged from his clothing, a handgun was now in his grasp. He abruptly pivoted and fired, the bullet striking the necromancer's head with deadly precision. Still attempting to deceive me? I knew the item you provided was a counterfeit. Oh wait, it's genuine. Upon glancing at the tome, Lorren confirmed it was indeed a legitimate spellbook. However, he felt no remorse, for the blood mist had not dissipated. This magic required continuous maintenance. The lingering blood mist indicated that she had not perished. Chapter 123, The Angler. The acquisition of the spellbook was an unexpected boon, prompting Lorren to resecure it and prepare to confront the necromancer. He aimed directly at the heart of the corpse from a distance and began to attentively listen to the ambient sounds. Within the blood mist, any living creature would perish instantaneously, rendering the area eerily silent. Should any disturbance occur, Lorren would be the first to know. Most of the bodies had been obliterated during the recent explosion, yet it was possible that the necromancer possessed additional resources. What is this? After taking only a few steps, Lorren spotted a slender thread, roughly the thickness of a spider's silk, one end anchored to the ground while the other extended far towards the sea. Lorren believed he had located the necromancer's position. Logically, this thread should remain invisible, but the observer's authority had once again aided him. Just as Lorren approached the delicate thread, a figure cloaked in black suddenly erupted from the ground behind him. He remained unperturbed, as this only affirmed his suspicions. Given the necromancer's character, she would never emerge voluntarily unless Lorren had indeed pinpointed her location. In the instant Lorren turned around, a hand sprouted from the earth, grasping his ankle. The hand was withered and devoid of any vitality. Lorren was certain that there were no corpses beneath his feet, indicating this was a magical manifestation. A third-tier spell, Ghostly Hand. By the way, allow me to share a secret. You are already deceased. With a swift motion of his staff, the recently emerged figure was decapitated in an instant. The speed of the scarlet blade was beyond the capability of ordinary reflexes to evade, unless one possessed the same phasing ability as Lorren. His earlier statement was not a threat, but rather a declaration of fact. Upon observing the thread, Lorren comprehended the necromancer's current predicament. She had long since perished. Now she was merely a wandering soul, sustained only by some form of power. In the deep sea, there exists a creature known as the Angler, resembling a massive droplet of water, moving with great lethargy, yet its body was entwined with numerous delicate fishing lines. These lines were not meant for catching fish, but rather for ensnaring souls. Should one die with unfulfilled desires, they would be drawn to the angler's lines, ultimately becoming ensnared and serving its hunting needs, while the angler could grant these vengeful souls a corporeal form. However, many of those controlled souls remain oblivious to their own demise, much like the current necromancer. This revelation also explained why Lorren could no longer hear her heartbeat. Having dispatched the necromancer's substitute effortlessly, Lorren noted her lack of significant reaction, interpreting his words as mere threats. Consider this. How long have you been submerged in the sea? Can a living person endure such an existence? Furthermore, you might want to check if your heart still beats. As Lorren advanced toward the fishing line, his hand rested upon the hilt of his blade, speaking as he walked. Had he not spotted this line, he would never have deduced the truth. The line should have been completely invisible. However, now that he understood the situation, resolving it became far simpler. Have you realized that you have been aiding something in its hunt? Something whose existence you remain unaware of. If the controlled, vengeful souls were to become aware of their manipulation, two outcomes could arise. Either they would become completely subjugated ordinary souls under the angler's control, or they would disintegrate upon losing the angler's power. Either scenario would bode well for Lorren. Upon hearing Lorren's words, the fishing line began to tremble violently. The necromancer, being an astute individual, would instantly grasp the implication of Lorren's statement. Subsequently, the necromancer was forcefully yanked from her hiding place, struggling desperately to extricate the line from her mouth, and Lorren finally beheld her true form. She was indeed a woman, yet still devoid of any semblance of humanity. Her skin was pallid, and her eye sockets were hollow. Not only her eyes, but her entire being resembled a void. The fishing line appeared to plunge into an abyss within her mouth. Rest in peace, throat sealed. The necromancer, now in a spectral state, rendered physical and conventional magical attacks ineffective, prompting Lorren to unleash the song of the departed. I cannot die. The necromancer's struggles abruptly ceased as she sacrificed her arms to evade a lethal strike to her throat. She staggered back several paces, the line still lodged in her mouth. Yet she exhibited no signs of being controlled or disintegrating. I must avenge my parents. They were executed by the Ansem Kingdom, and I too was exiled. For vengeance. I would do anything. Roaring with fury, the necromancer hurled every spell she knew towards Lorren, fiery skulls, withered ghostly hands, and intangible claws cascading forth in a relentless torrent. Why do you insignificant villains always resort to desperate measures? The laws of the Ansem Kingdom do not malign the righteous. Your sentencing merely reflects your culpability. You are unworthy of vengeance. Lorren held his blade in a violinist's posture, the edge resting upon the red line of the scabbard, and began to draw. Instantly, a stirring yet solemn melody emanated from him. A dense web of scarlet blades wove through the air, shattering the necromancer's magic in an instant. And her soul was fragmented into pieces. As the first soul to perish beneath the song of the departed, you should consider yourself fortunate. As the performance concluded, Lorren sheathed his blade, and the blood mist began to dissipate, allowing him to behold the blood moon once more. Level up successful. Attribute point gained. 1. Current level 26. 90 points until the next level. Task complete. Lorren had not anticipated that he would ultimately need to take matters into his own hands. Yet acquiring necromantic magic made the endeavor worthwhile. After the necromancer's demise, the fishing line gradually retracted. The angler itself was cumbersome, even struggling to reel in its lines. Without vengeful souls, it would likely fall prey to a turtle. The presence of fishermen in the sea is not particularly favorable for Lorren. This entity possesses a low threshold, yet an absurdly high ceiling, with even a 9th-tier mage potentially ensnared among the vengeful souls it commands. However, the fishermen are astute enough to avoid provocation from threatening beings. This little creature embodies a rather zen-like disposition, typically preying on small fish and shrimp. Occasionally, the vengeful souls may harbor their own intentions, yet this does not concern it. Lacking substantial wisdom, it understands that allowing the vengeful souls to act freely is the optimal choice. Shortly after Lorren reunited with the children, a new wind envoy arrived, witnessing the dire state of affairs. Nonetheless, Lorren remained unscathed, which sufficed for the wind envoys. Chapter 124, The Codex of Justice. It is a grave oversight on our part to have brought you, who journeyed from afar to the kingdom of Ansem, into peril. In fact, it was you who saved the kingdom of Ansem, and according to our customs, we are obliged to offer you a tangible reward. We recognize that you are not one to seek fame or fortune, yet it is the decree of the Covenant and the Wind Church that we hope you will articulate your desires. The Wind Envoy's words were so unequivocal that Lorren found no need for pleasantries. Though my magical prowess is limited, rendering many spells beyond my reach, I harbor a keen interest in the accumulation of magic. I hope you might provide me with some spells from the Covenant and Wind series. Naturally, the Wind Envoy replied, promptly instructing others to procure the spellbooks. These rewards are evidently insufficient to compensate for your merits. May I inquire if there is anything else you desire? Upon hearing this, Lorren finally chuckled inwardly. Magic held little utility for him. What he truly sought was of paramount importance. I find myself rather intrigued by the Codex of Justice from the Covenant and Wind Church, and I wish to study it. The Wind Envoy displayed a look of consternation. The authority of the Covenant's oath is the supreme power, while the Codex of Justice embodies the manifestation of that authority. However, due to the elevated status of the Covenant's power, only the most distinguished Wind Envoys and angels possess the ability to establish decrees, as exemplified by the previous Wind Envoy who utilized a decree to prevent the undead from rising. Once one possesses the Codex of Justice, it merely requires magical energy to enact decrees, making it exceedingly convenient. Thus, the Codex of Justice is immensely precious. Not even the Kingdom of Ansem nor the Covenant and Wind Church has many copies, and Lorren's request for it was somewhat unreasonable. It is of no consequence if it is inconvenient. After all, I do not seek any reward as long as everyone can be kept safe. Lorren offered a compassionate smile, and it was precisely because of this that the Wind Envoy gritted his teeth and resolved, please rest for a moment. We will deliver the Codex of Justice shortly. Once the Wind Envoy departed, Lorren once again cast a shielding spell, allowing himself to laugh freely. What a bountiful harvest! He had acquired necromancy, wind magic, and the Codex of Justice. What a delight! Without wasting a moment, Lorren turned his attention to studying necromancy. Is it truly wise to employ necromancy? Layla questioned, for in her mind, necromancy was invariably linked to malevolence. The magic itself is not at fault. Rather, it is the wielder of the magic who is to blame. Perhaps the original inventor of necromancy merely wished to see their beloved once more. Who can say for certain? Lorren replied casually, for he had never been overly concerned with such matters. Otherwise, he would not have struck a deal with the god of greed, from whom most of his current strength derived. Developing magic is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. At least, Lorren could not accomplish it, and thus he held great admiration for those who did. The magic that has survived through the ages is primarily due to the developers publicly sharing the methods of their spells. These individuals are truly remarkable. Many of the spells known in the present day originate from the Dawn Princess, who devoted her life to the betterment of this world. Whether through the development of magic or the extermination of monsters, she was of common birth. Her title of princess was conferred upon her by the world, and she indeed became the ruler of many nations. Ultimately, the Dawn Princess met her demise, and her subjects were submerged beneath the sea, transformed into merfolk. Such is the fate of the virtuous. Often, no good deed goes unpunished. Lorren sighed, reflecting on how the Dawn Princess left behind little in the way of legacy, save for a treasure she had conceived in a moment of inspiration during her lifetime. Nevertheless, Lorren resolved to avenge the Dawn Princess, a trifling task. Thanks to the efforts of Lorren and the Wind Envoy, the city suffered minimal damage. The final explosion of the undead was merely to spread the corrosive blood mist. One must sacrifice for the greater good, and the destruction caused by the explosion was not severe. Of course, the enduring quality of Ansem's architecture also played a significant role. For the time being, Lorren and his companions took residence in a neighboring city, but with his renown, he had no fear of Mara failing to locate him. Shortly after Lorren expressed his desire for the Codex of Justice, the Wind Envoy delivered it. This expedition to the kingdom of Ansem had been wholly successful. Now, he need only await MaraudersEra's arrival. In high spirits, Lorren returned to the seaside, where the townspeople were diligently engaged in reconstruction. The corpses had attracted numerous crows and seagulls. Upon Lorren's arrival, the flock of birds encircled him, drawn by his aura and scent. Cradling the starlit night in his hands, Lorren brought it close to his chest, at which point it finally settled down. Master, thank you for saving the kingdom of Ansem. A worker greeted him while still laboring. Master, have you had your lunch? Would you care to join me for a meal? It's on me. A kindly woman running a restaurant warmly invited him. Since the news of Lorren's heroism in saving Ansem spread, his reputation had reached unprecedented heights. We have eaten, thank you. Please pack 2 roasted fish for me. Thank you. Lorren's words were abruptly interrupted by Anna, and ultimately, he could only hold his tongue temporarily until Anna returned with the roasted fish, at which point he playfully tapped her on the head. Accepting the kindness of these ordinary folk, Lorren felt no discomfort in their eyes. Receiving assistance necessitated the offering of a gift. Even though the battle had ravaged their homes, they bore no resentment, for they understood that without Lorren and the Wind Envoy, the destruction would have been far worse. Only in this manner could the hearts of the people remain warm, thus preventing scenarios where the savior is falsely accused of misconduct. During the interval, while waiting for Mara's arrival, Lorren occupied himself by purchasing fishing rods and settled at a fishing spot by the sea. Following the recent events, the townsfolk were hesitant to approach the shoreline, leaving Lorren unchallenged for his fishing spot. Simultaneously, he observed the ocean. Upon realizing he could see the line of the fishermen, his apprehension towards them diminished. Yet the threat posed by the fishermen lingered, and Lorren remained vigilant. It seemed that the reversed effect of the spurn of all beings still proved effective while fishing. As soon as he cast his line, he hooked a fish. And what a sizable one it was. The moment the fish bit, Lorren's rod bent considerably. But Lorren's strength, though modest compared to some powerful beings, far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He reeled in a large fish, flinging it behind him, whereupon the small creatures accompanying Lorren surged forward to feast. With the sole exception of a crow, which tilted its head, still fixated on Lorren, who found it somewhat familiar. Chapter 125, Setting Sail. Master, I wish to eat roasted fish. Anna's request interrupted Lorren's gaze with the crow. Lorren sighed in resignation. Hadn't you just eaten? The fare from the restaurant pales in comparison to what Mirroring Heart prepares. I just saw a vendor nearby, selling barbecue equipment. All right then. Lorren ultimately acquiesced to Anna's request, having rather spoiled her. As Anna dashed off to purchase the grill and seasonings, Lorren cast his fishing hook back into the sea. Just now, Lorren remained vigilant regarding the peculiar raven, mindful of the safety of both himself and his children. He would not overlook any anomalies in his vicinity. The second catch was equally swift, and this time Lorren's technique had improved considerably. He smoothly reeled the fish in, while Jingxin adeptly netted it and placed it into the prepared bucket filled with seawater, alleviating concerns about the fish perishing. However, Lorren pondered that the bucket might be a tad too small, as the fish measured over 30 centimeters in length. Fishing was not Lorren's forte. In his era, nature had been so ravaged that places for fishing were nearly non-existent. To put it more gravely, the mountain he guarded might very well be the last remnant of nature in that world. As Lorren continued to catch fish, the bucket quickly reached its limit. He selected a few of the more aesthetically pleasing specimens, feeding the remainder to the flock of birds behind him. Beside Lorren, Layla and the others were also fishing. Nicholas showed little interest, merely keeping Lorren company in silence. How frustrating. I can't catch a single one, Scarlet complained, prompting Lorren to stifle a laugh. As he noticed Scarlet had yet to even touch the bait. Here they come. Anna burst in, carrying a grill, causing the nearby residents to raise their eyebrows in surprise. Lorren paid it little mind. Anna's display of strength was hardly extraordinary for someone of her martial background, and indeed, she was well versed in various combat techniques. She often carried a blade, her official identity being that of a knight. Subsequently, Jingxin skillfully ignited a fire, prepared the fish, and began grilling them, while Lorren continued to supply fish. Most of the grilled fish found their way into Anna's stomach, as the others had already dined before arriving, leaving only Anna with a hunger to satiate. Be careful not to upset your stomach again, Lorren cautioned. At that moment, he felt the hook snag something unusual, the weight distinctly off. When Lorren glanced at the hook, he was taken aback to see a hand. The hand grasped his fishing line, clearly not hooked by him. In an instant, Lorren drew his gun, and just before pulling the trigger, a head emerged from the water. It's me. Mara's heart raced at the sight of Lorren's gun barrel, as she could scarcely fathom what might have transpired had she surfaced a second later. What are you doing in the water? No need for me to ask further. Mara's visage was scarcely recognizable, though she had never been conventionally attractive. Her appearance was now even more horrifying, her remaining half-face resembling shattered fragments. She had endured significant suffering to arrive here. Come find me tonight. We shall depart. With that, Mara submerged once more, and Lorren surmised that her psyche had been deeply scarred by the members of the Oath and Wind Church. Given that her fish-related body parts had been severed, her ability to navigate underwater was even less than that of a normal person. Under such circumstances, her endurance in the water was a testament to her resilience. Are we ready to set off? Anna asked, her mouth full of food, her speech somewhat garbled. Indeed. Even as they prepared to leave, Lorren remained unhurried, continuing to fish leisurely. After all, with an abundance of resources stored in Scarlet space, he had no need to pack anything. His only concern was how to arrange Mara's demise. One hand grasped a grilled fish while the other held the fishing rod. He took a bite, while the starry night embroidered upon his chest also received a nibble. Lorren continued to catch numerous fish, and when Anna could no longer eat, he distributed the rest to the surrounding residents, ensuring they would have enough for a meal. The fish entrails were fed to the small animals, despite the many ruins around. The scene was vibrant and full of hope. Their eyes sparkled with the promise of a brighter future. This led Lorren to contemplate what would become of these ordinary people once the gods were vanquished. They had grown accustomed to a life reliant on divine beings. Other followers were less concerning. Once the gods' authority was restored, the world would not lack in abundance. The moon would revert to its golden hue, and although monsters would persist, true horrors would be absent. The outer gods would no longer covet this world, nor would madness arise, ensuring that life would be better than before. However, the followers of the Oath and Wind god had become accustomed to fairness, a commodity not easily attained. Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. Lorren conceived a straightforward and somewhat ruthless solution. He had little desire to concern himself with the fates of others in this world. Once everything concluded, he would seek a peaceful place to continue nurturing witches, and at that point, he could always find a willing witch to govern humanity. After all, witches were inherently simple-minded, devoid of malicious intent, and could at least ensure a modicum of fairness. Yet, she might imprison those who dared to speak ill of Lorren. But that was a minor issue. Time passed gradually, and Lorren maintained an air of normalcy until night fell. The nights in Ansem were remarkably quiet. The populace was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in the dark and understood that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall, thus opting to remain indoors rather than venturing out only to blame monsters after an attack. As Lorren and his companions traversed the empty streets at night, the memories of the undead attack lingered vividly, instilling a deep-seated fear that deterred them from venturing out, especially as most had fled to other cities and had yet to return. At the seaside of the Ansem Kingdom, precisely where Lorren had been fishing, a wooden ship suddenly appeared, with Mara standing atop it, waving towards Lorren. She uttered not a sound, her body riddled with wounds attesting to the consequences of careless speech. The ship was somewhat elevated, but Lorren managed to leap aboard, as did the witches, their physical prowess enabling such feats. Except for Scarlet, whom Lorren carried with him. Jingxin was similar. She was not a witch, and it was natural for her physical capabilities to be inferior, prompting Lorren to lift her aboard as well. However, he suspected that her apparent frailty was merely an act, as she had once fantasized about kneeling for an entire day and stood up without a trace of unsteadiness. Once everyone was aboard, the ship began to move without any visible helmsman. It was a ghost ship. It sailed towards the boundless ocean, and Lorren noticed a glimmer of light in Mara's eyes, though it would soon extinguish. Chapter 126, Nightmare. Regarding his sudden disappearance, Lorren speculated that the wind messengers would likely concoct a reasonable explanation, perhaps to prevent any significant disruption to the coastal city's normalcy upon his departure. Well, we have now left the territory of the Ansem Kingdom, and here we may speak freely without fear of being overheard. Lorren gazed out at the endless expanse of the sea, speaking up. The uncertainties of the ocean were vast. Perhaps beneath them lay a colossal sea beast, completely undetected. Are you certain the treasure is here? Mara pulled out a map for a glance, which displayed 2 connected points, while Lorren circled the line connecting them. Affirmative. How long until we arrive? Having spent considerable time at sea, Mara's nautical experience was quite substantial, and she quickly estimated the time. We are approximately 2,000 kilometers away. We should arrive in 2 days. Excellent. The ghost ship was the fastest means of transportation on the seas in this world, significantly swifter than ordinary sailing vessels. With few restrictions, we shall rest now. You continue your efforts. Lorren yawned, retreating into the cabin. Mara's ghost ship was reasonably clean. Though it could not compare to the Ansem Kingdom, it was adequate. In time, Mara would gather a motley crew of bizarre sea creatures as her subordinates, but presently, she remained alone. For safety's sake, the group huddled together in one room during their travels. Scarlet had packed numerous items, and in no time, they transformed the cabin into a makeshift home. The cabin resembled a dormitory with its beds, and in this scenario, Anna nonetheless forcefully burrowed into Lorren's blankets. The sea breeze remained rather chilly, and having a little girl to warm the bed wasn't so bad. Anna was still clad in white velvet leggings, which felt quite comfortable pressed against Lorren. Good night, esteemed mentor. Good night. After exchanging their good nights, everyone succumbed to slumber, even Lorren, who found himself sleeping more soundly than ever before. It was the first time he had fallen asleep so effortlessly. At last, the patient has awakened. Upon opening his eyes, Lorren was met with a throng of white-coated figures. Do you remember your name? A doctor pushed aside a nurse, urgently inquiring of Lorren. Merely moving slightly caused Lorren to feel a wave of pain coursing through his body, various instruments attached to him. Suddenly, Lorren chuckled. He had deduced the current situation. This was his past life, another timeline following his fall from height. However, according to the technological advancements of that world, if they wished, they could indeed bring Lorren back to life. Is this really amusing? You can't possibly think I would believe it, can you? Upon hearing Lorren's words, the doctor fell into despair. What shall we do if the patient's mind is deranged? The entire world is awaiting his judgment. If he truly has lost his sanity, it would be catastrophic. This remark elicited a smile from Lorren, who, following the doctor's words, inquired, what became of the creatures in the mountains? The ravens, the little crows, the magpies, the gray magpies, the night herons, the spotted doves, the owls, and the shrikes have all become extinct. Yours are among the last few. The technology in this world has advanced rapidly, yet the environmental destruction has been severe, with many once common animals teetering on the brink of extinction. That forest fire was the final catalyst. Truly, the very fears I dreaded have come to pass. In the face of the doctor's incredulous gaze, Lorren abruptly tore away the instruments affixed to him and stood up suddenly. How did you manage to stand? Not only the doctor, but everyone present looked as though they had seen a ghost. Reporters waiting outside rushed in, eager to pass judgment on Lorren. No one cared about the extinct animals. This world had essentially eradicated all wildlife. Bored, I shall take my leave. Lorren traced an inverted cross before his chest. At the moment he silently invoked the name of the eternal observer, the surrounding scene was instantly shattered. To his surprise, he was affected by a nightmare. The hand of the dream god could reach out even to the sea. The ability to feel pain within a dream indicated that he had indeed been influenced by the dream god. This could be considered a subconscious nightmare, invisible to others. Should anyone attempt to pry into Lorren's dreams, they would likely descend into madness. Lorren found himself in a realm of nothingness. he could awaken at will. Yet he now intended to delve into the enigmatic domain of dreams. He had already tested it. Although dreams were one of the higher powers, they could not compare to the authority of the Eternal Observer. Merely muttering the name of the Eternal Observer had shattered the nightmare. Thus, Lorren decided to employ the eye of abyssal sight to see what others were currently experiencing. Anna, all you do is eat. I no longer require you. Before Anna lay a mountain of food, while Lorren chastised her from behind. Imposter, be silent. With a mere shout, the dream version of Lorren found his mouth sewn shut, even his face torn away. After all, this was my dream. I can do as I please. Were it not for your words, I would not have realized this was a dream. How could my esteemed mentor utter such words? He loves me dearly. In dreams, one cannot suffer from an upset stomach. Do not disturb me while I indulge in my meal. Nicholas, you are the cause of my plight. Keep your distance. I shall not allow you to speak such words while wearing the face of my esteemed mentor. In the dream, veins protruded on Nicholas's forehead as her shadow morphed into a long blade, slicing the dream's false Lorren in two, a sight that marked Lorren's first encounter with Nicholas in such a furious state. Utilizing the eye of abyssal sight within the dream, Lorren glimpsed into the dreams of others. They too were plagued by nightmares, confronting their deepest fears, all of which were connected to Lorren. Lorren feared that all of this might be illusory, that he had not truly traversed time, while they feared being abandoned by him. However, nightmares remained nightmares and could not manifest into reality. The dream god seems to be itching for a fight. Does it wish to be the first to be eliminated by me? Although merely a nightmare, Lorren felt a twinge of annoyance. He began to devise a way to deal with the dream god. The scenery before him shifted rapidly, the surrounding whiteness dissipating until he found himself before a thicket of thorns. Long time no see, dream forest. Lorren gently touched the thorns and felt a piercing pain. Even the agony from his severed arm paled in comparison to this moment, causing Lorren to frown. The dream forest was the domain of the dream god, existing outside of reality, with thorns guarding its perimeter. Even if someone approached in a dream, they would be unable to enter. Since I am here, I shall make it grand. Joyful god Cashin, I have provided you with the coordinates. Come, grant me a grand performance. Chapter 127, The Dream God. Received, esteemed mentor. The voice of Cashin resonated within Lorren's mind, echoing like laughter pieced together into that phrase, a sensation Lorren found difficult to describe. Never mind. It's not a significant issue. It's merely the attention of an outer god. It's nothing new. I've grown accustomed to it. Who goes there? The inhabitants within the dream forest sensed an intruder. The dream god was quite protective of its territory and permitted no outsiders to intrude. Thus a host of angels guarded the place. For instance, the angel rushing towards Lorren had hands sprouting from each of its fingers, crawling in a bizarre upside-down manner, its 10 hands propelling it at a surprising speed. As it crossed the thicket of thorns, its feet suddenly began to flutter, allowing it to take flight. At that moment, Lorren was able to discern its face. The upper half of the angel's face was a black void, densely packed with writhing eyes. No matter how many times he gazed, it remained somewhat nauseating. While the goddess envoy retained a semblance of humanity, the angel bore no resemblance to a person whatsoever. I am Cashin, and I shall not change my name nor my title. Cashin shall eventually pluck the hair from the dream god. After uttering this bold declaration, Lorren abruptly awakened. He had not anticipated that his machinations would proceed so smoothly. With his elevated status, Lorren treated the dream god's base as a restroom, coming and going as he pleased. Dreams are the most peculiar of powers. Even Lorren was uncertain how to contend with them. He had defeated the dream god several times and indeed cleared the trials. Yet Lorren remained unsure whether he had truly slain the dream god. Never mind. It's of little consequence. I will address it later. When Lorren awoke, it was still night. Anna clung tightly to him, her small face radiating a blissful smile. Only she could transform nightmares into sweet dreams. In contrast, the expressions of the others were not so serene. They too were tormented by nightmares. This was also a method the dream god employed to control its followers. Upon nearing her territory, they would uncontrollably suffer from nightmares, to the point of losing sleep. Bartholomew's detective was most acutely aware of the agony of sleeplessness. While other gods' followers could shield those within their domains from such effects, the others faced dire consequences. Either they would worship the dream god or be tormented by nightmares. However, the situation was not yet severe. At most, they would experience poor sleep. Only those who had forsaken their faith would endure the dream god's torment, with the most unfortunate even facing the possibility of being killed in their dreams by the dream god's envoy. The envoys of the dream god, known as dreamwalkers, appeared rather random in form. True to their name, they could enter the dreams of others and even manifest dreams into reality. They were indeed quite dangerous, capable of transforming into various forms to attack and even killing within dreams. Upon awakening, Lorren did not return to slumber. Instead, he began to ponder how he might shield the children from the effects of nightmares. Although nightmares merely disturbed their sleep, Lorren wished to spare the children any suffering. At that moment, he possessed a means to dispel nightmares, for he had recently acquired the Code of Justice. He reached into his garments to retrieve the code, a somewhat challenging endeavor given that Anna was in his embrace. Here, dreaming is forbidden, as Lorren inscribed upon the Code of Justice. The children's expressions immediately transformed into serene calmness, with only Jingxin's demeanor remaining unchanged throughout. It was at this juncture that Lorren suddenly recalled that he had not witnessed Jingxin's dream. In this world, the one he found most inscrutable was, paradoxically, Jingxin, who was closest to him. Even he was susceptible to the influence of the god of dreams, yet Jingxin was not. Though it could also be that she had simply not slept. Regardless, if she had indeed remained awake, Jingxin was no ordinary individual. Moreover, she had previously demonstrated knowledge surpassing Lorren's own, yet this same Jingxin remained obedient to him. Unable to fathom these perplexities further, Lorren chose to set them aside, as he trusted that Jingxin would never betray him. "Good morning, Mara. Did you not sleep well last night?" At noon, Lorren, cradling Anna, emerged from the cabin and greeted Mara on the deck. His elbows supported Anna's bottom as he held her legs, while Anna wrapped her arms around Lorren's neck. In the past, Lorren often held her this way, yet now that Anna had grown taller, it felt somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Anna insisted, and Lorren found it difficult to refuse. Mara gazed into the distance. Although her face bore no features to express emotions, Lorren could still discern her fatigue. He asked knowingly, for Mara possessed no means to evade nightmares. "I was plagued by nightmares all night. What was the reason for this?" Mara assumed that Lorren understood the situation. As did anyone familiar with him in this world. If something inexplicable occurred, one would naturally consult the esteemed mentor, who surely possessed the answers. "Ah, you were merely affected by the god of dreams. I have no remedy for that." Lorren had no intention of aiding Mara. Her further weakening would be advantageous for him. "Have you eaten?" Mara inquired, producing some dry bread and jerky in an attempt to curry favor with Lorren. "No, but we brought our own provisions." As she spoke, Scarlet appeared on deck, carrying a backpack filled with boxed meals. Just before she stumbled, Jingxin deftly caught the backpack from her hands. This was all meticulously prepared by Jingxin, stored in the space of the thief of life, retaining freshness and flavor indistinguishable from freshly made meals. Even at sea, Lorren did not intend to endure hardships. He had even prepared stools, allowing them to sit together as if they were at home. "How did you manage to bring so much?" Mara questioned, realizing that mastering such a technique would greatly facilitate her future endeavors. "This is a storage spell, known only to me." Lorren casually fabricated an excuse, indifferent to whether Mara believed it. Even if Mara discovered that Lorren was accompanied by a group of witches, he was confident she would not betray him. For the dead are the best keepers of secrets. Observing the situation, Mara wisely fell silent. Since Lorren had stated it thus, it indicated the improbability of her being instructed. Lorren opened a boxed meal, revealing a cornucopia of delicious, nutritious offerings. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Mara swallowed, her jerky suddenly tasteless. Unconsciously, she glanced toward Lorren. "Apologies, we have just enough." This time, Mara did not believe Lorren's words, as she had seen the full backpack of boxed meals. However, when she witnessed Anna devour one box in 2 bites and immediately reach for another, Mara prudently closed her mouth. Chapter 128. The Fish of the Sea. The ghost ship sailed steadily, and thus the crew did not suffer from seasickness. After their meal, Lorren settled at the edge of the deck to fish. They had ventured far from the shore, and the fish they might catch were likely inedible, but fishing was not solely for sustenance. In his previous life, Lorren had never had the opportunity to fish. The rivers he once knew had long since become polluted ditches, so this experience was a welcome diversion. While waiting for a catch, Lorren busied himself with his spellbook, this time studying the Tome of the Oath and the Wind Church, which contained various water spells particularly useful at sea. "Oh, I've got a bite." Upon sensing a catch, Lorren closed the spellbook and focused on battling the fish. "What a large fish, lend me a hand." The fishing rod bent to its limits, yet the fish continued to struggle until Anna assisted Lorren in reeling it in. Anna's strength far exceeded Lorren's, and with her aid, he finally glimpsed the fish's true form. At the other end of the line was a humanoid creature adorned with luminescent tentacles and a multitude of eyes. The hook was lodged between its teeth. Consider this rod a gift. May we never meet again. Lorren embraced Anna and suddenly released his grip, allowing the fishing rod to plummet into the depths. He could not recall the name of this creature, but he had encountered it before. It posed little danger, yet it was wise to maintain a safe distance. Fishing in the sea had proven to be a grave error. Let us return to the cabin. What you just caught is edible. It would be somewhat wasteful to discard it. Mara offered a reminder, sending a chill down Lorren's spine. I cannot tell whether to commend you as a seasoned eater or to lament your ravenous state. You may keep it for yourself. Being a wanted criminal, Mara seldom had the opportunity to set foot on land. Spending months at sea and sampling its offerings was not unusual, as long as it did not kill her. Thus, she had become contaminated to a considerable extent. Now, she could still maintain her human form, but when the game's narrative commenced, Mara would scarcely resemble a human. A fact Lorren could discern due to his familiarity. Mara paid no heed to Lorren's jest as she too fished from the side of the ship, albeit employing a method entirely distinct from his. She wielded a harpoon gun, a far more effective technique in the sea. The abundance of monsters here rendered traditional fishing methods ineffective. Lorren's previous actions had evidently enraged the creature, which continued to assault the ship until, before it could shake them off, Mara struck it with her harpoon gun. Lorren then witnessed Mara haul it aboard and commence her meal. The sailors, wise in their ways, knew how to prepare their catch. Mara severed the creature's tentacles and discarded them into the sea, extracting its innards and venom sacs, ultimately consuming its eyes one by one, spitting out the unchewable crystalline orbs. Lorren was grateful that he had sent the children to the cabin, preventing them from witnessing such a scene. At that moment, Lorren resolved to remain within the cabin, lest he witness any more grotesque spectacles. The cabin was illuminated by green lights, casting an eerie glow, however, compared to Mara's dining. This illumination was insignificant. Master, as Lorren reclined on the bed, Nikali stood at the bedside, somewhat hesitant, wanting to speak yet unsure how to begin. What troubles you? Lorren lifted himself, guiding Nikali's back onto the bed, reclining her against his lap, gently stroking her hair. Such gestures were most effective in soothing Nikali's. And as Lorren caressed her, she became markedly more tranquil. Are you experiencing nightmares again? Yes. In truth, Nikali's had been frequently beset by nightmares during this period. Yet she felt uncomfortable seeking Lorren's comfort with others present, unable to muster the courage to act coyly as Anna did. Silver strands of hair brushed through Lorren's fingers. A delightful sensation, and Lorren's reflection appeared within Nikali's golden irises. This time feels different. In the past, Nikali's often dreamt of being relentlessly pursued by angels, but this time, after dreaming of being abandoned by Lorren, she suddenly found her previous nightmares less terrifying. Sister, I never expected you to be so good at being affectionate, Anna exclaimed as she suddenly sat beside Lorren and wrapped her arms around his neck. Lorren playfully tapped Anna on the head, but said nothing. At that moment, companionship spoke louder than any words. Nikali's had always struggled with feelings of insecurity. Despite growing older, she remained as childlike as ever, only truly feeling at ease in Lorren's presence. Could you save a spot for me? Scarlet timidly inquired, wishing to join them, but there was no available space beside Lorren. I think you should let your children become a bit more independent. They can't rely on you forever, can they? The jealous words swirled in Layla's throat before emerging as a lecture. Yet the underlying jealousy was unmistakable, especially as Anna stuck her tongue out at her. They're still young. We can discuss it later. For now, I'll care for them as best I can. Lorren's attitude towards the children was quite simple, encapsulated in two statements. They are still young. We can address it when they grow up, and these children have never faced hardships. They simply cannot endure them now. Just indulge them, Layla muttered in frustration as she sulked on another bed, simultaneously convincing herself that these individuals might one day be her own children. In the cabin, Jingxin finally enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Typically, she had little time to spare, but now, away from home, with no cooking or cleaning to attend to, and unable to assist Lorren, she took out a notebook to doodle and jot down notes. Lorren believed that it was Jingxin's artistic endeavors that had negatively influenced Anna. But thankfully, Jingxin understood boundaries. Her more conventional works were placed on the bookshelf, while certain more risque pieces were hidden away in more discreet locations. If Anna were to become too much like Jingxin, Lorren would find that truly unbearable. However, Anna's ability to heal herself was remarkable. Perhaps she could indeed replicate Jingxin's actions. Shaking his head, Lorren dismissed this unsettling thought and turned his focus to studying a spellbook. In the midst of this tranquil atmosphere, Nikali's gradually drifted off to sleep. Until the evening, when a loud shout on the deck jolted Nikali's awake. It was Mara's voice. "Master, come quickly. I caught a mermaid." Astonished, Lorren was taken aback by Mara's discovery. He had never expected her to actually capture a mermaid. After gently rousing Nikali's, Lorren hurried towards the gangway, fully aware that Mara had a deep-seated animosity towards mermaids, and that mermaids were among the most common creatures in these waters. Eating one posed no risk of poisoning or contamination. Mermaids had always been Mara's favorite delicacy, and Lorren feared that if he delayed even for a moment, the mermaid would lose several pounds. Chapter 129. The Mermaid. Mara stood on the deck, her feet planted on a mermaid who appeared to be merely a teenager, her face etched with terror, her body trembling uncontrollably, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. A harpoon had pierced her chest. This was how Mara had ensnared the mermaid. When Lorren reached the deck, Mara's knife was already pressed against the mermaid's face. Had he arrived a second later, Mara would likely have invited him to partake in sashimi. "Mara, let us make a deal. Give me this mermaid, and I will answer any question you have. I trust you understand the value of this promise." To oppose the gods, a mermaid could serve as a formidable ally. The merfolk possessed knowledge of true history, and their hatred for the righteous gods was as profound as Lorren's. Moreover, they inherited the legacy of the Dawn Princess, making them no weaklings in battle. This was a prime opportunity to forge an alliance with the mermaids. "Deal." Mara smiled, though her face was not particularly suited for such expressions. She agreed without hesitation. The deal was far too advantageous. Mara was no short-sighted individual. She sought revenge on all mermaids, not just this one. Lorren wasted no time, scooping up the mermaid and rushing into the cabin, where the others had yet to grasp the situation. "Anna, stop her bleeding." "Oh, okay." Anna's secret ability to control blood not only allowed her to inflict harm, but also to staunch it. Normally, such abilities shouldn't be used so casually, but with Lorren's command, Anna naturally employed her power, especially since there were no outsiders present. "Child, drink this." Lorren produced several vials of healing potions and poured them into the mermaid's mouth. Overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, the mermaid's mind struggled to process the situation, yet she sensed an aura of reassurance emanating from Lorren, compelling her to trust him. "Jingxin, help me remove the harpoon." The harpoon had barbs and could not be pulled out directly. Jingxin steadied the harpoon at the mermaid's back while Lorren swiftly severed the front section with the Song of Souls, allowing the harpoon to be extracted from the rear. Ugh, the Song of Souls was sharp enough, but Mara's harpoon was no ordinary weapon. It was what she typically used to hunt sea monsters. Therefore, Lorren's severing of the harpoon still inflicted some impact on the mermaid, but thankfully, Anna's control prevented excessive blood loss. "Keep drinking." Lorren poured several vials of potions into the mermaid's mouth, while simultaneously casting a healing spell from the abundant sequence. With this multifaceted approach, the wound on the mermaid's chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within minutes, her injury had completely mended. Had the newly grown flesh not been somewhat tender, one would scarcely believe she had ever been hurt. The mermaid instinctively clutched Lorren's clothing, not releasing her grip even after her injuries were treated. "What happened?" Lorren gently stroked the mermaid's hair in an attempt to calm her. "I didn't listen to my mother. I sneaked out to the surface to see the scenery at dusk. I wanted to see the moon, and then I felt a sharp pain as something pierced me." As she recounted the event, the mermaid suddenly broke into tears. "I won't run off again." The human brain has certain protective mechanisms, and mermaids are similar. Thus, her memories were somewhat unclear, only retaining a vague sense of the incident. "Master." At that moment, Mara entered the room, and upon seeing her twisted expression, the mermaid instinctively panicked and clung to Lorren, weeping. She could recall nothing but the fact that Mara intended to consume her, and then Lorren, accompanied by a group of beautiful sisters, came to her rescue. "We can discuss matters later. I trust in your integrity." Observing the scene before her, Mara quietly exited the room. Whatever Lorren intended to do was of no concern to her, as long as his promise remained intact. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Lorren gently patted the mermaid's back, a scene that stirred nostalgia in Luna, for she once felt the same way. As long as she was by Lorren's side, she experienced an endless sense of security, as if there was nothing to fear. "What's your name?" "I am called Corali." After a considerable pause, Corali finally responded to Lorren. It was understandable for the mermaid to be timid, as she might never venture beyond her territory. After all, the events unfolding outside were beyond her comprehension. "Very well, Corali, you are safe with me." Lorren continued to cultivate Corali's affection, though his understanding of mermaids was limited, as their realm lay far beneath the surface, a depth inaccessible even to players. Nevertheless, based on Lorren's knowledge, mermaids still possessed the potential for redemption. After all, they had not committed any truly heinous acts. While it was true they harbored animosity towards humans, their usual targets were pirates, seldom attacking ordinary merchant vessels. They were tightly knit and united. Even if Coralli was merely an ordinary mermaid, encountering the Mermaid Queen would not be difficult. If she could mention Lorren, it would greatly assist his future plans. The mermaid's sole blemish lies in her actions towards Mara. However, there's an air of mystery surrounding this matter. Lorren's knowledge is solely based on Mara's account, and even she is not fully aware of her own origins. Lorren ponders a possibility. What if her parents never loved her, and she is merely a product of sin? The narratives she presents may very well be embellished memories. Much like a certain dragon turtle, despite having been abandoned by its mother, still fantasizes about her unwavering love. Mara, too, might be ensnared by such illusions, for her life has been steeped in despair. The only creature that truly loved her, the sea witch, has been slain. Thus, she must conjure an image of parents she has never met, believing in their affection. Indeed, she has never laid eyes upon her living mother. I am called Lorren. Remember this name, for it may prove useful should you find yourselves captured by humans again. Only Lorren dares to utter such words. Even the Pope of the Church cannot. For the various factions of the Church are often at odds, and the beloved Pope of the Church of Abundance is, paradoxically, the very figure the Church of Pestilence yearns to eliminate. Not to mention the presence of pirates, who largely disregard the true gods and the tenets of the righteous Church. Lorren. Coraline murmurs Lorren's name, wishing to engrave it in her memory. Lorren's assistance to Coraline is not merely a strategic maneuver to bolster the mermaid's strength. While he aims to champion the weak, he is also drawn to Coraline's undeniable charm. With her flowing light blue hair and sparkling eyes, she is indeed quite adorable. Though her garments have been ravaged during her rescue, mermaids possess considerable beauty, rivaling that of witches and far surpassing that of humans. Chapter 130, Pirates. The mermaid's lungs have not entirely atrophied. Thus, prolonged periods on land pose no significant issue. Moreover, in Scarlet's realm of stolen lives, there exists a bathtub, in which Lorren had previously placed an entire house. The tank is filled with seawater, allowing the mermaid a temporary respite. Although her physical wounds have healed, the scars upon her heart remain unaddressed. The agony of being pierced by a harpoon is not something the average individual could withstand. Lorren tends to Coraline with great care, even providing her with new clothing, as her original garments have become nearly unwearable, with no cotton or fur to be found beneath the sea. Most mermaid attire is crafted from shells or scales, which pales in comparison to land garments. Furthermore, the clothing Lorren procured for the children is of superior quality, and upon seeing such attire for the first time, Coraline's eyes gleam with wonder. Lorren has also thoughtfully prepared garments suitable for underwater wear, ensuring they remain waterproof. As night fell, Nicholas remained perched at Lorren's bedside, reluctant to leave. Lorren understood her unspoken desire. Nicholas wished to share the night with him, yet she struggled to voice it. Fear not, for you need not dread nightmares tonight. I possess a method to avert them, though I have chosen not to employ it for Mara's sake. The code of justice is not without its costs. Invoking a decree to prevent dreams has drained Lorren of 100 points of magical energy, and should he continue to use it over 50 more times, he would find himself depleted, disregarding natural replenishment. Good night, children. Lorren extinguished the lanterns in the cabin, embracing Nicholas, who nestled against him, feeling a wave of tranquility wash over her. The presence of an additional mermaid in the cabin did not strike the others as particularly strange. After all, they had encountered far more bizarre entities, and their captain was, in fact, half mermaid. The night passed without incident. Aided by the code of justice, nightmares were averted. Though Lorren found himself curious about how the god of dreams had been transformed by Cashin. Lorren had not forgotten that he had distinctly heard Cashin speak whilst orchestrating the god of dreams. He was indeed an authentic outer deity, the god of delight Cashin, whose ranks surpassed that of the true gods by an unfathomable margin. Even the true gods, reliant upon the remnants of worldly laws to combat the outer deities, were mere trifles in comparison. Good morning. Upon rising, Lorren discovered that Nicholas had awakened long before him, yet chose to remain at his side a while longer. For breakfast, Lorren opted to dine within the cabin, preferring to avoid venturing outside unless absolutely necessary. The atmosphere during the meal was notably serene. Coraline experienced cooked food for the first time, having been unable to kindle a fire in the depths of the sea, where mermaids had subsisted on raw flesh. As Coraline savored a proper meal, She felt as though she had unlocked the door to a new world. Lorren marveled at nature's craftsmanship. Having spent so long beneath the waves, mermaids could still consume human food. This peaceful interlude was abruptly shattered when a cannonball struck the ship's hull, causing the tranquil ghost ship to lurch violently, sending water from the bathtub splattering everywhere. What has happened? Master Mentor, it appears we are under attack by pirates. Remain calm. I shall assess the situation. After soothing the others' concerns, Lorren ascended to the deck, where pirate sightings were not uncommon. The sea is dotted with numerous islands, some bearing traces of humanity. These islands often attract pirates seeking supplies. Most of these pirates are not adherents of the true gods. Their deities are as varied as the stars, with the most notorious being the sea god, who is not a god at all. Due to their divergent beliefs, these pirates seldom set foot on land, for the continent is populated by worshippers of the true gods, while the ocean remains their last sanctuary. Master Mentor. Upon Lorren's arrival, Mara's tone appeared considerably more relaxed, for Lorren could not discern her expression. Not far off, a pirate ship loomed, its cannons firing relentlessly. A cannonball crashing against the side of the ship sent forth a great wave. Pirates typically thrive on plunder, so it is no surprise they would target Mara's solitary ghost ship, provided they remain unaware of its true nature. Mara wielded a harpoon gun, one of which had been rendered inoperable by Lorren the previous day, but fortunately, she had a spare. Master Mentor, can you join the fray? Mara was uncertain of Lorren's combat prowess, yet believed that with his extensive knowledge of magic, he must possess some skills to alleviate her burden. Pirates who navigate the endless seas are no trifles, and Mara, alone, felt immense pressure. Naturally, I shall wield my magic. Lorren tapped his wand upon Mara's back, and immediately a green glow enveloped her. She sensed vitality coursing through her body, and even her previous wounds no longer ached. This is a third-tier spell of the Abundance sequence, the Revitalizing Aura, which enhances your vitality and self-healing abilities. You have been empowered. Now go forth. After bestowing a simple buff upon Mara, Lorren retreated to the rear. As they conversed, the ghost ship steadily approached the pirate vessel, while the pirates prepared for boarding, weapons drawn and eager for battle. The first shot was fired by Mara, who swiftly pierced the body of a pirate with her harpoon gun. They clearly had not anticipated her speed. Grasping the rope attached to the fallen pirate, she drew the body closer, then, before the eyes of the other pirates, trampled the corpse underfoot, forcefully extracting the harpoon to reload her weapon. In a display of intimidation, she even tore a piece of flesh from the pirate's body and consumed it, her fearsome visage amplifying the pressure she exerted. While Mara often consumed human flesh, she did so sparingly. At that moment, her actions were solely to instill fear in the band of pirates. Her tactics proved effective, as many of the pirates began to waver. Were it not for their captain's coercion, they would likely prefer to avoid conflict with such a creature. You do your best. I am merely a support, lacking in combat prowess. Noting that the opposing pirates had drawn their firearms, Lorren wisely retreated to the cabin. Not everyone possesses the capability to acquire firearms manufactured by the god of night and thunder. The pirates wield only flintlock pistols, which are generally ineffective, posing little threat even to the current Mara. Standing still, they could inflict only minor injuries at best. The moment Mara laid eyes on the flintlock pistols, she comprehended the adversary's strength. Without hesitation, she drove her harpoon into the hull of their vessel, and, gripping the rope, she braved the bullets to advance. The projectiles embedded themselves in her flesh, but could penetrate no further. Drawing her dagger from her waist, Mara swiftly dispatched one of the gunners. Chapter 131, Mara's Heritage. You have chosen the wrong opponent. With a cruel smile, Mara raised her blade once more, claiming yet another pirate's life. While Lorren engaged in high-stakes battles daily, he had almost forgotten that the strength of the Scarecrow was sufficient to crush the vast majority of individuals in this world. Thus, with a power comparable to that of the Scarecrow, Mara effortlessly annihilated the gang of pirates. Of course, Lorren's contributions were not insignificant, as the support magic he casually provided was quite formidable. How lamentable, a band of destitute fools. Mara thoroughly searched the pirate's ship, finding scant treasure, and not even a decent meal to be had. Is it done? When Mara returned with the spoils, Lorren emerged from the cabin. Yes, now it is time to divide the treasure. Mara poured all the riches she had acquired before Lorren, retaining the majority for herself. 70 for me, 30 for you. Do you have any objections? During the division of the treasure, Mara did not display greed nor sought to flatter Lorren. Such a split was indeed equitable. The enemies were weak, yet without Lorren's magic, she would not have triumphed so easily. In a sense, One might consider Mara a saint, for among the 7 deadly sins, only wrath claimed her. She was neither avaricious nor lascivious. Perhaps she was not a good person, but she was undeniably a commendable captain. Even as she later acquired many crew members, her fairness remained unwavering, engendering unwavering loyalty from sea creatures. However, this did not deter Lorren from passing judgment upon her. Her kindness to her crew did not alter the fact that she was a villain. Should Lorren choose to spare her, the innocent soul she had slain would surely rest uneasily. No, it is quite reasonable. Lorren accepted the portion of treasure Mara had allocated to him, though modest. No one ever despises an abundance of wealth. Where do we stand now? Lorren gazed out over the endless sea, unable to ascertain their direction. This was a matter best left to Mara. Mara glanced at the map before speaking. We are quite close to the location you indicated. We shall arrive today. Excellent. Call for me upon our arrival. I shall rest for a while. Wait, Master Minter, do not forget the promise you made to me. Oh, indeed, ask away. Lorren halted, turning to face Mara. In truth, Lorren could surmise the nature of Mara's inquiry. Many had posed this question before, and he had answered it numerous times. Can the deceased be resurrected? Impossible. Lorren's response was unequivocal. This world harbors far too many regrets. Even he had once sought methods of resurrection, ultimately yielding no results. Noah possessed the most experience in this regard, having attempted nearly every conceivable method. Yet, even the mightiest of deities, the god of love, could not accomplish such a feat. This is a fundamental rule of existence. Life is singular, and every life is equal. Possessing a sensitive heart, Lorren could sense Mara's despair even without witnessing her expression. What if I wished to resurrect a sea, witch, or a mermaid? Still impossible. Lorren understood Mara's desires all too well. Her intent was merely to revive her mother and foster mother. After voicing these thoughts, Mara stood frozen, her hatred intensifying. At times, hatred is not inherently negative. It can sustain a person through adversity. Those who possess nothing may rely on hatred for strength. Yet once vengeance is fulfilled, they are left with an overwhelming void. Lorren intimately understood this feeling. When someone has obliterated your world, rage can propel you forward, filling you with power until the moment of retribution. In the instant that fury dissipates, sorrow crashes over like a tidal wave, engulfing the individual completely. Even if you slay your enemy's entire family, the lost will not return. Nothing remains but grief, which marks the most desolate of moments. Yet, regardless of circumstances, vengeance is both necessary and sacred. Even if the lost cannot be revived, their souls must find peace, and wrongdoers must inevitably face the consequences. Master Minter, what is happening outside? Nicholas expressed her concern for Lorren immediately. He gently ruffled her hair, offering reassurance. Nothing to worry about. We were merely attacked by pirates. But Mara has dealt with them. Pirates? Upon hearing this term, Coralie shivered. She had often heard tales of humanity. In those stories, the church was the most malevolent entity, followed closely by pirates. By the way, Coralie, let me ask you a question. Do you know of a child born a mermaid and a human? Lorren sought to glean insights into Mara's lineage, perhaps to provide her with clarity. I heard my mother speak of a tale. A mermaid would sneak to the surface to play, only to be captured by a band of pirates. When she returned, she had already given birth to a child. Later, she bore a creature that was neither human nor fish, nor even a mermaid. By then, she had succumbed to madness, and after severing the fish-like parts from her child, she discarded it. The elders confined her in her madness, but she perished a few years later. After hearing this tale, Lorren fell silent for a moment. It matched. The story aligned with Mara's heritage, which had 2 versions. Lorren evidently favored the mermaid's account. To this day, mermaids remain influenced by the Dawn Princess, making them less prone to deception. How tragic. Indeed, even maternal and paternal love were mere figments of Mara's imagination. What is it? Isn't this merely a cautionary tale for children? Lorren shook his head, sighing. No, it is all true. The child in the story is the very one who captured you. Never mind. These details are inconsequential. During your recuperation, our ship has already traveled quite far. If you do not depart soon, you may find it impossible to return, and the destination we seek is perilous. Mermaids possess an acute sense of direction, capable of sensing their kingdoms even from afar. Just as witches are favored by the world, mermaids are cherished by the sea. Marine creatures do not attack mermaids. However, as the ocean becomes polluted, this protection wanes. Coralie gazed at Lorren with a hint of reluctance. Yet she understood that he spoke the truth. It was precisely her wandering that had led her into danger. I will remember you, forever. As dusk began to descend, the ocean grew increasingly treacherous. Farewell. Lorren scooped Coralise into his arms and cast her into the sea. Coralise waved goodbye to Lorren before plunging beneath the waves. The mermaid's speed surpassed that of even the ghost ship, and she would soon find her way home. Our parting feels so hasty after finally encountering a mermaid. I wish to savor her essence and forge friendships. Anna lamented as she leaned against the railing. Chapter 132, Family. Our mission was never to pursue mermaids. There will be ample opportunities in the future. At this point, Lorren realized something and added, no consuming mermaids. Anna's moral compass had always been somewhat compromised. She had shown little hesitation when it came to her first kill. Lorren suspected she might genuinely entertain the idea of devouring a mermaid. Moreover, there were numerous legends surrounding mermaids, one of which claimed that their flesh was exceptionally delectable. What a damned world. As Lorren gazed at the seascape, he embraced Anna, who was soon joined by the others. Due to the crowding, Xingye leaped from Lorren's shoulder to his head. Beneath the caress of the sea breeze, it remained rather chilly. However, surrounded by so many people, Lorren felt no cold. Mara enveloped herself in an animal hide, curling up in the corner, casting a glance at the contented Lorren before lifting her gaze to the starry sky. Mother, I miss you. I'm so cold and I'm so afraid. It seemed as though Mara truly saw her mother's face amidst the stars, yet it swiftly morphed into that of a clown, which pinched its own red nose. Do not gaze too long at the night sky. It is perilous. Lorren's warning jolted Mara back to reality, and she suddenly felt another chill. She could not comprehend why her mother's visage in her illusion had transformed into a clown. It merely struck her as profoundly unjust that the world afforded her no sanctuary for her fantasies. Lorren's admonition was not born of genuine concern, but rather from fear that prolonged stargazing might lead to contamination by the outer gods, with fatal consequences looming over her. After all, the antagonists in this world possessed unwavering resolve. Lorren had never encountered one willing to meet death with resignation, as they all pondered their fates until the very last moment. Were it not for the towering spire, Lorren could scarcely imagine how many times she might have fallen victim to a final, desperate counterattack. Master, I am so cold. Anna clung to Lorren, tilting her head to gaze at him, her pink irises reflecting nothing but Lorren. Let us return to the cabin. Lorren rubbed Anna's cheeks, warming her slightly before taking her hand to lead her back. Mara resembled a mouse in a corner, furtively observing the blissful lives of others, and she could not help but fantasize about what it might be like if her own parents were present as well. Perhaps they would treat her in a similar manner. Such daydreams sustained Mara as she sailed alone upon the sea, all the while searching for her missing father, though she had not a single clue. Perhaps the pirate she had just slain was her biological father. Who could say for certain? Mara, how far is it to our destination? It is imminent. Good. Remember to call for me upon arrival. If we reach our destination, a dense fog will envelop us, and we shall proceed towards the depths of the mist. The treasure's location was shrouded in thick fog, which typically caused ships to become lost within it, preventing access to the interior. However, as an apparatus set by the Princess of Dawn, it posed no threat to life. Those who became disoriented would soon emerge from another point. Gaining entry was quite simple, provided there was no discord among the crew and their resolve remained steadfast. For the Princess of Dawn had crafted this treasure to impart the value of friendship. Clearly, Lorren and his companions embodied this principle, meaning that even without Lorren's guidance, Mara would be able to enter. Yet, there was one prerequisite. Multiple individuals must come together to gain entry, for how could one forge friendship alone? Upon returning to the ship, Lorren took the opportunity to remind everyone of the precautions to be observed, even though the Princess of Dawn would not conjure any perilous entities. Years had passed since her demise, and numerous changes were inevitable. Foremost among these was the emergence of many monsters. The thick fog provided an ideal habitat for them, not to mention the islands that served as their refuge. Over the years, many lives have been lost here, although the fog itself posed no danger. The creatures lurking within it certainly did. The Princess of Dawn had never anticipated that the world's authority would be usurped, leading to the proliferation of such monsters. It was also possible that anglers might be present, as this environment was most suitable for their existence. Their fishing lines were extensive, easily extending from here to the kingdom of Ansem. What kind of person was the Princess of Dawn? I truly wish to meet her. Anna expressed her curiosity regarding the princess, whose life had been steeped in legend. Merely requiring the collaboration of the divine to confront her was enough to cement her status as a mythical figure. Lorren mused that had it not been for the deity's protective authority, the outcome might have been far less certain. Fear not. Should I master necromancy in the future, I might be able to summon the Princess of Dawn. That sounds a bit hellish. As soon as Lorren spoke, he sensed something amiss. respecting the deceased was paramount, and it would be best to allow her to rest in peace. Indeed, an overindulgence in necromancy could lead one to lose their humanity. Lorren recalled a joke he had once heard. A hero's brother was slain by the Demon King, prompting his companions to vow to assist the hero in vanquishing the fiend. Mage, my magic will aid you. Dwarf, my hammer will too. Necromancer, and your deceased brother. Though such humor was amusing, necromancy proved remarkably useful in practical matters. All right, prepare yourselves. We may need to engage in combat upon disembarking. Lorren adjusted his attire, ensuring his ammunition was sufficient. With the exception of Scarlet, he armed everyone with firearms. Here, the use of arcane powers was permissible, and no one would be the wiser. After all, Mara was already dead, and her knowledge of the situation mattered little, as self-preservation took precedence. If they were to utilize their arcane abilities, the strongest among them was Luna, whose power was known as the Moonlight Knight. In her normal form, it enhanced her physical attributes, and she could transform. The brighter the moonlight, the greater her strength. Additional abilities included purification, the ability to counter malevolence, cognitive shielding, and even the casting of Luna-related spells. While Scarlet was a mechanical anomaly, Luna was a statistical powerhouse. Wait, arcane powers? Upon hearing this term, Layla's mind briefly faltered. Aren't arcane powers exclusive to witches? Indeed, we are all witches, Anna affirmed, following Layla's lead. And you chose to reveal such a monumental secret to me, just like that? Layla stammered, aware that exposing her identity as a witch bore grave consequences, especially in a world where people could not possibly protect witches. We trust you. At that moment, Lorren draped an arm around Layla's shoulders. She still believed he was unaware of her true gender, and Lorren chose not to disclose it. Waiting for the day, she would voluntarily reveal her secrets. Layla felt an overwhelming urge to confess everything to Lorren, but as the words lingered on her lips, she hesitated. After several back-and-forth moments, she heard Mara's anguished cries. Chapter 133, The Misty Wraith. Mara is in trouble already? I thought we would have to wait a while longer. Lorren strolled leisurely out of the cabin. Now that they had arrived, Mara's utility was diminished. Lorren merely needed to ensure he could seize control of the ghost ship. Otherwise, returning would prove troublesome. However, there were alternatives. The simplest solution was to tame a larger fish or directly beseech the divine for a ship to retrieve him. What has transpired? As Lorren stepped out of the cabin, he beheld Mara, missing an arm, the severed limb appearing as though it had been devoured by some creature. Before her stood a figure concealed within the mist, hunched over like an elderly person. Even though Lorren was mere inches away, the figure remained indistinct, rendering it impossible to discern its true nature. Master, just now my harpoon passed right through it, and when I attacked with my hand, this happened. Mara succinctly summarized her predicament, her eyes wide with desperation as she regarded Lorren as if he were a savior. Attacking is futile, is not undead. It is an anomaly, designated as Anomaly 2137. The Misty Wraith. It possesses no physical form, lurking within the fog, and can disperse mist at will. Any assault against it is ineffectual, while it can consume anything it touches. Isn't that invincible? Mara felt a wave of despair wash over her as she hastily bound her severed arm with a rope, attempting to staunch the bleeding. Most anomalies could not be exterminated. Thus, one must exploit their rules to combat them. For instance, the Misty Wraith would not initiate attacks against others and could be dispelled by light. Lorren produced a flint lighter, igniting it and gradually advancing towards the Misty Wraith. As the light made contact, the shadowy figure within the fog began to dissipate. It has not truly vanished. It has merely relocated to another realm. The numeral 2 preceding the designation indicates that it poses a threat to multiple lives. However, once one comprehends the rules, the anomaly is not overly perilous. The classification of anomalies is quite straightforward, divided into levels ranging from 0 to 4. Level 4 signifies no danger. Level 3 indicates a risk to individuals. Level 2 suggests a threat to several, while Level 1 anomalies can endanger the vast majority, even resulting in fatalities for all. The highest tier, Level 0, has the potential to annihilate human civilization, with no upper limit on its destructive capability. Is that so? Mara once again felt a surge of relief, realizing that accompanying Lorren had indeed been the right choice. Without him, she would have struggled to navigate even this phase with the Mist Wraith. At last, they had arrived. Lorren gazed ahead, where the outline of the island began to materialize, revealing a crimson beach, illuminated by moonlight due to the absence of mist. Let's hasten, Mara exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she yearned to rush onto the sand, having finally located the treasure she had sought for so long. Slow down, Lorren cautioned, pulling her back. In this world, areas bathed in moonlight are paradoxically safer than those shrouded in darkness. The location of the hidden treasure only manifests at dawn. Should we venture now? The creatures on the island may take notice. We shall ascend tomorrow. Though there are monsters in the sea, the Spectre ship provides us ample protection, mitigating our danger. Understood, esteemed mentor, Mara replied, curbing her inner elation and deciding to heed Lorren's guidance, for he had proven his wisdom time and again throughout their journey. Once back in the cabin, Lorren instructed Scarlet to retrieve several alarm clocks, a testament to the benefits of having personal space. Rest well tonight. We shall prepare for battle come morning. Due to the mechanisms left by Princess Dawn, many sensitive magical entities could sense the abundant magical energy here, resulting in a congregation of monsters on the island. Thus, we must exercise caution. The mechanisms themselves pose no threat. Princess Dawn would not endanger us, provided we do not succumb to excessive greed. After briefly outlining the situation, Lorren lay down to rest, as his sleep quality had always been subpar, necessitating an early slumber. Mirror Heart, remember to awaken me tomorrow morning. Of course, Master. As Lorren extinguished the lamp, Mirror Heart quietly switched off the alarm clock. Unaware of this, Lorren knew Mirror Heart was exceptionally punctual, and even if the alarm failed, Mara would surely come to rouse him. Tomorrow, they would finally acquire the treasure that had occupied his thoughts for decades, enabling him to exact his revenge. Mara likely would be too excited to sleep, and it was probable she did not possess an alarm clock. To rise before dawn, she would have to forego sleep entirely. Anna instinctively nestled into Lorren's embrace, holding him tightly. Prior to sleep, Lorren invoked the code of justice once more, ensuring a tranquil night devoid of disturbances. The following morning, the alarm did not ring as expected, yet Lorren was still awakened by Mirror Heart. Good morning, Master. Such occurrences had transpired countless times, and Lorren had long since accepted them with equanimity. However, Anna remained sprawled across him, her legs wrapped around his waist in her velvet tights. Thus, Mirror Heart approached with utmost caution, as Lorren feared waking Anna, allowing her to proceed on her own. Once she concluded, Mirror Heart showcased her pristine mouth to Lorren before formally rousing the others. Seizing the moment as Anna stirred, Lorren took the opportunity to tidy his attire. Hurry and have breakfast. We must commence our mission shortly. Lorren assisted the drowsy Scarlet, who was notorious for her late rising, and this early hour was no exception. Still, she persevered against her fatigue and retrieved breakfast from her space. Mirror Heart, why aren't you eating? Anna queried, having just finished 3 boxes of food, only to realize Mirror Heart had not partaken. I rose early and have already eaten. Casting a glance at Scarlet, who had only just awakened, Anna noted their provisions resided within Scarlet's space, while Mirror Heart claimed to have already dined. Consequently, Anna turned to Lorren, offering a knowing smile that made him feel uneasy, compelling him to focus on his meal. You've worked hard, Mirror Heart. Esteemed mentor, I still believe Mirror Heart is overburdened. Scarlet is of little assistance. We should consider acquiring another maid. Niquelis harbored her own thoughts, having observed the overly close bond between Mirror Heart and Lorren. To safeguard her position, she resolved to request Lorren to recruit additional maids. She reasoned that with more maids, Lorren might not invest so much energy into Mirror Heart. Nonetheless, Niquelis understood that Mirror Heart's role was irreplaceable. Although she was a maid, she had long integrated into this family. And it was not an exaggeration to say Anna was raised by her, with Niquelis also receiving considerable care from her. Chapter 134, Landing on the Island. Once all was prepared, Lorren ascended to the deck, where Mara had been waiting eagerly. With some time yet before dawn, her impatience was palpable. To avoid any delays, let us set out early. Very well, Lorren acquiesced, not wishing to dampen her enthusiasm. The ship docked along the shoreline, and Lorren began his approach to the beach, though his pace gradually slowed until Mara was ahead of him. Mara leaped from the ship, confirming that no monsters lay hidden upon the sand before Lorren resolved to disembark. Just as he prepared to jump, Mirror Heart suddenly positioned herself before him, arms outstretched, signaling him to carry her. Anna, who had already jumped, observed Mirror Heart's antics with a learned expression, though she found such a maneuver less convenient. Being a witch with superior physical capabilities, merely disembarking required no assistance from Lorren. Contemplating, Anna realized that if she insisted on acting coy, Lorren would likely not refuse. Seeing Mirror Heart's playful demeanor, Lorren ultimately chose to indulge her. Acknowledging her contributions to their household, he was inclined to fulfill her modest requests. As he prepared to lift her, she unexpectedly leapt up, wrapping her arms around his neck and clasping her legs tightly around his waist, burying her head in the crook of his neck and inhaling deeply, unabashedly. Lorren could only sigh in resignation, silently supporting her, lest she slip away. Meanwhile, the others had already disembarked, with only Scarlet still struggling at the ship's edge. The height was sufficient to trigger her acrophobia, and she hesitated for quite some time, covering her face. Consequently, Lorren took it upon himself to clasp her around the waist and leap down. "Is this how you treat everyone?" Scarlet remarked, observing how Lorren held Mirror Heart while she was merely clutched. "Then you can jump on your own." After setting Mirror Heart down, Lorren steadied Scarlet before releasing her, concerned that letting go abruptly might send her tumbling onto the sand. With the brief interlude concluded, Lorren officially guided the group in their treasure hunt, though he remained positioned behind Mara. This was precisely why he had retained Mara, to act as a safeguard against unforeseen dangers. At the island's center lay a lake, which would transform into a passage at dawn, granting access. Before he could elaborate further, Lorren's instinctive senses alerted him, reinforcing his belief that choosing this talent had been wise. "Be cautious." He grasped Anna's collar, pulling her back just in time, allowing the assailant to miss its target. Even with Lorren's enhanced dynamic vision, he could not discern the assailant's true form, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a green light. After the failed assault, Lorren finally discerned the nature of their attacker, a colossal python adorned with wings. The winged python, though merely an ordinary magical beast, seemed to have gained enhanced speed, likely due to the pollution that had augmented its prowess. Coiling its body, the creature pressed its wings against the ground, poised for another strike. However, having long resided in this isolated domain, it was utterly oblivious to the outside world. Thus, when Lorren aimed his firearm at it, the beast exhibited no reaction. Seizing the advantageous moment, Lorren pulled the trigger. Uncertain whether the bullets would be sufficient to annihilate the winged python, he targeted its wings, its most vulnerable area. The creature remained unaware of the impending threat until the gunfire erupted, and in an instant, its wings were shredded by bullets, leaving several gaping wounds on its body. Confounded by the nature of the weapon, it instinctively sensed danger from the hairless primates before it. The prickling sensation that Lorren had felt dissipated, indicating that the python's intent had shifted from attack to flight. Yet, before it could escape, Mara's harpoon gun pierced through it. Though the normally formidable weapon failed to penetrate the beast entirely this time, Mara stood atop it, laboriously extracting the harpoon. The creatures on the island were not particularly strong, with many powerful monsters lured into the treasure cave by the allure of hidden riches. The ones they had just encountered were among the strongest. Had they not faced those severely tainted by pollution, they would have encountered no trouble. Lorren estimated that, given Anna and her companion's abilities, they would wreak havoc on this island without issue. In fact, Anna and her allies possessed significantly higher stats than Lorren, though they lacked practical combat experience. Mara nodded, continuing to forge ahead, convinced that she alone was the true strength of the group, while Lorren was merely encumbered by a multitude of liabilities. Nevertheless, Mara considered this a fortuitous circumstance. The frail-looking girls Lorren was escorting appeared weak, particularly the one with pink hair, while the girl with purple hair seemed far from ordinary. Scarlet's appearance was deceptively alluring, even stirring a flicker of wariness in Mara. Yet, her caution was tempered. She had already begun to contemplate leveraging these girls to threaten Lorren, fully grasping the weight of the title Mentor bestowed upon her. Mara envisioned a future rich with promise, first obtaining unparalleled magical power, then using Lorren's children as leverage against him, thereby simultaneously wielding unmatched martial prowess and wisdom. With this, not only would vengeance be effortlessly achieved, but she could also ascend to greater heights, perhaps even become the Pirate King, rallying many to aid her in the search for her father. She yearned for familial bonds. The creatures on the island possessed keen senses. After Mara dispatched several attacking magical beasts, the remaining ones instinctively retreated from her presence. Only a few deranged by pollution dared to attack, but after incurring some cost, Mara successfully repelled them. At this moment, although she had lost an arm and was covered in wounds, she remained undaunted, as long as she could acquire magic. She believed Lorren would find a way to heal her. Mara understood the profound nature of familial love. Capturing a child would grant her leverage over their parents, compelling them to do her bidding. Even if some parents resisted at first, the sight of their child's fingers would swiftly transform them into Mara's loyal minions. With Lorren's numerous children, she could threaten him by eliminating a few if necessary. Gradually, Mara found it increasingly difficult to suppress her smile, oblivious to the fact that Lorren had already taken out a notebook behind her. I sensed a great deal of malice emanating from Mara. Although I was unaware of her thoughts, it was evident that they did not bode well for me. I made a mental note of this grievance. Chapter 135, Mechanisms. They had arrived. The group stood at the heart of the lake, its waters remarkably clear, with winged fish occasionally leaping from the surface. Other animals gathered at the water's edge, but upon noticing Mara's arrival, they scattered in terror, as though confronted with a fearsome predator. When dawn broke, the entrance would open, but only for a brief period. However, as long as someone remained at the entrance, it would not close. At that time, the two of them would enter, while the others kept watch at the entrance. The dangers within far surpassed those outside, and Lorren feared Mara's potential last-ditch retaliation. Fortunately, with his ability to phase, even a self-destructing Mara would pose no threat to him. The children, however, were a different matter. For their safety, Lorren resolved to keep them outside. Mara felt a pang of regret at Lorren's decision. In her view, seizing Lorren's children immediately after acquiring the magic was the optimal solution, allowing her to monopolize the power. Otherwise, if Lorren retained knowledge of the magic, he might use it to retaliate against her later. Mara's aspirations were grand. She believed she was on the 2nd level, while Lorren was actually on the 5th. Presently, her understanding of Lorren was limited to what he permitted her to see, leaving her oblivious to the possibility of surprise attack from him. The combination of judgment, damage amplification via the flames of sin, and true damage from the venomous fangs would yield catastrophic results for her. Mara's breath belt would be of little use against the burning damage. Neither of them was fully aware of the calculations at play in the other's mind. Rather, Mara was oblivious to Lorren's schemes. Lorren was renowned for his noble character, which led Mara to never suspect he might turn against her, as those he sought to harm never had the opportunity to reveal his true nature to others. As Mara anxiously awaited, dawn finally broke. The instant the first rays of light kissed the lake's surface, the group witnessed the inversion of heaven and earth. The lake appeared suspended in the sky, replaced by an opening in the ground. Even after millennia, it remained pristine. The magical prowess of Princess Dawn was unparalleled. With no precedent nor successor, only she could conjure such a marvel. Nacris, you will guard the entrance while we proceed inside. Exercise caution and prioritize your safety. Even if it closes, it can reopen tomorrow, albeit with greater unpredictability. After imparting these words of caution, Lorren stepped inside alongside Mara. At least 2 individuals were required to trigger the mechanisms, necessitating their cooperation and mutual trust to access the treasure. Remember, our objective is the ultimate treasure. Regardless of the temptations we encounter along the way, we must resist. Understood. Lorren held a degree of faith in Mara's character. Despite her flaws, she was not inherently greedy. The moment they crossed the threshold, a tiger-like magical beast lunged at them, driven solely by instinctual hunger, saliva dripping from its maw. It had been trapped here for some time, appearing stronger than the previous beasts they had encountered. Lorren immediately cast a strengthening spell on Mara. It was not yet time for her demise. Mara's reflexes were sharp. As the tiger sprang into the air, she executed a sliding maneuver beneath it, simultaneously firing her harpoon gun, which struck true, embedding itself in the tiger's belly. Its might was indeed greater than those outside, as Mara's once infallible harpoon failed to pierce its hide this time. Yet, without hesitation, she pulled the rope connected to the harpoon at an angle, successfully ripping open the tiger's abdomen, spilling its innards across the ground. The creature roared in pain, the injury insufficient to incapacitate it. Mara, experienced in combat, swiftly discarded her now useless harpoon and drew a dagger to engage. Tidal slash. Mara called out the name of her martial technique, swinging her dagger from the bottom upwards. Instantly, a tidal wave of sword energy surged from the ground, slicing directly towards the tiger, which, having already taken to the air, found itself unable to evade. The two collided. Mara's strike exploded upon impact, sending the tiger hurtling away, while simultaneously, its face was cleaved in half. Observing this, Lorren seized the moment to deliver a finishing blow, thrusting the soul burial melody directly into the tiger's eye socket. Watching the experience points increase by 10%, Lorren felt a wave of satisfaction. They pressed forward cautiously. Lorren meticulously wiped the blood from the soul burial melody, while Mara paid no heed to his overly dramatic display, continuing to forge ahead. The path was strewn with numerous corpses, mostly those of magical beasts, with no signs of human remains. Each carcass bore wounds and signs of having been gnawed upon, indicating that whatever had slain them was far more terrifying. As they traversed these remains, they arrived at a corridor, where the walls were adorned with numerous eye-like objects, undoubtedly signaling the presence of traps. Lorren picked up a bone and tossed it forward. The moment it struck the ground, the eyes began to emit laser beams. However, the lasers had no effect on the bone, which remained entirely unscathed. What was the meaning of this? Mara inquired, skeptical that such traps would be ineffective. This is magic, Lorren explained, which can render a person's limbs stiff and immobile. It will wear off after an hour. Approaching the wall, Lorren noticed that the eyes he observed up close closed without warning. This is the first challenge. The method to overcome it is quite simple. We need only focus on the walls on either side, and the eyes will shut. If we synchronize our pace, we can easily pass through. Of course, knowing Princess Dawn's character, there would likely be more than one way to succeed. In truth, if one person were struck, the others could proceed with the afflicted individual, and the eyes would cease their attacks. After all, this was merely a test of our cooperation and friendship. Lorren fixed his gaze on one wall, signaling for Mara to watch the other. The first method of passage was ideal for them at present. Although Mara entertained thoughts of controlling Lorren, now was not the time. If Lorren were to lose his mobility at this juncture, it would only plunge them into peril. All right, trusting Lorren, Mara kept her focus on the opposite wall. Indeed, all the eyes closed. On the count of 3, we move. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, with Mara unable to see behind her, any hesitation on Lorren's part would result in her being attacked. Yet, she resolutely stepped into the corridor. No attack followed, confirming that Lorren had not betrayed her. Lorren was not surprised by Mara's decision. He was confident that by revealing the method to bypass the trap, she would choose to cooperate with him, especially given his ability to phase out of danger. Mara's trust in Lorren was not rooted in sheer belief, but rather in the pursuit of greater gains. Chapter 136, The Trial. Why had Princess Dawn made this place so extensive? After vanquishing numerous magical beasts, the two finally arrived at the next challenge, which required activation to proceed, suggesting that no further beasts would appear. They had paid a heavy price to reach this point, even with Lorren's support of magic and firepower. Mara was left battered and bruised. Had Lorren not noticed her waning strength and provided her with 2 potions, she would have perished along the way. Meanwhile, Lorren's clothing was only slightly soiled. There should be no more dangers ahead. There were 2 passageways, and they would activate the mechanism only after both entered. Remember, you are here for the ultimate treasure, that magic which can make you invincible. Resist temptation. This was Lorren's usual rhetoric, shifting the burden of responsibility onto Mara. She was the one pursuing the great treasure. She desired strength, and Lorren was merely accompanying her on this journey. This would subconsciously lead Mara to believe that her relentless efforts were for her own sake, making her more willing to contribute. I understand. Mara nodded. Lorren was never careless with his words. His statement served as a reminder regarding the content of the next trial. With each successful challenge, Lorren would inform Mara of what lay ahead, compelling her to keep him by her side. They both stepped into the corridor simultaneously, and in the next moment, they were transported to a balance scale. One side was elevated, while the other was lowered, with the exit below and deadly spikes above. At that moment, Lorren stood on the higher scale, while the lower side was piled high with treasures, where Mara was located. This is, Mara casually picked up a book. Glancing at it, it contained records of powerful magic. She then grasped a blade. Upon touching it, she recognized it as a formidable demon sword. Alongside these, there were potions and accessories, all capable of rapidly enhancing her power, precisely what Mara yearned for the most. As the scale continued to descend, the exit loomed closer. When she reached out to the side, she realized she was trapped by an invisible wall. In a place only visible to Mara, a line of small text suddenly appeared in the air. These are all the things you desire. Once the scale touches the ground, you may take these treasures and exit, if you are willing to abandon your friend. Simultaneously, the crystal ball on Mara's side displayed an image of Lorren standing before a chest of jewels. The text vividly inscribed on the wall before him. I'm not particularly close to her. If she dies, so be it. With these treasures, I could buy many gifts for the children. I came here intending to hoard the treasure for myself. Her demise would only be beneficial. The crystal ball played Lorren's voice, showcasing the very scene that instilled fear in Mara. Mara, ever rational, understood the value of these items, yet she recognized that they were insufficient to make her truly powerful. She could not even contend with the mightiest of merfolk, let alone a teacher. Hence, she swiftly made the correct judgment, decisively casting the treasures aside. Only the legendary invincible magic could aid her. These were not enough. For the sake of greater gains, Mara chose to relinquish the immediate rewards. As the demon sword was tossed down, it was instantly swallowed by the ground, along with the other treasures. The weight of those items was merely illusory. As long as she left even a single piece behind, the scale could not balance. Heeding Lorren's reminder, Mara also discarded a magic book she had initially intended to keep. After the last accessory was thrown away, the scale regained equilibrium, revealing a passageway leading in two directions. Your choice was wise. Those treasures were mere illusions. The very things you yearned for. Once you leave this place, they will vanish. These illusions would only present treasures. Otherwise, they could have conjured Mara's parents. And Mara would have undoubtedly chosen Lorren's demise without hesitation. This was not what Princess Dawn wished to witness. Testing friendship through familial bonds was beyond her. Just as Mara felt a sense of relief, Lorren issued a reminder regarding the next challenge. Next, you will encounter many illusions. Do not believe them. Simply move forward. With that, Lorren stepped into the newly appeared entrance. Before them lay a long corridor, at the end of which was a crystal ball displaying various images. As Lorren approached, he saw that it showcased scenes from Mara's perspective. Without glancing at it, he continued onward, knowing it contained images of Mara betraying him. They were false, and he had no interest in witnessing them. This is what you desire. You may take it now, but the cost is the life of your friend on the other side. On Mara's side, the crystal ball depicted Lorren standing before a collection of jewels. The words vividly inscribed on the wall before him. Because Lorren truly had no reason to walk alongside her until the very end, Mara harbored a desire for vengeance. While Lorren enjoyed a blissful family life, rendering the risk of association unnecessary. Simultaneously, the crystal ball began to speak. In your last trial, you chose friendship over treasure. Yet he opted for the treasure. Was everything you did for him truly worthwhile? Had the roles been reversed, he would undoubtedly have chosen to save himself instead of you. The words of the crystal ball struck a nerve with Mara, and just as she hesitated, it delivered another blow. I too despise such ungrateful individuals. So I offer you a chance for redemption. Simply press the crystal ball, and he shall perish, allowing you to reclaim the treasure you once lost. This time, Mara found herself genuinely torn. Indeed, Lorren had mentioned that what she witnessed was but an illusion. But what if? Lorren was aware of the traps here. And what if he had fed her false information merely to hoard the treasure for himself? How could she be certain? The imbalance of information between the two was stark. Lorren knew everything, while Mara could only rely on the information he provided. Lorren was fully capable of exploiting this disparity to orchestrate her demise. And therein lay the source of Mara's unease. I trust the esteemed mentor. Ultimately, Mara solidified her resolve. She had heard of Lorren's reputation even at sea, and their time together had deepened her understanding of him. Lorren was humble, gentle in nature, and devoid of any negative desires. If Mara were named the most perfect person in the world, she would undoubtedly answer without hesitation, Lorren. Thus, she was convinced that Lorren could not commit such an act. Ignoring the crystal ball, she advanced, and the scene before her grew increasingly radiant. Culminating in her encounter with Lorren at the exit, Lorren smiled, seemingly confident that Mara would choose to believe in him. Chapter 137. Friendship is magic. The magic you seek lies here. At this moment, Lorren and the others found themselves in a grand hall, where at its center stood a statue of Princess Dawn, smiling and cradling a stone tablet. Congratulations on passing my trial. Your friendship is truly steadfast. Cherish this hard-won bond, and accept this magic that will render you invincible. Suddenly, the voice of Princess Dawn echoed from her statue, gentle and familiar to Lorren. Mara's remaining hand trembled as she contemplated her future. Once she obtained the magic, she would swiftly seize Lorren's child and use that as leverage against him. They would first conquer an ungoverned island as a stronghold, and then compel Lorren to assist her in eradicating the merfolk, ideally subjugating their strength to unify all pirates and become the Pirate King. Ultimately, she intended to lead all pirates in an assault against the Covenant and the Wind Church, demanding Lorren reveal the weaknesses of the Wind Messengers to obliterate the Church. No, she would slaughter all humans, sparing only her father. The moment she grasped the tablet, Mara felt she had seized her future. With excitement, she gazed at the tablet, which bore a mere phrase, "Friendship is magic." What could this possibly mean? Such a simple statement now seemed more profound to Mara than certain advanced magics. She did not believe it to be mere human language, but perhaps a script unique to some otherworldly deity. In an instant, a myriad of possibilities flooded her mind. Yet she could not accept that it was simply an ordinary phrase. I must see. Upon hearing Lorren's voice, Mara felt as though she had grasped the last lifeline. Trembling as she extended the tablet to Lorren. He was a renowned mentor, knowledgeable in all things. He would surely decipher this twisted and frenzied text and reveal to her the true magic. I understand. Lorren's words illuminated Mara's mind, and she awaited his next utterance with near-reverent anticipation, akin to a fervent devotee awaiting divine revelation. If everyone in the world were friends, would there be no enemies? As he spoke, Lorren clapped his hands, a look of sudden realization on his face. Mara's expression froze instantly. Yet a flicker of hope lingered within her. I do not comprehend your meaning. Perhaps she had long known, yet was unwilling to confront reality. While Lorren before her suddenly wore an innocent smile, reminiscent of a leading character from a children's play. It is quite simple. If you wish to defeat an enemy, befriend them, and in due time, you shall no longer be adversaries. With this method, you can resolve any conflict, truly a powerful magic. Lorren continued to elucidate the concept to Mara, observing the rapid shifts in her expression, and his smile grew ever more radiant. Is it really that simple? Indeed it is. For a long time, Mara had yearned to uncover the legendary treasure. Initially, she sought it to gain the merfolk's approval, but after her mother's death, her objective morphed into the annihilation of the merfolk. Mara had invested considerable effort into pursuing this secret treasure, dedicating her very essence to this moment. Every voyage and the formation of her pirate crew was aimed at discovering the great treasure of Princess Dawn. And now, she had found it, effortlessly guided by Lorren, making the entire experience feel unreal. This cannot be true. It was a nightmare indeed. Mara erupted into a frenzied laughter, tearing at her scant hair, roots and scalp coming away with her grasp. The searing pain unmistakably signaled that this was no dream. She recognized the chasm between them. The highest point she could attain was merely that of a pirate, and pirates existed as such precisely because they could not contend with the church on land. Their beliefs were not tolerated by the church, forcing them to drift upon the seas. Given the choice, who would willingly remain trapped in the madness of the endless ocean? Mara's sole opportunity to confront the church lay in the great treasure and the otherworldly deity, yet the power of such deities was not easily attained, especially not the strength to rival the church. It was nearly impossible. Otherwise, the followers of the otherworldly deity would not be driven into hiding by the righteous church. Thus, Mara's solitary chance had now been extinguished. Impossible. I cannot have found the true treasure. Mara, in a fit of madness, began to strike the statue of Princess Dawn with her dagger. Her dagger, though formidable, was still not a pickaxe, and after damaging the statue, it shattered. Her hands were raw, bones protruding. Yet Mara, as if impervious to pain, knelt amidst the fragments of the statue, surveying the desolate chamber. The exit is here. The mechanisms have vanished. We should leave first and discuss later. Lorren stowed away the tablet, gesturing toward the path they had taken. Upon seeing Lorren, Mara felt a surge of renewed hope, and she rushed to grasp his collar. Esteemed mentor, you must tell me how to destroy the church. How could I possibly know? Lorren indeed knew, but that did not mean he would divulge it to Mara, and he felt she had lost any value at this point. You must tell me. Otherwise, I will kill your children. The moment those words left her lips, Mara sensed a profound shift in Lorren's demeanor. If the former Lorren had been a warm little sun, the current Lorren was a blazing sun capable of incinerating all. You are the first to dare threaten me thus. I had intended to grant you a swift death, considering your rather pitiable background. Fear, that was the only thought occupying Mara's mind, a feeling she had never experienced even when confronted by the deep-sea Leviathan. The Song of Souls unsheathed, and Mara suddenly felt a blow to the back of her head. Her very soul trembled, her body instinctively quaking. In that moment, she released her grip on Lorren's collar. I am generally quite affable. Even if I were to take your life, I would do so with precision and efficiency, provided that you do not encroach upon my boundaries, those boundaries being her. Just as Mara raised her dagger, the Requiem of Souls severed her hand. Mara merely felt a chilling sensation at her wrist, and then her entire hand vanished, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of despair surging within her. By the way, let me share a secret. Your parents were devoid of love. Your father violated your mother, and after your birth, it was your mother who excised part of your body. It was your existence that plunged her into despair, leading to her demise, while your father has already met his end at your hands, not long ago. Chapter 138, Tarot Card, Strength. While launching verbal assaults, Lorren did not neglect the blade in his hand. Seizing the moment, Mara was momentarily dazed. He severed her legs with a swift stroke. When Mara collapsed, she did not utter a single cry, for the anguish within her heart had long surpassed the pain of her body. Is what you say truly the case? Indeed, Lorren never tell lies. An aura of despair emanated from Mara, and Lorren understood that they had reached the fatal threshold of the Requiem of Souls. One more attack would ensure Mara's demise. Initially, he had severed her limbs to prevent a final retaliatory strike, but that was no longer necessary. At this moment, if she were to be given a knife, she would choose to end her own life rather than attack Lorren. This was unrelated to the characteristics of the Requiem of Souls. It was simply that Mara had utterly lost hope. Her survival thus far had hinged on her imagined love from her parents, and if that love were non-existent, what meaning did her existence hold? Lorren's words bore little credibility, yet Mara was no fool. Over the years, she must have uncovered certain truths. She had never concealed her identity, openly proclaiming herself as a hybrid of human and mermaid to attract her father's attention. Furthermore, her mother's death was shrouded in mystery. If mermaids truly despised her mother, why were they so sorrowful at her passing? Everything was a construct of the virtual world Mara had fashioned for herself. She yearned to remain immersed in this illusion for eternity, but in her final moments, Lorren shattered that illusion. I have granted you clarity in death. This is my final act of mercy. Farewell. A black hole gradually formed in Lorren's palm, and Mara's body was drawn in bit by bit. Lacking limbs, Mara was still not rendered incapable of resistance, yet all that remained within her was the thought of death. Absorption successful. Stamina 2, Intelligence 1, Agility 1. Level up. Attribute points 1, current level 27, 80 experience points until the next level up. With the experience gained from the previous kills, Lorren successfully leveled up and immediately allocated the additional attribute points to stamina, intending to raise it to 41st. Name, Lorren. Level, 2750. Strength, 10. Stamina, 28. Agility, 21. Intelligence, 31. Mana, 521 no 5310. Remaining attribute points, 0. Accessories, Weeping Blood Wedding Ring, Lurking Fawn. Blessings, Breaking Delusions, Pluto's Mouth, True Sight, Clear Conscience. Curses, Shattered Love, The Spitting of All Beings. Talent, Sensitive Heart. After everything concluded, Lorren did not hasten to depart. He began to tidy up the statue of Princess Dawn. The statue was remarkably sturdy, and the damage inflicted by Mara was not extensive. Princess Dawn was Lorren's favorite character aside from the witch. She truly embodied the spirit of a righteous warrior, selflessly aiding the weak and publicly sharing countless invaluable spells. After some effort, Lorren managed to piece the statue back together. Princess Dawn's statue donned a robe and a hood that obscured her features. She extended her hand, as if reaching out to offer assistance to the world, her figure growing ever more majestic. After retrieving a peculiar seashell from Mara's belongings, Lorren proceeded toward the exit. This seashell served as a token of the ghost ship. Possessing it would grant control over Mara's ghost ship. Though her vessel was not particularly impressive, previously Lorren would have dismissed it. Now, any usable ship would suffice. Moreover, ghost ships were rare. A significant part of Mara's past achievements could be attributed to her ghost ship. Her ship was named the Raging Tide, which also inspired her moniker. The Raging Tide could summon tsunamis, and most ships encountering its wrath would be obliterated. However, for the sake of plundering treasures, Mara typically refrained from using this ability lightly. Master. As Lorren stepped out, Anna rushed forward, but Shinya was quicker, landing on Lorren's shoulder first. At that moment, Nikali sighed in relief. Although she trusted Lorren, seeing him emerge safely brought her complete assurance. Lorren had emerged alone, and the outcome was evident. Shall we board the ship? Has anything transpired outside? Nothing significant. A few magical beasts attacked, but we dealt with them. That is good to hear. Through the seashell, Lorren summoned the Raging Tide. And only after they had departed from that perilous place did he take out the stone tablet for examination. The tablet was nearly indestructible. Had it not been for the urgent need for power cards, it could have remained as the strongest shield. Come, let's grasp this stone tablet together. Here, Princess Dawn had set up another safeguard. Only when all friends simultaneously grasped the tablet and truly felt that one another was more important than everything else would the true reward manifest. A tarot card gradually emerged from the stone tablet, and the moment Lorren seized it, the tablet turned to ashes. Tarot card, Strength. Effect. It can transform inner resolve into genuine power, a power that cannot be constrained, and this strength will also be transmitted to others in accordance with one's emotions. Description. This is the fearsome strength that is invincible. The card depicts a knight pierced by a scythe, wielded by a frail farmer. The effect of the Strength card is straightforward. In simpler terms, it translates to a surge of power, a collective surge akin to that found in a heated battle. Indeed, it is as if one were shouting about bonds as they charged forth. However, what Lorren valued more was another effect of the Strength card. It could dispel control. Whether it be physical restraints like entanglement or burial, or mental manipulation such as charm and hypnosis, the Strength card could break free from them. Hence, with the Strength card in hand, Lorren need not fear being ensnared. Many endeavors that had a 99% chance of success would become 100% with the Strength card, significantly reducing the danger factor. After placing the Strength card into the unyielding box, Lorren felt invigorated. By the way, Master, we have just acquired some items. Oh right, I forgot to mention. Once those inside complete their trials, those outside will receive rewards instead. Those who forsake treasures to guard friends should be the ones to gain treasures. This is Princess Dawn's philosophy. What did you obtain? The items bestowed by Princess Dawn should be of considerable merit, at least beneficial to them. There are many rings. Nakalis extended her hand, revealing numerous rings cradled in her palm. Lorren counted them. There were exactly 8. If calculated based on those who remained outside, there should be 7. Adding Lorren and Mara would make it 9. So, Xingye counts as well. That's a good thing. Lorren accepted the rings from Nakalis. Recognizing their nature, virtue rings that could enhance attribute points, and they were of a noble percentage. Chapter 139, Virtue Rings. Each of these 8 rings possessed distinct effects, all deemed powerful. Courage Ring increases strength by 20%. Diligence Ring increases stamina by 20%. Wisdom Ring increases intelligence by 20%. Loyalty Ring increases agility by 20%. Cheerfulness Ring increases luck by 20%. Ring of Kindness increases charm by 20%. Ring of Tenacity enhances willpower by 20%. Ring of Diligence boosts inspiration by 20%. These rings not only augment fundamental attributes, but also bestow several hidden qualities, proving their formidable effects. Should all be adorned. Lorren's power would experience a qualitative leap, potentially surpassing even that of the tarot cards. Conveniently, Lorren's ring slots had 8 vacancies, thus perfectly accommodating these additions. Initially, Lorren had contemplated merely acquiring a few rings that would enhance basic attributes, such as 8 rings that slightly increase stamina, which would amount to 8 points. However, he felt a twinge of guilt in directly taking their rings, akin to a disheartened parent seizing a child's New Year's money. Lorren introduced the utility of the rings to everyone. These accessories could be utilized from the beginning to graduation, undoubtedly enticing the majority. In that case, they hold little value. I bestow them upon you, Anna remarked nonchalantly, still savoring a lollipop, a treat that Scarlet had plentifully prepared for her. I too, Nikoris chimed in eagerly, aware that these rings were of utmost benefit to Lorren and wishing to contribute in any way she could, feeling that a single ring paled in comparison to what Lorren had done for her. Allow me to personally place it upon you, Jingxin declared, taking one ring and gently encircling Lorren's finger with it. This gesture left Nikoris momentarily stunned, as she felt a surge of pressure, regretting her own lack of ingenuity. Yet, even had Nikoris conceived the idea, she knew she lacked the courage to act on it. Ultimately, everyone opted to present their rings to Lorren, a scenario he had anticipated and was quite certain would unfold. Yet the sensation of confiscating a child allowance remained palpable. Since I have surrendered all my rings to you, it is only reasonable that you grant me one wish in return, Jingxin suddenly proposed, though Lorren sensed her intent was far from benevolent. I shall not engage in actions that would harm your body or tarnish your dignity. Then I have nothing, Jingxin shrugged, expressing her resignation. Apart from the ring Jingxin had placed on Lorren's finger, the others were strung together as a necklace, for wearing them all would hinder his ability to exert force. All right, children, this journey concludes splendidly. Let us return home. Lorren initiated the voyage aboard the Angry Tide, propelling them at full speed towards their destination. Although Lorren was not particularly knowledgeable about navigation, he understood that as long as one sailed continuously in a single direction, land would eventually be encountered, at which point it would become his domain. Any deity of the righteous faith who learned of Lorren's presence in their territory would unhesitatingly worship him. However, there was an exception. The Church of Confusion would not welcome Lorren, as his abilities directly contradicted their doctrines. Yet, the domain of the god of confusion lay far to the east, requiring Lorren to traverse the entire continent, making it impossible even if he veered off course. The ghost ship sailed steadily across the ocean, maneuvering effortlessly. Controlling it was not particularly challenging, as merely envisioning an action would prompt the ship to comply. Even in slumber, the ghost ship would navigate autonomously, adeptly avoiding obstacles, thus rendering grounding a non-issue. How utterly dull. It was still morning, and Lorren's treasure-seeking expedition had not consumed much time. Initially, Anna had found the experience novel, but as time passed, her boredom intensified. Although the food was ample due to Scarlet's cache of sustenance, it did little to alleviate Anna's ennui. With Mara's demise, the entire ship had become Lorren's domain. They were free to do as they pleased, yet after exploring every room, Anna felt a wave of tedium wash over her and chose to remain in the cabin with the others. "Where has our esteemed Minargon?" Anna inquired, sitting up, uncertain. He went out with Jingxin, likely surveying the surroundings on deck. Nicoris responded absently while engrossed in her spellbook, gripping it tighter upon mentioning Lorren and Jingxin's solo excursion. Very well. I shall not seek out our mentor. Anna reclined once more, retrieving a comic book to peruse, but before long, Scarlet had settled beside her. What are you reading? Upon Scarlet's arrival, Anna rolled over, positioning herself on the bed for a more comfortable view to share with Scarlet. I'm reading a comic drawn by Jingxin. Her imagination is wonderfully rich. I never realized there were so many possibilities. Though I doubt her mentor would resemble the character in this comic. Upon glimpsing the comic's content, Scarlet's expression shifted rapidly, first to boredom, then excitement, followed by a blush, and ultimately to fear, prompting her to flee. After Scarlet's hasty retreat, Anna broke into a smile, swinging her legs back and forth as she eagerly turned the page. Engrossed in her reading, Luna was also studying magic, and whenever she encountered something she did not understand, she would proactively ask Nicoris for clarification. Despite Nicoris's slight dissatisfaction, she still imparted her knowledge earnestly. Everyone engaged in their respective activities, while Lorren had left Starry Night in the cabin, where Layla was assisting in caring for the entity. However, without Lorren's presence, Starry Night appeared disinterested. Starry Night perched on Layla's shoulder, observing as she maintained the firearms Lorren had provided. Layla was still coming to terms with the fact that so many witches surrounded her. Initially, she had believed Lorren possessed some form of storage magic, only to realize it was Scarlet's unique ability. When she was very young, Layla had witnessed a witch being executed, an experience that had left her with lasting psychological scars, compelling her to present herself as male. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of relief now. If Lorren could adopt so many witches, he would undoubtedly accept her as well. Layla resolved that upon their return home, she would confess her feelings to Lorren. Unbeknownst to her, Layla had already begun to perceive places where Lorren was present as her home. I'm back, Lorren announced as he entered, instantly capturing everyone's attention, and at that moment, he noticed what Anna had been reading. Children should not be looking at this. In a swift motion, Lorren snatched the comic from Anna, perceiving Jingxin's drawings as horror comics, genuinely fearing they might taint Anna's innocent spirit. Chapter 140, The Sea Witch. On the deck, a row of beach chairs was set up, with everyone lounging under the non-existent sun. Despite it being a cloudy, chilly day, they kept their clothes on purely to enjoy the ambience. Only Lorren dared to be so audacious on the perilous, endless sea. Lorren could not discern their current location, but he resolved to continue straight until they encountered land. Mentor, the fog seems to be thickening, Anna remarked, prompting Lorren to remove his sunglasses. Indeed, they had been sailing for a day, and with a magical compass in hand, Lorren was confident they had maintained a straight course, indicating something unusual must have occurred. You all should retreat to the cabin. I will assess the situation. As he spoke, Lorren surveyed the distant surroundings, now enveloped in thick fog where visibility was severely impaired. He remained vigilant, noting that they seemed to have suddenly entered this mist. There were countless sources capable of producing fog at sea, making it challenging for even Lorren to determine the cause immediately. Before the others could enter the cabin, Lorren spotted a colossal shadow lurking within the fog. Turn. Regardless of the circumstances, distance is the wisest choice. Lorenzo anxiously maneuvered the Tempest, yet the vessel, usually responsive to his commands, suddenly spiraled out of control. Even as Lorenzo shouted orders to steer, his words proved futile. Master, said Nicalis, feeling somewhat helpless, instinctively remaining by Lorenzo's side, disregarding his command to retreat. It was not just Nicalis. Upon sensing danger, none of them sought refuge, for they had perceived the urgency etched on Lorenzo's face, indicating that he too was uncertain of a safe resolution. Drawing forth the Requiem of Souls, Lorenzo understood that against such a creature, mental intimidation and close combat would be of little consequence. He prepared to unleash magic at any moment, even retrieving the Crimson Core. Faced with these bizarre behemoths, the augmented damage from his judgment would likely prove ineffective, making the encounter quite taxing. As the Tempest surged uncontrollably forward, Lorenzo finally discerned the true form of the colossal being. It was a humanoid entity, significantly larger than the Tempest itself. Its silhouette bore a closer resemblance to that of a human female, with an elongated face and peculiar proportions. Its eyes were ghastly white, and a disconcerting smile perpetually graced its lips. In contrast to its imposing physique, its arms were notably slender, akin to bamboo, yet its hands were disproportionately large. Half of its form was submerged in the sea, rendering it invisible to Lorenzo. The moment Layla laid eyes on the creature, she raised her firearm. But Lorenzo swiftly suppressed the barrel before she could fire. What on earth is happening? Layla inquired, stowing her weapon, acutely aware that Lorenzo had discerned something significant. It is a siren, among the most amiable beings of the ocean. Recognizing the entity's identity eased Lorenzo's tension somewhat. Sirens did not conjure mists, suggesting that there were indeed other entities within the fog. However, the mere presence of a siren indicated that their peril was not as grave as it could be. Is this the same siren that raised Mara? This one certainly appears far more fearsome than Mara. No wonder they found companionship. Anna quipped, pondering whether the siren would be disheartened by her remark. The siren's hand slowly extended towards Lorenzo's ship, its movements deliberate yet imposing. The enormity of its form casting an overwhelming shadow. Though the siren's speed was remarkable, its current sluggishness was likely a measure to avoid alarming the humans before it. As its palm loomed closer, Scarlet trembled. Even with the knowledge of the siren's benign intentions, her fear remained unabated. The siren effortlessly cradled the Tempest, rendering the ghost ship akin to a mere model in its grasp. With a forceful yet gentle pivot, the siren guided the Tempest, leading it through the fog. Once the surroundings became clear once more, the siren set the Tempest down and indicated a direction before preparing to depart. Farewell. Lorenzo waved at the siren, prompting it to halt mid-motion, as if it had perceived something unfathomable. After a prolonged silence, the siren finally waved its goodbye to Lorenzo, gradually submerging into the depths. Lorenzo caught but a fleeting shadow darting through the water, realizing just how astonishingly swift the siren truly was. Why did it assist us? There seems to be no advantage for it in doing so, Nakalis queried, puzzled by the siren's actions. Perhaps it is simply the nature of sirens. Akin to the innocence of every witch, they possess an innate desire to aid those in distress. In contrast to their fearsome appearance, their hearts brim with beauty. A stark juxtaposition to the polished facade of humanity, remarked Layla. Having spent considerable time beside Lorenzo, felt at ease enough to inadvertently reveal something of her own identity. Perhaps it is not so simple. I once perused Princess Aurora's diary, wherein she described sirens as a benevolent and beautiful race. Yet now they appear in this frightful form, likely due to some form of corruption. Few marine creatures resemble those of the terrestrial realm, and the fact that merfolk have retained their humanoid form is nothing short of miraculous. However, rather than a miracle, it might simply be a testament to Princess Aurora's formidable strength. The group continued along the route indicated by the siren, successfully circumventing danger. Lorenzo had yet to glimpse the true nature of the fog, but this was undoubtedly a fortuitous outcome. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to avoid risk, particularly with the children in his company. After a considerable time, Lorenzo finally spotted the silhouette of land. Quickly to the deck, we have arrived at the shore. On the deck stood only Lorenzo and Nakalis. Originally, Mirror Heart was meant to accompany Lorenzo, but Nakalis had insisted on taking her place, citing that Mirror Heart was too fatigued. However, this decision nearly exhausted Nakalis' courage, as she had merely been by Lorenzo's side without taking any further action. Had we truly arrived? Anna was the first to rush out, her excitement propelling her to leap into Lorenzo's embrace, resting her chin upon his head as she gazed into the distance, spotting the harbor. This hardly resembles the domain of the Oath and the God of Winds. In a brief moment, Lorenzo assessed the situation. The harbor appeared quite dilapidated, housing only a few fishing boats, and even the structures along the shore were rudimentary wooden huts. Chapter 141, The Land of the Evil Dragon. Let us disembark and investigate. After such an extended period at sea, the group felt weary. Their previous landing at the Island of Treasures had been but a fleeting moment. Though the ghost ship was stable, it could not rival the comfort of solid ground. Lorenzo intended to rest for a while before embarking anew, also requiring a map to ascertain their current location. Lorenzo was already uncertain of their bearings, and the fog had further disoriented him. Thus, a brief respite would be beneficial. Lorenzo maneuvered the Tempest closer to the harbor, but before he could disembark, a throng of people had gathered along the shore, observing them with keen interest. What is happening here? Anna observed, feeling a surge of curiosity. Typically, the populace only displayed such fervor when Lorenzo made an appearance. It stood to reason that outsiders rarely ventured here, hence the excitement. The very presence of such a crowd suggested they had not truly arrived on the mainland, and the most favorable scenario had yet to unfold. Let us descend and see. The presence of human civilization indicates this is not overly perilous. The attire of the gathered individuals was tattered, and they appeared somewhat frail, which, paradoxically, reassured Lorenzo. If the inhabitants of an island unblessed by divine protection were thriving, he would need to reconsider whether he had fallen under an illusion. Lorenzo was the first to step off the ship. The fact that the locals were intrigued by the arrival of a vessel indicated a degree of openness, suggesting potential for communication. "Greetings. Our ship has lost its way. May I inquire which deity is revered here?" Lorenzo approached an elderly man, recognizing that understanding their faith would provide the clearest insight into their circumstances. To inquire about a specific location would likely yield little clarity. "We venerate the sea god." "Ah, the sea god. Might I ask where precisely we are?" "In the endless ocean, the followers of the sea god are numerous, but there exist multiple deities of the sea. The combined followers may well exceed those of a singular divine entity. Thus, even if the elder revealed their belief, Lorenzo would struggle to ascertain their situation accurately and could only press further. Once assured of their safety, the others disembarked from the ghost ship. Just as the elder intended to continue conversing with Lorenzo, he caught sight of those behind him, and his expression shifted dramatically. "The hero has arrived. The hero has arrived." The elder cast aside his cane, and his once stooped frame straightened as he hurried away to spread the news to others. "Ah, I see how it is now. The island, devoted to the worship of the sea deity, eagerly awaits the arrival of a hero." Based on these two characteristics, Lorren quickly deduced the identity of this place. The name of the island eluded Lorren's memory, yet he preferred to refer to this nation as the realm of the malevolent dragon. This modest territory consisted merely of a handful of villages, frequently beset by the dragon's attacks, leading the inhabitants to ultimately choose a path of appeasement, offering tributes to the dragon in exchange for tranquility. The dragonkin are formidable symbols. An adult dragon possesses combat prowess that rivals that of angels. However, the dragon here is a unique breed known as the Whispering Dragon. Unlike other dragons that obliterate their foes with sheer strength and magic, the Whispering Dragon is not particularly powerful, vulnerable enough to be struck down by a group of villagers wielding hoes. Yet, it possesses the ability to craft illusions and is adept at beguiling the hearts of men. Thus, a prophecy circulates, proclaiming that one day a hero with golden eyes will emerge to vanquish the malevolent dragon and liberate this nation, a belief the populace holds with unwavering conviction. This prophecy, however, was engineered by the dragon itself, for as long as it provides these people with a glimmer of hope, assuring them that a valiant savior will descend to their rescue, they remain pacified and complacent, never rising in rebellion. Lorren glanced behind him, and the tallest among them, Nacris, stood out conspicuously. At that moment, Nacris was clad in masculine attire, her silvery hair tied back in a single ponytail, and her cool demeanor lent her an air of gallant elegance. Most notably, her golden eyes likely led others to perceive her as the hero foretold. The dragon's assertion that the hero would possess golden eyes was quite simple. Such features are characteristic of the dragonkin. The dragon had cleverly ensured an escape route for itself. Should the day come when the people could no longer endure oppression and resolve to resist, it could masquerade as the hero, performing a charade while continuing to receive their offerings. "My esteemed mentor, what is happening?" In the face of the agitated crowd, Nacris instinctively sought refuge behind Lorren. "It's nothing, merely that you are being regarded as the hero." "Hero?" Nacris struggled to comprehend the current situation, prompting Lorren to provide her with a brief explanation. "Heroic one." Just as Lorren spoke with Nacris, the crowd suddenly parted to reveal a resplendently dressed young lady stepping forth, bowing before Lorren and the others. "Please follow me." Nacris instinctively turned to Lorren, awaiting his decision. For years, she had been treated as Lorren's subordinate, a notion she had come to accept without discontent. This was the first time someone regarded her as the core of the group, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented and anxious. "Let us proceed." To soothe Nacris's inner turmoil, Lorren took her hand, guiding her in step with the young lady. Lorren's knowledge of this place was limited. He had only visited once by chance, during which he had dispatched the dragon. Although the Whispering Dragon was weak, like its kin, it was rich in treasure. Many high-grade alchemical materials were derived from dragons. The challenge of hunting a dragon was immense, leading hunters to fixate on the Whispering Dragon. Slaying a Whispering Dragon was not much more challenging than hunting a tiger. Yet the profits generated were comparable to those obtained from slaying a great dragon. Consequently, the Whispering Dragon had nearly faced extinction, with the few remaining members hiding in the far corners of the world. Lorren decided to accompany the young lady, harboring the thought that since he was already here, he might as well eliminate the Whispering Dragon. "I am the princess of the Cognac Kingdom, stationed at the port in anticipation of your arrival, noble hero." As the princess introduced herself, Lorren stifled a yawn. He had already conveyed the essence of her speech to the children, rendering her insights redundant. Thus, The princess seemed to possess the least understanding of the situation. Noticing Nacris's reliance on Lorren, the princess found this incongruent with the image of a hero. Yet, their unwavering belief in the prophecy had bordered on fanaticism. They would elevate even a child in diapers as the hero foretold. This is the abode we have constructed for you over the years. She led Lorren and the others to a castle, incongruous with the dilapidated wooden huts where ordinary folk resided, indicating that even the princess had not fared much better. In such conditions, they had erected a castle for the hero. How long did it take you to build this castle? Nacris could not restrain her curiosity, for the castle and its surroundings appeared to belong to a different realm. Not only was its exterior magnificent, but its interior was equally splendid. If it is this castle, then it took us 30 years. The princess responded eagerly to Nacris's inquiry, even boasting about the effort expended in its construction. This figure astonished Nacris. The time spent building the castle exceeded her own age. Upon hearing this, Nacris was struck by a more terrifying realization. If they had invested so long merely in constructing a castle, how long had they awaited the hero? To this question, the princess merely shook her head. I do not know. I am 16 years old. My father is 50. Even in his youth, we awaited your arrival. Have you never contemplated rebellion? How can we possibly contend against the malevolent dragon? If we were to revolt, it would slaughter us all. However, by offering timely tributes, it requires only one sacrifice per month. After Lorren's enlightening discourse, Nacris understood that the malevolent dragon was, in truth, quite feeble, though the villagers remained oblivious to this fact. Nacris wished to inquire further, yet Lorren interjected. How do you select the sacrificial offerings for the dragon? With Lorren posing the question, the princess's enthusiasm waned. Yet she felt compelled to show respect, given his apparent closeness to the hero. The dragon favors the tender. We select individuals under 20 through a lottery system, relying on chance to determine who will be sacrificed. To prevent the offerings from resisting and provoking the dragon's wrath, we bind them and present them alongside prepared treasures and provisions. Now, Nacris comprehended why the sacrificial victims did not resist the dragon. They had been deprived of all hope for survival. Why? Nacris could not fathom their lack of resistance, not only refraining from retaliation, but also forbidding others from doing so. Human beings possess an intrinsic nature. Provided they are not subjected to extreme oppression and a flicker of hope remains, they will not rebel, much like lambs awaiting slaughter. Conversely, those who descend into despair can be terrifying, akin to a pack of frenzied hyenas, willing to tear apart anything in their path without regard for consequences. Thus, astute rulers manage this delicate balance, as exemplified by the malevolent dragon. Lorren's words elicited discontent from the princess, yet with Nacris present, she refrained from countering him, silently retreating. Noble hero, please take refuge within the castle. Shortly, a maid will attend to your needs. She is one of the most beautiful girls selected from across the kingdom. Lorren paid little heed to the princess's demeanor. Previously, when he remarked that the princess of Getterland was merely the village chief's daughter, it had been a metaphor. Yet, this princess truly embodied the essence of a village chief's daughter, her seemingly grand attire resembling a patchwork garment, crafted solely for the hero's arrival. As Lorren entered the castle, he continued, the dragon's greatest cunning lies in fabricating the prophecy of the hero. This not only instills hope in the people, but also provides them with a rationale, a means to evade responsibility. Even while enduring oppression, they cling to the belief that a hero will arrive, convincing themselves that they need not strive, allowing them to continue their aimless existence. The castle was impeccably clean, adorned with an array of luxurious amenities. It was evident that the villagers had paid a steep price to both construct this fortress and appease the malevolent dragon. Their willingness to build the castle rather than resist the dragon was, indeed, quite absurd. Lorren reclined on the bed, which was remarkably soft, rivaling even the opulent accommodations previously arranged for him by Bartholomew. Anna, too, lay beside Lorren, wrapping her arms around him. However, Nacris found it difficult to be as carefree as Anna. She harbored some reservations. What should we do? She pondered. Regardless of the circumstances, the plight of the villagers was dire, and she felt compelled to assist them. If they were to slay the dragon, the villagers would merely continue to rely on others for salvation. Once they departed, anyone could easily step in to dominate them. If they truly wished to liberate the villagers, they must instill in them the spirit of resistance. As he spoke, Lorren produced a card of strength, the image of a peasant slaying a knight prominently displayed upon it. This card could transmit inner strength to others, granting them courage and power. With its aid, they could empower the villagers to reclaim their autonomy, freeing them from dependence on others. However, Lorren's attitude abruptly shifted. But why should we exert ourselves to assist them? A group of individuals so resigned to their fate is hardly worthy of our intervention. We could simply slay the dragon, claim our spoils, and depart, leaving them to their own devices. If, instead of the dragon, a formidable creature ruled over them, and the villagers fought valiantly against it without succumbing to despair, Lorren might have been inclined to help. Yet, those who merely awaited salvation from others were not deserving of rescue. Lorren's desire to kill the dragon was simply for the sake of loot. "You voice my sentiments precisely," Layla exclaimed, suddenly embracing Lorren's neck and giving him a thumbs up. Lorren recalled that his initial arrival here had been with Layla, and upon hearing the villagers' tales, she had intended to whisk him away, leaving them to await a hero. This suggested a troubling truth. Without anyone to rescue them, they would languish in ignorance, waiting for the narrative to unfold and the divine war to conclude. "Very well, we shall rest here for a few days. Once the dragon reveals itself, we will deal with it and then depart." Agreed. Nicholas did not question Lorren's decision. She recognized it as the most prudent choice. The villagers did not keep Lorren and the others waiting long, as many maids soon entered, having been chosen from the few beautiful girls available in this small realm. The fare they presented was the finest the kingdom could offer. To put it bluntly, the royal family would go hungry today to provide this meal for them. However, Anna was unreserved, relishing the feast despite the disapproving glares of the maids, while Nicholas abstained from eating. Even though she understood the effort it took to prepare such a meal, Anna felt no guilt as she consumed it. Previously, while at Luna's home, Anna had eaten sparingly, aware of their limited means, but now she recognized this was a rightful reward for their assistance in alleviating the villagers' suffering. Chapter 143, The Dragon-Slaying Plan. The villagers' reverence for Nicholas reached an almost fanatical level. The princess, concerned that the selected maidens would not adequately care for the hero, chose to serve as Nicholas's own attendant. Nicholas felt ill at ease with such attention and ultimately dismissed the maids. The villagers had anticipated the possibility of the hero arriving with numerous companions, and the castle had ample rooms to accommodate hundreds. Yet, in this unfamiliar territory, they opted to stay together. "Master, why have I suddenly become the hero?" Nicholas lay beside Lorren, confused by the turn of events. "I did not foresee this either. But the sole reason for your status as a hero is your golden eyes. Your ascendance to this role is purely coincidental." The villagers, akin to drowning souls, would grasp at any semblance of salvation, even a mere straw, yet they never realized the water was shallow enough for them to stand. Moreover, the identity of the hero was a role tailored by the dragon itself, as individuals with golden eyes were exceedingly rare. "What troubles you? Do you feel the weight of expectation?" Upon Lorren's inquiry, Nicholas nodded. "Yes, this burden of others' hopes and responsibilities is somewhat overwhelming." Confronting a mere weakling dragon was not particularly daunting, yet Nicholas still sensed a degree of pressure. She understood that this weight was one Lorren had borne for a long time, and his adversaries were not weak dragons, but rather 9 righteous deities and their affiliated church. "Do not worry," Lorren comforted, embracing Nicholas and resting a hand on the back of her head, drawing her closer. "As long as I am alive, you need not bear any responsibility. You need only to live joyously, for I shall shoulder everything." Defeating the dragon was not Nicholas's duty. She need not bear such a burden. "Indeed," Nicholas affirmed, clutching Lorren's arm, wishing never to let go. That night, Nicholas slept soundly, and upon awakening, she found a host of maids, led by the princess, waiting outside the door. As soon as they saw Nicholas emerge, they all exclaimed in unison, "Hero, let's leave this place quickly, master." Nicholas tugged gently at Lorren's sleeve, feeling utterly out of place. "Very well, we shall confront the dragon directly," Lorren replied. "Though it is quite cunning, it will not reveal itself at the slightest hint of disturbance, especially with outsiders like us present. As long as we remain here, even if the entire kingdom ceases its tributes, it would rather fish for itself than show its face." Lorren spoke in hushed tones, ensuring the others did not overhear. "What then?" Nicholas felt troubled. Such an opponent was indeed the most challenging to face, with the initiative firmly in the dragon's claws. It could choose to emerge or retreat at will. In a moment of urgency, the dragon could even take flight, waiting for Lorren and the others to depart before returning. "Do not fret. I have a plan." Lorren suddenly exchanged a knowing glance with Mirror Heart, who nodded slightly in understanding. "When is the next tribute due?" Lorren inquired of the princess, who, while leading everyone to the dining hall, responded, "The next tribute will be tomorrow. However, there is no need for concern. The hero may take this time to rest and devise a strategy. We will support you throughout." Upon hearing the princess's words, Lorren let out a cold laugh. He had once been pursued by the church and had taken refuge here with a golden contact lens, Initially, his status as a hero afforded him considerable privilege, just as the villagers had claimed. Yet, when months passed without any action from him, these villagers, too timid to defy the dragon, had turned their weapons upon him. Good people should be threatened with guns. Coughing abruptly, Lorren staggered mid-step, feigning weakness, but fortunately, Mirror Heart was quick to catch him. Master. Nicholas had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. She threw herself upon Lorren, a murderous aura enveloping her, causing the maids to break into cold sweats, while simultaneously deepening their awe for the hero. The first encounter between Lorren and Nicholas was marked by a fleeting exchange of glances, with Lorren discreetly signaling her, though Nicholas failed to discern the gesture. However, Lorren caught sight of Anna winking at him. It was not only Nicholas who was affected. Scarlet burst into tears, and Layla drew her weapon, ready to eliminate the family of the assailant. Luna, suddenly at a loss, yearned to rush forward and assess Lorren's condition, yet she found herself unable to penetrate the throng, resorting instead to clenching her fists tightly, while Xinya pecked at Lorren's hair. Only Jingxin maintained her composure, though Anna feigned tears, albeit unconvincingly, garnering little attention. Such was the situation. Nicholas's reaction had already affirmed Lorren's significance in her heart, causing the princess to become even more flustered. Their master had long been frail, but that was not a concern for them. They should remain at ease. Their master was not only the mentor of the brave one, but also the individual who had nurtured him, making him the most crucial person in his life. Anna, aligning with this sentiment, approached the princess, adding, "If something were to happen to our esteemed mentor, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Upon hearing this, Nicholas began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, gradually regaining her composure. It was merely a facade, a tactic of feigned weakness, though she momentarily struggled to grasp its significance amidst the villagers present. "Let's dine first," Lorren said, wiping the crimson liquid from the corner of his mouth, an elixir he had just surreptitiously consumed. Jingxin assisted Lorren in taking a seat at the dining table, and only when Nicholas was settled did they begin to serve the dishes. This time, the maids exhibited heightened concern for Lorren, having witnessed Nicholas's reaction to his distress. "After we finish our meal, gather the villagers. I have devised a plan to confront the dragon. If all goes well, we shall resolve this matter by tomorrow." Upon hearing Lorren's declaration, the princess was suddenly invigorated, sprinting outside to proclaim it loudly. The nation was not vast, and gathering the local leaders would not take long. The advantages of a small kingdom were evident, particularly in the swift dissemination of information. At the table, Anna continued to feast heartily, even consuming the food prepared by the villagers, which caused the maids to break into a cold sweat. Chapter 144, a multi-layered strategy. Everyone, gather quickly. The brave one is about to reveal his plan to deal with the dragon. We have eagerly awaited this day. After receiving this news, the majority abandoned their tasks and converged in the square. Although it was Lorren's plan, the credit was bestowed upon Nicholas, to which Lorren had no objections, as they were all allies. Once everyone had assembled, Lorren commenced his announcement, supported by Jingxin, appearing quite frail. "It is challenging for us to encounter the dragon directly. Hence we must resort to ambush. Regardless, the dragon will inevitably engage with the tributes we offer. Therefore, we can conceal ourselves among the tributes and launch a surprise attack when the dragon descends." Lorren's proposed strategy was straightforward yet effective, garnering immediate acclaim. It's that simple. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall act tomorrow. By the way, who's the chosen tribute? Let me meet you. A timid young girl in the crowd raised her hand, and the surrounding people parted, allowing Lorren to see her face. "Well, you are fortunate. You need not perish. Simply cooperate with us as bait, and later we shall discuss the plan." With that, Lorren feigned a few coughs and, with Jingxin's assistance, returned to the castle. "Master, is our plan truly so simple?" After they returned to their quarters, Nicholas inquired. She understood that Lorren's plan could not be as uncomplicated as it appeared, yet she was uncertain why he had not elaborated earlier. In Lorren's description, the murmuring dragon was cunning, and such a ruse would surely not deceive it. Certainly not. Among the populace, there are villains. The murmuring dragon has corrupted some villagers to serve it, and it is aware of everything occurring in the village. The dragon merely returns what rightfully belongs to those villagers. Thus, it is merely a ruse. You will follow the tribute procession discreetly and wait nearby to ambush the dragon. By appearing weaker, the dragon may be inclined to investigate the situation. Lorren detested dealing with cautious foes, even if he possessed greater strength. He could exploit the information gap to outmaneuver them. "Is that the reason behind your feigned illness?" "Partly, yes. It serves as an additional safeguard." After a brief exchange, The young girl chosen as the tribute approached Lorren's quarters, having previously sent away all the maids. Brave one, do you have any instructions? The girl's eyes sparkled with determination. A gaze Lorren had never encountered among the people of this land. Perhaps due to her youth, she remained untainted and had just been rescued by Lorren and his companions. This was precisely why Lorren had selected her. Her youth and status as a tribute made it improbable for her to be an ally of the dragon. Now, you must go to the village and spread the word that the brave one's strength is actually quite feeble, not much stronger than that of ordinary people. Only in this way can you survive. Even if such news were to spread, Lorren and his companions would not face a significant decline in their standing. They would continue to offer their utmost support, for they were destined to confront the dragon. Even if they could not save the villagers, they would at least die in their stead. As long as the risks and responsibilities did not fall upon their shoulders, they would support Lorren and his allies. Very well, off you go. Lorren's earlier words had intertwined the girl's life with this operation, ensuring she would take it seriously. Once the young girl departed, Lorren lay down on his bed, quietly awaiting the development of public opinion. In this small locality, news traveled swiftly, and it was not long before the rumors Lorren had deliberately spread circulated throughout the nation. Everyone became aware of the Brave One's party, including the fact that they were burdened by Lorren and that the Brave One's strength was not particularly formidable. However, the people did not cast blame upon Nakalis. Instead, they began to admire her courage, for prophecies were never wrong. If the prophecy stated they could defeat the dragon, then they would indeed prevail. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the tribute. The villagers had prepared several carts, laden with large treasure chests filled with food and riches, ample enough to accommodate many individuals, indicating the severity of the dragon's oppression over them. In a nation with so few inhabitants, it was astonishing to see such a vast tribute. Be cautious on your journey. Lorren coughed as he observed the carts departing. The princess, noticing Lorren alone and leaning against the wall, approached him and inquired, "Where is your maid?" "Oh, she possesses some magic. Having her join the dragon-slaying party increases the likelihood of success. As a man nearing his end, I do not require such meticulous care. Who knows when I might perish?" Lorren's words evoked a sense of respect from the princess, who could not help but marvel at the wisdom of the Brave One's adoptive father. Not only the princess, but also those nearby revered Lorren even more upon hearing this. "Allow me to assist you back to rest," the princess offered, and Lorren graciously accepted. "Thank you. I am indeed weary and shall take a moment to rest." The two ambled slowly toward the castle. Once Lorren lay in bed, he concocted an excuse to send the princess away. "I wish to sleep now. You may return first. I do not require constant care." To maintain his charade of illness, Lorren had refrained from bringing the death's lament. He had entrusted it to Anna. Given her already commendable knife skills, it would not be difficult for her to swiftly eliminate the murmuring dragon with the aid of the death's lament. Moreover, Anna's willpower was formidable, and Lorren had no reason to worry about her being harmed by the cursed blade, especially considering his own suppression of the soul burial melody. After the princess poured Lorren a glass of water, she took her leave, behaving more like the daughter of a village chief than a princess, and once outside, she began to chat with a few sisters about Lorren. Though she spoke only of Lorren's noble character and determination, those with discerning ears could perceive something deeper, such as the fact that Lorren was currently alone and defenseless. A maid quietly slipped away from the scene, her destination unknown. Meanwhile, the carriage moved slowly forward, with Nakalis and her companions splitting into two groups. One mingled within the crowd while the other closely trailed behind. In the foremost carriage sat the young girl, chosen as a sacrifice. Despite Lorren's prior promise to save her, she instinctively wept in fear. The group brought the carriage to a halt in the forest, unloading the treasure chest before departing. This was the designated spot for the tribute, unremarkable yet offering ample cover within the woods. Once the villagers escorting them had left, the girl contemplated escaping, but bound as she was, she could only wriggle away. Just after she had crawled a short distance, the treasure chest exploded, the sturdy wooden container shattering into splinters that scattered in all directions. Chapter 145, The Dragon Slayer. The scene before Nakalis and her companions froze them momentarily. They understood that the evil dragon would not fall for a trap so easily. Yet they were astonished by its caution in choosing to detonate the chest without even glancing at it. This confirmed their suspicion that there was indeed an evil dragon among the villagers. Simultaneously, they felt a wave of relief, for had they truly hidden within the chest, the consequences would have been dire. Although the explosion would not have inflicted significant harm, injury was unavoidable. However, this was all part of Lorren's strategy. They were never truly in peril. The group remained silent, concealed in various corners, awaiting the dragon's appearance. In Lorren's chamber, he lay peacefully asleep, entirely unaware of a maid stealthily approaching his side. Suddenly, the maid produced a cloth, covering Lorren's mouth. After a brief struggle, he fell utterly still. The maid then hoisted Lorren onto her back and slipped out through a small door of the castle. She carried him a considerable distance before arriving at a hidden cavern. Lorren had no recollection of this cave, and he guessed correctly. Even in a place never before discovered, the dragon was constantly changing its lair. "I have brought him, my lord," the maid stated, placing Lorren on the ground and kneeling before the shadowed figure ahead, displaying utmost loyalty. As the torches in the cave ignited, the massive form of the dragon emerged from the shadows. The dragon was over 10 meters long, its enormous wings casting a shadow that blotted out the light, its dark purple scales reflecting the flames, exuding an air of invulnerability. "Do we continue this charade, my esteemed mentor? I brought you here to converse," the dragon declared, startling the maid, who gazed at Lorren in shock. "How did you discover me?" With the dragon's candidness, Lorren found himself devoid of further reasons to remain concealed. "I can share vision with my followers. When you feigned illness for the first time, I noticed your children were not merely concerned, but utterly astonished. Did you not consult them before pretending to be unwell? True to form, you were exceptionally cautious. I realize now that my ambush near the sacrifice was indeed superfluous. You would never make an appearance." As the dragon spoke, it lowered its head, its skull dwarfing Lorren's, emanating a sense of oppression. "It seems we are of a kind. The plan you mentioned before the common folk was also fabricated, was it not? You were already aware of my presence among them." Likewise, Lorren sat before the dragon, his demeanor neither submissive nor arrogant. "How about this? Let's strike a bargain. I will pretend to be defeated by you, and after you revel in your glory and riches, I shall return years later. A most advantageous deal, would you not agree? We can avoid battle, eschew danger, and I shall bear the brunt of the loss. All I desire is safety." Indeed, Lorren feigned contemplation, but in the next moment, the scarlet blade struck the maid who was attempting to flee, her back erupting in a mist of crimson. As Lorren attacked the maid, the dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. Its golden irises fixed on Lorren, roaring, "You must respect the owner when you strike a dog. Do you truly believe I cannot best you? Cease your pretense." Lorren disregarded the dragon, advancing instead towards the maid attempting to escape, planting a foot on her ankle with a sound of cracking bone. "How did you uncover my identity?" The maid suddenly turned her head, her eyes revealing golden, slit-like pupils. "It's a matter of information asymmetry, my friend. I have encountered the true form of the Whispering Dragon, and no, it cannot be so large, and I am aware of its shape-shifting abilities. Furthermore, the Whispering Dragon would never allow a follower to enter its sanctuary, not even in one of its many lairs. Which means the maid must be the true form of the Whispering Dragon." With that, Lorren channeled the spirit of Confucius, delivering blow after blow to the maid's face, her features distorting as dragon scales emerged upon her skin. Ultimately, she transformed entirely into a dragon, her appearance mirroring that of the colossal dragon from earlier, albeit significantly smaller. Standing just over a meter tall, before the maid could utter another word, the dragon vanished without a trace. "You," the Whispering Dragon attempted to speak, but the scarlet blade swiftly severed its neck. "It would have been necessary to wait until you shed your transformation to utilize your scales. Otherwise, I would have dispatched you long ago." This was the most effortlessly won battle Lorren had fought since arriving in this world. The greatest challenge in slaying the Whispering Dragon was locating it. With Scarlet absent, Lorren was left to carry the Whispering Dragon's body back alone, though its size was manageable. Upon returning to the village, Nacris and her companions arrived simultaneously, bringing back the young girl who had been the intended sacrifice. Lorren had previously advised them to abandon their search for the dragon if they could not locate it after a prolonged period and to return instead. "My lord." Upon seeing Lorren carrying the dragon's corpse, the others were not particularly surprised. Everything unfolded as Lorren had anticipated. He knew Nacris and her group would likely not encounter the dragon, and was aware that his ruse would probably be uncovered. Ultimately, what mattered was that the outcome was favorable. "Brave hero, you truly vanquished the evil dragon." The villagers erupted in cheers, entirely oblivious to the fact that it was Lorren who had returned with the dragon's body. They only knew that the prophecy spoke of a hero defeating the Dragon King. After Lorren cast aside the Whispering Dragon's corpse, he did not engage with the crowd, but silently approached Nacris. "Let us depart." "Very well." Nacris felt no attachment to the place. She had grown weary of these apathetic people. The village was filled with laughter and joy. People gathered around the dragon's body, occasionally striking it with their fists and feet. Just moments ago, they had dared not look at the dragon, yet now, Emboldened by Lorren's victory, they had grown courageous. Is the dragon truly so small? A voice emerged from the crowd, questioning, as the speaker recalled that the dragon had not appeared this diminutive, despite most having never seen it. However, his inquiries were quickly drowned out, even met with a few blows from several overly zealous individuals, preventing any mob-like dissent against the hero. The dragon is dead. We must take our leave. Lorren stepped away from the whispering dragon's corpse, dispersing the crowd that had gathered. He still had use for the body. As Lorren prepared to leave, the villagers breathed a sigh of relief. With the dragon slain, they felt no further need for a hero, and having one around only meant they had to continue their offerings. This is the gift we have prepared for you. Please be sure to accept it. The princess emerged from the throng, cradling a tray adorned with an array of exquisite gold and silver jewels. No, you do not wish for it? She inquired. This is our heartfelt offering. Just as a glimmer of delight flickered across the princess's face, she was interrupted by Lorren's complete statement. Not enough. Chapter 146, A New Prophecy. Lorren and his companions departed, taking with them the corpse of the murmuring dragon and all the royal treasures. Lorren sought only what belonged to the monarchy, shunning the possessions of the common folk, which garnered him their support, especially given his prowess in slaying the malevolent dragon. The king was left with no choice but to suppress his wrath. Yet, the royal coffers were scarcely filled. In the years past, during his time in the capital of Gedlon, Lorren had casually bestowed more than the king could muster here. However, Lorren's intent was not driven by avarice, but rather a desire to discuss them. As Lorren's group was sent on their way, the villagers displayed even greater fervor than upon their arrival. The dragon had been vanquished, and their idyllic lives were poised to commence. It was at this moment that a new prophecy emerged, foretelling the arrival of a girl with golden eyes, destined to appear alone in this realm, should she be venerated. The nation would remain in perpetual peace. The prophecy had already been realized once, and this time, the people's faith in it intensified to a fever pitch as they awaited the golden-eyed girl's appearance. Shortly after Lorren and his party departed, the girl with golden eyes manifested, clad in a white gown, exuding an air of innocence. Upon sighting her, the villagers erupted in joyous exclamations, promptly ushering her into the castle and fulfilling her every whim. The girl sat upon the bed, caressing the sheets, the very spot where Lorren had once lain. Now hers to claim. Damnable interloper, you've thwarted my plans, yet I had anticipated this. Regrettably, she mused, there would be fewer opportunities to feast upon the flesh of the living. Although the direct offerings may dwindle, the occasional disappearance of one or two would suffice. With a sigh, she tugged at the cord beside the bed, summoning a bell, and a blue-haired maid with spiraled twin tails entered from a door. I am famished. I desire roast suckling pig. In such a modest locale, roast suckling pig was indeed a luxury, as it was rare for anyone to slaughter a pig while still young. Very well, replied the blue-haired maid, yet she did not depart. Instead, she inched closer to the girl. Sensing something amiss, the girl's pupils dilated sharply, revealing the gold slit of a dragoness gaze. But words failed her as the maid's hand tightened around her throat. You have quite the contingency plan, to forsake your own form and craft such a guise for yourself. Fortunately, I am even more prudent. This vessel was merely an ordinary human, rendering the girl incapable of resistance. She struggled to pry open Gwen's grip, but could not even leave a mark upon her flesh. Your murmuring dragons are now an endangered species. Unless absolutely necessary, I strive to preserve biodiversity. However, carnivorous creatures cannot be allowed to persist, so I must apologize. With her other hand, Gwen brandished a dagger, slicing open the murmuring dragon's chest, extracting a dark purple crystal. The dragon crystal, the most vital essence within a dragon, akin to a magical heart. Once the dragon crystal was removed, the body lost all value, instantly reduced to ash by the flames of sin. Before others could take notice, Gwen vanished through the wall. Originally, Lorren had intended to leave a note advising the villagers to strive for a better life through their own efforts, but upon reflection, he decided against it. They were unworthy. As he exited the castle, Lorren, through Gwen, noticed a crow perched atop the tower, a sight he did not recall being present. Have you acquired what you sought, master? Indeed. By this time, Lorren and his companions had reached the shore. As they approached the seaside, the once bright sky darkened ominously. Lorren understood that they had entered the domain of the god of night and thunder. Prior to their departure, he had anticipated that the murmuring dragon possessed a backup plan. Hence he left Gwen on the island. Now, the ghost ship had returned to fetch Gwen and would soon return, allowing Lorren and the others to explore the realm of the god of night and thunder in the interim. Moreover, Lorren could utilize the advanced machinery in this region to process the murmuring dragoness hide, a prized material. While it lacked the formidable defensive and magical resistance of other dragons, it did possess the ability to diminish one's presence. Lorren fashioned several accessories like belts, gloves, and holsters from the dragon hide, and with specific techniques and runes inscribed, these accessories successfully transformed into equipment that granted a concealed presence. At the fervent insistence of Jingxin, Lorren agreed to craft her a collar. Initially reluctant, he ultimately succumbed to her persistent pleas after she knelt before him for several hours. Most of the dragon hide was repurposed into a black cloak, which not only achieved nearly complete psychological invisibility, but, when embedded with the dragon crystal, granted the ability to alter its appearance, a feature, albeit limited, due to the nature of the dragon hide. Most importantly, it bestowed upon Lorren the core ability of the murmuring dragon, to beguile. During this time, the children reveled in joy, experiencing wonders they had never encountered before. Apart from the well-traveled Layla, the others were akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, with gasps of astonishment at even the simplest of electric lights. Nicholas endeavored to appear mature and composed, resisting the urge to join in the awe, though she could not help but steal glances. Everything here was so novel. In Lorren's eyes, this was technology of the 20th century, woefully outdated, yet others did not share his sentiment, particularly Anna, who had clung to a cassette player for the entire day. Lorren dared not imagine the chaos that would ensue should he take her to an arcade. "Master, may we take something back with us?" inquired Scarlet, her gaze fixed on a light bulb, closing her eyes for a moment when they ached, only to resume staring. During this time, she had pilfered numerous light bulbs without detection, displaying a remarkable talent for thievery. Meanwhile, Luna remained transfixed on the moon, her eyes wide with wonder. "Master, why is the moon here golden? That is the moon's true hue." However, the authority of the night was usurped by the god of night and thunder, causing the moons in other realms to go mad, turning a blood red. Lorren gazed out the window with nostalgia. He had not seen the moon in quite some time, and even prior to his crossing, it was a rare sight, obscured by heavy smog. Since arriving here, Lorren seldom ventured out, and it was only upon truly being here that he realized his fame. The streets were filled with songs penned by Lorren, which Anna had been listening to. Chapter 147, A Letter. Here, Lorren maintained a low profile, concealing his identity. Were the locals to discover he was the legendary Luoxiani, he would likely be besieged at every turn. "We have come here to recuperate. We shall depart once Gwen returns. Take whatever you desire, though once we leave. Recharging will be impossible, but I can manage." Outside, there were no circuits, even if a generator were brought. It would be rendered inoperative due to the theft of the Thunder-S authority, leaving magic as the sole solution. Others could not wield the magic of the night and thunder sequence, but Lorren and the witch could bypass the divine and employ it directly. Procuring magic was straightforward, for outsiders could not utilize it, resulting in less stringent restrictions on lower-tier spells. For instance, first-tier magic, charging, which was specifically designed for recharging. Hooray! Anna stuffed the portable cassette player and a plethora of tapes into Scarlet's clandestine space, not forgetting to bring batteries along. Lorren himself also took quite a few flashlights, and everyone brought along some of their favorite items, with the exception of Mirror Heart, as Lorren had intervened. "Mirror Heart, I don't mind you bringing something, but must it be an electric chair?" Indeed, Mirror Heart intended to take an electric chair, the kind used for interrogation. "Is that not permissible?" she inquired, her expression tinged with disappointment. After some bargaining, she managed to take a few electric batons instead. The journey had taken longer than expected, and Lorren did not linger in the realm of the god of night and thunder. Upon Gwen's return, they promptly boarded the train back to the kingdom of Gadrin. The dragon crystal was embedded in the clasp of Lorren's black robe, which, regardless of its functionality, was undoubtedly the most aesthetically pleasing garment he possessed. "Master, once we settle down, shall we establish residence in the domain of the god of night and thunder?" Anna suddenly proposed on the train, her gaze toward Lorren filled with earnest longing. The novelty of this place was overwhelming to her, akin to the way childhood games lost their charm once one acquired a mobile phone. After all is said and done, technology should flourish. By then, we will have access to these new wonders wherever we go, Lorren replied, gently stroking Anna's hair. The conclusion of everything here referred to Lorren's intention to eliminate all deities. Had it not been for their blockade, this world would have progressed long ago. In fact, even before the gods emerged, significant advancements had been made in technology. There existed an organization known as the Dawn Society, dedicated to technological development. While others were still lighting oil lamps, they had already pioneered artificial intelligence. However, their technological advancements were solely for the betterment of society. The base of the Dawn Society resided within the realm of the Princess of Dawn, and their success was largely due to her support, with the society's name serving as a tribute to her. Eventually, the Dawn Society and the Princess of Dawn were obliterated by the righteous gods, taking technological progress down with them. The development of science was something no deity wished to witness. Even within the domain of the god of night and thunder, only entertainment-related electronic products were permitted. A beneficial control over faith. The train, belonging to the realm of the god of night and thunder, was electric, boasting superior speed and comfort compared to others. A day later, Lorren arrived in the capital of Gadarin, as only the capital housed a train station leading to that direction. Although the black robe had been crafted, Lorren had no intention of wearing it constantly. His reputation was still quite advantageous, and there was no need for concealment. For instance, upon disembarking, he was promptly arranged a carriage home by the train station staff. This journey had taken some time, and they had returned to the capital. Luna temporarily parted ways with Lorren and the others, returning to her own home. Scarlet watched Luna's departing figure. Perhaps in the past, she would have envied Luna's blissful family. But now she no longer felt that way, for she had Lorren. A few hours later, Lorren returned home. "I'm back," he exclaimed, stretching lazily as he approached the door, feeling quite fatigued after being away for so long. However, upon reaching the entrance, Lorren noticed the mailbox was overflowing. What on earth? This mailbox was usually more of a decorative piece. Lauren's address was hardly a secret, and out of respect for him, few would send him letters. If someone truly needed to reach Lorren, they would opt to come in person. Lorren casually picked up a letter that had fallen to the ground and opened it. The sender clearly cared deeply about this correspondence, for not only was the handwriting exquisite, but the envelope was also fragrant. In front of the gathered onlookers, Lorren read the contents aloud. "Dear Luo Tianyi." The moment he read the first line, Lorren felt a twinge of regret for having chosen Luo Tianyi as a pen name. However, there was a silver lining. At least he could ascertain that this letter originated from the domain of the god of night and thunder, as only people from there would refer to him as Luo Tianyi. Clearing his throat to alleviate his embarrassment, Lorren continued to read the letter. "You haven't written a new song in a long time. I have been eagerly anticipating your new work, waiting for what feels like an eternity, yet you have neither composed a new song nor reached out to me. Yours affectionately, Cecilia." Cecilia was the singer with whom Lorren had consistently collaborated, a figure shrouded in mystery. Even during concerts, she would hide behind the curtain, and no one knew her appearance or even her name. Lorren was the only person in the world privy to her name besides herself. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from becoming the most popular singer, thanks in no small part to Lorren's support. They had begun collaborating many years ago when Cecilia was merely a teenager. They had mutually enhanced each other's careers until, unbeknownst to them, Lorren had become the most significant person in Cecilia's life. Lorren opened another letter, its handwriting identical to the previous one, also sent by Cecilia. "No matter the time, I will eternally await your song, and I will wait for you forever and ever." This letter bore a particularly fervent touch, with deep impressions etched into the paper. After perusing several more letters, Lorren realized that the mailbox was entirely filled with correspondence from Cecilia alone. Initially, Lorren had intended to inform her that he had earned enough money and would no longer write songs, but seeing how much this matter meant to Cecilia, he ultimately abandoned that thought. "I should head back now." Lorren cradled the letters as he entered his room. After all, Cecilia had put considerable effort into writing them, and he had no intention of discarding them carelessly. "Is this your new harem? I hope she treats me well," Anna remarked sarcastically, only to receive a light smack on the head from Lorren, who had just set down the letters. Chapter 148, Cruelty. The leisurely daily life returned once again. Lorren reclined on the sofa, perusing the latest newspaper while Scarlet massaged him from behind. However, rather than a massage, it felt more like an annoyance, and ultimately, Lorren could not help but send her away. A bag of potato chips rested beside Lorren. Whenever he opened his mouth, Xingye would deftly place a chip into it. In truth, Lorren still possessed a sense of shame. Allowing a maid to feed him would make him feel awkward, yet being fed by a bird seemed impressively unconventional, making Lorren feel rather exceptional. "What?" Lauren's sudden exclamation startled Xingye, causing the chip in her beak to fall to the ground. "What is it, master?" Anna poked her head out from her room, observing Lorren in the hall. "A battle has commenced." Lauren's expression turned gravely serious. The newspaper detailed a harrowing event in a few lines accompanied by a graphic image. The kingdom of Canaan launched a righteous counterattack against a nation that worshipped the god of abundance, annihilating it and returning in triumph. The kingdom of Canaan was a realm that revered the god of plague, and its inhabitants were among the most fanatical, even within the ranks of plague worshippers. It was this very kingdom that had previously invaded the kingdom of Bartholomew. Lorren had never even heard of that small nation's name. It had already been destroyed by the time the plot began, and he was uncertain whether this timeline had been accelerated. The newspaper's account of the event was quite thought-provoking. It began when a soldier from the kingdom of Canaan visited that small nation and subsequently assaulted a young boy, resulting in his sentencing. Such occurrences were commonplace in the kingdom of Canaan, akin to a mere greeting, yet here it had led to legal repercussions. Upon learning of this incident, the kingdom of Canaan perceived it as an affront to their faith and soul, thus initiating a righteous retaliatory war, ultimately achieving a resounding victory. Lorren found it difficult to fathom that this newspaper was produced in Gadron, and the presence of images indicated that such printing could only be accomplished through imported printing presses from the domain of the god of night and thunder. Any newspaper with access to a printing press would undoubtedly be formidable. The newspaper of such significance has shockingly skewed its reporting, even unabashedly flattering its adversary. Judging by the images within its pages, the reality of the situation is far from the light-hearted narrative presented. The photograph depicts several grinning soldiers of the Canaan kingdom, their attire disheveled and their bodies marked by signs of disease. In the corner of the image, Lorren spots a severed arm, its size indicating it does not belong to an adult. Lorren rarely displays such rage, but even he cannot remain indifferent in the face of such heinous acts that incite divine wrath and human outrage. What angers him further is the media's stance. The enemy's cruelty and depravity are inconsequential. What matters is defeating them. Yet, when one's own kin speaks in defense of the enemy, it becomes a grave concern. Has Getterland been infiltrated to such an extent? Lorren begins to contemplate whether he should reposition his forces. Otherwise, should calamity befall this side, it may not pose a significant threat to him, but it would certainly be repugnant. Since his arrival in this world, and having secured the protection of the Church of Abundance through the writing of hymns, Lorren has never concealed his abilities. He is unperturbed by the thought of altering the storyline, as he has arrived here with the intent to instigate change. At worst, if events unfold beyond his expectations, he could simply rely on his strength to prevail. From the moment he took in Anna and Nicalis, the narrative was bound to diverge from its original path. Even a preemptive divine war was not out of the realm of possibility. However, the situation may not be as dire as it seems. Lorren could maneuver within it, potentially delaying the divine war, an endeavor well within his capabilities. Layla also glimpsed the newspaper, murmuring the word as she fell into contemplation. Throughout her adventures, she has encountered warfare, but those were mere skirmishes, utterly incomparable to the annihilating wars depicted in the paper. Regardless of scale, war is invariably linked to brutality, and whether victorious or defeated, it is the common folk who bear the brunt of its devastation. Despite the media's clear bias, the snippets of information reveal the dire circumstances. A nation has been obliterated. Where will its citizens go? Surrounding nations that worship the god of abundance may offer refuge. Yet it is the Canaan kingdom that has instigated this conflict, the most fanatical among the followers of the plague. In this era, people are a vital resource, and given the nature of those plague devotees, the citizens will likely struggle to escape intact. Whether as sustenance or playthings, they are deemed suitable by the plague worshippers. Master, may I go and slay them? Anna gazes at Lorren with innocent eyes, her reasoning simplistic. The wicked slaughter the good, so she must vanquish the wicked. There is no need. This matter does not concern us. Yet I will ensure they pay for their actions. Lorren will not allow a momentary impulse to jeopardize his safety. Yet he cannot abide such behavior. It is not merely a matter of personal feelings. It is an instinct etched into his very blood. Any person of conscience should feel indignant. He gently strokes Anna's hair, speaking deliberately. You shall see. I possess ample means to bring about their demise. As Lorren closes the newspaper, intending to retreat to his chamber for further contemplation, a knock at the door interrupts him. Master, I am Clemens, a bishop of the Church of Abundance. The voice outside belongs to a middle-aged man who bears the emblem of new life upon his chest. Yet Lorren is in no mood for pleasantries. In this world where divine authority supersedes all, a bishop's status is on par with that of a king. Yet Clemens displays an almost subservient demeanor before Lorren. Are you all utterly useless? Lorren hurls the newspaper at Clemens's face, a boldness only he would dare exhibit. I apologize, master. The actions of the Canaan kingdom were far too sudden, leaving us no time for support. We are currently seeking solutions. That is not what I wish to discuss. Lorren interrupts Clemens's attempt at explanation, forcing him to bow his head even lower. Did you see the contents of the newspaper? The Press of the Church of Abundance, a vital publication of the Church. It is, damn it, supporting the enemy, aiding the inhumane forces of extinction. Noticing Lorren's fury, Clemens finds a sense of relief. If Lorren is this incensed, it indicates he still aligns with the Church of Abundance. With Lorren's assistance, addressing the issue would undoubtedly be more straightforward. Chapter 149, The Rainbow Plague. This is the reason I sought you out. Clemens sighs, beginning to explain the current situation to Lorren. You have been away for quite some time and may be unaware of recent developments. The Getterland Kingdom has suddenly commenced various parades, exhibiting behaviors that are quite perplexing. I find it challenging to describe. You should come and witness it yourself. Very well. After berating Clemens, Lorren's anger begins to dissipate as he ponders the present circumstances. Through Clemens's description, Lorren surmises the situation with a fair degree of accuracy. Following Clemens, he strides towards the street. What has become of the citizens of the obliterated nation? At the mere mention, Clemens's demeanor darkens. His teeth clenched and fists tightly balled. None escaped. Not a single one made it out. Most were captured by the Canaan Kingdom's forces, leaving no survivors behind. As he speaks, Clemens's voice quavers. We examine the bodies that were left. There were children, the elderly, and pregnant women. Most crucially, we found signs of violation on each corpse. Clemens's heartfelt words leave Lorren with no doubt. If he were to hear the name of the god of hatred, Rigoth, at this moment, he would undoubtedly succumb to darkness and charge into the Canaan Kingdom, unleashing a massacre. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They will pay dearly for their transgressions. Lorren has not forgotten that his greatest adversary is the divine. Yet should some insignificant insects seek to vex him, he would have no qualms about crushing them underfoot. In broad daylight, on the bustling street, a peculiar procession unfolds. With men clad in pink skirts and women adorned with nails embedded in their faces, grotesque in appearance. The Rainbow Plague. What? Lorren suddenly utters a term, leaving Clemens somewhat bewildered. This is the method of the god of disease, known as the Rainbow Plague. It is a contagion of a perilous nature, for it does not infect the body but rather the mind, spreading through language. Infected individuals perceive themselves as lucid, believing they are oppressed, and they act in defiance of reason and order, self-declaring their awakening, while simultaneously embracing the god of disease and all its atrocities, even the inhumane slaughter perpetrated by its devotees. As Lorren speaks, he draws closer to the parade participants. However, the conditions for this plague's manifestation are rather stringent. It necessitates that individuals possess the mental energy to contemplate such nonsensical notions in order to become infected. Upon nearing, Lorren overhears their discourse. They consider themselves a marginalized group, asserting that they are oppressed and deserving of preferential treatment. They lament Getterland's backwardness, extolling the advancements of the Canaan Kingdom, and even express a desire for the Canaan Kingdom to eradicate all the backward inhabitants of Getterland. The pursuit of the niche has become a mainstream endeavor, and as they progress, their ranks swell, primarily comprising youth and even children. I shall instruct you on how to treat this affliction. Lorren turns to Clemens, then strides into the throng. I did not anticipate such events unfolding during my absence. It was my oversight. Master, you're the most learned individual here, the most progressive thinker. Surely, you have come to join us. The leader of this group is a woman, her body covered in tattoos and her face adorned with numerous nails, evoking in Lorren the impression that she is a devotee of suffering. What do you consider to be advanced? Is the high technology and precision instruments from the realm of the god of night and thunder truly advanced? As Lorren spoke, he unfastened his belt, a sturdy copper-headed leather belt he had purchased himself. No, they are quite backward. Only diversity embodies advancement. The kingdom of Canaan is the most open-minded and inclusive, thus the most advanced. Allow me to tend to your legs. Before he could finish his sentence, Lorren's belt struck the woman's face, the copper head crashing against her skin, causing it to rupture and her teeth, along with nails, to fly out. Do you old-fashioned ones all have a propensity for violence, resorting to blows when you can't argue your point? After knocking one down, the remaining individuals did not retreat. Rather, they became increasingly agitated. A stout man in a powder blue outfit with a beard approached eagerly. What do you think of the massacre perpetrated by the kingdom of Canaan? It is only fitting to slaughter you old-fashioned types. Lorren's copper-headed belt shattered his teeth, leaving him no chance to speak further. Seeing that Lorren dared to strike again, the remaining individuals grew more agitated until one attempted to shove Lorren. Who dares to harm the esteemed mentor? Before that hand could touch Lorren, it was pierced by thorns. Not just the one attempting to shove him, but everyone was ensnared in an instant. If one sought to restrain them, vines would suffice, yet Clemens chose thorns instead. Lorren discarded the bloodied belt and approached Clemens. It is quite easy to treat those infected with the rainbow plague. A good beating and a few days of hunger will suffice. Anyone with the ability to discern right from wrong would not become infected. Those who do are hardly virtuous. Among them are some children. Do not strike the children. Hunger them for a few days instead, as their worldview has yet to form and must be properly guided. Yes, esteemed mentor, Clemens smiled, having long desired to take action against these people. The Church of Abundance is arguably the best for its followers, though its execution leaves much to be desired. After the people from Anafika Church arrived here, they supervised the citizens of the Getterland Kingdom, ensuring they were well fed and that regulations were no longer mere formalities. Thus, Clemens could not act against these infected individuals without provocation. After all, they merely praised the kingdom of Canaan and had not committed any acts of betrayal against the Church of Abundance, which is precisely why they were given the opportunity to spread and manifest the rainbow plague. It was only when they attempted to strike Lorren that Clemens could intervene. Furthermore, Lorren provided them with justification for their actions. We are not merely striking, but rather treating ailments, a method prescribed by the esteemed mentor, more authoritative than even the Pope. Allow me to escort you home. Having just resolved a troublesome matter, Clemens felt a flicker of joy, though it quickly faded when he recalled the actions of the kingdom of Canaan. Under the weight of this pressure, Clemens took out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth, but Lorren blocked his attempt to light it. I have children at home. They dislike the smell of smoke. My apologies. Clemens put away the cigarette and escorted Lorren home, and only after Lorren entered did he eagerly take a puff. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Clemens revealed a troubled expression, unsure of how to proceed. Even as a bishop, he was merely the bishop of the small Getterland kingdom. And when faced with the affairs of great powers, or even gods, he felt utterly powerless. Chapter 150, Revenge. Esteemed mentor, what are your plans? Since returning from outside, Lorren had been poring over a tome of necromancy. Layla knew he was bound to take some action. Employ necromancy. Lorren closed the spellbook, having devised a plan in a short span of time. There exists a 6-tier spell known as the Soul Blood Oath, which can transform harmless wandering souls into aggressive undead. These undead gain enhancement, but at the cost of being uncontrollable, acting solely on instinct for revenge. Upon death, a person's consciousness becomes an unconscious wandering soul, gradually dissipating. While those with deep-seated obsessions may become undead due to certain catalysts, though the probability is exceedingly low. Otherwise, the kingdom of Canaan would not so carelessly slaughter cities. However, with Lorren's interference, the sheer number of undead would be enough to trouble even the most divine of churches. The critical aspect is that the deeds of these undead would reflect upon Lorren. The lives they take would grant him experience, and their misdeeds would also count against him. Yet these undead would only seek vengeance, thus not increasing Lorren's sins. On the contrary, they would enhance his merits. The massacre occurred just 2 days prior. The dissipated undead should be few in number. I shall head there immediately. Just moments ago, Lorren had barely mastered the Soul Blood Oath spell, and coupled with a temporary intelligence-enhancing potion, casting this spell was still a challenge. Even if he could cast it, he would not be able to convert many wandering souls. The utility of necromancy would not diminish thereafter. Lorren directly activated the previously unselected talent, choosing affinity for necromancy. On the surface, this affinity merely enhances the casting speed and effectiveness of necromancy, but in reality, it is far more complex. This talent also reduces the difficulty of casting necromancy and increases the goodwill of undead beings, which is precisely what Lorren requires. The obliterated small nation is not far from Getterland, and since Lorren is already on the border of Getterland, he could reach the scene in under 2 hours. This also indicates that should the forces of the kingdom of Canaan advance any further, the Getterland kingdom would suffer. Thus, Getterland's defenses have increased significantly during this time. For instance, Lorren had never encountered Clemens before, as he was dispatched from the Nafika church, and Getterland had not possessed such a strong figure before. I shall go with you. Upon hearing Lorren's intention to depart, Layla eagerly insisted on accompanying him. This journey is rather perilous. It would be inconvenient to retreat with you all, as only I can utilize the phasing ability. I shall go alone and return swiftly, to facilitate the casting of necromancy. Lorren had no choice but to go alone this time, unable to rely on the church. Moreover, if he went alone, he might encounter beasts or bandits on the way, or even confront individuals from the kingdom of Canaan. Lorren was not afraid of them, but he feared for the children being harmed inadvertently. I will return shortly. Clad in a black robe made of dragon skin and equipped for the journey, Lorren set off. As he departed, Jingxin had already stationed herself at the doorway, ready to obey any command from Lorren. Remain quietly at home. The master will be fine. Silent actions will only complicate matters for him. This was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. Although Nakalis felt somewhat reluctant, she chose to comply, her shadow having already stealthily hidden within Lorren's own. Is it truly safe? Scarlet felt a bit anxious. Even she could sense the danger of this endeavor, sitting on the sofa with her legs drawn to her chest, trembling despite being willing to face danger herself. I'm going back to rest. Layla said little, silently returning to her room, while Jingxin glanced at her but said nothing. The night after Lorren's departure was tumultuous. Ultimately, Jingxin had to confine her in a birdcage, though she was not alone, as Jingxin kept her company. Throughout the journey, no one noticed Lorren. The sensory, shielding function of the dragon's skin was remarkably effective. As long as he did not attract attention, others would overlook him, even if they could see him. To expedite his journey, Lorren rented a horse. Without revealing his identity, it would have been challenging to procure a good steed. Fortunately, he possessed the means and managed to acquire a horse of beastly lineage, sufficient to carry him to his destination. Lorren sped along the desolate road, solitary in his journey, encountering numerous officials along the way. Yet no exchanges were made. During this tumultuous period, many ventured towards that place. Among them were valiant rangers seeking vengeance and benevolent souls offering prayers, while the Church of Abundance did not impede their passage. Such a monumental event had stirred the collective emotions, leading to considerable scorn directed at the church during this time. As Lorren traversed the path, he observed a multitude of carrion creatures, predominantly crows. For them, this tragic calamity was but a grand feast. Upon arriving in this small nation, it was dusk. Lorren secured his horse to an unoccupied spot and fed it some of the meat he carried before continuing on. The moment he stepped into this realm, a putrid stench assailed his senses. Unlike the foul odors pervasive in the kingdom of Bartholomew, this was the unmistakable scent of death. Lorren recalled a saying that due to an ingrained genetic aversion, humans are acutely sensitive to the stench of their own kind's decay, finding it nearly unbearable. Even he felt the urge to retch. The sheer number of deceased was overwhelming, exacerbated by the Canaan kingdom's use of plague and the oppressive heat from the domain of the god of abundance. Prepared for such an eventuality, Lorren consumed a vial of the detoxification amulet. This potion not only thwarted poisoning, but also filtered out noxious odors. His alchemical prowess allowed him to brew a substantial supply, though Scarlet had not accompanied him, and he had only brought over 20 vials. Due to the overwhelming stench, most individuals were reluctant to approach this area. Those who came to pray chose to stand at a distance, while the Avengers opted for detours. Nevertheless, a handful of living souls remained. Grieving kin tirelessly searched through the ruins, for in such dire circumstances, the inability to locate a body was a grim moment, if one were still alive. It meant they were enduring far greater torment within the Canaan kingdom. Having gained an affinity for necromantic magic and possessing inherently high intuition, Lorren could even perceive the resentment of wandering spirits. Even without his intervention, this place was destined to birth numerous vengeful spirits, albeit they were fated to remain insubstantial. Lorren pressed onward to the heart of the nation. Though modest in size, it was still significantly larger than the domain of the malevolent dragon. And crossing half its expanse was not a daunting task. At the center, the accumulation of bodies was most pronounced, both due to the density of its inhabitants and the convenience of slaughter, as the people of the Canaan kingdom had driven their victims to this very spot. Chapter 151, The Oath of the Undying. Lorren tread cautiously, for one misstep could lead to trampling a decaying corpse. Flies the size of beans collided with him, causing a sharp sting. The lamentations echoed in his ears. This was a nameless little nation, where its people were unlikely to leave behind any legacy. Vanishing like dust in the wind, their splendor and beauty forever out of reach. You should not fall into silence. Lorren imbibed a potion of clarity, his intellect surging momentarily, as he unsheathed the requiem for the fallen, positioning it with the scabbard held against his neck, the blade resting upon the sheath. In Lorren's grasp, the requiem had wholly transformed into a violin. The blade's edge glided over the scabbard as crimson line, producing a soul-stirring melody. What Lorren offered to these deceased souls was not a mournful dirge, but an impassioned anthem of retribution. As the music played, Lorren became increasingly immersed, and, at that moment, the Oath of the Undying was flawlessly unleashed. In the air, an invisible, intangible wraith suddenly materialized, its expression frozen in the moment of death, suffused with despair, its eyes hollow and devoid of life. Yet soon, Its demeanor shifted, contorting into a grotesque visage. Its form twisted and weakened hands sprouted claws. And its once muted mouth revealed sharp fangs, transformed into a creature born of vengeance. Such transformations surrounded Lorren. Each conversion of a wandering spirit consumed over 50 points of his magical energy, while others employed this tactic merely to summon uncontrollable elite monsters for distraction. Only Lorren dared to do so with purpose. After all, he was summoning elite beasts. Due to their uncontrollable nature, the energy cost was minimal. But Lorren's relentless summoning led to rapid depletion of his mana, all while his mind bore the burden, as 6th-tier necromantic magic was no simple feat. A throng of undead creatures blotted out the sky. Lorren looked upward, unable to see the blood-red moon, only a horde of grotesque monsters. He halted his performance, his mana dwindling to a mere 1,000, equivalent to that of an 8th or 9th-tier mage. Blood surged uncontrollably from his orifices. To transform so many high-tier undead would spell doom for any living being. Yet Lorren somehow endured. The requiem for the fallen was sheathed, temporarily serving as a crutch to support his faltering body. A smile broke upon Lorren's lips. With such a multitude of high-tier undead, even angels would be stripped of several layers of flesh. No one beneath the celestial order would be of any use. However, during his spell casting, Lorren sensed something amiss. There were far too few wandering souls here, a stark contrast to the number of deceased, indicating that someone capable of meddling with souls had previously traversed this place. With so many wandering spirits, even the most formidable necromancers could not hope to capture them all. Few possessed the ability to accomplish such a feat. The image of the greedy sorceress materialized in Lorren's mind. Her insatiable avarice knew no bounds. Once she had devoured enough souls, she would rend her own spirit asunder to further expand her appetite. Her essence would transform into a pack of wolves, each one tearing at the souls of her enemies. For as long as a single wolf remained alive, the greedy sorceress herself could not perish. These wolves, born from her spirit, bore a unique appearance. Although they appeared black at first glance, they shimmered with a myriad of colors, resplendently vibrant. If the architect of this devastation was indeed the greedy sorceress, there might still be a chance to ensnare her. However, Lorren feared the involvement of others. Hence, he feigned weakness, for should anyone dare to ambush him, he could guarantee that the magic he had meticulously charged would obliterate them without mercy. Yet, this was not the end. These undead were insufficiently powerful to inflict significant damage upon the Canaan kingdom. Feel this overwhelming resentment. O god of hatred, Legos! This animosity is capable of eclipsing the sun. No one in this world should be slain without cause, reduced to mere lambs awaiting slaughter, bereft of any power to resist. Now they lie dead. These individuals who have lost everything, left with naught but hatred. I beseech you, grant them strength, endow them with the capacity for vengeance. No sooner had he spoken than dark mist enveloped the sky, the intensity of this manifestation far surpassing the previous assault on the kingdom of Getterland. Should another dare to draw upon such immense power from the outer gods, madness would be but a trivial consequence, potentially leading to a rebellion of every cell within their body against their very existence. But did not end there. It was still insufficient. The power card floated before Lorren, radiating brilliance. As his emotions soared, the light it emitted expanded, ultimately enveloping all the undead. They sensed Lorren's fervor, drawing upon the strength born from his passion, a force emanating from deep within. The activation of the power card incurred no cost. Yet Lorren felt as though he had expended every ounce of his energy, collapsing to the ground. Blessed by the power card, these undead were suffused with righteousness and an unstoppable momentum, as if they could tear through anything that stood before them, even angels. O god of fear, the faceless terror, Ignathas, is there anything more terrifying than those who have lost everything, even their very lives? Do you not wish to add a bold stroke to this ultimate terror? Let the kingdom that delights in spreading fear descend into utter dread. The intensity of the emotions represented corresponded directly to the strength of the outer gods. And humanity's most primal emotion is fear. Thus, the most potent outer gods are the god of love and the god of fear. Lorren sensed it. He had received a response from the god of fear. The sky, filled with restless spirits, underwent yet another transformation, one that words could scarcely encapsulate. Inexpressible, invisible. Now, let your divine vengeance commence. Lorren, mustering all his strength, rose and fervently proclaimed this, as though he were indeed a mad necromancer. In an instant, the specters vanished from his sight, leaving him eagerly anticipating their actions. The commotion he caused was considerable. The living nearby must have fled, and even if they hadn't, the determined spirits would not target them. Yet, Lorren harbored concerns about the authorities seeking him out, creating a dilemma of whether to fight or flee. And he could not risk revealing his true identity, a troublesome predicament, prompting Lorren to hasten his retreat, having feigned weakness for so long without any other presence. Just as he was about to depart, he heard a peculiar sound emanating from a pile of rubble. A decayed hand emerged from the debris, twitching slightly. Chapter 152. The Zombie. Lorren witnessed this occurrence, but pretended not to see. Merely a case of reanimation, nothing extraordinary. Lorren awaited the true mastermind lurking behind. It puzzled him why there were so few wandering souls here. It turned out they had all been transformed by this individual. Who? Upon hearing a voice from behind, Lorren spun around sharply to find a figure cloaked in black, adorned with a beaked mask, a harbinger of pestilence. From the words he spoke, Lorren gleaned a crucial piece of information. He had noticed the dwindling souls and even suspected Lorren's involvement, indicating that the reduction was not Lorren's doing, but rather the work of another. So it was not you who caused the decline in wandering souls? Lorren refrained from answering directly, instead countering with a question. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Indeed, the two reached an immediate consensus and simultaneously raised their hands to unleash their lethal strikes. A fissure suddenly appeared before Lorren, from which a semi-transparent claw of a ghost emerged, aiming directly for his throat, while Lorren retaliated by hurling a blood-wreathed stillborn at his opponent. The art of secretly chanting while engaging in casual conversation had long been an unspoken agreement among mages, though few could master the technique of concurrently chatting and casting. In the instant of their confrontation, the harbinger of pestilence felt assured of victory. The speed of the Crimson Tide Nova was not swift, and he believed he could easily evade it, even as the summoned ghostly claw neared Lorren's throat. All he needed to do was sidestep Lorren's magic, and the outcome would be determined in an instant. However, the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. The ghostly claw passed through Lorren's body. As he sidestepped, the Crimson Tide Nova abruptly changed course, penetrating his body and detonating, causing his dark robes to swell outward. I underestimated you. The harbinger of pestilence removed his mask, spewing forth fragments of his innards, yet he remained lively. Lorren beheld his visage. He had a face and was capable of expelling organs, indicating he was no ordinary pestilence harbinger. Typical ones were reduced to mere skin, with filth beneath. Moreover, his ability to wield necromantic magic suggested he was far from typical. Furthermore, Lorren felt the repercussions of the recent encounter. The harbinger's attack bore soul-damaging effects, and phasing could not provide complete immunity. Although he appeared unchanged, Lorren had indeed sustained injury. This was the first time the tower had been breached. Yet, the harbinger bore the more severe wounds, as the surrounding corpses began to rise. Encircling Lorren, he glanced at these bodies, which, unlike those controlled by necromancers, resembled zombies more than mere undead. He even recognized familiar faces, those he had encountered on his journey. Individuals searching for their loved ones' remains, now joining the ranks of the undead. Can necromantic magic infect the living? How perilous indeed. Were these zombies of greater strength? The god of pestilence might truly have the opportunity to strike back against other deities. Lorren had witnessed the harbinger employing such magic in the game. While its potency was minimal, it was effective for city slaughter. Rather than being mere magic, it was a virus infused with magical essence, a manifestation of the god of pestilence's dominion. Particularly, the zombie virus could remain dormant, only erupting after infecting a certain number of individuals, a grave danger. Now, Lorren comprehended why the kingdom of Canaan had abruptly resorted to city slaughter. They were researching this anti-human abomination known as the zombie virus. Moreover, given the current circumstances, they had evidently made some progress in their research, with the harbinger returning to conduct experiments. Lorren noted that the zombies transformed directly from the living bore marks of bites, indicating that, at the very least, the virus had yet to possess the capacity to convert humans into zombies directly. It required first using necromantic magic to animate corpses, then employing those zombies to infect others. I apologize, but you must perish here today. Should the harbinger return with data, the Kingdom of Canaan's research on the zombie virus would advance significantly, a scenario Lorren wished to avoid. Yet, simultaneously, Lorren felt a surge of excitement. Since acquiring the Flames of Sin, he had yet to engage in battle using this technique. The mobility of the Flames of Sin was limited, as it could only manifest directly in front of him, unlike a fireball that could be thrown, for it was merely a 6-tier spell, inherently constrained. Seizing the moment while the effects of the Spirit Light Potion still lingered, Lorren once more pressed the blade against its sheath. The harbinger of pestilence, keenly sensing the shift, immediately opted to strike. Suddenly, a piercing scream resonated in Lorren's ears as countless invisible arms seized him firmly. This maneuver served merely to restrain, while the true killing blow lay yet to be unleashed, though he would not have the chance to execute it. Lorren activated the Song of the Departed, flames engulfing him instantaneously, incinerating not only the hands that grasped him, but also the very essence of the Harbinger. What? The Harbinger of Pestilence, evidently unaccustomed to such a spectacle, faltered in disarray as Lorren surged forward like a specter, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. With his insides damaged, the Harbinger's chanting slowed considerably. Before he could release his next spell, Lorren's blade descended upon him. The cleaving slash. Lorren employed merely the most basic martial technique. Martial arts were not his primary means of attack. The flames of sin atop the Song of the Departed served that purpose. The moment the blade made contact with the flames of sin, the Harbinger's body was instantaneously vaporized. Having committed such heinous acts, his sins had amassed to a terrifying degree. Under the auspices of the Judgment Tablet, the flames of sin, the lurking fangs of the Spirit Light Potion, and the Song of the Departed, such an effect was achieved. Lorren's blade cleaved through, leaving no trace upon the Harbinger's body. Rather, it was as though a portion had been erased entirely, half of his form vanishing from existence. The severed half of the Harbinger's head tumbled to the ground, and seizing the moment while he remained dazed, Lorren extinguished the flames of sin, grasping the head. Moments later, the mouth of Pluto completely consumed it. Assimilation successful, Intelligence 3. While his body was incomplete, the attribute enhancement solely increased Lorren's intelligence. Yet he found ample satisfaction in this, as it was akin to a substantial level-up reward. Pushing Lorren's experience points to the brink of advancement. Next, he must confront these zombies. A swarm of zombies had encircled Lorren. They were no longer mere creations of a necromancer, having long since escaped his control and evolved into independent entities. These zombies represented valuable data, and to stall the Kingdom of Canaan's research, as well as for his own experience, Lorren resolved to eliminate these undead. Chapter 153, Purging the Enemies. Face the Tempest. Lorren swung his blade, unleashing a swirling vortex, an elemental wind magic he had previously acquired from the Wind Messenger. His incantation was purely for personal reasons. As the tornado erupted from Lorren's strike, it grew ever larger, drawing in an increasing number of zombies, who were subsequently shredded to pieces. In this decisive move, Lorren had directly dealt with over 50 zombies, yet nearly 1,000 still remained. Having successfully leveled up, he received an attribute point, bringing him to level 28. He allocated the surplus attribute point directly to his stamina, for today was destined to be a prolonged battle. Most critically, Lorren felt that such a significant task warranted more than just the dispatch of a solitary plague bearer from the Kingdom of Canaan. Undoubtedly, others lurked in shadows, poised to exploit any lapse in his defenses. He had just been compelled to reveal his trump card of phasing, yet he considered the situation manageable. Any rational individual would perceive such a formidable skill as having a considerable cost, thus it could not be employed indefinitely. The wind element magic proved efficient for thinning the ranks, and with several area of effect spells unleashed, a considerable expanse was cleared amidst the horde of undead. However, the mana expenditure was substantial. After eliminating half of the zombies, Lorren found his mana reserves dwindled to merely 1,000 points, sufficient to obliterate the horde 5 or 6 more times. Nonetheless, he chose to feign exhaustion and commenced close combat with the Song of Souls. Lorren's physical strength was modest, yet the keen edge of the Song of Souls was more than adequate to dispatch these zombies in an instant. Each strike upon the undead was akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, offering no resistance whatsoever. The visceral thrill of such melee combat provided Lorren with the illusion of participating in a grass-cutting game. However, he remained vigilant, wary of any hidden assailants ready to launch a surprise attack. Due to the ease of dispatching these zombies, his stamina was not significantly depleted. It fell akin to a mere sword dance. Given Lorren's stamina, exterminating the remaining zombies posed little challenge, though it might take some additional time. He even found himself too lethargic to employ his martial techniques. Most of Lorren's abilities were maxed out, including his swordplay, though he often refrained from utilizing them. Rather than contesting with foes using sword techniques, he preferred to overwhelm them with his abundant mana. Initially, he had favored intricate maneuvers, wielding his long blade with evasion techniques. But after transitioning to a mage, he discovered the simplicity of the game. Lorren engaged in a tactical retreat, ensuring that too many zombies did not converge upon him. For if an ambush were to occur, a zombie explosion could spell trouble. Such explosions were not merely destructive. The corpses were slain by the plague bearers, and any detonation would likely disseminate viruses or flies, making phasing an unreliable escape. As the number of zombies dwindled, Lorren leveled up once more, earning an additional attribute point, now reaching level 29. After allocating his points to stamina, Lorren finally surpassed the threshold of 40, alleviating some of the fatigue accrued from the battle. However, he still exhibited signs of being overwhelmed. The fight unfolded entirely at Lorren's pace, appearing effortless. Less than 50 zombies remained, and with a modest exertion, he could annihilate them all. It was then that the remaining zombies suddenly entered a frenzied state. Lorren, caught off guard, was unable to evade as one zombie successfully tore apart his black robe. Prior to the battle, he had donned a simple black robe, leaving his specially crafted one with Ma. Had he been in that unique attire, it would not have been so easily shredded. With a swift motion, Lorren severed the head of the offending zombie, but others quickly surged towards him, intensifying the pressure. One zombie even managed to grasp the Song of Souls, but as Lorren withdrew his blade to sever its hand, another zombie clawed at his back, inflicting a gash that broke the skin. Thanks to Lorren's high stamina, the injury merely grazed him, yet it was enough for the zombie virus to potentially infect him. Had he wished to avoid such a fate, even without phasing, he possessed myriad means to do so. However, he was cognizant of how to evade the infection, emboldening him to act recklessly, hoping to draw out the hidden adversary. Surround and cut, Lorren commanded, swinging the Song of Souls to create a circular arc of blade light around him, cleaving the surrounding zombies in half. Yet soon after, more zombies pressed in. The Song of Souls was wielded again, but this time it lacked any finesse, resembling a mere flailing of a stick. It seemed the earlier martial techniques had drained Lorren of all his strength. With both hands gripping his blade, he continued to fell the zombies, though unlike before, the wounds upon him were multiplying, indicating that he was nearing his limits. After dispatching the last zombie, Lorren collapsed in exhaustion, defenseless upon the ground. Before he could catch his breath, a new plague bearer materialized before him, their hand rapidly enlarging in Lorren's vision, a sinister aura coiling around it. Lorren's instincts screamed warnings, alerting him to the peril. Even he would find danger in contact with that hand. Having anticipated their ambush, Lorren reacted swiftly, rolling to the side just as the hand struck the ground, withering the grass beneath it in an instant. A 6-tier spell, Death Grip, would swiftly drain the life from any creature it touched, rendering defense futile. While the spell was potent, its conditions for use were stringent. A mage would almost never be able to touch an opponent during combat, making it primarily a finishing move. The Plague Bearer was not surprised by Lorren's evasion. He remained exceedingly cautious, opting to wear down Lorren with zombies until he could personally deliver the finishing blow, commencing with a 6-tier spell. The ability to wield such powerful magic indicated that this individual was formidable, for even Eldrin's limits had only reached 6-tier spells. This was the pinnacle for an ordinary mage. Moreover, Lorren was aware that while he could use 6-tier magic, it did not necessarily denote that it was a ceiling. Yet, Lorren felt no undue panic. He had evolved considerably since then. Armed with the Song of Souls and the Judgment card, he lacked for means of offense. If he were to confront Eldrin now, the latter would stand no chance of retaliation. The Kingdom of Canaan was not a minor realm like the Kingdom of Gedlon. Their plague bearers were far stronger, particularly those entrusted with such significant missions. Now, they were about to face the second phase of the boss. Upon the plague bearer's appearance, Lorren instantly regained his composure, transforming from his earlier feeble demeanor. The blade once more rested against its sheath. Chapter 154, Sundara. Lorren initiated with a flawless zero-frame execution, employing the Flame of Sin. Though this time devoid of the damage boost from Fanged Ambush, the combination of the Flame of Sin and the Judgment card was sufficient to obliterate this plague bearer. His sins were far too grave. Protagonist. A flash of fire erupted as Lorren's blade approached the plague bearer, who had yet to complete their incantation. Just the mere contact of Lorren's blade with him would suffice to determine the outcome. Yet as the situation unfolded favorably, Lorren began to sense an unsettling dissonance. Indeed, in the next moment, his instincts blared warnings, alerting him to a threat from behind. Plague bearers arriving here were likely adept in necromantic magic, many of which targeted the soul. Even the towering structures could not entirely evade such attacks. However, as a transmigrator, his soul was exceptionally robust. Lorren turned to assess the danger. Yet his hand did not falter with the blade, as he swiftly evaluated the situation, weighing the pros and cons. If he could withstand the forthcoming assault, he would eliminate the plague bearer. If not, he would evade using alternative means. The adage, a single finger severed, is worth more than 10 enemies wounded, resonated with Lorren. He understood that taking out one would mitigate considerable trouble. Behind him stood another plague bearer, a translucent, azure chain extending from his hand, the other end tethered to his scythe. The soul chain, a fifth-tier magic, while capable of inflicting harm upon the soul, primarily serves a controlling function. Lorren could withstand the strike. Yet the certainty of surviving subsequent attacks remained in question. The necromantic magic lacked instantaneous explosive power. Thus it was highly probable that the forthcoming assault would not employ necromancy, which could be evaded through intangibility. Without hesitation, Lorren decisively severed the head of the plague bearer before him. The head soared into the air, yet no blood gushed forth. The wound instantly cauterized, leaving no time for blood to escape, a testament to the searing heat of the purifying flame. The additional damage dealt by the purifying flame was not as pronounced as in the previous instance, indicating that the sins of this adversary were less profound than those of the last. Having dealt with one, it was time for the next. Lorren felt confident that even if the next foe employed necromancy, he could retaliate successfully. Until now, he had not resorted to using his power card, which could unleash a surge of potency. However, the anticipated attack did not materialize. When Lorren turned to investigate, he discovered a bullet hole in the head of the plague bearer, and just behind him, he spotted a familiar figure atop a building. There stood Layla, 1 foot perched on a protruding ledge, her black cloak billowing in the wind as she brandished a sniper rifle, the barrel still smoking. As Lorren gazed at her, the wind blew away the hood of her cloak, revealing her golden short hair. This sniper rifle was the very one she had purchased amidst the night in the territory of the God of Thunder, where acquiring a firearm was easier than procuring a loaf of bread. You've been a tremendous help, my friend. Seizing the opportunity, Lorren unhesitatingly cast the soul burial melody, pinning the plague bearer, who had been shot through the head by Layla, to the ground, while simultaneously unleashing the purifying flame to incinerate the head and the headless corpse. These plague bearers possessed bodies, thus they lacked death throes. However, Lorren remained concerned that they might still be alive and capable of a final counterattack. He did not spare the other, swiftly throwing a barrage of scarlet blades to shred it into pieces, then drawing near to release the purifying flame, reducing it to ash. Level up successful, gaining a point in attributes, current level, 30. Having slain 2 plague bearers, Lorren's level rose, achieving a 3-level increase in a single night. Yet he recognized that this was merely the beginning. The spirits he had unleashed would soon wreak havoc in the Canaan kingdom, yielding a bounty of experience. The experience provided by soldiers far surpassed that of zombies, which offered negligible rewards. Upon reaching level 30, Lorren refrained from hastily selecting a talent, understanding that it was prudent to choose a talent in response to extraordinary circumstances. He traversed the field strewn with corpses, casually casting a water spell to cleanse the blood from his body as he approached the house where Layla awaited, arms outstretched. Layla too stowed her sniper rifle, slinging it across her back, and leaped from the rooftop into Lorren's embrace. After a moment of holding Layla, she suddenly became aware of her predicament and quickly pushed Lorren away. Do not misunderstand. I merely couldn't sleep and happened to encounter you while taking a stroll. I did not follow you deliberately. In her fluster, Layla began to act aloof, crafting a justification that left her feeling awkward, to which Lorren merely smiled. This kindness I show you is merely incidental. It does not stem from any affection I harbor for you. Your kindness towards me is not solicited. Why should I feel indebted to you, little fairy? Many fail to grasp this point. Aloofness is characterized by a hardened exterior that denies one's feelings, while affection inadvertently shines through, rather than belittling others and dismissing their contributions. Lorren was well aware of how Layla had located him. She had marked him with a tracking sigil long ago, though at the time, Layla had merely sought an excuse to be near Lorren. The sigil was indeed a tangible mark upon him. Let us return home. Lorren retrieved a healing potion from beneath his tattered black cloak, and upon consuming it, his wounds rapidly healed. He had only sustained superficial injuries. The primary concern remained the zombie virus. However, with the power card, Lorren could harness the majority of a protagonist's abilities, including the suppression of the disease's onset, allowing him to return and gradually formulate an antidote. How do we get back? My horse has collapsed midway. Layla refrained from voicing her latter thought. She had run here with great effort. During their embrace, Lorren had sensed that her garments were drenched in sweat. I have prepared a horse. We can ride one together. Very well. I shall have to endure and squeeze in with you. No sooner had she spoken than Layla began awkwardly fidgeting her toes. As the more she endeavored to express her sentiments, the more her words felt misaligned. The two traversed the ruins, stepping over numerous corpses, and fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the cawing of crows. Before long, they located Lorren's tethered horse. There were few people around, alleviating concerns about theft. Lorren picked up the black cloak he had hidden away and draped it over himself, feeling a pang of nostalgia for Scarlet. Without this portable backpack, everything felt cumbersome. As Lorren covered his skin, Layla's gaze flickered with a hint of regret. Come aboard. Lorren mounted the horse first, extending his hand toward Layla. I can manage on my own, thank you. This time, Layla promptly interrupted her own aloofness, stepping forward to grasp Lorren's hand. With a firm pull from Lorren, Layla was hoisted onto the horse, settling behind him. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of hooves echoed as Layla leaned against Lorren's back, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 155. Is there still a Yandra? I arrived quite some time ago. On the road, Layla suddenly began conversing with Lorren. I saw you besieged by those undead creatures, and I was so worried. Yet, I could sense your emotions. Based on my understanding of you, I realized you were feigning weakness, attempting to lure out someone hiding in the shadows, which is why you endured for so long. I was truly alarmed, nearly pulling the trigger several times. Rest assured, Lorren took Layla's hand, the familiar warmth offering her a sense of reassurance. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. The gods have long been sentenced to death. Had anyone else made such a declaration, Layla would have deemed them mad. However, coming from Lorren, she accepted it as an undeniable truth. By the time they returned home, it was already deep into the night, yet the lights within still shone brightly. The bulbs purchased from the territory of the god of thunder had been installed, though the absence of electrical wiring necessitated the use of batteries. As Lorren pushed open the door, he was met by the children who had been eagerly awaiting his return. At that moment, Lorren felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. Master! Anna dashed into Lorren's embrace, and he effortlessly lifted her, now that his stamina had recovered, eliminating the earlier near miss of being overwhelmed by her. All right, it's late, time for bed. Lorren yawned, placing Anna down before heading into the laboratory, where he kept many of his belongings, including his alchemical apparatus. At his level, it was nearly impossible for the zombie virus to infect him, but Lorren chose to exercise caution and concocted an antidote. Neutralizing the zombie virus was not difficult. With sufficient strength, consuming a potion to purify the blood would suffice. After drinking the antidote, Lorren intended to sleep immediately, as fatigue was beginning to set in. His bedroom was somewhat disheveled, showing signs of someone else's presence. What happened? They had only just returned today, and Lorren had not had the opportunity to check his room. Usually, Jingxin would come over to tinker with things, but she always ensured to tidy up afterward. Thus, it was improbable that she had caused the disarray unless someone else had been there. Lorren decided to straighten the pillows and discovered a letter beneath one, similar to those previously sent by Cecily. No way. The postal worker would never enter Lorren's room, nor would anyone dare to do so, unless Cecily had visited. Lorren opened the letter placed atop the pile and glanced at its contents. It was unmistakably Cecilia's handwriting, albeit significantly more hasty than before, revealing her urgency through the strokes. I have been waiting for your reply for so long that I decided to come to your house. Unfortunately, you were not here, so I had no choice but to enter uninvited. My apologies. Indeed, the corners of Lorren's mouth twitched. How had he never noticed Cecilia's obsession before? He then opened the next letter, which was even more hastily scrawled. I waited for you for so long, but you never returned. Where on earth have you gone? I hope you will contact me as soon as you come back. She had not only visited, but had also stayed at Lorren's home for a time. Upon searching his own bed, Lorren discovered several strands of hair that did not belong to him or Jingxin, nor to any other witch. The peculiar color of the strands was a bizarre red and white gradient. Not only had she come, but she had also made herself at home in his room. How did she know this was my room? Surely she didn't rummage through my wardrobe? Soon, the next letter confirmed Lorren's suspicions. I found your room by searching through your wardrobe. I never imagined you had so many women living with you. You never mentioned this to me. I wish to know more about you. My goodness, I have encountered an infatuated woman. Were it not for the inadequate technological advancements in this world, Lorren would have been tempted to search for hidden cameras in his own room. His emotions were a tumultuous blend, yet he persevered to read the final two letters. I inquired with those around you about your whereabouts, but they were unwilling to divulge any information. I could just kill them. Do they not understand how important you are to me? Ultimately, however, he regained his composure. By the time you read this letter, I will have already departed, but I will continue to await your reply. As the letters progressed, Cecilia's madness became increasingly apparent, leaving Lorren hesitant to open the final letter. Yet, driven by curiosity, he dared to glance at it, which contained only 5 blood-written words. I will be waiting for you. Is this a cursed letter? Lorren felt the tension rise. It seemed the narrative was shifting toward a horror story. After reading the letters, Lorren inspected his room, relieved to find that he was merely missing a few articles of clothing, with no corpses lurking beneath his bed or in his wardrobe. This incident with Cecilia had prompted Lorren to abandon his plans for retirement, opting instead to compose songs from time to time. His current status stemmed primarily from his creation of hymns, rather than mere copying. Even now, he had not transcribed many songs, as he had an abundance of material at his disposal. The night passed in silence. Everyone knew Lorren had worked tirelessly throughout the day, dealing with the rainbow plague before returning home late at night, so neither Jingxin nor anyone else disturbed his rest. The following day, during lunch, Lorren was preoccupied with a piece of paper on which he was scribbling and sketching. He had grown weary of writing lyrics himself, so he casually transcribed a song that fit the contemporary context, jotting down both the melody and the lyrics, intending to send it to Cecilia shortly. Where's Jingxin? Oh, she is in her cage, waiting for you to let her out. Upon hearing Anna's response, Lorren felt a wave of exasperation. After all, Starry Night was still perched on his shoulder, rendering the cage utterly ineffective due to its large gaps and lack of a lock. Moreover, Jingxin had even returned to the cage after preparing breakfast that morning. When Lorren approached the cage, Jingxin finally opened her eyes, looking at him with a pitiful expression. She was curled up inside the cage, clutching her knees, her body trembling, her clothes disheveled, as if she had endured mistreatment at Lorren's hands. Come out for lunch. Lorren rubbed his temples. The peculiar disaster yesterday had not given him a headache, yet Jingxin's antics were proving to be quite the nuisance. Could you possibly pull me out by my hair? At that moment, Lorren truly felt that Jingxin was his nemesis. He possessed the means to vanquish deities, yet he was at a loss as to how to handle Jingxin. Even if he were to threaten her with physiological demands, she would merely dismiss it, as what she saw was psychological stimulation. Chapter 156. The Preparation for Confession. Ultimately, under Lorren's command, Jingxin obediently emerged, and they spent a peaceful lunch together. After the meal, Lorren departed with the letters in hand. The instant he left, Layla mysteriously pulled Anna into her room. Anna, I have a secret to share with you, and I hope you can keep it just between us for now. What is the secret? I adore secrets. Anna's eyes sparkled, her tone suddenly childlike, as if she were trying to coax a child. Layla, preoccupied with her thoughts, failed to notice the shift. I think I have developed feelings for Lorren. Layla had resolved multiple times before finally uttering this confession to Anna. The reason she chose to be candid with Anna was simple. She did not perceive her as a rival. When did you start to like the esteemed mentor? Anna had not anticipated this sudden confession, almost stumbling over her words. I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that I want to confess to Lorren today. As she spoke those words, Layla's face flushed crimson, the syllables almost forcibly escaping her lips. Well, that's rather unfortunate. I fear you will not succeed. Why? Anna's response flustered Layla, who recalled Lorren's previous remarks regarding his ideals for a partner. Layla felt she perfectly met those criteria, yet a nagging sense of inferiority often crept in, making her doubt her worthiness for Lorren. After all, the disparity in their statuses was immense. Even knowing that Lorren had numerous witches under his wing did little to alleviate her feelings of inadequacy. In fact, her pride seemed to serve only as a facade for her insecurities. Because the esteemed mentor is straight, there was a man who attempted to pursue him before, and he ended up annihilating the entire family. True, although the primary reason was their intent to create monsters in the capital of Gedlon, I believe it somewhat correlates. But I am a woman. Upon hearing Anna's words, Layla hurriedly began to explain, only for Anna to counter that this could not possibly be the reason, which suddenly filled Layla with newfound hope. Wow, you're actually a woman? You've done such a splendid job of hiding it. I never noticed. Anna feigned astonishment, her emotional support unwavering. Moreover, I'm a witch. As she said this, Layla suddenly felt deflated. The more experience she gained, the more she understood what being a witch truly entailed. Even if the Pope were discovered aiding witches, he would still be executed alongside them. Then we shall have another companion. Anna suddenly grasped Layla's hand, beaming at her. In truth, I have little understanding of the plight of witches, as I have grown in the love of the esteemed mentor. He has always known we are witches, yet his affection for us has never wavered. Throughout my life, I have never felt my identity as a witch had any negative impact on me. The esteemed mentor has always protected me, indifferent to whether I am a witch. His love for me is sufficient, and I love him as well. That's all that matters. By the way, the esteemed mentor once mentioned that witches are the most perfect beings in this world, and one day he will slay the gods to protect all witches. Thus, you need not worry about your identity. In fact, being a witch may even serve as your advantage. Every word Anna spoke resonated with sincerity, reaching deep into Layla's heart. Suddenly, Layla stood up, her eyes resolute. Anna, you must help me. Assist me in confessing to Lorren. Initially, Layla had feared that Anna might feel jealous and distance herself. Yet it was Anna who proved to be her greatest ally, leaving Layla profoundly moved. She resolved to treat Anna as her own sister from that day forth. Well, the most pressing matter now is to transform your appearance. Layla is well aware of this, which is precisely why she chose to seek Anna's assistance. They are of similar height, and Layla could manage to wear Anna's clothes. She wishes to borrow some of Anna's outfits, as she herself lacks feminine attire. Anna opened her wardrobe and selected a few garments for Layla. Most of Anna's clothing is charmingly cute, perhaps a touch juvenile, which left Layla feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet these options were certainly an improvement over her current attire. Try this one first, and call me when you're ready. After perusing the collection for quite some time, Anna ultimately chose a blue and white dress, which was relatively more mature than the rest. Once she handed the dress to Layla, Anna turned away, hearing the commotion as Layla struggled to don the outfit. All right, it's a bit snug, but I can manage. By the time Anna turned back, Layla had managed to put on the dress, albeit rather askew. It took Anna a considerable amount of time to adjust it properly. You truly are a hidden gem. Upon realizing what Anna meant, Layla's face flushed crimson, and she quickly diverted the conversation. Is this acceptable? She rose and gazed into the mirror. The dress was indeed beautiful, yet it clashed somewhat with her features, creating a disjointed impression. Allow me to touch up your makeup and tidy your hair. Anna discerned the issue at hand. Despite Layla's boyish appearance, she possessed undeniable beauty, and a little makeup would suffice to enhance her allure. As a witch, Anna seldom wore makeup, yet she possessed cosmetics. And though she was not particularly skilled in their application, she could manage a simple adjustment. After applying a light makeup to Layla, her demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Gazing into the mirror, Layla could hardly believe her eyes. Am I truly this adorable? Absolutely. You are destined to shine tonight. By the way, I must also impart some little tricks to you. Anna leaned in to whisper something in Layla's ear, causing her expression to freeze, as if she had heard something beyond her comprehension. Why would we do that in such a filthy place? Well, now it was Anna's turn to feel flustered. Layla was even more innocent than she had anticipated, which posed a challenge. Thus, Anna retrieved a comic book from beneath her pillow and began her lesson. This is our first lesson. We shall learn about human anatomy. Having spent so much time in close proximity to Lorren, Anna had adopted a somewhat mentor-like demeanor. The comic illustrated by Jing served as an excellent teaching tool, replete with detailed diagrams that even some medical texts lacked. Anna had not anticipated that the majority of her day would be dedicated to instructing Layla. Initially, Layla found the graphic imagery unsettling, but being eager to learn, she suppressed her discomfort for Lorren's sake and persevered. After numerous readings, the comic became quite worn, and Layla fully grasped the knowledge Anna imparted. Teacher Anna, I have one final question. Go ahead. Anna removed her flat mirror glasses, having donned them to play the part of the teacher. Why are Lorren and Jing the protagonists in the textbook? Well, Jing is Master S maid and assistant. It seems only fitting to use her as a model for the material. Chapter 157, A Letter. What on earth is happening? Upon arriving at the post office, Lorren found it in utter disarray, with an assortment of peculiar individuals wreaking havoc within. Master. As Lorren appeared, the post office manager tearfully clutched her garment, as if she had suffered a grave injustice, viewing Lorren as her savior. It took her quite a while to realize how offensive her actions were. What transpired? Lorren did not concern herself with the manager's lack of decorum. Clearly, more pressing matters demanded attention. These individuals had stormed the post office early that morning, vandalizing its facilities and rifling through people's letters. Lorren glanced at the intruders. Leading the pack was a pockmarked man in white socks, followed by a portly older gentleman in a red dress and a stout woman sporting a buzz cut. Why not summon someone to apprehend them for treatment? Lorren had already disclosed a method to deal with them yesterday. It was inconceivable that they could remain unchallenged. They have powerful backers. The enforcement team cannot touch them. Had anyone else been present, she would not have dared to speak so freely, for the protection of the powerful was common knowledge. A report could very well lead to her own arrest for overstepping. However, with Lorren there, she opted to divulge everything without hesitation. Such was Lorren's reputation. Where is Clemens? It was the most straightforward approach to hold the highest authority accountable, and Clemens was the highest-ranking official present. Who? Upon hearing that name, the post office manager paused momentarily. Lorren quickly realized that, Given her rank, she could not possibly know the bishop's name. The new bishop, where has he gone? After announcing the rainbow plague, the bishop returned to the Norfolk church. The situation there is far more severe, and he went back to address it. Very well. Now Lorren understood why they felt emboldened. It appeared their backing was substantial. With Clemens absent, no one could rein them in, and there were indeed numerous infected individuals among them. The more sheltered and naive one was, the more susceptible they became to the rainbow plague, which explained the high incidence of infection among the elite. Please write me a letter. Anything will suffice, just put it in an envelope. Oh, all right. Although she was unsure of Lorren's intentions, her trust in him compelled her to comply. Here, the post office manager swiftly completed the letter and handed it to Lorren. Thank you, rest assured. I will handle things here. After expressing her gratitude, Lorren ventured into the depths of the post office with the letter in hand. No, thank you, she stammered. Having long heard tales of Lorren's prowess, she was astonished by his gentle demeanor in person. With admiration in her eyes, she watched as Lorren entered the post office, confronting the motley crew who were currently tearing open letters filled with others' heartfelt sentiments, mocking their contents and occasionally exclaiming that such relics deserved to be eradicated. What are you doing here? Lorren asked, feigning ignorance while holding the freshly penned letter. We suspect these individuals have insulted us, the marginalized minority, in their correspondence. So we came to investigate. They recognized Lorren's identity and spoke with a modicum of courtesy, in stark contrast to their behavior towards others. The postal worker lying nearby confirmed that they were not so polite in other contexts. Even in Lorren's presence, their demeanor was hardly cordial, merely refraining from direct aggression. One of them added, "These relics are inferior beings who deserve extermination. The world should belong to us, the awakened." The speaker, the pudgy leader, had his belly quivering, while the others gazed at him as if he were a rare beauty, causing Lorren to feel a wave of nausea. Are you going to inspect mine as well? Of course, you are not one of the awakened. The rainbow plague has a dumbing effect. Otherwise, such individuals would not be so brazen. This characteristic also grants the infected sufficient destructive capability to truly undermine their adversaries from within. It was hard to fathom how severe the situation must be in the Ansem Kingdom, given how many had recently succumbed to the infection shortly after eating their fill. The portly man callously tore open Lorren's letter and began to read its contents aloud. Master is so handsome. What nonsense is this? As soon as he finished speaking, Lorren snatched back his letter and, without hesitation, struck a match to ignite it. Well, you have unlawfully perused my confidential correspondence. I suspect you to be a spy of the plague church, seeking to steal the secrets of the abundant church. I hereby condemn you and your associates for heresy. The sin of heresy, a transgression second only to blasphemy, once tainted, guarantees death. This is precisely why Lorren has taken such a convoluted route. Treating the rainbow plague might have warranted a mere beating, but once branded with this label by Lorren, death becomes their inevitable fate. Perhaps their sins do not warrant execution, yet their repulsiveness to Lorren seals their doom. Lorren possesses the authority to render judgment here, even if they were to appeal to the Pope of the Ansem Church. It would be futile unless an angel representing the true deity intervenes. Otherwise, Lorren's word is absolute. Merely reading a letter hardly qualifies as heresy. The sudden imposition of such a grave accusation has finally awakened them to reality. Moreover, you lack evidence. The rotund leader's tone softened abruptly, as some behind him contemplated fleeing. Bang! Lorren fired a shot into the ground, effectively freezing the would-be escapee in place. After inspecting the confidential letter, you chose to destroy the evidence by incinerating such a crucial document, compounding your crimes. You shall await the church's judgment here. If the enforcement team arrives, it implies there is room for negotiation, but if the church's representatives come, there will be no leeway at all. Who asked that? Lorren turned to the head of the post office, whose eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing her name called. She promptly responded, I am Erica. How may I assist you? Summon the church's representatives, and tell them I sent for them. I shall await their arrival here. Understood. Following Lorren's command, Erica hurriedly dashed out, leaping onto her bicycle and racing towards the church, which was not too far away, so she would likely return shortly. As the specter of death loomed ever closer, they truly began to fear. Master, we were wrong. We will not repeat this. Shoo! Lorren gestured for silence. You do not regret your actions. You merely realize your impending demise. Chapter 158, A Confession. The Scarecrow charged forth, bypassing the trial altogether, and hung that group from a tree, causing the parade that should have been on the streets to retract. After sending the lyrics to Cecilia, Lorren went to the church to emphasize the dangers of the rainbow plague before finally returning home. Once again, The rainbow plague and the zombie virus were escalating. The actions of the god of pestilence seemed to herald an unavoidable divine war. Name: Lorren. Level: 32, 20. Strength: 10. Stamina: 33. Agility: 21. Intelligence: 34. Mana: 536 no 536 no. Remaining attribute points: 0. Accessories: Weeping Blood Wedding Ring, Lurking Fangs, Virtue Ring. Blessings: Breaking Illusions, Pluto's Mouth, True Sight, Clear Conscience. Curses: Shattered Love, Rejection of All Beings. Talents: Sensitive Heart, Affinity for Necromancy. After a night passed, the vengeful spirits released by Lorren had begun to stir, resulting in a 2-level increase for him. However, he remained unaware of the situation on that front and could only wait for the newspaper reports. Such significant events would surely garner coverage. I'm back. When Lorren returned home, night had fallen and Jingxin was cooking. Anna suddenly became exceedingly attentive. You are finally back. She seized Lorren's hand, drawing him inside. What's gotten into you? Despite Lorren's inquiry, Anna's fervor did not wane as she continued to pull him toward his bedroom. There's a surprise in your room. You must go see. After shoving Lorren into the room, Anna promptly closed the door, positioning herself in front of it. Anna, what on earth are you doing? Lorren was taken aback by the scene in the room. He felt as if he had just awakened from a dream. How had a golden-haired girl suddenly appeared in his space? But upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Layla. At first glance, Lorren could hardly associate this girl with Layla, yet his familiarity with Layla allowed him to confirm her identity. Dressed in a long skirt, Layla sat on Lorren's bed, her demeanor markedly different from her usual self. She appeared exceedingly anxious. Her hands were clasped in her lap, and her feet, clad in white stockings, seemed unsure of where to rest. Clearly uncomfortable in high heels for the first time, Lorren. Layla lifted her gaze, her emerald eyes reflecting only Lorren's figure, leaving no room for anything else. Lorren opened his mouth, but seeing the gravity of Layla's expression, all teasing remarks faded away, and he simply replied, I'm here. Actually, I'm a sorceress. I know. Lorren's acknowledgement caused Layla to spring to her feet. Her unfamiliarity with high heels made her lose balance, but Lorren caught her before she fell. What did you find out? Layla clutched Lorren's collar, but shame flooded her heart, preventing her from meeting his gaze. I knew from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Layla realized how absurd her recent masquerade had been, her embarrassment intensifying. Forget it. Lorren, I like you. I know. What else is there that you don't know? Layla, flustered and indignant, leaped onto Lorren, having prepared for this confession for so long, only to discover that Lorren was already aware, leaving her feeling as if she had struck a punch into a cloud. I previously lived with you merely as a guise, not to spend more time with you. I believe you. Lorren maintained his placid expression, and Layla could no longer hold her composure. She screamed, throwing Lorren onto the bed, pinning his hands down. And then there was no further action. Ultimately, mere words cannot substitute for action, despite having attended so many lessons with Anna when it came to practice. She could not execute any of it. Forget it. To prevent Lorren from mocking her again, Layla forcefully covered his mouth, but in her nervousness, she forgot the subsequent steps. Layla grasped her collar and yanked it down forcefully, but nothing happened, leaving the atmosphere palpably awkward. The two exchanged glances. Layla had forgotten that Anna's clothing was somewhat tight. After much effort, she finally succeeded, though the mood had dissipated. Yet Lorren still experienced what it meant to be oblivious to the true nature of the situation. Having reached this point, Layla could not manage it alone, so Lorren had to take the lead in teaching her. With his deft guidance, they managed to reverse their positions. Anna, dinner is ready. Why aren't you coming down? I'll be right there. Master has important matters requiring my vigilance. Anna pressed her ear against the door, wearing a knowing smile. Nicoleus paid little heed to Anna's unusual behavior. In her eyes, Lorren was paramount, with all else secondary. It was understandable that she would skip a meal to help guard Lorren. Throughout dinner, Lorren did not emerge. And ultimately Anna could no longer resist and came down to eat, though she still prevented Nicoleus from checking on Lorren. Nicoleus did not find this strange. After all, Lorren often became so absorbed in his research that he would skip meals for an entire day. As for Layla's disappearance from the dining table, Nicoleus was indifferent. It wasn't until nightfall that Lorren finally emerged, and he did so alone, with Jingxin having prepared a late-night snack for him beforehand. During the meal, Jingxin sat beside Lorren. When will I go up to tidy up? Although they were well acquainted, Jingxin's sudden question left Lorren feeling somewhat awkward, and he casually responded, Tomorrow perhaps. Indeed, it was her first time, and she lacked experience, finding it hard to endure such an intense situation. Today, Lorren once again allocated his newly acquired attribute points to stamina, resulting in a remarkable transformation in his physical prowess. Such an occurrence was entirely within reason and did not imply any inadequacy on Layla's part. As for Jingxin, Lorren remained oblivious to the limits of her potential. Upon successfully leveling up, he found himself at level 37, having gained 5 attribute points. The sudden notification startled Lorren, causing him to drop his chopsticks to the floor. Before Jingxin could assist him in retrieving them, he managed to grasp her arm, leveling up 5 times in a row, having just acquired 5 attribute points. It was evident that Lorren had indeed ascended 5 levels. A chilling thought struck him. Had the vengeful spirit he had unleashed slain an angel? As the levels progressed, the challenges grew increasingly daunting. Lorren was already in his 30s. And to amass such a vast amount of experience in one go suggested only one possibility. He had taken the life of an angel. Chapter 159. The Newspaper Office. Layla maintained a healthy routine, rising with the dawn. Stifling yawn, she stretched languidly, feeling particularly invigorated that day. Good morning, Lorren. The slumbering figure beside her remained lost in dreams. Gazing at his serene visage brought a smile to her face. However, a glance at her own unclad form sent her into a panic. What on earth? Lorren jolted awake, springing to his feet in surprise. Oh, it's nothing. I just got a bit too excited and forgot about yesterday. Layla, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wrapped herself in a blanket, her fingers nervously toying with her hair. After a moment's contemplation, she released the blanket, presenting her finest side to Lorren. Do I look good? With a confident toss of her head, Layla seemed to forget how long it had been since she had embraced her femininity. Yes, quite lovely. A youthful visage paired with a tomboyish charm, Lorren affirmed. Satisfied with his compliment, Layla prepared to rise in earnest. However, upon surveying the chaos around her, silence fell over her. A pang of guilt struck her. Anna had lent her a beautiful outfit, now soiled and marred with numerous tears in the borrowed stockings. Clearly, the attire was no longer wearable. Her own clothes remained in her room, and after pondering for a moment, she donned Lorren's oversized shirt, which hung down to her thighs due to his greater height. I'll be stepping out, she announced, intending to apologize to Anna and offer to replace her damaged garments. Clad in high heels, Layla clutched Anna's clothes and ventured outside, only to trip and fall moments later. Silently, she picked herself up and continued on her way as if nothing had occurred. Up so early? I thought you might indulge in a bit more rest, Anna remarked as Layla exited. While Lorren adhered to a 2-meal schedule, others, including Anna, never missed a meal. I'm so sorry, Anna, I got your clothes dirty. Let me buy you some new ones, Layla offered, anticipating a crestfallen response. To her surprise, Anna beamed with delight. No need. I should be thanking you, Anna exclaimed, swiftly clearing her plate and seizing the clothes from Layla before dashing back to her room. Layla was somewhat perplexed by Anna's reaction, but as long as she was happy, that sufficed. After Layla departed, Lorren chose not to return to slumber, but instead examined his panel. His level had now risen to 38, and he surmised it was unlikely to increase further. The ability to slay an angel was an unexpected boon. Initially, Lorren's goal had been merely to target soldiers and plague bearers, and he would have been content with a mere 3 levels. Now, he had far surpassed his own expectations. Just as Lorren intended to get dressed, he recalled that Layla had taken his clothes. However, he opted not to search for a new outfit and remained shirtless. His stamina had reached 39 points, and his physique had become remarkably well-proportioned, verging on perfection. While innate talent may not bestow chiseled muscles, the allocation of points could certainly achieve that end. Good morning, Master. Jingxin greeted, having sensed Lorren's awakening. She entered his room with fresh sheets, expertly changing them and tidying up. She hadn't even had time to remove her apron, having just prepared breakfast for Anna and rising early to ensure she was well fed. Thank you for your hard work, Lorren said softly, placing a hand on Jingxin's head. Although he could not demean her dignity, he felt comfortable offering a gentle pat. Thank you, Jingxin replied, taking hold of his hand and guiding it from her head to her face before unexpectedly biting down on his thumb, causing Lorren to withdraw his hand in shock. After a few awkward coughs, Lorren exited the room. Approaching the dining table, he figured he might as well have breakfast since he was already up. The newspaper he had previously subscribed to lay on the table, retrieved by Jingxin when it was delivered that morning. 3 plague bearers have perished within the territory of the god of abundance. The kingdom of Canaan has expressed strong condemnation and intends to seek retribution through just and righteous means. Plague bearers, as symbols of advancement and awakening, should not be subjected to such treatment. Their deaths are undoubtedly an act against humanity. Upon reading today's news, Lorren immediately lost his appetite. The news cycle in this world moved at a glacial pace. What he had done the day before was only now making headlines, which was considered rather swift. I shall visit the newspaper office shortly. This time, Lorren was genuinely infuriated. The kingdom of Canaan had slaughtered an entire nation on the god of abundance's side. Yet Lorren's act of vengeance, merely killing 3 plague bearers, had turned the god of abundance into the guilty party. Moreover, there was a crucial matter at hand. Lorren had conducted his deeds with meticulous cleanliness. Those 3 plague bearers left no trace, not even a strand of hair. Only the kingdom of Canaan was aware of their demise. The people at the newspaper office knew this, indicating a deep connection with the kingdom of Canaan. The kingdom of Canaan was distorting the truth and launching personal attacks against him. He would not forget this grievance. Lorren jotted down another entry in his notebook, though this time his target was an entire nation. Collecting debts would prove more challenging, but for Lorren, it was merely a matter of time. The vengeful spirits had already reclaimed a portion of the debt. The remainder would be settled gradually. The kingdom of Canaan was a medium-sized nation, not comparable to a great power like the kingdom of Nafika, yet not as insignificant as a small nation like Gideon. Addressing matters with the kingdom of Canaan would have to wait. For now, Lorren needed to assess the newspaper office situation. Such a vital establishment must be kept under control. Should they indeed utilize the newspaper to disseminate the rainbow plague, it would pose a significant problem. Those who purchased newspapers were typically individuals with disposable income and time, making them the most susceptible to the rainbow plague. I'm heading out. After finishing his meal, Lorren stood to leave, just as Jingxin, having tidied up the room, began clearing the dining table. If Jingxin were an ordinary human, she would have surely been exhausted by now. Take care on your way. Jingxin bid farewell. Though her expression revealed no hint of concern for Lorren, she had never perceived him as someone who might encounter danger, and even Lorren was puzzled by her unwavering certainty. Jingxin, should I find a few more maids to help alleviate your burden? Very well, you may do so. Without hesitation, Jingxin accepted Lorren's suggestion, her tone cool and detached. Had it been anyone else, Lorren might have assumed she was being jealous or petulant. However, Jingxin was always like this. Her emotions remained constant, and her words were always sincere. She never harbored jealousy, even going so far as to actively instruct Scarlet on matters she did not understand, providing her with assistance. Chapter 160. The guild. Who is the person in charge here? Lorren strode into the newspaper office. The printing presses were in operation, yet only a handful of staff members were diligently working, while others were preoccupied with their own affairs. As 2 men with pronounced dark circles labored diligently, 2 short-haired women, their faces adorned with nails, compare the lengths of their fingers. A pair of portly men sporting bushy beards are engaged in the peculiar act of sniffing each other's socks, while another man stands between a man and a woman, serving as an unwitting intermediary. A bearded man in a skirt admires his own beauty in a mirror, and an elderly man is seen manhandling a young newsboy. Who on earth is in charge here? After a mere glance, Lorren felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out his own eyes. It was only after he called out a second time that someone acknowledged him, the individual operating the printer. The person in charge is in that small room, rarely making an appearance. All right, you two, hurry and leave, taking the printer with you. However, as one of the few sane individuals present, they still cared about their wages. Who would risk infection just to remain here if not for the sake of survival? Come on, make it quick. Lorren tossed a bag of silver coins at them, effectively silencing their protests. Though the old-fashioned printer was rather cumbersome, they moved with surprising agility once they began to carry it. After they departed, Lorren immediately donned a mask and poured a bottle of gasoline onto the ground. Are you out of your mind? Upon catching a whiff of the substance, the woman with nails suddenly rose to berate Lorren. He, however, had no time for idle chatter. Drawing forth a copper-headed belt, he shattered her teeth with a swift strike, successfully silencing her. Yet, their reaction was muted. The rainbow plague had dulled their intellect, leading them to mistakenly underestimate Lorren's courage and status, genuinely believing he would not dare ignite a fire. Lorren kicked open the door to the small room and, upon witnessing the scene inside, felt fortunate that he had consumed an antidote before entering. Who are you? Inside was an overweight woman, accompanied by others, both men and women, none of whom appear to be sane. It's understandable that you don't recognize my rank. After all, who prompted you to disseminate those news articles? Huh. Just as the woman let out a laugh, she saw Lorren pouring another bottle of gasoline onto the floor, the pungent aroma of gasoline filling the cramped space. Who is directing you from behind? Lorren shot down an individual attempting to flee, proving his willingness to ignite a fire. No one is directing me. When faced with resolute individuals, Lorren had his requiem of souls. Even the most defiant would spill their secrets when filled with thoughts of death. When one is on the brink of death, their words become sincere. For those afflicted by the rainbow plague, it was evident they did not belong to this category. Anyone truly steadfast would not succumb to the rainbow plague. Who is it? Lorren's tone remained unremarkable, as if he were engaged in a trivial task. He truly wished to avoid dealing with these grotesque beings. But the content of the newspapers infuriated him. He had come here merely to vent his frustrations. Otherwise, he would have simply instructed the members of the abundant church to take them away for treatment. With Lorren's command, even if her backing were the Pope, it would be of no consequence. No, the copper-headed belt struck her face, and as several teeth flew out, her gaze cleared significantly. Who is it? It's the regent. He was the one who informed me of this news, compelling me to publish it. The king is ineffectual, having acquired the information he sought. Lorren discarded the belt and turned to leave, taking the innocent newsboy with him, while the others breathed a sigh of relief. Just before exiting, he tossed in a lit match. Consider it disinfected. The ensuing screams and flames attracted the enforcement team, who promptly inquired about Lorren, seemingly seeking information but actually awaiting his directives. The newspaper office's fire safety protocols were lacking. A fire had broken out, and if anyone survived, they were to remember fines and detention. Yes, master. Lorren's demands were outrageous, yet no one doubted him. By the way, have the king come to see me? I cannot be bothered to go to the capital. The infiltration of Gedlon was indeed severe, with even the regent infected by the rainbow plague. To resolve the issue, one must address the root cause. If the new king cannot manage it, Lorren would not hesitate to replace him. Understood. Lorren's request seemed absurd to the enforcement team. Typically, the border enforcement team might never encounter the king in their lifetime. However, this was Lorren's command, and as long as he communicated with the church, they would naturally bring the king to him. Before heading home, Lorren made a stop at the guild, where the guild still wielded significant influence in this world. Adventurers would accept quests here, and workers would seek employment. Previously, Layla's economic support came from the guild, aside from robbing the rich to aid the poor. Layla earned her living through undertaking tasks, primarily related to hunting or assassination. This also served as a source of quests for players. But Lorren had ascended to a height where this was seemingly his first visit to the guild. Master, what brings you here? The moment Lorren stepped through the door, the guild staff swarmed around him. Upon learning of Lorren's arrival, the guild leader stumbled out, wearing only one shoe. Oh, I wish to find a few maids. Could you assist me in spreading the word? Of course. We will do our utmost to find suitable candidates for you. Do you have any specific requirements? No particular demands. Just ensure they are nimble and of clean background. Lorren handed a bag of coins to the guild leader, even without the incentive. They would have exerted themselves to assist Lorren. However, offering a little something helped maintain his image, and the amount was negligible to Lorren. In this world, the number of individuals eager to serve as Lorren's maids likely exceeded the population of Gedlin's capital, so he had no shortage of candidates. Various factions would go to great lengths to approach Lorren, clearly recognizing this as an opportunity. Yet Lorren preferred to seek out ordinary individuals. The guild would disseminate the news nationwide, and it was likely that within a few days, Lorren would find suitable candidates. Given the recent unrest, Lorren intended to advise Luna to refrain from returning home until she returned. His side would always be the safest. With Lorren leading the charge, the spread of the rainbow plague had been significantly curtailed, resulting in cleaner streets. Previously, the streets had often displayed rainbow flags, not those of the plague god's disease, but rather the rainbow flags themselves. Though they did not directly use the plague's rainbow, their intent was unmistakable. However, this prevented anyone from directly addressing their actions. Chapter 161. The Arrival of the New King. Good morning. The following day, Lorren awoke around noon. Since he had burned down the newspaper office the previous day, there was no newspaper to read today, but even without it, Lorren could guess the content. The events occurring in the Canaan Kingdom would likely be common knowledge. Yet had Lorren not reformed the newspaper office, this incident would probably go unreported. A few plague envoys had perished, allowing the newspaper to morally coerce the abundant church, stirring public sentiment and rallying the uninformed to their side. By controlling public opinion, even the most heinous perpetrators could be transformed into pitiable victims. Everyone would know they had been assaulted, but remain oblivious to the reasons behind it. Lorren recalled a video he had seen in his previous life, depicting a bird fiercely attacking a cat despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, driven by the fact that the cat had slaughtered the bird's offspring. Yet, the comments were overwhelmingly critical, lambasting the bird for bullying the cat. The bird, whose family had been annihilated, was unjustly portrayed as the aggressor. This highlighted the importance of controlling public discourse. However, the recent events were different. The Canaan Kingdom had not merely lost a few soldiers or plague envoys. but rather its entire army had been massacred, with even an angel having fallen. This constituted a grievous loss, even for the mightiest Holy Flame Empire. Should these matters be reported, it would be of no benefit to the kingdom of Canaan. The prior promotion of the plague merely allowed the kingdom to claim a semblance of legitimacy. This time, however, it would only serve to expose its frailty and highlight the might of others. Once other ambitious nations catch a whiff of blood, the days of the kingdom of Canaan will be anything but pleasant. Not to mention, even the kingdom of Bartholomew is eager to seize a piece of the pie. The church will refrain from engaging in mundane wars, even if the kingdom of Canaan possesses a sufficient number of angels and plague bearers. Their military has undeniably suffered severe losses. With the assistance of Lorren, the king of Bartholomew has regained his power and consolidated his forces. Presently, the kingdom of Canaan may not be able to stand against Bartholomew. Therefore, the kingdom will strive to conceal this information. But Lorren will surely not allow it to come to fruition. The king of Bartholomew is a dear friend of mine. Recently, there has been something to delight me, and I am certain it will bring him joy as well. With that, Lorren took out pen and paper to compose a letter. Just then, Luna entered, using her key without knocking. However, her expression was peculiar, as if something unspeakable had just transpired. "What is the matter, Luna? You might want to take a look outside." Luna could not find the words to describe it, and could only urge Lorren to see for himself. Lorren, feeling perplexed, walked towards the door, with Luna following closely behind. Outside, an elderly man adorned with a crown awaited them, accompanied by several young maidens clad in maid outfits. Among them, Lorren spotted a familiar figure, which explained Luna's unusual demeanor. Sylvia, the princess who had bullied Luna at the academy, stood behind the old man, notably dressed as a maid. She evidently noticed Luna, her head bowed, clutching her skirt tightly, as the unfolding events were more unbearable to her than death itself. Their roles had clearly reversed. Once, she had looked down upon Luna's background, and now she might find herself as a maid in Luna's household. Master Mentor, since Sylvia is here, the identity of this elderly gentleman is quite evident. He is the new king of Gedraland, the one who has just crossed the threshold of his 80s. What was your name again? Never mind, that is of little importance. Let me ask you, do you desire to be king? If you don't, there are plenty who would. If the former king was an old lion, the new king resembled a hyena, scavenging behind the lion for scraps. Lorren held no respect for the former king and had no intention of extending any goodwill to the new one. Master Mentor, I am yet an unworthy king. Hoping for your guidance. The king knelt before Lorren, and, at his gesture, the maidens behind him also knelt. I just heard that you require maids, and I thought perhaps only a princess would be worthy of you. They are all princesses of the Gedraland kingdom. Midas certainly was quite prolific, Lorren mused, counting 6 young women behind the king, all aged between 14 and 20. Midas was indeed more fertile than Lorren had anticipated. Of course, some might be the king's offspring, but that was merely a possibility, as not everyone could procreate at over 100 years of age like Midas. The king remained unfazed by Lorren's casual mention of his father's name, even with a hint of mockery, knowing full well that Lorren could indeed replace him. Enough. I see your sincerity. I shall spare you this time. The current regent is affiliated with the Plague Church. Once you return, eliminate him along with anyone associated with him. Master Mentor, the king raised his head, revealing his apprehension and discomfort. In this regard, he truly fell short of the king of Bartholomew. Had it been Bartholomew's king receiving Lorren's words, he would undoubtedly be elated, viewing it as a splendid opportunity to reclaim power. Indeed, while the regent's influence might be substantial and entangled with many others, he possesses Lorren's directive, a significant opportunity. A pig can fly when positioned at the right angle, but some pigs hesitate even when the wind is favorable. Alas, Gedraland is indeed bereft of capable successors. Upon hearing Lorren's sigh, the king gritted his teeth and declared, Master Mentor, when I return, I will deal with them all without exception. Despite the king's resolute response, Lorren shook his head, perceiving that the king still did not recognize this as his opportunity. Well, it's no wonder you have yet to ascend the throne. Midas is not blind. Just as the king was filled with trepidation, Lorren relented. Go on back. I have matters to attend to. Do not disturb me. Thank you, Master Mentor. The king, relieved to have narrowly escaped a perilous situation, rose to his feet. However, the princesses remained kneeling, prepared to serve Lorren as maids. Lorren cast a cursory glance at them. Their appearance was unremarkable, and as princesses, they likely lacked the dexterity required, failing to meet Lorren's standards. Nevertheless, Lorren wished to consider others' opinions. Luna, should we keep Sylvia as a maid? Sylvia had tormented Luna for so long. This was a splendid opportunity for retribution. Hearing Lorren inquire about Luna's opinion, Sylvia was instantly filled with dread. She had never felt such anxiety before, as her future hinged on Luna's response. Let it be. I've already dealt with her. Now that she is isolated, I believe that is sufficient. Luna was not one to harbor grudges, and with Lorren's decree, others were compelled to isolate Sylvia. Previously, their parents had encouraged them to befriend Sylvia. Now, they were instructed to avoid her. Once outside of Gedderland, Lorren realized that murder was indeed a crime, but outside. Who would know? Chapter 162, The Maid. Ultimately, Lorren dismissed the group of princesses as they were indeed ill-suited to be maids, and he preferred not to have individuals from other factions in his proximity. Why did you send them all away? Having a princess serve as a maid is far too glamorous. Anna voiced her discontent, but her objection was swiftly silenced with a gentle tap from Lorren. I estimate it 1 TB long before others come to apply for the maid positions. At that point, you can make your selections, though I will need to review them. Lorren sought maids primarily to care for the children, and allowing them to choose was only natural. Having Maraction was sufficient for him. Previously, Nicalis had contemplated recruiting several maids to divert Lorren's attention from Maraction, but at this juncture, Nicalis found herself hesitant. Recruiting these maids could very well complicate matters for herself. Compared to Maraction, Nicalis already faced a natural disadvantage, her status being the greatest impediment. Now, with potential competitors emerging, Nicalis ultimately resolved to withdraw, opting to select a few who would not pose any threat. Luna, the situation outside is rather unstable. It would be wise not to leave here recklessly. Of course, Master Mentor. Though Luna did not know much about the Rainbow Plague, she was somewhat aware of its dangers. Moreover, she had complete faith in Lorren's judgment. With little else to attend to after handling the king's affairs, Lorren returned to his chamber to delve into the study of magic. He had already mastered the wind and necromancy spells acquired earlier. Now, his objective was to decipher them and formulate simpler methods of casting, which would not only facilitate learning for others, but also accelerate his own casting speed. The speed of incantation is crucial. Due to his slow chanting, the infernal flame of atonement was not easily unleashed in battle, whereas the Crimson Blade could be cast swiftly, allowing Lorren to even unleash it in succession. Lorren prioritized the decryption of wind magic, as the children were not particularly suited for learning necromancy, their moral compass generally being too high. Unlike learning, during his study of magic, Lorren could perceive his growing strength and distinctly observe his research progress, experiencing a profound sense of positive feedback. This made the endeavor, akin to learning, utterly addictive for him. Had he possessed this fervor during his studies years ago, he might not have ended up in a second-tier university, although the ultimate outcome may not have differed significantly. The era in which Lorren lived was already ailing. Even if he had successfully become a teacher, he might have met his demise sooner than had he chosen a more adventurous path. This was a matter of time. When individuals are unwell, they take medicine, yet when the world is sick, it consumes its own. Perhaps shortly after Lorren's arrival in this world, it would face destruction, whether through war, natural disasters resulting from environmental degradation, or divine retribution. He could not ascertain. All of this was beyond his concern. While other travelers sought ways to return, Lorren had come to terms with his situation. Indeed, if he were to learn of a means for his return, he would be the first to obliterate it. Here, he was surrounded by those who loved him and those he cherished in return. Even if the world remained as chaotic as ever, there was still medicine to heal it, unlike his previous world, which was beyond remedy. Under similarly harsh conditions, the attitudes of people toward adversity were strikingly different when futures were present or absent. After yet another peaceful day, the guild leader sought out Lorren at noon, accompanied by those eager to become his maids. Lorren's routine was hardly a secret. Despite their early arrival, they chose to wait until midday to approach him. Outside Lorren's door gathered many maids, all donned in their attire, awaiting his selection. Lorren suddenly felt as though he were an emperor choosing a consort, which left him somewhat embarrassed. The gathering numbered 200 to 300, a considerable spectacle, yet no one perceived Lorren as overly ostentatious. Rather, they felt a sense of reassurance. After all, in the eyes of the people, Lorren had always lived in modesty, devoid of greed or lust, and bore no negative desires. Simultaneously, he had taken in numerous children, and despite this, he had but one maid, underscoring the weight of his burdens. To the populace, Lorren was more saintly than a saint, and his desire for a maid to share his load was met with understanding. The guild leader, knowing Lorren would not concern himself with the backgrounds or appearances of others, brought forth all those willing without any filters. At this juncture, Lorren found himself in a quandary. He, too, harbored few negative desires and thus delegated the task of selecting a maid to others. Without hesitation, Nikali stepped forward, having spotted a few older women in the corner, inviting them over without fearing for her own standing. However, Jingxin was quicker. You, and you stay. The rest may leave. Jingxin unleashed her domain with an overwhelming aura. Although no other maids were present, she had already assumed the role of head maid. Before Nikali's could speak, Jingxin swiftly eliminated a significant portion of candidates, leaving fewer than 1/5 remaining. Lorren instantly recognized Jingxin's criteria for selection. Those retained were undeniably beautiful. While Lorren did not prioritize appearances, having a visually appealing maid was certainly advantageous. This was a selection Lorren could not make, but Jingxin could, leading Lorren to silently commend her. Although those dismissed departed, Lorren ensured they did not leave empty-handed, bestowing upon each a silver coin. This sum, though modest, enough for Anna to consume in 2 bites, exceeded the daily wage of an average laborer, thus stirring excitement among the common folk upon receiving Lorren's coin. You lot may go. Following the first round of selections, only a little over 20 remained. Why were those individuals eliminated? Lorren inquired, not fully comprehending Jingxin's motives. They lacked purity. All right. Lorren had entirely forgotten about Jingxin's peculiar talent, which proved beneficial in this odd circumstance. As those departing received their coins, their lack of exuberance revealed that most were likely sent by other factions. Lorren preferred ordinary individuals without affiliations. You may leave as well. Jingxin dismissed more than half again, leaving just 5. Nikali's had yet to speak, and her plan was thwarted. The recently departed had come solely for self-interest, some for their factions, others for the allure of fame. The remaining few posed no issues, fully meeting Lorren's expectations. Nikali surveyed them briefly. They were all quite attractive, yet none could rival the witch. However, one among them emanated a sense of threat. Chapter 163, Selection. It's fine, as long as she's not chosen. Nikali's reassured herself inwardly, casting a hostile glance at the maid. She possessed golden long hair, and her visage could only be described as perfect, perhaps even surpassing the beauty of the witches themselves, rendering her the most exquisite woman Nikali's had ever encountered. Moreover, her face radiated confidence, and her assured smile seemed capable of uplifting those around her. Not only her face, but her figure also approached perfection, embodying the golden ratio. Encased in white stockings, her graceful leg lines were fully showcased. On her feet were flat leather shoes, effortlessly accentuating her flawless form without the need for heels. I choose her. Once again, before Nikali's could voice her thoughts, Jingxin selected this maid, leaving Nikali's momentarily stunned. I am Seraphina. Please make your acquaintance, my master. Seraphina approached Lorren with elegant strides, lifting her skirt, crossing her legs, and bowing her head in reverence. Graceful, perfect, pure, and dignified, she seemed to embody every positive adjective imaginable, prompting Lorren to harbor a hint of suspicion. Is she truly suitable? Lorren asked Jingxin, trusting her judgment, but seeking confirmation. Indeed, she does not strike me as a good person. Nikali's quickly echoed Lorren's sentiment. Seraphina appeared anything but ordinary. Someone who could thrive anywhere. How could she possibly settle for being a maid? Yet, if her master were Lorren, it was not entirely unfathomable. After all, Lorren's charisma was unrivaled worldwide, even surpassing that of succubi. It was known that many whom Lorren had slain, even when he had already drawn his blade, never truly believed he would strike. No worries. She is of impeccable character. Jingxin remained expressionless. Since he had vouched for Seraphina, Lorren had no objections. Thank you, headmaid. Seraphina also bowed to Jingxin, displaying an understanding of social niceties, and Lorren sensed that Jingxin relished her role as headmaid. You as well. Anna suddenly pointed to a maid in the corner. Upon realizing Anna referred to her, the maid was taken aback. Me? This particular maid was somewhat cute, quite pleasant to behold, yet she paled in comparison to Seraphina. Upon seeing Seraphina, she felt a wave of inadequacy wash over her, prompting her to hide in the corner. Initially, she held no hopes, merely wishing to leave with a silver coin, but Anna presented her with an opportunity. I recall you. You were responsible for watching over me at the royal ball. That day, I was thoroughly satisfied with the food, which left a lasting impression on me. Lorren glanced at her. He indeed remembered that face. As Lorren had become adept at remembering details after his arrival in this world, even maids he had merely glanced at once were etched in his memory. What brings you here to apply? Lorren casually inquired, and upon realizing Lorren recognized her, the maid felt an overwhelming rush of excitement. Her words stumbling forth. Be because the dark faction destroyed the palace. I've been unemployed for quite some time, so I thought I might try my luck here. My name is Krola. I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed mentor. No, my master. She clumsily imitated Serafina's words, yet the impression it left on Lorren was entirely different. All right, remember to feed Anna so she doesn't upset her stomach again. Yes. Lorren's words filled Krola with a sense of anxiety. She sensed that the days ahead would not be easy. The thought of having to care for Anna daunted her, yet Anna appeared amiable, suggesting it might not be too challenging. My name is Flossie. Please choose me. Let me show you my skills. As Serafina and Krola were chosen consecutively, another maid grew anxious and immediately began to perform. She produced 3 apples, taking a bite out of one before tossing it into the air, repeating the cycle while simultaneously eating. Observing this spectacle, Nikalis felt a spark of inspiration, since her act was so abstract. It should pose no threat to her. Perhaps it could even serve to distract others. Thus, Nikalis resolutely chose her. Do you have any requests? Both Anna and Nikali selected their preferred choices. After all, Lorren was originally hired to assist them, so it was only natural for them to make selections. I believe none are necessary. If you desire a maid, I can fill in temporarily. Forget it. The reason I sought maids was to simplify matters for you. Were it not for Jingxin's insistence, I wouldn't have considered allowing her to continue working. Initially, when Lorren was unable to afford servants, it was understandable for Jingxin to be busy, but now it was entirely unnecessary. It was merely Jingxin's preference. I have no demands. Luna had always believed her purpose was to care for others. She felt fortunate to have her current life and did not require anyone to look after her. Even under Lorren's roof, she did her own laundry, feeling quite embarrassed to be cared for by others. If it weren't for Jingxin's refusal to let her assist, Luna would have preferred to wash and cook alongside her. I think none are needed. Layla spoke with feigned calmness. After the meal, she felt somewhat protective of her food. Ababab. Lorren glanced towards Scarlet, who was unable to articulate anything coherent, prompting Lorren to disregard her. All right, you 3 are the new maids. However, do not feel regretful, for there will be compensations for the others. Witnessing someone being chosen for their performance, the other 2 grew anxious, but Lorren promptly soothed their concerns. He awarded each of them 10 gold coins, an amount exceeding their annual wages, yet they still felt a tinge of disappointment. What are your skills? I excel at performance. Flossie was the first to raise her hand, and Lorren suddenly regretted selecting her. She seemed quite eccentric. I could do anything and do it better than anyone else. Serafina tossed her hair elegantly, revealing a flawless smile. She was of similar height to Jingxin, but her high heels made her appear shorter. As Krola observed the others showcasing their talents, she felt increasingly lost. Forget it. I can't be bothered to assign you tasks. Just listen to Jingxin. After addressing these matters, Lorren retreated to his room, needing to study how to combat the rainbow plague. He hoped that peace would not be disrupted so soon. At the very least, he wanted the ability to confront the gods with the same ferocity they exhibited in their actions. Therefore, he wished for the divine war to be delayed, granting him more time to prepare. If a god were to consume the authority of another, it would exponentially increase the difficulty of confronting the divine. Chapter 164, Serafina. I never imagined I could truly become the maid of the esteemed mentor. It's hard to believe. After tidying her dormitory, Krola expressed her sentiments. Lorren had prepared accommodations for several maids on the first floor. Though referred to as dormitories, they were far more luxurious than most hotels, with even the beds being high-end single beds. Lorren was well aware of how Zhang Fei met his demise, hence he treated those around him with kindness. As he had nothing to lose, lying on the soft bed, Krola felt exhilarated and aimed to foster good relationships with her fellow maids, knowing they would be in close proximity daily. What brought you all to become the esteemed mentor's maids? Krola had already shared her motives, merely a humble desire for employment, coupled with her admiration for Lorren, prompting her to seek her fortune here. Because it's fun, Flossie sat at the vanity applying makeup. When she applied lipstick, it ended up smeared all the way to her ear. Ultimately, she opted to wipe it off, choosing to maintain a natural look. So many significant events occur around the esteemed mentor. Purges of external god worshippers, the invasion of dark beings, the descent of angels, the emergence of the Tower of Sin. All these intriguing happenings revolve around him, and following him must be quite exhilarating. If I could witness a grand spectacle, it would certainly be worth the price of admission. Is that so? Krola found her colleague somewhat peculiar, but maintained a smile, quickly shifting the topic. Serafina, what about your reason for being here? Because I miss my master. It's that simple. Serafina's face remained adorned with a warm smile, yet her tone was resolute, as if stating an undeniable truth. At that moment, Serafina sat gracefully on the edge of the bed, holding a book, and had it not been for her maid attire, one might easily mistake her for a noble princess. Upon hearing Serafina refer to Lorren as her master, Crolla realized her own lack of dedication, prompting her to amend her address to master. With a colleague like Serafina, Crolla felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just as Crolla pondered how to continue the conversation, Jingxin's entrance provided a timely rescue. Jingxin pushed the door open without regard for their privacy. Mistress of Maids. Upon seeing Jingxin, Crolla fumbled to rise and salute. Not even having time to properly don her shoes, one foot in a high heel, the other bare on the ground, creating an awkward spectacle. Have you all tidied up? I'm here to assign your tasks. Flossie, you'll handle the cleaning. Crolla and I will go grocery shopping and prepare the meals. As for you, Serafina, you will go to the yard to feed the birds. The master adores birds, and since there are many crows lately, you could attract them. When mentioning Serafina, Jingxin's demeanor shifted unexpectedly, causing Crolla to feel a chill of apprehension. She was aware of Lorren's gentleness and kindness, but was uncertain of Jingxin's temperament. What if Jingxin turned out to be the type who enjoyed making others' lives difficult? Crolla's gaze darted between Jingxin and Serafina. Although Serafina had been chosen by Jingxin, the treatment she received now was unsettling. Suddenly, Crolla's imagination spiraled. What if Jingxin was the sort who relished in killing, especially those more beautiful than herself? Perhaps this seemingly harmless maid concealed a darker nature beneath her facade, lurking beside Lorren in the shadows. Crolla even began to contemplate whether there was a hidden passageway beneath Jingxin's room, leading to a chamber filled with instruments of torture and corpses. Very well, Mistress of Maids. After saluting Jingxin, Serafina exited the dormitory. When Jingxin's gaze fell upon Crolla, she felt a sudden wave of nervousness. It was then that she noticed Jingxin's red eyes, giving rise to another wild notion. What if Jingxin was a vampire, utilizing her position to procure sustenance? Fortunately, Jingxin did not impose any challenges upon her. After relaying her instructions, she took Crolla out to buy groceries. Studying magic was quite mentally taxing, and as the afternoon passed, Lorren felt hunger gnawing at him. However, his efforts had yielded substantial rewards. He had nearly deciphered wind magic and would soon be able to teach it to the children. With the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces in his home, Lorren felt somewhat out of sorts. Yet when Flossie greeted him while cleaning, he responded politely. Lorren sat beside Anna, sharing the same cake. However, he only took a few bites as he was not particularly fond of overly sweet confections. Jingxin and Crolla were busy in the kitchen, with Crolla appearing quite reliable despite her tendency to become flustered as she worked steadily. As for Serafina, with Anna around, cooking was the most exhausting task. And even with two people, it remained equally taxing. She was outside. Anna disclosed Serafina's whereabouts, and then swiftly swallowed the remaining cake. Her face smeared with cream, eliciting a chuckle from Lorren, who couldn't resist playfully tapping her on the head before helping her clean up. Once the cream was wiped away, Anna's radiant smile was revealed, her happiness stemming from such simplicity. What are you doing? Upon stepping outside, Lorren spotted Serafina's silhouette. She was crouched down, her posture remarkably graceful. Her maid dress was neatly tucked, not trailing on the ground. Mistress? Lorren was still unaccustomed to addressing Serafina in such a familiar manner. Approaching her, he finally discerned her activity. Before Serafina was a multitude of crows, pecking at the food scattered on the ground. Jingxin had mentioned her fondness for birds, suggesting he should commit suicide to attract the crows with his corpse. But upon reflection, he deemed it better to prepare food that the crows would relish. Indeed, they preferred the offerings he prepared over a lifeless body. Serafina's words were rather outlandish, yet Lorren felt it was something Jingxin might actually do. Thus he refrained from further comment. Never mind. You should return to cooking. Such matters aren't necessary. As Lorren approached, the crows leapt onto him, their feathers shimmering with iridescent hues in the glow of the setting sun. Upon inspecting the food Serafina had prepared, he found it indeed comprised items favored by the crows, beneficial for their health. Only someone like Lorren, who had spent considerable time in the wilderness, would be aware of such details, leading to his surprise that Serafina was knowledgeable as well. In this world, few cared for crows, let alone understood their dietary preferences, which was why Lorren was so astonished. The calls of the evening birds startled the crows away from Lorren, pulling his thoughts back to the present. He extended his hand, allowing the evening bird to alight upon it, and together they returned home. At that moment, Serafina had just finished washing her hands and entered the kitchen. Chapter 165. The Schemes of War. You all should take a seat for dinner. During the meal, several new maids stood by the dining table, and being from Inner Mongolia, Lorren found this custom somewhat awkward. However, when the situation called for it, he could channel Confucius. You are as gentle as the rumors suggest. Before taking her seat, Serafina expressed her gratitude to Lorren. He had received similar flattery before, yet for some reason, it felt somewhat embarrassing when spoken by Serafina. Jingxin, your culinary skills have improved. It's truly delicious. During dinner, Anna was even less concerned about her image, discarding her chopsticks to grab a piece of meat with her hands, hastily shoveling more into her mouth before swallowing. This is made by Serafina, Jingxin calmly remarked, realizing Anna's awkwardness as she had misdirected her praise. Lorren cast another glance at Serafina, who maintained her elegance even while eating. He was well aware of Jingxin's culinary prowess. Even the palace chefs paled in comparison. It was clear that Serafina had something exceptional about her. Beyond perfection, Lorren struggled to find the right words to describe her. A knock at the door shattered the awkward atmosphere. I'll go answer it. Serafina rose before anyone else and opened the door to reveal a familiar face, Clemens. Apologies for the intrusion, my lord. Please, continue your meal. I must step out to attend to something. Lorren set down his chopsticks and approached the door. Due to his position, even someone of Clemens' stature would not disturb him without good reason. What has happened? As Lorren reached the door, Serafina handed him a black robe. Her keen perception evident as he momentarily paused before donning it. Clemens stood a distance away from the door, and once Lorren stepped outside, he understood why. A strong odor of smoke emanated from Clemens. He recalled Lorren mentioning that children disliked the smell of smoke. Hence, everyone had kept their distance from his home. We have apprehended an infected individual of the Rainbow Plague, but there are many peculiarities about him that are hard to explain. Please follow me. Very well. On the way, Clemens briefed Lorren on the situation. The individual had been located in the Nafika church, and following Lorren's prescribed treatment, it had yielded immediate results for other patients. Yet none for this one. In fact, the individual's physical condition had improved significantly, surpassing that of an average person. Causing Clemens concern, what if all infected individuals transformed in such a manner? For such a threatening issue, they could have simply executed him. Yet Clemens felt it prudent to consult Lorren first, thus halting others from carrying out the execution. What's going on? Could the Rainbow Plague be evolving? It could. Lorren's response tightened Clemens' chest, but then Lorren quickly added, allowing him to breathe easier. However, evolution would only enhance the infection's transmissibility and complicate treatment, not increase combat efficacy. At all times, these individuals remain ineffectual. What is the infection rate among the Nafika church population? The infection rate in Gedlon was significant. Among the nations of the God of Abundance, Gedlon had endured the harshest living conditions, yet it still harbored many infected individuals. Conversely, the Nafika church, being the nation with the best treatment for ordinary citizens, also served as an ideal breeding ground for the Rainbow Plague. Approximately 1 in 1,000. This was a terrifying statistic, with a population nearing 2 billion, 1 in 1,000 translated to 2 million, a number exceeding that of many countries. Fortunately, it can still be controlled. If the infection rate reaches 1 in 10, that's when the Rainbow Plague would evolve, marking the beginning of a national catastrophe. Upon learning this, Clemens' mood did not improve significantly. Confirming that the Rainbow Plague had not evolved was not necessarily a good sign, as it implied the existence of other threats. Should we declare war on the Canaan kingdom? As they approached the prison, Clemens suddenly spoke with grave seriousness. The king lacks the authority to decide on war. As a bishop, neither do I, nor does Lorren. However, Clemens understood that if Lorren supported the idea of war, the others would not oppose it. They would almost unanimously agree with Lorren's decision. Given that the nation of the God of Abundance had been ravaged by the God of Plague, amidst national annihilation and the Rainbow Plague, it was high time for the God of Abundance to retaliate. Recently, they had severed numerous trade ties with the God of Plague's territory. Without the grain supply from the God of Abundance, many would face starvation. Yet, they were not fools. The audacity to act against the God of Abundance indicated that they had some means of counteraction. Thus, to mount a genuine counteroffensive, war was necessary. Moreover, Clemens phrased it delicately, suggesting a war with the Canaan kingdom rather than a direct confrontation with the God of Plague. We cannot go to war. The cost would be too great. Due to the overwhelming numbers and resources, the army of the God of Abundance could easily crush that of the God of Plague. Yet similarly, the authority of Abundance was ill-suited for combat, and the extraordinary powers of the God of Plague could overpower those of Abundance. In mortal conflicts, the church generally refrained from intervention, but how could they possibly remain uninvolved? These are not the reasons for Lorren's refusal to engage in warfare. Lorren declines war because he seeks stability. Once conflict ensues, extraordinary powers will inevitably intervene. The God of Abundance will not idly watch his strength diminish, leading to a divine conflict. In mortal wars, the god of abundance prevails, while in battles among the extraordinary, the god of plagues triumphs. As for the divine war, the god of abundance emerges victorious. Perhaps his authority is ill-suited for combat, yet the number and quality of his followers far surpass those of the god of plagues. Lacking mechanisms, he compensates with overwhelming numbers. How then shall we retaliate? By lifting trade restrictions on the kingdom of Bartholomew, reducing tariffs, and supporting its development. Why? From any perspective, Lorren's decision seems advantageous for the god of plagues, yet he will not question Lorren's motives, only feeling that his intellect cannot grasp Lorren's intricate plans. The king of Bartholomew has eradicated the nobility that threatened his position, seizing total control. Furthermore, due to previous conflicts, the people of Bartholomew harbor some animosity towards the kingdom of Canaan. He has executed a national hero from the war, resulting in considerable public discontent. Thus, waging war against the kingdom of Canaan could elevate the king's prestige to unprecedented heights. If he were to utterly crush the kingdom of Canaan, the previous accolades for national defense would pale in comparison. I previously composed hymns for Bartholomew, and much of the credit lies with the king, which is why the church will heavily favor him, even in the face of war. Moreover, the kingdom of Canaan has suffered devastating losses from an unknown force. Without the church's intervention, it cannot contend with the now resurgent kingdom of Bartholomew. Faith belongs to the divine, yet the resources seized from conquered territories are his own. He has no reason to refuse war. Under the favorable conditions of time, place, and unity, this war is destined to commence. Chapter 166, The Abnormal Infected. Enlightenment dawned upon Clemens. He never anticipated that Lorren's schemes would extend this far. It seems that before Lorren, all nations are mere pawns. Every reaction of each faction is calculated by Lorren. Even if Lorren remains silent, Clemens firmly believes that the earlier assault on the kingdom of Canaan undoubtedly bears Lorren's influence. He feels fortunate that Lorren is on their side, for otherwise he would be at a loss in confronting such formidable opponents. I shall write a letter to King Bartholomew shortly. You must remember to follow my instructions. The king is astute. He comprehends Lorren's designs, yet, as previously stated, faith belongs to the divine, while the plundered lands and resources are his own. War between the kingdom of Bartholomew and the kingdom of Canaan offers no advantages to the god of plagues, yet the benefits for Bartholomew are manifold. Thus he knows he is being used by Lorren, yet will resolutely engage in battle. Understood, esteemed mentor. At this moment, Clemens's reverence for Lorren has reached an almost obsessive level. Even if Lorren commanded him to throw himself against a wall, he would perceive it as profound wisdom and would carry out Lorren's orders without hesitation. As they conversed, the two entered the prison. Upon realizing Lorren's presence, the guards immediately stood at attention, eager to present their finest selves to him. Within the dungeon, there was but one prisoner, whom Clemens had traveled far from the kingdom of Nafika to apprehend. He was a gaunt man, with disheveled hair and a buzz cut, currently in a weakened state. Awaken. Esteemed mentor has come to interrogate you. Upon Lorren's arrival, a guard promptly splashed a basin of cold water upon the man's face. The man awoke, not in terror, but began to express his views immediately. Only we are truly awake. You should be obliterated. Lorren casually seized a whip from nearby and approached him, inquiring, "What is your perspective on the kingdom of Canaan's slaughter of the faithful of abundance? It is only right to slay you antiquated relics. The slaughter is justified." No sooner had he spoken than Lorren's whip struck his face. With Lorren's strength, such a blow could have mangled a common man's visage. Yet it merely broke the skin upon contact. And now, it is only right to slay you. Even after being struck by Lorren, he maintained his original stance. Such resilience could hardly be produced by an infected individual of the rainbow plague. Had he been one, his gaze would have instantly cleared upon the whip's impact. As for those truly in the minority, they are even less formidable than the infected of the rainbow plague. When faced with adversity, they often do not require treatment at all. Moreover, in his responses to Lorren, a steady hatred was visible in his eyes, undiminished even after being struck. It seemed he did not genuinely despise Lorren. Rather, his nature was simply thus. And now, Lorren struck him several more times across the face, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, his emotions still remarkably stable. Such a reaction led Lorren to contemplate a terrifying possibility, though he did not rush to conclusions, opting instead to conduct further experiments. Lorren borrowed a standard flintlock pistol and aimed it at the man's head, firing a round that embedded itself in his skull without penetrating too deeply. As his physical resilience exceeded that of an ordinary man, Clemens and the prison guards silently observed Lorren, unsure of his intentions but confident in his wisdom. even as they watched him deliver fatal blows to this invaluable specimen. "You antiquated relics deserve to be cleansed," even with a bullet lodged in his head. The man's attitude remained unchanged. Lorren withdrew the soul requiem and pierced his leg. The man screamed in response, yet his demeanor stayed the same. Lorren felt no fear emanating from him. He withdrew the soul requiem once more and targeted another area, quickly rendering the man's legs a bloody mess. Yet he still exhibited no fear. Such endurance was beyond human capability. Even the most resilient creature would falter under the effects of the soul requiem. If he could genuinely withstand the soul requiem, then resisting the corruption of outer gods would be trivial. However, Lorren felt he did not resemble a hardened individual. It was as if he were devoid of emotion, even the hatred appearing to be a mere facade. Observing Lorren's increasingly grave expression, Clemens began to feel anxious. "Esteemed mentor, have you discovered something? He may be a puppet, perhaps a corpse. In any case, he cannot be a living being. As long as he is not the entity I fear, that is sufficient." "What entity do you refer to?" Lorren did not respond to Clemens immediately, instead continuing his experimentation. "The kingdom of Ansem, which respects homosexuality, is now at war with the neighboring kingdom of Bartholomew, which ostracizes it. What outcome do you desire?" Clemens was bewildered. Lorren's statement seemed nonsensical, as the kingdom of Ansem and the kingdom of Bartholomew do not share a border separated by several other nations. Furthermore, Lorren's assessments of the two kingdoms were inverted. Bartholomew prided itself on inclusivity, a result of the king's careful marketing, which had proven effective, leading many to regard Bartholomew as a beacon of civilization. Conversely, Ansem's stance towards these unorthodox individuals was exceedingly extreme, swiftly eliminating them upon exposure. Such knowledge was common, particularly among the minority groups instigating these issues. They were well aware of these realities. "I certainly hope the kingdom of Ansem annihilates the kingdom of Bartholomew." At the conclusion of this statement, the soul requiem cleaved through his skull, yet this time it did not absorb a soul. Is there a result? Since Lorren chose to kill the man, it indicated that he had uncovered sufficient information, thus inspiring their trust in him. He is not an infected individual, nor is he human. Rather, he is an anomaly. An anomaly? Clemens was taken aback. The term anomaly is often associated with troublesome matters. He had previously been involved in dealing with anomalies, where one truly risks their life to navigate the rules. Indeed, the anomaly numbered 1011, a faux human. A Class 1 anomaly? Although Clemens lacked extensive knowledge regarding anomalies, he understood that a Class 1 designation signifies a threat capable of obliterating human civilization. However, there is no need for concern. The Class 1 designation pertains to all faux humans collectively, while an individual faux human merely qualifies as a Class 3 anomaly. Yet, even so, the situation remains quite troublesome. Lorren cast a glance at the guards, uncertain if they themselves were faux humans. Chapitre 167, Faux humains. Faux humans can insidiously replace humanity, infiltrating every facet of life. Yet, a disguise is ultimately just that, a disguise. They cannot be considered life forms devoid of emotions, capable only of mimicking human sentiments. Take this particular faux human. For instance, he is aware that the infected individuals of the Rainbow Plague are quite deranged. Yet he remains oblivious to their cowardice, akin to an incomplete program. This was the very reason I posed that question earlier. He understands only the need to support minority groups, which explains the conflicting responses. Think of it as a struggle between opposing forces. Lorren succinctly elucidated the nature of faux humans to them. Even he found them to be quite a conundrum. Ultimately, the facade of faux humans is bound to reveal flaws, for they cannot fully comprehend the individuals they seek to impersonate. I shall return home now. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out. Presently, my concern lies with the safety of the children. Lorren cast a glance through the eye of Abyss at them, confirming their current safety. However, in such times, the effectiveness of the Eye of Abyss is not guaranteed. What if they were to encounter an attack while Lorren's attention was diverted? Even a 1 in 1,000 chance poses a grave threat in his eyes. After Lorren departed, Clemens withdrew a cigarette, lighting one for himself. He felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Having been dispatched by the Nafika Church to serve as bishop in Gedlon, he was immediately beset by a multitude of issues. The matter of the Blackeners had scarcely concluded. The royal capital had yet to recover fully, and now the Rainbow Plague had struck, followed by the massacre of a small nation and the emergence of faux humans. One cigarette after another was consumed, and as Clemens reached into his pocket, he found it empty, realizing that cigarette butts littered the ground around him. Thank goodness for the guidance of his mentor. Lorren's assistance was his sole solace in these trying times. Without Lorren, he genuinely had no idea how he would cope. He was ill-equipped to handle the Rainbow Plague, unable to retaliate against the Kingdom of Canaan, and even incapable of identifying faux humans. "Welcome home, Master." Seraphina was once again at the door, feeding the birds. Today, an even greater number of crows had gathered at Lorren's doorstep. Moreover, she seemed adept at training them, as the crows appeared quite obedient, with only a few perched at a distance, observing. "Let's head inside. I have something to discuss." "Very well, Master." Seraphina rose, and the birds that had been perched upon her took flight. "By the way, you received a letter. I have already retrieved it for you." "Thank you." Lorren did not engage in lengthy conversation with Seraphina, proceeding directly into the house. In the living room, Crolara and Floxy were tidying up. Anna lounged on the sofa, munching on snacks, while Shinya circled about the room. The others were in their respective chambers. "Seraphina, please summon everyone downstairs. I have something to convey." While Seraphina called for the others, Lorren opened the letter she had brought back, revealing familiar handwriting. "Dearest Loshianyi, I have received a new song. It is splendidly written, but the lyrics are not your own, are they?" The sender was indeed Cecilia. As she progressed, her handwriting became increasingly erratic. "Are you trying to deceive me? Why would you treat me this way? Why? I can give you all the profits. I will do anything for you. I beg you not to neglect me." Lorren had not anticipated that Cecilia could discern his lack of lyrical contribution this time. Although the songs he had transcribed varied in style, the lyrics were indeed his own reinterpretations based on the world as context, infused with Lorren's unique flair. To recognize this, Cecilia's understanding of Lorren was undeniably profound. To be frank, Lorren felt quite touched. Given the circumstances, he resolved not to deceive her any longer and intended to write a proper song for her. Simultaneously, there was another crucial matter at hand. Lorren needed to compose a letter to King Bartholomew, which he could send off together with Cecilia's letter. "Dear Rex, upon hearing of the plight of the Bartholomew Kingdom, I felt immense sympathy for its people. Such hatred cannot be diluted by time, and they must yearn for vengeance, seeking to repay the humiliation inflicted upon their nation 100-fold. The Kingdom of Canaan has shown no humanity, having previously slaughtered a nation devoted to the god of abundance. Such actions evoke the wrath of both gods and men, prompting unknown heroes to intervene, severely crippling the military of Canaan. A tragedy unfolded within the Kingdom of Canaan as well. The Abundant Church is deeply grieved by this and has decided to extend assistance through you. At this juncture, Rex, King of Bartholomew, would likely grasp the situation, and Lorren believed he would seize the opportunity. Upon finishing the letter, the others gathered in the living room. "Listen, this period is perilous. You must keep the protective charms I provided close." Lorren explained the nature of faux humans to them. As he spoke, Seraphina prepared the letter he had just written, affixing a stamp and awaiting Lorren's indication of a destination. She was so considerate that Lorren felt a surge of gratitude. "In any case, do not leave the house during this time. For now, rely on our stock of provisions. If you must procure groceries, have others deliver them. Do not venture outside or go out alone. It is also advisable to sleep together at night. Should anything feel amiss, raise your voices." Lorren remained vigilant regarding faux humans. Few things could evoke such a sense of threat in him. "By the way, Seraphina, this is for you." Lorren handed her an eye of abyss, which she accepted with both hands, regarding it solemnly. "Wear this. It is best for the three of you to stay together." Each additional eye of abyss increased Lorren's burden. Hence he bestowed only one upon the three maids. He deemed Seraphina the most reliable, thus entrusting it to her. Seraphina promptly donned the eye of abyss around her neck, the gem reflecting the face of the emotionless, mirroring heart seated across from her. After imparting these instructions, Lorren dismissed them, allowing them to attend to their respective tasks. The maids set about preparing meals, with the less skilled Floxy assisting, while Mirroring Heart and Seraphina took on the role of head chefs. Lorren, in turn, retreated to his bedroom to commence writing a song for Cecilia. "Master." No sooner had he entered than Nicholas pushed the door open slightly, allowing a glimpse of her half-face through the crack. Only after Lorren acknowledged her did she step fully inside. "Please, have a seat." Lorren offered her a corner of the desk, which had nearly become her designated spot. "Are you afraid of faux humans?" "Yes." In Lorren's presence, Nicholas candidly expressed her innermost thoughts. Chapter 168, Competing for Favor. "I am here." Those two words provided Nicholas with a sense of reassurance that surpassed any other. As long as she was by Lorren's side, there was nothing to fear. After writing a verse, Lorren pondered for an extended period, struggling to determine how to continue. Crafting such compositions was indeed a laborious endeavor. Consequently, Lorren opted to engage Nicholas in conversation. adopting a relaxed tone as if he genuinely did not consider faux humans a significant concern, never revealing his negative emotions in front of family. The false beings are not particularly terrifying. Their combat prowess is rather lackluster, and they can easily be dispatched with powerful firearms, especially considering we possess an ample supply of enchanted bullets. Their most perilous trait lies in their ability to masquerade as others, yet they invariably reveal subtle flaws, making it relatively easy for those who are familiar with them to detect these anomalies. An important detail that Lorren has not shared with the others is that these false beings gain strength from the fear of others. It is perhaps better that this knowledge remains undisclosed. Were it to become known, many would instinctively succumb to dread. This is also the reason why the extraordinary sequences have not been made public. If they were, one can only speculate the extent of fear that would ensue, as many anomalies are intricately tied to human trepidation. It might even attract the attention of the god of fear. With Lorren's reassurance, Nacris felt less afraid. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she was not truly frightened, but rather found solace in clinging to Lorren like a child. Time spent with Lorren always seemed to fly by, and before long, it was time for dinner. This period passed swiftly, much like the past 12 years, during which Nacris had transformed from a child into an adult in the blink of an eye, her mental maturity scarcely having the chance to develop. Tonight's meal was undoubtedly more delectable than before, yet Anna remained silent, aware that it was Serafina who had prepared it. "Master, are you satisfied with the meal I have cooked?" Serafina inquired, her head tilted slightly, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Lorren. "It is quite delicious." Lorren affirmed Serafina's culinary skills, all the while noticing that, like Kaioshin, Serafina maintained a constant expression. Her unwavering smile made it difficult for Lorren to discern her true emotions, leading him to even question whether she might be a false being. "If you enjoy it, I would like to cook for you for a lifetime." A sudden hush fell over the dining table, even Anna pausing her chopsticks as she watched Nacris's utensils slowly slip from her grasp. Vlashi wore an expression akin to that of an amused spectator, while Corolla quietly lowered her head, pretending not to have overheard. "Thank you." In response to such a confessional remark, Lorren remained vigilant. "There is no need for gratitude. I am your possession, and it is only natural for me to dedicate my body and soul to you." How could I have never thought of such a bold statement? Vlashi couldn't help but interject, but Serafina merely cast her a fleeting glance before reverting to silence. Yet Vlashi was not one to let Serafina off so easily. She leaned closer to Nacris and whispered, "Miss, it seems Serafina wishes to become the mistress of this household and contend for your inheritance. Both Corolla and I stand firmly by your side. At your command, we shall secretly stash the jewels from the master beneath Serafina's mattress." Vlashi's voice was low, but just loud enough for everyone to hear. I did not. Corolla, caught in Vlashi's scheme, quickly attempted to explain herself. Yet when Nacris turned her gaze upon her, Corolla shrank back, saying, "Of course I stand with you. It's just." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, her body gradually lowering until she was hiding beneath the table, as if believing that if she could not see others, she would be safe. "Please, everyone calm down." Lorren felt a headache coming on. He merely wished to find a few ordinary maids, and while there were no spies infiltrating other factions, he had inadvertently attracted a host of extraordinary beings. However, Serafina's somewhat audacious behavior alleviated some of Lorren's suspicions regarding her being a false being, as such entities typically refrain from drawing attention to themselves, preferring to attack in solitude and impersonate others. What troubled Lorren most was that Nacris appeared to be genuinely contemplating the feasibility of Vlashi's plan. "Very well, let's leave it at that. You can discuss who will share a room tonight, two to a group, while I retire to my chamber." As Lorren finished his meal and was about to wipe his mouth, Serafina promptly offered him a handkerchief, and at that moment, Kaioshin also spoke up. "Allow me to assist you in wiping your mouth." However, instead of producing a handkerchief, she merely stuck out her tongue. After a moment's hesitation, Lorren chose to accept Serafina's handkerchief, and at that instant, Serafina glanced at Kaioshin, her smile unwavering, yet seemingly mocking. Kaioshin remained expressionless, not taking her seriously. "Lorren, tomorrow, would you accompany me to purchase some clothing?" Just as Lorren was about to return to his room, Layla called out to him. "Though there are false beings present, with you here, I trust there is no danger, but I currently possess no female attire." During this time, Layla had ceased to conceal her gender, typically donning loose-fitting tops. Yet even so, it did little to obscure her attributes, evoking a twinge of envy in Nacris each time she laid eyes on her. Very well. Lorren did not decline Layla's suggestion, as he also wished to observe the situation of others. If there truly were many false beings, they would likely reveal some telltale signs. Lorren leaned towards the belief that the current presence of false beings was limited. After all, the only one identified thus far had been brought from the Nafika Church. And even if trouble were to arise, it would not involve Getterland. False beings are intelligent enough to recognize that with Lorren and Getterland, the danger here is significantly greater. Hence, they are unlikely to appear in large numbers. Their objective is merely to replace humans, not to wage war against them. Being discovered brings no benefits, even if only one were to be exposed. As for the false beings, Lorren truly found himself at a loss for how to eradicate them entirely. He could only identify and eliminate them one by one. In the past, while gaming, he could resolve the issue by simply beating everyone up, determining who was a false being based on their ability to withstand the blows, but such methods were no longer feasible. Nonetheless, he need not overly concern himself with the false beings, for their combat capabilities were indeed not formidable. In a world devoid of other extraordinary powers, they could be quite fearsome, yet here they were little more than fodder that could be dispatched by low-tier magic. And dealing with false beings did not even necessitate the involvement of witches. Even in a surprise attack, it was unlikely that a false being could harm a witch. Lorren was merely accustomed to exercising caution. By the time Lorren finished writing the lyrics, it was already time for bed, and everyone had gathered in Lorren's room, desiring to sleep alongside him. Perhaps I should purchase a larger bed. Clearly, Lorren's current bed could not accommodate so many. I can sleep on the floor. Serafina voluntarily offered to forego her comfort, yet was promptly countered by Kayashin. You have no right to be here. Chapter 169, Departure. At this moment, even Lorren, despite his usual obliviousness, recognized that Kayashin harbored some discontent towards Serafina. From the outset, she had assigned Serafina trivial tasks, and now she spoke such harsh words to her. Very well. I shall take my leave for now, esteemed headmaid. Serafina adopted a submissive demeanor, expressing no objections to Kayashin's command, and obediently exited Lorren's bedroom. Do not approach this place again. Yes. Once Serafina had departed, Lorren inquired, why do you treat Serafina this way? For favor. Kayashin's candor once more rendered Lorren speechless, though he could not fathom why she had suddenly begun to vie for favor at this moment, having previously performed her role as a fully automated aide without hesitation. Your harem may contain countless members, but your loyal companion can only be one. Lorren sat at the edge of the bed, rubbing his temples in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Kayashin was motivated by this. Forget it. You may all return. If you prefer to sleep alone, that is also acceptable, as you are safe with the protective talismans in place. During this period, Lorren had been practicing while simultaneously observing multiple perspectives, ensuring that he would be the first to know if anything were to happen to others, and thus the danger was minimal. Master of Water. A night devoid of conversation ensued, during which Lorren pondered whether enlisting these several maids had indeed been a mistake. It appeared that only Corolla was a semblance of a normal person, and it truly was unfortunate for her. The following day, after lunch, Lorren and Layla stepped out together. Their first destination was the post office, where they were warmly greeted by Erica upon their arrival. Since their last encounter, Erica's life had taken a remarkable turn for the better. Not only had the post office been swiftly rebuilt, but she had also received a promotion, all due to the favorable perception people held of her association with Lorren. Dear Mentor, how may I assist you? She inquired. Please send 2 letters for me. Thank you. One is for Cecilia, and the other for Rex. The letter to Cecilia contains not only the lyrics penned by Lorren, but also some words he wishes to convey to her, such as advising her to refrain from visiting the realms of the God of Abundance and the God of Plague for the time being. The God of Abundance is currently beset by a rainbow plague and impostors, while the God of Plague is embroiled in conflict. Lorren intends to visit her soon. Logically, the contents of Lorren's letter should be confidential. Should anyone else divulge such information to foreign entities, they would likely face imprisonment. However, this was Lorren, and Erica did not even bother to check whether the letter bore a stamp. Rest assured, your correspondence will be delivered promptly, Erica declared, cradling Lorren's envelope as if it were an oracle. Thank you, Lorren replied. Just as he turned to leave, Erica called out to him. I heard you were seeking a maid. Unfortunately, I arrived a bit late. Is it still possible? That is sufficient, thank you. One ordinary individual like Corolla is more than enough. I have no intentions of dragging anyone else into this. With Serafina and Flossie as colleagues, Corolla was already under significant pressure. Although Flossie had not yet exhibited many peculiarities, Lorren could sense her underlying excitement. Shall we proceed to purchase some clothing? Lorren suggested. Indeed, Layla responded, suddenly grasping Lorren's hand, emphasizing, I merely fear you might be replaced by an imposter. This is not an attempt to hold your hand. Even after having eaten, Layla instinctively adopted a proud demeanor, and Lorren indulged her. It was only after their candid exchange that Layla revealed her haughty side. Previously, she could treat Lorren as a brother, but now she subconsciously concealed her true feelings. After confessing her identity, she realized that no one was particularly shocked. It dawned on her that she had never deceived anyone, and Lorren and others were merely accompanying her in her play. However, on that day, most of the clothing stores were closed, with only a few remaining open. There was but a single women's clothing shop. Why is everyone closed? Layla inquired upon finally finding one that was open. It is all due to the rainbow plague, the elderly saleswoman exclaimed through gritted teeth. Those people have caused disturbances here more than once, claiming that we discriminate against them by separating men's and women's clothing, and they have resorted to vandalism. Especially in women's clothing stores, the persecution has been particularly severe. If the garments are even slightly appealing, they accuse us of oppressing women. And a group of rather unsightly men come to try on clothes, dirtying them without any intention to purchase. Lorren glanced inside the shop, noting the extremely modest clothing. Yet there were signs of vandalism. At that moment, it struck him that he seemed to be drifting away from the common folk. The devastation wrought by the rainbow plague was more severe than he had anticipated. It is all well now. I have devised a method to combat the rainbow plague, and there should be no more deranged individuals causing havoc, correct? The saleswoman pondered for a moment and realized that this was indeed the case, her excitement palpable. She understood all too well that no matter how compliant she had been, the only result was a relentless escalation of their demands. Thus, their absence from causing destruction was not due to her obedience, but rather because they had been frightened into submission. Remember to inform others that the rainbow plague has been effectively resolved and that everything is returning to normal. The epicenter of the rainbow plague was in the Nafika church state. While Getterland was not significantly affected, and due to its small territory, it was relatively easier to manage. By the way, let's pack up these clothes. How much do I owe you? Lorren waved his hand grandly, purchasing all the clothing that fit Layla's size. There weren't many garments, and buying them all didn't cost much. Lorren also bought Layla a few pairs of shoes. For you, there is no charge. We appreciate your assistance and your consistent care for us common folk. Although these clothes were not from any luxurious brand, they held considerable value. To Lorren, it was inconsequential, but to the elderly woman, it was significant. Very well, please have these delivered to my home. Consider this a token for your efforts. Lorren casually placed several gold coins on the table. Even these few coins represented several years of income for her. The vast majority of people never have the chance to see gold coins in their lifetime, as they symbolize true wealth. It is worth noting that one copper coin's purchasing power is roughly equivalent to that of the RMB from several years ago. Copper is the currency most commonly used, with even smaller denominations in circulation. Thank you, dear mentor. The elderly woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lorren. However, he did not linger much longer and proceeded to their next destination. Layla, holding Lorren's hand, suddenly intertwined her fingers with his, leaning her body against him unconsciously. Chapter 170, Pure as Ice and Jade. Lorren and Layla visited the vegetable market together once more. For the foreseeable future, he planned to refrain from venturing out frequently, preferring to have them deliver the produce instead. They would not question Lorren's motives. Whatever he did undoubtedly carried deeper significance. Upon returning home, Layla eagerly retreated to her room to try on her new clothes, while the others continued with their usual routines. Being unable to go out did not affect them much, as they were inherently homebodies. Luna was still diligently studying magic. She was the least gifted among them apart from Scarlet, yet her innate potential was the highest. Nicalis was in the living room, playing the violin, performing a piece written by Lorren, while Anna accompanied her on the piano from the balcony, filling the house with melodious music. After all, Lorren's earliest title was that of a musician, and he possessed a considerable collection of instruments. Lorren cherished music played on traditional instruments. As in his previous life, such instruments had largely been rendered obsolete, with everyone relying on AI for composition, lyrics, and vocals. In that era, AI became increasingly emotive, while humans grew more erratic. They would mourn the death of a person with fervor, yet for a cat, they would burn a mountain for its burial. This is why Lorren felt that the world he once inhabited had no future. All kindness stemmed from AI programming, while living beings only offered endless malice. As the music concluded, Lorren applauded, "You have surpassed certain musicians." This was not meant as mere flattery for Nicalis. It was a sincere acknowledgement. In the kingdom of Getterland, many musicians gained fame through their illustrious lineage rather than genuine talent, making Lorren's prowess a rarity. Even if Lorren were to borrow songs, his performance ability surpassed that of many mediocre musicians, and his reputation was not solely built on skill, but also on status. People first recognized Lorren as the composer of hymns before acknowledging him as a musician. With Lorren nearby, appreciating her performance, Nakalis poured herself into the music even more fervently. Amidst the melody, Layla re-entered the scene, having changed into a stunning white dress, her elegantly shaped thighs enveloped in white stockings, and her feet adorned with high heels. In contrast to her graceful and pure appearance, her gait was somewhat clumsy. She had yet to adapt to the high heels, and, as she quickened her pace, she twisted her ankle. Just as she was about to fall, Layla hastily braced herself against the ground, performing a somersault to regain her balance. However, the high heels still impeded her stabilization, ultimately resulting in her falling to the floor. Embarrassed, Layla covered her eyes, as her envisioned entrance was supposed to be ethereal. You need not wear anything you are uncomfortable with. What I cherish is your true self, devoid of any forced alterations. Lorren extended his hand, assisting Layla to her feet and guiding her onto the sofa. Upon hearing this, Nakali suddenly faltered, hitting several wrong notes, her inner turmoil manifesting through her music. It was only after the performance concluded that Lorren approached Nakali's and inquired, "Is there something weighing on your mind? Perhaps you might wish to share it with me." In truth, Lorren could surmise the girl's sentiments. Many children feel averse when they learn of their parents' remarriage, and Nakali's was no exception. "It's nothing," she replied, carefully stowing her violin, ultimately choosing silence. Anna displayed an anxious expression, even playing a melancholic tune in the background. "No matter what happens, I shall always be by your side." As Nakali's had reached adulthood, it was understandable that she was reluctant to voice her troubles. In such circumstances, only children would cry out, "I don't want her," while adults must silently accept their fate. Hence, Lorren took the initiative to comfort Nakali's. "I feel the same." Layla, fully immersed in her role, slipped off her high heels and approached Nakali's. She perceived a reversal of roles. The younger one accepted the situation with remarkable composure, even assisting Lorren in searching for the other side, while the elder found it challenging to come to terms with it. However, her proximity only intensified Nakali's disdain, which Layla could only accept. This was a matter Nakali's would need to adapt to gradually. After Nakali's returned to her room, Lorren picked up Layla, who found it difficult to walk in her high heels and felt the coldness of the floor beneath her bare feet, thus opting to be carried by Lorren. Once back in the room, Layla began to change her clothes in Lorren's presence, only hesitating to remove her tights, instead donning a pair of trousers. "Why are you dressing like that?" Lorren inquired. "What? Do you not like it?" Layla suddenly stepped on Lorren's thigh and lifted her pant leg, saying, "Anna mentioned you have a fondness for white stockings." Lorren quietly rose to close the door. In the afternoon, Lorren locked himself in the laboratory, having reached an impasse in his research on necromancy. Unlike other forms of magic, many necromantic spells require a medium for their release, and Lorren found it exceedingly difficult to procure one here. Given his identity, acquiring a corpse was more challenging than for an ordinary person. He knew he had to maintain his persona until a confrontation became inevitable. Very well, this shall have to suffice. With a thought, the figure of Gwen, who had been perched on Lorren's shelf, suddenly stirred to life. Thanks to the frequent visits by the Mirror Heart, Gwen had not accumulated much dust despite her inactivity. As she descended, her visage began to transform. Her hair turned green, her spiral twin tails straightened, and her features morphed into those of another person, someone familiar to Lorren. This transformation of Gwen was also a manifestation of Lorren's dark sense of humor. Murderous and fiery Hatsune Miku, revered by the masses, and the illustrious Luo Tianyi. Lorren intended to cultivate another identity to assist him in his unsavory endeavors. Lorren must remain unsullied, and with Gwen, a sophisticated automaton at his disposal, such tasks would be effortless. Although Gwen's physical resilience was not particularly high, she could harness Lorren's diverse abilities, as long as she did not encounter angelic-level adversaries. Even a retreat would not prove difficult. With powers like Force and Tower for escape, few could restrain Gwen, especially since she was an automaton, impervious to mental manipulation. Recently, the Rainbow Plague had been rampant, resulting in numerous deaths among those treated and those who succumbed to infection. Acquiring a few corpses would not pose a significant challenge. Lorren was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. He possessed a fundamental sense of empathy and sympathized with the plight of the innocent. Yet his compassion would not hinder his objectives. "I mourn for you, yet that will not prevent me from utilizing your remains. Avenging you is far more essential than futile sorrow." He would reserve his grief for after vengeance was achieved, once the anger had subsided. Cloaked in the attire Lorren had prepared, Gwen donned a black robe and slipped through the wall. Lorren had been preparing to employ Gwen, equipping her with various tools, not limited to mere clothing. Chapter 171. The Leisurely Mirror Heart. Before dinner, the delivery of groceries arrived at Lorren's doorstep, brought by an elderly man who had meticulously selected the finest produce for Lorren. It was customary for such orders to be handled with less diligence. Yet out of respect for Lorren, he opted to provide only the best. Furthermore, Lorren had been generous, compensating him several times over the standard price for groceries. "Thank you," Lorren expressed as he accepted the ingredients. Among them were not only vegetables, but also an abundance of meat, as Anna had a penchant for it, leading Lorren's household to favor hearty dishes. "You flatter me." The elder felt somewhat overwhelmed by Lorren's gratitude. Once the old man departed, Serafina instinctively carried the ingredients into the kitchen, beginning to prepare dinner before Mirror Heart's arrival. Upon realizing this, Mirror Heart displayed no sign of discontent, joining her in the culinary endeavor, while the assisting Krala remained oblivious to any oddity. After preparing only a few dishes, Mirror Heart abruptly ceased her efforts and took a seat at the dining table. Lorren noted that Mirror Heart had prepared all of his favorite dishes. "Let us commence the meal." While Serafina continued her work in the kitchen, Mirror Heart began to use her chopsticks. The first bite she offered being directed toward Lorren's mouth. After Lorren consumed the morsel from Mirror Heart's chopsticks, he gently restrained her hand, pleased to see her relaxing. Before Lorren's rise, Mirror Heart had dutifully accompanied him, earning his profound respect. He often cooked alongside her, and even when he did not participate, he would wait for her to be seated before beginning the meal. Yet Mirror Heart did not desire Lorren's respect. In Lorren's eyes, Mirror Heart was distinct from the other maids. She was family. As the other maids settled, a pile of empty plates had already accumulated beside Anna, while Krala hesitated to eat, instead taking deep breaths, having been quite exhausted without Mirror Heart's assistance today. This was particularly notable given that she had merely been a supporting player, while the head chef, Serafina, remained composed, maintaining an air of elegance, as if unfazed by the demands of the kitchen. "Indeed, the fruits of labor are the most delectable," Flossie remarked, having taken a bite of her meal. Since her arrival, she had become the most talkative in the household. Although she participated in cooking, her contributions were minimal, as culinary skills were not her forte. However, her lack of skill did not mean she would turn a simple meal into a culinary disaster. She could still assist, and learning was always an option. "Serafina, perhaps you could take the time to teach these two how to cook." It seemed that Mirror Heart had no intention of dedicating much effort to cooking in the future. She simply enjoyed serving Lorren. "Leave the master's room and attire to me. You may handle the rest." Mirror Heart issued her command, ensuring she would have more free time to pursue her own interests, such as creating additional educational materials for Anna. During dinner, Lorren was distracted, simultaneously controlling Gwen, who had now assumed the identity of Hatsune Miku, seamlessly appearing in the border town. With a sum of money at her disposal, she had easily rented a house that included a basement. With wealth, anything was possible. Lorren had also crafted a plausible backstory for this persona. She was a survivor of a small nation that had been destroyed. To this end, he had even researched the name of this small nation, which was rather haphazardly designated as the Grain-Ear Nation. Not a kingdom nor a theocracy, simply a nation. Just as the name suggested, this country, like a stalk of grain, had been toppled by the winds of a colossal force. Infamy can indeed prove to be quite advantageous, which is precisely why Lorren chose to create this character. There are numerous situations where notoriety is indispensable. After all, both the name and the visage are mere fabrications. What connection does the infamy amassed by Hatsune Miku have with me, Luo Tianni? When the occasion demands, Lorren could even make a simultaneous appearance with Gwen, for employing a puppet is far safer than exposing oneself. Lorren has no intention of experimenting with necromancy near home, as being discovered would pose significant dangers. Gwen can utilize her abilities to conduct such experiments elsewhere. To this end, the residence rented by Gwen is situated nearly on the opposite side of town, ensuring that even if something were to go awry, Lorren would remain unscathed. As night descended, Gwen made her way to the dungeon, a place designated for treating those afflicted by the Rainbow Plague. Due to certain peculiar reasons, such as a patient's insubordination provoking a physician's wrath, medical mishaps may occur. Lorren's objective is to harvest the bodies resulting from these unfortunate incidents. These corpses lie piled in the dungeon, overseen solely by two guards at the entrance, who pose little threat. Although Lorren has yet to master a spell that could induce unconsciousness, she possesses physical means to deal with them. Gwen's physical prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary individual, and in terms of strength, she surpasses Lorren significantly, making it a simple matter to incapacitate the guards. After putting the two guards into a state of physical hypnosis, Gwen entered the dungeon, which had been hastily converted into a makeshift infirmary, yet devoid of any living souls. The treatment for the rainbow plague is remarkably swift. As long as no medical mishaps occur, recovery is assured within 2 strikes, with some patients even experiencing immediate healing upon encountering a corpse. Thus, the dungeon is bereft of the living, filled only with the dead afflicted by the rainbow plague. Gwen quietly recited an incantation, and the heap of corpses suddenly began to stir, eventually rising to their feet. This is a first-level spell, the Raise Dead incantation, which merely animates the corpses whose combat capabilities are inferior to those of an ordinary person. This marks Lorren's inaugural use of this spell, successfully executed through Gwen without prior practice. Among the various forms of magic, necromancy is considered one of the most challenging. The followers of the god of abundance are relatively merciful. These corpses remain largely intact. Had they belonged to the followers of the god of wind and oaths, they would have been gruesomely divided by gender. The night is fraught with peril, and with no one outside, Lorren chose not to disguise the corpses. They had only recently perished. Even a casual glance would not reveal anything amiss. Gwen guided these animated corpses to the stronghold she had rented, where the basement is spacious enough for Lorren to conduct her experiments. By now, night had fully enveloped the world. The hour for slumber had arrived. And just as Lorren began her experimentation, Jingxin opened the door, accompanied by Scarlet. "Allow me to take charge," she declared. Jingxin did not rush forward. Instead, she knelt on the ground beside Scarlet, who had moved closer to Lorren, camera in hand. "Must you kneel?" Lorren inquired, not particularly surprised by Jingxin's possession of a camera. He had observed her purchasing several during their time with the god of night and thunder, leading him to deduce her intentions. It adds to the ambience. Chapter 172. Eyes. Unlike the previous morning in the capital, Gwen had not returned by dawn. Lorren rose later than usual, for engaging in a battle of attrition is more exhausting. Although Lorren possesses a stamina of 39 points, her companions are no slouches, particularly Jingxin. "Good morning, master." The first to greet Lorren was Serafina, who had prepared breakfast. Jingxin had yet to appear, having indulged in a rare lazy morning, a first since Lorren had known her. By this point, the incident involving the disappearance of the corpses in the dungeon had already come to light. It was not a pressing matter, hence no one disturbed Lorren. However, Lorren had learned through Gwen that the church was investigating the event. It is unlikely that this will lead back to Lorren, even if Gwen were discovered. The worst-case scenario would be a hasty retreat, leaving Lorren entirely unexposed to risk. Yesterday, she had already tested all the necromantic spells she had learned, and now Lorren had fully adapted to casting spells through Gwen. Although this method of spell casting consumes slightly more resources, it poses no significant issue for Lorren. Additionally, Gwen herself possesses a modicum of magical energy. Though not on par with Lorren, it exceeds that of an ordinary mage. "Good morning." During breakfast, Jingxin finally emerged from her room. Her hair a disheveled mess, and her clothing somewhat unkempt, presenting an image of a quintessential, slovenly homebody. She dragged a chair over and squeezed herself between Lorren and Serafina, constantly asserting her claim to dominance. Throughout this period, she had been at odds with Serafina industrious, while Jingxin was indolent, Serafina neat, while Jingxin was chaotic, Serafina smiling. While Jingxin wore a sullen expression. "Master, could you help me with my hair?" During the meal, Jingxin inadvertently shoved a mouthful of food along with her hair in her mouth. Appearing quite clumsy, Lorren nearly mistook her for having been possessed by Scarlet. Scarlet glanced at Lorren, pulling hair from her mouth, sensing Lorren's silent reprimand. Very well. Lorren took Jingxin's comb and began to tidy her hair. Typically, it was Lorren who styled Anna's hair, so he was quite adept at it. Moreover, Jingxin lacked any specific hairstyle, just a lock of hair draped over one eye, with the rest flowing loosely behind her. Her hairstyle resembled a longer-haired version of Rem, albeit with hair as dark as Lorren's own. In order to comb Jingxin's hair, Lorren swept aside the lock obscuring her eye, only to behold a sight that confounded him. Jingxin's eye socket was completely empty, truly devoid of anything. Lorren stared into the abyss, as if gazing into a universe stripped of all substance, leaving him momentarily speechless. Are Jingxin's eyes truly so mesmerizing? Anna, having noticed Lorren's unusual demeanor, paused in her meal, leaning closer to him. "That eye she conceals is just like the other, isn't it? I assumed there was some secret. Can you not see?" Lorren released Jingxin's hair, allowing it to fall back into place, while also having finished styling it. "See what?" "Nothing." Ultimately, Lorren said nothing more. The image he had witnessed had evoked thoughts of an outer god, yet in his memory, no such entity seemed to correlate with this. Lorren was not particularly surprised that Anna could not see it. After all, he possessed the blessing of the true sight. And previously, only he could discern Luna's cognitive alterations. Jingxin's other eye glared disdainfully at Serafina, conveying a simple message. Even if I am a worthless being, inferior to you in every regard, Master still favors me the most. You could never usurp my place. Yet Serafina showed no reaction, maintaining her serene smile. Seemingly unfazed by Jingxin's behavior, lunch passed in an unremarkable fashion, and Lorren did not dwell excessively on the peculiarities he had observed. Indeed, Jingxin harbored many secrets. Yet her loyalty to Lorren was unwavering. Throughout the afternoon, Lorren remained ensconced in his bedroom, delving into the study of magic, while Anna, like a small feline, nestled in Lorren's lap, allowing him to stroke her hair, her expression one of contentment. She perched upon Lorren's shoulder, her favored spot, which also astonished Lorren. For despite spending all day in her company, he had never once found himself besmirched by bird droppings. Observing the intricate symbols in Lorren's notes, Xingye began to feel drowsy and leaned against Lorren's neck. Lorren operated in duality, his corporeal form managing theoretical aspects while the puppet handled practical applications. Even the corpses he had stealthily retrieved the previous day had been entirely utilized, and Lorren contemplated the need to procure more at an opportune moment. Alternatively, he could simply send Gwen to the kingdom of Canaan, where numerous corpses awaited, especially with impending warfare, guaranteeing ample supply of both bodies and souls. Recently, the vigilance over corpses in the town has intensified, and with the treatment of the rainbow plague, the number of corpses has diminished significantly. Lorren's research continued until dusk, and coupled with Gwen's experiments, he has reached a pivotal point in his studies of necromancy, enabling him to craft a crucial artifact. At this moment, Anna had succumbed to a steady rhythm of breath. Lorren gently cradled her and laid her upon his bed before making his way to the laboratory door. He placed his finger before Starry Night, who promptly leapt onto it. As Lorren raised his hand, she took flight, beginning to circle the room. However, by the time she completed her orbit and intended to return to Lorren, he had already entered the laboratory. With no other choice, Starry Night reluctantly returned to her cage. The laboratory, shrouded in darkness, was illuminated by electric lamps sourced from the god of night and thunder, which alleviated its eerie atmosphere. Otherwise, the altar strewn with sanguine runes would surely appear quite sinister under the flickering candlelight. At the center of the altar lay a crystal orb, a substantial piece of abyssal crystal that cost Lorren a considerable sum. This crystal not only possesses ancient properties, but also embodies the essence of the deep sea. It can only be found in the abyss, a realm inaccessible to humanity, a forbidden zone of life where light cannot penetrate, capable of imprisoning souls. At this juncture, Lorren was harnessing its ability to ensnare souls. He had inscribed numerous twisted runes upon the crystal, many of which were associated with the god of greed. The god of greed is a being of confinement, and by wielding his authority, one can amplify the properties of the abyssal crystal. The artifact Lorren sought to create was named the Soul Drowning Cage. Its effects are straightforward. It can imprison souls, allowing adversaries to experience the agonies of those souls before their demise, and it serves as a vessel for storing souls, enabling the release of necromantic spells that require souls as conduits at any moment.